Family, who understands this? Being an orphan in Douluo Continent for 6 years, just before the awakening of my martial soul, my golden finger finally arrived, binding me to the heart system and granting me the Azure Dragon Martial Soul, while rejecting the soul ring system to pursue my own cultivation path. This is a direct counterattack right from the start of my journey. Family, who understands this? Just when I thought I would spend my life as an extra in Douluo Continent, farming with my face to the ground, I suddenly heard a ding in my head. When that beautiful female voice rang out, I tell you, it was simply heavenly. Ding. Signed in at the Martial Soul Branch Hall in Wuyin Village, binding heart system. Wow. I was instantly invigorated. My golden finger. It was 6 years late, but it finally arrived. This story needs to start from the beginning. I, Ling Yu, was an ordinary college student in my previous life, whose hobby was reading online novels at home. Guess what happened? After 3 days and nights of not sleeping, I finished an 800,000-word novel in one go and directly sent myself away. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself as a baby, thrown at the entrance of a village called Wuyin in Douluo Continent. I started as an orphan, which is hellishly difficult. Fortunately, the village chief, an old man, was kind and took me in. Let me tell you something outrageous. My chief grandpa is named Peter Parker. Can you believe it? When I heard that name, I almost thought I was in the wrong place. Spider-Man was actually beside me, and he was a rural version who couldn't shoot webs. So, with the mindset of a transmigrator, I pretended to be a child for 6 years. During these 6 years, I didn't stay idle. I knew that in Douluo Continent, without strength, you're nothing. Tang San had Xian Gong as a foundation, but I didn't have that. I could only be a diligent bird, running around the village and doing push-ups every day since I was 5, grinding hard. Otherwise, when I awakened my martial soul in the future, if my physical fitness couldn't keep up, I wouldn't even be able to handle a 10th of Sandier soul. Ring, what a waste of time that would be. Finally, I endured until I was 6 years old, and the day of martial soul awakening arrived. That day, the village chief, my grandpa Peter Parker, took me and a few other kids from the village to the so-called Martial Soul Hall in the center of the village. To put it simply, it was just a larger wooden house. Before long, a handsome guy in his 20s descended from the sky. His entrance was cool, but a bit over the top. I was familiar with this guy. He was the #1 tool in Douluo Continent, the reliable Su Yun Tao with a fluid storyline. Brother Tao started with a standard procedure, introducing himself as a level 26 soulmaster, then took out 6 black stones and a blue crystal ball. Wow, he shouted, "Lone wolf possess," and instantly transformed into a werewolf, with green eyes and gray hair. What a special effect. The little kids around were scared and shouted, while I was just enjoying the show. Next came the awakening segment, and I tell you, that scene was like an agricultural machinery expo. The previous guys either had sickles or hoes, and one little girl awakened blue silvergrass. When testing soul power, they all had 0. At that moment, my heart sank. Oh no, please don't tell me I'm going to join the agricultural modernization movement in this other world. When it was my turn, I took a deep breath and stepped into the hexagonal magic circle. Just as Brother Tao activated his soul power and golden light enveloped me, I heard a ding in my head. The system was online. I almost laughed out loud, but managed to hold it in. Then, I felt an overwhelming power erupting from my body, a brilliant azure light shooting up into the sky, and a deafening dragon roar echoed throughout the wooden house. I saw a nearly tangible azure divine dragon spiraling behind me, with its horns, scales, and claws, every detail filled with explosive power and beauty. The pressure emanating from my bloodline directly stunned Brother Tao. I was overjoyed in my heart. My system sister, Xiao Ai, was indeed powerful. Right from the start, she bound me to the Azure Dragon Martial Soul from the set of Martial Universe. This bloodline level must crush those half-dragons and earth dragons in Douluo Continent. Brother Tao was so excited that his voice trembled, muttering, this is a powerful beast martial soul. He quickly handed the crystal ball to me. Hurry, child, test your soul power. As soon as I placed my hand on it, wow, the soul power gushed in like a Turnitin tap. The crystal ball instantly shone like a little sun, and I felt like it would explode in a second. I quickly shouted to my newly activated system sister, Xiao Ai, help, quickly, lock my blood. No, lock my soul power. Keep it at level 7, just level 7. Family, who understands? The wood stands out in the forest, and the wind must destroy it. I'm an orphan with no background. If I start with an innate level 20 soul power, wouldn't the Martial Soul Hall immediately package me up for research? I need to be low-key. This operation must be stable. Xiao Ai reacted quickly, and a peculiar force instantly controlled my soul power output, stabilizing the crystal ball's brightness at 70%. Brother Tao looked at the crystal ball and exclaimed in surprise, God. Innate level 7 soul power. Child, congratulations. Do you want to join our Martial Soul Hall? Of course, I politely declined, planning to lay low at Nodding Academy for a while and see the main character, Tang San, first. After bidding farewell to Brother Tao, Grandpa Peter was so excited he shed tears, insisting on treating me to a special dinner that night. Seeing his happy face warmed my heart. Back home, I immediately lay on my bed to study my precious system. Xiao Ai, open my personal panel. In the next second, a virtual light curtain popped up that only I could see. Host, Ling Yu Martial Soul, Azure Dragon Soul Power, level 20 innate soul rings, none martial arts, none WoW, innate level 20 soul power. Family, I have the same divine treatment as Qianren Xue. This incredible fortune has finally come to me. I quickly asked Xiao Ai what functions the heart system had. Xiao Ai told me that the first function is signing in, like clocking in at work. By visiting specific locations in Douluo Continent, I can trigger it and receive rewards. For example, signing in today at the Martial Soul Hall gave me the Azure Dragon Martial Soul. But that's just an appetizer. The most powerful function is the second one, called Energy Transformation. My system's sister, Xiao Ai, said that in all realms, everything material is essentially a collection of energy. And what's amazing about her is that as long as I want, she can directly transform martial arts, techniques, and even elixirs from other worlds for me. I tell you, when I heard this, I soared on the spot. Isn't this just a universal wishing machine? Compared to this, the signing function instantly became less appealing. Of course, there's a cooldown. For instance, attempting to transport across realms consumes too much energy, so I have to wait for her to recover slowly and can't exploit it endlessly. After understanding all this, my first thought was to repay my cheap grandpa. I directly asked Xiao Ai to transform a longevity pill for me, which would extend his life by at least 50 years. During dinner, I secretly ground the pill into powder and sprinkled it into his favorite dish. Cultivating and fighting is too dangerous and not suitable for the elderly, but ensuring he stays healthy and lives a long life is a must. The main goal is companionship. After taking care of Grandpa, I started pondering my own cultivation path. With innate level 20 soul power, theoretically, I could just go outside, find a couple of soul beasts, absorb a couple of soul rings, and easily break through to become a great soul master. But as soon as I proposed this idea to Xiao Ai, she rejected it. She reminded me, "Little master, your talent is already far ahead, but don't rush into the outdated soul ring cultivation system of Douluo Continent. This system has too many pitfalls. Once you absorb a soul ring, your skills become fixed, and you'll be stuck using the same few moves for a lifetime. It's too rigid and has a low ceiling." After pondering her words, I realized, hey, she's right. As a traveler with a universal cheat, I can directly download top-tier cultivation techniques from countless worlds. So why should I hang myself on the tree of soul rings? I must forge a brand new path of cultivation that belongs solely to me. To be honest, the more I think about it, the more I feel that the cultivation system of Douluo Continent is a huge pit. Let me tell you, this broken rule has 3 major flaws that I can't help but vent about. First, leveling up requires killing soul beasts. Goodness, over in the neighboring world of Dou, people coexist with magical beasts, but they level up through martial arts and self-improvement. Here, if you don't kill, you can't get stronger. Isn't that a purely distorted development? Second, fighting relies entirely on skills given by soul rings. Who understands this? The vast majority of soul masters on this continent struggle with only 3 or 4 skills their whole lives, like playing a watered-down version of a game with fewer buttons than others. Want to create your own skills? That's the privilege of geniuses. Even if you are a genius, how many can you create? In the neighboring world, martial arts can be learned freely, and the skill tree can be fully unlocked. Under the same talent, the operational space leaves you in the dust. Third, and this is the most critical point, the awakening of your martial soul directly determines your life path. Blue silver grass? Well, you can basically say goodbye to bicycles for your entire life. Tang San's Xintian Kung Fu, at most a basic internal skill in the martial arts world, can actually support him to become a title Douluo here. This shows just how scarce the cultivation techniques are. Having realized all this, my mindset instantly stabilized, and I directly called out to my cheat in my mind. Xiao Ai, my AI darling, quickly planned a unique cultivation route just for me. Xiao Ai's sweet voice immediately rang out. Let me tell you, when that plan came out, I was completely blown away. She said, "Little master, we won't play with the soul ring system anymore. Well, directly condense a soul core." Soul core? I was taken aback at the time. Yes. Xiao Ai explained that this thing is much more powerful than the method used by Hui Yuhao in the original story. While others can have at most 3 in their lives, what about us? Every time you break through a major rank, you can 1 more in your Dantian. I took a deep breath. If I reach the title of Douluo, won't I be able to gather 9 soul cores? Collecting 9 Dragon Balls to summon the dragon, right? Almost. But what's even more explosive comes next. Xiao Ai continued. When you break through to the divine level, the 9 cores will merge into 1 divine core. At that time, you'll be the pinnacle of combat power on this continent. The only legend. Wow, I was just amazed. Just hearing it makes me feel like I'm on top of the world. This cultivation route focuses on a dimensional crushing. Xiao Ai also educated me on the bizarre functions of the soul core. First, it can compress and store soul power, making my blue bar significantly longer than others at the same level. Second, and most importantly, this thing operates automatically, equivalent to 24/7 idle cultivation. If I actively train as well, my speed will skyrocket. ISNT this like having a permanent double experience buff. The only minor issue is that the experience needed for each level up might be several times that of others. But with Xiao Ai, this all-purpose cheat, does that matter? The cultivation route has 3 main areas: Qi cultivation, body cultivation, and soul cultivation. Qi cultivation is soul power, body cultivation is physical strength, and soul cultivation is mental strength. Xiao Ai clearly laid it all out for me. Soul power cultivation relies on soul cores, and we'll talk about body strengthening later. Right now, the most critical thing to focus on is the rarest and most powerful soul cultivation. Xiao Ai, give me a top-tier soul cultivation technique. Master, I have selected the most suitable technique for you. The Chaos Divine Grinding Visualization Technique from the Yuanzun world. As soon as I heard the name, Chaotic God Mill, isn't that just stuffing your soul into a universe-level grinding mill and getting crushed repeatedly? It sounds exhilarating. What's a little pain for the sake of becoming stronger? Let's do it. I immediately had Xiao Ai transmit the method for condensing the soul core to me. I sat cross-legged, guiding the saturated soul power in my Dantian with my mental strength, turning it, compressing it. In an instant, the energy in my entire room went wild, crazily pouring into my body like a black hole. Thankfully, I was clever and had Xiao Ai activate the shield in advance. Otherwise, the commotion would have surely attracted the entire village. In just the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, I heard a soft pop in my body, and it was done. A fist-sized vortex of soul power was spinning steadily in my Dantian. The first soul core successfully condensed. I felt it for a moment. The soul power in that soul core was almost compressed in a liquid, and it was still absorbing the energy of the heavens and the earth with its own breathing. Awesome. So awesome. Next, it's just a matter of going through the process and absorbing the soul rings to break through my level. Xiao Ai, bring me 2 divine soul rings. The top configuration. As soon as I finished speaking, 2 golden shining orbs floated in front of me. I didn't hold back, grabbed one and crushed it, absorbing it. Then I grabbed another one and absorbed it again. In less than a few minutes, there were already 2 deep purple soul rings coiling behind me. Each one was 7,000 years. I directly soared to the great soulmaster. The first soul skill, Azure Dragon's power, increases all attributes by 40%. The second soul skill, Azure Dragon's body, grants immunity to most control effects. Although it's okay, it's just that. We're playing with a system now. Soul skills are just an addition. What thrilled me the most was that just at the moment I broke through to the great soul master, there was a loud bang in my Dantian, and the second soul core formed automatically. Dual core drive. With the current richness of my soul power, I feel like I could compete with high-level soul sex. With the soul power sorted out, next comes the divine soul. Xiao Ai transmitted the method of visualizing the chaos divine mill to me. When I looked at it, wow, that incantation was so imposing. In chaos, the divine mill is born. When the divine mill turns, both gods and demons are extinguished. I gritted my teeth and started practicing. Family, the pain of having your soul crushed and then reassembled is truly unbearable. When I finally came out of the visualization state, I was completely soaked, as if I had just been pulled out of the water. But the effect was indeed remarkable. Although the progress bar had barely moved past 1%, my mental strength had already seen a qualitative leap. All right, I have the cultivation method, and my mental strength is up. All that's left is a suitable weapon and martial arts. Xiao Ai manifest the golden stage demon suppressing Pommon heavenly scale spear technique from martial movement of the universe for me. Two streams of inherited memories instantly flooded into my mind. Martial arts are simple for me. As long as I have enough energy, I can use them directly, which is roughly equivalent to skill unlocking. I also casually took out the accompanying heavenly scale ancient spear from the system space. The dark red spear body, covered in fierce scales, looks incredibly cool. I feel that with it in hand, I could easily take down a Soul King with all my strength. I opened my personal panel and saw Soul Power level 22, dual soul cores, mental strength at the first layer. Perfect. In the blink of an eye, it was the day the Nodding Academy started. I followed Grandpa Peter into Nodding City, and wow, it was packed with people. After inquiring about the Academy's location, we headed straight there. At the entrance, we saw an old man and a young boy being stopped by the gatekeeper. The boy was thin and dark, but his eyes were full of spirit. Great, the protagonist Tang San has arrived. The gatekeeper was talking dirty, mocking Tang San's blue silver grass as a useless martial soul, and even claiming that the proof from the Martial Soul Hall was forged. The old village chief was trembling with anger, and Tang San, being a tough guy, directly kicked the gatekeeper down with a trip. Just as the gatekeeper was about to retaliate in embarrassment, a voice rang out, "Stop." As I glanced over, a somewhat disheveled middle-aged man approached, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of superiority. The gatekeeper saw him and reacted like a mouse spotting a cat, nodding and bowing as he called him master. "So this is you, Xiao Zhang?" I thought to myself, clicking my tongue. The master took a look at Tang San's credentials, then at mine, and his eyes noticeably brightened. In just a few words, he settled the matter and even offered to help us with the enrollment procedures. Once we entered the academy, the master began his performance. He first told Tang San, "I'm not a teacher, you can call me master." Then, he shifted gears and started to wildly showcase his theory on the 10 core competitive advantages of martial souls, quickly convincing Tang San and directly revealing that he had twin martial souls. "I told you." Tang San's face turned pale at that moment, and his hand quietly moved towards his sleeve, where he had concealed his hidden darts. I was internally screaming, "Dude, calm down. This is in the academy, and you're about to kill one teacher in front of another. Can you really get away with this? Could you think things through before acting?" And what happened? The master delivered a barrage of theoretical discourse and managed to make someone who was ready to kill him kneel down and pay respect. This brainwashing ability, I would call it the strongest. After taking in Tang San, the master turned his expectant gaze towards me. The meaning was clear. "Kid, have you seen my power? Why don't you hurry up and come pay your respects?" I almost laughed out loud and replied to him slowly, "Master, your knowledge is indeed abundant, but I already have a teacher, so there's no need for you to worry." "Just kidding. I have a repository of knowledge from countless worlds in my head. Why would I take you as my master? Learn your outdated theories?" The master hit a soft spot, but didn't say anything, and took us to complete the paperwork. Both Tang San and I were work-study students and were assigned to Dormitory 7. On the way, we didn't say a word. I couldn't be bothered to engage with him, and his personality probably wouldn't think much of me either. "Perfect, from now on, we'll keep our distance. You walk your own path, and I'll enjoy my Shrek 3 beauties." "That's right, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Ronro, I want them all." Just as I was thinking this, we reached the entrance of Dormitory 7, and a super cute figure happened to walk over. With black scorpion braids, a fair and rosy little face, and a pair of big, sparkling eyes. She was holding a school uniform in her hands. She sweetly smiled at us and said, "Hello, is this Dormitory 7? I looked at the little dance in front of me and nodded in my heart. "Yes, it's her." I replied, "Yeah," and led the way into the dormitory. As soon as I stepped inside, a sharp kick came straight for my chest. I let out a cold snort, too lazy to move, and my soul power automatically formed a defense around my body. Suddenly, I heard a loud bang as the figure that had ambushed me was sent flying back several steps. Looking at me in shock, Tang San watched from behind, his eyelids twitching, while Xiao Wu looked on with curiosity. The person steadied himself, approached me, and bowed in apology, saying it was a rule of the 7th dormitory that newcomers had to fight. The strongest would be the leader. His name was Wang Sheng, and his martial soul was the battle tiger. "Fine," I waved my hand, indicating that I understood the rules. Wang Sheng pointed at Tang San and Xiao Wu. "Boss, according to the rules, you still have to fight with those two." I nodded. "Just right. I also wanted to see how much weight Tang San has now." Tang San was the first to step forward, his eyes full of fighting spirit. We pulled apart, and he let out a low warning, "Be careful," before charging at me. His right fist was glowing with a layer of jade-like light, which was his Xianyu hand. That punch looked quite intimidating, but to me, it was like watching in slow motion. I couldn't even be bothered to use my soul power. I simply raised my right hand and met his punch head on. Bang! With a muffled sound, Tang San was sent flying as if he had been hit by a train, stumbling back several steps, his face turning pale. Meanwhile, I stood there, completely unmoved. Everyone in the dormitory was dumbfounded at that moment. I tell you, Tang San was also stunned at that time. I knocked him flying with one punch, and I bet his head was buzzing. He knew very well that he couldn't match me head on, so he immediately changed tactics. Using some kind of ghostly shadow, stepped to circle around me, like a headless fly, trying to find my weakness. Well, that was quite amusing to me. His footwork seemed like it was in slow motion, like watching in 0.5 speed. Speaking of which, I really seemed to lack a skill for movement. Fighting was the only way to discover one's shortcomings, and that was true. I directly shouted to my system, Xiao Ai, give me the best movement skill, now, immediately, right away. The next second, I tell you, it was just a moment. A top-tier technique called Taiqing Yu Tian Bu was directly engraved in my mind. That ghostly shadow step was simply a little brother in front of this thing. I tapped my toes, and my whole demeanor changed, floating like an immortal. Tang San was completely dumbfounded. When he went east, I was already waiting for him there. When he wanted to go west, I was already in the west brewing tea. After a few rounds, he was exhausted like a dog, with weaknesses all over the place. I seized the opportunity, stepped forward, and lightly placed my finger on his throat. The whole venue fell silent, and you could hear a pin drop, with jaws dropping everywhere. Tang San, being straightforward, directly admitted defeat, saying that aside from using hidden weapons, he couldn't beat me and was quite impressed with me. I thought to myself, brother, it's not that I'm strong, it's that I have a cheat. Without this system, I probably wouldn't even be worthy of holding your shoes. Then I turned to Xiao Wu. This little rabbit, seeing that we finished fighting, was very understanding. With a little face flushed, saying, you are too amazing, I definitely can't beat you. Now, it's settled. The position of dormitory leader is secure. Wang Sheng and the others immediately led the way, shouting, we have seen the boss. I waved my hand, telling them not to call me boss, it's so uncool. Just call me Yugo. Yes, Yugo. These middle school boys are quite amusing. They each went back to their beds to tidy up, and I didn't bring anything. So I had Xiao Ai conjure up a full set of top-notch bedding for me. Just as I was about to lie down, a weak voice came from behind me. It was Xiao Wu, shyly asking, can I share a blanket with you? Who understands, right? I was so amused at that moment. This is just like the script of a nurturing rogue rabbit, isn't it? It's like it's delivered right to my door. I turned around and smiled, sure. Xiao Wu looked at me, her little face instantly turning as red as an apple, probably because she was mesmerized by my handsomeness, standing there in a daze. I thought this little bunny was too innocent, so I directly pulled over the empty bed next to us and combined them, creating an oversized blanket and 2 pillows, one blue and one pink, all arranged clearly. When Xiao Wu saw the pink pillow, she curiously asked me how I got it. I gave her a mysterious smile. It's a secret. I won't tell. She huffed, walked to the side of the bed, placed her little bag between the 2 beds, and then raised her little fist to warn me. Hey, this is the demilitarized zone. If you dare to cross the line tonight, I won't be nice to you. I almost laughed out loud. This little rabbit is both cute and violent. The others in the dorm were holding back their laughter, and Tang San looked on with envy. In his ancient mindset, the idea of men and women being close must have been shocking. Just then, a glasses-wearing teacher came to the door, bringing Tang San a blanket, saying it was given by some master. Tang San was deeply moved. Then the teacher assigned tasks to the 3 of us work-study students, telling us to clean the garden on the south side of the playground, offering 10 copper soul coins a day, and if we didn't do well, we would be kicked out. After explaining everything, Wang Sheng suggested we go to the cafeteria for a meal. As soon as food was mentioned, Xiao Wu's eyes lit up. But then Wang Sheng poured a bucket of cold water on her, saying it was good enough for us work-study students to just fill our stomachs. Tang San shook his head. His pockets were emptier than his face. Then Xiao Wu said something shocking. Does eating cost money? I couldn't hold back at that moment, and everyone's mouths in the dorm were twitching. I teased her, little bunny, of course you have to spend money to eat. As soon as she heard me call her little bunny, she instantly exploded, glaring at me fiercely. Who are you calling little bunny? All right, the baby is angry. I quickly stopped and waved my hand at everyone, saying with a lot of authority, let's go eat from now on. Your meals are on me. Everyone was initially delighted, but then they looked at my plain outfit, and their eyes were full of skepticism. Well, my act of bravado failed. I could only clear my throat and explain, ahem. I actually have money, just haven't had the time to buy new clothes. Tang San, being straightforward, felt it was wrong to owe me a favor and insisted on repaying me. I directly said, okay, Then you can take care of the garden's cleanliness all by yourself from now on. To my surprise, he actually nodded in agreement. When we arrived at the cafeteria, wow, it was packed with people. As soon as we walked in, a sarcastic voice came from the railing on the second floor. Oh, isn't this Wang Sheng and his group of poor ghosts? A senior who looked quite handsome, but had a foul mouth, was eyeing Xiao Wu up and down while muttering. What a shame, such a beautiful little lowly is a work-study student. Xiao Wu, with her bad temper, was about to curse back, but I stepped forward and stood in front of her, giving that guy on the second floor a cold glance. Let me tell you, just one glance. That guy turned pale, scared to the point of running away in a panic. I turned around and said seriously to Xiao Wu, remember, only the weak complain and whine. The strong take action without talking. It's all about dominating the atmosphere. As a result, this little rabbit seemed to misunderstand, thinking I was indirectly talking about her. And she looked quite wronged. I was truly wronged. At that moment, Tang San's master also arrived, wanting to call Tang San upstairs for dinner. But Tang San actually refused to join his master just to stay with us brothers. Once the master left, Wang Sheng started muttering under his breath, saying that the master was a fraud, nearly 50 years old and still just a great soul master, just living off his position in the academy. Those words stirred up a hornet's nest. Tang San immediately turned hostile, his gaze as cold as ice, staring at Wang Sheng and saying, "He is my teacher. Please show some respect. I hope this is the last time." After saying that, he didn't even eat and turned to leave. I could only explain to Wang Sheng that Tang San was just like that, respecting teachers and valuing the way, and told him not to take it to heart. Then I took Xiao Wu and the others upstairs, and sure enough, the dishes on the second floor were different, both plentiful and delicious. I intentionally mischieved and pointed at the menu. "Boss, let's have a spicy rabbit leg and a braised rabbit head." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu panicked, tugged at my sleeve with tears in her eyes. "How can you eat rabbits? Rabbits are so cute. Can cuteness be eaten?" I teased her. "What smells good is the real deal." I continued to joke. "If you dare to eat them, I won't talk to you anymore." Well, that was really a bit unfair. I quickly realized it was time to stop and order something else. This meal was quite lively. I occasionally teased Xiao Wu while Wang Sheng and the others snickered beside us. When it was time to pay, I made a gold soul coin appear out of nowhere in my palm, leaving Xiao Wu beside me wide-eyed. That night, after everyone had gone to sleep, I quietly sneaked to the playground to practice. My current strength was still far from enough. I had to work hard. What I didn't know was that as soon as I left, Xiao Wu quietly followed behind me. I found a secluded corner on the playground and directly called out to Xiao Ai in my mind, activating a level 1 spirit gathering array. Instantly, the concentration of spiritual energy around me surged threefold. I began to circulate my cultivation technique, and wow, the energy surged into my body like crazy, forming a white mist of energy around me. After an hour of cultivation, I felt like I was one big step closer to a breakthrough. Then I started cultivating my mental power, and that feeling was both painful and pleasurable. I was practicing hard here, and the little rabbit Xiao Wu, who was hiding in the shadows, was so shocked that she couldn't speak. She must have seen some incredible secret. But this clever little bunny said nothing and quietly slipped back to the dorm. The next day was the opening ceremony, which was extremely boring. The principal was speaking dryly on stage while we below were drowsy. I found Xiao Wu boring, so I casually transformed a pink hourglass for her to play with. As soon as the ceremony ended, after just a couple of peaceful days, this troublemaker, Xiao Wu, confronted the academy's boss, Xiao Qinyu, and arranged to meet in the small woods after school. I originally didn't want to get involved in these kids fighting, but I couldn't resist when Xiao Wu clung to my arm, crying and making a fuss, so I had to go with her. In the back mountain, there were just a few of us from Dorm.7, while more than 20 seniors were coming from the opposite side. Leading them was Xiao Qinyu, who looked rather decent. He immediately threatened Xiao Wu, saying he wanted to take her as a pet rabbit. Xiao Wu's face turned red with anger, and just as she was about to curse, she suddenly remembered what I said and immediately switched to a wronged expression, tugging at my sleeve with those little eyes of hers, simply irresistible. I smiled helplessly, held her hand to reassure her, and then walked out, calmly saying to the more than 20 people in front of me, "I'm in a hurry. You can all come and eat together." The boss on the opposite side was so angry that he almost laughed, thinking I was incredibly arrogant. I was too lazy to waste words, so I directly activated my martial soul. A phantom of a blue dragon spiraled behind me, and the sound of the dragon's roar echoed throughout the venue. A yellow 100-year spirit ring. Of course it was fake. I used the concealment technique to create it, slowly rose beneath my feet. The group on the opposite side immediately went into an uproar. First year? Spirit Master? And 100-year Spirit Ring? What kind of monster is this? Xiao Qinyu's face turned green. I was too lazy to even move. So I directly released 70% of my soul power pressure. Just like that, more than 20 people on the opposite side fell to their knees, one after another, like dumplings dropping into water, all kneeling in unison, their faces flushed and unable to stand up. When I withdrew my pressure, I pointed at Xiao Wu and said, "The outcome is decided. From now on, she is your leader." What could Xiao Qinyu say? He could only nod and accept defeat. After this incident, Xiao Wu became the boss of Nodding Academy, and no one dared to provoke her. Our relationship also grew closer, and we held hands every day at the academy, making others envious. A school year quickly passed, and during the holidays, I asked Xiao Wu, "Do you want to come home with me play?" Her eyes lit up, and she happily agreed right away. On the way home, Xiao Wu seemed a bit nervous, probably feeling like an ugly daughter-in-law meeting her in-laws. I took her back to our quiet and peaceful little village, and as soon as we entered the door, we smelled the delicious food. My grandfather, Peter, was busy in the kitchen. I called out, "Grandpa, I'm back." He turned around, saw me, and his face was filled with a kind smile. Then his gaze fell on the little dancer beside me. I introduced, "Grandpa, this is my classmate, Xiao Wu." Xiao Wu sweetly called out, "Hello, Grandpa Peter." My grandfather was extremely satisfied, his eyes squinting into a line, probably thinking, "Good kid, after just a year of school. You've brought me a granddaughter-in-law." After dinner, Grandpa prepared a room for Xiao Wu. Life at home was particularly comfortable, and of course, I didn't neglect my daily training. One day, I took Xiao Wu to the small forest where I usually practiced and said to her, "Xiao Wu, this is where I usually train." Xiao Wu looked around, and how did this is it? Expression, probably wondering to herself, this shabby place isn't anything special, just a bit remote. I didn't care what she was thinking. I just jumped straight into my performance. Let me tell you, I was so sentimental at that moment. Looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle and letting out a deep sigh. Xiao Wu, actually, I'm an orphan. Wow. I really played the emotional card so well that I almost believed it myself. I told her that I was adopted by Grandpa, named Peter since I was little, and he treated me just like his own son. But deep down, I always thought about my biological parents whom I had never met. Family, listen to my acting. I should be awarded an Oscar, right? As a child of destiny, where will my parents come from? Xiao Wu was completely stunned by my performance, not saying a word and just listening quietly. She even held my hand tightly, comforting me gently, saying that one day I would be able to find them. With the atmosphere set like this, I thought it was about time to make my move. I looked at her with deep affection and said, "Xiao Wu, I really want to have another family member. Would you be willing to be my sister?" At that moment, Xiao Wu's eyes turned red. She was probably touched by my act. Just as she was about to nod and say yes, she hesitated. My heart sank. What was going on? This wasn't how the script was supposed to go. She must have been worried about her identity as a 100,000-year soul beast and was afraid of exposing herself and putting me in danger. Seeing her conflicted expression, I panicked and directly borrowed a line from the original story. "Xiao Wu, even though I don't have any background, I swear I will train hard and will never let anyone bully my sister." After hearing this, she was even more moved, but still not reassured. She cautiously asked me, "Then, what if there are many people who want to kill me, and those people you can't even defeat? What will you do?" As soon as I heard this, I was overjoyed. There's a chance. She's taken the bait. I immediately put on a confident demeanor and told her, "You're worried about your identity being discovered, right? Don't worry, with me around, that day will never come." As soon as I said this, Xiao Wu's face turned pale. She released my hand, and her voice started to tremble. You know everything?" I gave her a charming smile and nodded. I told her that I had a special ability. The moment I saw her, I knew she wasn't human. Seeing her little face turn paler, I quickly changed the subject. But so what? What's wrong with soul beasts? In this world, people are much worse than soul beasts, scheming against each other. I'd rather deal with straightforward soul beasts like you. After saying that, I activated my power and had Xiao Ai transform a fairy herb, the Heartbreak red, for me. This thing is amazing. It can only be picked with true love. Right in front of her, I easily picked it. I handed her the fairy grass and smiled, saying, "Silly girl, eat this, and not even a title Douluo, even if a god comes, won't be able to see your true form." Xiao Wu was stunned at that moment, tears welling up in her eyes, feeling so moved. She looked at me and finally, in a voice as small as a mosquito's, softly called out, "Brother." I secretly gave a cheer in my heart, walked over and naturally pulled her into my arms. She didn't resist, wrapping her arms around me and resting her head on my shoulder, crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom. When her emotions calmed down, I let her go so she could eat the fairy grass. Goodness, as soon as she sat down to start refining it, I felt something was off. Her aura was rising rapidly, and her entire life level was undergoing a leap. I quickly asked Xiao Ling what was going on, and she said that this fairy grass could defy the heavens and change fate, and Xiao Wu was about to evolve directly from a mortal body into a demigod form. I was envious at the time, but then I thought, she is mine now. If my woman becomes stronger, doesn't that mean I become stronger too? Why should I feel sour about it? After about 2 hours, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from Xiao Wu, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged towards her as if it had gone mad. Wow. Isn't this the legendary spiritual affinity physique? In the future, she can also cultivate like me while hanging out? Incredible. In terms of talent, now aside from me, who on the entire Douluo Continent can compare to her? When her transformation was complete, I took another look and good heavens, she looked ethereal with skin that was crystal clear and even more refined features like a little fairy. When she opened her eyes and saw me, she smiled sweetly and directly dove into my arms like a little swallow. Brother, I've broken through to level 20, and I feel like my cultivation speed has increased a lot. I held her in my arms, looking at her beautiful face that seemed to bubble with charm, momentarily mesmerized. With the atmosphere being what it was, how could I hold back? I leaned down and kissed her. Who would understand? In that moment, both our bodies shivered, and then we began a somewhat awkward, yet incredibly beautiful exploration. After kissing for a long time, I reluctantly released her. She had broken through and needed a soul ring. I directly activated a cheat, conjuring 2 divine soul rings out of thin air and handed them to her, telling her that these could automatically match the most suitable soul rings and soul skills for her. Little Wu now trusted me completely, and without a second thought, she absorbed them. Just like in the original story, she gained the soul skills of Bao and Charm, but in a super enhanced version. After absorbing, her soul power skyrocketed to level 23. She excitedly showcased her new soul rings in front of me, with 2 yellow rings of light, complemented by her adorable rabbit ears when her martial spirit manifested, which was simply so cute it made me bleed from my nose. I pulled her down to sit, and she naturally lay in my arms, and we quietly enjoyed this rare moment of peace. That night, I told her the story of stealing stars in September, which moved her to tears, and she tightened her grip around my arm. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. We have both grown up now and arrived in the city of Soto in the kingdom of Balak. Let me tell you, when we stand there, we're simply walking ceilings of beauty. I'm over 1.7 meters tall, with long black hair and looking incredibly handsome. As for Xiao Wu, her long scorpion braid is almost dragging on the ground, and her pink outfit perfectly outlines her already developing figure. Amazing. We walked hand in hand down the street, and she was still complaining. Bro, there are so many prestigious academies vying for us. Why do you have to come to this Shrek Academy that can't even get a proper name? What can I say? I can't just tell her that I'm here for the future harem, right? I can only vaguely say that the learning atmosphere here is great. Over the past 5 years, both of us have made tremendous progress. I'm now a level 41 soulmaster, and Xiao Wu, even if she slacks off every day, has reached level 38 soul elder. Her talent is simply outrageous. She knows this very well herself, and probably senses that coming to Shrek, her position as the main consort might be threatened. We randomly found a place to have a meal, thinking that there was still a day until registration. So we decided to stay at a hotel. Over the past few years, we have basically been sleeping together, of course, just chatting under the comforter. I thought to myself, I really should wait until she turns 15. Otherwise, my life would truly be getting more complicated. Just as we were walking, Xiao Wu's eyes lit up, and she pointed to a rose-red hotel nearby, saying, Brother, let's stay here today. My heart skipped a beat. The Rose Hotel? Isn't this the place where Dai Mubai hangs out with his twin sisters? The plot is about to unfold. Upon entering the hotel, the ambiguous scent of roses nearly swept me away. I walked up to the front desk and said directly, Excuse me, please book a room. The front desk guy looked at our outfits, checked the records, and happily informed us that there was just one room left. Just as I reached out to take the room key, a nonchalant voice rang out. I say, that room should be mine, right? Here it comes. I turned around and saw a handsome guy with golden hair, hugging 2 identical beauties. It was none other than Dai Mubai. Xiao was about to explode, but I quickly pulled her back. I turned back to Dai Mubai and teased him with a smile, Bro, you really know how to have fun. But while you're out here living it up, do you remember the things back home? Upon hearing this, his expression changed, and he anxiously asked me who I was and how I knew about his family matters. I directly switched to a heart-piercing mode. striking him word by word. Don't ask me how I know. I only want to ask you, while you are indulging in this drunken stupor, have you ever thought about the fact that someone at home is suffering for you? She hasn't given up yet. Simply put, this guy's family is having a royal battle for the throne, and he couldn't beat his brother, so he just slipped away, leaving his fiancée, Zhu Zhuqing, at home to wait for death. Honestly, I really looked down on his behavior. Dai Mubai was rendered speechless by my words, his face alternating between red and white. But after all, he also cares about his face. Being criticized by an outsider like me made him lose face. So he wanted to change the subject. He pointed at the room and said, "Stop talking nonsense. If you want to stay in the room I've reserved, you better ask if my fists agree." I couldn't help but feel amused. "You want to fight me? You've kicked a steel plate, brother." I replied to him playfully, "Sure." Without saying another word, he directly summoned his martial spirit. White Tiger, activate. His muscles surged. A king character appeared on his forehead. And 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rose up as he announced, "Dai Mubai, level 37 Battle Soul Master, please give me your guidance." Although the outcome was already determined, I released my martial spirit to show respect. With a dragon's roar, my Azure Dragon Martial Spirit coiled behind me, and 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, slowly rose. I deliberately suppressed my aura and said, "Ling Yu, Martial Spirit Azure Dragon, level 41 Battle Soul Master." Dai Mubai was immediately dumbfounded. Soul Master? Azure Dragon Martial Spirit? He saw that I looked younger than him, but had a higher soul power, and that proud expression of his instantly froze. I kindly reminded him, "Use all your strength, or you won't even have a chance to strike." He didn't say a word and directly activated his 3rd soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation, his whole body shining with golden light. Then he unleashed his 2nd soul skill, White Tiger Blaze Wave, and a huge ball of light came rushing towards me. I tell you, that scene was simply a dimensionality reduction strike. I was so lazy that I didn't even want to use my soul skill. I just threw a plain punch. With a bang, his light ball shattered like glass right on the spot. Before he could react, I had already teleported in front of him. He was so scared that he quickly activated his White Tiger shield. But what happened next? I punched down, and the shield was covered in spiderweb-like cracks, and then with a snap, it shattered. My fist continued with unstoppable force and directly hit his chest. He flew back like a kite with a broken string, tumbling dozens of meters before crashing outside the hotel and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Everyone in the hotel was dumbfounded, each one of them silent as a tomb. Dai Mubai struggled to stand up. He knew I had gone easy on him, and didn't he even use my soul skill. He nodded at me with admiration, but still refused to back down, saying, "Thanks for your mercy. Next time we fight, you won't win so easily." After finishing his tough talk, he slipped away with the 2 girls, typical of typical. Xiao Wu ran over, linked her arm with mine, her eyes sparkling. "Brother, you're really amazing." I gave her a charming smile and said, "You'll find out later. My capabilities are not just about strength." Xiao Wu understood immediately, and her little face flushed bright red. I walked to the front desk, took out 500 gold soul coins, and smiled, saying, "Sorry for breaking your door. This is compensation and the room fee." I entered the room, and wow, it was filled with rose petals, and there was a big red heart-shaped bed, incredibly romantic. Xiao Wu loved it, hugging my arm and shaking it. "Brother, can we come here often in the future?" With her teasing and the atmosphere, I almost couldn't hold back. But I forced myself to suppress those thoughts, clear my throat, and said, "Xiao Wu, don't forget the real reason we're here in Soto City." As a result, she pouted and started to speak in a teasing tone. "Humph, stinky brother. Don't think I don't know who you're here to meet. Why else would you come to this broken academy?" I was taken aback. Wow, this little rabbit is already peeing me? This is simply the most popular emotional value trap of 2025. What can I do? I directly pulled her over and kissed her to silence her. She made a couple of symbolic hums, and then responded to me enthusiastically. I could feel that she actually knew my true purpose for coming to Shrek, deliberately throwing a little tantrum to make me feel guilty and want to compensate her. With such cunning calculations, I had to give her a thumbs up in my heart. All right, if compensation is what she wants, then I indeed made it up to her. We only stopped when we were both almost out of breath from kissing. I looked at her peach-like little face and promised her affectionately, "Xiao Wu, don't worry, your brother loves you the most." She gently responded with a soft in my arms, probably thinking, "At least my brother's first kiss is mine." Sigh, folks. I feel like I might have developed a bit of a scumbag potential. That night, while lying in bed, Xiao Wu was sleeping soundly, but I couldn't fall asleep. So I simply opened my personal panel to review my achievements over the past 5 years. Wow, I was shocked when I looked. I'm now at level 41, with soul ring configurations of 7,000 years, 7,000 years, 30,000 years, and 80,000 years. My physical strength is comparable to a soul emperor, with 4 soul cores spinning rapidly in my dantian, and my total soul power is even stronger than a beginner soul sage. My newly acquired 3rd soul skill, Azure Dragon Wings, allows for unlimited flight, and my 4th soul skill, Azure Dragon Light Shield, provides invincible group defense. Let me tell you, with my 4th soul skill, as long as my soul power is sufficient in a team battle, I am everyone's father. No one can break through my turtle shell. Of course, I'm a technical player, so I can't always play such a dirty style. Facing head-on is the way to go. That being said, relying solely on soul skills is just being reckless. I'm a technical player, so over the years, I haven't just trained my soul power. Let me tell you, my mental power is truly extraordinary, being crushed every day by that thing called divine grinding. My mental power is now almost reaching the threshold of spiritual rune masters among those rune masters. Do you know what level the title Douluo in Douluo Continent are? Xiao Ai analyzed it for me. At most, a mental power can only be a level 3 or 4 rune master, purely a passive boost from their level. Like a rich landlord, having money but not knowing how to spend it. Tang San's purple extreme magic eye sounds impressive, but in reality, his main focus is on eye training, and mental power is just a bonus. Even if he reaches the peak, he would only be at the level of a 5 rune master. So, family, who understands? Not counting those old folks who are all mystical, I am now, purely in terms of mental power, the number 1 in Douluo Continent. Moreover, I not only have mental power, but I also have supporting skills. One move, Sharp Spiral Wave. Good heavens, directly twists my mental power into a high-speed electric drill, drilling into people's foreheads with a buzz. A soul sage would be dazed by a hit. And anyone below soul sage would just get a hello. Your external aid has arrived, instantly killed. There's an even fiercer one called the Transformation Rune Array, with the most powerful move called 10,000 Transformations Flame. This thing is no joke. It directly sets fire to your soul, burning your CPU. No, burning your soul. There's no defense against it. Even a title Douluo would be turned to ashes by me. With these trump cards, I feel incredibly secure. Finally not having to call Xiao Ai for everything. The next day, I took Xiao Wu and prepared to stroll around the legendary Shrek Academy. We were holding hands, wandering along the country path. It was so pleasant. Honestly, I'm not in a hurry at all. What do I need to go to Shrek for? Once I recruit Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, those 2 little beauties, I will immediately take them and run away. Family, you have no idea what that place is like. It's like a village-run university. No ratings, no resources, and the food is as bad as pig feed. The master's theories only fool kids below Soul King. When it really comes to the late stages, who cares about him? And that director, Flinder, a soul sage who is living in poverty, to put it bluntly, just has to save face while suffering. If I were him, I would have opened a training class in the big city long ago. Wouldn't that be better than guarding this broken village? As for Xiao Wu, she is even less anxious, wishing time would just stop here. Want to be clingy with me every day. Her 6th sense as a woman has already told her that once we reach Shrek, she would no longer be my only one. As we walked, a broken village appeared ahead, with a nearly rotten sign at the entrance that read Shrek Academy, next to a green monster face icon. My goodness, the aesthetics are something else. Do they have some obsession with green? There was already a long queue at the entrance, filled with people. Sitting at the front was an old man lazily collecting fees. My eyesight is good. I immediately spotted a familiar back in the queue. It was Tang San. Behind him were 2 girls, one in white and one in black, standing out in the crowd like they had a beauty filter on, particularly eye-catching. No need to think. It must be Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. I just took another look, and Xiao Wu's gaze immediately locked on like a radar. She wrinkled her little nose, pouted her lips, and started secretly gathering her energy. I could guess what she was thinking. You stinky brother, isn't having me enough? Little girl, you don't understand. My goal is the stars and the sea. At this moment, there was already a commotion up ahead. A parent had paid a registration fee of 10 gold soul coins, but the child's age exceeded the limit. The old man directly said, "Next," and refused to refund the money. The parent immediately got anxious. "You're scamming people." The old man didn't even bother to lift his eyelids and shouted, "Mubai, someone is causing trouble." As soon as he finished speaking, a handsome guy jumped down from a nearby tree. With that presence and aura, it was indeed Dai Mubai. He directly activated his martial soul, revealing 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. As the aura of a soul respect was unleashed, the parent immediately backed down, cursing as he left with his child. I shook my head in disbelief. This Shrek Academy is simply a training center for bullying the weak, completely relying on their strength. However, I couldn't be bothered to care. After all, they were only scamming people for registration fees, and it hadn't reached the point of outright robbery. Later, as more people started causing a scene, the old man got annoyed, stood up, and unleashed the aura of a soul emperor. With 6 soul rings shining, 1 white, 1 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black, the entire venue fell silent in an instant. The old man then leisurely said, "Our Shrek only accepts monsters. If you're over 12 years old and your soul power is below level 21, you might as well leave and not waste everyone's time." I couldn't help but laugh. What a big boast. With a configuration lower than floor tiles and ambitions higher than the sky. With such poor conditions, do you really think you can recruit geniuses like those from the Spirit Hall's Golden Generation? Dream on. In the original story, the Shrek 7 monsters were impressive because Tang San fed them with immortal herbs, which has nothing to do with your Shrek Academy. It's merely a matter of companionship, like playing games together. With the old man messing things up like this, the team instantly lost more than half. At this moment, Tang San stepped forward, paid the fee, and extended his hand. The old man squeezed his hand, couldn't determine his bone age, probably couldn't figure out the Xian Yu hand either, and after squeezing his calf, he nodded. Tang San revealed his blue silver grass and 2 yellow spirit rings, and the old man finally showed a bit of smile and let him pass. When Tang San turned around, he saw me, and the fighting spirit in his eyes ignited instantly. I thought to myself, "Brother, it's been 5 years, and you're still lingering in a novice village while I'm almost at max level. We're no longer in the same league." Then, Ning Rongrong went up. With her little appearance and temperament, TSK, she truly is the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. The old man probably realized her status was extraordinary, hesitated for a moment, and let her pass as well. As she turned around, she happened to make eye contact with me. Her little face blushed instantly, and then she immediately put on a fierce look, waving her little pink fist at me. I couldn't help but laugh. This little witch is quite cute. Just as I laughed out loud, the flesh on my waist did a complete 360-degree Thomas spin, and Xiao Wu's gaze looked like she wanted to eat someone. Tell me, who's prettier, me or her? Oh my gosh, the life or death question has arrived. I quickly maximize my survival instinct. Both are beautiful, but in my heart, you will always be the most stunning. This finally appeased the little vinegar jar. On the other side, Ning Rongrong saw us flirting and was covering her mouth, stifling a laugh. Her little face flushed, probably thinking, "Humph, serves you right for looking around, getting scolded by your wife." Next, Zhu Zhuqing went up. She was so aloof, exuding an aura that said keep your distance, but her figure was incredibly stunning. She also passed smoothly. Dai Mubai looked at her with a complex expression, turning away to avoid looking too much. It hurt my heart to see this little cat. She traveled a long way to find her fiancé, only to find him indulging in pleasures. Truly unfortunate. But it's okay. I'll protect you from now on. Finally, it was my turn in Xiao Wu's, which was easy and enjoyable. We passed in an instant. Dai Mubai led us 5 who passed inside, preparing for the second round. On the way, we ran into Oscar pushing a cart, shouting, selling sausages. Oscar sausages, only 5 copper soul coins. Dai Mubai's face darkened, and he chased him away. When we arrived at the second round, Dai Mubai directly stopped the 5 of us and said to the examiner, "These few don't need to be tested. Just go to the 4th round." Some people in line were unhappy. Why is that? Dai Mubai sneered. Because their soul power exceeds level 25. If you have that strength, you can too. Saying this, he took out a crystal ball. I was the first to go, casually inputting some soul power to keep it at level 29. Xiao Wu and the others were tested one by one, and they all exceeded level 25, which left those people speechless. As we walked in, everyone introduced themselves. Ning Rongrong was the first to speak. "My name is Ning Rongrong, from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, level 26 support type soulmaster." Then it was Tang San's turn. "I'm Tang San. My martial soul is blue silvergrass, level 29 control type soulmaster." It was my turn. I cleared my throat and dropped a bombshell. "Ling Yu, my martial soul is the Azure Dragon, level 41 assault type battle soul sect." Xiao Wu followed up immediately. "I'm Xiao Wu. My martial soul is the soft bone rabbit, level 38 assault type battle soul sovereign." As soon as I spoke, the air seemed to freeze. Dai Mubai and Tang San looked like their eyes were about to pop out, and Ning Rongrong's little mouth was open wide enough to fit an egg. I could see Tang San's face turning green, his fists cracking as he squeezed them, probably on the verge of a mental breakdown. His expression was practically the opposite of calm. However, this guy had decent mental fortitude, and he quickly tried to recover, mumbling something about twin martial souls and Tang's sect hidden weapons in his mind. Even the usually cold Zhu Zhuqing lifted her head, and for the first time, there was a glimmer of light in her hollow eyes. She softly said, Zhu Zhuqing, Martial Soul, Nethercat, Level 27 Agility Attack System Battle Soulmaster. The gazes of the two beautiful women were fully focused on me, and Xiao Wu wasn't having it. She directly hung onto my arm like a koala, showing off to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, claiming her territory. I could only shake my head helplessly at this little jealous vinegar pot. Just as we were walking, I suddenly felt an extremely powerful presence ahead, like a giant bear feigning sleep. Wow, this is the main character. Zhao Wuji is about to make his entrance. Sure enough, we were brought to an open area where a burly middle-aged man with bulging muscles was dozing off. Dai Mubai respectfully called out, Teacher Zhao, we've brought people for the 4th round of the assessment. The man, Zhao Wuji, opened his eyes, and upon seeing the 5 of us, smiled, oh, not bad this year. 5 little monsters have come. He stood up, and the pressure he emitted was immense. He announced the assessment content. You 5 will work together to last for a stick of incense under my hands, and that will be considered passing. After saying that, he casually lit a stick of incense and stuck in the ground. Dai Mubai was shocked and wanted to say something, but when he looked at me, he swallowed his words back, his eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. I understood what he meant and smiled at him. Then, I took a step forward and said to Zhao Wuji, Teacher Zhao, there's no need to be so troublesome. I'm enough on my own. Before the words even left my mouth, I stomped my foot hard, and my soul power erupted instantly. The next second, a dragon roar shook the heavens. My Azure Dragon Martial Soul materialized behind me, and that overwhelming pressure made even Zhao Wuji change his expression. Immediately after, my most explosive trump card revealed itself. 2 purple, 2 black. For soul rings instantly enveloped me. The entire place fell into a deathly silence. Dai Mubai and Tang San's jaws almost dropped to the ground. Their eyes filled with questions like, who am I? Where am I? What am I seeing? Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing also covered their little mouths with their hands, their faces full of disbelief. The relaxed expression on Zhao Wuji's face completely vanished, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness and a hint of uncontrollable joy. He could feel that my soul power, as a soul master, was actually approaching that of a soul sage. He took a deep breath and laughed. Good kid. It seems I won't have to hold back today. No matter the outcome, you 5 have passed today. After saying this, he directly shot a glance that sent Dai Mubai and the others to the corner. Let me tell you, old Zhao's aura suddenly changed. With a loud roar, the mighty golden bear possessed him. Goodness, his muscles looked inflated, and he seemed to grow a size larger, with a huge bear's phantom roaring behind him. 7 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. The configuration was fully loaded, and the sense of oppression came instantly. He was serious this time. I was also a bit excited. So I lifted my chin and said, Teacher Zhao, please go ahead. Just playing along, since we were already at this point. It had to be carried through to the end. Old Zhao didn't waste any words and immediately unleashed his second soul skill, the Great Strength Diamond Palm. I saw him push his right hand forward, and a huge soul power palm, accompanied by a howling wind, came slapping towards my face. Good timing. I shouted loudly, stretched out my right hand, and the celestial scale ancient halberd appeared in my grasp with a whoosh. Let me tell you, I didn't retreat a single step. Instead, I charged right into that palm, thrusting the halberd straight towards its center. With a soft puff, it was incredibly smooth. The soul power palm was directly pierced through by me, and then it exploded into countless light spots. Is that it? 70% power? And just this? I wanted to ask him if he was underestimating people a bit too much. Old Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief, probably thinking, what is wrong with this kid? Even a soul sage would have to put in some effort with this move, but how did he make it seem like piercing through a layer of window paper? Can I give him some time to react? No. I swung my halberd and directly mocked him. Teacher Zhao, it's only polite to return the favor. You should take a hit and see how it feels. The Tianlin halberd technique, fish scale halberd. As soon as I finished speaking, the tip of my halberd burst with golden light, and a fierce giant fish made entirely of pure soul power lunged toward old Zhao's face with a roar. Let me tell you, this move is locked onto his spiritual energy. Unless his spiritual power is stronger than mine, he can only take it head on. There's no way to dodge. Old Zhao's expression became extremely serious. He knew this was going to be tough to handle. His first soul ring instantly lit up, and he activated his first soul skill, Immovable King Body. Boom! With a loud crash, the golden light collided with the giant fish, shaking the entire arena 3 times. And a pit several meters deep exploded in the ground. Old Zhao stumbled back several steps. Although he blocked it, it was clear he was struggling and feeling unwell. He looked at me, his eyes filled with shock and confusion, probably thinking that his CPU was about to burn out, wondering why soul masters these days rely on their martial spirits in battles. While I pulled out a physical cheat, what's up with that? Does anyone understand? This is the joy of being ahead of the version. Old Zhao, not willing to give in, decided to fight me up close. He charged at me with a tiger step while shouting, 3rd soul skill, gravity enhancement. 5th soul skill, gravity compression. Good heavens. I instantly felt like 2 mountains were pressing down on me, and the air became thick like jelly, trying to pull me toward him. Unfortunately, he was up against me. I snorted coldly, stomped my foot, and my soul core went into overdrive, unleashing my soul power to directly counter that discomfort. Are you kidding? I thrive on pulling. Once the Tai Ching Yution step activated, I zoomed out, focusing on letting him exert his strength while I played him like a kite. Old Zhao was completely panicked. He had been suppressed by me the whole time, and his face was nearly losing its composure. His 4th purple soul ring suddenly shot out, trying to give me a GPS lock. This move was called position tracking. Unfortunately, trying this in front of a spiritual energy powerhouse like me was like running into the barrel of a gun. I didn't even blink. With a single thought, that soul ring glitched in midair, and with a sizzling sound, it evaporated on the spot. How is that possible? Old Zhao shouted in disbelief, completely stunned in place. I looked at his doubtful expression and felt a bit sorry for him. So I directly said, Teacher Zhao, stop hitting. Let's settle this with one move. If I use my strongest strike, and you catch it, I'll admit defeat. All right. Old Zhao was also a straightforward person and agreed immediately. I took a deep breath, gripped the ancient halberd tightly, and slammed it into the ground. Instantly, the earth cracked open like a spiderweb. I poured all my soul power into the halberd, and in an instant, a blinding golden light erupted, creating a violent storm centered around me. A thunderous dragon roar echoed, and at the center of the storm, a phantom of a 10-meter-long, 5-clawed golden dragon materialized, swirling in the air. The might of the dragon was overwhelming. It felt as if the air itself had solidified. I turned my body, and with a fierce thrust of my long spear, I unleashed the heavenly scale spear technique, the body of the heavenly dragon. The golden dragon seemed to be infused with a soul, roaring as it charged toward Zhao Wuji to suppress him. Old Zhao also went all out, activating his 6th soul skill, the powerful diamond roar. The giant bear phantom behind him opened its massive mouth, and a terrifying sound wave clashed with my golden dragon. The 2 forces collided, and the houses behind me were instantly reduced to dust. But the standoff lasted only a few seconds. My golden dragon was clearly superior, pushing through the sound wave and continuing to charge forward. Just as the dragon's head was about to smash into Old Zhao's face, I clenched my right hand in the air, and guess what? That world-destroying golden dragon vanished with a puff, like a fart, dissipating into thin air. Just playing around, the entire venue fell silent. I sheathed my spear and looked at the somewhat disheveled Zhao Wuji, smiling as I asked, Teacher Zhao, does this mean I passed the test? Lao Zhao looked at me, his expression a mix of shock and admiration, then sighed deeply and laughed. If you can't pass, then who can? In a distant corner, Dai Mubai and the others were completely petrified. Dai Mubai's face had turned pale. He was probably relieved that he hadn't truly offended me back then. That kid Tang San had a complicated look in his eyes, likely pondering his Tang sect hidden weapons again. As for the 2 girls, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, their eyes were practically sparkling. Zhao Wuji cleared his throat and announced generously, Congratulations, you are now all official students of Shrek Academy. Mubai, you are in charge of arranging their accommodation. After saying that, he was about to leave when I quickly raised my hand. Teacher Zhao, report. I request to share a dorm with Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu was beside me, nodding vigorously, her little eyes worried that I might be lured away by the 2 beautiful girls next to me. Lao Zhao's mouth twitched. He was probably thinking that this kid had quite a few requests, but there was no helping it. Being a genius has its privileges, right? With a wave of his hand, he approved it. Let Mubai find you a single room. The envious look in Dai Mubai's eyes was quite something. That night, Xiao Wu and I lay in bed, and I scanned with my spiritual power. Hey, There was a big shot hiding in the small forest. That aura was incredibly domineering, and I guessed it was definitely Tang, who had come. He probably sensed my probing, but trying to lock onto me? Dream on. My spiritual power was all about the stealth browsing mode. At most, he would only feel a slight fluctuation. On the other side, Zhao Wuji went to report to Dean Flender. When the old guy heard about my achievements, his eyes turned green. He was probably already calculating how to pull me into the soul fighting arena to be his money tree. The next morning, the 7 of us new students were having breakfast in the cafeteria. Oscar had even shaved his beard, looking quite presentable. Ning Rongrong kept glancing over at me while eating. Just then, the door opened, and in walked a chubby guy with 2 little mustaches, looking utterly disheartened. Dai Mubai asked him what was wrong, and the chubby guy sighed, saying, Suehua broke up with me. Let me tell you, the expression on Dai Mubai's face at that time was twitching like he had Parkinson's. It was clear that this fat guy was having his old problem again. Who understands, his name is Mahong Jun, and his martial spirit is a broken bird with some evil fire, which makes his needs uncontrollable like a water tap that can't be turned off. He doesn't look good, and no female soul master is interested in him, so he can only go for ordinary girls. But how can an ordinary person's body withstand his antics? Once the evil fire comes up, wow, his combat power is something even Dai Mubai envies. And just like that, another girlfriend ran away overnight with a train. Dai Mubai, having been through this himself, said nothing and just patted him on the shoulder. Everything was understood without words. Just as they finished their meal, the sound of bells rang outside. Dai Mubai's face turned pale as if he had heard a death summons and yelled, Hurry, hurry, hurry. The dean is calling everyone. Gather at the big playground. That old guy hates it when people are late. Looking at his cowardly appearance, it seems he must have been scolded a lot in the past. We quickly ran to the playground and stood in a line. Before long, an old man strolled over. This man was the dean, Flander, whose hawk-like gaze swept over the crowd, especially lingering on me and Tang San for an extra 2 seconds. He cleared his throat, and his voice was as rough as sandpaper. Not bad, not bad. We have 5 more little monsters this year. I, Flander, the dean of Shrek Academy, welcome you all. Oh, by the way, remember to go to Teacher Lee in the finance office later. Each of you needs to pay 100 gold soul coins for tuition. Wow, starting off with a hit to the wallet. He then turned to Dai Mubai and said, Mubai, later you need to explain the rules to the younger students. The first class starts tonight, so everyone should rest well. Our teaching method is quite different from those flashy outsiders. Oscar, Ning Rongrong, you two stay. As soon as he finished speaking, Dai Mubai and the others slipped away. I thought to myself, there's something interesting happening. I have to stay and see. Of course, Xiao Wu was like a little shadow, and Zhu Zhuqing probably was curious too, so she stayed put. Flander noticed we weren't leaving and, without hesitation, started his PUA lesson directly towards Ning Rongrong and Oscar. You two are from the support department, so you don't have much combat power, which means self-preservation is your top priority. To stay safe, you have to be able to run. To be able to run, you need stamina. So, starting today, you two will run 20 laps around the entire village every day, and you can use your martial souls. Understood? My goodness, running 20 laps around the village. Isn't this just a plus version of the sports training camp? Oscar is an old hand at this, not daring to let out a peep. Although Ning Rongrong, the little princess, looks unhappy, her strong sense of pride keeps her silent. Just when Flender thought this matter was settled, I stood up and said, Dean, your approach is too old-fashioned. I have a better training plan for Ning Rongrong. The entire place fell silent. Flender was taken aback, looking at me with a face that said, Who are you, kid? Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up, as if she had discovered a new continent. I smiled slightly and dropped a bombshell. I can make her a battle spirit master. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Turning the continent's #1 support spirit into a capable battle spirit master? Isn't that ridiculous? Xiao Wu beside me pouted her lips, probably cursing me in her heart for being unable to resist when I see a pretty girl. Flender looked incredulous. You kid, don't joke around. Cultivation is not child's play. I started to seriously spout nonsense, saying I had a unique secret method, but I couldn't reveal the details. It's a trade secret. Just tell me if you're willing to bet on it. This old guy was quite shrewd. He probably sensed my strong abilities and thought I must have something behind me. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, How confident are you? I'll put it bluntly, give me a month. If after a month, Ning Rongrong can't easily defeat a soul master of the same level, I'll leave voluntarily and won't delay your training plan. Good. Flender actually agreed. And I want to see what surprises you can give me. After saying this, the old sly fox strolled away with his hands behind his back. a smile on his lips that clearly showed he wanted to see how I would tame this little witch, Ning Rongrong. Oscar was filled with envy and jealousy. Glancing at Ning Rongrong, then at himself, sighed, and silently went off to run laps. His little eyes practically showed that he wished he could be a girl. Now it's just us left. Ning Rongrong's eyes were full of stars as she leaned in excitedly and asked, Ling Yu, how are you going to train me to become a soul master? I looked at her cute fangirl expression and felt so amused in my heart. I deliberately smiled mischievously, leaned in a bit, and asked her, so how do you want me to train you? Goodness, the little princess's face instantly turned red, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito buzzing. As long as you don't go too far, I can accept it. After saying that, she nearly buried her head in her chest, twisting her hands together, looking adorably shy. I was stunned at that moment. The script was wrong. How did the little witch turn into a little white rabbit? Before I could react, a sharp pain suddenly shot through my waist. I turned my head and saw Xiao Wu glaring at me with an angry expression. The strength of her little hand, twisting the soft flesh at my waist, was incredible. She is now a demigod, and this move almost sent me away. I quickly forced a smile, reached out to give her a head pat, and even rubbed her cute rabbit ears. Sure enough, Xiao Wu fell for it. The strength in her hands relaxed, but she still huffed proudly, turning her head away to avoid looking at me. Ning Rongrong, watching from the side, couldn't help but stifle a laugh, but when I shot her a glare, she gasped in surprise, looking like a startled little rabbit, retreating several steps with her hands protectively over her chest. I instinctively glanced around, and, nothing to write home about, just the airport runway. It seemed that the little girl noticed my disappointed expression and stomped her feet in anger, her little mouth pouting as if it could hold an oil bottle. I quickly coughed twice to ease the awkwardness, then took out a light blue pill from my pocket and said to her, Ning Rongrong here. This is a washing marrow pill that improves your physique and increases your cultivation speed. Of course, this thing was made by Xiao Ai for me, a newbie gift pack. Ning Rongrong took it, her little face flushed, and sweetly said, Thank you, Ling Yu. From now on, you can call me Rongrong. Stinky brother. I want one too. Seeing this, Xiao Wu immediately got jealous. Xiao Wu, this thing isn't really useful for you. I was just speaking the truth. I don't care. I want one. Xiao Wu looked like she was about to cry. My head was spinning, so I quickly transformed another one and handed it to her, finally calming this little ancestor down. But just when that wave settled, another wave arose. Zhu Zhuqing, who had been silent all this time, surprisingly showed a hint of emotion on her icy face and softly spoke. Ling Yu, I also want to cultivate with Rongrong. Is that okay? Wow. Even this ice queen couldn't hold it in? Of course, I said yes. The more, the merrier, right? This matter was settled. Then let me tell you, that stingy old Dean Flanders immediately took us all to Soto City. He found a most run-down tea house, ordered 9 cups of the cheapest tea, and started giving us our first lesson. His theories were so repetitive that my ears nearly developed calluses. But to sum it up in one sentence, you little monsters, don't just study theory, go out and fight. Where to fight? Right there. He pointed to the brightest building in the city, the Soto Great Spirit Arena. In simple terms, this is a gladiatorial arena for spirit masters. Go in, fight, win points, and if you accumulate enough points, you can upgrade your badge. The badges range from iron lumps to diamonds, with a total of 8 levels. Flanders had high expectations, saying that before graduation, we had to at least bring back a silver badge. Let me tell you, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun had been here for over a year, and their points were still in single digits, so you can imagine how difficult this was. After the theory class, we directly went into action. A group of us stormed into the Great Spirit Arena, paid 10 gold soul coins for registration, and each received an iron badge. As for me, I directly signed up for a one-on-one match and casually teamed up with Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing for some 2-on-2 matches. Family, who understands? I wasn't here to fight. I was purely here to carry the kids and earn points, and I was doing it with 3 at once, to avoid scaring people. I even specifically used the concealment technique to alter the number and color of my spirit rings, disguising myself as a little soul Zune of over 30 levels. Dai Mubai, seeing me team up with Zhu Zhuqing, opened his mouth to say something but ultimately held it back. Hey, good for him. Soon, the matches began. The first up was Xiao Wu. Her opponent was a muscular man named Qing Bao, who, upon seeing Xiao Wu, was a little girl, pretended to be kind and told her to go home. I wanted to laugh. He had no idea who he was facing. Xiao Wu didn't waste any time talking to him. She summoned her martial soul, and with 2 yellow and 1 purple spirit rings shining, she stunned the entire arena. Qing Bao turned pale probably cursing inside. Before he could react, Xiao Wu teleported in front of him, her third spirit ring glowing purple, and unleashed her first spirit skill. Waist bow. With a loud bang, the guy was sent flying out of the arena like a cannonball, and the whole thing took less than 3 seconds. The arena was initially silent, then erupted in cheers. Xiao Wu won and proudly lifted her chin at me, clearly wanting me to praise her. What could I do? I immediately gave her a thumbs up and praised her vigorously. Next, Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others easily dealt with their opponents. When it was my turn, it was even simpler. I didn't even summon my martial soul. I just went up and punched the guy, knocking him out cold. I focused on being straightforward. After the one-on-one matches, it was time for my main event of carrying the kids and earning points. I went on stage with Xiao Wu, and our team name was Purple Gold Jade Rabbit. Our opponents were 2 muscular twins named Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger, wielding huge hammers that looked quite intimidating. As soon as they finished shouting their names and posed, I grew impatient. I summoned my soul power, and with a gentle grab of my right hand, a massive green dragon claw appeared out of thin air, slamming down with a force that pinned the 2 guys to the ground, unable to move. The arena fell silent again. Even the host was dumbfounded. The battle ended just that simply and brutally. Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with admiration beside me. Her gaze was filled with worship. From that match onward, I earned a new nickname in the spirit arena, the Divine Hand. After this match, it was time for me and Ning Rongrong's purple gold glazed tower combination. Before going on stage, I naturally took Rongrong's little hand. Wow, that little girl instantly turned red from head to toe, lowering her head like a shy little wife, but she didn't pull away. Xiao Wu, watching her backs, looked like her little mouth was about to pout to the sky. She must have noted that down in her little book again. On stage, our opponents were 2 soul Zuns, one with a tiger martial soul and the other with a leopard. They had seen my previous match and were clearly very nervous. I even had time to turn back and joke with Ning Rongrong. Don't be afraid, it will be quick. My words made our Lady Rongrong's face flush again. And I could imagine her mind playing out a soap opera. Seeing us flirting, the 2 guys opposite were enraged, shouting as they charged at us. I used the same old trick. I stretched out my right hand, and the green dragon claw reappeared. With another loud bang, the battle ended. It was clean and straightforward, without any unnecessary delays. Now the entire audience went wild, chanting Divine Hand. Divine Hand. The scene was incredible. The last match was with Zhu Zhuqing, and the result was the same, a one-hit knockout with no suspense whatsoever. I knew this little kitty wanted to fight herself, but with 2 soul Zuns opposite, could I let her take the risk? No way. And just like that, on the first day of battles, our Shrek team achieved a complete victory and returned triumphantly. However, on the way home, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun began to whisper to each other, their expressions saying it all. Xiao Wu innocently asked where they were going. I leaned in close to her ear and told her those 2 guys were going to experience life, which is just a euphemism for visiting brothels. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's face turned bright red, scolding them for being disgusting, and she grabbed me, demanding that I promise never to be like them. I laughed and patted her head, saying that with these little fairies around, I had enough to deal with. As soon as I said that, Xiao Wu was delighted, and Ning Rongrong beside her also secretly blushed. As for me, I was also unreserved, holding Xiao Wu with my left hand and Ning Rongrong with my right, swaggering toward the academy. Zhu Zhuqing quietly followed behind us, with a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. By the time we returned to the academy, the village was already quiet. Tang San and Oscar bid us farewell and returned to the boys' dormitory. I'm different here, slowly leading Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, followed by the cool goddess Zhu Zhuqing. Goodness, under the moonlight, our combination is simply like an idol drama setup. We walked all the way to the door of our luxurious private room, and it was only then that Ning Rongrong, this little rich girl, realized what was happening. Her face turned bright red, like a ripe apple, probably thinking to herself, oh no, how did I end up at his doorstep? I could even hear her heart pounding. I thought I'd tease her a bit, so I made faces at her and said, Rongrong, how about coming in to sit for a while? She immediately got furious, her little face turning red, stamping her foot and scolding me. You dirty pervert. You're dreaming. I won't fall for your tricks. After saying that, she ran away like a scared little rabbit, muttering that she'd make me pay for it. Let me tell you, when this little witch gets all tsundere, she is actually quite adorable. I turned and gently said good night to Zhu Zhuqing, and she nodded coolly before leaving. I still can't figure out what this girl is thinking, but there's no rush. We have plenty of time. As soon as I walked in, well, there was Xiao Wu, arms crossed, and her little mouth pouting so much it could hold an oil bottle. I once asked her, what's wrong with my little dance? Who upset you? She glared at me with a look of grievance. Humph, stinky brother. Who else could it be but you? I quickly understood. This little jealous one was reminded of the incident between Ning Rongrong and me in the Soul Arena, and considering I just teased her, it's no wonder she wasn't happy. What could I do? Without saying a word, I directly pulled her into my arms and kissed her on the lips. At first, she struggled a bit, but then she calmed down and became quite enthusiastic. As for what happened next, let us skip a lot of details here. The next morning, we held hands and went to the cafeteria. On the way, we bumped into Tang San, which was that kind of relationship where you don't really like each other, but still nod in acknowledgement as plastic colleagues. Once we entered the cafeteria, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were already sitting there. I intentionally sat opposite Ning Rongrong, grinning as I watched her eat. The way she chewed slowly was really amusing. Before long, she couldn't take it anymore, looked up at me, her face turned red, and quickly lowered her head to eat, probably cursing me as a perverted rogue in her mind. Beside us, Xiao Wu rolled her eyes. The carrot in her hand suddenly lost its appeal, feeling sour. As for Zhu Zhuqing across from me, she always remained elegant and quiet, with little expression on her face, but she seemed to be in a good mood. Before long, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun strolled in, their walking posture unsteady, clearly having overexerted themselves the night before. I couldn't help but click my tongue. These two guys were impressive, probably having played 7 high-level matches all night. As soon as the class bell rang, we all ran to the playground to gather. However, old Flender was a full 15 minutes late, slowly wandering over and scanning the area, asking, "Where's Oscar? Still sleeping in?" Just as Tang San was about to explain, Oscar came rushing in like a gust of wind, his face full of excitement as he shouted, "Dean, I've broken through. I'm level 30. Upon hearing this, except for a few of us who had seen the world, everyone else, including Flender, had their eyes nearly popping out. A 14-year-old level 30 food system soulmaster. Who understands what that means? This is practically a future mobile super grain warehouse, and it even comes with a titled Douluo experience card. Tang San clenched his fists tightly, probably feeling a lot of pressure, especially since he was still stuck at level 29. Flender was so excited he repeated good 3 times, and Dai Mubai also went over to pat Oscar on the shoulder, saying he was the most outstanding genius he had ever seen. His eyes clearly wanted to win him over. Once everyone calmed down, Flender cleared his throat and said today's class would be simple, with Oscar as the main character. He required each of us to eat a sausage made by Oscar using his soul power. I told you, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong's faces turned green right away. They have witnessed the soul curse that can be described as a form of mental pollution from the Oscars. Flander was still there talking at length, saying that this is adaptive training and that in the future in life and death situations, we would have to eat anything, not just sausages, but even mice and cockroaches. As soon as he finished speaking, I stood up and said calmly, "Dean, stop it. We refuse this so-called adaptive training." Flander's eyebrows raised. "Why? I'll be direct. I understand the reasoning. But when it comes to life and death, there's no choice. However, I have confidence that the people I protect will never reach that point. I'm joking. But if my woman were to fall to the point of having to eat that stuff, then I would have failed miserably. Let me tell you, Flender is truly in the advanced stages of a love brain. After I confronted him, he actually hesitated. He knows very well that if I get pushed too far, I could withdraw from school with my 3 genius beauties, and his Shrek Academy would be done for. He's still thinking about how his good buddy Master can handle this, which is hilarious. Master's theory is just a patchwork in my eyes. Flender has spent his whole life being a sycophant to Master, and in the end, he die alone, which is really frustrating. Finally, he sighed and compromised. All right, let it be as you say. Oscar was initially quite excited, but this news was like a bucket of cold water poured over him. However, he understood and didn't say anything. Flender waved his hand. "Oscar, let's start." Then, let me tell you, that commotion of his came again. "I have a big sausage. I have a small sausage." Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun looked like they were heading to the execution ground, but they still gritted their teeth and swallowed one each. Tang San hesitated at first, but after eating it, he found the effect was indeed amazing, fully restoring his physical strength, soul power, and mental strength. His gaze towards Oscar changed, filled with a desire for powerful support. Once they all finished eating, Flender announced the end of the class, and then dropped a bombshell. "Tomorrow morning, Teacher Zhao Wuji will take you to the Stardo Forest to help Oscar obtain his 3rd spirit ring. This is also your training." After saying that, he looked at me meaningfully. I understood his intention. It was just a hope that I would keep the overall situation in mind in the forest, not cause any divisions, and lend a hand when there was danger. I smiled at him and nodded. As for how I would act then, that would depend on my mood. The next morning, we gathered on the playground, and Zhao Wuji was already waiting there. He educated us on how amazing and dangerous the Stardo Forest was, saying that the terrain was complex and soul beasts over 10,000 years old roamed everywhere, with even older ones in the core area. After that, he had Dai Mubai lead the team. Dai Mubai glanced at me, and we exchanged looks, and he understood. He arranged for Tang San and Ma Hongjun to be on the flanks, he himself at the front, with Oscar in the middle. Then said, as for Zhu Zhuqing and the others, I believe Ling Yu will arrange it well. Of course, it's me who will arrange it. When Xiao Wu heard we were going to the Stardo Forest, she was overjoyed, like she was going back to her family. Ning Rongrong was both excited and nervous. Zhu Zhuqing still had her aloof demeanor, but her eyes occasionally darted towards me. As the team set off, the front runners, led by Dai Mubai, were panting as they ran, relying on Oscar-S sausages to keep going. On my side, the atmosphere changed completely. I held Xiao Wu with my left hand and Ning Rongrong with my right, while Zhu Zhuqing cleared the way in front of me. I directly used the system's elixirs to give her unlimited endurance, making it all very easy and enjoyable. I tell you, this isn't about training for me. I'm taking my 3 treasures out for a picnic. Along the way, I couldn't help but be a bit mischievous, squeezing one little hand, touching another's hair, making Ning Rongrong blush furiously. As I lifted my head to admire Zhu Zhuqing's figure, good grief, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong immediately exchanged glances, clearly conveying the message. United against this flirt, Zhao Wuji followed behind, watching me with my arms around both girls, his mouth twitching, probably pondering when this single bear could also find a partner. After running all day, we arrived at a small town near a forest in the evening. Zhao Wuji decided that we would rest here for the night to regain our strength. As soon as we entered the town, we found it bustling with activity, filled with shops selling various items for soul masters, weapons, armor, potions, everything one could need. It was like the Huiqiangbai of the soul master world, leaving me dazzled. Let me tell you, the reason this place is so popular is all thanks to the deadly Stardo Forest nearby. Every day, there are countless soul master teams going in to open blind boxes, so naturally, there needs to be a place for them to spend money and replenish supplies. At this moment, our teacher Zhao Wuji, pointed to a seemingly mediocre hotel and said, we'll stay here today and go into the forest tomorrow. Oh, by the way, you guys pay for your own room and meals. Goodness, I was shocked at the time. A soul sage over level 70 actually turned red, and his pockets were cleaner than his face. Does anyone understand? Does Shrek Academy really not allocate any funds at all? It's like a ragtag operation. Of course, we have no objections to entering the hotel. Teacher Zhao booked a single room for himself and slipped upstairs, probably afraid that if he stayed with us too long, he would have to fight to pay the bill. Then it got interesting. The 8 of us automatically split into 2 groups. On Dai Mubai's side, he, Tang San, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun booked a 4-person room. On my side, I got a double room for myself and Xiao Wu, and another room for Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. During dinner, it got even more absurd. The 2 groups occupied 2 tables, clearly divided like the Chu River and the Han border. Tang San politely asked if we should call teacher Zhao down to eat together. Dai Mubai shook his head directly. Forget it, the principal has rules. Teachers shouldn't take advantage of students. Ma Hongjun, that chubby guy, stuffed his mouth and shouted, I like this rule of the academy. It's clear-cut and straightforward. Dai Mubai shot him a glare. You talk too much. You eat the most. You order the dishes today. Are you treating us? The chubby guy's small eyes turned. And with that cunning look, it was clear he learned that from his scheming principal, Flender. Dai Mubai was quite carefree, waving his hand. Sure. Just treat it as a welcome for the newcomers. Upon hearing this, the chubby guy's eyes lit up, grabbing the menu and wildly ordering, as if he intended to empty the restaurant's kitchen. Dai Mubai even glanced over at us symbolically. I smiled and shook my head in understanding. On our side, we continued to order our own dishes, chatting and laughing, and the atmosphere was quite pleasant. Just then, a group of people entered with a loud noise at the door. There were also 8 of them, dressed in matching light blue robes, with the characters Tsanghui embroidered on their left shoulders. Let me tell you, the way these people walked, it was like they had Academy faction stamped on their foreheads. The hotel owner saw this scene and immediately scampered over like a lapdog, nodding and bowing with great respect. As a result, Ma Hongjun's mouth was restless again. His small eyes were fixated on the only woman in the opposing team, and he muttered to Dai Mubai, Boss Dai, that girl is pretty good. I'm really speechless. That girl is not bad, but compared to our Xiao Wu and the others, it's simply the difference between buyer and seller shows. okay? Dai Mubai also had a look of disdain, probably thinking the same as I am. Then, this troublemaker Dai Mubai, with a smirk, spoke in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for the entire audience to hear. Isn't it just a Tsanghui Academy? What are you pretending to be a big shot for? Wow. The whole place fell silent for a second. I tell you, the ears of soul masters are very sharp, and the faces of the 8 people across suddenly changed. The middle-aged teacher at the front shot a gaze like a knife over. Oscar was still there sneaking a laugh with Tang San, saying that there was a good show to watch. He mentioned that this was one of the monster quotes from their dean, stating that a soul master who doesn't dare to cause trouble isn't a good soul master, and also said that provoking people from the academy is the safest. At most, it would just be a fight. I shook my head in disbelief at the time, thinking, what kind of nonsense theory is this? Isn't this just a typical case of bullying the weak and fearing the strong? When faced with a second-rate academy, like Tsanghui, you act tough, but if you had the guts, why not provoke the Spirit Hall and see what happens? In a split second, the other side had already taken action. That middle-aged teacher whispered a command, and a kid behind him immediately understood, smirking as he walked towards us. Just then, a waiter passed by carrying a dish, and that kid made a perfectly timed fake fall, crashing right into the waiter, causing a whole plate of hot food to fly straight toward Dai Mubai's head. Damn, this is taking scamming to a physical attack level. Who is Dai Mubai? Evil Eye White Tiger. He snorted coldly, suddenly stood up, took half a step back, and his right hand moved as fast as lightning. With a pull of his soul power, the plate along with all the dishes was steadily sucked into his hand. Not a drop of soup spilled. Tang San beside him was dumbfounded, probably thinking how impressive his soul power control is. The guy opposite was also stunned, but Dai Mubai didn't give him any time to react. With a cold laugh, Dai Mubai slapped the plate down with a bang, turning it over and stamping it right on that guy's face. Then his left hand followed up with a palm slap, hitting the opponent squarely in the chest. Bang! That guy flew out like a kite with a broken string, knocking over 2 tables along the way, and was finally caught by their teacher. Just as he steadied himself, he spat out a mouthful of old blood. Dai Mubai shook his hand and lazily leaned against the table, looking like he was asking for a beating. Oh, sorry. My hand slipped. The restaurant instantly erupted. Other guests all huddled in the corners, but no one left, their eyes full of excitement, watching soul masters fight for free. Much more thrilling than buying tickets to the Great Soul Arena. The students from Tsanghui Academy couldn't stand this humiliation and immediately rushed over to fight, only to be stopped by their teacher. That middle-aged man helped the injured student sit down, his face dark as iron, and shouted in a deep voice, "You little brats. Which academy are you from?" Dai Mubai sneered and sat back in his chair, glancing sideways at him. Want to negotiate? You're not worthy. Ma Hongjun was even more outrageous, not stopping his mouth the whole time, eating while mumbling indistinctly. This dish tastes okay, just a bit undercooked. Completely ignoring the tense atmosphere. The middle-aged teacher was so angry that his lips twitched, probably about to explode with rage, and waved his hand. Teach them a lesson. The remaining 5 guys had been waiting for this moment, howling as they charged forward. Our little Wu's eyes lit up, and she was about to stand up in a flash, but I pulled her back. This combative rabbit, just a couple of days ago, claimed to be a quiet girl. Yet when there's a fight, her true colors show. I shook my head at her, signaling her not to move and just watch the show. As a result, Tang San stepped forward first, looking like he was also itching for a fight. I tell you, next up is Tang San's personal showtime. Suddenly, his eyes turned into a strange purple, and with a swipe of his hand on his belt, 5 stones appeared in his palm. Then, with a flick of his wrist, those 5 stones seemed to have eyes of their own, tracing out 5 unpredictable, bizarre arcs, accurately shooting towards the knees of the 5 people opposite. Damn! Ouch! Almost simultaneously, the 5 people on the opposite side let out muffled groans, their centers of gravity swaying, and they all fell to their knees, clutching their right knees and screaming in pain. One move, just one move. The entire venue fell silent. Tang San's lips curled slightly upward, probably feeling ecstatic inside. I saw his expression and thought, is this the thrill of bullying the weak? Dai Mubai and the others were also stunned. They had been overshadowed by me for so long that they almost forgot that this newcomer Tang San, who came with us, was also a monster. The middle-aged teacher opposite was even more shocked. He saw Tang San's movements clearly and recognized that the belt was a soul tool. So he didn't dare to act rashly and said in a deep voice, "Come back." Then he took a step forward, introduced himself. "I am Yi Zhiqiu, the director of the Foreign Affairs Department of Tsanghui Academy. May I ask, which sector you disciples from?" Ma Hongjun, having eaten and drunk enough, wiped his mouth and proudly replied loudly, "We are from Shrek Academy." Shrek Academy? Yi Zhiqiu frowned, clearly having never heard of it. Dai Mubai added another jab. "That just shows how ignorant you are." Upon hearing this, Yi Zhiqiu felt relieved. As long as they weren't from any major sect, it would be easier to handle. He sneered coldly in his heart. "How dare you be so arrogant without any background? Today, let you know the harshness of society. Xiangui possess." Yi Zhiqiu shouted in a low voice, and black light flashed as a huge turtle shell suddenly rose behind him. 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple. 5 soul rings rose from beneath his feet. Soul King. He is actually a Soul King powerhouse. The restaurant erupted in exclamations. Tang San and the others also felt tremendous pressure. This was an existence at a much higher level than the 3 of them. Yi Zhiqiu released his martial soul and coldly said, "Children don't understand. Call your teacher out." Ma Hongjun, this guy, truly a king of self-destruction, pointed at Yi Zhiqiu and cursed. "With you, old turtle, you want to see our teacher? We can handle you ourselves. It's over, it's all over." As soon as I heard those 2 words, I knew something bad was going to happen. Yi Zhiqiu's martial soul is Xiangui, and the most taboo thing is for others to call him a turtle. Sure enough, Yi Zhiqiu's face instantly darkened to the point where water could drip from it, and he laughed in anger. Good. Today I want to see what abilities you little brats have." Just as it was about to escalate into a fight, the restaurant owner ran out with a mournful face begging for mercy, asking them not to fight in the store. Yi Zhiqiu snorted coldly. "Let's go, we'll go outside." As he spoke, their group walked out of the hotel. Tang San and the other 4 followed, along with a large crowd of onlookers eager to see the commotion. Soon, the sounds of an earth-shattering fight came from outside. Xiao Wu curiously asked me, "Brother, aren't you going to help?" I calmly took a sip of tea and said, "Don't worry, teacher Zhao won't let them suffer." That's what I said, but I knew in my heart that the Shrek group really needed to be dealt with. Before long, Zhao Wuji came down from the building. Seeing the 4 of us still sitting there leisurely, his mouth twitched. Tang San and the others can't hold on any longer. "Are you really not going to take action?" I shook my head and said, "Teacher Zhao, forgive me for being blunt, but they were the ones who started the trouble this time. Even if they win, it won't be honorable." Zhao Wuji was taken aback for a moment, seemingly agreeing with my point. I just stood up and said while walking out, "But after all, we're classmates. I can't just watch them get beaten up. I'll go help them settle this." Zhao Wuji looked at my back, and a look of relief appeared on his face. As soon as we went out, we saw Tang San and the other 3 confronting Yi Zhiqiu. The ground around them was pockmarked, clearly having just experienced a fierce battle. Tang San and the others teamed up and were actually exchanging blows with the Soul King. Although Yi Zhiqiu wasn't using his full strength, it was still quite impressive. I walked up behind Tang San and the others and said, "Step back, leave the rest to me." The 4 of them instantly breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing me. Their expressions were as if they had seen the Savior descending from the heavens. I took a few steps forward, cupped my hands towards Yi Zhiqiu, and smiled as I said, "Senior, today's matter is our fault. How about this? Let us have a match. If you can win against me, I will have them apologize to you immediately. What do you think?" Upon hearing me call him Senior, Yi Zhiqiu's anger subsided significantly. I then said, "Senior, you just consumed quite a bit of soul power, so you should recover for a bit. Otherwise, if I win, it won't be fair." As soon as I said this, Yi Zhiqiu was taken aback and looked at me with a very peculiar gaze. He actually nodded and sat down cross-legged to begin recovering his soul power. A quarter of an hour later, Yi Zhiqiu stood up, his momentum restored to its peak. I smiled slightly, lightly stomped my foot, and a flash of blue light erupted, with a long dragon's roar echoing throughout the venue. The Azure Dragon Martial Soul hovered behind me, with 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings slowly rising. I deliberately suppressed my soul power and calmly spoke. "Ling Yu, Martial Soul Azure Dragon, level 41 Assault System Battle Soul Sect, please." The entire venue, whether it was the people from Shanghai Academy or the onlookers, all gasped in surprise. Yi Zhiqiu was also stunned, but he still released his martial soul. Yi Zhiqiu, Martial Soul Xiangui, level 53 Defense System Battle Soul King, please guide me. He was the first to launch an attack. Second soul skill, Xian Shui Bing Feng. A white orb of light, carrying a bone-chilling coldness, rushed towards me. I looked at the light sphere, my expression calm. My right hand moved like lightning, fingers curling into claws, and I tore at the light sphere in mid-air. 5 green claw shadows instantly broke through the air. The next second, the white light sphere suddenly paused in mid-air, then with a crack, it was covered in cracks. And finally, with a bang, it exploded into countless ice crystals in the sky. This was my self-created soul skill, Azure Dragon Rending Sky Claw. Opposite me, Yi Zhiqiu's pupils suddenly contracted, his face filled with disbelief. He had not seen any soul rings light up on me. And Tang San, watching me from behind, had his hands unconsciously clenched into fists. I could feel that surge of energy rising in him again. Creating a soul skill was as difficult as climbing to the sky for him, but for me, it was as simple as eating and drinking. How can Tang San's mindset be so limited? Why does he have to compete with me? ISNT that just making things harder for himself? The road is narrowing, brother. But I have to say, Dai Mubai's mentality is really good, much better than Tang San's. After seeing my move, he was genuinely convinced, his eyes filled with admiration. Looking at Oscar and Ma Hongjun, they were stunned. At this point, even if I were to ascend on the spot, they would probably think it was a normal operation. As for the people from Xiao Academy on the opposite side, they were already in an uproar, their jaws dropping to the ground, probably questioning their lives. Unable to understand how their teacher's ultimate move was easily dispelled by me. Yi Zhiqiu's face turned green, his mouth twitching as if it had a motor. He must think that I look down on him. Of course, I do look down on him. However, this old guy was still unconvinced, and with a snap, 2 yellow soul rings lit up on him, mumbling incantations. Third soul skill, Xian Shui Agitation. Second soul skill, Xian Shui I Seal. I tell you, at that moment, the temperature suddenly dropped, and a chill erupted from him, making the entire venue feel like an ice cellar. The surrounding flowers and plants instantly froze into ice sculptures. He wanted to freeze me like a popsicle, even trying to use group control. It was a pretty beautiful idea. Unfortunately, he encountered me. Just as he was chanting his spell, I had already made my move. I stretched my right hand back and gently beckoned to the Azure Dragon Martial Soul behind me. The Azure Dragon let out a roar as if it had come to life, descending from the sky and spiraling around me. Then, I clasped my hands together and formed a hand seal. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light erupted from my body and based on the Azure Dragon behind me. A massive blue bell materialized with a bang, directly enclosing me inside. A vividly animated dragon coiled on top of the bell, covered in runes, looking incredibly domineering. This move, which I had just comprehended, was called Azure Dragon Guardian. The inspiration? I borrowed, drew from my own martial arts. As the freezing airflow surged toward me, what happened? Once it got within a foot of my Azure Dragon bell, it was forcefully repelled by the blue light erupting from the bell, not even touching a hair on me. Yi Zhiqiu's eyes were about to pop out, his face written with disbelief. He knew very well the power of his 2 soul skills when used in combination. Logically, a soul master like me shouldn't be able to withstand it. But the reality was, the self-created soul skill I casually conjured easily neutralized his attack. I stood inside the bell, looking at his ghostly expression, almost bursting into laughter. Let me tell you, I'm holding back right now. If I unleash my full power, he wouldn't even have a chance to strike. My Azure Dragon Guardian is no joke. Not to mention him, even if a soul sage came, they would have to lose a few teeth to break through my shell. And do you think that's the end of it? Guardian, it's so boring just to defend. With a change in my hand seal, I shouted loudly, "Go." The huge blue-green bell buzzed and flew up, hovering in midair. Then it descended towards Yi Zhiqiu like a UFO. This thing could both attack and defend. Once it locked onto a target, unless you could destroy it, you could only wait to be confined. Yi Zhiqiu was genuinely panicking now, his hair standing on end. He took a deep breath and activated his last purple soul ring. Going all out. 5th soul skill, Xian Shui Ji Shi. A beam of white light formed in his mouth, entwined with several strands of black lines, looking quite eerie, and shot toward my Qinglong bell. It was said that this move was his trump card, capable of matching a soul king with a 10,000-year soul ring. What happened? The white light hit my bell, and with a poof, there was not even a sound. It just stirred up a small ripple and then disappeared. My Qinglong bell maintained its speed, and with a loud clang, it completely covered him on the ground, causing the ground to shake 3 times. He still wouldn't give up inside the bell, holding on to his last breath, and punched the bell wall. With a dull thud, my bell remained unmoved. While he staggered back a step, his fist trembling like a sieve. I had held back. Otherwise, just the rebound force would have crippled his arm. Not to mention my bell had a second stage attack that could directly disperse souls, which would have been disastrous. The outcome was clear, and I waved my hand handsomely as the Qinglong bell slowly disappeared. Looking at the still frightened Yi Zhiqiu inside, I smiled slightly. "Senior, I suppose I won now?" The old man took a long time to regain his composure, nodded heavily at me, clasped his hands, and left with his petrified students, looking quite dejected. Zhao Wuji had watched the whole thing from the hotel entrance, his eyes filled with admiration. This matter was settled, and the next day, our group of 9 officially set out for the Stardo Forest. But let me tell you, something strange happened. As soon as we stepped into the Stardo Forest, I felt a jolt in my heart, instantly sensing that something was watching me. It wasn't with eyes, it was an extremely terrifying mental force, like an invisible net sweeping over me from head to toe. Damn, my scalp went numb at that moment. This mental force was outrageously thick, far exceeding my current level. Logically speaking, apart from gods, no one on this continent should have stronger mental power than me. Why did I encounter such a tough opponent as soon as I entered this forest? Could it be? I have a rough idea in my mind. Besides those so-called gods from the divine realm, the only one who could potentially overwhelm me in terms of mental strength is probably that one, the Silver Dragon King. Guyana. I instantly became tense. This was no joke. I immediately focused my mental energy to form a thin layer of protection on the surface of my body, and subconsciously tightened my grip on Xiao Wu and Rong's hands. Xiao Ai was already on standby. If anything went wrong, I would immediately activate the portal to my original dimension and take the 3 of them to safety. Xiao Wu and Rong quickly sensed that something was off with me. Xiao Wu asked with a worried expression, "Brother, what's wrong?" In her memory, I had never been this tense before. I quickly forced a smile and said, "It's nothing, Xiao Wu, don't worry. I can handle this on my own. I can't let them be scared." I can feel that spiritual power has lingered on me for a long time, filled with curiosity and exploration, but without malice. She must have been attracted by my Azure Dragon Martial Soul. After all, dragons are the most sensitive to bloodlines. She is examining me, assessing me. This feeling is just like, my friend, you have successfully caught the attention of a domineering CEO in real life. After a while, that feeling of being observed slowly faded away. I let out a sigh of relief. My back was a bit damp. Who understands this, my family? We haven't even started fighting monsters yet, and I've already been checked by the final boss. It seems I need to get stronger quickly. After this little episode, we continued deeper into the forest. Before long, we encountered a group of weasel-like rodents, just like big rats. Dai Mubai rolled up his sleeves and was ready to go. But then Xiao Wu tugged at my hand, her little eyes looking pitiful. As soon as I understood, I quickly stopped Dai Mubai. Hey, wait a minute. These little guys only have a few decades of cultivation. Killing them is meaningless. Besides, it's not easy for soul beasts to cultivate. So let's not go on a killing spree. The smell of blood can easily attract big ones. So let's take a detour. Everyone listened and agreed it made sense. And Dai Mubai also withdrew his hand. Rong looked at me, her lips curling up, and Xiao Wu let out a sigh of relief. We found a place to rest. And I still didn't let go of the hands of Xiao Wu and Rong. Zhu Zhuqing sat beside me, occasionally sneaking glances at me, and when I caught her, she quickly turned her head away. That little gesture was quite cute. Not long after we sat down, I sensed with my mental power that a flying snake was rushing towards us at high speed. I have a clear understanding in my heart. The phoenix tail and chicken crown snake, the plot has begun. About half an hour later, Zhao Wuji and Tang San sensed it as well. Zhao Wuji shouted, "Everyone, get up. Something is coming." Everyone instantly took their positions, unleashing their martial souls, ready for battle. As for me, I stood there with the 3 girls, calm and composed. Soon, the rustling sound grew closer, and the speed was astonishing. I exchanged a glance with Zhu Zhuqing and said, "Zhuqing, go take a look at what it is." Such a small scene should be a good opportunity for them to practice. Zhu Zhuqing responded with a sound and, like a cat, swiftly climbed up a large tree to look in the direction of the sound. Soon, her cold voice came back. It seems to be a flying snake, about 3 meters off the ground. It has a red, fleshy crown on its head, and its tail looks like a fan. Zhao Wuji's eyes lit up upon hearing this. It's the phoenix tail and chicken crown snake. "Oscar, your luck has come." Zhu Zhuqing added, "It's flying towards us. Very fast, but it seems to be flying a bit unsteadily." Tang San immediately asked, "What color are its wings? How long are they?" Zhu Zhuqing replied, "The wings are light pink, and its body length is probably between 6 to 8 meters. Let me tell you, Tang San is simply a walking soul beast encyclopedia." As soon as he finished listening, he stroked his chin and started analyzing, saying this thing is called a phoenix tail coxcomb snake, a 1,000-year-old one, and based on its size, it must be around 300 to 800 years old, just perfect for Oscar. Goodness, Oscar's peach blossom eyes instantly lit up, looking at Tang San as if he were a deity. Tang San continued to explain, saying this snake is non-venomous, but it's very fast, relying on wrapping around its prey. The coxcomb on its head is its energy source, which can explode and accelerate in critical moments. He analyzed it thoroughly, saying if Oscar absorbs it, his third soul skill would likely be acceleration, which would be incredibly useful whether for buffing himself or his teammates. Let me tell you, not only the Oscars, but even Dai Mubai and the others were stunned, filled with admiration. Even the team leader Zhao Wuji looked at Tang San differently, as if he had discovered treasure. Just think about it. He could accurately deduce the type, age, habits, and weaknesses of Soul Beast just from a description. This skill, even Zhao Wuji himself admitted he couldn't do. Tang San, however, humbly smiled and said it was all taught by his teacher. But we all know that being able to remember what the teacher taught so well and use it so effectively, he is quite impressive himself. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji also smiled and directly asked, "So how do we catch it?" Tang San replied in a second, "Snakes fear birds, especially cranes. We don't have a crane, but that fatty has a phoenix, the king of birds. Just standing there, its bloodline suppression is enough to scare it. Its attack power isn't strong. We just need to prevent it from escaping." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Zhuqing shouted, "It's coming." She was about to jump out when Ling Yu directly spoke. "Zhuqing, come back. Trust me, it can't escape. I tell you, Ling Yu's protective nature is incredible." He was worried about his little kitty, afraid she would get hurt. Zhu Zhuqing listened obediently. Without saying a word, she did a flip and jumped down from the tree. Standing next to Ling Yu, her gaze soft enough to squeeze water from. The next second, the sound of rushing wind came. A 6 or 7 meter long giant snake, with a blood-red crown on its head, hissed and charged over. Tang San reacted quickly, slapping the ground, and several strands of blue-silver grass shot out, tying the snake up tightly, especially around its small wings. Ma Hongjun also played his part. His flames surged, and the surrounding temperature rose several degrees. A loud phoenix cry sounded, and the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake instantly wilted, trembling like a mouse facing a cat. The fatty was also smart. Afraid his flames would burn Tang San's grass, he didn't use attack skills, focusing on pressure instead. Seeing the opportunity, Dai Mubai couldn't let it go. Third spirit skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. With a roar, he was enveloped in golden light, instantly growing larger, his muscles bulging. Second spirit skill, White Tiger Radiant Wave. He then spat out a white energy ball, launching it straight at the snake's head. With a loud bang, the light exploded, and the snake let out a tragic scream. When the light faded, the snake's body was charred, flesh torn, and blood seeping out. This made the snake panic. It sensed 2 terrifying auras on our side that filled it with despair and struggled madly. Tang San's blue-silver grass was quickly broken, and it turned to flee. But could we let a duck that was almost in our mouths fly away? Azure Dragon, rending the heaven's claw. Ling Yu calmly said 5 words. His right hand aimed at the snake's vital spot, and he lightly grasped the air. The next second, 5 blue claw shadows tore through the air, accurately hitting the snake's critical point. A sound like a knife stabbing into flesh made 1's scalp tingle. The phoenix-tailed, chicken-crowned snake, still desperately trying to escape in midair, instantly froze, letting out a desperate hiss, then thudded to the ground like a piece of tattered cloth. We leaned in to take a look. The snake was still alive, but barely hanging on. There were 5 deep claw marks at the 7-inch spot, bleeding profusely. The guys in front were both controlling and attacking, scraping for quite a while. My brother Yu came up and directly hit the clear screen button. This operation almost burned my CPU. Tang San and the others were twitching at the corners of their mouths, looking at Ling Yu as if he were a monster. Ning Rongrong's eyes were shining, her little face flushed, probably thinking, "Humph, you naughty rogue, no wonder this young lady has taken a liking to you." Zhu Zhuqing looked at him with admiration, determined to become as strong as Ling Yu. Zhao Wuji nodded in satisfaction, thinking that this kid was both ruthless and accurate. With good control, leaving just enough breath, this job was done more beautifully than if he had done himself. Just then, Xiao Wu suddenly turned pale and leaped into Ling Yu's arms, whispering, "Brother, do we really have to hunt soul beasts?" Ling Yu held her and whispered in her ear with mental power that only the 2 of them could hear, "Xiao Wu, don't worry. When I have the ability in the future, I will definitely change this situation. We should coexist peacefully. I told you." Ling Yu's perspective has instantly broadened. As soon as Xiao Wu heard this, her mood brightened immediately, and she hugged Ling Yu's arm tightly, not letting go. Next to them, Ning Rongrong looked on with envy and jealousy, her little mouth almost pouting. Oscar over there was tearfully expressing his gratitude, and Ling Yu waved his hand, indicating it was a small matter. Zhao Wuji pulled out a dagger from his waist and handed it to Oscar. Stop dawdling. Hurry up and stab it from the meat crown. Oscar excitedly took the dagger, squatted down, and aimed at the dying giant snake preparing to strike. Suddenly, a hoarse roar came from the forest. Stop. Good heavens, my heart skipped a beat at that moment, but Ling Yu just laughed and muttered. The soul ring robbers are here. Everyone turned their heads in unison, and they saw two figures walking out of the forest, one old and one young, both female. The older one had a head full of white hair, looking to be in her 60s or 70s, but she was full of spirit, leaning on a 3-meter-long, snake-headed cane, with 6 soul rings floating around her, a soul emperor. The younger one was about 16 or 17, with short hair and a fit figure, also holding a small, snake-headed cane, with 2 yellow soul rings. We are not lacking here. After all, we have Zhao Wuji, a soul sage, and Ling Yu, a freak. On the contrary, that old lady on the other side turned pale when she got closer and saw the 7 soul rings on Zhao Wuji's body. She must be cursing in her heart, wondering how she could encounter a soul sage even on the outskirts of the Stardo Forest. She also knows that there's a world of difference between a soul emperor and a soul sage, just a ring apart. Once the true form of the martial soul is unleashed, she wouldn't even have the chance to run away. Zhao Wuji, however, was not in a hurry. He squinted and asked, "Is there something you need?" The old lady coughed and forced a smile. "Hello, esteemed soul sage. You cannot give this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake to him." "Why not?" Zhao Wuji signaled Oscar to stay still. The old lady said with confidence, "Because we discovered this snake first and also acted first. If you don't believe me, look at the wounds on its belly from my cane." She pointed to her granddaughter beside her. "My granddaughter just reached level 30 and urgently needs this soul ring to advance. Her martial soul is also a snake staff. This snake is perfect for her." Zhao Wuji squatted down to take a look, and indeed there were injuries. But to let go of the soul ring he had just obtained? No way. He stood up, smiling with feigned politeness, and asked, "May I ask for your esteemed name, senior?" The old lady puffed out her chest and said, "I dare not. I am called Qiao Tianxiang. Friends in the soulmaster community kindly call me Snake Granny. My husband is Meng Shu, known as Dragon Prince. Damn it, the legendary dragon and snake." Upon hearing this name, Zhao Wuji's expression became serious. These two are seasoned veterans, especially that Dragon Lord, who is probably already a powerhouse by now, and the two of them have a martial soul fusion technique that can contend with Title Dalu. Zhao Wuji's mind was racing with calculations. Killing to silence would be the way to go. If the old one is determined to escape, as a strength type, he might not be able to catch up. If she gets away, he would have to face the endless pursuit of the legendary dragon and snake couple. These two old foxes, while appearing polite on the surface, are both thinking of eliminating each other. Zhao Wuji composed himself and introduced himself. "I am Zhao Wuji, the unmoving King Zhao Wuji." Ko Xiangxiang was also surprised, and the two began a mutual flattery exchange, back and forth, speaking in such a way that anyone unaware would think they were long-lost brothers. After flattering each other for a while, Ko Xiangxiang finally revealed her true intent. "Brother Zhao, my granddaughter urgently needs this soul ring. You should let it go, and I will remember this favor." Zhao Wuji sneered inwardly, thinking he could get something for nothing. Dream on. He felt more confident now and glanced at the side where Ling Yu was, feeling reassured. So what if Dragon Lord came? He would hold off Snake Lady while Ling Yu dealt with Dragon Lord, breaking their martial soul fusion technique, and they could still fight. Ko Xiangxiang also noticed Zhao Wuji's gaze and followed it to see Ling Yu, but she couldn't gauge the depth of the situation. Zhao Wuji looked troubled and said, "Sister Chao Tian, I'm afraid this matter might not be easy." The girl beside him couldn't hold back and directly retorted, "What is so difficult about it? We were the ones who injured the snake first. If it weren't for us, would you have been able to succeed so easily? Quickly return it to us." Ko Xiangxiang pulled her granddaughter back, her expression darkening. "Brother Zhao, are you saying you want to return it?" Zhao Wuji smiled. "Sister, the soul beasts in this forest are unowned. There is no question of returning or not. It suits your granddaughter, and it equally suits my student." Ko Xiangxiang was taken aback. "You mean one of your students is also at level 30? Naturally." Zhao Wuji felt delighted inside, waving his hand. "Kids, show your martial souls to let the elder take a look. I tell you, Lao Zhao is playing a high-end game of fishing this time." As soon as the words fell, everyone on our side released their martial spirits. In an instant, Colorful lights dazzled the eyes of those on the opposite side. When Chao Tianxiang saw that all of us kids were great soul masters right from the start, with soul rings all perfectly configured, and even 2 soul kings and 1 soul sect among us, her eyes nearly popped out. Especially when she saw the 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings on Ling Yu. She was completely stunned. Her talented granddaughter, at this moment, had her mouth wide open enough to fit an egg, her face full of disbelief. She had always thought she was pretty impressive, but today, upon seeing this, she realized that this was not just talent. It was a den of monsters. Her gaze was fixed on Ling Yu. His handsome face, calm demeanor, and terrifying talent made the little girl feel a mix of emotions. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong saw this and immediately raised the alarm, each hugging one of Ling Yu's arms, warning the girl on the opposite side with their eyes. This person is taken. Zhao Wuji looked at Chao Tianxiang's shocked expression and felt extremely satisfied, asking proudly, "Senior, do my students meet your standards?" Chao Tianxiang's mouth twitched, taking a deep breath, and said with a forced smile, "Heroes emerge from youth. I wonder which genius has reached level 30. Zhao Wuji patted Oscar on the shoulder. "It's this kid." When Chao Tianxiang saw it was a boy, her expression became even worse. She knew that today's matter couldn't be resolved easily, but as she thought, she came up with another plan. She smiled and said, "Brother Zhao, since both of us have needs, why don't we follow the rules of the Soul Master world and let these 2 kids decide the ownership of the soul rings themselves? How about that?" Zhao Wuji was confused. What rules? Chao Tianxiang cursed him for being unsophisticated in her heart, but patiently explained, "It's simple. Let your disciple and my granddaughter have a match. Whoever wins gets the soul rings." Zhao Wuji shrugged. "Sorry, that might not work. My disciple is a food system soul master. How can he fight your granddaughter?" "A food system soul master?" Chao Tianxiang's eyes lit up upon hearing this. A 30-level food system soul master at such a young age, and still a free spirit without a sect? Isn't this a treasure delivered to her door? She immediately put on a friendly smile and started to chat with Oscar, trying to recruit him to her side. Tang San was about to step up and say he would fight for Oscar, but Ling Yu spoke first. "Zhu Zhuqing, you take Oscar's place in the battle." After hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing nodded without hesitation and stepped out from behind Ling Yu. She also wanted to test her current strength and see how far she had come. Wow. Once this test began, I tell you, the atmosphere instantly heated up. Over here, the thoughts are completely scattered. Tang San is still mumbling, "Hey, is this really going to work?" The opponent is at level 30, while Zhu Qing is only 27. The difference in soul power by 3 levels is no joke. But Dai Mubai and the others are just pure fans of Ling Yu, their eyes practically screaming produced by Brother Yu, guaranteed premium. Anyway, following Brother Yu, they've never suffered losses. As for Xiao Wu and Rong Rong, those 2 girls are well aware, their minds as clear as a mirror. This annoying brother. How could he let his beloved suffer? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Everyone can see through his little tricks. Zhao Wuji, that old guy, is also feeling uncertain, constantly giving Ling Yu side glances, their eyes wildly communicating. "Kid, are you sure? These soul rings are precious." Only after receiving a confirming glance from Ling Yu did he reluctantly put his heart back in his stomach. The old lady on the opposite side, named Chao Tianxiang, is no pushover either. The reason she proposed the contest isn't because she has much confidence in her granddaughter. She simply wants to buy time until her old man, that Dragon Duke, arrives to save the day. Unfortunately, her little scheme has long been seen through by Ling Yu and Zhao Wuji, who exchanged a steady glance. "Come as old dogs. All right, enough chit-chat." As the arena cleared, Zhu Zhuqing and a girl named Meng Yiran stood in the center. Zhu Zhuqing, Martial Soul, Netherworld Spirit Cat, level 27 Agility Attack System Soul Master. Our Zhuqing's voice is as cold as ice, but paired with her stunning figure, it's simply mesmerizing. Meng Yiran, Martial Soul, Serpent Staff, level 30. That girl looked disdainful, feeling that sending out a level 27 opponent was a huge insult to her. What does her family understand? People with such inflated self-esteem usually. Haha. As soon as she finished speaking, Meng Yiran couldn't hold back. Shaking her serpent staff and launching her first soul skill, Tongue Blade. Whoosh. A gray energy blade shot towards Zhu Zhuqing. And what about Zhu Zhuqing? Let me tell you, her movement skills are incredible. It was as if she had activated some kind of humor, making a Z-shaped movement on the spot, taking small steps, and suddenly darting away. That energy blade whizzed past her, creating a pit when it exploded on the ground. Meng Yiran was dumbfounded, her eyes wide. Where did my huge skill go? How did she disappear? I can't even feel her presence. Now she didn't dare to be reckless, taking a defensive stance, waiting for Zhu Zhuqing to get close. Huh, this is how I like it. Zhu Zhuqing smirked, her figure instantly vanishing. The next second, two intersecting black lines cut through the air, heading straight for Meng Iran's heart. First soul skill, Netherworld Thrust. Clang. A burst of sparks and electricity. Meng Iran relied on her high soul power and managed to block it with her serpent staff. But she was still knocked back several steps. In contrast, Zhu Zhuqing, though pushed back a bit by the recoil, maintained a calm expression, deftly releasing the force with a flick of her wrist. Meng Iran still held her ground, saying, "You are indeed strong, but you can't defeat me." At that moment, I couldn't help but laugh. "Girl, do you really believe what you're saying?" Zhu Zhuqing didn't waste any words with her and directly unleashed her ultimate move. Her second soul skill, Phantom 100 Claws. In an instant, she transformed into a high-speed, spinning black top, accompanied by a piercing sound of cutting wind. Rolling forward like a cutting machine, Meng Iran panicked as well, pouring all her soul power into her snake staff and unleashing 8 shadow strikes in one breath, attempting to clash head-on. However, the scene was simply too beautiful. All that could be heard was a series of piercing, cutting sounds, as her 8 shadow strikes were instantly shredded to pieces before Zhu Zhuqing's black top, as if they were made of paper. When the black light came to a stop, Zhu Zhuqing's figure reappeared, her sharp claws poised just before Meng Iran's neck, so close it was almost touching. The outcome was already decided. Meng Iran was completely stunned, her face filled with disbelief. At level 30, just lost to someone at level 27? She glanced at Zhu Zhuqing's stunning face, then at her devilish figure, and suddenly felt the disparity of the world, leaving her feeling completely withdrawn. In our family, Zhuqing has high emotional intelligence. She retracted her claws and left lightly with a remark. "Actually, you are strong too. I just took a shortcut." This statement gave the other party face. After hearing this, Meng Iran's expression changed from defiance to admiration. The old lady sighed and accepted her defeat, taking her skeptical granddaughter away while giving her a life lesson about there being greater heights and people beyond. Meanwhile, Oscar finally got to act. He rushed over and gave the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake a swift end, then sat cross-legged to absorb the 1,000-year soul ring. What's even more surprising is that Tang San. This kid is also a top achiever. Watching the fight sparked an epiphany in him, and just like that, he broke through the 30-level bottleneck. He also sat down to consolidate his cultivation. At that moment, I thought, wow, these people are all monsters in their own right. On the other side, Ling Yu was feeling sweet. After Zhu Zhuqing returned, her beautiful and charming eyes never left Ling Yu, filled with gratitude and admiration. The little cat had completely opened her heart. Ling Yu looked at her with a doting expression, but then Xiao Wu and Rong Rong weren't having it. They each grabbed one of Ling Yu's arms, leaning their heads on his shoulders, fiercely claiming their territory. About half an hour later, Oscar finally finished. He suddenly opened his eyes, and a strong pink light erupted from his body. 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings rose beneath him, and his entire aura changed, as if he had grown a little taller. Dai Mubai and the others loved the excitement and immediately cheered, "Little Oscar, come on. Let's see what your 3rd soul skill is. Recite the soul spell for us." Oscar's face instantly turned shy, fidgeting like a big girl, stammering for a long time. Ma Hongjun was there fanning the flames. "What are you afraid of? We promised not to laugh." In the end, Oscar steeled his heart, closed his eyes, raised his right hand, and with all his might shouted out his 3rd soul skill incantation. "I have a mushroom sausage." Puff. Let me tell you, the whole place burst into laughter. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were laughing so hard they nearly rolled on the ground. Even Zhao Wuji couldn't hold back, laughing like a blooming chrysanthemum. Xiao Wu and Rong Rong were so embarrassed their faces turned red, hiding their heads in Ling Yu's embrace and not daring to come out. Oscar's face turned green with anger. I said no laughing. As a result, everyone laughed even louder. Tang San, being more serious, stopped laughing and asked, "Little Oscar, the effect of this mushroom sausage must be extraordinary, right?" Oscar's expression improved a bit. He haughtily huffed, "You can laugh all you want. In the future, no one gets to eat my mushroom sausage except for Tang San." Then he proudly announced the effect. "Listen up, 3rd soul skill, mushroom sausage, effect, flight. It can fly at the speed of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake for a full minute." As soon as this was said, the entire place fell silent. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun's laughter got stuck in their throats, their eyes wide as saucers. Flight. Family members, this is a life-saving and counterattack skill, an auxiliary soulmaster. at 30 levels, has developed a flying soul skill. Isn't this the legendary surprise attack? Zhao Wuji also looked pleasantly surprised, nodding. Not bad, not bad. This time, it was worth it. Little Oscar, how many of these mushroom sausages can you make with your current soul power? I have to say, that little Oscar is quite straightforward. He directly revealed his limits, saying he could do a maximum of 10, and then he would have to clear the blue bar and sit down. When old Zhao heard this, he was pleased and said, "You kid are impressive. From now on, you'll be our team's mobile supply. Moreover, this thing can be mass-produced once the soul power is high enough. It's definitely a top-notch martial spirit." Dai Mu and the other guys were envious and jealous, all giving Oscar a thumbs up. But the few girls like Xiao Wu were much calmer. After all, being with me had broadened their horizons to beyond the atmosphere. So this little scene was nothing to them. Just as we finished celebrating Oscar's achievement, old Zhao spoke up, saying not to dawdle and to get ready to help Tang San catch some babies. Oscar then realized, wow, Tang San is already level 30? Is level 30 as common as cabbages nowadays? Tang San just coolly nodded, keeping his achievements hidden. Just as we were about to set off, my radar went off. I tell you, I felt the ground shaking. A huge creature was coming towards us. I knew for sure it was a Titan Great Ape, headed straight for my little Xiao Wu. That silly rabbit, even after eating the Heartbreak red and turning into a pure human, still can't turn off the GPS in her bloodline. Her two little uncles came knocking as soon as they caught a whiff. I'm still weighing my options here, but old Zhao has already lost his temper. That guy's face turned pale in an instant, and with a roar, he activated his martial soul, transforming into a powerful Vajra bear, shielding all of us behind him. The way he looked was as if the sky was about to collapse, and he shouted at us. Everyone quickly come behind me. No matter what happens later, don't look back, just run. Ling Yu, I'm leaving these kids to you. What can I say? I can only calmly reply. Teacher Zhao, don't worry. Nonsense, buddy. I have a backup. Why should I be flustered? Dai Mubai and the others are still looking bewildered, completely unaware of what could scare the immovable king Zhao Wuji like this. Only Xiao Wu, instead of being scared, shows excitement on her little face. As she senses that her second brother has come, Ning Rong, the little witch, is quite direct, tightly hugging my arm with her little head almost buried in my shoulder, probably thinking that this scoundrel will definitely protect me. As for Zhu Zhuqing, she quietly moves behind me, clearly feeling secure by being close to me. The next moment, let me tell you, the commotion was unbelievable. Bang, bang, bang. Each sound felt like stepping on a heart. The two big trees in front of us were pushed aside like paper, and a gorilla as big as a mountain stood there, covered in black fur, its shoulders nearly 7 or 8 meters high. Those two eyeballs shone like big yellow lanterns in the night. Its muscular lumps were harder than granite, with earthy yellow patterns on them, looking quite intimidating. Tang San, that kid, didn't waste his studies. He was the first to recognize it, trembling as he shouted, It's the king of the forest, the Titan Great Ape. Well, when that name came out, aside from me and Xiao Wu, everyone else's calves started cramping up. This top-tier soul beast, which only exists in legends, should be sleeping deep in the forest. So how did it end up in the newbie village? Old Zhao, being adaptable, immediately bent down and lowered his posture, saying, Respected king of the forest, we mean no harm. If this is your territory, we will leave immediately. But guess what? The Titan Great Ape completely ignored him, its big eyes fixated on me, or more accurately, on Xiao Wu. That silly rabbit Xiao Wu got excited and wanted to approach and acknowledge it, but I quickly grabbed her. Family members, who understands? If this gets exposed in front of so many people, how am I supposed to get by in the future? I hurriedly gestured for her to stay calm. I directly opened a mental link and transmitted to the big guy. Erming, don't get excited. We're on the same side. Xiao Wu is safe now. These are her friends. So don't say anything for now. The big guy, Erming, was clearly taken aback, and the fierce look in his eyes softened quite a bit. He probably didn't expect that a human could communicate directly with him in his mind. His gaze shifted back and forth between me and Xiao Wu, filled with confusion. Zhao Wuji and the others had no idea we were communicating telepathically. They were all tense and didn't dare to take a breath. As soon as I saw the situation, I continued to send a message. Erming, the situation is complicated right now, and it's hard to explain in a short time. You should go back and tell your brother that Xiao Wu is doing very well, and we'll come find you in a while. After saying that, I squeezed Xiao Wu's hand, signaling her to say a few words as well. Xiao Wu understood and moved her little mouth, producing a series of spiritual fluctuations that I couldn't understand but felt were impressive, probably their encrypted communication between soul beasts. After hearing this, Erming stood there pondering life for a long time, then suddenly stood up straight. Let me tell you, at that moment, Zhao Wuji and the others were almost scared out of their wits, thinking this big guy was about to unleash a powerful attack. In the end, he just gave us a deep look and then turned to leave, rumbling back into the depths of the forest. Once he left, Zhao Wuji and the others dared to breathe again. Their legs felt weak, and they looked at each other, all covered in cold sweat. Oscar was the first to exclaim, "Oh my, he's finally gone. This Stardo Forest is just too thrilling." Old Zhao also felt a lingering fear and forced himself to stay calm, saying, all right. It was a close call. Everyone got scared today. Let us not leave. We'll set up camp here and find a soul ring for Tang San tomorrow." That night, the 5 guys, including Zhao Wuji, squeezed into a big tent. As for me, I originally wanted to share a tent with Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, but I still principally set up a separate tent for Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. However, the 2 girls didn't appreciate it and directly crawled in my tent. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong each hugged one of my arms, like 2 little accessories. I teased Ning Rongrong, "What is up? Have you made up your mind to stay here today?" The little girl's face turned bright red, and she shot me an annoyed glare, stood up, and pulled Zhu Zhuqing away, saying, "Qingmei, let us go." Once they left, only Xiao Wu and I were left in the tent. This silly girl knew I was curious, so she leaned against me and took the initiative to tell me the story about the 2 big guys. It turned out that she had saved the Titan Great Ape Erming and the Sky Blue Bull Python Daming when they were just little kids, and from then on, she took them as her younger brothers. The bond between soul beasts is pure, and she became Sister Xiao Wu. Later, when she reached a cultivation bottleneck at 100,000 years, she felt she would be struck by heavenly tribulation if she continued to cultivate and wanted to experience human society, so she transformed into a human. She also said, thankfully, she transformed. Otherwise, how could she have met me, this smelly brother? Let me tell you, this girl is becoming more and more clever. What could I say? I could only hold her tightly and say, "Xiao, let us walk the path of life together." On the other side, Erming ran back to his hometown by a lake to report the situation to his brother, a big-headed snake called Daming. Daming emerged from the lake with a huge bull's head and was shocked after hearing Erming's report, mainly because Xiao Wu's soul beast aura had completely disappeared, which was simply unscientific. However, upon hearing that Xiao Wu was doing well and had found a reliable man, Daming felt relieved and lazily sank back into the lake to continue sleeping. Erming looked at his lazy brother helplessly, scratched his head, and started drinking water by the lake, showing no kingly demeanor of the forest at all. As for Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing in their tent, the 2 girls were also not sleeping, lying down and whispering. Ning Rongrong directly pointed out, asking Zhu Zhuqing if she had a crush on me. Wow, that is a perfect assist. I give it full marks. Zhu Zhuqing's icy face turned red, and although she said there was no way, she probably had butterflies in her heart already. The next day, we continued on our journey to find a soul ring for Tang San. Xiao Wu and Rongrong each hung on one of my arms. I tell you, this overwhelming wealth and honor, who can resist? Zhu Zhuqing quietly followed behind, her gaze so gentle it could almost create water. However, we hadn't walked far when my radar went off again. Something was approaching, and it seemed like an even stronger presence was following behind. Zhao Wuji also sensed it and immediately became tense, signaling us to stop, and everyone released their martial souls, ready for battle. I thought to myself, what on earth did we poke in this Stardo Forest? How come it's wave after wave? Can't we just level up in peace? Guess what happened next? Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared, and a little creature jumped out from the grass, leaving me stunned. I'll tell you, that thing looks incredibly unique. It's about 2 meters long, covered in golden fur, shining like it's been gilded, glimmering under the sunlight, with a texture like semi-transparent crystal. Its head looks like a lioness, but its 4 paws are dragon claws, and beneath them, there are 4 golden flames, making it seem like it has special effects. The most eerie part is on its forehead, where besides the 2 normal golden eyes, there is a vertical red eye in the middle, giving it a mysterious vibe. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding air heated up several degrees. Oscar, with the quickest mouth, directly asked, "What the heck is this thing?" As a result, everyone, including Zhao Wuji, was left staring wide-eyed at each other, not recognizing it. Tang San also shook his head, probably thinking that his teacher hadn't recorded this top-tier creature in the books he gave him. But I was different. I stared at that little guy, and it was staring back at me. My mind raced as I went through the plot of Douluo, and suddenly I realized, wow, ISNT this the Emperor Beast. The 3-eyed golden lion, which only appears in Douluo 2. What is going on with the timeline? How did it come out so many years early? I was puzzled, and Xiao Wu beside me also frowned, as if sensing something. At that moment, a sweet, lowly voice suddenly rang in my mind, like an AI voice assistant, directly opening the mic in my brain. Human brother, you smell so good. Who understands this? It's a mental transmission. Only I can hear it. I immediately confirmed that this must be the three-eyed golden lion. As for it saying I smell good, it was probably attracted by my Azure Dragon Martial Soul. Just like that time with Guyu Na. I was secretly muttering in my heart, the Red King, who was protecting it, must be nearby. This time coming to the Stardo Forest really brought out all the big shots. Teacher Zhao and the others didn't dare to move. After all, the situation was unclear, and the other side didn't show any hostility. But that kid Tang San, let me tell you, the way he looked at the three-eyed golden lion was off. He had already started thinking about making it his third soul ring. I couldn't help but sneer in my heart. Dreaming? This is an imperial divine beast. Let alone a little soul master like you. Even a soul, Douluo couldn't absorb it. This thing is the child of luck of the Stardo Forest. With a cultivation level of 10,000 years comparable to a 100,000-year soul beast. Whoever touches it is equivalent to declaring war on the entire forest. To absorb its soul ring, unless the protagonist's halo is maxed out to make it voluntarily sacrifice itself. Thinking of this, I recalled Tang San's flashy operations in the future in Dou Air. Good grief, in order to pave the way for his son-in-law Hu Yuhao, he actually stuffed a strand of his daughter's divine consciousness into this little divine beast, ultimately sending his daughter along with the luck of the Stardo Forest to his son-in-law. He himself had the blood of soul beasts flowing in him. Yet he sold the greatest hope of the soul beast clan. It was truly astonishing. No, since I encountered this ahead of time, this tremendous fortune cannot be let his family scheme away. I was pondering when that lowly voice came to my mind again, and this time it asked something even more outrageous. Human brother, can I eat a piece of meat from your body? I almost couldn't hold it together. This little guy is just too innocent and unpretentious, right? Coming right up to take a bite out of me. I quickly responded with my mental energy. Hello there, little friend, where are the adults at home? Why are you out here alone? The lowly voice sounded a bit disappointed. The uncles and aunts don't want to play with me, and I got bored, so I sneaked out. As soon as I heard that, I thought, great, the opportunity has come. I immediately switched to a caring big brother tone. How about this? Big brother has something to do right now, but next time, I'll come find you and take you to the human world to have some fun. How about that? It'll be a deep exploration. I was internally giving myself a thumbs up. This wasn't abduction. This was saving a wayward divine beast. The little guy got so excited at the thought of going out to play. Really? It's a promise, okay? You can't lie to me. Don't worry. I patted my chest and guaranteed it. Hurry back, there are many bad people outside. After saying that, I wanted to slap myself. It felt like I was scolding myself too. The three-eyed golden beast looked back at me several times as if trying to engrave my image in its mind. Then in a flash, it disappeared deep into the forest. Once it left, Teacher Zhao and the others breathed a sigh of relief. However, beside me, Xiao Wu and Rong didn't look too good. Xiao Wu seemed to have a sixth sense, feeling that her position as the only sister was in jeopardy. Ning Rong was more direct. She tightened her grip on my arm a little more, as if afraid of being snatched away. I was completely confused and didn't understand what these two girls were sulking about. Maybe the divine beast scared away the nearby soul beasts. We searched for a long time and didn't even see a single hair of a soul beast. Zhao Wuji had no choice but to decide to rest for the night and change direction to search the next day. That night in the tent, Xiao Wu was acting strangely, constantly rubbing against me, making it impossible for me to sleep soundly all night. The next day, we set off again. Not long after, we finally made a discovery. Not far ahead, there stood a black plant over 2 meters tall, with hundreds or thousands of branches resembling octopus tentacles growing from the main trunk, which made my scalp tingle. Oscar took on the role of the questioner again. What the heck? Yesterday it was a three-eyed monster. Today, it's a tentacle monster. Have we poked a monster-esque nest? This time Tang San stepped up and began his encyclopedia time. He cleared his throat and proudly informed us. This is called the Thousand-Hand Demon Vine, and its ability is to control and devour. Don't be fooled by those soft tentacles. They're very tough. Once you get entangled, it's over. It will drain you dry. Ma Hongjun turned pale with fright. Does it have no weaknesses? Tang San smiled lightly. Of course it has weaknesses. It can't move and is afraid of fire. Fatty, your phoenix flame just happens to restrain it. Zhao Wuji asked Tang San if this thing was suitable. Tang San thought for a moment and said that while the age was sufficient, it wasn't his first choice. He was still thinking about that human-faced demon spider. He said to mark it first, and if they couldn't find anything better, they would come back to deal with this one. All right, since the client has a request, let us continue searching. We bypassed the magical vine and continued forward. As a result, I swept my mental power and, hey, the fun was about to begin. A severely injured human-faced demon spider was scuttling towards us in panic, followed by 3 people, 2 strong and 1 weak. I calculated in my mind and thought, great. The classic monster stealing scene was about to unfold. Zhao Wuji sensed it too and immediately ordered us to stop and be on guard. Soon, there was a rustling sound, and a large black spider over 1.5 meters in diameter sprang out from the forest. Its shell was cracked, several of its 8 legs were broken, and there were new blood marks on the white human face pattern on its abdomen, looking utterly miserable. When Tang San saw it, his eyes turned green, as if he had seen his own father, and he excitedly shouted, "Teacher Zhao, that's it. Quick, help me take it down." Zhao Wuji was decisive. He activated his martial soul, and 7 soul rings shone dazzlingly. He first shouted gravity enhancement, and the human-faced demon spider was instantly pressed to the ground. Then, he used position tracking, and a purple light ring directly encircled the spider, marking it. Finally, Teacher Zhao slapped the spider from a distance with a great strength diamond palm. With a loud bang, golden light erupted, and the human-faced demon spider screamed in agony, smashing into the ground and creating a large pit, its shell shattering like a broken bowl, looking as if it was on its last breath. Zhao Wuji, fearing it might fight back with deadly poison in its final moments, continued to apply pressure with the gravity field, preparing to exhaust it to death. Tang San watched beside him, grinning from ear to ear, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. A few minutes later, seeing that the spider had completely stopped moving, Zhao Wuji withdrew his soul skill and signaled Tang San to go in for the kill. Tang San nodded, pulled out a dagger from his storage belt, and was just about to approach to claim the kill. At that moment, a powerful shout came from deep within the forest. "Hold on." Tang San's footsteps suddenly stopped, and Zhao Wuji's face darkened. I smirked, thinking that the show was about to begin. Before long, 3 figures emerged from the forest, 2 old and 1 young. When both sides met, everyone was stunned. Goodness, isn't that the snake woman and her granddaughter Meng Iran, from whom we previously stole the phoenix tail, chicken crown snake? What a small world. The leader was a tall, thin old man, leaning on a dragon-headed cane, with 8 spirit rings floating around him. "Soul, Douluo?" The snake woman whispered a few words in the old man's ear, and his gaze instantly turned sharp as a knife, a powerful pressure bearing down directly towards us. Dai Mubai and the others were struggling to stay steady. Zhao Wuji stepped forward, fully unleashing his martial soul, and managed to push that pressure back. Of course, I couldn't just stand by. I immediately let go of the hands of Xiao Wu and Rong and stepped in front of the 3 of them. Well, judging by the situation, there was no way to avoid a confrontation today. I was well aware that with Tang Hao's golden reputation withdrawn, relying solely on Teacher Zhao's name would not be enough to intimidate the old man named Meng Shu on the opposite side. The old man was so angry that his beard almost stood on end, coming straight at us with accusations. "You, the unmoved king. Not only did you steal my granddaughter's phoenix tail chicken crown snake, but now you've even taken the human-faced demon spider. Don't you think you owe me an explanation? Let me tell you, how can anyone tolerate Teacher Zhao's bad temper?" He immediately retorted, "Senior, you can't say that. Soul beasts are not owned by anyone. Whoever is stronger gets to claim them. Don't you understand this rule?" Hey, this left the old man speechless. Probably puzzled because Zhao Wuji doesn't usually seem like such a stubborn person. Clearly, he knows he can't defeat me. So where does his confidence come from? Little does he know, his true opponent is me. The old man squinted his eyes, and the pressure around him began to surge outward. He slammed his dragon-headed staff onto the ground, and with a loud bang, a gust of wind rushed straight at us. The surrounding leaves flew everywhere, and the atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. I can let him act alone. In a flash, I instantly teleported to Teacher Zhao's side, standing next to him. With a surge of soul power, a faint blue light enveloped my entire body. The old man across from me immediately narrowed his pupils, staring at me intently, probably unable to comprehend how a young person like me could possess such a terrifying aura. He guessed correctly. The source of Teacher Zhao's confidence is me. I cupped my fist towards him and directly said, "Senior, since no one wants to give way, there's no point in talking too much. Let's see the true skills in action. But before we start, let's move the younger ones away in case I can't hold back later and accidentally hurt someone." He He nodded, agreeing to my suggestion. He turned back and smiled at his granddaughter Mangaran, signaling her to step back. What if family members know? His granddaughter kept glancing back, her eyes almost sparkling, and her little face was flushed. I wondered what she was thinking. Her grandmother patted her on the shoulder and finally pulled her away. Over here. Tang San and the others quickly retreated. Dai Mubai and the others were purely interested in the excitement. Want to see if I and teacher, Zhao, could actually defeat a Soul Douluo. But that kid Tang San, let me tell you, his gaze was off. He was staring at me intently, calculating his little schemes, trying to steal my techniques or find my weaknesses. Xiao Wu and the other two quickly gathered around me, each one looking extremely worried. Xiao Wu held my hand and said, "Brother, you must be careful." Ning Rongrong was also anxious. "Hey, you scoundrel, if you can't win, just run. Don't force it." If there really was danger, she would probably bring up the name of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan. Zhu Zhuqing didn't say anything, but the worry in her eyes was almost overflowing. I patted each of their heads and smiled. "Don't worry, I never fight a battle I'm not confident in." After reassuring them, I immediately sent a mental message to Teacher Zhao. "Teacher Zhao, keep that snake woman occupied. I'll handle this old man." Teacher Zhao understood, immediately nodded, and went to chat with Ko Xiangxiang. All right, the area is cleared. Next up is my personal show-off time. I lightly tapped my toes and boom. A dazzling azure light erupted from my body, accompanied by a dragon's roar that echoed throughout the entire forest. The Azure Dragon Martial Soul manifested behind me, with 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings slowly rising. That aura, far beyond that of a soulmaster, crashed against Meng Shu's face like a tsunami. The old man was stunned at that moment, probably cursing in his heart, thinking, is this kid really a soulmaster? This aura is even more intense than that of a soul sage. Without saying a word, I raised my hand and unleashed my self-created Qinglong Sicient Claw. My right hand transformed into a claw, and blue light instantly gathered as I fiercely struck at him. The claw print, accompanied by a sonic boom that tore through the air, approached him with great force. Before it even reached him, the ground was already plowed into 5 deep ravines by the gust of wind. Meng Shu's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly slammed his dragon head staff onto the ground, enveloping himself in a thick gray energy sphere. The next second, my claw collided with his energy sphere with a loud bang. The ground shook and the blue energy waves exploded, instantly turning the trees within dozens of meters into dust. When the light faded, all that remained was a large pit several meters deep. As for the gray energy sphere, it was covered in cracks, resembling a glass egg on the verge of shattering. With a few cracking sounds, it shattered on the spot. Meng Shu's expression turned completely serious. He probably never expected that his casually set up defense, which even a soul saint would need to expend effort to break, would be shattered by my single claw as a soul master. I looked at him and smiled. "Senior, your strength is indeed formidable. It seems I also need to show some real skills." "Oh," he became interested instead. "What other tricks do you have, young friend?" "I will wait and see." I called out in my heart to my little AI. Xiao Ai, transform into the Ice Mystic Sword. "Okay, master." Then, I stretched out my right hand toward the distant sky and gently shouted, "Sword come." As soon as the words fell, the space in the distance suddenly twisted, and a palm-sized vortex appeared. A shimmering long sword slowly emerged from within, and then with a whoosh, it transformed into a beam of white light, instantly flying in front of me and hovering steadily. I stood on my toes, and my whole body lightly landed on the sword. The sword seemed to have a life of its own, steadily supporting me as it slowly ascended into the air, rising to a height of 3 meters, hovering in midair as if defying gravity. At this moment, the entire venue was silent. Meng Shu's eyes were about to pop out, his mouth wide open. Flying. Flying with a sword? In his understanding, this was a technique only a sword Douluo like Chun Xian could master. Teacher Zhao also gasped, probably recalling that I had used the same mysterious power to break his soul skill back then. As for Tang San, let me tell you in that instant, I saw his face turn pale, his hands tightly clenched into fists, and his whole body trembling. He must have guessed that I was also from his hometown. After all, the scene of flying with a sword was too impactful for him as a person who had crossed over. He might feel that the Tang Sec's ultimate skills he had worked so hard to master were merely child's play in my hands, a clear case of dimensionality reduction strike. Xiao Wu and the other two were starry-eyed, probably thinking their man was incredibly handsome. I hovered in the air, looking down at Meng Shu, and smiled slightly. "Senior, be careful." After saying that, I raised my right hand, and the space in front of me rippled. A short needle, about an inch long, made of spiritual energy appeared out of thin air, spinning at high speed, causing the surrounding space to start to distort. This thing is called the Spirit Needle, and it directly attacks the soul. Meng Shu's expression changed dramatically. He could feel a sharp, needle-like pain shooting toward his forehead. He hurriedly used his soul power to protect himself, but it was useless. Mental attacks can penetrate soul power defenses. I pointed forward with my finger, and the transformation needle vanished with a whoosh, moving so fast that it was invisible to the naked eye. Meng Shu was fully focused, and the moment he heard the sound of breaking air, he suddenly thrust the dragon-headed staff to the right front. With a sharp clang, he finally managed to block the transformation needle. However, his hand gripping the staff was shaking like a sieve. He didn't dare to be reckless anymore and immediately activated his first soul skill. The dragon-headed staff swung 3 times in quick succession, sending 3 massive crescent-shaped energy slashes towards me from 3 directions. I watched the incoming attack, simply smiling faintly. With a thought, my immense mental power instantly spread out from me, forming an invisible mental domain. As the 3 energy slashes flew into my domain, their speed immediately slowed down, like high-speed bullets plunging into a swamp, unable to move. Then, facing the 3 energy slashes suspended in mid-air, I clenched my right hand in the air. Break for me. The invisible mental power instantly contracted and compressed, and the 3 crescent-shaped energy slashes emitted a mournful cry under the unbearable pressure, their surfaces covered in cracks. The next second, bang, 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 3 sounds, all crushed by me from a distance. Around us, there was a deathly silence. Oscar rubbed his eyes hard and stammered, "Did I just see things?" Tang San was the first to react, his voice dry as he said, "You didn't see wrong. Those 3 attacks were indeed crushed by him from a distance." The look in his eyes when he looked at me was no longer one of shock, but of horror. Meng Shu watched as his soul skill was broken by me in such an unfathomable manner, his expression grave to the extreme. I looked at him and continued to smile. "Senior, how about trying my move again?" I formed hand seals, and the mental energy above my head gathered wildly. Soon, a huge spiral, resembling a drill bit, took shape. Spiral wave. I let out a low shout, and that thing began to spin rapidly, accompanied by an increasingly loud, explosive sound, like a drill missile, heading straight for Meng Shu. The penetrating power and the sensation of mental tearing were many times stronger than the previous divine needle. Meng Shu was truly desperate this time. His 5th spirit ring lit up, and he used his strongest defensive spirit skill, Dragon Spirit Guardian. A gray dragon shadow, over 10 meters long, emerged from his staff, coiling around him and forming a heavy energy barrier. The next second, my mental drill collided with his dragon shadow. "This is easy, let me tell you." The sound was as piercing as drilling steel plates with an electric drill. Sparks flew, and energy surged wildly. At first, we were at a stalemate, but I snorted coldly and increased my mental output. The drill spun even faster, forcefully pushing the dragon shadow back repeatedly. After just a dozen seconds, the dragon shadow let out a reluctant cry of despair and shattered on the spot. The energy barrier also broke apart. My sharp spiral wave exhausted its energy, dissipating into the air. The surrounding forest had been reduced to a flat ground by our battle. Meng Shu looked at me, his eyes filled with admiration and awe. Young friend S talent and strength are truly rare in my lifetime. But he wasn't ready to concede. His 6th spirit ring lit up, the legendary 10,000-year spirit ring. A more terrifying energy began to gather. 6th spirit skill, Dragon Devour. He pointed his dragon-headed staff at me, and a fierce dragon head energy orb roared as it lunged toward me. The dragon's mouth was a black hole, as if it could devour everything. I raised my eyebrow. Interesting. I could feel my body being locked by an invisible force. There was no way to escape this move. It was a mental locking skill. But who am I? You think you can lock me with mental power? What a joke. I tell you, at that moment my mind buzzed, and I immediately executed a powerful move. A surge of immense spiritual energy shot out from the top of my head, and lo and behold, behind me, a gigantic and intricate rune formation was drawn out of thin air. That thing must have been several meters high, covered with dense, chaotic symbols. The energy fluctuations crackled and buzzed, making anyone who glanced at it feel dizzy, as if they had drunk fake alcohol. The old man Meng Shu on the opposite side was also stunned, struggling to keep himself from becoming disoriented, staring intently at me. Probably wanted to see what I was up to. His dragon head black hole, What's it called? Dragon Devour is essentially an energy-absorbing device. Whether it's a magical attack or a physical attack, it just takes a bite, greatly reducing its power. It's practically a dirty trick. Of course, there's always a limit to how much it can consume. As long as my output is strong enough, I can still overpower him. I moved my hands quickly and formed a seal, chanting, Transformation Talisman Array, Transformation Light. Suddenly, the large array behind me buzzed. All the runes lit up, and the light gathered at the center. Bayu, a white light beam, about the thickness of a water barrel, shot straight towards the dragon-headed black hole. I have to tell you, the most bizarre scene has arrived. The ultimate moves from both sides collided, and there wasn't a sound at all. It was as if the mute button had been pressed. The white light was being crazily devoured by the black hole, while the black hole was being pushed back by the white light, unable to move. We were just there, pulling at each other to the limit, pure energy against waves. Seeing who would run out of power first. Quite a big appetite, huh? I sneered and increased my output. I poured my mental power into the formation as if it were free, and the white beam of light instantly brightened several degrees, becoming almost tangible. It was just a stalemate for about 10 seconds, but then the dragon head couldn't hold on any longer. It began to shake violently, cracks appearing on its surface. And finally, with a bang, it exploded. It burst into an energy storm, sweeping everything around for dozens of meters into chaos. As the storm calmed, I also withdrew my hand and took a breath. Damn, this wave of output drained more than half of my mental power. On the other side, Meng Shu was even worse off. His clothes were torn, and his soul power was nearly depleted. His 6th soul skill was probably more powerful than his 8th soul skill, and the corresponding consumption was ridiculously high. However, we were both still holding on. Neither of us wanted to back down first. I steeled myself and prepared to activate the formation with a powerful move. The Transformation Talisman Formation, 10,000 transformations flame. In an instant, strange flames erupted from the formation, and the air became so hot it warped. Even more terrifying was that everyone present felt their soul power within them begin to surge uncontrollably, as if their spirits were being scorched by fire. This was no ordinary fire. It was specifically designed to burn the mind and soul power. Ignoring physical defenses, getting touched by it meant certain doom. Meng Shu's old face instantly turned pale. I could tell he felt the threat of death. If he dared to take my attack, he wouldn't just be hurt. He'd be in serious trouble. So guess what happened? This old man, being quite straightforward, sighed and cupped his fist towards me. Young friend, your talent is unparalleled. I concede. Goodness, with his concession, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. To be honest, I only had enough strength left for that last strike. If we kept going, it was hard to say who would fall first. I quickly withdrew the formation and the flying sword. At last, this fight was over. I floated down from midair, and the 3 of them surrounded me in an instant. Bro, you're amazing. Xiao Wu directly hung onto my arm, happily bouncing around. I smiled and patted her head, feeling that it was really nice. The fatigue from battle had lessened a lot. Xiao Wu was so comfortable that her eyes squinted into crescents, and her rabbit ears drooped down. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were also watching me with smiles, their eyes full of admiration. However, this little girl Ning Rongrong was still mumbling, "Humph, you naughty rogue," only knowing how to get close to Xiao Wu. We were all so worried about you just now. Who understands the logic of these girls? It's really unique. At this moment, Meng Shu and his family of 3 also came over. The old man asked me with a smile, "Where are you from, young friend? Have you joined any forces?" As soon as I heard it, I understood. They were trying to win me over. I chuckled and said, "I'm just a small-town person with no background." Meng Shu exchanged a glance with his wife, then suddenly pointed at his granddaughter Meng Yiran, laughing like an old fox. "What do you think of my granddaughter, young friend?" "Grandpa." Meng Yiran's little face flushed instantly, and she stomped her feet, not daring to lift her head. I was stunned at that moment. Wow, the classic scene has arrived. If you can't win, just send your granddaughter. This KPI routine in the fantasy world is simply incredible. Before I could say anything, my arms were instantly grabbed tightly by Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. That posture was purely a declaration of sovereignty. Although Zhu Zhuqing next to us didn't move, her gaze was clearly different. I have to admit, this temptation is hard for an ordinary person to resist. But who am I? I directly and honestly declined. Your granddaughter is indeed very beautiful, but I'm already committed to someone else. I appreciate your kind intentions. Meng Shu and his wife glanced at the 3 people beside me, understood immediately, and didn't push further. They sighed and left with their granddaughter. When Meng Yiran left, she looked back at me with a gaze that was quite complex, filled with both disappointment and admiration. Once they were gone, Teacher Zhao Wuji finally reacted and quickly shouted, "Go check if that man-faced demon spider is dead." Tang San immediately ran over to take a look, and, thankfully, it hadn't been killed by the aftermath of our battle. I looked at the barely breathing big spider and had a wicked thought. I quietly divided a strand of my spiritual power and directly entered the spider's brain, stirring its spiritual essence and erasing the most refined part of it. Do you think I would let you comfortably obtain a cheat? Think again. Tang San, unaware, took out his dagger and killed the spider, then sat cross-legged to absorb the soul ring. The entire process went incredibly smoothly, so smoothly that it felt a bit abnormal. In the end, he successfully leveled up and obtained a soul skill related to webs, but the most important external soul bone was gone. He felt like he had missed out on a tremendous opportunity, but couldn't quite articulate it. While he was absorbing the soul ring, I was also reflecting. I realized I have a significant shortcoming. My spiritual power recovers too slowly. Soul power is manageable, but once my spiritual power is depleted, I have to wait slowly for it to recover. This is not good. What if I have to participate in a wheel battle in the future? Wouldn't I be left unable to fight? I immediately called out to my system, Xiao Ai, in my mind, Xiao Ai, Xiao Ai. Is there any way to quickly restore my blue bar and mental bar? I want to be a perpetual motion machine. Yes, master. Xiao Ai's sweet voice immediately responded. I have a martial arts technique here called Great Unity Technique, which is just right for you. In the next second, my mind was filled with a bunch of mysterious information. As I pondered a bit, I was overjoyed. This Great Unity Technique is simply amazing. It can't directly increase levels, but it has a unique function, transformation. It can directly convert the energy that is everywhere in the universe into any type of energy I need, whether it's soul power or mental power, instantly available without refining. In simple terms, this thing is like a super god-level mobile power bank that can turn air directly into my blue bar and mental bar, providing infinite endurance. From now on, whoever engages in a war of attrition with me will be the real loser. Moreover, this technique has subsequent functions, and as my level increases, I can unlock even more wonderful uses. From now on, my mom no longer has to worry about my endurance issues. After Tang San finished absorbing the soul ring, Teacher Zhao Wuji announced that this trip to the Stardo Forest had come to a successful conclusion, and it was time to pack up and go home. On the way back, Xiao Wu, the little rabbit, suddenly leaned over and asked me, "Bro, that Mengaran is quite good-looking. Aren't you the least bit moved?" I twitched my lips. Good gracious, they don't believe in my character. I said with righteous indignation, "Xiao Wu, am I the kind of person who is fickle?" Just as I finished speaking, Ning Rongrong beside me snorted and chimed in with me. Who knows? I glanced at her with a sidelong look. These two girls must have conspired together to give me a hard time. Ning Rongrong, not backing down at all, met my gaze, her eyes seemingly saying, "I'm just mad at you. Come and hit me if you dare." "Fine, you two just wait for it. Once we return to the academy, I'll show you how to be properly taught and let you know what reason is." After resting for a night in the small town, we returned to Shrek Academy the next day. As soon as we entered the academy, Dean Flandre called teacher Zhao Wuji to his office for questioning. When he heard that I had forced Long Gongmeng Shu to admit defeat in the forest, his jaw nearly dropped in shock. Just as the two of them were marveling at how extraordinary I was, a somewhat stiff voice came from the doorway. "Were you just talking about Ling Yu?" Upon hearing this, Flandre immediately beamed with joy. "Xiao Gang, you're here." A middle-aged man walked in, hands behind his back, with a serious expression. It was the master. He was also Tang San's teacher. Flandre introduced them to each other, and when the master heard from Zhao Wuji that Tang San had successfully obtained his third spirit ring, a rare smile appeared on his face. However, when he heard about my series of outrageous achievements, level 41, 2 purple and 2 black spirit rings, and going head-to-head with the Soul Douluo, he froze completely. He felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Back at Nodding Academy, he had wanted to take me on as a disciple too, but I hadn't agreed, and he didn't push it. Now looking at it, it was just missing out on a genius. It was missing out on a divine being. Now that he wanted to take me in, he couldn't bring himself to do it. However, this old man had ulterior motives. He was already plotting on how to extract the secrets from me for his precious disciple, Tang San. The next morning, we all gathered on the playground. Dean Flandre stood at the front, his expression serious as he announced, "All right, everyone is here now. I will announce a few things. First, let me introduce the teachers of the academy to the 4 new students." He first pointed to an old man. This is teacher Li Yusong, a level 63 battle spirit emperor. He was the one who collected the registration fees. Then he pointed to an even older one. This is teacher Lu Qibin, a level 66 battle spirit emperor. Lastly, he pointed to a nondescript teacher who is even shorter than Xiao Wu. This is teacher Xiao Ai, with the martial spirit of a jelly bean, a level 71 food system soul saint. Among food system soul masters, teacher Xiao can definitely rank in the top 5. Let me tell you, the food at the 71st level is indeed impressive, a treasure wherever it is placed. But among these teachers, the one who really gets me is Flander, who with a shoulder hug introduced someone like a rare treasure, Master Yu Xiaojing. As soon as Tang San heard this name, his eyes lit up. It turns out his teacher was officially announcing it today. But as soon as this master started, he didn't talk about anything else and directly called me out. Ling Yu, I heard you've developed a unique training method with outstanding results. Care to share? I was taken aback and thought to myself, what is this person up to? I smiled slightly and said, sorry, master, but it's a business secret and cannot be shared. Hey, guess what? He wasn't discouraged and upped the ante. You've gone from innate level 7 to level 41 in just 6 years. You must have some unique secrets, right? Why not share them so we can all improve together? One shouldn't be too selfish. Look at me. I've been researching theories for decades, and whenever I have results, I publish them all. My family, who understands this? That accusation caught me off guard. I gave a cold laugh. Too lazy to put on an act. Why say it so nicely? Don't you just want to take my method and give your Tang San a special advantage? This immediately left him speechless. He probably didn't expect me to be so uncooperative and give him no face at all. I haven't spoken yet, but Rong Rong exploded on the spot, directly opening the mic. Master, according to what you said, shouldn't our 7-treasure glazed tile school also donate all our assets? Otherwise, are we hindering the progress of soul masters? Besides, that's Ling Yu's own thing. Why should we give it to you? Who do you think you are? This outburst was simply my internet mouthpiece. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were nodding vigorously beside her, and even Dai Mubai and the others looked at the master differently. Only Tang San was still there, moved by himself, probably thinking, oh, my teacher did this for me. I'm so touched. When Flinder saw the situation was about to get out of control, he quickly stepped in to smooth things over, saying that his old friend was indeed a bit reckless today. I didn't want to waste time with them, so I directly said to Flander, Dean, let's just practice on our own. As for Rong Rong's matter, I'll give you a big surprise in more than 20 days. After saying that, I turned and pulled Xiao Wu and the other 3 towards the back mountain. Let the flood come. I'm not serving anymore. On the way, Rong Rong was furious, saying that this master was disgusting. I patted her and said it wasn't worth getting angry over such a person. But let me tell you, I mentally went through this master's dark history, and he was simply the ultimate patchwork monster. First of all, his so-called core theory and core data were all provided by the Spirit Hall. Yet he turned around and treated the Spirit Hall as his greatest enemy, not even citing his sources. Isn't that just academic misconduct, plus being an ungrateful wolf in 2025? Then there's his romantic history, which is even more heavyweight. After breaking up with Bibi Dong, he quickly hooked up with Lu Erlong, yet still couldn't forget Bibi Dong and treated Erlong as a backup. Later, when he found out that Lu Erlong was his cousin, he disappeared for 20 years, making a woman wait for him. Either cut ties completely or be together. What's with this hanging around? Purely scummy behavior. The most outrageous move? Later, for Tang San, he ran back to find Bibi Dong, who had become the Pope, shamelessly using her old feelings for him to ask for the dual spirit cultivation secret method. He knew that Tang San would eventually clash with the Spirit Hall, yet he had his first love help cultivate his enemy. This scheming, this method really made me sick. Of course, as long as these messy affairs don't involve me, I couldn't care less. The 4 of us found an empty spot on the back mountain, and I joked with Rong Rong, saying that if she dared to slack off in the next 20 days, she would see how I punish her. To my surprise, this girl was not scared at all. Instead, her face turned red, and she looked quite expectant. I really couldn't do anything with her. Watching the 3 of them sit cross-legged, a green and black energy vortex instantly swirled around them as they began to cultivate. I felt relieved. That master's so-called extreme training method of weighted running is, to put bluntly, just a poor man's training method with pitiful efficiency. We have cheats, so we must use the most efficient methods. Once they all got into their rhythm, I began to think about my own matters. I calculated the time. There was still a year and a half until the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy across the continent, and I had to reach level 50 before then. But if I cultivated step by step, the speed would not be enough. What to do? Use cheats. I directly called my system Xiao Ai in my mind. Xiao Ai, with my current level, Can I handle that devouring ancestral talisman? That's right. I'm talking about the super cheat in Martial Universe that Lin Dong has. Xiao Ai sweetly replied to me, Master, you can do it. As soon as I heard it, my heart blossomed with joy. I walked to a place a little farther from them to avoid making too much noise. Then with a thought, I said, Xiao Ai, transform. Wow, let me tell you. The scene in front of me instantly distorted like rippling water, and a pitch-black light orb emerged. It was an ancient rune that wriggled continuously like a miniature black hole, sucking in the surrounding light, and the space barrier developed cracks like a spider web. That overwhelming and domineering force almost drained my own soul power. I quickly had Xiao Ai set up a barrier to contain it. Otherwise, the back mountain would have been torn apart by it. Then, I cautiously released my mental power to make contact with it. As soon as I touched it, the rune shrank suddenly and transformed into a black light that drilled into my forehead. In the next second, my mental world turned upside down. The ancestral talisman began to pour knowledge into me in reverse, and the immense mental power washed over my spiritual body. This feeling was simply incredible. After about 10 minutes, I suddenly felt a loud bang in my head, and an invisible shockwave exploded outward from me. In the outside world, within 100 meters around me, all the stones, regardless of size, floated up into the air with a whoosh. I slowly opened my eyes and withdrew my power, and only then did the stones start to fall down with a loud crash. Xiao Wu and the others were all startled awake by the commotion and rushed over with shocked expressions to ask me what happened. I smiled and said nothing. Just with a thought, I abruptly raised my right hand towards the ground in front of me. Boom! Under the astonished gaze of the three of them, a giant earth wall, more than 2 feet thick, forcefully rose from the ground. Rongrong's little mouth formed an O shape, her eyes filled with little stars, and her expression was one of pure admiration. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing also wore looks of pride and joy. That's right, just a moment ago. Thanks to the nourishment from devouring the ancestral talisman, my mental power had directly broken through to the level of an intermediate talisman master. Now, let alone manipulating objects, I could even summon spiritual fire with my bare hands. This was my new trump card. I thought to myself, if this spiritual flame could be compressed and thrown like the Buddha's angry fire lotus, its power would be astonishing. I told you, if this mental flame can be played creatively, who would still use fists in a fight? It would be a direct mental barbecue. And that scene is too beautiful for me to look at. However, we can't just focus on our own enjoyment, right? Team building also needs to keep up, doesn't it? I turned my head and looked at Xiao Wu, Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, and immediately had an idea. Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, come here. I waved at them. Although I've given you the cultivation methods, relying solely on hard training is still too slow. Do you want to take a shortcut and experience the feeling of leveling up like a rocket? As soon as I said this, Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up instantly, filled with anticipation. Zhu Zhuqing maintained her usual cool demeanor, but her ears definitely perked up. Only Xiao Wu pouted. HMPF, my little jealous pod has been knocked over again. I couldn't help but chuckle to myself, and without any hesitation, I directly told my system Xiao Ai, bring me the Chua tulip and the Narcissus jade bone. Okay, my lord. With a wave of my right hand, a flash of light appeared in the air, and 2 ethereal plants floated into view, radiating strong energy waves. The special effects were off the charts. One was a golden tulip for Ning Rongrong, looking luxurious and noble, perfectly matching her temperament. The other was for Zhu Zhuqing, entirely snow white, like it was carved from white jade, exuding an ethereal aura. Rongrong, this one is called the Chua tulip. Its attributes are compatible with your 7 treasures glazed tower, allowing your martial soul to evolve. You just need to absorb the flower's stamen directly. Zhu Zhuqing, this one is the Narcissus jade bone. It can help you refine your body and wash your marrow. You need to eat the petals first and then absorb the stamen. Remember, when absorbing, use your soul power to slowly refine it. Don't rush. My arrangement is so meticulous that not a single drop can leak. Little Wu has already turned red with longing, and these 2 can't be left out either. As for me, I pride myself on being fair and equitable, treating everyone equally. Just kidding, I'm running a swimming pool here. Ning Rongrong's little face was flushed with excitement as she carefully held the celestial grass and shyly said, "Thank you, you naughty rascal." Hey, this girl probably has already imagined a 1,000-word essay in her mind, wanting to kiss me but feeling too shy. Zhu Zhuqing was straightforward, taking the celestial grass and simply saying, "Thank you." But the gratitude in her eyes couldn't be hidden. All right, stop being sentimental, sit down and absorb it quickly. With a wave of my hand, the two of them immediately sat cross-legged and began to refine the celestial grass. In no time, both girls started to glow. Ning Rongrong was shining with brilliant golden light, and the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda in her hand sparkled, making her look like a fairy descended from the heavens. On Zhu Zhuqing's side, there was a faint white light, giving off an indescribable, ethereal feeling. While they were in seclusion and leveling up, I was free to relax. Little Wu, waiting beside me, got bored, and her jealousy flared up. She hugged my arm and kept shaking it, humming and expressing her dissatisfaction. What can I do? I can only pamper her. I reached out and ruffled her little head, running my fingers through her long and smooth braids. Hey, I have to say, this move is absolutely lethal against Xiao Wu. She immediately squinted her eyes, just like a cat being petted, and obediently leaned her head on my shoulder. Taking advantage of this moment, I quickly called out to Xiao Ai in my mind. Xiao Ai, open my personal panel and take a look. Goodness. As the screen lit up, rows of gorgeous data appeared. Soul power at level 41 for soul rings, 2 purple and 2 black. In the mental power section, it boldly stated second heaven, and the development of the devouring ancestral symbol had also reached 40. I thought to myself, this strength is truly in a league of its own. I had been cozying up with Xiao Wu for who knows how long, and the sun was almost setting. Suddenly, 2 powerful fluctuations of soul power erupted from Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, who were sitting cross-legged. They did it. The two slowly withdrew their power and stood up, their eyes filled with surprise and joy as they looked at me. Ning Rongrong was so excited that she ran over directly, her voice shaking a bit. Ling Yu, I feel like I've been reborn. Although Zhu Zhuqing didn't speak, her sparkling eyes said it all. The 7 treasures turned into the glazed tower. With a delicate shout, Ning Rongrong spun around in place, and a more magnificent treasure tower appeared in her palm. Xiao Wu, who was the most curious, released my hand and leaned closer, counting the layers on that treasure tower with her finger. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9. Rongrong, how did your tower become 9 layers? Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise. Ning Rongrong was stunned herself. She looked down and started trembling, her eyes instantly turning red. Family, who understands? The 7 treasures glazed tower turned into the 9 treasures glazed tower. This was her father's lifelong dream, the obsession of several generations of the sect. This immense fortune finally fell upon her today. In the next moment, her emotions completely lost control, and she suddenly leaped into my arms, standing on tiptoe to plant a heavy kiss on my cheek. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. Did this little girl really think she could sneak attack and run away? No way. The moment she moved her head, I swiftly wrapped my arms around her, leaned down to look at her blushing and surprised little face, and said with a mischievous grin, "You called me a pervert. So of course I have to do what a pervert would do." Before she could react, I leaned down and kissed her enticing red lips. Ning Rongrong initially struggled symbolically for a moment, playfully hitting my back a few times, but soon she softened, her eyes became dreamy, and she tightly embraced me. On the sidelines, Xiao Wu was so angry she stomped her feet, turning her head away only to turn back unwillingly to sneak a peek. Zhu Zhuqing had a complicated expression, with envy, a hint of bitterness, and a bit of curiosity. After more than 10 minutes, I reluctantly released her. Ning Rongrong's face was flushed like a ripe apple, and she lightly punched my chest with her small fists, pouting with a hint of a sob and a bit of a spoiled tone, saying, "You pervert, you took my first kiss, you have to be responsible for me." "Don't worry," I whispered in her ear, "from now on, I'll take good care of you." After dealing with Ning Rongrong, I turned around and was met with Xiao Wu's resentful little gaze. The sourness was palpable even from 3 meters away. I smiled and walked in front of her, saying nothing, just opening my arms. Xiao Wu let out a hum, but her body was very honest, swooping into my embrace like a little swallow. My title as the Water Master is not just for show. Holding Xiao Wu, I leaned down for yet another exploration. The focus is on fairness and justice, never favoring one over the other. Ning Rongrong watched from the side, tasting lemon for the first time, but she also realized that as more sisters join, she needs to fight for her own resources. Only Zhu Zhuqing stood there, looking at the two of us with a complex expression, as if learning some profound knowledge. By the time we finished our affectionate moments, the sky was completely dark. I held Xiao Wu with my left hand and embraced Ning Rongrong with my right, while Zhu Zhuqing followed behind. The 4 of us strolled leisurely towards the academy. Just as we reached the academy entrance, we witnessed a beautiful scene. Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others were struggling, carrying bamboo baskets filled with stones, supporting each other, looking as tired as dead dogs, inching their way to the main gate. They were drenched in sweat and in a sorry state. When they looked up and saw us, especially my dual embrace, their mouths twitched, and their eyes were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Dai Mubai and the others seemed utterly disheartened, while Tang San had a glint of ruthlessness in his eyes, probably imagining some scenario about how 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. One should not underestimate the young and poor. The master stood at the entrance, looking at Tang San and the others with satisfaction, then glanced at me, probably shaking his head inwardly, thinking that a genius like me is wasted and will eventually be surpassed by his disciple. It's hilarious. He doesn't understand anything. I couldn't be bothered with them and walked past him with the three girls. When we reached the entrance of my luxurious private room, Ning Rongrong wanted to say goodbye to me, but I grabbed her hand. "Ro, what are you doing?" Her little face flushed red. I gave her a bad smile and said, "Since you're here, why not come in and sit for a while?" Xiao Wu was quite understanding and went in first. Ning Rongrong was still hesitating, so I directly pulled her inside and casually shut the door. "Rongrong, you've worked hard on your cultivation today. Go take a shower and rest early," I said, grinning like a big bad wolf. It was only then that Ning Rongrong reacted. "Didn't you say you just wanted me to come in and sit?" "Yeah," I replied seriously. "Come in, sit for a while, take a shower, and then sleep." "What's wrong with that?" You shameless," she exclaimed. "Hey, I'm just planning to hold you and Xiao Wu to sleep, not really doing anything. Do I look like the kind of person who has no boundaries?" I coaxed her gently. In the end, this little witch reluctantly agreed. I took a shower first, then sat at the head of the bed, waiting to admire the beauty emerging from the bath. After a while, Xiao Wu came out in a pink nightgown. Her figure and long hair were stunning. A little later, Ning Rongrong also came out in a white nightgown, her short hair looking charming and delicate, and she even deliberately puffed out her chest in front of me. I coughed twice and patted the bed. "All right, it's getting late, come on up." The two girls blushed and lay down, one on the left and one on the right. I lay in the middle, holding Xiao Wu with my left arm and Ning Rongrong with my right, feeling their heartbeats and body warmth, completely satisfied. Soon, they fell asleep in my arms, with happy smiles on their faces. Hey, the first step has been successfully taken. The next morning, I opened my eyes and looked at the two little kittens still sleeping in my arms, feeling a sense of tranquility. I gently stroked their backs, enjoying this rare warmth. Before long, they woke up, blinking their sleepy eyes, glanced at each other shyly, but refused to get up, snuggling in my embrace. Although I also want to just lie down for a day and be a lazy ruler, I can't do that. Important matters are at hand. A few minutes later, seeing that they still looked lazy, I had no choice but to pat their backs helplessly. "Xiao Wu, Rongrong, get up, we still need to practice today." The two of them lazily responded in unison with a nasal sound, and then slowly crawled out of bed. I tell you, watching two beautiful women sleepily getting dressed is an incredible feeling. Xiao Wu is sitting in front of the vanity, leisurely combing her long scorpion braid with a sandalwood comb. Ning Rongrong is watching beside her, curiously asking, "Xiao Wu, your comb is so beautiful." Xiao Wu, beaming with pride, replies, "I made it myself." Then Ning Rongrong changes the subject and directly asks, "Why doesn't that scoundrel help you comb your hair?" I was right there and heard everything clearly. Xiao Wu rolled her eyes and said, "Him? With his clumsy hands, how could he possibly do that?" I was really upset at that moment. Seriously? Is there no humanity for those who are clumsy with their hands? Ning Rongrong saw me fail and was covering her mouth, giggling with uncontrollable laughter. By the time they finished fixing each other's hair and tidied up, I'd already taken care of everything on my side. Each of them linked an arm with me, and we headed out. But as soon as we opened the door, Zhu Zhuqing was standing there like a black-clad heroine, quietly waiting. I greeted her, and let me tell you, the way she glanced at Ning Rongrong was like she was inspecting something. After realizing there was nothing unusual, she quietly breathed a sigh of relief. The thoughts of a girl, TSK, TSK. The four of us went directly to the back mountain to check the goods. I asked them how they felt about practicing the new techniques these days. Ning Rongrong was the first to speak up, saying she felt like she had merged with the wind. As soon as she finished speaking, a blue light flashed from her body, and she shot out several meters away in an instant, leaving a faint shadow in place. And then she zipped back just as quickly. That speed is impressive. Her wind-based technique emphasizes lightness and grace, not only allowing her to accelerate, but also giving her a powerful attack capability. Her later moves are even more exaggerated than a 100,000-year soul ring. Then there was Zhu Zhuqing, who was even more outrageous. She activated her technique, and a black light, resembling smoke, emitted from her body. In the next second, for those who understood, her entire presence just vanished. It was like she had turned on an invisibility cloak. If you weren't watching her stand there, you wouldn't even feel that she was a soul master. Her soul power level and everything else seemed to have disappeared. This is the power of the dark element. It's simply invincible for assassination. As soon as I saw it, I thought, great, the foundation is solid. So it's time for the main course. I smiled and said to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, come on, we just had some fairy grass yesterday. Today I'll directly upgrade your soul ranks for some fun. With a wave of my right hand, 2 golden orbs floated in front of them, just like the items sent by the GM. I told them this was called a Divine Soul Ring, and they could absorb it by holding it. The 2 girls' eyes lit up as they sat cross-legged and took the orbs. Wow. As soon as they grasped the orbs, they shattered with a bang in a golden light, wrapping them up tightly. The colors of the soul rings inside began to shoot up like a rocket, changing from 10 years white to 100 years yellow in an instant, and then rapidly climbing to 1,000 years purple, with the purple becoming deeper. Xiao Wu, watching from the side, got a bit bored and bounced over, directly hanging on my arm, rubbing her head against my shoulder like a little cat. I casually patted her head and pinched her rabbit ears, making her face turn bright red. After about an hour, there was a loud explosion from Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing's side, and 2 purple 1,000-year soul rings settled firmly on them. When they opened their eyes, they were extremely excited. Xiao Wu quickly asked, what level? What level? Ning Rongrong's voice was trembling. 37. Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement, just like her. Wow. From over 20 levels to 37 in one day. This is incredible. Even Tang San would shed tears. Xiao Wu pouted, feeling like she was about to be caught up with and sensing a bit of a crisis. I have a clear understanding in my heart. The combination of fairy grass and divine soul rings is just perfect. I clap my hands and say, all right, I'm familiar with the technique now. It's time to practice some real moves and learn some offensive skills. I clearly arranged everything for Ning Rongrong. 1 movement technique called Flying Catkins and 1 sword technique called Wind Spirit Fractal Sword. I even specially smiled at her and said, in just over 20 days, you should practice these 2 diligently. I will personally check your training progress every day. Hey, with that expression of mine. Her face instantly turned red, but she was still unwilling to back down, raising her eyebrows at me with a hint of provocation. She also knew that these 2 techniques were powerful skills, Xian-level combat techniques, and mastering them would make it easy to fight against soul masters of the same level. However, she was a bit confused about how to practice this sword technique without a sword. Can I not think of it? With a wave of my right hand, I conjured 2 shimmering long swords out of thin air, with phoenix carvings on the sheaths, looking stunning. I said to Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, come, each take 1, and let's practice swordplay with these from now on. Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up as she snatched one and fondled it with delight. With a clang, she drew the sword, and the blade shimmered like autumn water, glinting coldly. Xiao Wu wasn't as excited. She seemed not very interested in swordplay. After handing out the swords, I thought good things come in pairs, so I conjured 3 rings inlaid with jade, which flew in front of them. Here, storage soul guides, 1 for each of you, so you can keep your things inside. The 3 of them had a special understanding and directly extended their left ring fingers to put them on. After putting them on, they raised their hands to look at them, their faces flushed. These were not just storage rings, they were practically tokens of love. Although Zhu Zhuqing seemed a bit conflicted, her eyes could not lie. Ning Rongrong and the others already had storage items, but a gift from me held a different meaning. Ning Rongrong immediately tried out her new toy, infused some soul power into the sword, and casually slashed at a large rock nearby. A streak of blue sword energy flew out, and with a puff, the large rock was cut in half like tofu. The cut so smooth, it could serve as a mirror. She was stunned, covering her mouth in disbelief. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were also shocked. With this skill, Ning Rongrong was no longer just someone who could call out the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda for support. I nodded in satisfaction and said, all right, everyone has received their tasks. Go practice on your own. If you have any questions, come back and ask me. Then the atmosphere became harmonious. Xiao Wu sat cross-legged to cultivate her soul power. Ning Rongrong practiced her sword techniques with precise movements, and Zhu Zhuqing also sat down to cultivate her shadow technique. Black energy rolling around her. I saw that they were all getting into the zone, and I couldn't just sit idle. As I thought about it, I directly tore open a black hole in front of me and stepped inside, sitting cross-legged and floating in the middle. I activated the ancestral talisman. Wow, The energy of the surrounding world within dozens of meters went crazy, being pulled towards me, forming a massive energy vortex above my head. That scene was truly spectacular. We each practiced diligently. Ning Rongrong trained hard for the bet a month later. Days passed in a blink. In a clearing on the back mountain, I called them to a stop. I looked at Ning Rongrong and asked her, Rongrong, how's your progress with those two skills? She seemed a bit embarrassed and said softly, well, I've almost grasped the flying willow technique, but as for the wind spirit fractal sword, I can't even produce a single sword aura. This was within my expectations. The movement technique is easier to practice, but the wind spirit fractal sword is a hardcore offensive skill. It emphasizes fractals. It's not just about casually condensing an energy sword aura, but rather about replicating the real deal in your hand, which is much more difficult. I said, come on, show me how it's done. Let me see where the problem is. She nodded and first demonstrated her movement technique. With a flash of blue light, she floated away like willow catkins, her shadow filling the whole area, moving at a terrifying speed. If she kept going, I felt she could even pass the third driving test. I quickly called to stop her. All right, the movement technique is good enough. Let's see the sword technique. Only then did she stop, taking out the Qing Wang sword, named by herself, while Xiao Wu's was called Qing Feng sword. She gathered her energy, channeling her spirit power, and the blue light on the sword surged. Then she slashed at the air, just as the virtual shadow of the sword was about to take shape. It suddenly fizzled out with a poof, like a fart, and just dissipated. Ning Rongrong's little face instantly fell, looking extremely disappointed. As soon as I saw it, I understood that this first hurdle was insurmountable. I walked directly behind her, pressed against her, and said, Rongrong, don't move. Next, I will use my soul power to take you through it once. You need to feel it carefully. As soon as I put my hand on her, wow. That little shoulder was soft, and I could feel her heart racing duong duong. Her face was as red as an apple. With my other hand, I took her little hand and wrapped her whole body in my arms. This position was simply something else. Next to us, Xiao Wu was pouting so much she could hang an oil bottle. Zhu Zhuqing was trying to hold back her laughter, enjoying the spectacle without any care. I told her to be careful, and with a surge of soul power, it directly flowed in her body, racing along the route I had planned with her energy. Let me tell you, that feeling was just like driving on the highway with navigation, smooth and unobstructed. After the soul power completed a circle, I held her hand, and the Qing Wang sword in my hand buzzed, producing 8 sword shadows that appeared out of thin air, forming a circle. The scene was all about cyber cultivation. I pointed at a large rock in the distance, and 8 sword shadows shot out in an instant. That rock crumbled like tofu, being sliced into powder with crackling sounds. Finally, all the sword shadows exploded with a bang, creating a visual effect that was simply stunning. I let go of her hand and smiled, asking if she remembered. Guess what happened next? This little rich girl blushed and ran over, shyly asking me, naughty rogue, can you come again a few more times? Who understands this kind of wolfish words? My family. I was stunned at the time, but looking at her little expression, could I say no? I had to satisfy her. Just as I nodded, the vinegar jar on Xiao Wu's side was directly overturned. Bro, I want to join too. All right, everyone can come. Let's share the blessings. I was purely doing this for teaching purposes, absolutely no other intentions. Really, to put it simply, this set of wind spirit fractal sword skills not only teaches them how to fight, but more importantly, it trains their mental strength multitasking, similar to the distraction control of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. As for my own super painful mental training method, forget it. Girls should just get stronger beautifully. There's no need to endure that kind of suffering. I also casually taught them a set of breath control techniques, so they could disguise themselves and hide their strength when going out, which is an essential skill for wandering the world. A month flew by in an instant. I directly brought Flander and charged the Soto Great Soul Arena. During the codename segment, I called myself God's Hand. Xiao Wu was Graceful Bone Charm Rabbit. Zhu Qing was Quiet Spirit Cat. And as for Rong, she was simply called 7 Treasure Glazed Tile. At the moment we got the badges, I saw the excitement on Rong's little face, and it felt like life was complete. Before long, the host shouted, next match, newcomer battle. Great Soulmaster Ning Rong versus the 3-time champion, Monxiang. I patted Rong's head to encourage her. The guy across from us was all muscles, with a bull as his martial spirit, obviously a power-type brute. As soon as the match started, he charged over like a tank, crashing forward. However, Rong didn't even activate her martial spirit. She just picked up the sword I gave her and went up. When that big guy charged, Rong lightly sidestepped, almost like dancing, and dodged him, causing him to miss completely. Then, we heard Rong shout, Wine Spirit split sword. Whoosh! Two sword shadows split off and crossed over to strike. The guy reacted quickly, activating a defensive soul skill and encasing himself in a red energy shell. But it was useless. The moves I taught her were not that easy to block. With a loud bang, that shell was shattered. By the time he steadied himself, the two sword shadows were already hovering right in front of his neck, just an inch away. The guy was stunned and obediently raised his hands to surrender. Everyone was silent for a moment, then erupted into thunderous applause. An auxiliary soul master, without activating her martial spirit, had taken down a power-type battle soul master in one move. Who wrote the script? Oh, it was me. Flender, standing nearby, looked like his glasses were about to fall off. I bet his worldview was being reshaped. As Flender walked away, filled with emotions, I waved my hand. Ladies, let's celebrate our first victory. Today is a holiday. Let's go shopping. Xiao Wu saw some candied hawthorn sticks and couldn't move on after tasting one. Her eyes turned into crescent moons. And guess what? This little rabbit directly pulled out the gold soul coins I gave her and said to the vendor, Boss, I'll take care of this stall. Goodness, she has a consumption mindset that's way ahead. Then we went to buy clothes, and a shopkeeper teased me, saying I was lucky to be with 3 beauties. I tell you, my old face was almost unable to hold up. The funniest part was when buying lingerie. Xiao Wu and Rong had pretty normal sizes, but when it came to Zhu Zhuqing, her size was simply a dimensionality reduction blow. The 3 of them turned as red as tomatoes, and I watched from the side, feeling, well, complicated emotions. As we played until evening and headed back, there were fewer and fewer people on the street. I scanned the area with my spiritual sense and felt something was off. A lewd aura was approaching. Sure enough, a greasy middle-aged man popped out from a corner, grinning lewdly. Hee, what exceptionally cute little Lolis. At that moment, my anger flared up instantly. Isn't this the one called Douluo? It's really true that seeing is believing. It's even more disgusting than the legends say. How dare he tell me to get lost? I directly told Xiao Wu and the others to close their eyes. Then, with a movement of my mental power, an invisible transformation needle instantly condensed. As soon as that guy sensed something was wrong, with a poof, the needle had already pierced through his forehead. Before he could finish a single word, he fell down with a thud, dead as a doornail. As I raised my hand, a ball of spiritual fire enveloped his corpse. Not even a whiff of smoke escaped. It was directly reduced to molecules. Destroying the body and erasing traces, this was my specialty. To be honest, this was the first time I had killed someone since coming to this world. But there was no choice. This bastard crossed my bottom line. Anyone who dares to target those close to me, even if the King of Heaven himself came, they would have to die. After I took care of everything and turned around, well, there they were, 3 pairs of wide eyes staring at me, as if they had seen a ghost. All filled with fear. Xiao Wu's voice trembled, Bro. You killed him? I told them. Do you think I'm cruel? But this scumbag specializes in bullying women, and he has inappropriate thoughts, which is a capital offense. I absolutely will not allow anyone, even the slightest possibility, to harm you. After I said this, the 3 of them calmed down, and the fear in their eyes turned into warmth. Xiao Wu and Rong directly linked arms with me. One on each side. This matter just passed like that. In the following 3 months, everyone practiced hard. I reached level 42, Xiao Wu was at 39, and Rong and Zhu Zhuqing were at 38. On Tang San's side, they also endured a lot under the master's training, and their strength increased significantly. Just as we were catching our breath, that old master came up with a new task, saying he wanted to conduct some second-stage training. In simple terms, it meant taking us to the Soto City Great Soul Arena to fight underground matches, to earn some extra money for the academy, and to promote the reputation of the Shrek 7 monsters. All right, it's the 7 monsters without me. I never intended to participate in any team battles. I just wanted to accompany them and help Xiao Wu and the others practice. The funniest part? He even seriously gave each of us a mask, saying it was to hide our identities. I almost laughed out loud at that moment. Who understands family? Isn't this just a case of there's no silver here? Wearing a broken mask, and once the martial soul appears, can acquaintances not recognize us? It's pure concealment that instead draws attention. Anyway, I didn't care. When we arrived at the Great Soul Arena, I first signed Xiao Wu and the others up for 3 pairs of 2-on-2 matches. In the first match, Xiao Wu and I teamed up, calling ourselves the Purple Gold Jade Rabbit. The opponents, a duo called the Cat and Mouse Combination, saw us wearing masks and immediately started mocking us for hiding our heads and exposing our tails. I thought, fine, let me show you what a dimensional strike is. Once they activated their martial souls, they charged at us with loud roars, and the cat girl even created dozens of claw shadows, looking quite flashy. Let me tell you, I couldn't even be bothered to activate my martial soul. I simply extended my right hand and conjured an 8-foot-long silver spear out of thin air. With a swing towards those claw shadows, they shattered instantly. The two were left stunned, eyes wide like copper bells. I figured I shouldn't waste time, so I flashed forward and with a single strike sent that cat girl flying out of the arena, then flashed again and struck to send the fat mouse flying too. All in all, it took about 3 seconds? No more than that. Wow. The whole arena exploded with excitement, and Tang San and the others were dumbfounded. That old master was stroking his chin in astonishment, mumbling to himself. I could guess he was self-analyzing, thinking Tang San would definitely surpass me in the future, and that I was just a supporting role. Seriously, where does his blind confidence come from? The subsequent 2-on-2 and 1-on-1 matches were all won without any suspense. The highlight came when our Rong, a support-type soulmaster, was set to have a 1-on-1 duel. Tang San and the others' eyes were almost popping out, probably waiting to see a joke. The opponent was a guy named Mo Tian, level 29, with a martial soul of a flood dragon, looking quite intimidating, and he was on a 4-match winning streak. Guess what happened? Rong didn't even activate her 7-treasure glaze tile. She directly pulled out the Qing Huang sword I gave her. The guy opposite unleashed a series of combo moves, using dragon arms and blood burning, buffing himself to the max, charging at her like a super scion. Our Rong just smiled lightly, waved her little hand, and wind binding. I tell you, as he ran halfway, a bunch of green wind ropes appeared out of nowhere, tying him up tightly, unable to move at all. Then with another finger, she used Wind Spirit's splitting sword, unleashing 4 green light swords that shot forward and blasted him away, causing him to spit blood and concede. The master and the others were stunned, probably trying to figure out how a support type could be this powerful. I was overjoyed. Finally, our Rong's time had come. What did I give her? The ability to directly control elemental power. Forget about soul bones. That's too small-minded. With elemental control, she could fight however she wanted, creating soul skills like it was child's play. This is true superiority, okay? After Rong's match, Xiao Wu, the little jealous jar, couldn't wait any longer and huffed as she went up. The opponent was a muscular man named Xian Tao, who wielded a big axe, level 28, and opened with a powerful strike that seemed like it could split the arena in half. But Xiao Wu just stood there and pushed her little hand forward, wind wall. A green wind wall instantly appeared. When that big axe struck it, I tell you, it was like hitting cotton. All the force was dissipated. The guy was still stunned when the wind wall blasted him along with his axe out of the arena. Before he could steady himself, Xiao Wu countered with 1,000 winds gale, flicking her little hand, and 5 compressed wind blades shot out, merging into a massive tornado that charged towards his whirlwind slash. When the two ultimate moves collided, there was a sharp screeching sound, and sparks flew everywhere. But it only held for a dozen seconds before a loud bang occurred, and the muscular man's axe whirlwind was utterly shattered, flying out of his hand. The remaining green gale struck him solidly. I tell you, that guy was blasted out on the spot. He was in the air, and with a poof, he spat out a mouthful of blood 3 meters away, like it was raining, and then he thudded down outside the stage. I guess several of his ribs must be broken. Goodness, the whole place went wild. The audience was like a tsunami, shouting Xiao Wu's name. Family, who understands? Our Xiao Wu didn't even unleash her martial soul the whole time and just took down a level 26 soul master in an instant. She stood on the stage, and under that mask, her little mouth must have been grinning from ear to ear. With a proud look, she even tilted her little chin towards me, and her eyes seemed to say she could almost write "You're amazing" on her face. Of course I understood, and immediately gave her a thumbs up. This little girl, as soon as she saw me praising her, couldn't hold back and bounced off the stage, directly rushing towards me. I casually patted her head and brushed her hair. Meanwhile, the single guys like Dai Mubai next to us had expressions like they had just eaten lemons, looking incredibly sour, all turning their heads away in unison. But guess what? 2 of them had dark expressions on their faces. Tang San and his teacher, the master. Let me tell you, the look in their eyes was as if I had stolen their limited skins, incredibly angry, feeling that Xiao Wu had stolen their spotlight. This situation is just ridiculous. Before we could finish our moment, the next match was called for Zhu Zhuqing. I quickly gave her a gesture of encouragement. Let me tell you, as soon as she stepped on stage, the entire venue went silent. That black tight-fitting outfit outlined her figure. TSK, she was definitely the center of attention. Her opponent was a muscular guy named Haoyan, with a martial soul of a powerful magic ape, level 29, looking quite tough. As soon as the match started, that guy came crashing down like a cannonball, throwing a punch. And what happened? Our Zhu Zhuqing immediately transformed into a puff of black smoke and vanished on the spot. She focused on physical immunity. What were you even trying to hit? The next moment, she appeared right behind that guy. And I don't know when she had a pure black spear in her hand. Whoosh, she threw it out. That guy was so scared he quickly activated his ultimate. His whole body shimmering with golden light, turning into an ape man, just barely managing to block it. But it wasn't over yet. Zhu Zhuqing didn't give him a chance to breathe. And with another flash, appeared in front of him, lifting the big guy into the air with a single thrust of her spear. Then the iconic scene came. She formed a seal on the spot, and instantly, a dozen or so black shadows that looked just like her emerged from the ground, each holding a long spear. I was dumbfounded from below the stage. Those shadows charged up in the sky like crazy, weaving a huge black net in midair, directly covering that guy. And then suddenly pulling it tight. Boom, boom, boom. It was like fireworks going off. When the black light dissipated, that guy fell straight down from the sky, covered in wounds, lying on the ground, and just said 2 words, "I concede." The entire venue was first dead silent, then it erupted with a bang. A bunch of people shouted "Goddess," and the scene was like a concert. To be honest, I was also shocked. This move was called 10,000 Shadows Execution. It was so cool. When Zhu Zhuqing walked off the stage, I looked at her and sincerely said, "Zhu Zhuqing, you were really beautiful just now." I told you. Just this one sentence. And the expression on Zhu Zhuqing's face, which had been like a frozen iceberg for years, instantly couldn't hold up anymore. And her eyes turned red all of a sudden. She looked at me, her voice as small as a mosquito's, and said, "Ling Yu, can you hug me?" At that moment, my heart melted, and I went up to hug her tightly. Xiao Wu and Rong Rong were watching from the side, and the 2 little girls' expressions were quite sour, but they didn't say anything and were quite understanding. While I was holding her, I thought to myself, this girl is cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. You need to use your sincere heart to warm her up. When we finally let go, that clever little Rong Rong came up to tease her. "Qing Mei, how does the embrace of a scoundrel feel?" Xiao Wu was even bolder, directly leaning close to my ear and asking, "Brother, what's the difference between hugging Zhu Zhuqing and hugging us?" Goodness, that's just pure insinuation about her figure. Putting me on the spot. What could I do? I could only counter by blowing into her ear and saying, "It's fine. I'll help you check it out properly when we get back." The little girl's face immediately turned bright red. Later, I easily wrapped up my own match. When we returned to the academy that night, I got bolder and directly asked Zhu Zhuqing if she wanted to come to my room. As a result, I scared the little girl, and she ran away with her face flushed, leaving behind a comment that we could talk about it when I became the #1 on the continent. The 2 little ones were not having it, one on each side pinching me and questioning whether I thought they weren't enough. What could I say? I just picked them both up in a princess carry and took them away together. In the following days, we stayed in Soto City during the day to practice. And at night, we went to fight in the Soul Arena. Our purple-gold combination was becoming more and more famous. That night, it was our turn for the team battle with all 8 of us. While waiting backstage, a muscular guy from the opposing team came up and started to tease Zhu Zhuqing, asking her to take off her mask. Our Zhu Zhuqing is so cool. She just coldly replied with 1 word, "Get lost." That big guy still wanted to make a move, and I shot him a glance, letting a bit of killing intent leak out. He immediately froze, cold sweat breaking out. Luckily, the person in charge arrived quickly and persuaded him to leave. Before leaving, he reminded us that this team, called the Crazy Battle Team, had won 7 matches in a row and played dirty, advising us to admit defeat if we couldn't handle it. Oscar was analyzing that this person was here to test us, and Tang San started to devise a strategy, saying we needed to control the opposing tank. As for me, I pulled our 3 girls aside and secretly gave Zhu Zhuqing a little tip. "Listen, there's a support spirit master using an abacus on their team. You need to take him out right at the start. The rest of them are just weaklings." Soon, it was our turn to go on stage. I didn't participate and just watch from below. The host was still that supervisor, who came up and set the atmosphere. 4th match, team battle. Introducing the Crazy Battle Team, facing Shrek 7 monsters. That supervisor really had a loud voice. And then he started to introduce both sides. He talked about how the Crazy Battle Team had 7 consecutive victories and was incredibly strong, likely to set a record for the fastest advancement to the Copper Fighting Soul. Then he mentioned that although we, the Shrek 7 monsters, were newcomers, we were not to be underestimated. I tell you, as soon as those words were said, the atmosphere instantly heated up. The people on both sides took the stage and immediately formed their formations. The opposing team, the frenzied warriors set up a triangular formation of 3-3-1 with their captain, the frenzied rhino, standing at the front like a tank. On our side, we formed a 3-2-2 formation with Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing in the front row, Tang San and Rong in the middle, and Fatty and Oscar bringing up the rear. Hey, don't underestimate Rong, who is currently in a support role. She's incredibly strong now, and in a real fight, she could hold her ground right at the front, but in team battles, we still have to follow the basics. The flamboyant woman on the other side was staring hard at our Xiao Wu and her two companions, probably intimidated after seeing their previous matches. The host saw that the atmosphere was just right and didn't waste any more time, counting down 5 seconds to start. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, fight. Wow, what a scene. All 14 soul rings lit up simultaneously, and the colorful lights nearly blinded me. Dai Mubai let out a tiger roar, transforming into the white tiger. 2 yellow and 1 purple, a standard top configuration. On our side, aside from Xiao Wu and her companions who deliberately hid their strength with only 2 yellow rings lit up, everyone else was at their best configuration. The frenzied warriors were left dumbfounded. Their soul rings in white, yellow, and purple looked flashy like a traffic light, simply a ragtag army against a regular army. The fight began. The opposing support started buffing their teammates with a plate in hand, granting them a bit of light attack and defense buffs. Then it was our Rong's turn. Let me tell you, when the 9-treasure glaze tile appeared, it radiated with brilliant light, and Rong looked like a fairy coming down to earth. With her lips slightly parted, she spoke 2 phrases. The 9 treasures are famous. The first is strength. The 9 treasures are famous. The second is speed. Whoosh! 14 beams of colorful light flew into each of our bodies. Strength and speed surged by 40%. The opposing team's buffs were nothing but a joke. At that moment, the faces of the frenzied warriors turned green. They must have been thinking, what is up with this? How do we end up matched against a rich powerhouse in this ranked match? Now, they were forced to attack. The opposing captain, the frenzied rhino, charged forward headstrong, horns leading the way, with 2 sheep following him. On the sides, there were 2 monkeys trying to flank our Rong. The Spider-Woman came in wanting to cast her net to control the whole field. What happened next? Rong countered with a sword strike, a flash of blue light, and that net shattered like paper in an instant. When Tang San saw this, he thought, oh, I don't need to make a move, and immediately turned his fire to entangle the 2 monkeys with his blue silvergrass. Then, he executed a 1,000-year soul skill, sending a blue spider web right at the frenzied rhino's face. The frenzied rhino attempted to withstand it, but was blocked by Dai Mubai's white tiger wave. And in that brief moment, bam, he was directly tied up by Tang San's web, lying on the ground, poisoned and smoking, completely out of the fight. With the captain down, the battlefield was directly split by us. Xiao Wu created a wind wall, completely sealing off the 2 monkeys. And then she and Dai Mubai took turns pummeling those 2 sheep. The Spider-Woman was entangled by Tang San, panicking. She still wanted to buff her teammates and unleash a big move, but when she turned around, she was stunned. In our team, Zhu Zhuqing, like a ghost, had already reached their support's face without anyone noticing. Let me tell you, Zhu Zhuqing was incredibly handsome, wielding a black long spear, moving so fast that only after images could be seen. His combo flowed like water, and with a bang, he sent that precious support flying out of the arena. Once the support was down, how could they fight? The Berserker team was completely finished. Zhu Zhuqing and Rong joined the battle and quickly took care of the 2 monkeys that had just come out of the wind wall. The 2 soul masters were also pinned down by Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu. The Spider-Woman was tightly controlled by Tang San, unable to do anything. In the end, only the bewildered, crazy rhino lying on the ground and the despairing Spider-Woman were left. The 2 exchanged glances and almost simultaneously shouted, "We surrender." It was such a frustrating situation. The supervisor jumped onto the stage and announced our victory, and the looks in their eyes were almost fiery. The 2 members of the Berserker team were helped away, their backs looking incredibly desolate. After all, they came to boost their record, but ended up being taken down by our smooth little combo. Anyone would feel frustrated in their shoes. The audience had already exploded in excitement, discussing us. Dai Mubai and Tang San exchanged a fist bump to celebrate their victory. But when their eyes glanced at Xiao Wu and the other 2 girls, there was clearly a bit of complexity. There was no helping it. In this team battle, the performances of the 3 ladies were simply too eye-catching. As for Oscar and Ma Hongjun, those 2 were purely watching the show, enjoying a free win with expressions of sheer delight. As everyone cheered and left the stage, Xiao Wu and the other 2 naturally gathered around me. I smiled and ruffled Xiao Wu and Rong's heads, while Master S' zombie-like face twitched, urging us to hurry back to the hotel. Back at the hotel, after removing our masks, Master surprisingly managed to squeeze out a smile, praising each one of us, especially Zhu Zhuqing's decisive play against the backline, which he defined as the key to victory. Tang San and Dai Mubai also received recognition. After praising us, Master and Flender left, reminding us not to cause trouble. As soon as they left, Dai Mubai immediately started shouting about going out for drinks to celebrate. However, that fatso Mahong Jun, with a sly look in his eyes, suggested, "Boss Dai, how about we relax a bit?" The moment those words were spoken, the atmosphere instantly became awkward. The expressions on Xiao Wu and the other girls' faces clearly showed their disgust. Seeing the situation, I realized that we wouldn't be drinking together. So I directly led the three ladies out on our own. I found a pretty good tavern and ordered a full table of dishes. That little girl Rong wanted to challenge me to a drinking contest, trying to get me drunk to see me make a fool of myself. Am I going to indulge her? Sure. But in the end, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were down after just 2 cups. Only Rong was still holding on, her little face flushed, eyes hazy, mumbling, "Stinky rogue, why aren't you the one getting drunk?" Finally, with a clang, she couldn't even hold her cup steady and spilled it right into my arms. I thought to myself, "Silly girl, you're still too inexperienced to challenge me like this." There was nothing I could do. All 3 were drunk. So I had to take on the burden. 1 on my back, 2 hanging on me, walking down the street with a 200 return rate on glances. People looked at me as if I were a human trafficker. I was really at my wit's end. When we got back to the hotel, I found that Tang San and the others hadn't returned yet. I used my spiritual power to open Xiao Wu and the others' room door, first placing Zhu Zhuqing on the bed and covering her with a blanket, then carrying Xiao Wu and Rong back to my own room. As soon as I lay down, these 2 girls started talking in their sleep. Xiao Wu was there complaining, saying that while I was good to her, I was too fickle, wanted to find other sisters even though I had her. Rong, on the other hand, kept calling me a big bad guy and a stinky rogue, and, after cursing, she quietly said, "But why do I like you so much? What a big nemesis." Sigh. Hearing this made my heart feel a mix of emotions. I couldn't help but pinch Rong's hot little face, thinking to myself, "Don't worry, I will definitely treat you well in the future." The 2 girls gradually fell into a deep sleep, their breathing becoming steady. I smiled, closed my eyes, and soon fell asleep as well. The next day, as the morning sun rose and warm sunlight spilled onto the windowsill, the room became much brighter. A new day had begun. Under the influence of our biological clocks, Xiao Wu, Rong, and I woke up one after another. As soon as I woke up, wow, Rong's face was as red as a monkey's, but probably remembering that she lost to me in the drinking contest yesterday and feeling embarrassed, the 3 of us quickly finished washing up. Xiao Wu and Rong each took one of my arms, and we headed out the door. As soon as we opened the door, we saw Zhu Zhuqing, dressed in a tight black outfit. Her silhouette was stunning. She was quietly watching the increasingly lively Soto city below. I called out to her with a smile, and when she turned around, the faint smile on her face was simply captivating. The 4 of us went downstairs and casually had some breakfast. On the way, we ran into Tang San and the others who had just woken up. We all nodded at each other, which counted as a greeting. Let me tell you, the next month was incredibly thrilling. Our Shrek 7 monster's name was completely established in the Soto Great Soul Arena. In team battles, we played 27 matches in 1 month, winning all 27, and we couldn't find any opponents at the 30th level. It was just a slaughter. As for our small group of 4, whether in combination battles or individual matches, we were on a winning streak, having never tasted the bitterness of defeat. After a month of this, my soul power surged to level 43, and the other 3, Xiao Wu and the others, were close to leveling up as well. As for the others, Dai Mubai and Oscar's combination had a more average record. The venue restrictions were too great, and the main output relied solely on Dai Mubai, which was a bit of a letdown. Tang San was fortunate, winning all his individual matches without encountering a single fire-type opponent. Dai Mubai was also fierce in individual battles, only losing 2 matches, both of which he was worn down by control-type opponents. But his soul power also broke through to level 38. Ma Hongjun was doing well too, with his soul power reaching level 28. Although our record was impressive, the stupid regulations of the Soul Arena meant that points wouldn't be calculated until the end of the month, so we were still wearing Iron Badge medals. But who understands the family? Even if it's just an Iron Soul badge, us young ones wearing masks couldn't hide it. Especially the 4 of us. I, the Goddess Hand, Xiao Wu, the Soft Bone Charm Rabbit, Ning Rong, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile, and Zhu Zhuqing, the Nether Cat. These four codenames were practically top-tier celebrities in Soto City, wildly popular. The people at the Great Soul Arena had long been eyeing us, probably calculating in their hearts that if it weren't for our low badge levels, they would have invited us to the main Soul Arena to be their cash cows. One day, the master, as usual, went to register for a team battle in the capacity of our agent. As soon as he handed over the badge, the staff member, upon seeing the words Shrek 7 monsters, turned pale, as if he had seen a ghost. He stammered and asked the master, You are the leader of the Shrek 7 monsters? The master frowned and nodded. Please wait. That guy was so excited his hand was shaking as he grabbed the badge and ran backstage. In no time, he came back leading a middle-aged man, who was the supervisor AO. That supervisor AO had a beaming smile as he returned the badge to the master and politely said, Respected leader, may I have a word with you? The master glanced at him and asked indifferently, On behalf of yourself, or on behalf of the Great Soul Arena? Of course, on behalf of the Great Soul Arena. Fine. The master followed him into a small room. As soon as they sat down, Supervisor AO got straight to the point. Leader, I'll be direct. We hope that today's team battle for the Shrek 7 monsters can take place directly in the main Soul Arena. The master was not surprised at all. He had already guessed this attitude. He leisurely replied, Isn't that against the rules? We're still Iron Soul badge holders. You're being humble. Supervisor AO looked quite troubled. Based on your record, after today, you will definitely all be Silver Soul badge holders. It makes no difference whether it's a day earlier or later. The master still wouldn't budge, just looking at him. Supervisor AO couldn't hold it any longer, sighed, and revealed everything. It turned out that 3 days ago, a mysterious team arrived at the Soul Arena. All members were Soul Emperors, but they all had Silver Soul badges. The nobles in Soto City were heavily betting on them every day, and this team was doing well, winning for 2 consecutive days, causing the Soul Arena to suffer significant losses. These people were strong because their Soul Ring configurations were the same as ours, all optimally configured. The Soul Arena had sent several Copper Soul badge teams to compete, including the Frenzy team we had previously fought, and they were all wiped out. Good heavens! It was like they came to smash the arena. The master felt a stir in his heart and asked, What is the background of that team? Supervisor AO shook his head. Their levels aren't particularly high. It's just that their soul rings are top-notch. So, we want to invite you to take action and defeat them. I told you, this is simply the official asking us to be the flashy targets. As soon as the master heard this, he became energetic, realizing not only could they serve as sparring partners for the others, but they would also get paid. He cleared his throat and directly asked, What benefits do we get? Supervisor AO quickly replied, For participating in the main soul fighting arena, each person has a minimum guarantee of 500 gold soul coins. As long as you win, we will give an additional 10,000 gold soul coins. Moreover, to help you conserve energy, all of your individual and duo matches today will have the opponents concede, and the points will still count. The master thought this condition was good and immediately agreed, saying, Okay, I'm in. Give me the opponent's information. The efficiency of the soul fighting arena was remarkable. Before long, all of us, including Flender, were invited into a small room. The master explained the situation and spread out the materials on the table. After hearing this, Flender was so frustrated he was pounding his chest. Hey Xiao Gang, why did you agree so quickly? You should negotiate a bit, since they are in such a hurry. They must be able to offer more money. The master rolled his eyes. When did you become so mercenary? Tang San and the others were stifling their laughter, their faces turning red. Flender looked aggrieved. You don't know how hard it is to manage a household. The master sighed and directly arranged the distribution of the prize money. 10,000 gold soul coins, with each child getting 1,000 and the remaining 3,000 going to the academy. Of course, no one had any objections. As for me, since I wasn't participating in the group battle, I wouldn't get my share. But I didn't mind. Anyway, after this match, I was planning to take Xiao Wu and the others and run away. All right, let's look at the information. The master tapped the table, and everyone's attention focused on the piece of cloth embroidered with gold edges. Wow, I was shocked when I took a look. This team was called the Royal Fighting Team, and their configuration was simply luxurious. The captain, Yu Tianheng, had the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus as his martial soul and was at level 39. The vice captain, Du Viyen, had the emerald phosphor snake as her martial soul and was at level 38. There were also 2 black tortoise soul masters acting as tanks, a wind chime bird and a ghost leopard as assassins. And finally, there was a support type with a martial soul called 9 Heart Begonia. All members had the ideal soul ring configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple. This lineup was practically like a national team coming to provide aid in the countryside. The Master's expression became serious as he pointed to the information, saying, "Pay attention to these 2 individuals, the captain and the vice captain. The blue lightning Tyrannosaurus is known as the strongest beast martial soul, holding a status similar to Lv.7's 7 treasure glazed tile. As for that emerald phosphor snake, I suspect she has a connection with that poison Douluo from the title Douluo." Upon hearing poison Douluo, Dai Mubai's face changed. Tang San, however, was confident and asked the master, "Teacher, how do you control a snake martial soul?" The master simply replied with 1 word, "Poison." Tang San smiled, thinking, "Poison? Who can compete with my Tang sect?" At that moment, Rong suddenly spoke up, dropping a bombshell that nearly fried our CPUs. She said, "Master, our primary target must be that supports soulmaster." The master was taken aback. We had 2 supports on our side. Were we afraid of just one? Rong's expression was extremely serious. My dad said that the 9-heart begonia martial soul is a lineage that passes down exclusively, with only 1 inheritor per generation. It only has 1 soul skill, which is a wide-range group healing, as long as she is present, before her soul power is exhausted. None of us can hope to take down any opponent. My dad said, with a 9-heart begonia soul master around, it's hard to even die. Wow, isn't this just a mobile spring? How are we supposed to fight like this? The atmosphere instantly cooled down. At this moment, it was my turn to step in. I reached out and squeezed Zhu Zhuqing's hand, giving her a knowing look. Zhu Zhuqing understood immediately and said in a cool voice, "That 9-heart begonia, leave it to me. I'll take her out in the opening." The master nodded. I continued, "Those 2 Xiao Wu turtle meat shields, and that one who plays with poison. I'll leave them to Xiao Wu and Rong. Their wind abilities can counter the poisonous mist, and Ma Hongjuan's fire can burn as well. It's not a big problem." With my arrangement, the master's eyes lit up, and the atmosphere instantly became lively again. When I calculated, it seemed that the only remaining threat from across the way was their captain. While we were diligently holding a meeting to discuss tactics, guess what those guys on the other side were doing? They were having a party in a luxurious 200 square meter VIP room. Huge, genuine leather sofas, a crystal coffee table filled with snacks and drinks, and the entire room was resplendent, with a giant one-way crystal wall that could directly see the spirit fighting platform below, showcasing an extravagant lifestyle. That captain, Yu Qianheng, was sitting there with his eyes closed, pretending to be deep and thoughtful. The vice captain, Dou Yin, was lazily leaning against him, playing with her green nails. A handsome golden retriever named Yufeng was joking against the crystal wall. "Sister Yin, stop showing off your love with the boss. Us single dogs can't handle it." Dou Yin shot him a flirty glance. "Then come on. Sister will make you a real man." Yufeng shivered in fright. "Forget it. With your poison, only the boss can handle it." Another handsome guy in black, Osro, who looked somewhat feminine, laughed, and the 2 nearly got into a fight. In the end, it was Captain Yu Qianheng who spoke up, telling them to quiet down and learn from the Shurja brothers sitting in meditation next to them. Yufeng was still bragging. "Boss, is it really necessary to be this tense? This little Swoto city can have our opponents?" Yu Qianheng said calmly, "We cannot be careless." In the corner of the room stood a girl in black clothes with her face covered, the one known as the 9-heart Sitang, Yi Lingling, emanating an aura of "Don't bother me. I'm about to shatter." Just then, the door opened, and their teacher, Qin Ming, walked in. Teacher Qin looked to be in his 30s, but was already a soul emperor, a tough character. As soon as he entered, all these proud youngsters stood up respectfully and called out teacher. Qin Ming's expression was a bit strange as he directly threw our information on the table. "Take a look. Your opponents tonight." Dou Yin picked it up and read, "Shrek 7 Monsters Team. Iron Fighting Soul Badge." Her disdainful expression was almost overflowing from the screen. Teacher Qin coldly said, "They only took a month to achieve Silver Fighting Soul points and conveniently wiped out the Frenzy team you faced. You took a year to earn Silver Fighting Soul, right?" Yufeng was still unconvinced. "That's because they didn't encounter strong teams." Yu Qianheng was more composed. He pointed at the information and asked, "Teacher, how did they win with such low soul power levels?" According to the data, our levels did look a bit poor, with the highest being Dai Mubai at level 38 and the lowest, Ma Hongjun, at only 28. After reading it, Dou Yin became even more disdainful. Pointing at Tang San's data, Blue Silvergrass Soulmaster, he can't even take one of my soul skills. Teacher Qin was immediately furious. An invisible mental pressure instantly enveloping the entire room, stunning these young people. He pointed at Dou Yin's nose and scolded, Is this the mindset you have when you step onto the stage? I dare say you're definitely going to take a big fall today. Wuyin stuck out her tongue in fright and didn't dare to speak. In the end, Teacher Qin issued a stern order. Tonight, no one is allowed to kill. Especially you. Yin, after the match, immediately detoxify them. The reason, I'll tell you after. After saying that, he left, probably thinking, let these little brats experience some setbacks to prevent them from being unaware of the sky's height and the earth's depth. In the room, the 7 members of the Imperial fighting team looked at each other. Meanwhile, at the main Spirit fighting arena, this place was completely different from the external branch venue. There were no open-air stands, only individual luxurious VIP boxes, ensuring complete privacy. Suddenly, all the lights converged, focusing on the center of the fighting platform. A circular platform slowly rose, with a hot-bodied female host in a white long dress standing on it. She held a sound amplification soul guide, wearing a professional smile, and her voice echoed throughout the venue. It's an honor to see all the distinguished guests again. Tonight's Spirit fight is the main event. Let me tell you, this is the only match arranged for the entire event, and the stakes are high. This host, named Douluo, was an old acquaintance. She started off with a long introduction, stating that although both teams were only soul sages, they were all silver fighting soul heavyweights. And then began the introductions. Imperial fighting team, Captain Yu Tianheng, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Shrek 7 Monsters team, Captain Evil-Eyed White Tiger. Wow. Douluo knew how to build suspense. After announcing the names, she directly invited both teams to take the stage, and then, with a whoosh, a pair of large white wings sprouted from her back, taking off from the ground, revealing her as a white dove martial soul. At that moment, as the gates on both sides opened, the participants emerged. On the left was the Imperial fighting team, led by Yu Qianheng, with a Vice-Captain Yin nestling beside him. On the right was us, 7 oddballs, all wearing masks and matching uniforms, already winning in terms of momentum. As soon as we took the stage, I tell you, the gazes of Yu Qianheng and Dai Mubai locked in the air, crackling with electricity, and the air was filled with a dragon's roar and a tiger's howl. Above, Miss Douluo began to announce the rules. You have 1 minute to summon your martial souls. You can only start after I say begin, and the match continues until one side is completely down or concedes. Just as the tension mounted on stage below, Flinder and the others also saw the opposing team's leader, and Zhao Wuji's eyes nearly popped out as he exclaimed, "How could it be him?" Master looked confused, while Flinder kept him in suspense, saying he would tell him after the match. On stage, the 1-minute preparation time was up. Colorful lights erupted from the 14 participants simultaneously. The soul power shockwave was so powerful that it sent Douluo soaring high into the air. On our side, Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong stood in the front row, with Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing in the second row, and Ma Hongjun and Oscar at the back. Besides the girls, the 4 guys were all holding freshly made hot sausages from Oscar. On the opposite side, the formation of the royal fighting team was different. Standing in the front were not the captain, but the 2 brothers who looked like stone lumps. With a loud roar, the 2 brothers threw off their tops, their muscles like granite, and with 2 loud bangs behind them, 2 giant turtle shells grew out. 2 yellow and 1 purple, 3 soul rings rose up. The Xuanwu Turtle Martial Soul, focusing on the concept of you can't move me. Dai Mubai's momentum was completely blocked by these 2 walls. Behind the turtle shells, Yu Qianheng also began to transform. A blue light exploded from his forehead, and blue-purple electric snakes crawled all over his body, crackling. The scariest part was his right arm, which suddenly swelled up, covered in dragon scales, and his hand transformed into a fierce dragon claw, with soul rings wrapping around that arm. He looked truly handsome, yet wildly fierce. Next to him, Wuyin twisted her body like it had no bones, her eyes turned green, and her lower body merged into a snake tail, looking quite enchanting. There was also a Black Panther soulmaster, with slit pupils and a dangerous aura emanating from him. The one with the biggest transformation was the Wind Chime Bird Soulmaster, whose arms turned into wings, and with a couple of flaps, he took to the sky. Because there were too many people in front, we couldn't see the last support member of their team at all. Up in the sky, Douluo was stunned, waving her small hand and shouting 2 words, "Start." As soon as her voice fell, Xiao Wu and Rongrong were the first to act. The 2 of them shouted in unison, "Wind Barrier." Suddenly, around the 2 iron turtles, a green wind appeared out of nowhere, instantly forming a dense circular wind wall that trapped the 2 of them. Folks, who understands? The 2 girls, with soul power levels of 39 and 38, combined to create this wind wall, trapping the two for dozens of seconds as if it was child's play. The royal fighting team was completely stunned, and Yu Qianheng's face turned green. He couldn't understand. Isn't the 7-treasure glazed tile tower support? How could it also unleash such a fierce attack skill? The world was changing so much he could hardly recognize it. He decided to ignore the two unlucky ones who were trapped and charged forward. He stepped out and attacked Dai Mubai. His first soul ring lit up, and that dragon claw arm reached out, a claw made of lightning howling towards Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai's fighting spirit was almost overflowing. His first soul ring also lit up, white tiger shield. A white light shield instantly appeared in front of him. At the same time, Ning Rongrong's third soul ring from the 9-treasure glazed tile tower flashed, and a colorful light shot directly into Dai Mubai's body, amplifying his soul power by 40%. His shield instantly solidified several times. Bang! With a loud sound, the lightning claw struck fiercely against the light shield, exploding a circle of violent energy waves, turning the surrounding area into an ocean of electric arcs. The visual effect was absolutely overwhelming. As the electric light dissipated, Dai Mubai's shield shattered, covered in spiderweb-like cracks. Let me tell you, the blue lightning tyrant dragon's attack power is no joke, even with Rongrong support. Dai Mubai almost couldn't withstand it. Yu Qianheng was also shocked. He didn't expect the opposite side to take his attack head-on, just as he was in a daze. Xiao Wu and Rongrong struck again. Windbind. 4 green energy whirlpools suddenly appeared around Yu Qianheng's body, and from within the whirlpools, countless energy threads shot out, wrapping around his limbs as if they were alive, tightly binding him up. Now Yu Qianheng was a bit panicked. Just 3 people on the opposite side had turned their royal fighting team into this state. The tank was trapped, and he, the main damage dealer, was controlled while his teammates were too scared to move. He felt so frustrated. Gritting his teeth, Yu Qianheng's second and third soul rings lit up simultaneously. Thunder Fury and Thunderbolt. The power of lightning erupted from his body, trying to break free from these threads. But what happened? Just as he broke one batch, more emerged from the whirlpool, binding him even tighter. This operation was all about you can be strong, but I will control you to the end. Just as he was tied up like a rice dumpling and struggling madly, Dai Mubai had already begun to gather power. His second and third soul rings lit up as well, combined with Rongrong's 40% amplification. A white light wave more than 2 feet wide took shape, charging towards the immobile Yu Qianheng. Watch out! Wuyin from the royal fighting team was scared pale, screaming. It was too late. Boom! With a muffled sound, the light wave struck solidly against Yu Qianheng. He flew backward like a kite with a broken string, spitting out a mouthful of blood in midair. And after hitting the ground, he left several meters of skid marks, directly heavily injured. Wuyin fell heartbroken and hurriedly twisted her snake tail over to check. Upon seeing Yu Qianheng's miserable state, she stood up sharply, her eyes filled with killing intent as she glared at us. I'll kill you. With her third soul ring lit up, she opened her mouth and sprayed out a large mouthful of rich purple poisonous mist. The smell was incredibly foul and obviously highly toxic. However, Xiao Wu and Rongrong's expressions remained completely calm, as if they were unaffected. The two waved their delicate hands again. Wind sweep. 2 giant green tornadoes instantly formed on the ground, like vacuum cleaners, directly sucking in all that poisonous mist, then reversing direction, carrying the poison back towards the royal fighting team's own members. Wuyin was petrified on the spot. She had never seen such a tactic. Not only was her ultimate move easily resolved by the opponents, but it was also turned back against her. The remaining Oscar and Yu Feng reacted quickly and unleashed their ultimate moves to save the situation. One released dozens of energy leper shadows, while the other conjured a huge green wind blade giant bird in the sky, both crashing into the 2 poisonous tornadoes. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosion echoed throughout the arena. Half of the fighting arena was engulfed by the energy storm. As the light faded, the arena fell into an eerie silence. At this moment, we finally saw the last member of the royal fighting team, a girl holding a pink begonia flower, Yi Lingling. She also looked shocked, probably not expecting that we only sent 3 people and were this fierce. However, she didn't stay stunned for long. As the team's healer, she raised her hand to cast a healing skill. However, her movement suddenly stopped. Next to her, a mass of black light wriggled, and Zhu Zhuqing's figure appeared like a ghost. She held a black spear, pointing it horizontally at Yi Lingling's neck. Perhaps because the opponent was also a girl. Zhuqing didn't kill her, just controlled her. Yu Qianheng saw this scene and sighed deeply. Smiling bitterly, we admit defeat. He was heavily injured, 2 tanks were still trapped. And now the only healer had been eliminated, while 3 opponents hadn't team moved from the beginning to the end. What was left to fight for? The entire team battle lasted from start to finish for only half a minute. Dodo in the sky had her mouth agape, quickly reacting and announcing, Team Battle Soul. Shrek's 7 monsters win. We won. Xiao Wu and the other 2 looked up at the audience and happened to see Ling Yu smiling at them and giving them a thumbs up. For them, Ling Yu's affirmation was more important than anything else. On the Huangdou team side, Yi Lingling quickly treated Yu Qianheng, and in a moment, his injuries improved significantly. Yu Qianheng walked over, looking at us with admiration, and said, You guys are really strong. I look forward to our next match. Their team leader, Qin Ming, didn't seem unhappy at all. Instead, he smiled and told his teammates, You've always been too smooth sailing. It's a good thing to face some setbacks today. Remember, there are always people better than you, and there are always higher heavens. After saying that, he let them go back to rest and turned to find us. The next part of the story became a bit dramatic. As soon as Qin Ming approached, he called out to Flander and Zhao Wuji, referring to them as teachers. It turned out he was a senior who graduated from Shrek Academy. The master, having been exposed by Flander as Yu Qianheng's uncle, felt embarrassed and went to talk to his nephew. We want to calculate the points. With a perfect record of 28 team battles, we received a prize card worth 10,000 gold soul coins. Ling Yu and Xiao Wu, along with the other 2, directly obtained the Golden Dahan badge. In the evening, everyone had dinner at the hotel. Flander, Zhao Wuji, and Senior Qin Ming were chatting happily. As they talked, the future of Shrek Academy came up. The master suggested that we should go to the Tiando Royal Academy. Flander slammed the table and said, I disagree. Shrek is my 20 years of hard work. The master remained calm and directly bombarded Flander with 3 questions. First, can you provide the children with a simulated training environment? Second, can you get them qualifications to participate in the Continental Soulmaster competition? Third, what was your original intention in establishing Shrek? Each of these questions hit harder than the last. Flander was left dumbfounded. Indeed, he couldn't solve any of them. Shrek was so poor that it was ringing. Where would there be resources to cultivate geniuses, let alone the qualifications for competition? In the end, he could only sit down dejectedly and acquiesce. Just at this most awkward moment, Ling Yu suddenly stood up and slightly bowed to everyone. Since the teacher and everyone were present, he said, I have something to announce. Flander felt a sinking feeling in his heart, sensing an ominous premonition. During this time, I am grateful for the guidance of the teachers and the company of everyone. Ling Yu paused. I think I'm going to leave the academy. Flander stood up immediately, looking puzzled. Why? Did we do something wrong? Ling Yu smiled, Dean. It's not for that reason. With my current strength, it might be more suitable for me to experience the world outside the continent. The room fell silent. Ling Yu continued. Today's farewell is for a better reunion tomorrow. After speaking, Xiao Wu, Rong Rong, and Zhu Zhuqing stood up in unison and walked to Ling Yu's side, their eyes unwavering. Sorry, Dean. Ling Yu looked at Flander. I also want to take them with me. He said it decisively, but also offered an escape. Shrek values freedom the most. I believe the Dean won't force them to stay. Right? Why not ask for their own opinions? Was there even need to ask? Flander sighed deeply. He knew that, in terms of reason, he had no grounds to keep them. In terms of strength, he couldn't hold on to them either. In the end, he could only wave his hand. Forget it. If you want to leave, then go. I wish you a smooth journey. The master and Tang San didn't say a word, and I even felt they were quite pleased in their hearts. With Ling Yu gone, the 2 of them could finally take the lead. Just like that, Ling Yu turned around with the 3 girls and left without looking back. Back in the hotel room, the 4 of us exchanged smiles, feeling completely relaxed. To be honest, Rong Rong had long wanted to leave. She felt that Shrek was a murky place, and not to mention Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, even a master, that hypocrite, disgusted her. Now, following Ling Yu, that was what she called freedom. As for Xiao Wu, it goes without saying, wherever Ling Yu went, she would follow. As for Zhu Zhuqing, Ling Yu had changed her fate. If she didn't follow Ling Yu, who else would she follow? Finally free from the main group. A new day had just begun, and it was worth looking forward to. I tell you, as soon as it became quiet, that little girl named Rong Rong stuck to me, blinking her big Castellan eyes and asking me, You naughty rascal, where are we going next? I threw the question back at her. What do you think? Goodness. The little girl's face turned red, and she actually said to me, How about coming to my house? Who understands? This is just the legendary one-stop service of meeting the parents, right? My mind was racing with thoughts. What a chance. The richest person on the mainland. I can't miss out on such immense wealth, can I? Besides, I've taken away someone's little princess. I should at least pay a visit. It's all about being polite. I nodded on the spot, and Ning Rongrong's little face turned as red as a monkey's butt. That night, I definitely couldn't sleep alone. I won't go into details, but those who understand know. The next day, we directly hired a carriage and found a master named Lao Yu, heading straight for the direction of Tiando City. Let me tell you, this journey was quite far, crossing 2 kingdoms, nearly 2,000 miles, and even by carriage. It took about 5 or 6 days of bumpy ride. I was so bored in the carriage that I almost started counting beads. After a day of swaying, we were finally nearing the border of the Bala Kingdom. The coachman Lao Yu said the city ahead was called Wuyin City. When I heard this name, I realized it didn't even have a minor role in the original story. Sure enough, this world was much bigger than I had imagined. When we arrived at the city gate, a soldier came over to question us. I couldn't even be bothered to lift my eyelids and directly handed over a gold soul coin, saying, "Hello, we're in a hurry." That guy immediately changed his expression, smiling like a flower, waving his hand. "Let them through, let them through." It's incredible how money can make things happen. It's the same everywhere. We entered the city, found an inn to stay in, and settled Lao Yu. I thought since I had nothing to do, let's go take the girls to watch a match. We won't fight. Just be spectators and experience life. We bought tickets and sat down. Good heavens, the 2 great soul masters on stage were making quite a racket. One was using a halberd, and the other was using a knife. Let me tell you, these 2 guys were purely competing in soul power, with no technical skill involved. The guy with the halberd had slightly higher soul power, and quickly knocked the guy with a knife down after a few moves. I was right next to Xiao Wu and the others, teaching them on the spot. I said, look, this is a typical negative example. Just having a martial soul and soul skills without figuring out the techniques on your own is like playing Minesweeper with a top-notch graphics card. It's a pure waste. Only someone at the level of Yang Wuji and the Sword Douluo has truly touched the threshold of martial soul combat strategies. Just then, a few big brothers nearby started chatting. Have you heard? The City Lord's Mansion is holding a martial arts competition for matchmaking on the fighting platform tomorrow. Really? Is that true? I heard the City Lord's daughter is not only beautiful, but also has high talent. She's a level 35 soul master in her early 20s. As soon as I heard it, I laughed. Hey, am I really going to witness this classic scene? All right, I'll take a look tomorrow on my way. The next day, when I stepped out, wow, the entrance of the City Lord's mansion was packed with people. On the stage sat the City Lord and his daughter, who was indeed quite striking, named Lu Yanran. I was just there for the excitement. Before I could do anything, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong got anxious first. One was shaking my arm, saying, "Bro, you're not really going to go up there, are you?" The other directly started to threaten, "You pervert. If you dare go up, I won't talk to you anymore." Even Zhu Zhuqing, with her icy demeanor, couldn't hold back, her eyes showing a clear tension. I burst out laughing directly and said, "What do you take me for? Just watching the show, purely watching the show. Although that girl is indeed beautiful. Not much worse than them, but am I Ling Yu the kind of person? Just kidding." I quickly comforted a few little jealous ones and then slipped away after a while. After bumping around on the road for 3 days, I finally arrived at Tiando City. The city walls, wow, 100 meters high, really impressive. There was a recruitment advertisement for the Blue Tyrant Academy posted at the entrance. I took a glance and laughed, thinking this place is better left for the masters. Right now, Ning Rongrong's face was flushed and she pulled me, saying, "Let's go, you stinky pervert. I'm taking you to my house." I said, "Okay, let's walk." Let me tell you, the 7 Treasures Glazed sect is incredibly rich and extravagant. Before we even entered the city, as soon as we walked outside, we saw a cluster of buildings that were as magnificent as a heavenly palace. I scanned it with my spiritual sense, and wow, it was quite impressive. However, I might have exerted too much force, which directly startled the 2 old men inside. The Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo's auras erupted, sharp as can be. I thought to myself, this is bad, I failed to show off. No. It's too low to come empty-handed on my first visit. I quickly called out to them. "Rong, you all go in first." I just remembered that I forgot to prepare a gift. As soon as these girls heard I was leaving, they panicked, looking as if we were parting forever. I hurriedly explained, "I'm just going to get a gift. I'll be back soon." Only then did Ning Rongrong stop crying and smiled, both happy and shy. I thought to myself, this gift is quite significant, a Chihuahua tulip, which will directly evolve your family's martial soul into the 9 treasure glazed tile. Is that enough? Once the 3 of them entered the sect, without saying another word, I summoned the Ice Xian sword, flew into the air, and zoomed straight towards the sunset forest. What poison of the ice and fire duality I? In front of my devouring ancestral talisman, that just experience food. I'll eat as much as I can. The speed was insane, hundreds of meters in an instant, like a missile. Soon, I arrived at the Sunset Forest. This place is different from the Stardo Forest. It's not as humid, much fresher. I sheathed my sword, and with a flash, I dashed into the woods. Dugabo, I'm here to help you harvest your vegetables. As soon as I entered the forest, the air was incredibly fresh, and occasionally I could see small soul beasts running by, with the chirping of birds adding a lively atmosphere. But this liveliness had nothing to do with me. I was here for serious business. Without saying a word, I directly scanned the entire area with my mental power. Goodness. I immediately locked onto the mountain peak in the center of the forest, where two strange air currents, one cold and one hot, were rising, resembling a giant hot pot. I could feel it from a distance. The ice shin sword beneath my feet shone brightly, and I transformed into a streak of light and dashed over. Those 1,000-year or 10,000-year soul beasts trembled like little kittens under the pressure of my intermediate spirit talisman master's mental aura, not daring to even breathe loudly. Soon, I arrived at the foot of the mountain. Wow! A patch of green toxic mist greeted me, with a foul smell wafting in the air. I couldn't help but laugh. Isn't this the old home of that poisonous old man, Dugabo? Others might have to leave immediately, but in front of my devouring ancestor talisman, I tell you, this is just an appetizer. I swaggered right through it, my body not even swaying a bit. Flying to the top of the mountain and looking down, I was stunned. Family, who understands? It was like stepping into a treasure map. In a huge valley, there was a hot spring, half boiling red and half icy white, distinctly separated, with steam rising in between. The Eye of Ice and Fire, this is the place. I tell you, this place is simply a paradise for plants, surrounded by all kinds of exotic flowers and herbs, with such rich spiritual energy that it feels like it's about to drip with moisture. Without a second thought, I immediately activated my Shenong shopping mode. There are snow silkworms that look like insects, vermilion lotus that can counteract fire poison, and that flower that can neutralize all deadly toxins. Equipped with a purification aura, the fragrant show-off fairy product, it's amazing. And then there's the extremely cold 8-pointed ice grass and the scorching fire apricot. These two things are like the offspring of the ice and fire duality, growing on either side of the spring. Others need to use gold or jade to pick them, fearing they might damage the medicinal properties, but for me, with a sweep of my mental power, I perfectly harvested them without a scratch. Rare mushrooms, heavenly chrysanthemums, 8-petal fairy orchids, rooster comb, phoenix, sunflowers. Wow, all the fairy products that the Shrek 7 monsters ate in the original story are here. I don't care about the details. As long as it's a fairy product, it all goes into my bowl. Of course, I'm also a person who appreciates things. I take a bit, but leave the roots so future generations have something to remember. I had just finished packing the herbal jelly and was about to leave when I suddenly felt a strong, cold aura rushing towards me, as if it were propelled by a rocket. Hey, the main character is back. I thought to myself, since I'm already here and have taken over someone else's territory, it would be rude to leave without saying a word. So I decided to stay put, hands in my pockets, and wait for him. The next moment, an old man with green hair suddenly appeared in front of me. His face, let me tell you, was even greener than his hair. He glanced at the slightly bald medicinal herb patch I had been messing with, then looked at me, and his expression seemed like he wanted to swallow me whole. Kid, did you do all this? I nodded, not bad. His voice was as cold as ice shards. Are you waiting for me? I nodded again. This time, the old man was completely thrown off by me. He suddenly unleashed all his soul power pressure, trying to intimidate me. But guess what? The black light on my body flashed, and all his pressure was swallowed by me like a snack, not even making a sound. Family, who understands? The old man was dumbfounded right on the spot, his eyes nearly popping out. He must have been thinking, where did this little monster come from? Actually ignoring his title Douluo's pressure. As soon as I saw that the place was small and not suitable for a fight, and that it would easily ruin the grassroots I had just left behind, I kindly said to him, let's go outside to fight. We don't want to damage your flowers and plants. After saying that, I flew out on my sword and showed him my skills. The old man was probably even more confused, but he could only follow me out with a dark face. Once we reached the open space outside, he directly summoned his martial soul, and with 9 soul rings shining, a massive green snake illusion several dozen meters long coiled behind him. The momentum was indeed quite intimidating. He first spat out a green, oily toxic energy ball towards me, but I countered with a spatial black hole, directly confiscating it without a trace. He then released a toxic mist, trying to play dirty with some kind of confusion array. With a sweep of my spiritual power, I clearly saw where he was hiding, and I opened the black hole again to suck up his toxic mist completely, while also shifting to avoid his sneak attack. The old man was completely dumbfounded. I smiled and said, Senior, it's no fun just having you attack. Take on my moves too. I raised my hand and gathered my mental power to form a shimmering silver spear, shooting it straight at him. He quickly raised his shield, and with a clang, it blocked the attack. I concentrated my thoughts and lightly shouted, Explode! The spear detonated, shattering his shield into pieces. The powerful mental shock forced him to activate his martial soul, true form. A more than 30-meter-long azure phosphor snake emperor appeared, looking quite imposing. However, he was clearly dazed by my pure mental power attack. Still not giving up, he used his 6th soul skill, unleashing a rain of poisonous arrows towards me. I immediately expanded a massive black light curtain, called the Devouring Wall. His rain of arrows hit the wall like a drizzle, all absorbed without causing even a ripple. At this point, the way he looked at me changed, and he was probably questioning his life choices. I thought it was pointless to waste time, so I decided to go all out. With a raise in my hands, 3 silver ancient halberds, condensed from mental energy, hovered in front of me. Let me tell you, the energy fluctuations made the space tremble. I pointed my finger and commanded, Go. The 3 halberds shot forward in a triangular formation. The old man turned pale with fright and hurriedly erected a defensive shield around himself. I snapped my fingers for a triple boost and softly uttered 2 words. All explode. Boom, boom, boom. 3 deafening explosions filled the air, and the entire world turned a blinding silver white. When the light faded, Douluo Bo had been blown back to his human form, his martial soul shattered, his clothes tattered, blood at the corner of his mouth, looking at me in terror. At this point, he was completely out of temper. He knew that his trump card soul skills, like time stop and large-scale poison attack, were useless against me. I was faster than him and not afraid of his poison, playing to my strengths. He let out a deep sigh and said simply, You win. I slowly floated down from the sky and walked up to him, even going so far as to comfort him in a rather pretentious manner. Oh, Senior Douluo, don't take it to heart. It's mainly my ability. Really, I was born to restrain you. If someone else came along, it might not be the same. Just look at your state. Do I really not see it? Goodness, Senior Douluo, your hair is as green as chives, and your eyes are like 2 green gemstones. This isn't just poisoning. You've practically marinated yourself in poison. You're almost becoming the poison itself. Let me tell you, this matter, I'm not just guessing. I once encountered a girl with purple hair and green eyes, also with the surname Douluo, and her martial soul was exactly the same as yours, the Bailin snake. I was thinking, could she be a relative of yours? As for the family, who understands? The moment I mentioned his granddaughter, the old man immediately broke down. He was so flustered that he directly asked me if his granddaughter was also poisoned. I nodded and gave him a brief explanation. I said that for you guys with beast martial souls who are poison soul masters, cultivation involves merging the martial soul into your own body. So how can the toxins in the martial soul not come in? It's like a buy one get one free deal, with the cultivation bringing along a poisoning debuff. However, I have a solution for this. As soon as the old man heard this, his eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked me what the method was. I analyzed it for him, and said that the problem between you and your grandson is that there's no garbage can in your bodies, and the toxins are running rampant. As long as we find a home for these toxins, like a soul bone to draw all the poison in, we can create a targeted detoxification system. This will not only detoxify, but also elevate your poisonous abilities to a new level, turning waste into treasure. Douluo Bo was stunned by this, but was also a bit worried, saying that he had been poisoned for so many years. And if he rashly forced the poison into the bones, he was afraid he might die on the spot. I waved my hand, reassuring him to relax. I said it's not a big deal. I have a way to help you clear out the toxins from those stubborn homeowners that have already burrowed into your bones. The remaining scattered homeowners will be easy to deal with. We can directly guide them into the soul bone using soul power. After this whole operation, not only will you be free of toxins, but your cultivation might even increase a bit. The old man pondered for a long time, probably because he was impressed by my previous skills and didn't doubt me. But he was very curious and asked, Why do you want to help me? At that moment, I gave him a flattering remark. Well, since I've taken your herbs, I should show some appreciation. In fact, I was secretly calculating in my mind. Although Douluo Bo isn't exactly a righteous character, he values loyalty and repays kindness. If I first impress him with my strength and then help him solve this huge problem, wouldn't he be grateful to me? Sure enough, Douluo Bo's old face showed signs of embarrassment, and he probably understood that these rare treasures were originally unowned items, with the capable being the ones who possess them. I'm not one to be indecisive. I just waved my finger in the air, and let me tell you, it was super cool. A rune shimmering with a black light appeared out of nowhere, floating quietly there. Senior, if you trust it, just refine it. When you cultivate in the future, activating it will help you swallow the most stubborn toxins. With its assistance, guiding the remaining toxins into the soul bone will be as smooth as using navigation. In a few months, I guarantee you'll be cured. Your granddaughter can do the same. Just find her a soul bone and use this method. Douluo looked at the rune, didn't hesitate, and grabbed it to refine it. Wow. The rune directly formed an identical black tattoo in the palm of his hand. I asked him to try it on the spot. As soon as he activated it, a faint black light immediately emanated from his body, and the next second, he was astonished. He said that after using this thing, he felt his control over soul power had strengthened, and those toxins deeply embedded in his bones were like being sucked away by a vacuum cleaner, leaving the remaining toxins obediently running towards the soul bone. The old man was so excited that he cupped his fists and said that as a young brother, I had done him a great favor, and he was willing to follow me, serving me without hesitation. Hey, this is just perfect. I patted him on the shoulder and said, all right, from now on, you're my man. Don't worry, I won't restrict your freedom, as long as you're loyal. The benefits will be yours. Accepting Douluo, I considered this move to be the right one. Not only did it cut off a significant support for Tang San in the future, but it also added a title Douluo to my side. In the future, when I go to the Spirit Hall, bringing him along would directly enhance the strength of the Spirit Hall. Then I took out 2 jade slips, resembling a mobile phone for cultivation, one for me and one for Douluo, and we dropped blood to recognize our masters. I know, it was to leave a spiritual mark, so that in the future, if there were any issues, we could directly call each other. Convenient. Seeing Douluo's inexperienced expression, I estimated that his awe for me had increased a few more degrees. Having settled all this, I returned to the Eye of Ice and Fire to cultivate for a night. The next morning, I flew with my sword directly to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Wow, from far away, I could see how grand it was. A huge 9-colored pagoda stood there, shining brightly, almost blinding. As soon as I arrived at the entrance, the 2 gatekeepers saw me, and not only did they not question me, but they also respectfully asked if I was young Master Ling Yu. I nodded, and they immediately let me through, saying that Miss Rong had been waiting for me in the main hall since she returned. As I walked in, I could still hear the 2 guys behind me chatting, saying that Rong seemed like a different person after coming back this time. She used to be so full of herself, but now she even greets the servants. Hey, it seems my love education is quite effective. Once I entered the Grand Hall, I almost thought I had stepped into a palace. It was so resplendent, emphasizing one word, luxurious. Sitting in the main seat was a particularly elegant middle-aged handsome man, flanked by 2 powerful old men, one in white, looking like a sword immortal, and the other in black, resembling a skeleton. Below the steps, Xiao Wu and the other 2 were also there. The moment Ning Rong saw me, her little eyes lit up, and like a small cannonball, she rushed into my arms, both acting cute and punching my chest with her little fists. Ahem. The 2 old men beside us coughed a couple of times inappropriately, their gazes scanning me from head to toe like x-rays. Only then did Ning Rong blush, hold my hand, and introduce me to the people in the main seat. Dad, Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Gu, this is Ling Yu, my boyfriend. At that moment, I felt the air freeze. The old man in white, resembling a sword immortal, was Sword Douluo Qinshin. He spoke first, asking where my family lived and such. Just as I was about to show off a bit, Ning Rong jumped in and said, my boyfriend is amazing. He can fight against Soul Douluo at over level 40. Upon hearing this, Qinshin obviously didn't believe it, his eyes carrying a hint of scrutiny. Great. This was the traditional segment of meeting the parents. Without a word, I stomped my foot, and 4 soul rings, 2 purple and 2 black, immediately appeared. The aura of my soul power was impressive. At this point, the expressions of Ning Fengji and the others finally changed. It was quite a sight. However, Sword Douluo still wanted to test my combat ability. So he said, how about this? I won't use my martial soul, just 70% of my soul power. If you can withstand my sword energy for the duration of an incense stick, I won't oppose your relationship. Ning Rong got anxious and said, Grandpa Jian, aren't you bullying him? A title Douluo at level 96, even at 70% power, that's too much. I held her back to reassure her, then cupped my hands towards the Sword Douluo and said, please guide me, senior. A group of us directly changed the map and arrived at an open space on the back mountain. As the Sword Douluo stood there, his entire demeanor instantly transformed, becoming like a drawn sword. With a flick of his fingers, I tell you, the air around me was instantly filled with invisible blades, all cutting towards me. This move was formless, invisible, and intangible, relying on the element of surprise. But what did I do? I executed a conspicuous counter. I unleashed all my mental power and shouted, "Break." In the next second, those invisible sword energies suddenly turned into visible white crescent sword lights around me, densely packed like a fishing net, and then they all came to a halt just a foot in front of me. Immediately after, with a bang, all the sword lights exploded in an instant, transforming into a sky full of white light. The sword Douluo was dumbfounded on the spot, his expression showing seriousness for the first time. He acknowledged that I had passed the test, but his arrogance was also provoked by me. "Ling Yu, you're quite good. However, that shouldn't be your full strength, right? Next, this isn't a test. I just want to spar with you a bit. Nothing too serious." As soon as he finished speaking, a crystal-like blue long sword appeared in front of him with a whoosh, and on the sword body, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 9 black soul rings were slowly rotating. Goodness, the air pressure in the entire back mountain changed. This sword is called 7 kills. Go all out. I won't hold back anymore. With the activation of my martial soul, a silver ancient halberd instantly materialized in my hand. Gathering all my strength, I threw it at him. As a result, his first soul ring lit up, and with a casual wave, a white sword light sliced my spiritual halberd in half like cutting through tofu. I was also taken aback. This guy is too strong. All right, let's go all out. I clasped my hands together, and my mental energy surged wildly. With 2 dragon roars, a golden and a silver energy fire dragon, each over 10 meters long, spiraled up from the ground, one on the left and one on the right, guarding me. The dragon's might was truly like that of a real dragon descending to the world. Polar spiral dragon kill. I tell you, when this move is unleashed, it's absolutely devastating. The golden dragon and silver dragon are twined, just like 2 intercontinental missiles, charging straight at sword Douluo Qian. Wow, that heat wave hit me like a wall. I felt like my eyebrows were about to burn off. But do you think sword Douluo is an easy target? He has a title Douluo. I saw him flick his white hair and shout, 7 killing field. Spirit sword guardian. Instantly, a blue dome enveloped us all, filled with the buzzing sound of sword cries, as if the air was being sliced apart. At the same time, 3 identical 7 killing swords appeared around him, orbiting him like planets, creating a 360-degree invulnerable shield. In the next moment, my twin dragons slammed into that blue energy wall with a loud bang. My ears nearly went deaf. The shockwave from the explosion sent both of us flying back several steps before we barely regained our footing. We both felt a wave of blood and energy surging. This was a match of equal strength. But here rests the problem. He was fighting on his home turf. The omnipresent sword energy was mercilessly assaulting me and suppressing my soul power. I felt like I was walking against a level 10 typhoon. My mental field was almost flattened. Can I endure this? Let me tell you, playing with fields? I'll teach him a lesson. I took a deep breath, retracted my mental field, and then rubbed my hands together. Suddenly, 3 high-speed rotating black holes appeared out of thin air beside me. These 3 black holes connected to form a black shield, swallowing all the incoming sword energy and pressure, no matter what kind of monsters they were. Family, who understands? This is pure physical cheating. You open a field? Sorry, I'll just devour it and drain your blue bar dry. Sword Douluo was instantly stunned, clearly feeling his soul power plummeting. His face turned green, and he hurriedly retracted his field. If he kept it up, he would be drained of everything. Any field is useless in front of my devouring ancestor talisman. Senior, the ground is too small. Let us fight in the sky. I directly flew into the air on my ice mystic sword. This time I was going all out. Sword Douluo looked at me flying with my sword, his eyes almost spitting fire, not out of anger, but excitement. He probably had never fought such an exhilarating battle in his life. With a light push from his toes, he flew up to meet me, facing me from a distance. Without saying a word, a black light shot out from my forehead, transforming into an enormous black hole above my head. Then, I clasped my hands together and used an auxiliary divine skill, Great Heaven Unification. The surrounding energy from the heavens and earth within a few hundred meters was instantly drained by me, frantically pouring into my body, causing my momentum to break through the level of soul dual Olo on the spot. Devouring fist. I threw a punch, and countless small black holes instantly appeared around me. These small black holes converged into a black giant fist over 10 meters in size, with a momentum to shatter space itself, and crush toward Qian Qian. This time, the expression on Qian Qian's face was extremely serious. He raised the 7 killing sword high with his right hand, activating his 6th soul skill with a roar. 10,000 swords returned to origin. In an instant, thousands of white energy swords appeared around him, densely packed like a swarm of bees. As he pointed his longsword forward, all the small swords merged with a whoosh, transforming into a white giant sword of the same length, over 10 meters, and collided with my black fist. Boom! Another earth-shattering explosion. The black and white energy dyed the sky into 2 halves, and the terrifying shockwave made Ning Rongrong and the others watching below struggle to remain standing. A few seconds later, as the energy dissipated, both of us looked somewhat disheveled, our clothes torn, and the consumption was not small. I looked at Dust hard across from me and suddenly smiled. Senior, the last move. If you can take this, I'll admit defeat. Dust Heart, being bold and confident, shouted without hesitation. All right, come on. I brought my hands together again, and the black hole above my head instantly expanded to over 10 meters. The surrounding energy from the world, within 100 meters, was directly sucked into a massive vortex. And then I inhaled all that energy into my body in one go. My aura soared, reaching Soul Saint, then Soul Douluo, and finally stopping just before the threshold of Title Douluo, the realm of devouring. I raised my hands, and the sky instantly turned dark. 2 black curtains of light, several hundred meters long, descended from the heavens, enclosing me and Chun Xian like a lid, forming a closed dark space. Then, with a thought, I slipped out first and stood outside to watch the show. This move is ruthless. Inside, your soul power, mental power, and even life force would be continuously consumed until you are ground to death. The only way to break free is to use absolute power to smash through it. As expected, Chun Xian inside panicked. He directly lit up his 7th and 9th soul rings, the true form of 7 kills, divine and demonic dual slashes. He merged with the 7-kill sword, transforming into a giant sword 10 meters long, and unleashed 2 earth-shattering slashes at the black curtain. With 2 tearing sounds, like ripping fabric, my indestructible devouring realm was actually cut open by him, creating 2 large gashes. The black curtain shattered, and sunlight poured down again. Chun Xian transformed back into human form, standing in the air, his clothes tattered and his breath weak as a flickering candle in the wind, clearly exhausted. He looked at me as if nothing had happened, his lips twitching. That gaze seemed to say, "What kind of monster are you? Using such a great skill without consuming any energy?" I lost. Chun Xian sighed, but his face was full of admiration. We fell from the sky, and I quickly clasped my fists. "Senior, I concede. You haven't used your full strength." I took advantage. Old Master Qinshin smiled, said nothing more, but I understood his gaze. A mutual appreciation. Ning Rongrong rushed over like a little cannonball and hugged my arm, her eyes full of little stars. "You big rascal, you're amazing. Even Grandfather Jian was defeated by you." Oh dear, that must have been hard for Qian Douluo after raising this little cabbage for so many years. The elbow turned directly to the Pacific Ocean. Back in the main hall, the atmosphere was very harmonious. Ning Fengji directly declared, "Xiao Yu from now on. Just call me Uncle Ning." This means he has accepted me as his son-in-law. At this moment, Ning Rongrong stood up, proudly saying she wanted to give her father a surprise. She turned around in place and shouted. The 9 treasures turn out to have a glazed tower. The next second, a 9-story glazed tower appeared in her hand. Good heavens! Ning Fengji, Qian Douluo, and Gudo all jumped up from their chairs, their eyes nearly popping out. And Gu Rong even teleported in front of Rongrong, his voice trembling. "This is the 9-treasure glazed tower?" Our Rongrong proudly nodded and then pulled me over, saying, "It's all thanks to that rascal. He gave me a fairy grass, and my martial soul evolved." Ning Fengji looked at me with a gaze full of gratitude. I smiled and said, "Uncle Ning, this is nothing. I like Rongrong and just want to give her the best." As I spoke, I waved my hand and took out another identical fairy grass, the Chilua tulip. "Uncle Ning, as a first-time visitor, this is a gift for you." Ning Fengji looked at the fairy grass, his hands trembling. This was his lifelong dream. He was so excited that he could hardly speak and immediately sat down to start absorbing it. I thought since I was already here, I might as well share the wealth. I took out an ancient sword box and handed it to Sword Douluo, Grandpa's sword. This contains the sword intent inheritance of 9 divine swords, which should help you break through your bottleneck. As soon as the sword box opened, the overwhelming sword intent made old Qinshin's eyes widen, and he immediately felt his cultivation loosening, trembling with excitement. Then I took out a black hexagonal treasure mirror and gave it to Bon Do, Grandpa Bone, This is a divine artifact called the Spirit Wheel Mirror, which combines offense and defense. With it, your strength can increase several times. Gu Rong was also astonished and accepted it without a word. At this point, the way the two old men looked at me was as if they were gazing at their beloved grandson-in-law. Rong Rong hugged my arm, rubbing her little face against my shoulder, and whispered, "Stinky rogue, thank you." I smirked and telepathed her. "So, how does Rong Rong plan to repay me?" The little girl instantly blushed to the roots of her neck, her voice barely above a whisper. "Ew, you come to my room tonight, and I'll give you a reward." Goodness, I was taken aback. After 2 hours, Ning Fengji finished absorbing the energy, his body radiating golden light as his martial soul successfully evolved into the 9-treasure glaze tile, and his soul power broke through on the spot. He was so excited that he couldn't contain himself, and I casually handed him a divine soul ring, completely stunning him. The way he looked at me now, besides satisfaction, even carried a hint of reverence. He probably understood that a person like me could give you everything, but could also take everything away at any time. In the end, Ning Fengji smiled and suggested that I take Rong Rong to explore the sect, creating a world just for the two of us. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing joined us, and the four of us chatted and laughed, feeling incredibly happy. Later that evening, in Rong Rong's courtyard, the maid had already prepared the room for us, right next to her bedroom. As soon as the room was arranged, let me tell you, my heart felt like it was growing grass, itching uncontrollably. I didn't even wash up properly, just rinsed off quickly and headed straight to Rong Rong's room. And guess what? Just as I stepped out, the door to Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing's room creaked open, and their heads peeked out. I thought to myself, these two girls are quite the supervisors, keeping an eye on me. I ignored them, nodded at the maid at Rong Rong's door, knocked, and called out, "Rong Rong, I'm coming in." Inside came a soft, shy response that sounded like a tiny hum, making my bones feel weak. As soon as I entered, a wave of fragrance hit me. The whole room was decorated in a princess style. Rong Rong was sitting on the edge of the bed in a white bathrobe, her hair damp and cascading down. Her little face flushed as she looked down, too shy to meet my gaze. I couldn't hold back any longer and directly pulled her in my arms, leaning in to kiss her lips. The atmosphere had reached this point, and those who understood knew what was coming. But guess what happened? At the crucial moment, this little girl Rong Rong suddenly hit the brakes, breathlessly saying to me, "Perverted rascal, wait 2 more years, and I'll completely give myself to you, okay?" I was stunned at the time, and later I found out that this little girl had picked up some twisted reasoning from some third-rate emotional magazine, saying something about maintaining a sense of mystery and not giving everything away at once, but keeping them on edge. Who understands this, family? What era are we in? Still playing this push-pull literature? She's practically the first victim of knowledge payment. However, I didn't push her. If she wanted to wait, then we would wait. After all, she was already mine. The next day, I went to chat with her dad, Ning Fengji. This old guy was quite satisfied with me. He was mainly worried about the soulmaster competition a year later and asked for my thoughts. I laid my cards on the table, saying, "Uncle, Rong Rong and the others are improving rapidly. They should focus on cultivation and not just hang around the sect all day. As for the competition, we can just parachute in as external support, sweep through the competition, and bring home the championship, right?" Ning Fengji nodded repeatedly, saying that's the way to do it. He was also a bit worried that my strength was too strong and that participating in the competition would attract the attention of the Spirit Hall, fearing they might pull some tricks. I was secretly amused. I really didn't think much of that bunch of rotten fish at the Spirit Hall. Once the matter was settled, we said our goodbyes 2 days later. Ning Fengji and the Sworddaw personally saw us off at the door, their gazes filled with hope for the future continent. To save time, I directly used my soul power to transform into a giant eagle a few meters long, looking incredibly cool, just like the real thing, and took off with the 3 girls, heading straight for the Sunset Forest. As soon as we entered the forest, I unleashed my mental power, causing all the 1,000-year and 10,000-year soul beasts within 100 miles to lay down in submission, trembling and not daring to breathe. Soon, I found the treasure location, the ice and fire Yin Eye. There was a poison formation outside, so I let the eagle descend first, then used my devouring power to draw 3 black runes in the air, letting Xiao Wu and the others refine 1 each. I told them that with these things, the ice and fire duality would no longer be a debuff, but would directly turn into a super buff, and from now on, we would cultivate here. The 3 of them were very obedient and immediately integrated the runes into their palms. Only then did I lead them into the center of the poison formation. As soon as we landed, the rich energy of heaven and earth poured into us as if it were free. Rong Rong spun around like a little fairy, incredibly happy. I urged them to quickly find a place to sit down and cultivate. As soon as they sat down, 3 bursts of soul power erupted from their bodies. Wow, they leveled up right on the spot. They were already on the verge of breaking through at Shrek Academy. And the energy here was like a final push that kicked them through the door. Xiao Wu directly reached level 40, while Rong and Zhu Zhuqing both shot up to level 39. Seeing Xiao Wu's situation, I quickly pulled out a shiny golden soul ring from the system and let her absorb it. Seeing that they had all entered a state of cultivation, I found a corner to sit down as well. My cultivation made quite a commotion, with a vortex of a black hole appearing above my head, and energy swirling around like a tornado, drilling into my body. After a few hours, I noticed that the 3 of them had almost finished their cultivation, so I called them to a stop. I said, "Sisters, just leveling up isn't enough. Without practical combat experience, you're just fragile mages. Let's go. I'll find you a sparring partner." After saying that, I conjured up the blue eagle again, and we flew out of the ice and Fire Yang and I scanned the area above the forest and quickly locked onto a target. It was a small hill with a dark cave at the foot. Without saying a word, I shot an energy blast at the cave entrance, and with a loud boom, it created a huge pit. The next second, the ground shook, and a loud roar came from the cave as a large creature slowly crawled out. Wow, its size was like a small truck, resembling a crocodile covered in black scales, with 4 eyes gleaming with ferocity. Definitely a tough opponent. Rong shrank back behind me, asking softly, "Is this the sparring partner you mentioned?" I smiled and nodded. "That's right, it's a 10,000-year-old armor beast, known for its tough skin and bizarrely high defense. Simply a perfect human-shaped punching bag." I had them stay on the back of the eagle, while I lightly descended alone and walked up to the giant creature. I used my soul power to communicate and spoke to it in a very friendly manner. "Hey buddy, let's discuss something. How about you act as a practice partner for my few disciples for a while?" As soon as the armored beast heard this, it got so angry that its nose twisted, and it roared at me, meaning, "Who do you think you are? You want me, a dignified 10,000-year soul beast, to be a practice partner? Dream on." I sighed, thinking that I originally wanted to resolve this peacefully, but you forced me to take action. "Fine, let us fight until you submit." I lightly pointed my finger, and a blue light shot out. The armored beast raised its paw and struck down, producing a loud bang as it was knocked back several steps, its entire leg going numb. Just as it wanted to flee, I flashed in front of it. It swiped at me, but when it was still a foot away, it hit an invisible wall and could not advance even a bit. I unleashed my mental force, directly sending it flying. Taking advantage of the fact that it couldn't gain traction in mid-air, I instantly appeared below it, delivering an uppercut that sent its massive body soaring into the sky. I'm telling you, this is just the beginning. Blasting it into the sky was just an appetizer. In the next moment, I flickered back and forth like a ghost in midair, treating it like a volleyball, pounding it relentlessly. Every punch landed solidly on its body, with my soul power enveloping my fists, almost cracking its proud scales. In the end, I got bored and kicked it down from the sky, and with a loud boom, it created a huge pit in the ground. I floated down leisurely, brushed off the non-existent dust on my body, stood by the edge of the pit, and kindly asked the big guy inside who was barely hanging on, "How's it going? Buddy, do you think my suggestion is reliable now?" The armored beast struggled to get up, its 4 legs trembling like someone with Parkinson's, unable to stand steady. It lifted its huge eyes to glance at me, and oh, who understands the family? The look in its eyes was filled with fear, like a pig caught in a slaughterhouse. In the end, it let out a pitiful whimper, which was a sign of surrender. I guess it was thinking, "What sin have I committed in this life to encounter such a calamity as you?" Seeing its cowardly appearance, I almost laughed out loud. I wanted to speak nicely, but you forced me to take action. All right then, a stick followed by a sweet date. With a thought, I opened my palm, and with a whoosh, a colorful droplet of water appeared in my palm. Wow, once this thing came out, all the flowers, grass, little bugs, and small beasts within hundreds of meters went crazy, desperately trying to gather towards me. The desire was simply overwhelming. Everyone looked closely. I shook the droplet in my hand. "This is called the water of life. From now on, you'll be my sparring partner. If you work hard, this will be yours. If you get hurt, I'll use this to heal you, ensuring you bounce back." The armored beast's eyes instantly widened, staring fixedly at the droplet, nearly drooling, its huge head nodding like it was pounding garlic. It could feel that this thing could not only heal its injuries, but also rocket its talent to the next level, sending it soaring. This water of life is a treasure. It can instantly restore full health and wash away impurities, improving one's cultivation talent. In simpler terms, It can turn a useless person into a genius in an instant. This thing is so sought after outside that people would fight over it, but with me, hey, it's like tap water. I could even create a lake if I wanted to. That's how indulgent I am. With a flick of my finger, that drop of life essence transformed into a stream of light and entered the body of the armored beast. In the next moment, its entire body lit up with colorful radiance, the wounds visibly healing, and its aura growing stronger, making it hum in comfort. The fully revived armored beast crawled out of the pit, behaving as obediently as a little kitten, and walked up to me, lowering its large head. I reached out to touch it. The texture was quite rough, and I laughed, saying, "From now on, I'll call you Little Armor." It even nodded in a rather human-like manner. Goodness, I'm calling a creature that has lived for thousands of years Little Armor. The generational gap is absurd. Almost on the level of I love you, AI. However, I've already recognized a 100,000-year-old rabbit as my younger sister, so this isn't a big deal. Having settled this, I waved my hand, and the azure eagle in the sky descended with Xiao Wu and the other two. As soon as the three girls landed, they surrounded me, their eyes filled with adoration, almost sparkling. They had watched how I tamed this big guy, and their jaws must have dropped in astonishment. All right, the special training is about to begin. I looked at the three of them with a slight smile. Xiao Wu, Rong, Zhu Zhuqing for the time being. Little Armor will be your exclusive sparring partner. The training will end when you can knock off a scale from it. I added another sentence. Also, Xiao Wu, Rong, you are not allowed to use your two divine swords. All of you must use your soul power to condense weapons to fight. Just consider it as an early adaptation to the rules of the Soulmaster competition. The three of them nodded obediently. A flash of light from my soul ring, and I directly activated my fourth soul skill, the Azure Dragon Light Shield, instantly protecting the three of them with 3 blue light shields. The amazing thing about this is that it is a one-way shield. Their outgoing attacks have no effect, but all of Xiao Ji's counterattack damage will be blocked. Start. As soon as I finished speaking, I floated into the air dozens of meters above, sitting on a blue eagle formed from soul power, leisurely acting as the referee. Below, the three girls immediately took their positions, condensing soul power weapons in their hands, and launched a fierce attack at Xiao Jia. What was the result? A series of clangs sounded like scraping skin. Aside from a few sparks, not even a white mark was left. Xiao Jia, on the other hand, stood there obediently as a target, too lazy to move. The essence of this training lies in the fact that although the shield can block direct damage, the recoil from the weapon collisions cannot be blocked, which perfectly hones their physical bodies. Watching them fight energetically, I simply sat cross-legged on the blue eagle and began to cultivate myself. Time passed gradually. When they got tired, they sat down to recover, and after recovering, they continued to fight. Xiao Jia, who was diligent at first, eventually got annoyed and simply lay down on the ground to take a nap, which infuriated the three girls, prompting them to hit even harder. A few hours later, it was dark, and I finally ended my cultivation, slowly opening my eyes. The battle below had also stopped. The three of them were sitting cross-legged to recover. I had the blue eagle land, and as soon as it touched the ground, I saw the three of them, drenched in sweat from the intense battle, with their clothes sticking to their bodies, clearly outlining their exquisite figures. As soon as Ning Rong finished recovering, she ran over to me, wanted to hug my arm, but I quickly took a step back to avoid her and pretended to fan my nose. Looking disdainful as I said, Rong, you smell so bad. She was stunned for a moment, instinctively sniffed herself, and her face turned bright red, both embarrassed and angry as she stomped her foot. Humph, pervert, you think I'm disgusting. After saying that, she pulled Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, pouting angrily as they went to find a place to bathe. Of course, I was not at ease with them, so I cheerfully followed behind as their bodyguard. They quickly found a small pond, and Ning Rong turned back to glare at me. Pervert, no peeking. I intentionally gave her a mischievous smile and looked her up and down. Don't worry, I've seen worse. This really annoyed her. She picked up a stone and threw it at me. Cursing, you still say? I caught the stone while laughing heartily, whistled, and turned to walk away, giving them plenty of space. I found a place to lie down, and I could faintly hear their laughter and playfulness by the pond. Wow, here I am trying to be a decent person, and inside, they've already started a tea party. From the sounds, it seemed that Ning Rong was envying Zhu Zhuqing's figure, even mumbling that she seemed to like the bigger ones. Hey, that's not something you should casually say. After about 10 minutes, the three of them finished washing up and came out in clean clothes. Their long hair was casually draped over their shoulders, still damp and glistening with moisture. looking incredibly beautiful under the moonlight, even leaving me momentarily stunned. Ning Rongrong walked up to me, shaking her hand proudly. "Hey, you pervert, do I look good?" I just came to my senses and cleared my throat twice to cover my embarrassment. We boarded the Qingying and flew back to the Eye of Ice and Fire. The Eye of Ice and Fire at night was simply a fairyland, with colorful energy light spots floating in the air and various celestial herbs emitting a faint glow. Ning Rongrong was captivated and couldn't help but dance gracefully in place, while Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing joined in with laughter. Watching these three fairies dance in such a dreamy scene, I felt a surge of inspiration, and a thought popped into my mind. Such a beautiful picture must be recorded. Without hesitation, I waved my right hand, and a fist-sized ancient stone appeared out of thin air in front of me. This thing is called a Sound Shadow Stone, which is essentially a magical GoPro with high definition and unlimited memory. As soon as I had a thought, the magical GoPro flew up into the air like a drone, hovering steadily. To my surprise, it even had a projection function, and a silver light curtain unfolded in an instant, capturing us in the breathtaking scenery of the ice and fire yin-yang eye behind us, creating an immersive experience. Xiao Wu and the others were dancing happily, not missing a beat, while stealing glances at what I was fiddling with. After they finished dancing, they came over, their faces flushed with sweat, with 3 pairs of big, watery eyes locking onto the sound and shadow stone in my hand like searchlights. Ning Rongrong, the little sprite, was the boldest. She reached out her delicate finger and poked it, only to find that the light curtain was just an image. Her eyes twinkled as she leaned closer, her voice sweet and sticky. "You naughty rogue, what kind of treasure is this?" I chuckled and directly played the clip I had just recorded for them. Watching myself bouncing around in the light screen, accompanied by playful background music, the 3 girls were all astonished, exclaiming how amazing it was. As a result, Ning Rongrong suddenly turned red, like a cooked shrimp, her gaze evasive, and a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. She asked me, "You pervert, about that night. Didn't record it, did you?" I was stunned at that moment. Who understands what family members go through? My heart skipped a beat, and I thought, wow, how did this little witch's mind work? "Can you play? Or what can you play?" I couldn't hold back a smirk, and a wicked smile appeared on my face as I intentionally teased her. "Oh, Rongrong, you just reminded me. How about we record all those things and make a compilation in the future?" As soon as I said that, Ning Rongrong's face turned red all the way to her neck. She stomped her feet in a panic, clenched her little pink fists, and hit my chest several times, both shy and angry. "Why you dare? I won't talk to you anymore." After saying that, she covered her face and ran away, looking absolutely adorable. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, who were eavesdropping on our conversation, finally realized what was happening, and their faces turned bright red as well. Xiao Wu gently tugged at my sleeve and whispered, "Bro, you were so bad just now." I exclaimed in injustice. I'm not taking the blame for this. It was clearly Rongrong who brought it up first. Just as I finished speaking, a small stone flew over from a distance, and I caught it with one hand. I saw Ning Rongrong standing there, puffed up with anger, glaring at me with a look that seemed like she wanted to swallow me whole. All right, I was wrong. I'll keep my mouth shut. If I keep teasing her, I'm afraid I'll get hit. The 3 girls huddled together, whispering, occasionally stealing glances at me, followed by a round of blushing. Watching them, I felt quite pleased. After the commotion, I thought that the atmosphere was just right, so I might as well add some warmth. I called over Xiao Wu, had her sit down, and offered to comb her hair. This was our little tradition. Xiao Wu happily sat down. I picked up a sandalwood comb to gently style her long, smooth braids. Throughout the process, I had the voice shadow stone recording in the sky. Years later, this would be precious footage. Unfortunately, I was all thumbs, and after a while, Xiao Wu burst out laughing. "Stinky brother, you're too clumsy. Let me do it myself." Saying this, she snatched the comb from me and skillfully finished it in no time. My face turned red, and I gently tapped her on the backside as a form of punishment. Next was Ning Rongrong, the little proud one, who was still grumbling, but her body honestly came over, turning her back to me. While I combed her hair, I couldn't help but take a little advantage, which made her both angry and amused. Finally, it was Zhu Zhuqing's turn, and she was much quieter, silently handing me a black wooden comb engraved with a cat pattern. She was obedient throughout, particularly independent. Just as I was putting away the voice shadow stone, a gurgling sound broke the silence. I looked over in the direction of the sound, and there was Ning Rongrong holding her stomach, her face beat red. When I caught sight of her, she became even more embarrassed and stubbornly said, "What are you looking at? This young lady has been cultivating all day. Is it wrong to be hungry?" I laughed, and looked at the three of them with expectant eyes, waving my hand. All right, you've worked hard today. I'll show you a thing or two and whip up some hearty dishes. Ning Rongrong looked skeptical. You? Can you even cook? Don't tell me you're just bragging. I made a face at her and said, just wait, don't come begging me to feed you later. This statement had a double meaning, and Ning Rongrong instantly understood. Her face turned red again, but she still pretended to be tough. Who would ask you? I couldn't help but feel delighted. This little tsundere needs some proper training. Without hesitation, I focused my mental energy, and the ground directly lifted to form a natural earthen stove. Then, a divided hot pot with an S-shaped partition fell from the sky, fitting perfectly onto the stove. With another wave of my hand, a table appeared out of thin air, filled with sliced tripe, beef, shrimp paste, vegetables, and all kinds of dipping sauces. Finally, with a snap of my fingers, small wooden stools were also set up. The three girls stared in amazement. You rascal, what are you planning to do? Ning Rongrong asked curiously. I smiled mysteriously and said, this is called hot pot. Let's try something fresh today. I flicked my fingers, and a cluster of spiritual flames directly ignited the dry firewood in the stove. Then, I quickly prepared two types of broth, clear soup and spicy broth. Before long, the pot began to bubble and boil, and the aroma instantly filled the entire valley. Xiao Wu and the others were almost drooling. Let's get started. With a command from me, I picked up the chopsticks and tossed various ingredients into the pot. A few minutes later, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong couldn't wait to dig in, focusing on the spicy hot pot. It's so delicious. Ning Rongrong was eating with her mouth full, her eyes sparkling, saying, my dad has never given me anything this delicious. Xiao Wu was nodding like a little chick pecking at rice, her adorable big eyes squinting into a line, feeling that this was 1,000 times better than her favorite carrots. Zhu Zhuqing and I are quite into health preservation, primarily focusing on clear broth hot pot. Although Zhu Zhuqing doesn't say much, one can tell how much she enjoys it by the speed of her chopsticks. In less than half an hour, the table was filled with dishes that we four devoured in a whirlwind. Ning Rongrong let out a loud burp without any shame, rubbing her round little belly with a look of unsatisfied desire. Seeing my teasing gaze, her face turned red, and she tried to save her image. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beautiful girl eat before? Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing ate a lot too. We were laughing and joking when suddenly, a green light descended from the sky. That old guy, Douluo, appeared before us like a ghost. As soon as he saw me, he immediately clasped his fists and bowed, saying, Young master you. I waved my hand and said, Old poison, just in time. Do you want to dip a couple of bites from the leftover pot? He glanced at our setup and quickly waved his hand. See you, Xiao. I ate before coming. Wow, his observation skills are quite impressive. He knew it was inconvenient for us, greeted us, said it was fine, and then turned into a green light and disappeared. Ning Rongrong curiously asked, Who was that just now? They looked really impressive. I smiled faintly and said, His name is Douluo, just a title Douluo. As soon as I said this, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were both surprised. Coming from prominent families, they naturally understood what being a title Douluo meant. However, they were also very understanding and didn't ask too many questions, their gazes toward me now filled with a bit more admiration. After eating and drinking enough, we set up 2 tents to rest. Of course, I took Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong into one tent, and left Zhu Zhuqing alone in the empty tent. As soon as we entered the tent, I looked at Ning Rongrong with a mischievous smile. My gaze was fixed on her, making her feel flustered, her cheeks flushed, but she still stubbornly maintained eye contact with me. I lay down, wrapping both of them in my arms, and blew a breath into Ning Rongrong's ear. Rongrong, how about tonight? You and Xiao Wu together? Ning Rongrong trembled all over, too shy to respond, and Xiao Wu punched me playfully with her small fist. Pervert. Don't even think about it. I couldn't let her just brush it off, so I directly leaned down and kissed her. After a lot of teasing and coaxing, this little tsundere reluctantly agreed to my embarrassing request, albeit in a dazed manner. Looking at the little girl in my arms, this mischievous bunny was already filled with anticipation, completely obedient to me. The next part was naturally indescribable. The next morning, I woke up feeling refreshed, looking at the 2 little beauties sleeping soundly in my arms. With a big grin on my face, last night's battle was quite intense. If I hadn't used my soul power to help them recover, they probably wouldn't be able to get up right now. After a while, they both woke up and recalling the craziness of last night. Their little faces turned red in unison. I pinched Ning Rongrong's cheek and said with a mischievous smile, Rongrong, how does it feel? She huffed and pounded my chest with her little fist, saying, You're so bad. You have no idea how to cherish a lady. Listening to her, My heart bloomed with joy, feeling a bit more of Xiao Wu's thoughts. Wow, this little rabbit is actually calculating in her heart. It seems both of them are a bit overwhelmed by me. Should I find more sisters in the future? Family, I'm really crying. This rabbit is worth all the love. The three of us cuddled for a while before getting up and stepping out of the tent. Zhu Zhuqing happened to come out from next door at the same time. She just calmly glanced at us, as if she knew nothing. Then, the three girls consciously began their new day of cultivation. On our side, the years are peaceful, but on the other side of the sunset forest, things are not so leisurely. By the embers of campfire, a graceful middle-aged female teacher is leading a fairy-like girl in a blue dress deeper into the forest. Their goal is clear, to help this student named Shinran find a suitable fourth soul ring. I have to tell you, these two people are just lucky. They hadn't gone far when Teacher Mu suddenly stopped and said something was coming. As soon as she finished speaking, a gust of wind blew in, carrying a fishy smell. In the forest, a loud roar was heard, and a huge black tiger jumped out. Wow, that creature was over 3 meters long, with a white king character mark on its forehead, clearly not to be trifled with. Guess what happened next? Instead of being scared, the master and disciple were delighted. Teacher Mu's eyes lit up, saying, Shinran, a 4,000-year-old ghost tiger. Your soul ring is right here. The tiger had no idea that the woman in front of it was a big shot. Without saying a word, it let out a roar and pounced. Let me tell you, Teacher Mu was incredibly calm. She lightly stomped her foot, and a blue light circle spread out. As the tiger charged into the circle, its speed immediately slowed down, as if it was playing at 0.5x speed. Then, Teacher Mu directly activated her martial soul. A beautiful water blue spirit figure emerged behind her, holding a staff, looking like a water spirit. 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black soul rings shone brightly. She was a soul emperor, sister. The aura was so powerful that it left me in awe. She faced the tiger, and with a flick of her hand, she created a water ball that looked soft and floppy. However, with a slight forward motion of her finger, the water ball suddenly transformed into a water drill head and shot out with a whoosh. Bang! It hit the tiger right in the neck, knocking it down to the ground. The tiger, in pain, became enraged, got up, and roared. It then used its innate skill, shaking in place and splitting into 3. 3 identical ghost tigers surrounded them from 3 directions. I thought to myself, this is trouble, but Teacher Mu smirked coldly. So you're playing shadow clones? Fine. The first 2 soul rings on her body lit up simultaneously, and the water ball in her hand split into 3, then homed in like it had auto-targeting, hitting all 3 at once. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 fake tigers exploded into a mist of water, leaving only the real one in the air. Now the tiger was completely confused, but Teacher Mu wouldn't give a chance. The 4th soul ring lit up, and she made a grasping motion towards the tiger, summoning 4 streams of water that bound it tightly, like a water dumpling, unable to move at all. But that wasn't the end. Her black 10,000-year soul ring lit up. Let me tell you, the special effects were incredible. She clenched her fist, and with a crack, the water binding the tiger instantly froze into a huge ice block. Moreover, ice spikes began to grow out of the block, giving the ghost tiger a serious chill. All done. When the ice was removed, the tiger was left gasping for air. Shinran decisively stepped up to deliver the finishing blow, then sat down cross-legged to absorb the soul ring. Over an hour passed, and when she stood up, she had 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings, successfully advancing to Soul Zone. Just as they were celebrating, suddenly, a thunderous tiger roar echoed from deep in the forest. The anger and sorrow in that sound were clear from far away. My heart sank. This was definitely the parent coming after the cub. Teacher Mu's expression changed dramatically as she grabbed Shinran and turned to run. But there was no escape. In just a few breaths, a massive ghost tiger, nearly 6 meters long, blocked their path, its eyes red as if dripping blood. A 10,000-year ghost tiger. Teacher Mu turned pale. This thing could make even a soul sage think twice, and, as a soul emperor, she was no match. Still, she protected Shinran behind her and first released a thick fog to try to obscure their vision, but it was dispersed by a roar. There was no choice but to fight. The 5th and 6th soul rings lit up simultaneously, and she unleashed her ultimate skills, sending out a water dragon that roared, which then instantly froze into an ice dragon, carrying terrifying cold as it charged forward. The scene was tragically magnificent. But what happened? The 10,000-year ghost tiger didn't even bother to look, swatted it away with a single paw. Boom! The ice dragon was shattered into countless ice shards. Just as that enormous tiger paw was about to come crashing down, Teacher Mu was ready to burn herself to save her student. At that critical moment, a miracle happened. The tiger's paw stopped less than half a meter away from them, as if it had hit an invisible wall. Then, with a loud bang, the massive 10,000-year ghost tiger was blasted away by an invisible force. Both teacher and student were dumbfounded. At that moment, a sharp eagle cry echoed from the sky, and a gigantic blue hawk descended, carrying 4 people. The leading man had sword-like brows and starry eyes, dressed in a blue dragon-patterned robe, standing with his hands behind his back, looking incredibly handsome. Behind him were 3 stunning women of varying styles. The 10,000-year ghost tiger, having just gotten up, saw its enemies still alive and new arrivals, going completely crazy. It roared and split into 4 clones, ready to pounce. But the handsome guy merely snorted coldly, and an invisible mental force swept across, causing the 4 clones to explode into energy light points without even a sound, as if there was a signal issue. The main tiger let out a muffled grunt, stunned by the shock. "One move to take you down." The handsome guy chuckled lightly, slowly raising his right hand and pressing down towards the ground tiger. Suddenly, the sky darkened. Thunderclouds rolled, and a 10-meter-long blue dragon claw, covered in scales, reached out from the clouds. With a destructive force, it crashed down, slamming the 10,000-year ghost tiger deep into the ground. This was a complete dimensional strike, truly. When the dust settled, there was only a large pit over 20 meters wide, with the tiger barely alive at the bottom, unable to stand. The blue dragon claw slowly dissipated, and the handsome guy said lightly, "Considering your cultivation is hard-earned, I'll let you go this time." The tiger struggled to get up, glanced at the handsome guy in the sky, fear in its eyes, and scampered away with its tail between its legs. Teacher Mu and Shinran were completely stunned below. What kind of celestial being was that? The handsome guy then jumped down from the blue hawk with the 3 girls, smiling as he asked them, "Are you all okay?" The girl in the blue dress named Shinran was the first to react, stepping forward to get a close look at the handsome guy. Her face flushed and her heart racing like a drum. "We're fine, thanks to you just now." The handsome guy nodded, then curiously asked, "How did you guys get into trouble with this big guy?" Shinran, a bit shy, tucked her hair behind her ear and said, "My teacher took me to hunt for soul rings, and it just so happened it was its son." The handsome guy laughed upon hearing this. At this moment, Shinran took the initiative to introduce herself. "My name is Shinran. May I ask what your name is?" "I'm Ling Yu." Ling Yu introduced himself and the 3 beautiful girls behind him with a smile. "I told you." When Shinran heard the name, she softly murmured Ling Yu. And that look in her eyes was something else, as if she wished to engrave those 2 characters in her heart right then and there. Teacher Mu, watching her usually aloof student in this state, couldn't help but crack a knowing smile. Goodness, Shinran's face turned red in an instant, and she quickly grabbed her teacher's hand to change the subject, introducing, "This is my teacher, Mu Yunqi." "I told you." Ling Yu just politely nodded here, and Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong suddenly rushed out from behind, one on the left and one on the right, directly grabbing Ling Yu's arms. The look in their eyes was full of killing intent, just like 2 little tigers protecting their food, as if they were saying to Shinran, "With me here, you can forget about it." Even the usually aloof Zhu Zhuqing silently stood behind them, indicating a united front. Family who understands. This Shinran is also a tough character. Facing the pressure that rivaled the scene of a main wife catching a cheating spouse, she remained unfazed and directly ignored their hostility, her beautiful eyes fixed on Ling Yu. And she spoke straightforwardly. "Ling Yu, you haven't joined the academy yet, have you?" Ling Yu shook his head. They had just come out of Shrek and indeed hadn't found a new place yet. Shinran's eyes instantly lit up, and she immediately began to dig for recruits. "Then why not come to our Blue Chin Academy? Our academy promotes inclusivity, regardless of background, as long as you truly want to learn." As soon as I heard that, I thought it was beautifully said. Ling Yu was also a straightforward person. Without thinking, he immediately agreed with a simple good. Shinran was overjoyed, but Ling Yu quickly added, "However, we need to go into seclusion in the forest for a year first. 2 months before the soulmaster competition begins, we will go to Tiando City to find you." "All right, it's settled then." Shinran tossed her blue hair, exuding charm. The 2 looked at each other, and the air was charged with tension, making it feel like a scene from an idol drama. However, this ambiguous atmosphere didn't last 3 seconds before there were 2 cold snorts. Let me tell you, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong had quietly snuck their hands onto Ling Yu's waist, and that soft flesh was about to face a disaster. Ling Yu turned pale. His survival instincts kicked in, and he quickly grasped those 2 mischief-making hands, finally breathing a sigh of relief. He coughed twice and hurriedly bid farewell to Yu Xinran, saying, we have things to do, we'll be leaving now. You all be careful. After saying that, he grabbed the 3 jealous girls and jumped onto the green eagle, disappearing in a flash. Once they flew far away, Yu Xinran was still staring blankly at the sky. Teacher Mu couldn't bear to watch any longer, cleared his throat, and began to gossip wildly. Oh my, they've already disappeared, and you're still watching? I didn't expect our little fairy to have her heart stirred today. Yu Xinran's face turned so red it seemed like it could bleed, and she stomped her foot and ran forward. Teacher Mu, if you keep teasing me, I want to talk to you. On the other hand, on the back of the green eagle, the atmosphere was tense. Ning Rongrong directly entered judgment mode. Hands on her hips, glaring at Ling Yu. You pervert. Did you take a liking to that girl just now? Xiao Wu also looked serious beside her, her gaze scanning like an x-ray. Ling Yu's forehead was about to break out in a cold sweat, and he raised his hand to swear. I swear on my conscience. I just saved someone casually. What you take me for? He spoke with righteous indignation, but who knew what was really going on in his heart? Ning Rongrong huffed and turned her head away, knowing full well that it wouldn't be long before they'd have another sister. Then, let me tell you, the most explosive part is coming. The scene shifted, and whoosh, a year had passed in an instant. You asked what they did in that year. They were leveling up like crazy. Ling Yu not only practiced combat with them against the Linjia beast, but also tailored a set of mental cultivation secrets for the 3 girls, called the Pseudo-God Palace Technique, which sounded impressive. The results were immediate. After a year of hard training, everyone reached level 50. That's right at the Ice and Fire Tuyin Ai. The 4 of them broke through together on the same day. The scene was explosive, with energy fluctuations erupting like they were free. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing all breaking through the level 50 bottleneck and about to become Soul Kings. As for Ling Yu himself, he was even more formidable. After breaking through level 50, the total amount of his soul power could already rival that of an 80-level soul Douluo. Then this kid started plotting in his heart. Let me tell you, he's really cunning. Not only did he take Tang San's biggest advantage in the early stages, the Ice and Fire Tuyin Ai, but he also conveniently took in Dugabo, effectively blocking the original protagonist's path. He even mocked in his heart, saying that in the original story, Tang San was naive to fight against the Spirit Hall under the banner of justice. As for himself, he sided with the Spirit Hall, being honest just for those beautiful women inside. Incredible. After breaking through, Ling Yu felt he wasn't strong enough and arranged for himself 2 brand new abilities. One was a body refinement technique called the Great Sun Thunder Body, which claimed that at full mastery, his physical body could rival that of a divine body, capable of withstanding divine beings. The other was an attack martial art called the Great Desolate Prison Sky Finger, and just hearing the name, you knew it was earth-shattering. Just as he finished planning his path to divinity, Xiao Wu and the others also finished absorbing the divine granted soul rings and officially advanced to Soul Kings. Each one was radiant, their aura fully open. The wealth and fortune that had eluded them finally belonged to them. Ling Yu looked at them and nodded in satisfaction, smiling. Congratulations. But don't celebrate too early. The final exam starts now. Saying this, he waved his hand, and the green eagle landed. Ling Yu took them to the Linjia beast territory again. This time, they weren't going to take a beating. The 3 girls landed and, without saying a word, immediately unleashed their ultimate moves. Zhu Zhuqing was the first to attack, letting out a delicate shout. Demon Snake Devours. A pure black energy spear instantly condensed, shrieking as it tore through the air like a black lightning bolt heading straight for the Linjia beast. Following that, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong shouted simultaneously. Thousand Winds Gale. 2 azure tornadoes shot up from the ground, intertwining and spiraling like 2 dragons emerging from the sea, encircling from both sides. The 10,000-year Linjia beast, seeing this situation, didn't dare to be careless and quickly summoned a gray shield. The next moment, there was a massive explosion. 3 attacks hit solidly against the shield. The blue-black light exploded instantly, and an energy storm swept through the surrounding dozens of meters. When the light dissipated, let me tell you, everyone was shocked. The Linjia beast, which prided itself on its armor, actually had several clear cracks appear. They did it. They really hurt this 10,000-year soul beast. The 3 girls looked at their achievements, almost jumping for joy, their bright, sparkling eyes all looking at Ling Yu with admiration and affection. Ling Yu jumped down from the green eagle, smiling and announcing, Congratulations, special training has successfully concluded. Today you get half a day off. Ning Rongrong was the first to cheer, rushing over to hug Ling Yu's arm. her eyes spinning mischievously as she said with a sly smile. You pervert. Let us play hide and seek, okay? Hide and seek? Ling Yu was taken aback. Right? Ning Rong shook his arm, starting to set conditions. You close your eyes and can't peek. We'll hide, and you come find us. If you can't find us, you can't touch me and Xiao Wu for 3 days. Saying this, she even waved her little pink fist. Ling Yu heard this, and the corners of his mouth stretched to his ears, grinning mischievously as he asked, What if I find all of you? The little girl's face turned red instantly. Huffing, stubbornly refusing to say what the stakes were. All right, you decide. I'll pretend to be fooled, he thought to himself, already overjoyed. I tell you, that girl Ning Rong immediately dragged Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing away, whispering and forming a little group. Goodness, they even started playing tactics. The 3 of them wore different colored clothes, specifically to hide in places that matched their outfit colors, trying to use environmental camouflage, right? As soon as she said ready, I opened my eyes. Friends, who understands? In front of my wall hack, all of this is in vain. With a sweep of my mental power, it's no different from having the whole map revealed. Wherever those 3 are hiding, their coordinates are marked for me. I quickly took a few steps and grabbed all 3 of them like catching little chicks. Ning Rong immediately exploded with anger, her small hands on her hips. Her little brows raised. Pervert, did you peek? You cheated. I shrugged and said, Are you really not able to handle this? She stomped her foot, and just as she was about to retort, she seemed to imagine some romantic scene, causing her pretty face to turn as red as a cooked shrimp. Xiao, who was beside her, seemed to understand and also blushed. As for our Zhuqing, she still looked pure and innocent, not grasping why the 2 girls were shy. Oh well, I decided not to fuss over the little girls. I called out to them, jumped onto the back of the Qingying, and headed home. Before we left, I kindly gave a drop of life water to the Linjia beast below as a sort of compensation for its emotional distress. Once we returned to the ice and fire duality I laid it out straight. Sisters, I'm going into seclusion to cultivate for about 10 days. You all behave and wait for me to finish, and then I'll take you out for some fun. The 3 of them nodded obediently, clearly a bit tired of staying together for a year. I quickly found a quiet place, sat cross-legged, and began calling my golden finger my cyber bodhisattva, Xiao Ai. Xiao Ai arranged the great sun thunder body and the great wilderness prison heaven finger for me. In the next second, 2 massive streams of information flooded into my mind, nearly overheating my CPU. I hurriedly asked Xiao Ai, This great sun thunder body requires thunder to temper the body. Where can I find thunder in this ghostly place? Guess what? Xiao Ai directly conjured a bead called the Thunder Source Pearl. Wow. As soon as that thing appeared, the surrounding air crackled with sounds, filled with blue-purple electric arcs. Xiao Ai also said that if it were to explode, it could instantly flatten a small city. Exciting. Let me tell you, this body refining thing is truly not something a human should do. When I operated my technique, the lightning power from the Thunder Source Pearl drilled into my body as if it were free. The sensation was like being thrown into a high-voltage electric box. Every inch of muscle and every bone was being torn apart and reassembled, causing so much pain that my face twisted into a meme. If it weren't for the devouring ancestral talisman protecting my life, I felt like I could have performed a spontaneous ascension on the spot. While I was being electrocuted, I noticed that dark clouds had gathered above me, with lightning and thunder, resembling a tribulation. The commotion was so great that it startled Douluo, who was meditating halfway up the mountain. He poked his head out to take a look, probably nearly dropping his jaw, thinking what the hell this kid was up to again. Xiao Wu and the others were watching from a distance, their eyes filled with worry, but they couldn't help, only fidgeting anxiously. Days passed and I endured it all. First, I transformed my body into the copper thunder body. My skin became bronze-like. When I took a dagger and scratched it hard, it made a clang, sparks flying, leaving no mark at all. But that wasn't enough. I continued. For a full 9 days, I drained the power from one Thunder Source Pearl after another. On the last day, my body suddenly shook, and my skin turned into a warm white jade color, surrounded by blue and purple lightning. I stood up, feeling the explosive power within me, and casually grabbed at the air. With a bang, the air actually exploded. The Great Sun Thunder Body was complete. My body strength reached the standard, and my soul power hit the level 50 bottleneck, so I had to get a new soul ring. I directly had Xiao Ai prepare a divine soul ring for me, and I began to absorb it. The color of the soul ring rapidly rose from white to yellow, purple, and black, instantly reaching the 10,000-year red. Let me tell you, I felt like I could go even higher, but I have a bit of OCD, the fourth ring was black, and the fifth jumped directly to gold. Which didn't he look good? So I got stuck at 200,000 years, adding 2 gorgeous golden patterns to the soul ring, understated luxury with depth. As a result, the commotion became even bigger. A 100-meter-long Azure Dragon Phantom appeared in the sky, circling and roaring with a mighty dragon's might. I dare say, at that moment, the top figures on the entire continent, such as the Pope of the Spirit Hall, the Silver Dragon King in the Stardo Forest, and the High Priest of Sea God Island, definitely sensed it. I bet they all jumped up from their chairs, wondering, what kid is unleashing a big move? After absorbing the soul ring, my soul power skyrocketed to level 55. I also obtained my 5th soul skill, called Azure Scale Transformations. Let me tell you, this skill was born to show off. It can turn into a sky full of dragon scales for area bombardment. And it can directly transform my Azure Dragon Martial Soul into any weapon I want. Swords, spears, halberds, you name it, it can do it. Emphasizing the idea of being able to use anything as a weapon. This is the trendiest concept of 2025. Plus, it has an all-attribute amplification. Simply outrageous. As I am now, below the divine level, I should be able to walk sideways. After the closed-door training, I walked up to the 3 of them, looking at their shocked expressions, and I smiled. Let us go. Tomorrow we set off for the Douluo Academy in Heaven Dou City. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong immediately pouted. HMPF, they still remembered that girl named Yushinron. I awkwardly scratched my nose, grinned, and pulled them into the tent. We needed to bond properly. As for Zhu Zhuqing, the young girl hadn't resolved her issues yet, so there was no rush. Let her rest well alone. Early the next morning, I transformed into the Azure Eagle, carrying the 4 of us out of the Eye of Ice and Fire, greeted Dugabo, and headed straight for Heaven Dou City. Before going to the academy, I took Ning Rongrong back to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. I had to let her father see how amazing his daughter had become. As soon as we entered the main hall, Ning Fengji and Bon Douluo Gurong were present. I gave Rongrong a glance, and she understood. Her martial soul was unleashed. Good heavens! When the 9 Treasure Glazed Pagoda appeared, with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black soul ring, it dazzled everyone. Ning Fengji and Gu Rong were instantly petrified, their eyes bulging like copper bells. Their expressions seemed to say, did my daughter go for further studies? No, she has directly graduated as a research student. In just 1 year, she went from level 40 to over 50. Who would believe that? Ning Fengji was so excited he could hardly speak, constantly praising me. I smiled and said we were preparing to participate in the Soulmaster competition and needed to affiliate with an academy first. Of course, he readily agreed. After showing off our muscles, we immediately left, not staying for even a minute. The Azure Eagle flew at full speed, and within 10 minutes we arrived at Heaven Dou City. The city walls were incredibly high. We inquired about the location of the Douluo Academy and headed straight there. When we arrived at the academy gate, I approached the 2 guarding students. Hello, brothers, we're looking for Yushinron. Upon seeing our stunning combination, the 2 guys were first amazed, then immediately became vigilant, probably thinking I was some rival. One of them quickly turned and ran inside to report. A few minutes later, the student returned, followed by a beautiful figure dressed in a blue academy uniform. None other than Yushinron. Let me tell you, when this girl appeared, well, the whole vibe changed. Dressed in a flowing blue dress, her face looked like it was drawn by AI, especially those blue eyes, staring straight at Ling Yu. Oh my, that gaze felt like it could pull strings. She just said 2 words, "You're here." Ling Yu hummed in response, and I felt like his long-frozen heart was about to melt. The next second, Xiao Wu and Rongrong launched a left-right pincer attack, each grabbing one of Ling Yu's arms, their little eyes shooting daggers at Yushinron. Family, who understands? This battlefield came too quickly. As for Yushinron, she was on another level, completely unfazed, smiling at Ling Yu with a hint of blush on her face. My brother was so flustered he couldn't handle it and quickly coughed twice, saying, let us go inside first. That look was practically a retreat in panic. Upon entering the Blue Spring Academy, my gosh, everything was blue, like we had fallen into the world of Avatar. The surrounding students looked at Yushinron with such respect. Those 2 guys at the entrance were still murmuring, "It seems the goddess has her eyes on that guy," all of which Ling Yu heard. He smiled and said to Yushinron, "Looks like you're quite popular here." Guess how Yushinron responded? She blinked and retorted, "How do you know they're not welcoming you?" Oh my, this is high-level gameplay. Ling Yu was directly stunned into not daring to make eye contact, instinctively turning to look ahead to appear calm. Behind him, Xiao Wu and Rongrong were pouting so much they could hang oil bottles on their lips. I estimated that when they got home that night, they'd have Ling Yu kneel on durians. Then Yushinran became our tour guide, leading us to meet her teacher. We arrived in front of a small building, knocked on the door, and inside sat an elegant, mature woman, the Dean Muyunchi. As soon as the dean saw Ling Yu, she immediately smiled and said, "Are you here to join our academy?" It turns out Ling Yu had saved her and Yushinran a year ago, and they had a 1-year agreement. Ling Yu nodded, and the dean shifted gears and started to assist him, saying, "I'll tell you, this past year, our Shinran has been daydreaming without thinking of food or tea. Not sure who she is thinking about. Wow, this is a straight ball." Yushinran's face turned beet red, stomping her feet and shouting teacher. Xiao Wu and Rong Rong next to her were about to bite their back teeth to pieces. The dean chuckled and said decisively, "All right, your special recruits. Tuition is waived, and if you need anything in the future, just find Shinran. She represents me fully. This treatment is definitely that of a future son-in-law of the dean." Then Yushinran took us to report to the advanced class. As soon as we entered the classroom, all the eyes in the class turned towards us in an instant. Yushinran led Ling Yu to sit beside her, while Xiao Wu and the others huddled closely. This stirred up a hornet's nest, I tell you. Ling Yu's spiritual sense swept across the room, and he instantly felt several murderous glares. He joked with Yushinran, "Did I offend everyone?" Yushinran blushed, and when the guys saw their goddess blush, their mental state collapsed, and one guy even knocked over his chair in excitement. Just when the atmosphere was tense enough to explode, the class bell rang, and a twin-tailed cute girl rushed in, plopping down beside Yushinran, and blurted out, "Sister Shinran, why is your face so red? This handsome guy beside you must be your boyfriend, right? Oh my, this little sister knows how to create a live stream effect. You are the mouthpiece of the internet in 2025. Yushinran quickly covered her mouth in embarrassment. The morning theoretical class passed just like that. At noon, we received special treatment again, not even needing meal tickets. But after lunch, those dissatisfied guys from the advanced class trail behind us like a tail, really annoying. Ling Yu directly told Yushinran, "Those flies behind are quite bothersome. How about I deal with them all at once?" Yushinran was also fed up, her eyes turning cold as she asked him, "What do you want to do?" Ling Yu smiled and turned to Xiao Wu and the others, saying, "Sisters, it's time to work. Martial spirits, show them what you've got." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Wu, Rong Rong, and Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted. Then 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. A total of 5 soul rings rose simultaneously from the 3 of them. Holy crap. The entire place was dumbfounded. Oh my. 3 soul kings. The onlookers' jaws nearly dropped to the ground. Those few tailing guys, led by one named Guyin Cheng, who was called a genius at level 36, turned pale under this aura, barely able to stand. Ling Yu stepped forward, not even activating his martial spirit, and calmly said, "From today on, don't bother Yushinran anymore, understand?" His voice carried a bit of spiritual power, and those guys seemed to be electrocuted, their souls scared away as they fled in a panic. After dealing with the minor nuisances, however, there was a problem with Yushinran. She looked at Xiao Wu and the others. Her entire demeanor froze, her eyes dimming as if she was thinking, with such powerful people around him, "Do I even deserve him?" This damned sense of inferiority. Ling Yu, this straight guy, finally got it and quickly went over to comfort her. "Don't overthink. Your talent is already impressive. Xiao Wu and the others are just a bit overpowered." His words cheered Yushinran up, restoring her gentle and healing demeanor. Then the two began discussing the soulmaster competition. Yushinran mentioned that according to the original plan, their academy was just there to make up the numbers, and wouldn't even make it past the preliminaries. In the team, apart from her being a soul zone, there was only one called by Shiro, the twin-tailed cute girl from earlier, whose soul power was decent. As they spoke, Yushinran revealed her martial spirit. Let me tell you, that scene was spectacular. A colorful light burst from her palm, and then a 3-dimensional heart-shaped gem floated out, called the Healing Heart, with 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings shining. Her entire aura transformed into something both ethereal and maternal. The light shining on her made it feel like the soul was being purified. She smiled and said, "This is my martial spirit, the Healing Heart. It has no combat ability, but grants me the power to heal. Therefore, I'm a healing-type soul master." With this revelation, Xiao Wu and Rong Rong's gazes towards her changed. Their hostility diminished significantly. Ling Yu, curious, asked her how a healing type could absorb a ferocious beast like the ghost tiger's soul ring. Yushinran shared her background, explaining that she was an orphan raised by Dean Mu. Her martial spirit was peculiar. Each time it upgraded, it required different attributes from soul beasts, and neither she nor her teacher understood why. When she mentioned her teacher, The happiness and gratitude on her face were truly heartwarming. Hearing this, Ling Yu sighed and smiled. What a coincidence. I'm also an orphan. Holy crap. At that moment, I felt the chemistry between them reach its peak. The atmosphere in the air changed entirely. After hearing this, Xiao Wu and Rong Rong's small hostility completely dissipated, turning into sympathy. Even the always aloof Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but admire Yu Xinran's genuine smile, realizing that this girl truly possessed the power to heal hearts. Now, the atmosphere was harmonious. In the afternoon, Yu Xinran and the little live-streaming substitute by Shiro took us around the entire academy. Finally, the six of us sat on a park bench, enjoying the breeze and the scenery, feeling utterly content. That guy Ling Yu lazily leaned back, with Xiao Wu and the others on his left and Yu Xinran on his right, truly at the peak of life. At this moment, Yu Xinran spoke again. Currently, my 4 soul skills are all focused on healing and support functions. Ling Yu slightly turned his head, looking at Yu Xinran's pure profile, smiling gently, quietly listening to her speak. She began to list her soul skills. I have to tell you, when she opened her mouth, I almost thought the server had a bug. Her skills are unbelievably powerful. The first soul skill is called Clear Heart, which sounds quite zen, but its effect is truly violent. It's a group purification that directly removes 50 of the negative status effects from teammates, such as freezing, petrification, and poisoning, giving you a refreshing boost right away. The most impressive part? This skill can also place a mark on teammates called Mind Seal, which allows subsequent healing skills to stack infinitely. Wow, is this a healer? This is a buff machine battle god. The second skill, Soothing, heals the entire group. Seems ordinary? No. Combined with the mark from the first skill, if you keep healing multiple times, I bet you could instantly reattach broken limbs. The third skill, Living Water, is even crazier. It restores health and mental energy to the entire group. Folks, do you understand? This is equivalent to giving the whole team an infinite endurance buff. A perpetual motion machine for team fights. By this point, a few of us were already a bit stunned. Then Yu Xinran casually said, "They're the fourth one." I thought to myself, please don't say any more. If you keep going, I feel like the balance of this game will be shattered by you. The fourth skill, Blessing. It's a single target skill with only one effect. As long as you have 1 breath left, all non-lethal wounds are instantly healed. The cost is consuming half of her mana and mental energy, and it can only be used once a day. I gasped in shock. This is not just a support skill. This is like carrying an extra life out into the world. Ning Rong, who was listening beside me, had her eyes wide open, probably thinking that the title of the continent's #1 support might need to be passed on. Just as we were in shock, our legal lowly by Shiro suddenly blinked her big eyes and asked, "We have 6 people now, but the soulmaster competition requires 7. We're still 1 short." I couldn't help but laugh at that moment, thinking to myself, the last one is definitely not an ordinary person. That's the hidden divine beast baby I've reserved long ago. Of course, I didn't say this out loud and pretended to be mysterious, telling them that I already had a candidate in mind and would surprise them in a few days. That night, we stayed at their college, and the treatment was impressive. Yu Xinran directly booked us a whole small apartment. To minimize the impact, I had to begrudgingly stay on the first floor. But you know me, how could I just stay put? Once I activated my mental power shield, I focused on friendly nighttime exchanges. The girls upstairs were also busy. On Yu Xinran's side, Bai Shiro was crazily supporting her, teasing her about whether she had a crush on me, making her blush like an apple. And the two of them ended up in a playful brawl. As for Xiao Wu and Rong, they initially lay on the bed, quietly whispering about me. But when I sent a message saying I had arrived, they completely froze, probably imagining all sorts of restricted scenarios in their minds. Early the next morning, I had to set off for the Stardo Forest. Saying goodbye to the girls, their little glances made it feel like a painful farewell. I let out a loud whistle, concentrated my soul power, and a stunning azure giant eagle appeared. I jumped onto its back and took off. The scene left 2 passersby at the academy gate dropping their jaws in shock. The speed was incredible. In just over an hour, we flew from Heaven Dou City to the Stardo Forest. Once we landed and I dismissed my temporary mount, I headed straight into the forest. Let me tell you, the moment my foot stepped in, the entire forest background music changed. It felt like countless eyes instantly locked onto me. Deep in the forest, 2 top-tier figures were instantly alerted. One was an unparalleled beauty hidden in a different space, the kind of final boss level, with silver hair and purple eyes, stunningly beautiful. The other was the divine beast baby I was looking for, the 3-eyed golden lion, nicknamed the Emperor's auspicious beast. The moment it sensed my aura, It became excited and transformed into a red light that rushed towards me. A few minutes later, a little creature that looked like a lion, with golden fur and a vertical eye on its forehead, appeared before me. It used its mental power to send me a message, and its voice was sweet and syrupy like a lowly, "Human brother, did you come find me?" I walked over with a smile, stroked its smooth golden fur, and said, "Yeah, I'm here to take you out to see the world." Goodness, it was so comfortable that it started to hum, behaving like a big cat. Just as I was having an intimate interaction with this new team member, I suddenly looked up and felt it. Above me, that silver-haired beauty was peeking at me through a spatial live stream room. Not far away, there was a powerful presence acting as a bodyguard. Interesting, I was being watched. That silver-haired beauty was probably stunned. She hid so well that the space was distorted, yet I saw right through it. She was skeptical and wanted to use her mental power to probe my bottom line, but what happened? Directly 404 not found. She couldn't sense anything. She must be wondering, what kind of monster is this guy? The soul power doesn't seem high, but the mental power is like it's been boosted. Hey, this is just a small scene. What I'm good at is being unfathomable. Just as I was feeling smug about it, the little golden retriever, that three-eyed golden lion, suddenly asked me in a sweet voice what was wrong. I tell you, that voice was so sweet, it was unbelievable. I lowered my head and smiled at it, saying it was fine. Then I turned my hand over and directly produced the whole thing. A burst of colorful light suddenly emerged from my palm, resembling a little sun. As the light condensed, it transformed into a radiant pill. Goodness, as soon as this thing appeared, not only did the silver-haired beauty hiding in the shadows become unsettled, but even the presence of another beast hiding deeper also started to waver. I could feel that desire from across the space. Let me tell you, this thing is amazing. It's a piece of black technology brought from another world, called the transformation pill. When a soul beast consumes it, it can directly ascend and transform into a human on the spot, and it operates in a mode that allows for free switching between human and beast forms. With full cultivation talent restored, anyone who understands, this world-s soul beasts have it tough. After cultivating for 100,000 years, they have to endure heavenly tribulations, which are lightning strikes. If you don't get struck dead, don't even think about becoming a god. It's like being controlled by the world-s rule CPU. But this pill of mine, hey, it's like a cheat, directly helping you bypass the bug and avoid the heavenly tribulation. That silver-haired beauty must have realized it too. I could sense her spatial fluctuations becoming chaotic for a moment, and she was definitely experiencing a storm of emotions inside. I just want to take it out in front of her, you know what I mean? It's to tell her, hey girl, don't mess with me. I have plenty of cards up my sleeve, and you haven't even seen the ones that are still to come. I use my mental power to tell the little golden retriever, if you eat this, you can become a human and come play with me in the human world. The little guy was very obedient, nodding in a human-like way, as it could sense that this elixir would only benefit it. I was just about to feed it the elixir when, suddenly, out of nowhere, a fiery, three-headed beast burst into the forest, clearly agitated and intent on snatching someone. Just as it charged out, the silver-haired beauty executed a spatial shift and whisked the beast away in an instant. The whole process was seamless, emphasizing her attitude of shut up, don't waste my time watching the show. The three-headed beast was transported to a pitch-black space, where it immediately knelt on one knee upon seeing the silver-haired beauty, not daring to breathe. The silver-haired beauty simply said 2 words, don't speak. The beast immediately fell silent, probably puzzled as to why its master didn't stop that kid from taking their sacred beast. Outside, the little golden retriever saw the three-headed beast disappear and muttered, sorry, Uncle Red King, I really want to see the human world. Then it opened its mouth and swallowed the transformation pill I was holding. The next second, I was blinded. A colorful holy light erupted, akin to HDR effects, dazzling to the eye. The little golden retriever was completely enveloped in light, beginning to undergo a dramatic transformation. Fearing that some reckless soul beast might come to interrupt, I unleashed my mental energy, covering a radius of 1,000 meters. All creatures instantly trembled, not daring to make a sound. After waiting for about 2 or 3 hours, the colorful light suddenly brightened and then slowly converged. As the radiance dissipated, a petite figure hovered in midair. A beautiful girl with long, pink-blue wavy hair, wearing a veil, appeared. Her eyes, let me tell you, were as clear as the water in Zhu Zhuqing. She blinked a bit dazed, then saw me and revealed a sweet smile beneath her veil. With her bare little feet, she landed on the ground and darted over like a little swallow, directly leaping into my arms, her sweet, lowly voice chiming. Human big brother. I held her soft body and whispered in her ear, From now on, don't call me human brother. Just call me brother. She was in my arms and responded with a muffled sound. I carefully examined her. Wow. Her beauty, even with a veil, couldn't hide her captivating charm. I felt a bit shy under her gaze and quickly cleared my throat to change the subject. I noticed she was barefoot, so I hurriedly brought out a pair of exquisite little shoes. Guess what happened? She said, "Brother, I can't wear them." Family, who can withstand this? I had to squat down to help her put them on. That little foot? Ahem. Anyway, the atmosphere was a bit ambiguous. After she put on the shoes, I thought I should give her a name, so I decided on Wang Qiu'er. She repeated it twice, and her smile was incredibly sweet. The silver-haired beauty, observing from the side, probably heard it too, and was surely murmuring that name. After sorting all this out, I took out a treasure called Hidden Godgrass, and had her absorb it to cover the aura of her soul beast, to avoid being mistaken for a boss outside. As she absorbed it, wow, her soul power skyrocketed, directly reaching level 50. I casually gave her a divine soul ring, and just like that, she became a level 51 soul king. With the preparations done, Qiu'er learned quickly and directly clung to my arm, acting cute. "Brother, Qiu'er wants you to carry her." I smiled and shook my head, crouched down, and carried her on my back. Let me tell you, that silver-haired beauty was stunned in her space, her face turning red. She explained to that three-headed beast, the Crimson King, that I was the savior of the Soul Beast clan, and that having Qiu'er follow me was part of a grand scheme. TSK, while she talked about a grand scheme, who knows what was going on in her heart? Probably a flurry of butterflies. I carried Qiu'er out, and when we reached the edge of the forest, I suddenly understood. I turned back to the air and mouthed the words, "I will come back." I knew that the silver-haired beauty could definitely see it. Hey, this extreme pull was stable. Sure enough, she was stunned, a blush fleeting across her cheeks, her breath disordered. Then she tore open a space with the Red King and returned to a magnificent silver hall. As soon as I left the forest, I summoned a large blue eagle condensed from soul power, soaring into the sky with Qiu'er. We spent 3 days in the city, allowing her to get familiar with human society. Otherwise, she would be like a country bumpkin. During these 3 days, Qiu'er transformed from a clueless little girl into someone increasingly resembling a human girl. After 3 days, we hurried back to my hometown, Longqing Academy. When we arrived at the academy's entrance, I held Qiu'er's hand. On the surface, everything seemed calm, but inside, I was extremely anxious. Let me tell you, if Xiao Wu and the others saw this, it would be like a live broadcast of a large-scale scene of chaos. And guess what? It really was broadcasted live. I pulled Qiu'er and stepped into the classroom, and wow, what a scene it was. Dozens of eyes in the class all turned to us at once like searchlights. The middle-aged teacher at the podium was interrupted in the middle of his lecture, his face longer than a horse's, and behind his glasses, he was clearly unhappy with us. But none of that was the main point. The focus was on my relatives in the back row. I tell you, that eye contact was like a silent palace drama. By Shiro, that little cutie, had curiosity written all over her face, almost as if she was about to say, "Wow, another beautiful sister." Yu Shinran's eyes brightened for a moment before dimming again, evoking a sense of pity. The most striking were Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, when they exchanged glances. Their expressions were so telling that I could imagine their inner thoughts. "Oh, Ling Yu, you went out for a few days and came back with another one?" Their little pouts were so pronounced they could hang an oil bottle. Zhu Zhuqing was still the same, exuding that high-cold goddess vibe, looking down at the table. But believe me, her ears were definitely perked up like radar. I felt a tingling sensation on my scalp, and gritting my teeth, pulled Qiu'er along, sneaking over to sit next to Yuxinren like a thief. I tell you, the atmosphere was so awkward that you could practically carve out a 3-bedroom apartment from it. Xiao Wu and Rongrong stood there with their arms crossed, like two gatekeepers, occasionally shooting daggers at me with their eyes, radiating hostility. The class that morning was like sitting on pins and needles. After finally enduring until the end of the class, I quickly suggested, "Come on, let's get up. Let's go to the soul fighting platform and bond a little." I figured these girls were all battle maniacs, and a fight was better than anything else. Once we arrived at the soul fighting platform, I cleared my throat, feeling like a spokesperson at a scumbag press conference, and pointed at Qiu'er. "Let me introduce everyone. This is Wang Qiu'er, the last member of our battle team." This move of mine was all about team building. Those who understand, understand. Qiu'er cooperated well, sweetly saying hello to everyone. Baishiro was the first to bounce over, casually linking arms with Qiu'er and sweetly calling her sister. But Ning Rongrong wasn't buying it. She shot me a sidelong glance, her words dripping with sarcasm. "Oh, someone disappeared for a few days. Turns out they were looking for a new sweetheart." Xiao Wu next to her clenched her little fists, ready to back her up. Family who understands. Hearing those words made me so embarrassed that my toes were almost digging through the soul fighting platform. I could only muster the courage to approach Rong, grabbing her hand and giving her my gentlest gaze for a little eye attack. Rong just threw a small tantrum, struggling a couple of times before she stopped moving. All right then, the invisible battlefield seemed to have momentarily cooled down. I quickly seized the opportunity. Come on, the Soulmaster competition isn't far off. Let's treat today as a mock practice and get familiar with each other. As soon as I finished speaking, the girls dispersed in perfect harmony, unleashing their martial souls. Xiao Wu, Rong, and Zhu Zhuqing were all at the Soul King level, their soul rings illuminating and their aura fully unleashed. YuGets and Bai Shiro were slightly weaker, but still top-notch fighters. Then, it was Wang Qiuer's turn. Let me tell you, the highlight is here. I saw Qiuer lightly stomp her delicate foot, and a deafening dragon roar erupted. I tell you, that sound was like a surround sound system turned up to maximum, sending chills down people's spines. Her long pink-blue hair instantly transformed into dazzling gold, and her eyes were blazing with golden light. Roar! A shimmering golden dragon phantom spiraled up into the sky from behind her, and the special effects were burning through the budget. The pressure was so immense that not only Xiao Wu and the others, but even several students watching from the nearby battle platforms were so scared their legs turned to jelly. Oh my god, what kind of martial soul is this? This girl is terrifying. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Xiao Wu and the others were left with their jaws nearly on the ground. I walked over to Qiuer, braving the gust of wind that nearly blew me away, and proudly announced, Qiuer's martial soul is the Golden Dragon. The subsequent sparring didn't even deserve to be called sparring. It was a one-sided crushing. Qiuer directly entered her violent aesthetic mode, disregarding whatever wind blades or hellish claws were thrown at her. She didn't even bother to dodge, and simply took them head-on. With a single punch breaking through all techniques, she demonstrated what absolute power means. Xiao Wu and the others were completely convinced. Now it's settled. The position of Vice Captain is directly reserved for Qiuer. By the time the sun set and the sparring ended, the golden light around Qiuer retracted, and she instantly transformed back from the golden goddess of war to that soft and cute little girl. She trotted over, wrapped her arm around mine, and with a voice so sweet it could melt bones, said, Brother, I'm hungry. Who can resist this adorable contrast? Xiao Wu and Rong behind us snorted coldly, probably thinking, I believe you not. Who was that violent maniac just now? Of course, I gently patted her head, gave her little nose a poke, and said, Come on, I'll take you to eat something delicious. Then I took her hand and left gracefully amidst the jealous gazes of the harem group. In the evening, we returned to YuGets' apartment, where I arranged a room for Qiuer on the second floor. As for me, I still stayed on the first floor. When we separated, the little girl playfully tugged at my hand, mischievously brushed her fingers across my palm, leaned in close to my ear, and whispered, Brother, Qiuer is waiting for you in the room. After saying that, she blushed and ran away. Goodness, who can withstand that? My heart was on fire. But let me tell you, do you think I brought Qiuer back just to expand the harem? That's a narrow perspective, my brothers. This big game of mine is just beginning. I lay alone on the couch, directly calling out to my system in my mind. Xiao Ai, bring me a treasure that can traverse time and space. Xiao Ai's sweet voice responded, Master, yes. The divine map of mountains and rivers can roam the river of time and perform acts against the heavens. However, with your current strength, you can't use it yet. As long as you can use it, that's enough. I asked directly. I can, but Master, is it really worth it for that woman? Wow, my system can even get jealous? I quickly swore. Xiao Ai, you will always be the most important. After calming the system with a few words, I told her my plan. That's right, there's a girl who had a heavenly start, a twin martial soul, and was the holy maiden of the martial soul hall, only to have her life ruined by that beast of a teacher. Can I tolerate this? Absolutely not. I must go back to the past before the Soul Master competition and crush that tragedy in the cradle. Let's begin. At my command, the space in front of me twisted, and a shimmering golden scroll appeared out of thin air, depicting mountains and rivers, as if encompassing the entire world. Xiao Ai informed me that when a map of mountains and rivers is activated, the entire Douluo Continent's time will be frozen. I can't believe it. Amazing. In the next moment, I was sucked into the landscape, painting by a beam of golden light. When I opened my eyes again, my whole body felt numb. I was standing on the painting, floating in an endless dark space, and beneath my feet was a flowing golden river. Wow, this is the river of time. Xiao Ai, locate that time point. I shouted excitedly. The landscape painting carried me upstream, back to the past. Soon, a golden dot flew out of the river and formed a light curtain in front of me, starting to play a scene. In the scene, there was a gloomy secret chamber. A middle-aged man, looking somewhat human, was scheming against an unbelievably beautiful red-haired girl. The girl was panic-stricken, wanted to run but feeling weak all over, clearly under some kind of spell. "Teacher, no." The girl cried out in despair, closing her eyes. I looked at the old pervert on the screen, my fists clenched. He let out a perverse laugh, inching closer. "I've been waiting for this moment. Xiao Ai, open the door for me. Let's take it down." With a whoosh, I forcefully tore open a black vortex in the space above the secret chamber. The old pervert hadn't reacted yet when a purple lightning bolt shot out from the portal I opened, heading straight for his forehead. The old pervert was startled and instantly activated his shield for defense, but still staggered back a step, his shield covered in cracks. His face turned pale with anger as he roared at the vortex. "Who is it? Show yourself." I hadn't even arrived yet, but my voice was already mocking. "I'm here. What are you going to do about it?" As soon as I finished speaking, a burst of golden light erupted from my portal, blinding him like the sun. In the next moment, a figure stepped out of that golden light, and yes, it was me. Let me tell you, my entrance BGM was on point, and I was standing on a shimmering map of mountains and rivers, just floating there, looking so good that I wanted to call the police on myself. The girl beside me was staring wide-eyed. I mean, who understands this? The situation was dire, and she was actually thinking, wow, he's so handsome, showing such a big heart. Meanwhile, that middle-aged, greasy man, the current pope of the spirit hall, named Qian Sunji, turned pale, looking like he had swallowed a fly. He originally wanted to do something shady, but I caught him red-handed, and his plan was ruined. The look in his eyes was as if he wanted to swallow me whole, and he was still there asking, "Kid, who are you? Who can I be?" "I'm dying of laughter, the one who beats you up." I couldn't be bothered to say much to him, so I swiftly sent that map of mountains and rivers flying, directly putting a golden bell around that girl. Then, with just a little push of my toes in the air, I stood there in midair, without saying a word. Thunder and lightning crackled around me. The great sun thunder body instantly activated, and I punched him right in the face. How fast is my punch? So fast that the air exploded. He didn't even have time to react. He panicked and quickly summoned a golden shield to block it. Can it hold? What a joke. With a bang, that shield shattered like glass, and my punch landed squarely on his chest, sending him crashing into the wall, unable to peel himself off. He clutched his chest, a bruise forming at the corner of his mouth, looking at me as if he had seen a ghost. I blew on the electric spark on my fist and gave him a grin. Is this it? Is this the strength of the Pope of the Spirit Hall? It made him furious, and with a roar, 6 golden wings erupted from his back, making him look like a birdman. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. 9 rings shining. Oh, a title Douluo. Who are you trying to scare? The sky was filled with golden feathers, making it look like that Buddhist porcelain cup scene. So holy. But what you're doing is anything but holy, my brother. That purifying power on the feathers tried to erode me, but unfortunately for you, I have the devouring ancestral symbol within me. Whatever you send my way, I'll devour it all, leaving nothing behind. He saw that I was unaffected and got completely anxious, gathering a big move, combining 15 light swords into one giant sword, and slashing down at my forehead. I couldn't even be bothered to dodge. With lightning and darkness wrapped around my fist, I met it head-on. With a thunderous boom, the entire secret chamber shook. I exerted force in my fist, breaking it. His broken sword exploded into countless points of light on the spot. He was blasted away 10 meters, spitting out a mouthful of old blood in midair, completely stunned. I thought it was pointless to waste time with him, so I went straight for it. I raised my right hand and formed a small silver light ball, tossing it into the sky. With a hum, the entire space filled with a high-frequency mental shock, as if a silence had been cast over the whole map. That old guy went down instantly, his eyes glazing over. I pointed my finger forward, and a mental shockwave shot out, knocking him unconscious with a thud as he fell to the ground, out cold. Job done. I clapped my hands and dispersed the lightning around me. It wasn't that I didn't want to take him out. I was mainly worried about changing history and causing some unexpected trouble. I turned around, put away the magical artifact, and walked in front of the girl. "Are you okay?" Seeing that she was still unable to move, I pointed my finger and used the power of devouring to help her break the seal. She stood up, still quite polite, and gave me a bow, saying, "Thank you, benefactor, for saving my life." I took a few glances at her. She was indeed beautiful. No wonder that old guy had improper thoughts. As a result, she blushed from my gaze, probably thinking to herself, could this person be a bad guy too? I was amused. To reassure her, I directly pulled out a big puppet from another dimension, a figure entirely cloaked in black, wielding a large knife. I told her, "This is a puppet. If you refine it, anyone who dares to bully you in the future can be dealt with by releasing it. Even a titled Douluo can be taken down." She was taken aback for a moment, but seeing the sincerity in my eyes, she believed me and refined the runes that controlled the puppet. "I have to go." She quickly asked me what my name was, and I replied, "My name is Ling Yu." I turned back and winked at her, "Little beauty, we will meet again soon." After saying that, I opened a portal and stepped in. Just as I entered, I heard her shout from behind, My name is BB Dong." I let out a sound, and the portal closed. In the secret room, Qinshu and Ji was surprisingly still awake and wanted to take action against BB Dong. As a result, BB Dong directly summoned the puppet I sent, which almost split the space with a single strike, scaring Qinshu and Ji so much that he ran away in fear, losing control of himself. This guy is such a coward. Instead of confronting me, he goes back and takes it out on a maid. What a waste. After dealing with the past, I directly traversed the river of time back to the present. When I returned, I collapsed on the sofa in Yuxinren's apartment, utterly exhausted. I was thinking that the soulmaster competition was coming up next, and it was time to show off. All right, Xiao had made an appointment with me. Hee. I promised, so after taking a shower, I went upstairs to knock on the door. "Xiao, I'm here." From inside, I heard Xiao's slightly shy voice. "Brother, the door is unlocked. You can come in." As soon as I entered, Xiao was sitting on the edge of the bed in a white bathrobe, and it was. Ahem. Family, who understands this? Who can withstand this? I quickly set up a mental barrier to avoid being disturbed. She directly pounced into my arms and whispered, "Brother, tonight, Xiao is yours." Goodness, this little girl learns too fast. Anyway, the atmosphere had reached this point, and what followed was some indescribable yet very pure academic exchange. Keeping it brief, we are serious people and did not cross the final line. Holding the fragrant and soft Xiao, I fell asleep. It was simply amazing. The next day, waking up while holding the sleeping beauty in my arms, my mood was just great. The following month was filled with daily training, and everyone's relationships grew better and better until the Soulmaster competition opened. Meanwhile, in the Pope's palace in Wuyin City, BB Dong, who had already become the Pope, was sitting on the throne, one hand supporting her chin, the other looking at the black rune I left in her palm, her gaze a bit dazed. "Xiao Yu, where are you?" she murmured, still thinking of me after more than 20 years. "The Soulmaster competition is about to begin. Xiao Yu, will you participate?" She clenched her fists and shouted into the empty hall. "Come here." I tell you, those two heavy doors creaked open, and 2 rows of people marched in, all clad in shiny silver armor, gripping long spears, their footsteps ringing like thunder, as if they were in a military parade, so orderly it was frightening. As soon as they reached the center of the hall, the 2 rows of people suddenly knelt on one knee, thrusting their spears forward, shouting so loudly it was like an earthquake. "Your Holiness." The woman on the throne simply waved her jade-like hand lightly, and in an instant, a beam of light shot over. As the light dispersed, lo and behold, a painting floated in midair. The painting depicted a man, strikingly handsome to the point of being unreasonable, with eyes like the vast stars and sea, and a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. His aura was simply extraordinary, as if the whole world couldn't contain him. Let me tell you something from the heart. If I were here, my jaw would drop in shock because the guy in the painting looks exactly like me. Then that lady spoke up, her voice so cold it could freeze. "Check it out. For this competition, everyone participating, one by one, trace back their family lineage for 18 generations. If you find this person in the painting, report it immediately." Yes. The knights took their orders and clattered out again. Once the door closed, the entire hall fell silent again. The Pope sat there alone, seemingly lost in thought, and then let out a soft sigh, mumbling that girl Shui. "Hasn't been back for almost 20 years, right?" Then the lady started daydreaming, seemingly thinking about some old friend, and even crossed her legs, looking quite relaxed. The scene shifts to Tiando City, our Lanqin Academy. I tell you, for this competition, our teacher Mu has really invested a lot, getting us 7 people a brand new set of team uniforms. They are incredibly stylish. The whole outfit is blue, with golden patterns on it, and there's a character chain embroidered on the chest, which makes us look great. Plus, each of our designs is different. I have several majestic purple gold dragon patterns on my back. Xiao has 2 golden dragons, full of heroism. Xiao Wu has 2 pink bunnies, super cute. Rong has a 9-color pagoda, which looks very luxurious. Zhu Zhuqing has 2 aloof black cats, and the other 2 girls have one with gems, and the other with an ice staff. I tell you, when our team appears, we're like walking artworks. Teacher Mu looked at us, very satisfied, and waved his hand with a smile. Let us go, boys and girls. It's time for the opening ceremony. As soon as the 8 of us stepped out, wow, the scene was like a top celebrity walking the red carpet. The whole street was blocked. There was a sea of people, and the cheers and shouts coming from the Grand Soul Arena were so loud that my ears were buzzing. Ning Rong Rong, this little rich girl, was shocked, her little hand on her forehead, looking around. Wow, so many people. Our appearance instantly became the focus of the entire venue. Look, that guy's so handsome. The one next to him, wearing a veil, is also stunning. I've started believing in love again. You guys don't understand anything. I still prefer the leading teacher. So familiar and charming. She is simply my cyber mommy. Xiao Ai has never seen such a scene. Her little face is burning. And she directly hides behind me, holding onto my arm tightly. I smiled and rubbed her head, saying it's okay, I got your back. Teacher Mu turned back and smiled at me. Looks like you all are quite popular. I immediately shot her a meaningful glance and said, Teacher Mu, you're not bad either. I've noticed several uncles almost drooling. Teacher Mu blushed, scolding me. You little rascal, you dare to joke with the teacher. Behind me, Xiao Wu and Rong Rong exchanged glances, and I understood that they were definitely imagining some teacher-student romance gossip again. Just then, a burst of laughter erupted from the crowd nearby. What the heck? Which college are they from? Did they just get pulled out of cesspool? Look at their team uniforms. They're the defense green. Family, who understands this? Their aesthetics are simply thousands of years ahead of the underworld. It says sincerely seeking sponsorship. I'm dying of laughter. Are they here to beg for food? As soon as I heard the commotion, I was amused and turned to look in the direction of the sound. Oh, an old acquaintance has arrived. I saw Flander, Zhao Wuji, and Master leading a group of people awkwardly squeezing through the crowd in their signature shit green team uniforms. The few students seemed to be nearly burying their heads in their pants. Among the teachers leading the group was a woman, with a figure that was voluptuous and striking. She looked quite gentle, but the killing intent in her eyes was hard to hide. She must be Lu Erlong from the Golden Iron Triangle. Looking at the students, Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others were all there along with a few new faces. We ran into each other like this. I greeted Flander with a smile. Dean, long time no see. Flander's old face turned red, probably feeling embarrassed. Our side was the center of attention, while their side was being mocked by thousands. The contrast was too stark. Zhao Wuji, on the other hand, was straightforward. He came over, patted me on the shoulder, and looked at the girls beside me. Laughing enviously, you kid, not bad, quite the charmer. I chuckled and said, Teacher Zhao, you're not that young anymore, better find yourself a wife soon. Get out of here. Zhao Wuji laughed and scolded. You came here just to stab me in the heart, didn't you? The master still had a zombie-like face, not saying a word. Lu Erlong leaned against him like a little bird, curiously sizing me up. Meanwhile, Tang San from their team, let me tell you, the way that kid was looking at me, good grief, it was as if he wanted to write I will crush you on my face, his fists clenched tightly. His expression was like he had just discovered that his cyber cactus had been stolen, completely unable to hold it together. I could feel that little spark of anger building up in him, ready to flare up, his inner demons almost materializing. I couldn't help but laugh in my heart. Brother, don't mess with me. If you really stick your face out for me to slap, I won't hold back. After exchanging a few pleasantries, we parted ways. After all, the vibe was too different, and it felt awkward to walk together. After turning around, I caught a glimpse from the corner of my eye. Hey, there's an old guy hiding in the corner of the crowd, dressed in black clothes and a black mask, pretending to be just a passerby. That aura is unmistakable. It's Tang Hao. I sneered inwardly. This was just perfect. With my current strength, if he dared to show up, I just use him as a sacrifice to the heavens. I hope this competition brings something interesting rather than just kids playing house. Teacher Mu noticed my unusual expression and asked, Did you run into someone you know? I nodded. Yeah, I spent some time at that academy before. Teacher Mu was perceptive and didn't ask further. We enjoyed the flowers and applause as we smoothly walked into the contestant lounge of the Great Soul Arena. The lounge was crowded with people. As expected, the Shrek team's attire became the center of attention, and they almost got into a fight with their old rivals, the Shanghai Academy, but were stopped by a teacher named Xinian. Soon, the opening ceremony began. The host introduced each academy as they entered, such as the Tiando Royal Academy's second team and the Five Elements Academy, all with quite the presence. When it was our turn, the host noticeably paused. The next team is called Blue Chin Academy. Their registration slogan is Only I Am Supreme, a very powerful slogan. We look forward to their performance. Once all the teams were in place, The big shots and the VIP seats on the podium began to appear. There was the Emperor of the Tian Empire, Emperor Xia, and a platinum bishop from the Spirit Hall named Salus. To my surprise, my future father-in-law, Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, was also sitting next to the Emperor. He spotted Rong from our team at a glance and smiled, nodding at us. That girl, Rong, pouted her lips and huffed, turning her head away proudly. Ning Fengji looked both helpless and indulgent. Emperor Xue stood up and delivered a lengthy speech filled with formalities, announcing the opening of the competition. He then invited Ning Fengji to speak. My father-in-law really knew how to speak. In just a few words, he got the crowd fired up. Finally, the host asked him which team he was rooting for. Ning Fengji smiled mysteriously, subtly glancing our way, and said, I know of one team that might bring the championship to the Empire. However, I must keep you in suspense. I was watching a play when I felt that the old man from the Spirit Hall, Salus, in the VIP section was staring at me as if he had an 8 times magnifying glass, locking onto me tightly. I thought to myself, come on, I'm this handsome. There's no way I could cause your pupils to shake, right? Then I saw him first shocked, then his face lit up with joy, looking as if he had just won a 500 million lottery. I realized this old man must be the one the Pope sent to find me. After the big shots finished their speeches, it was time for the most exciting part. The lottery draw. Old Salus personally came up to draw lots absent-mindedly. In the first round of the preliminaries, Shanghai Academy versus Zixing Academy. Shrek Academy versus Cang Qian Academy. When I heard the last matchup, I couldn't help but smile. In the first round of the preliminaries, Tiando Royal Academy's second team versus Blue Qin Academy. I turned my head and patted Xiao on the shoulder. Xiao, you take action later. We'll support you from the back. As soon as I finished speaking, Xiao was so obedient, her little head nodding like she was pounding garlic. And I could feel her smiling even through the veil. Wow, let me tell you, we fast-forwarded straight to the performance. The arena was packed with people, and the glow sticks were waving like a galaxy. It was truly spectacular. On the opposite side, the members of the Tiando Royal Academy's second team came on stage wearing shiny gold uniforms, looking all impressive. As soon as they appeared, the girls in the audience were screaming, saying I was handsome. Of course, that goes without saying. Then when Xiao and the others made their entrance, the guys were practically drooling on stage. It was unbelievable. When the referee called for the entrance, the 7 from the other side obediently walked onto the stage. I couldn't help but laugh at that, exchanged a knowing glance with my sisters, and said, let's do something special. I stretched out my right hand and channeled my soul power. Guess what happened? With a sharp cry, a blue eagle materialized out of thin air. That energy form looked just like a real one. As it flapped its wings, a fierce wind erupted. I pushed off with my toes and jumped directly onto the eagle's back, and Xiao and the others quickly followed suit. The giant eagle carried all 7 of us and soared to the center of the arena with a howl. Who understands, family? The entire audience was stunned. The spectators were all gasping. What the heck is this? He didn't even summon a martial soul? In the VIP section, those big shots, like the Snow Knight Emperor and Ning Fengji, were almost dropping their jaws. They had never seen such a thing before, and they were probably wondering if this was some kind of self-created soul skill. I tell you, if you can put on an act, do it all the way. The referee shouted start, and the group opposite began to display their soul weapons, all of them with 2 yellow and 1 purple, a standard soulmaster configuration. Leading them was a pretty boy who looked like a girl. When it was our turn, I snapped my fingers, and the giant eagle beneath me burst into green light. And we 7 slowly descended. Xiao stepped forward, and the atmosphere instantly changed. A dragon's roar echoed throughout the arena. Xiao's body shone with golden light. Her pink-blue hair instantly transformed into dazzling gold, and her eyes became golden vertical pupils. Behind her, a massive golden dragon phantom coiled and roared. The pressure was overwhelming. Then, the main point came. Soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. 5 of them. 1 soul king. But it wasn't over. Behind her, Xiao Wu, Rong, and Zhu Zhuqing also shone with green and black light, each with 5 optimal soul rings, 3 soul kings. Yushinran had 2 yellow and 2 purple. A 4-ring soul sect, while Baishiro had 2 yellow and 1 purple, a 3-ring soulmaster. Finally, it was my turn. I did nothing but stand there, and soul rings started to emerge one by one. Purple, purple, black, black. When a 5th soul ring appeared, the entire arena went crazy. It was an enormous, dazzling red soul ring, with 2 mysterious golden patterns on it. Damn, 5 soul kings. That is a 100,000-year soul ring. The whole soul fighting arena erupted like a boiling pot. I tell you, that master from Shrek turned green, his hands clenched tightly. Next to him, Tang San had a complex expression, but guess what? He wasn't scared at all. Instead, he looked like I had successfully caught his attention, his fists clenched. I wonder what this guy was thinking. Shouldn't a normal person be contemplating how to escape? But he was practically overflowing with battle intent. Buddy, you understand the concept of fighting monsters above your level, but unfortunately, this time you're trying to go for Mount Everest. In the VIP section, Emperor Xia suddenly stood up, looking like he had seen a ghost, probably already calculating how to set his daughter up with me. Ning Fengji remained calm. After all, his daughter Rong Rong was on my team, and he was as steady as an old dog. The guy from the Spirit Hall, Salas, wore a look of disdain, probably thinking, how can someone chosen by the Pope be an ordinary person? Back on the stage, the 7 guys opposite had completely frozen, standing there like 7 wooden stakes. While they were dazed, Xiao moved. She extended her jade hand and conjured a shimmering golden spear out of thin air. With a shake of the spear tip, the air exploded. She performed a few dazzling spear tricks, and the golden waves caused the faces of those 7 to sting painfully. Then, Xiao slightly parted her red lips and uttered 3 words, Golden Dragon Roar. Her voice, completely different from her usual soft and cute lowly tone, was cold and sacred. As soon as she finished speaking, she thrust the spear forward, and a massive golden dragon roared from the spear tip, transforming into a solidified sound wave that blasted towards the opposite side. The captain on the other side finally reacted, screaming for them to defend. The 7 of them hurriedly raised a colorful defensive shield. However, it was utterly useless. The golden sound wave crashed into it, and the shield shattered like paper, cracking with a few sounds before exploding. The residual force of the sound wave struck those 7 directly. 7 people, 7 blood arrows, like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden, flew backward in unison, lying on the stage groaning, their formations scattered like they were searching for lost teeth. Xiao stood there with the spear withdrawn, golden hair and golden eyes, looking heroic, not saying a word, but everyone understood. Aye, we concede. The captain lay on the ground, trembling as he raised his hand. Of course, if you don't concede, do you want to be reborn directly? The referee stuttered. Launching Academy wins. The whole arena erupted in cheers like a tsunami, everyone shouting, Golden Dragon Goddess! Golden Dragon Goddess! Xiao retracted her soul weapon and transformed back into that cute girl with pink-blue hair, looking a bit shy when she glanced at me, her face turning red. The girls surrounded her, chattering and praising her strength. This girl, when powerful, is truly a battle god, and when shy, is genuinely adorable. After the match, as we exited the soul fighting arena, we were surrounded by fans. After finally squeezing out, I heard someone shout Rong Rong. Goodness, Ning Fengji had arrived. He had changed into casual clothes, but that aura of a big shot couldn't be hidden. Rong Rong leaped into her father's arms like a swallow returning to its nest. Ning Fengji greeted each of us, praising us, and then introduced himself to Rong Rong's friends. Finally, he looked at me and said, Xiao Yu, Uncle has something to discuss with you. How about we talk privately? Rong Rong immediately pouted, saying, what could it be that I can't hear? Ning Fengji had to coax and deceive her to calm this little ancestor down, letting Teacher Mu take them back to the academy first. He then led me through a maze of twists and turns into a quaint tea house. As soon as we entered, the aroma of tea brought peace to the heart. We went directly to a private room on the 2nd floor, pushed open the screen, and there was already a person inside. The person had their back to us, standing by the window, wearing a long blue robe, their black hair tied with a cloth strip, looking to be around 27 or 28 years old. Just by their silhouette, one could tell they had an extraordinary presence. Hearing the noise, they turned around. The person was extraordinarily handsome, with a straight nose and square jaw, a gentle smile on their face. Clearly someone who had received top-notch noble education since childhood. As soon as I saw him, I thought, oh, isn't this our little angel? Although he's dressed quite nicely. What do you think my eyes are for? They're practically like a human CT scanner, able to see right through his feminine essence. Under that handsome face lies a breathtakingly beautiful visage. Wow, it's Qianrenxua. This is too interesting. I was secretly amused, and she seemed to sense that something was off with my gaze. Her expression changed slightly, but quickly returned to normal as she bowed to Ning Fengji, saying, Uncle Ning, you're here. Ning Fengji was overjoyed, quickly helping her up and saying, oh, Qinghe, we're all family. No need to be so polite. His little pride was almost overflowing. Let me tell you about this guy in front of me, named Qinghe, the prince of the Tiando Empire and the proud student of Ning Fengji. He looks quite handsome, with a graceful demeanor, holding a folding fan, exuding an air of elegance. After they exchanged pleasantries, Xueqing's gaze drifted towards me with a hint of curiosity. Teacher, who is this brother? Ning Fengji immediately smiled and began the introduction. Qinghe, let me introduce you. This is Ling Yu, the captain of the Lanqin team, and also our Rongrong's boyfriend. Oh, I clearly saw Qinghe raise his eyebrows in surprise, unable to hide his astonishment. Who understands, the only little princess of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, the boyfriend acknowledged by her father, that carries weight. Those who know. However, he quickly regained his composure, as he must have already known about my background. He smiled at me, but a trace of indescribable light flickered in his eyes. And he said, Brother Ling Yu, at such a young age, possessing 100,000-year spirit ring, truly unprecedented. Well, that's not right. I scanned with my spiritual sense, and sensed that little spark of comparison in his heart. He himself is a top genius with a divine martial soul. Now, a soul emperor, yet being surpassed by this younger guy who is almost 10 years his junior. It's no wonder he feels unbalanced. I'm just breezy and carefree. It's just good luck. My heart has already blossomed with joy, and things are becoming more and more interesting. This Xueqinghe, or rather, Qianren Xue, her little thoughts in my eyes are simply an open book exam. Ning Fengji has no idea about the psychological game of wits between us, and he is happily trying to mediate, wanting to bring us together. My father-in-law's calculations are so on point that I feel like applauding him from the sidelines. One is the future son-in-law, a potential stock. The other is the future emperor, the one in power. He wants to bet on both sides to ensure the longevity of the Qibao glazed tile school. Of course, I have to cooperate with the performance, pretending to just find out his identity, slightly bowing. So, it's His Highness the Crown Prince. Xueqinghe was quite the performer, immediately waving his hand. Hey, don't be so formal. If you don't mind, just call me Brother Xue. All right, if you love to act, I'll play along. We sat down to drink tea and chatted for about half an hour, and the atmosphere was extremely harmonious. I thought the girls at home must be getting anxious, so I stood up to take my leave. As a result, Xueqinghe surprised me again by pulling out a gold medal from his pocket and handing it to me. It had the character Tian inscribed on it, and he said that I could use this medal to find him in the palace if I needed anything in the future. I almost laughed out loud when I received it. All right, brother, this move is a bit confusing for you. Isn't this equivalent to sending me a VIP pass to your hometown? Little angel, this is something you delivered right to my door. As soon as I walked away, I heard Xueqinghe talking to my father-in-law. Teacher, Rongrong's boyfriend is not simple. Ning Fengji was still joking around. Yes, Qinghe, you should build a good relationship with Xiao Yu. He will definitely be able to help you in the future. Help? Help with what? Is it to help you inherit the throne? Or to help your spirit hall unify the world? I guess what Xueqinghe was really thinking was how to pull my SSR into their spirit hall's card pool. 2 days later, the second round of the competition began. Let me tell you, as soon as our team entered the arena, all eyes turned to us in an instant, like a spotlight, focusing entirely on the circle of my crimson soul rings. Of course, there were a few interesting gazes in the crowd, brimming with fighting spirit. That kid Tang San was among them, TSK. Then I noticed a team in bright red uniforms standing in the corner, and the girl in the middle. Wow, she was so impressive, her eyes sharp as knives fixed on me, while her brother beside her wore a bitter smile, probably thinking that his sister was getting too carried away again. Just as they left, a handsome guy in blue clothes came by, also giving us a meaningful glance before leaving. Goodness, it seems that the big shots these days are into mystique, huh? At this moment, our teacher returned from the draw, looking relaxed as he announced, Your opponent today is the Elephant Armor Academy. Xiao blinked her big eyes and asked what that was about, and Ning Rongrong immediately answered, giving us a pre-match briefing, saying that the Elephant Armor sect is known for its tough exterior and is reputed to have the strongest defense, with a spirit of Diamond Mammoth, extremely tough. Upon hearing this, Xiao got excited, cracking her knuckles, the sound echoing clearly. Her meaning was obvious. She loves to fight tough opponents. This match was scheduled for the main arena, and the VIP seats today were also heavyweight. In addition to the Emperor and Salus, my father-in-law and Bondol were also present. Sitting beside them was a mountain of flesh, clearly able to take a hit, indeed the leader of the Elephant Armor sect, Huyin Jun. As the match began, the 7 big men on the opposite side lined up like a wall, and the team leader introduced himself. Huyin Li, level 40 defense type battle spirit master. I politely stepped forward with a faint smile. Lanqin Academy. Ling Yu, level 55 assault type soul king. As soon as I finished speaking, the guy opposite was stunned. With a command from the referee, a layer of armor-like skin instantly covered the 7 opponents, and 7 giant elephant phantoms appeared behind them, creating quite an impressive spectacle. However, our side went wild. The audience was chanting for the Golden Dragon Goddess, 1 against 7. Xiao Ai lived up to expectations. As soon as the opponents raised their shields and formed a turtle formation, she ignored them, and with a flash of golden light in her hand, she conjured a long spear. With a casual move, she unleashed the Golden Dragon Break. I'm telling you, she didn't even use a soul skill. There was a crisp sound, and the seemingly sturdy shield of the opposing captain shattered like glass, sending him flying over 10 meters and plowing a groove in the ground. This left the opponents completely silent, realizing they had to get serious, and they immediately began to unleash their ultimate moves. The 7 of them formed a formation, merging their soul power to create a gigantic crystal mammoth phantom. The momentum was indeed impressive, shaking the entire arena. Just as Xiao Ai was about to make her move, Rong held her back, her eyes filled with determination. Sister Xiao Ai, let me handle this. As soon as I saw it, I exclaimed, wow. Rong is going to show off her skills too. I must support her, and I nodded at her. Well, next up is Rong's solo performance. She flew straight into the air, and a huge blue 6-pointed star magic circle unfolded behind her. The scene was astonishing. The gale howled as she hovered in the air like a fairy in the wind. The blue longsword in her hand shone like a little sun, gathering endless energy. And then she coldly shouted, Wind's extremity, setting sun's radiance. A massive blue beam of light shot through the sky at an incomprehensible speed, and with a loud bang, it exploded the seemingly impressive crystal elephant. Silver light points filled the sky, resembling fireworks. Then, the residual force of the beam cleared out the 7 big men on the opposite side like bowling pins, knocking them all over the place, completely losing their combat ability. I casually activated a mental shield to prevent the energy from affecting the audience. When the light faded, the referee announced our victory, and the crowd erupted, chanting a brand new nickname, Wind Fairy. Wind Fairy. It was like a celestial being descending to Earth. Let me tell you, at that moment, the entire venue went wild. Everyone stood up shouting at the top of their lungs. The roar almost lifted the ceiling. The referee looked over at us. His expression was a mix of shock and emotion, probably thinking that this tournament had stirred up a hornet's nest. On the first day, Xiao Ai took out 7 opponents with 1 shot, and today Rong shattered a giant elephant with 1 sword strike. Goodness, our Blue Qin Academy skyrocketed in popularity, becoming the brightest star in the arena. The VIP seats were even more exciting. The Snow Knight Emperor from Tiando was so nervous he shook like he had Parkinson's. He stood up when those big guys executed their fusion technique, his mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg inside. Next to him, Rong's father, Ning Fengji, was beaming with pride. Looking at his daughter, his face practically read, my daughter is the best in the world. My son-in-law is invincible. He was probably already calculating how the 7 treasure glazed tile school would soar to new heights with Ling Yu. Then there was the Bon Douluo, who felt both gratified and as if he had X-ray vision. He knew it was Ling Yu who quietly intervened from behind, using mental power to block the residual shockwaves from the explosion. Otherwise, our hairstyles would have been a mess. That old fox, Salis, remained calm, accustomed to the surprises. The most unfortunate was the leader of the elephant armor sect, Yin Jun, whose face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He initially thought it would be a fierce competition, but we only sent out 1 support and took out their prideful trump card in 1 move. Who understands the mentality of a family like that? It's a miracle he didn't break down. Then the camera cut back to our side on stage. Xiao Ai retracted her powers, turning back into a soft girl with pink-blue hair, smiling at Rong and saying, well done. The battle-hungry Xiao Wu was even more excited, her rabbit ears twitching. Rong, you were so cool. The next match is mine, don't steal it. Just as we were busy complimenting each other, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly made a stealthy move, quietly approaching Shinran, and unexpectedly asked, Shinran, do you also like Ling Yu? My ears perked up in an instant. Wow, what a direct question between best friends. Shinran's little face turned bright red, like a ripe tomato, and she stammered, in no eye. Her little hands were almost crumpling her skirt. This reaction was like her mouth was racing ahead, while her soul was frantically nodding behind. Who's the most mischievous? It's Ling Yu. This guy took advantage of his strong mental power, eavesdropping the whole time with his radar on. And after he finished listening, he was secretly amused. What was he thinking? As a great benefactor, how could he let such a good girl slip away? I swear, this guy understands that love has its levels. and his thick skin is simply off the charts. At this moment, the 7 big fellows from the Elephant Armor Academy also regained their composure, supporting each other as they walked up to us. The captain, named Hu Yanli, looked at Ling Yu with admiration and said, "We concede." Just as we were wrapping up, the other platforms were also finishing up. There was a fiery girl in red who knocked out her opponent with a kick, but she had no time to celebrate, as she was feeling the explosive energy waves from our side. Over at Shrek, Tang San also won, but after winning, he stared intently at Ling Yu. His fists clenched tightly, his eyes practically spitting fire, as if he wanted to carve the words "I'm going to take you down" on his face. But the most uncontainable moment for me was the group from Songhua Academy in the audience. The leader was an old man named Shinian, with a black tattoo on his forehead, clearly not a good person. After watching our match, his face turned green, and he immediately turned to his students and said, "Listen, if you run into Blueqin Academy in the competition, just surrender, got it?" I couldn't help but laugh. He was also playing with mental power and was scared off by Ling Yu's earlier move. He originally planned to play dirty and eliminate a few threatening genius students. But upon seeing Ling Yu, he immediately crossed us off his assassination list. Then this old guy ominously told his students, "Don't be afraid. I'll take care of those who pose a threat to us." When I heard that, I thought, wow, he's going to deliver heads, or rather warmth. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away in Spirit City, inside the Pope's Hall. Let me tell you, don't be fooled by Bibi Dong's usually aloof demeanor. She's a pure love-struck brain in private. A knight brought her a soul guide device, saying it was Ling Yu's latest battle report. She was so excited that as soon as the person left, she opened it up, her eyes glued to Ling Yu's figure on the screen. She even blushed and said, "What a little rascal, still likes to show off." And I thought, who would have thought the big boss of the Spirit Hall had such a cute side? The contrast is simply adorable. Then in Tiando City, the Prince Shui Qinghe. Oh no, I should call her Qianren Shui. She's having a tough time too. Cross-dressing as a man every day to hide, only daring to turn back into her female form at night when it's quiet. Holding a token and thinking of her sister Bibi Dong. A week passed, and our Blueqin Academy won consecutively, with opponents just giving up upon seeing us. Today, they even threw in the towel, leaving the audience that wanted to see our match booing in disappointment. We just sat in the viewing area enjoying the show, and Ling Yu was pretending, saying, "Sai, we really don't want to be famous." I was rolling my eyes behind him. Today's main event was Thunder Academy against Elephant Armor Academy. Teacher Mu explained to us that both were from the 5 major elemental academies, backed respectively by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family and the Elephant Armor sect. The captain of Thunder Academy had the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon as his martial spirit, and when he took the stage, it was a flash of lightning and thunder. However, Wang Xiu'er looked at him with a clear, disdainful gaze. In front of her authentic Golden Dragon bloodline, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon was just a second-rate army. Sure enough, in no time, Thunder Academy wiped the floor with Elephant Armor Academy. Xiu'er was curious and asked Teacher Mu why these academies played pure color teams and weren't afraid of being countered. Teacher Mu explained that this was a debate between extreme and balanced styles in the soulmaster world. But the most powerful now was the fusion style promoted by the Spirit Hall, where individuals played extremes while teams played balanced, emphasizing both aspects. Just as we were discussing, Ling Yu suddenly turned his head as if sensing something, and happened to meet Tang San's resentful gaze from Shrek. Shortly after, Tang San left the stage alone, and as soon as he left, I tell you, 2 sneaky tails immediately followed behind him. Ling Yu saw it all clearly and was secretly laughing. He knew very well that the unfortunate old man from Songhua Academy, Shinian, was going to deliver Tang San his first external soul bone gift package in his life. Family, this is top-tier VIP exclusive customer service, one-on-one delivery, right to your door. I have to tell you, when this top courier made his move, I scanned with my mental power and found that Tang San's father, the elusive Tang Hao, was shadowing him like a ghost. Goodness, this isn't an assassination. It's like a father-son duo teaming up to farm equipment, and this old courier is just a wild monster eager to deliver ahead. Sure enough, Tang San had just come out of the Grand Soul Arena, and as he walked, he sensed something was off. Family members, who understands? It felt like he had walked into a ghost wall. He clearly felt he was nearing the academy, yet he was stuck spinning in place. The air around him was thick with a vague, killing intent, reminiscent of a third-rate horror movie. Tang San was clever. He immediately stopped, his hand reaching for the 24 bridge Minjiwai at his waist, his eyes flashing with purple light. Just then, a sinister voice floated in from all directions, saying something about being a genius from Shrek, but unfortunately, it was too late. Then, the old courier slowly materialized from the air like a cheap special effect. After a brief exchange, Tang San wanted to use his purple extreme magic eye to break the illusion. What happened? His cultivation was still too shallow. The old courier grinned maliciously, and with a sudden mental pressure, Tang San felt like he had been struck in the back of the head with a hammer. Not even able to grunt before his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. The old courier looked at the unconscious Tang San and pretended to shake his head, saying something about it being a pity. What a pity for you, you big-headed ghost. The next moment, his right hand transformed into a knife, infused with soul power, and he slashed toward Tang San's neck. I tell you, in that instant when the knife fell, the entire world seemed to be pressed on pause. At that moment, the old man was frozen in mid-air, his expression stiffened, looking extraordinarily eerie. Immediately after, a voice that sounded like a demon descending exploded in his ear. You really have some guts to touch my son. In an instant, that shattered illusion turned into glass shards. The surrounding environment changed drastically, instantly teleporting from the broken streets of Heaven Dou City to a small grove. Before the old man could react, the whole world turned red in an instant. I tell you, the blood color was so thick it felt like it could drip down, and killing intent surged out as if it were free, creating a hellish battlefield. This is Tang Hao's killing god domain. In this domain, the old man felt like he had fallen into a pool of blood, struggling to breathe. He couldn't even move, his eyes nearly unable to turn. A tall black shadow appeared before him out of nowhere, like a ghost. The shadow reached out a hand and pressed it against the old man's forehead. At this point, he was completely terrified, nearly wetting himself, trembling and shouting, Don't kill me. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. You ruthless killer. Now that it's your turn, you know how to be afraid of death? Were you earlier? That shadow, which was Tang Hao, couldn't be bothered to deal with him and just snorted coldly. The hand pressing down on his head flashed with bloodlight and suddenly tightened. There was a crisp sound, like cracking a walnut, and Shern Yin's head burst open like a watermelon, blood splattering everywhere, his eyes wide open, and then completely lost their light. The person fell, but the matter wasn't over. With a thought from Tang Hao, the blood energy in the sky immediately enveloped Shern Yin's corpse, and then compressed violently. With a muffled bang, both the person and the bones were blown into a cloud of blood mist, aimed at crushing the bones and scattering the ashes, a physical exorcism. As the blood mist dissipated, good heavens, a treasure was dropped. In midair floated a colorful light group, inside which was a round bone that looked like a shrunken skull. Tang Hao was momentarily stunned and muttered, Spirit-type skull? He didn't hesitate, beckoned, and the soul bone flew into his hand. Then he walked over to Tang San, squatted down, and gently placed the soul bone into Tang San's 24-bridge Mingyuanite, using his gentle soul power to help his son adjust his body. Killing with abandon, yet being meticulous with his child, that was him. After doing all this, Tang Hao's figure flickered and disappeared, keeping his accomplishments and name hidden. Not long after, Tang San slowly woke up, shaking his dizzy head, looking dazed. Who am I? Where am I? What has happened? Time passed, and the preliminaries had already gone through 10 rounds. Our Blue Chin Academy, along with that group of little monsters from Shrek, had won all 10 matches without any suspense, standing out with a significant lead. It's strange to say, but aside from the initial encounter with that clumsy Iron Armor Academy, we hadn't faced any other elemental academies afterward. Instead, Iron Armor Academy seemed like a hapless victim, getting beaten up by the other 4 elemental academies, losing so badly that they were left with nothing. When the results of the 11th round of the draw came out, good heavens, we ran into the Blaze Academy from the 5 Elements Academy. Now, there was something to watch. The central battle platform directly arranged for us. The stage was set. Before the match even started, the audience was lively, all stretching their necks to see if our Blue Chin Academy, against this fire-wielding expert, could still pull off something outrageous like beating 7 opponents as we did against Iron Armor Academy. In our lounge, the atmosphere is incredibly relaxed. Xiao Ai is all draped over me, her little head resting on my shoulder, and Xiao Wu and the others are also gathered around, chattering away. Our beautiful teacher, Mu Yunxi, walked over and said, Kids, today's opponent is the Blaze Academy, which, like the Thunder Academy, focuses on violent output. However, with your strength, it should be a piece of cake. Xiao Ai blinked her big pink-blue eyes, rubbed her little head against my shoulder, probably thinking, playing with fire? Can you even give me a puff of smoke with that little fire of yours? Mu Yunxi added that this year, the elemental academies have wised up and are not as rigid as before. Take Blaze Academy, for example. Their team now has clear divisions of labor, with Fire-type strong attackers, Fire-type controllers, Fire-type agile attackers, and even Fire-type support, making them seem like a model team, which is why they can counter pure meat shields like the elephant armor. However, the expressions on our faces as a few girls were practically saying, "Oh, we got it next." In the face of absolute strength, any flashy tactics are useless. Soon, the host's loud voice rang out. Round 11, Match 1, Central Battle Platform, Bluechin Academy versus Blaze Academy. Alright, enough chatting, let's get started. The 7 of us followed Teacher Mu outside, and as soon as we stepped into the corridor, the deafening cheers, like a mountain roaring and a sea surging, almost blew the roof off, resembling a concert. I took the lead and stepped onto the stage, with Xiao Ai and her 5 companions closely following me. Across from us, the 7 members of the Qihua Academy in their gold and red uniforms also came up. The one in charge was named Hu Wushuang, a rather sturdy-looking guy with eyes like glowing coals. Behind him stood a stunning girl with long, fiery red hair named Hu Wu, their vice-captain and a control type. The referee asked us to bow to each other, and then that girl Hu Wu, with her big, fiery eyes, fixed her gaze on me and said, "Today, I hope to see you make a move." Wow, she directly challenged me by name. Her brother, Hu Wushuang's mouth twitched, probably cursing inwardly. Wang Xiao frowned beside me, her eyes sparking with electricity as she looked at Hu Wu. Xiao Wu and Rong Rong even let out a soft snort in response. I couldn't help but laugh at that girl and said, "If I make a move, you probably won't get a chance to." It was a bold statement, but no one dared to mock me. After all, my Soul King level and the 100,000-year soul ring were right there. Hu Wu's fighting spirit intensified. "Then let's see who is better." The referee, sensing the tension, quickly shouted, "Both sides, release your martial souls." The match begins. The 7 people on the opposite side suddenly erupted with fiery red soul power, distorting the air around them. The 2 support members acted first, with a large fire star appearing above their heads, continuously buffing their teammates. We're still using the old formation, with Xiao at the front and me at the back. As soon as the match started, Hu Wushuang charged towards our Xiao with 3 teammates, shouting loudly. Xiao just stood there, watching the 4 people rushing toward her, smirking slightly, and leisurely open her right hand. Suddenly, a golden flame burst forth from her palm with a puff. The moment that flame appeared, let me tell you, the 4 people led by Hu Wushuang hit the brakes like they'd seen a ghost. Their faces turned pale. Everyone knows this is bloodline suppression. Their fire, in front of Xiao's ultimate fire, is like a small matchstick facing a steel furnace, completely on a different level. As soon as I saw this, I realized it wouldn't work. If Xiao unleashed her fire, she might just slap the opponent out of existence, and I still wanted to prioritize harmony. So I waved my hand and said, "Zhu Zhuqing, you come for this match?" Zhu Zhuqing turned back to glance at me, nodded, and in a flash, she was by Xiao's side. Xiao was obedient as well. She clenched her hand and extinguished the golden flames. It makes sense for Zhu Zhuqing to take the stage. The wind system of Xiao Wu and the others helps the fire system, effectively giving the opponents a buff. Only Zhu Qing's shadow technique can counter them. The opposing team, Fire Wushuang, was momentarily stunned when they saw the change in personnel, but they still charged forward with determination. Zhu Qing glanced at the 4 aggressive opponents, her expression turning cold. A flash of black light appeared around her, and let me tell you, the scene was absolutely stunning. Black smoke twisted around her body, and with 2 swift motions, she split off 2 identical black shadows. Soon after, 2 more appeared. The 4 shadows then flew out like ghosts, gliding close to the ground and confronting Fire Wushuang's 4 members. This maneuver was nothing short of a dimensional strike. As soon as the shadows approached, they swiftly conjured black long spears and lunged at the chests of Fire Wushuang. Fire Wushuang quickly condensed his soul power to form a dragon head arm guard to block. But with a clang, he was knocked back several steps, completely dazed. The other assault type, Fire Leopard Soulmaster, fared even worse. His punch went straight through the shadow's body, hitting nothing. The shadow reformed behind him and knocked him flying with a single spear strike. The remaining 2 agility-type fighters, who were using fireballs and fire wings, found all their attacks landing in empty air as the shadows were completely unaffected. With a quick counter, the shadows struck them with 2 spears, leaving them in a disarrayed and helpless state. The entire arena was stunned. Zhu Zhuqing stood in place, effortlessly controlling the 4 bizarre shadows to toy with the opposing team's main force. Fire Wushuang, feeling desperate, activated his ultimate skill, the 3rd soul skill, Dragon's Fury. A massive fire dragon roared and charged forward, its special effects at maximum. What happened next? Another shadow emerged from Zhu Zhuqing, and as the two shadows joined in midair, they instantly transformed into two black chains, striking left and right, and with two cracking sounds, they choked the imposing fire dragon to the point of explosion, turning it into a rain of fire. Fire Wushuang was hit by the backlash of the soul skill, letting out a muffled groan and struggling to maintain his balance. At that moment, Fire Dance behind them finally spoke, instructing them to retreat. Zhu Qing did not pursue. The five shadows lined up like a wall. Fire Dance gazed at the five shadows flowing with black flames, her expression extremely serious, murmuring, similar to a clone, and can even be immune to physical and energy attacks. This is indeed tricky. She understood that conventional tactics were futile. They had to go all out. Her two support teammates also understood, immediately activating their ultimate skills. The third soul skill, Starfire Rain, pouring all their soul power like charging energy, transforming it into hundreds of fire stars, all infused into Fire Dance's body. Fire Dance's momentum skyrocketed instantly, on the verge of breaking through to the Soul King level. She clasped her hands together, flames igniting fiercely around her. Her fourth soul ring glowing with purple light, beginning to form an enormous energy bomb, shouting, "Fourth soul skill, Fire Dance Radiant Sun." A crimson fireball appeared in her hands, rapidly expanding, shifting from crimson to deep red, and finally to a blinding incandescent white, growing into a massive fireball several feet in size, lifted high above her head. The control she had over the flames was indeed terrifying. Such immense energy was not leaking at all. The power of this move had already reached the level of a Soul King, even stronger than an average Soul King, yet she continued to frantically pour energy into it, showing no signs of stopping. I tell you, she didn't just stop. She went all out. The Fire Dancer shouted, and the three soul rings on her body flew out one after another, as if they were free, merging into that big fireball in the sky. Folks, who understands this? This girl is really going all in. She's putting her life on the line. That fireball was already terrifying enough, and now, with the addition of three soul rings, it expanded dramatically, directly transforming into a small sun suspended in mid-air. The surrounding air was sizzling, sounding like a teppanyaki grill, and I could smell a charred scent. In the VIP section, Ning Fengji tightened his grip, and two words escaped his lips. Ring fusion? Let me tell you, this is not some common skill. This is talent. It's a cheat. It's about squeezing oneself dry, pouring all soul power into one skill to unleash a devastating blow. Of course, the side effects are simple and brutal. After one move, you become fragile. Anyone can knock you down. The Fire Dancer clearly intends to take us out in one go, aiming to achieve all her success in one strike. Her pretty little face was covered in sweat, clearly struggling, and the next second, she suddenly pushed her hands forward. That little sun shot out like a meteor with the momentum to destroy everything, directly smashing towards Zhu Zhuqing in front of us. The Fire Dancer herself couldn't stand steady, taking a step back, gasping for breath, clearly exhausted. She was probably thinking, even if Zhu Zhuqing can't block it, my brother Ling Yu can't just stand by and watch, right? Haha, naive. The fireball made the air roar. The scorching wave of heat lifted Zhu Zhuqing's long black hair. And guess what Zhu Zhuqing's reaction was? She didn't even raise an eyebrow, her expression as calm as if she were watching a basketball fly toward her. She waved her little hand lightly and calmly uttered three words, 10,000 shadows binding. Good heavens! As soon as she finished speaking, dozens of dark shadows popped up from the ground in front of us, like mushrooms sprouting. This special effect was like a live version of summoning soldiers. Immediately after, Zhu Zhuqing clasped her hands together, and those dozens of dark shadows instantly soared into the air, charging towards that little sun like a group of fearless suicide squad members, howling as they went. Let me tell you about that scene. Dozens of black shadows in the air pulled out black silk ribbons, instantly wrapping that blinding fireball into a black zongzi. Really, it just bizarrely stopped in mid-air, motionless. Huo Wu's face suddenly turned pale. Her last bit of spiritual connection with the fireball was abruptly severed. And it wasn't over yet. Zhu Zhuqing pointed her toes, and a black path of light appeared in front of her, leading straight to the black zongzi. She walked up in a few steps, and somehow, a pure black spear had already appeared in her hand. She looked at the black ball in front of her with an icy gaze, just one word, break. The spear was thrown, transforming into a streak of black light, and in a flash, it pierced right through the black zongzi. The next second, the spear flew out from the other end, and with a whoosh, it was firmly embedded in the floor on the opposite side, causing the floor around the spear tip to crack open like a spider web. Just as everyone was staring at that spear, the black ball in midair finally exploded with a bang. A blinding white light engulfed the entire platform, and the energy storm swept through like a typhoon. A few seconds later, the brilliance faded. Guess what? The 7 people from the Blaze Academy, aside from their clothes being slightly charred and Huo Wu's face being pale, had no issues at all. It seemed they had activated their shield in time. As for us, no need to say more, the 7 of us didn't even mess up our hairstyles. That black spear was still slanted in the center of the platform, and Huo Wu was staring blankly at it, gasping for breath. After a few seconds, she sighed deeply, resigned, and raised her hand. Blaze Academy concedes. The referee's voice immediately echoed throughout the arena. This match is won by Lanqin Academy. Boom! The audience erupted. The cheers were like thunder. With many people standing up and shouting Zhu Zhuqing's name, it was fervent. Huo Wu, being straightforward, walked up to Zhu Zhuqing, her eyes sparkling, and said, "We accept our defeat wholeheartedly." Zhu Zhuqing nodded at her, and with a wave of her hand, the spear transformed into a wisp of black mist and disappeared. Now, we had once again defeated 7 opponents, and our popularity soared. On the way back, Dimu Yunxi was exceptionally happy, directly declaring, "Let us go. Today, the teacher treats to the best hotel in Tiando City. Drink as much as you want." Ning Rong was the first to jump up. Yay! On the other side, in the Blaze Academy's lounge, the atmosphere was quite oppressive. Huo Wu looked at her dejected teammates and gave them a speech about how winning and losing are common in battle, and that we need to work hard to cultivate, which lifted everyone's spirits again. Just then, the door opened, and a handsome guy in a blue team uniform walked in, Feng Xiaotian, the captain of the Shenkong Academy. As soon as this guy entered, he greeted everyone, and then his gaze stuck to Huo Wu like superglue. Huo Wu's brother, Huo Wu Shuang, watched from the side, shaking his head. Let me tell you, it was obvious to anyone that Feng Xiaotian liked Huo Wu, but he was just a pure love warrior who didn't dare to say a word, secretly pining. Huo Wu was most annoyed by this kind of wishy-washy behavior. She preferred someone who dared to love boldly. So, Feng Xiaotian just stood there with a silly smile, scratching his head, looking completely at a loss. Huo Wu was extremely annoyed and directly said, "No problem. We'll leave first," brushing past him with her teammates, ignoring him completely. Poor Feng Xiaotian was left alone in the room, in disarray. The following matches were even more amusing. We drew Songhue Academy. These guys usually performed poorly but thought that they could turn the tides with a big move. As soon as the match began, the 7 of them stood in a bizarre formation, holding various colored broken gemstones and chanting something. The next second, with a hum, the entire platform was submerged in a colorful, soul-stirring mist. The people in the VIP seats were shocked, thinking it was some kind of 7-in-1 martial soul fusion technique. The captain of Cang Qian was extremely proud in the mist, shouting at us, "Concede, this is our 7 demons illusion. Even the strongest will be submerged." My brother Ling Yu laughed at that moment and said, "Is that it?" He casually put a layer of mental shields on Xiao Wu and the others, then patted Wang Qiu'er, making it clear what he meant. "You go." I have to tell you, that smile of Qiu'er at the time was both sweet and a bit wicked. She stretched out a finger and lightly traced it across her brow. And in the next second, a gigantic blood-red vertical eye suddenly split open in the sky above the entire soul fighting arena. It was a complete dimensional suppression. Does anyone understand? That I was so enchanting. Looking down over the entire arena, anyone below the Soul Sage level would feel dizzy just from a glance. Then, I heard Qiu'er coldly utter a few words. Gaze of Destiny, break. That big eye shot out a blood-red laser cannon with a boom, directly vaporizing that so-called 7-colored soul confusion soup. As the mist dissipated, the 7 of us still stood in place, completely unharmed. The 7 unfortunate souls on the opposite side all collapsed to the ground, their faces pale as if they had just been pulled out of the ICU. Looking at Qiu'er with eyes full of fear, the Songhue Academy admitted defeat. Their captain trembled as he raised his hand. This caused an uproar. Tang San from Shrek Academy turned green, probably completely stunned by Qiu'er's move. The following matches were even less interesting. When the Shinkansen Academy and Thunder Academy heard it was us, they directly forfeited, lacking even the courage to come up on stage. Until the 20th round, we drew Tianxue Academy. I tell you, this was interesting because this academy was all girls, and each one was stunning. They actually didn't forfeit. The audience was excited again. In our waiting room, Xiao immediately entered a state of first-level combat readiness, hugging my brother's arm and asking in a voice sweet to the point of being cloying, "Brother, I heard that the members of Tianxue Academy are all beauties." My brother nodded, still not realizing what was happening. Xiao asked again, "Then if Xiao were to take action against them, would you not feel heartbroken, brother?" My brother chuckled and pinched her cheek, saying, "Brother doesn't even know them. Why feel sorry? Am I the kind of guy who can't move when he sees a beautiful woman?" Xiao finally smiled with satisfaction. The few girls beside Ning Rongrong were stifling their laughter. Soon, it was our turn to go on stage. As we walked down the corridor, we bumped into the 7 ice blue beauties from Tianxue Academy. The gazes from both sides met in the air, and the tension instantly rose. As a petite girl with short hair from the opposing team quietly said to her captain, "Sister, that Ling Yu from Launching Academy looks so handsome." I tell you, as soon as she said that, the red-haired, oval-faced girl next to her burst out laughing, covering her mouth and calling her a lovesick fool. The short-haired girl was still unconvinced, snorted, and waved her little fist. She looked so adorable. However, their captain, the beautiful blue-haired Shui Binger, had a completely different aura. As soon as she spoke, everyone fell silent. She exuded a sense of calm. I tell you, this girl is truly impressive. She knows she can't beat us, but she insists on facing us head-on, saying that only by fighting strong opponents can she find her shortcomings. Wow, that determination, I can only say, respect. Soon, the referee called for the start of the match. The 7 girls from Tianxue Academy instantly formed their formation. 3 at the front, Shui Binger in the center, 2 agile attackers on either side, and at the back, a seemingly sickly-looking girl with long black hair. Then, without saying a word, Shui Binger unleashed her ultimate move. Her first soul ring lit up, and as she gently raised her right hand, a super huge ice flower formed in midair, looking absolutely stunning. Then she pressed her hand down, and that ice flower smashed onto the ground with a bang, sending several icy currents directly towards our 4 members. As if they had GPS, the speed was incredible. Wherever it passed, the ground instantly froze, exuding a chilling aura. This move is called Ice Seal. Let me tell you, this is not an ordinary control skill. It's a mental lock combined with area control, basically guaranteed to hit. So what happened? Our sister Xiao didn't even furrow her brows. She simply smirked and lightly brushed her jade hand across her forehead. The next second, a beam of bloodlight shot out, hitting Shui Binger right on target. We heard a muffled grunt from the other side, and Shui Binger took a step back, her expression as if she had seen a ghost. Her ice paths instantly lost their target and brushed past us. Then crack, 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 they froze into several ice mountains. Family, who understands? This is called mental power crushing. No matter how strong your GPS signal is, I could just black it out and make you lose contact on the spot. The black long-haired support girl on the other side was dumbfounded, saying her captain's first soul skill had never missed. Shui Binger realized that her test was useless, and her small skill had been broken, so her expression became serious. She exchanged a glance with the black long-haired girl named Xiao Wu, and they nodded, understanding each other, ready to unleash their ultimate move. Xiao Wu started dancing on the spot, and suddenly, the temperature in the entire arena dropped sharply. The sky became overcast, and then it began to snow. Ice flowers fell from the sky onto us, and I could feel the flow of our soul power slowing down and consuming faster. Wow, this girl is a weather controller, directly turning the venue into their home ground. But it wasn't over. Shui Binger flashed and collided directly with Xiao Wu. With a loud bang, a huge white light pillar shot up into the sky, and the two merged into one. In midair, a massive ice blue light sphere formed, resembling a small sun, but radiating terrifying energy that could freeze a person into an ice sculpture. This was their martial soul fusion skill, ice and snow drifting. The next second, countless diamond-shaped ice crystals rained down from that light sphere, bombarding our 7 members like a torrential downpour. The scene was astonishing. The entire air was buzzing and slicing through. This move, it is said, even a Soul Emperor would have to avoid its edge. And guess what? Our little dance girl bounced out happily and said to Sister Xiao, "Sister Xiao, let me handle it this time." At that moment, I thought to myself, fine, let us see how you handle it. I saw Xiao Wu's little face become serious, and with a gentle wave of her small hand, she shouted, "Wind barrier." My goodness. A wind suddenly rose on the competition stage, and 3 blue tornadoes formed right in front of us, creating a semicircle. The dense ice crystal storm in the sky, having just surged halfway, was sucked in as if by a vacuum cleaner, all drawn into those 3 tornadoes. Inside the tornadoes were high-speed, rotating wind blades. And even the hardest ice crystals would be ground to powder upon entry. The sound made my teeth ache. On the opposite side, Xue Binger stared in disbelief as her ultimate move was so easily neutralized, her face filled with helplessness. Gritting her teeth, she was truly anxious now, and stomped her foot hard. With a loud phoenix cry, the sound echoed throughout the arena. The light sphere beneath her feet vanished in an instant, replaced by a massive ice phoenix. Xue Binger stood on the back of the ice phoenix, absorbing all the ice crystals that had been swept away into the phoenix's body. With each piece absorbed, the ice phoenix solidified a bit more, its momentum growing stronger. Finally, she brought the gigantic ice phoenix down from the sky, pressing towards Xiao Wu. The pressure covered the entire competition stage with a thick layer of frost, and even the audience felt the chill, causing the referee to hurriedly activate the protective shield. As for Xiao Wu, she simply dispelled the wind barrier, raised her small hand high, and coldly shouted, "Wine/annihilation." In midair, countless blue wind blades appeared in an instant, spinning at high speed, and finally, with a whoosh, they condensed into a gigantic blue sword several dozen meters long. Xiao Wu waved her jade hand forward, and that giant sword spun out like a super electric fan, targeting not Xue Binger nor the phoenix's head, but one of its wings. With a sharp slicing sound, the blue whirlwind effortlessly sliced through the ice phoenix's wing, then shot up into the sky. The gigantic ice phoenix had one wing cleanly severed and fell down. The ice phoenix let out a mournful cry, losing its balance, and fell from the sky, disintegrating mid-air, transforming back into Xue Binger and Xue Wu. The two girls supported each other, their faces as pale as paper, barely able to stand. Xue Binger looked at Xiao Wu, gasping for breath, and said, "Thank you for showing mercy." She understood in her heart that if that sword had been aimed at her, she would have been a corpse by now. Wuyin Academy, victory. I'll tell you, after this match, there will be no more excitement. What Shuriken Academy, Thunder Academy. All the remaining opponents, when they see us on the battle list, they all just surrender directly. We just stroll our way through and directly make it to the last day of the preliminaries. The opponent on the last day is Shrek Academy. The atmosphere in the lounge at that time, wow, it was something else. The master, with a heavy face, said to Tang San, "Xiao San, for this match, I suggest you surrender." Dai Mubai and the others all hung their heads and didn't say a word. Flender was sighing, probably reminiscing about the days when we were still in their academy. As a result, this kid Tang San, I don't know which nerve got crossed, suddenly lifted his head, and his gaze was so determined. "No, teacher, we cannot surrender. Your disciple is no worse than anyone else." Wow, this Chinibi dialogue gave me goosebumps. The master was particularly moved, saying what a good disciple he was, and that he fully supported him. The entire Shrek lounge instantly became energized, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. And on our side, the 7 of us were sitting on the couch, drinking tea and chatting, feeling quite comfortable. After a while, our teacher Mu Yunxi came in and said, "Shrek didn't surrender." As soon as Sister Chio heard this, she waved her little fist. Yay! She had been holding back for days. Finally, there's a match to fight. I can feel that the looks in Xiao Wu and the others' eyes towards Ling Yu are quite complicated. Ling Yu, on the other hand, just smiled, and his expression seemed to say, "All right, since you insist on seeking suffering, I will grant you that." Finally, the match began. The commentator was chattering away, saying something about Shrek being a dark horse, but the implication was that how long could you hold out against Wuyin Academy? As soon as the referee's voice fell, Shrek's 7 members instantly moved. They formed a strange formation, and then Tang San shouted, "Transform." The 7 instantly lined up in a row, passing their soul power forward one by one, until finally all their strength converged on the frontmost Tang San. Tang San floated into the air, raising his right hand high, and several silver bolts of lightning struck down from the sky. Then a massive, intricately patterned black hammer, bathed in lightning, appeared in mid-air. "Haotian hammer." Tang San grasped the giant hammer, feeling empowered, and pointed at Ling Yu, shouting, "Ling Yu, do you dare to come out and fight me?" Before he could finish his sentence, Sister Chioer exploded, coldly shouting, "You're seeking death." In her heart, Ling Yu was her dearest brother. Who dared to provoke him like that? Golden Dragon summon. A golden light burst forth from Sister Chioer, and a massive golden dragon tore through space and charged towards Tang San with a world-destroying momentum. Tang San also went all out, his muscles bulging, swinging the Haotian hammer infused with the strength of 7 people to smash down at the golden dragon. Boom! A tremendous sound shook the entire battle arena. An energy storm erupted, and the sturdy arena cracked. In the end, the golden dragon couldn't withstand it, let out a roar, and shattered into points of light. After all, it was the combined power of 7 people. Although Tang San won that exchange, he was drenched in sweat and exhausted. Yet, he couldn't help but taunt. Ling Yu, do you only know how to hide behind women? Buddy, you're playing a very new kind of trick here. Sister Qiuer's eyes could kill, and at that moment, Ling Yu stepped forward, placed a hand on her shoulder, and said gently, Qiuer, since someone wants to seek death, I will personally send him on his way. He slowly walked up to Tang San, standing with his hands behind his back, looking at him as if he were a clown. Tang San, I don't know who gave you the confidence to think you can fight me. Now, I will let you understand that your so-called confidence is nothing but a joke in my eyes. This directly provoked Tang San, who roared with a twisted face, Go to hell. With all his might, he swung the huge Haotian hammer down at Ling Yu's head. The massive hammer came down with the force of a mountain, looking like it would smash Ling Yu into a pulp. However, Ling Yu merely chuckled lightly. Then, the entire world fell silent. That giant hammer, descending from the heavens, froze in mid-air, completely motionless. Tang San's twisted expression was also frozen in place like a photograph. Time and space seemed to freeze at that moment. Ling Yu stood there, simply raising his right hand, gently grasping the still hammer. Shatter. Just one word. Suddenly, a layer of silver crystals appeared on the surface of the massive Haotian hammer, rapidly spreading until the entire hammer transformed into a magnificent silver crystal artwork. The next second, with a soft bang, the Haotian hammer, infused with the power of 7 people and bathed in thunder, exploded in midair, shattering into countless silver light points that scattered with the wind. The frozen scene instantly shattered, and Tang San spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire body flying backward like a kite with a broken string. Behind him, the 6 teammates also groaned, their formation broken, collapsing to the ground. I'm telling you, this move is not about soul power at all, it's pure mental power crushing. Our Ling Yu's current mental power is incredible, below Titan Douluo. He can crush whoever he wants, as easy as popping a bubble. Just now, he directly used his mental power to freeze Tang San and his big hammer in midair. And then with a snap, he demonstrated a walnut-crushing trick from a distance, except he was crushing the Haotian hammer. Dai Mubai next to him was so scared that his face turned pale. He must be burning incense in his heart, grateful that he didn't offend Ling Yu back then. Or he might have been reduced to ashes by now. And guess what? The master on the opposite side, yes, the one who is theoretically invincible, got flustered right there, jumped up shouting that we were intentionally harming others and demanded we lose. I was so angry I could laugh. Who understands this? When his Tang San was swinging an 80-meter big hammer to smash us, why didn't he say anything? This double standard is simply the epitome of hypocrisy. Fortunately, the big shot from the Spirit Hall, Salus, stood up in the VIP area and calmly retorted, self-defense, understand? That was so domineering. But this matter wasn't over yet. I suddenly felt a chill rising from my feet, a cold, murderous intent locking onto Ling Yu. My heart sank. I knew something big was coming. But what about Ling Yu? He didn't even lift his eyelids and casually waved his hand, and that murderous intent snapped like a noodle. He even smiled at a dark corner of the soul fighting arena, as if to say, Tang Hao, right? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Come down if you dare. The guy hiding in the shadows was instantly thrown into confusion. He probably had never seen such an arrogant junior in his life, and his murderous intent intensified. On the other side, as the match just ended in the Pope's Palace of Spirit City, let me tell you, that Pope's sister, my goodness. She was absolutely stunning. With long legs crossed, sitting on the throne, both beautiful and fierce, her aura was 2 meters 8. She was watching the match footage sent by her subordinates, and when she saw Tang San's Haotian hammer, her expression suddenly turned cold. Like seeing a pig rooting in her vegetable garden. She began to calculate in her heart. Tang Hao and that spirit beast spawn? Considering the age, it's probably you. Kid, your father killed my teacher back then, and this debt needs to be settled today. But just when I thought she was going to issue a death order. The footage reached the moment Ling Yu crushed the hammer with his bare hands. And guess what? She smiled. She smiled so sweetly. Her cheeks flushed, and she quietly muttered, Little rascal, we will meet soon. I immediately felt a thrill. There's a big story behind this. The next part was some award ceremony, just a formality. The old emperor of Tiando, the Snow Knight Emperor, started making grand promises on the spot, bestowing titles and lands, trying to lure us genius kids to work for him. Salus from Spirit Hall was watching the show beside him, probably thinking, Don't waste your efforts. Your king has already been decided by us. Once the ceremony ended, that fiery girl from the Zhihua Academy ran over, shyly cheering for Ling Yu, and the look in her eyes was something everyone could understand. But Ling Yu, this steel straight man, simply said he would definitely do it, and took Xiao's hand and left. I really feel for Feng Xiaodian, who was secretly watching in the corner. This is pure love with gravity. I assent to it. He loves her, she loves him, he loves her. It's like a nesting doll here. A month flew by, and the promotion matches began. The location changed to a place called the Royal Hunting Ground, surrounded by knights, making it feel like a military exercise, and the audience wasn't allowed to watch. Just as we settled in, Prince Xue Qinghe came with Ning Fengji. Let me tell you, this prince definitely has issues. Ling Yu just glanced at him, and he became all uneasy, feeling as if Ling Yu's human x-ray machine could see through his underwear. The next day, the match officially started, and Tang San's group was there, looking at us with eyes that seemed to want to eat us alive. The master was still pouring motivational quotes into him, but unfortunately, it was useless. Ling Yu had already become his heart demon, shattering his will. Our team's little cutie, Bai Shiro, hadn't had a chance to play in the preliminaries, so this time she volunteered to step up. Her first opponent was a burly guy who, seeing her as a little lowly, immediately started mocking her, telling her to go home and drink milk. I thought to myself, buddy, you're done for. Sure enough, when a match began, Shiro didn't say much and went straight for her ultimate move. With a frost spike, swish, 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 ice spikes erupted all over the ground, turning that guy into a porcupine. But that wasn't all. All the ice spikes suddenly merged into a gigantic ice flower, freezing him into an ice sculpture on the spot. Finally, with a kick, she sent both him and the ice sculpture flying out of the arena. The whole thing took less than a minute. It was spectacular. Her next opponent learned from the previous one and didn't dare underestimate her. This guy had a sunflower martial soul and immediately launched a biochemical attack, sending a storm of yellow pollen that looked like a sandstorm mixed with mental toxins. Shiro remained calm, countering with her own ice flower. And with a burst of chilling air, all the incoming pollen was instantly frozen into a white mist, gently falling around her. The Sunflower Soul Master's charged attack was effortlessly neutralized, despite having a higher soul power than Shiro due to the soul compatibility. He didn't gain much of an advantage against her. Just as the Sunflower Soul Master was about to unleash his powerful soul skill, Shiro's cool voice rang out. You don't have a chance. Second soul skill, Ice Crystal Cage. With a cold smile, her second soul ring lit up. Holding her ice staff, she pointed forward gently. A massive ice ring suddenly formed around the Sunflower Soul Master. The ice ring shimmered, and a giant ice bell came crashing down with a bang, enclosing the Sunflower Soul Master inside. The bell was ice blue, with uneven, peculiar patterns, resembling clusters of ice crystals, sparkling with a brilliant crystalline sheen. At the same time, a powerful chill was released. The Sunflower Soul Master shivered and quickly gathered his soul power to dispel the invading cold. The Ice Crystal Cage is a single target control skill. Within its range, Shiro can instantly activate soul skills, and since it targets a single entity, the Ice Crystal Cage also possesses strong defensive capabilities. After controlling her target, Shiro shouted, and her only purple soul ring gradually brightened. She raised her ice staff, and a white beam shot out from the tip of the staff, piercing the air and soaring into the sky. The space rippled slightly, and a massive ice-based magic formation emerged. The formation slowly operated, unleashing a terrifying chill that froze the surrounding air. An astonishing energy gathered, forming countless sharp ice spikes beneath the formation, so numerous they were overwhelming. In the next moment, Shiro gently waved her ice staff forward. Instantly, a dense barrage of diamond-shaped ice spikes shot out from their position, overwhelming the Sunflower Soul Master not far away. Accompanied by a fierce cold wind, the ice spikes and cold wind combined into a terrifying blizzard, enveloping the colorless air in a hazy white. Inside the giant bell, the Sunflower Soul Master felt a tremendous threat. His expression changed, and his third soul ring lit up, also representing a millennium of purple. Third soul skill, Sunburst. The Sunflower Soul Master raised the sunflower, directing the flower's center towards the giant bell. Within the flower's center, surging golden energy coalesced. In the next moment, a golden beam erupted, crashing directly into the giant bell. Buzzing the golden light struck the giant bell, producing a series of deep bell-like sounds. An astonishing energy wave surged within the bell. Seconds later, cracks appeared on the bell surface, and it finally exploded. Large chunks of ice crystals scattered and rolled on the arena. As the bell shattered, the Sunflower Soul Master was met with a more terrifying blizzard. In his horrified gaze, the piercing ice spikes and cold wind unleashed upon him. At that moment, he was caught between the old power fading and the new power not yet emerging. And in a rush, he couldn't withstand Shiro's full-force attack. Bang! A series of shocking thuds rang out as the Sunflower Soul Master was sent flying out of the arena by the impact of the blizzard. The competition arena had a diameter of 100 meters, and crossing the boundary line meant defeat. At this moment, Shiro pulled her ice staff back and planted it on the ground, her delicate face slightly pale, with beads of sweat forming. With each breath, there were subtle fluctuations in her chest. Clearly, defeating a soul master of a higher rank head-on took a significant toll on her. At that moment, the arena erupted with warm applause, breaking the silence. With her formidable combat power, Shiro earned the respect of many soul masters present. Wuyin Academy emerged victorious. The referee watched as Shiro walked toward the stands, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes at her petite figure. This little girl had already defeated 2 soul masters in a row. Shiro, you've worked hard. Let me help you regain some stamina. Ling Yu walked up to Baishiro with a slight smile. Oh, okay, big brother. Baishiro sweetly smiled, her eyes suddenly widening as she looked at Ling Yu. If she remembered correctly, big brother should be a powerful attack-type soul master, right? Grand unity. Ling Yu whispered in his heart, slowly opening his right hand. A unique wave spread around him, causing the energy of heaven and earth to slightly boil, all gathering towards Ling Yu's hand. In just a few seconds, he condensed a chaotic-colored energy sphere containing extremely pure energy. Then, amid the surprised gazes of Baishiro and the other girls, Ling Yu gently tapped the light sphere against Baishiro's delicate shoulder. The next moment, Baishiro's aura surged at a visible speed, quickly returning to her peak state, and her complexion became rosy again. Thank you, big brother. Baishiro let out a comfortable hum, looking at Ling Yu with surprise. She didn't expect big brother to be so amazing and able to help her recover her expended energy. Yusanan covered her red lips with her jade hand, also shocked by this scene. As a healing soul master, she belonged to the support category, and Ling Yu's recently demonstrated ability was no different from that of a support type. In fact, Yusanan felt that Ling Yu was the strongest support she had ever seen. Instantly restoring the target's soul power was simply unbelievable. With this thought, Yusanan's clear eyes gazed at Ling Yu, her admiration for him growing deeper. What Ling Yu had just displayed was indeed the ability of the Grand Unity technique. As a supreme martial art of support nature, Ling Yu could not only turn himself into a perpetual motion machine, but also transfer this ability to others. Since Ling Yu was one of the 7 contestants, his assistants did not violate the competition rules. Ling Yu is a support-type soul master in the area of Tianshui Academy. Shui Binger and the fire dancer Huo Wu exchanged surprised glances, both looking at each other in astonishment. Huo Wu came to watch every match of Wuyin Academy. Since Zhihua Academy had lost its chance to advance, she came to Tianshui Academy, and Shui Binger welcomed her. As soon as this doubt arose, the 2 girls negated their speculation. Although Ling Yu had only taken action once in the preliminary round, it was evident that he was not a purely supportive soul master. What surprised everyone next was that the somewhat drained Baishiro reappeared in full condition, defeating the 7 members of Barak Academy in succession and achieving final victory. The unbreakable ice crystal cage, combined with the snowstorm, formed a combo that was nearly unstoppable unless faced with opponents whose soul power greatly exceeded Baishiro's. Additionally, Ling Yu frequently restored Baishiro's energy, leading to the poor Barak Academy being overwhelmed by a little girl. Chapter 173. Violence. Ling Yu's actions of restoring Baishiro's soul power and stamina on the sidelines caught the attention of other high-level soul master academies. While they were astonished, they also found Ling Yu increasingly mysterious. They clearly saw that Ling Yu did not use his martial soul or soul skills. On the first day, Longqing Academy completely defeated Barak Academy, and in the following 4 days, Longqing Academy continued to send Baishiro to lead, with Ling Yu assisting, and the 2 secured victories. After 5 consecutive wins, on the 6th day, Longqing Academy drew Plan Academy. During preparations, Plan Academy was dressed entirely in green team uniforms, and like the Water Academy, they were all beautiful women. For today's battle, Ling Yu chose Wang Qiu'er as the first contestant. In previous matches, Plan Academy had only sent out a maximum of 3 participants to defeat their opponents. Of course, Plan Academy had not faced the 3-Element Academy or Shrek Academy. However, Plan Academy's strength should not be underestimated. Full control-type soul masters are nearly invincible at the same level unless they encounter martial souls that restrain them. Therefore, Ling Yu let Wang Qiu'er take the first match. Although control-type soul masters naturally counter other types, Wang Qiu'er was clearly not an ordinary assault-type soul master. Moreover, Wang Qiu'er's soul power far exceeded that of all the contestants from Plan Academy. The first contestant from Plan Academy was a level 41 control-type battle soul master named Mu Yunting, with a martial soul of green vine. She had short golden-green hair, an alluring figure, sharp eyes, and delicate features. Adorning her head was a white flower, embodying the essence of Plan Academy, making her appear like a plant spirit emerging from nature. Once they stood on the field, Wang Qiu'er and Mu Yunting began to size each other up. Wang Qiu'er's expression was calm, while Mu Yunting was momentarily stunned by her extraordinary beauty. The match began. As the referee's voice fell, Mu Yunting's gaze sharpened, and with a flick of her right hand, a surge of emerald green light erupted as a long green vine was grasped in her hand. 2 yellow and 2 purple, the best 4 soul rings. The release of her martial soul was subtle, not showing off. Wang Qiu'er stretched out her jade hand, gathering golden light, and a golden spear appeared in her grasp without releasing her martial soul. Seeing this, Mu Yunting was not angry. She had reviewed the information on Lanqin Academy and knew that the girl before her had a soul power of 51 and possessed a top-tier beast martial soul. The golden dragon was something she was unfamiliar with, but she had heard it was formidable. It was said that Wang Qiu'er had never used her martial soul during the preliminary rounds, making her a formidable opponent. First soul skill, Vine Binding. Mu Yunting took a deep breath, her first purple soul ring lighting up. She waved the green vine downwards, and the tip of the long vine strangely merged into the ground. Suddenly, 4 green long vines burst forth from the ground around Wang Qiu'er, shooting out at an astonishing speed, making a series of cracking sounds as they quickly ensnared her limbs. If an ordinary assault-type soul master faced this situation, they would likely find themselves at a disadvantage. However, Wang Qiu'er, beneath her veil, lightly lifted her delicate lips. Golden light surged around her, and a tremendous force erupted from her body. Wang Qiu'er's figure trembled, the golden light shining brightly, and the almost tangible ripples of power caused the surrounding air to twist violently. Almost simultaneously, the 4 green long vines wrapped around Wang Qiu'er's limbs shattered into pieces. Feeling that overwhelming momentum, Mu Yunting took 2 steps back, a look of shock flashing across her pretty face. It was the first time an opponent had broken free from her green vine bindings purely with strength. In the observation area, many participants who had not seen Wang Qiu'er in action gasped in astonishment. 4th soul skill, Vine Fortress. Mu Yunting's expression grew serious as the last purple soul ring rose, and she slammed her hands down onto the ground. The long vines merged into the earth, and a mass of emerald green light gathered around Wang Qiu'er. On the ground, a continuous sound of earth breaking erupted, and countless green long vines shot up from the ground, intertwining to form a green vine cage that enveloped Wang Qiu'er's form. Once the fortress was formed, Mu Yunting, still not reassured, activated her soul power to wrap several more lines of green vines around the outside of the cage, finally allowing herself to breathe a sigh of relief. Inside the cage, the green long vines were tightly arranged, blocking out sunlight, with only a few beams of light filtering through the gaps. Wang Qiu'er smiled lightly, tightening her grip on the long spear and suddenly thrusting it forward. With a sharp sound, the spear tip easily pierced through the cage. Then, Wang Qiu'er spun around, her golden spear sweeping around her, golden light surging, and the terrifying force cleaved a massive circular gap in the cage, splitting it in 2. With a stomp of the spear onto the ground, the earth cracked, and a series of fissures spread from where the spear met the ground. The rich golden light, carrying terrifying strength, exploded with a bang, causing the spectacular green vine cage to shatter. The green vines burst apart, scattering like fragments falling to the ground. On the field, only the golden light flickering around Wang Qiu'er's figure stood out strikingly. Having shattered the cage, Wang Qiu'er paused for just a moment before moving swiftly from her original position. In the next instant, she appeared in front of Mu Yunting, her spear poised at the opponent's delicate neck. The ensuing gust of energy sent Mu Yunting's hair flying back. Stunned, Mu Yunting looked at Wang Qiu'er, and after a few seconds, she sighed softly and raised her right hand to concede. It was a crushing victory and absolute dominance. Throughout the battle, Wang Qiu'er had not utilized her martial soul. she relied solely on pure strength. Winning the match, Wang Qiu'er defeated 5 opponents in a row, her momentum like a raging torrent. Moreover, her aura had not weakened much compared to the beginning. In the 6th match, the captain of Plan Academy, a level 44 control-type battle soulmaster, Yao Zi, took the stage. After the match began, Yao Zi's expression was grave. She waved her right hand to her side, and a crimson long vine appeared in her hand, resembling a fiery whip. The Martial Soul, Scarlet Flame Thorn, was a plant-type martial soul with certain fire resistance. The previous 5 contestants had all been defeated by Wang Qiu'er's sheer brute force, leaving Yao Zi feeling somewhat powerless. The advantages of control-type soul masters seemed to be ineffective against Wang Qiu'er. Second soul skill, Thorn Restraint. Yao Zi lightly swung the Scarlet Flame Thorn in her hand, striking the ground like a whip with a crisp cracking sound. Suddenly, several red long vines shot up from the ground, aiming to wrap around Wang Qiu'er. The red Scarlet Flame Thorns surged forth, distorting the air slightly in their wake. Clearly, with fire resistance, the Scarlet Flame Thorn was more resilient than the green vines. Facing the thorny vines rushing in from all directions, Wang Qiu'er's expression remained calm as she stomped her jade foot heavily on the ground. A strong golden light, infused with immense power, radiated outwards from her, sweeping across the surroundings. Wherever the golden light reached, the red flame thorns shattered one by one. Yao Zi felt the terrifying power and instinctively took a step back. At that moment, she felt a wave of weakness. In the face of Wang Qiu'er, all control skills seemed ineffective, leaving only a direct confrontation. Third soul skill, City of Thorns. Fourth soul skill, Thorn Rain. Yao Zi sighed softly, her third and fourth soul rings glowing simultaneously as she activated her most powerful combination skill. With her hands spread wide, large red, thorny vines sprouted from the ground, densely packed with red flame thorns, forming a small forest of thorns that buried both her and Wang Qiu'er within. Then, raising her right hand high, an astonishing amount of energy gathered, and a green light sphere appeared in her palm. In the next moment, Yao Zi slammed the light sphere down heavily, and the green sphere merged into the ground. The sphere seemed to be a source of living water, condensing countless red energy points at the tips of the numerous red flame thorns. Endless red points of light, like falling stars from the sky, shot out from the ground, bombarding Wang Qiu'er below in a torrential downpour. The density of the attack left many spectators stunned. Thorn Rain, Yao Zi's only output soul skill. Used in conjunction with City of Thorns, the effect was doubled. The red points of light, condensed through soul power, could focus on a single target or scatter to hit multiple targets. In the face of this assault, Wang Qiu'er remained calm, with a thought as the golden light gathered. A golden shield appeared around her. Bang, 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 the thorn rain struck the golden shield, sounding like rain hitting banana leaves, producing a series of crackling noises. And an incredible wave of energy radiated from the point of impact. No matter how magnificent the thorn rain's assault was, the golden shield remained as solid as gold, completely absorbing the impact of the raindrops. After a few seconds, when the thorn rain disappeared, Wang Qiu'er tightly gripped her spear and swung it around her. There were no flashy movements, just simple swings. With each movement of her spear, large patches of thorny vines collapsed before her. After a brief moment, under Yao Zi's shocked and pale expression, the thorny forest that covered the arena had been devastated by Wang Qiu'er's spear. Before Yao Zi could react, Wang Qiu'er stood before her, spear in hand. Wang Qiu'er thrust her spear forward sharply, missing Yao Zi's face and stopping just beside her ear. At the tip of the spear, a low, dragon-like roar echoed throughout the arena, and an illusory golden dragon's head burst forth, crashing into the arena's wall and creating a massive breach in the solid structure. I concede. Yao Zi stood dazed for a moment before dejectedly raising her right hand. She knew that Wang Qiu'er had shown mercy. This was the first time the Plan Academy had encountered such a formidable opponent since the competition began. After this defeat, she accepted it wholeheartedly. Chapter 174. The dominant Golden Dragon. After 6 consecutive victories, the last member of the Plan Academy voluntarily conceded, allowing Longqing Academy to win easily. The student was self-aware. Given Wang Qiu'er's still vibrant soul power, her participation would only be a futile endeavor. With Wang Qiu'er wielding her spear, unmatched, and her stunning beauty, many male students present developed feelings of admiration for her. However, unfortunately, Wang Qiu'er's heart was only open to Ling Yu. On the 7th day, Longqing Academy drew Shrek Academy. Interestingly, the latter chose to concede. At that time, Ling Yu could still see the unwillingness in Tang San's eyes. Upon reflection, it was understandable. Tang San's Haotian hammer was temporarily unusable, and the master would naturally not let Shrek Academy take risks. After all, entering the promotion round was equivalent to entering the finals. However, whether Shrek Academy could make it to the finals unscathed was still an unknown. Launching Academy continued to advance smoothly, achieving consecutive victories. On the 12th day, they encountered Thunder Academy, which did not concede. The promotion round was a showcase of individual strength, although Launching Academy was the standout. This did not mean that other academies lacked talent. Perhaps the reason Thunder Academy chose not to concede was to fully display their abilities and attract the attention of the Empire and family forces. Thunder Academy had 4 Soul Masters and 3 Soul Emperors, a powerful lineup that had been established even before the preliminary rounds, showcasing their foundation. The first participant from Thunder Academy was named Lu Chun, wielding the twin blades of the Thunder. Launching Academy sent out their first participant, still Wang Xiao'er. Lu Chun's expression turned serious as he extended his hands to his sides, silver light flickering, with identical short blades emanating silver thunder appearing in each hand. He had 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings swirling around him. Third soul skill, Cross Thunder Slash. Lu Chun raised his hands, crossing the blades, and the air twisted as the sound of thunder roared throughout the arena. Several bolts of silver lightning struck down from the sky, condensing on his blades. Seconds later, Lu Chun made 2 horizontal and vertical slashes, creating a cross-shaped light slash that tore through the air, carrying the violent power of thunder towards Wang Xiao'er. Facing Wang Xiao'er, Lu Chun unleashed his strongest attack. Wang Xiao'er remained calm, extending her jade hand, and a golden spear appeared in her grasp. She swung the spear lightly forward, forming a golden light blade that collided with the cross thunder slash. With a loud bang, the thunder exploded, and the golden light blade easily sliced through the cross thunder slash. The golden light dimmed slightly, but at an astonishing speed, struck Lu Chun's body. A tremendous force surged into him, causing Lu Chun to grunt and fly backwards, tumbling out of the arena. This was a crushing battle. Wang Xiao'er resolved her opponent with a mere casual strike. The second participant from Thunder Academy, Xiao Yunjun, wielded the Thunder Pearl, a control-type Soul Emperor. The Thunder Pearl could create clones and bind opponents. However, the Thunder Pearl could not approach Wang Xiao'er and was defeated by her in a single move. The third participant from Thunder Academy, Lei Jiuzhong, wielded the Thunder Umbrella, a balanced attack and defense Soul Emperor. Unfortunately, he was too far behind Wang Xiao'er in soul power, lacking even the strength to fight. The fourth participant finally saw Thunder Academy dispatch a Soul Master, Lei Mia, a level 41 strong attack Soul Master. However, he was similar to the previous 3, as he had just recently entered the Soul Master rank. Wang Xiao'er's martial soul, the Golden Dragon, simulated from her bloodline, was virtually invincible at the same level, and fighting beyond her rank was as easy as eating and drinking. In the 5th match, Thunder Academy sent out Lei Tian, a level 42 strong attack Soul Master with a Thunder Eagle Martial Soul. As the match began, Lei Tian focused his thoughts, silver lightning crackling around him, and a sharp eagle cry rang out as a massive Thunder Eagle appeared behind him. He had the best 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple. First soul skill, Eagle Eye Lock. Fourth soul skill, Thunder Eagle Shot Kill. With a loud roar, Lei Tian unleashed his strongest attack. The Thunder Eagle let out a cry, soaring into the air, distorting the air, with clouds shifting and the sky darkening. The continuous rumble of thunder echoed in the air. Silver lightning, like small snakes, gathered in front of the Thunder Eagle's beak, quickly coalescing into a spherical lightning ball. The Thunder Eagle opened its mouth and spat out the massive spherical lightning, which fell like a meteor towards Wang Xiao'er below. The air along the way was filled with a faint, scorching breath. The dazzling lightning illuminated Wang Xiao'er's beautiful face. She smiled gently, thrusting her spear forward with a heavy stab, the spear tip carrying a fierce gust of wind that collided with the lightning. With a bang, the lightning exploded, scattering silver bolts that surged around. A powerful wave of energy erupted. After piercing the spherical lightning with her spear, Wang Xiao'er moved, darting from her position to the unprepared Lei Tian's side, swinging her spear and knocking him out of the arena. The 6th member sent by the Thunder Academy was their vice-captain, Lei Dong, a level 40 control system Soul Master with the soul of the Thunder Spider. Such a soul power level, not counting Launching Academy, was already quite outstanding. Upon entering the arena, Lei Dong's expression became serious as he released his martial soul. Silver lightning surged around his body, and behind him, lightning flowed, extending 8 peculiar spider legs. The spider legs crackled with strands of lightning, flashing with a chilling brilliance. 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings quietly hovered around him. Third soul skill, Thundernet. Lei Dong clenched his right fist and crouched down, striking the ground heavily. From a thunder fist, as the focal point, a massive network of lightning spread outwards, quickly covering the entire arena. From above, it appeared that Lei Dong was at the center of the thunder net, while Wang Xiao'er was entangled within the threads of lightning woven by the net. Lei Dong's third soul skill, Thundernet, was like a spider web, capable of sensing every move of its prey. Fourth soul skill, Locking God Ring. Seeing that Wang Xiao'er did not move, Lei Dong unleashed his fourth soul skill. He extended his right hand with his palm facing up, and then made a grasping motion. Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap erupted around Wang Xiao'er, and 8 lightning spikes shot up from the ground. A thunderous array gradually formed. At the tips of the spikes, strands of silver lightning surged forth, quickly entangling Wang Xiao'er's body, forming a lightning ring that seemed to slowly constrict. As a control system soulmaster, Lei Dong's fourth soul skill, Locking God Ring, was not particularly aggressive, but could paralyze the opponent, a property inherent to lightning itself. Wang Xiao'er felt a paralyzing force of lightning invade her body, but remained unfazed. With a thought, a stream of golden soul power circulated within her, suppressing the incoming lightning completely. At the same time, Wang Xiao'er's delicate body trembled, and a powerful wave of energy burst forth. She easily broke free from the lightning strands, and with a heavy stomp of her jade foot, the ground cracked, shattering both the thundernet and the lightning strands. Then, Wang Xiao'er moved, holding her spear, and arrived in front of Lei Dong, sweeping him out of the arena with a single strike. After defeating 6 opponents, the last member of the Thunder Academy, their captain, Yu Qianxin, also entered the arena. He was a level 40 attack system soul master with a martial soul blue electric Tyrannosaurus. Yu Qianxin stood opposite Wang Xiao'er, waiting for the match to begin. Upon hearing the referee's voice, Yu Qianxin raised his right hand high, distorting the air above, clouds rolling, and the sky darkening again. With the thunder descending, a long dragon roar echoed through the sky as a massive thunder dragon emerged from the clouds, flying behind Yu Qianxin. He suddenly spread his arms wide, transforming them into 2 fierce dragon arms. Blue-purple dragon scales covered his arms, shimmering with explosive power. Silver lightning flickered and danced across his body. Dragon Transformation, a unique ability of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Soulmaster, allowed him to mimic certain parts of his body as that of a dragon. 2 soul rings appeared on Yu Qianxin's arms. He looked at Wang Xiao'er not far away, feeling the powerful force within him, and his eyes burned with fighting spirit, eager to see if he could shake the spear in Wang Xiao'er's hand. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Yu Qianxin's first soul ring lit up as he clenched his right fist. Lightning, transformed from soul power, surged wildly towards the front of his thunder fist, enhancing the already chilling Dragon Claw's might. He charged forward at an astonishing speed, reaching Wang Xiao'er in front of her, and heavily struck out with his lightning fist. The lightning raged, and the surrounding air twisted violently. Facing Yu Qianxin's charged punch, Wang Xiao'er also thrust her spear forward, carrying an incredible gust of wind, the spear tip colliding head-on with the lightning fist. With a roar, a violent wave of power erupted, cracking the ground and sending fissures sprawling away. After a few seconds, Yu Qianxin's expression changed as he quickly retreated, stepping back 10 or more steps before stabilizing himself. He looked down at his right hand, which trembled slightly, dragon scales cracking on the back of his hand, drops of blood dripping onto the ground. Such immense power. Yu Qianxin showed a shocked expression. After transforming into a dragon, his strength had become formidable, but he was unexpectedly pushed back by Wang Xiao'er's spear while she did not move an inch. Third soul skill, Thunder Fury. Fourth soul skill, Blue Electric Divine Dragon Dash. Taking a deep breath, both Yu Qianxin's third and fourth soul rings lit up simultaneously. Thunder Fury, an amplification-type soul skill, doubled his soul power and lightning's might. Lightning surrounded Yu Qianxin, producing a continuous rumble of thunder, the dazzling silver lightning illuminating the entire arena. The silver lightning stood like a child, silently hovering in midair. Then, Yu Qianxin clenched his right fist and struck forward heavily. The intricate silver lightning gathered together, forming a massive thunder dragon, accompanied by a thunderous dragon roar. Descending upon Wang Xiao'er below, causing the air to explode and energy to surge with great momentum. Golden Dragon, devour. Looking at the rapidly enlarging Thunder Dragon, Wang Qiu'er remained unfazed, thrusting her spear forward and beginning to stir it at high speed. The intangible air under the stirring of Wang Qiu'er's spear became exceedingly dense. A massive golden vortex gradually took shape, emanating profound waves. Within the golden vortex, a deep dragon's roar seemed to resonate. As this dragon's roar sounded, all beast soul masters present felt an instinctive heart palpitation. Boom! The Thunder Dragon finally collided with the golden vortex, producing a thunderous roar. A terrifying wave of energy spread out, causing large portions of the ground to crack, and the fierce energy gusts howled. Even the observation platform felt it clearly. After a few seconds, to Yu Tianxin's shock, the Thunder Dragon, which had exhausted all his strength, was devoured by the golden vortex, as if it had sunk into the sea without causing a ripple. Chapter 175. Feng Xiaoyan's Nonchalance. In mid-air, the golden vortex gradually disappeared, accompanied by a muffled dragon's roar. Simultaneously releasing his third and fourth soul skills drained over half of Yu Tianxin's soul power, and he immediately conceded defeat. During the battle with Wang Qiu'er, he always felt a faint pressure emanating from his opponent, a subtle yet distinct sense of dread stemming from her martial soul. This impressed him while also leaving him somewhat shocked. The blue electric tyrant dragon could be considered the strongest beast martial soul, and now it was actually being suppressed. How could this not astonish him? Seeing this, Wang Qiu'er's thoughts shifted, and the golden spear in her hand transformed into a stream of air, dissipating into the atmosphere as she gracefully turned and left the arena. In the VIP section, the Snow Knight Emperor and Ning Fengji exchanged glances, both able to see the smiles on each other's faces. Beside them, Salus sat lazily, his withered hand propping up his aged face. Facing the Thunder Academy from the Five Elements Academy, Bluechain Academy was still 1-7, which left the participating teams and students from various kingdoms and principalities deeply shocked. When did the Heaven Dou Empire produce such an abnormal team? There had been no prior mention of it. The match between Bluechain Academy and Thunder Academy had concluded, while another battle between Shenkong Academy and Shrek Academy took place on the same day. The members of Shenkong Academy were all flying soul masters and, like Thunder Academy, had 4 soul sect members, especially their captain, Feng Xiaotian, a level 44 strong attack system battle soul master. Flying soul masters inherently possess a natural advantage when facing other types of soul masters. Since Tang San's Haotian hammer could not be used for the time being, Shrek Academy narrowly lost to Shenkong Academy. Up to this point in the promotion matches, there were 2 teams that maintained a perfect winning record, Bluechain Academy and Shenkong Academy. A day later, on the last day of the promotion matches, the 2 teams inevitably faced each other. In the resting area of Shenkong Academy, several green tents were arranged in an orderly manner on the ground. Inside the largest tent at the center, 7 green figures were seated around sofa. Captain, today our opponent is Bluechain Academy. What should we do? We're all listening to you. As the words fell, the other team members focused their gazes on the central figure. This person wore a green team uniform, had short white hair, sharp eyes, and wore a mask. An overwhelming aura subtly emanated from him. He was Feng Xiaotian, the captain of Shenkong Academy. In a moment, I will communicate with the organizing committee to request a one-on-one match to determine the winner. Everyone should know that with our strength, facing Bluechain Academy's 7 members leaves us with no chance of victory. It would be better for me to go into battle. I will do my utmost to showcase Shenkong Academy's prowess. Feng Xiaotian clenched his right fist, a blue light flashing from it, causing the air to slightly distort, with faint sounds of wind emerging. Without hesitation, the other 6 nodded heavily. Facing Bluechain Academy, even Thunder Academy did not concede, and Shenkong Academy certainly could not back down. However, it seemed slightly better for the captain to suffer a defeat alone rather than be completely overwhelmed. Feng Xiaotian, damn it. The organizing committee quickly approved Shenkong Academy's request for a one-on-one match. Today was the last day of the promotion matches, and the first 6 matches had already concluded, with the battle between Bluechain Academy and Shenkong Academy being the final highlight. Under the referee's announcement, Feng Xiaotian stepped into the arena, bearing the hopes of his teammates. His gaze was fixed on the opposite side, where a graceful figure was also approaching. With pink-blue long hair and a veil covering her face, it was Wang Qiu'er. Feng Xiaotian's choice for a one-on-one match was naturally accepted by Ling Yu, who had confidence in Wang Qiu'er, allowing her to represent Bluechain Academy in battle. The two stood firm, gazes locked onto each other, an invisible clash quietly beginning. Wang Qiu'er needed no introduction. Her soul power at the Soul King level was immensely powerful. Feng Xiaotian was also a genius among geniuses. In previous battles, he had only used his first and second soul skills to defeat his opponents, showcasing his formidable strength. Feng Xiaotian, the captain of Shengkong Academy, was a level 44 strong attack system soul sect master with a martial soul of the Wind Wolf. Wang Qiu'er, the vice captain of Blue Qin Academy, was a level 51 strong attack system Soul King with the martial soul of the Golden Dragon. Both were young, yet they exuded the aura of strong fighters. After the referee announced the start of the match, Feng Xiaotian's eyes narrowed, and his figure began to spin rapidly in place, transforming into a violent blue whirlwind. Accompanying the whirlwind was the sound of a wolf's howl, as a blue two-headed wolf emerged from within the vortex. With its fierce wolf heads glaring at Wang Qiu'er, it radiated a chilling light. The blue whirlwind then stabilized, returning to Feng Xiaotian, who leaned slightly forward. 2 yellow, 2 purple, an optimal set of 4 soul rings. Wang Qiu'er's pink-blue hair danced without wind, and with a flick of her jade hand, she grasped that golden spear once more. First soul skill, Wind Blade Array. Feng Xiaotian's first soul ring suddenly lit up, and he thrust out his hands, revealing sharp wolf claws as he slashed forward twice. The air was torn apart as 10 arc-shaped wind blades surged forth from his position, enveloping Wang Qiu'er from all directions. The first soul skill of the Wind Wolf Martial Soul was typically the Wind Blade, and Feng Xiaotian's mutated two-headed wolf Martial Soul generated several times more wind blades, showcasing the dominance of high-level martial souls. Accompanied by the piercing sound of slicing wind, the blue wind blades quickly descended upon Wang Qiu'er. At this moment, Wang Qiu'er finally began to move. With a crackle, Wang Qiu'er swung her spear, and a stream of golden energy coalesced into substance, forming a golden dragon. The air compressed, producing a sharp explosion of sound. As she wielded the spear's wind howled, and golden dragons danced around Wang Qiu'er, creating an impenetrable golden light wall. The terrifying power shredded the blue wind blades into fragments, which exploded in midair. Feng Xiaotian's first soul skill was completely dismantled by Wang Qiu'er's spear. After dispersing the wind blades, Wang Qiu'er thrust her spear heavily into the ground, causing the earth to crack and a strong golden light to sweep outward. Seeing this, Feng Xiaotian's mouth twitched slightly, but he was already prepared in his heart. He had witnessed Wang Qiu'er's battle with Yu Tianxin, which was a complete annihilation. Although his strength was greater than Yu Tianxin's, it was still limited. Taking a deep breath, Feng Xiaotian's second and third soul rings lit up simultaneously. Second soul skill, Twin Wolves Possession. Third soul skill, Gale Wings. A resounding wolf howl echoed throughout the arena. Feng Xiaotian's blue light surged violently, and 2 blue wolf heads sprouted from his shoulders. At the same time, a pair of massive blue wind wings materialized behind him. As he flapped the wind wings, Feng Xiaotian shot up from the ground like a blue rainbow, soaring 50 meters into the air. Twin Wolves Possession, an amplification-type soul skill, increased his attack, defense, and speed by 50%. Gale Wings restored his physical condition to its peak. In previous matches, Wang Qiu'er had already demonstrated her terrifying close combat abilities. Therefore, Feng Xiaotian did not foolishly choose to engage Wang Qiu'er in a close-range soul power contest. 36 Slash of the Gale Demon Wolf. Feng Xiaotian shouted in a low voice, his blue wings flashing relentlessly, subtly resembling 2 sharp blue long knives. The magnificent blue wind wings propelled Feng Xiaotian's figure through the air, executing a turn with minimal sound of wind. However, the speed of his descent was astonishing. As a wind-type soul master like Feng Xiaotian, he could minimize air resistance on himself to the greatest extent due to his affinity with the wind element. The green wind wings looked like long knives, carrying an astonishing force of wind. Soon, they arrived in front of Wang Qiu'er, one wing slashing down at her. With a whoosh, Wang Qiu'er's spear shot out like a dragon, simply thrusting forward. A crisp sound rang out as the spear tip collided with the wind wing, sending sparks flying and creating visible ripples of power. The ground cracked inch by inch, fresh soil being turned up. With a quick retreat, Feng Xiaotian's figure shot back, then spun around like a rotating double blade, the other wing bringing down an even stronger gust of wind. Only a few people in the arena noticed the slight cracks that appeared on the wind wing where it had collided with the golden spear, but they quickly vanished under the restoration of soul power. Feng Xiaoyan's wings struck down again and again, while Wang Qiuer did not retreat an inch. Her golden spear shadow howling, creating a nearly impenetrable defense. The battle in the arena was escalating rapidly, transforming entirely into a clash of green and gold light. Spectators saw a green disc continuously slicing down from midair, colliding with the golden light below, then being sent flying back, only to slice down again, repeating the cycle. Large sections of the ground were shattered, with jagged cracks spreading outward. The green and gold lights clashed countless times, and finally, the green light swirled back into the air, transforming into a green figure. Fourth soul skill, Demon Wolf Storm. The sharp howl of a wolf echoed in the air. Two enormous green wolf heads suddenly materialized in front of Feng Xiaotian, the surrounding air twisting violently, a fierce wind rising, and energy surging. At the same time, a pair of massive wings followed the wolf heads. From a distance, it looked like a two-headed demon wolf with wings, exuding terrifying power. Feng Xiaoyan's figure was already buried within. After 36 accumulations, the power in Feng Xiaoyan's wings had reached a terrifying level. Coupled with his fourth soul skill, this full-force strike was enough to crush a typical Soul King powerhouse. Roar the enormous two-headed, winged demon wolf, carrying immense pressure, descended towards Wang Qiuer below. The invisible pressure caused the ground around to tremble slightly. Golden Dragon Fist. The green light in Wang Qiuer's eyes rapidly expanded, her expression calm. Her small hand clenched into a fist, and she suddenly thrust it forward. Dense golden light gathered under her fist, and a dignified dragon's roar echoed in the arena. Wang Qiuer's jade hand was rendered into a brilliant golden hue, sparkling with gold, as if golden dragon scales were emerging on her arm, containing terrifying power. The golden light condensed into a golden fist imprint, exploding the air as it collided head-on with a rushing green two-headed wolf. Boom! A deafening roar erupted in the arena. Powerful energy and fierce winds filled the entire competition ground. The ground shattered and collapsed under the immense weight, causing a significant landslide. The terrifying wave of energy rushed forward. The audience quickly activated their soul power to withstand the violent energy shockwave. The clash of the two skills had reached this level. Seconds later, the crowd looked into the arena and faintly heard cracking sounds. They saw the green, two-headed wolf flying backwards, its form shattering in the air, transforming into a green figure that rolled awkwardly outside the arena. Meanwhile, Wang Qiuer also took a step back, her gaze towards Feng Xiaotian slightly wavering. At this moment, the energy wind had calmed down, but the arena was already in ruins, large amounts of soil flying everywhere. The air still held the scent of gunpowder. Chapter 176. Canyon Ambush. Being able to force me back a step, you can be proud of yourself. Wang Qiuer looked at Feng Xiaotian lying on the ground. Her red lips slightly parted, producing a lowly voice that contrasted sharply with her own temperament. During her battle with Yu Tianxin, she had not retreated a single step. Thus, this indicated Wang Qiuer's recognition of Feng Xiaotian's strength. However, Wang Qiuer's words might have been unintentional, but they sounded extremely harsh to Feng Xiaotian's ears. Feng Xiaotian, whose breath was already weak, spat out a mouthful of reverse blood upon hearing Wang Qiuer's words. It was a stab to the heart. In the observation area, Ling Yu heard Wang Qiuer's words and couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect Qiuer to be so good at provoking people. Feng Xiaotian possessed full innate soul power, and his talent was undoubtedly outstanding. Unfortunately, he had spent much time creating his own soul skills, neglecting the most fundamental cultivation of soul power levels. With Feng Xiaotian's qualifications, under normal circumstances, he would undoubtedly become a title Douluo in the future. However, now, his prospects were hard to predict. According to the previous agreement, the winner was now determined, and the referee immediately announced that Blue Chin Academy had won. Today was the last day of the promotion matches, and Blue Chin Academy had achieved a perfect 14 wins, undoubtedly ranking first. After the match, Emperor Xue naturally delivered an inspiring speech. The finals would have Prince Xue Qinghe as the representative of the Tiandou Empire, participating in the judging of this competition. The finals would be held at the Spirit Hall City, located at the border between the two great empires. 3 days later, the 15 teams from the Tiandou division, along with teachers and 500 royal knights for escort, totaling over 1,000 people, would head to Spirit Hall City. Originally, the finals were not set to be in Spirit Hall City. This change was proposed by the Spirit Hall at the last minute. The reason for this was unknown. Spirit Hall City, located at the border of the two great empires, could be said to completely belong to the Spirit Hall, independent of both empires. The Pope's Palace and the Douluo Palace were both located within Spirit Hall City. The journey from Tiando City to Spirit Hall City would take about 20 days. Since the finals were in a knockout format, a total of 33 teams could determine their rankings in less than 10 days. The Spirit Hall also issued a decree that no non-soul masters were allowed to enter the venue during the finals. Soon, the 15 teams boarded 15 specially made luxurious carriages of the Tiando Empire, led by the Royal Knights, and set off grandly. Inside the carriage, Ling Yu and the 6 girls surrounded Wang Qiao, while Mu Yunxi rode her warhorse alone. The crisp sound of hooves echoed in the air. The journey was calm, and 10 days passed quickly, halfway through their trip. However, on the 11th day, this tranquility was shattered. The group entered a valley situated between 2 hills. Looking around, everything was a dull yellow, and an air of desolation wafted towards them. Caught this moment, a black crow flew up from a withered branch, crossing the air and letting out a cold call. A faint sense of killing intent lingered in the air. There was a situation. Everyone was on alert. The leader of the Royal Knights had a serious expression, tugging on the reins to halt the group. The soldiers behind him quickly raised their long spears in an orderly fashion. From this, it could be seen that the Royal Knights of the Tiando Empire were a well-trained and disciplined force. Boom, the next moment. The ground shook as countless rocks of varying sizes fell like meteors, raining down quickly from the ridges on both sides, catching everyone off guard. Enemy attack. Upon seeing this, the captain of the Royal Knights shouted loudly, quickly directing his soldiers to prepare for battle. In the face of this sudden situation, the Royal Knights remained calm, raising their long spears to deflect the falling rocks aside. In the distance, 500 Royal Knights formed a torrent of steel, resembling a massive golden disc as it spun, grinding the stones into powder. The students and teachers from various Soul Master Academies jumped down from their carriages and horses, using their soul power to shatter the flying stones. Debris flew and dust rose, blurring the vision of those nearby. After a few seconds, the stones ceased to fall, and the yellowish air returned to clarity. Suddenly, thousands of black-clad figures appeared on the ridges on both sides. The black-clad individuals charged down the hills at an astonishing speed. Each academy faced a number of opponents several times greater than their own. The quality of these black-clad individuals was surprisingly high. Not only were their attacks and defenses orderly, but each team assigned to confront a Soul Master Academy also contained mid to high-ranking Soul Masters, leaving the students in their ivory tower in disarray. "Do not kill them. Just drive them back," Ling Yu said to Wang Qiao and the other 6 girls. He understood that these black-clad individuals were from the Spirit Hall. Wang Qiao and the others nodded in response, gradually easing their offensive. They also noticed with confusion that the black-clad individuals seemed to be using their skills only symbolically and showed no intent to be ruthless. The battle circle where the Blue Dawn Academy was located was the most relaxed one. Every time Ling Yu pointed a finger, a black-clad individual was sent flying. The scene was incredibly effortless and graceful. Wang Qiao wielded her spear like a golden goddess of war, preventing anyone from getting close. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong took out the Green Phoenix Sword and the Green Phoenix Sword, their sharp green light intimidating all around. Zhu Zhuqing, holding a black magic spear, created 4 black shadows to guard the 2 girls behind her by Shiro and Yushinron. Mu Yunxi's blue water spirit chanted an obscure spell, holding off 3 Soul Kings by herself. The 5 Elements Academy was also well defended, each maintaining solid defenses. Due to the separation caused by the debris, the various Soul Master Academies could not unite to confront the enemy. Meanwhile, Shrek Academy was facing a tremendous crisis. A Soul Douluo, 2 Soul Saints, and 3 Soul Kings approached them. The Master recognized the origin of these black-clad individuals. The Spirit Hall. He had once conducted theoretical research and studies there for a period of time. It was also there that he met the then Saintess of the Spirit Hall, now the Pope. At that time, he had pursued her, but unfortunately, she had not paid him any mind. Afterward, he was expelled from the Spirit Hall on charges of seeking fame and reputation. Reflecting on this, the Master felt a sense of nostalgia. They must be targeting Tang San. The Master thought to himself. In the final match of the preliminaries, Tang San had revealed the existence of the Haotian hammer. Knowing the enmity between the Spirit Hall and the Haotian clan, he had already guessed most of what was happening. If it were just 1 Soul Douluo and 2 Soul Saints, this lineup could be easily defeated by him, Lu Erlong, and Flender's spirit fusion skill. However, it was clear that the Spirit Hall would not act so simply. They must have considered the existence of the Golden Iron Triangle. "Tang San, protect yourselves," the Master said. clenching his fists and turning to Tang San. At this point, worrying more was useless. They could only fight head-on. Tang San nodded. At the same time, a hint of purple light flashed in his eyes, and his hands turned into a translucent white jade color as he placed them on the 24-bridge Minjiwai at his waist. Once the battle began, he would transform into a Shura killing god, using his hidden weapons to serve a grand meal to these black-clad individuals. Flinder, Lu, Erlong. The master took a few steps forward and spoke to the two beside him. Flinder and Lu Erlong understood and nodded in agreement. The sun and moon shine, golden transformation. Flinder waved his right hand, his soul power surged, and a golden light shot up into the sky. Beneath him, a circular golden light pattern appeared. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings swirled around him. At the same time, the same changes occurred to the master and Lu Erlong. The difference was that the master only had 2 soul rings, while Lu Erlong had the same soul rings as Flinder. The 3 of them formed a triangle, and a golden light pattern beneath their feet intertwined, forming a closed golden triangle formation, emitting astonishing energy fluctuations. Luo Sanpao. The master's eyes flashed with golden lightning as he reached forward with his right hand. Suddenly, a chubby and strange creature appeared in midair, with a round head and big ears, resembling a pig. In the next moment, Luo Sanpao flew to the center of the 3, and a total of 16 soul rings flew toward Luo Sanpao's body, integrating into it. In an instant, Luo Sanpao's form expanded, undergoing a remarkable transformation. The dazzling golden light was like a blazing sun, making it hard for people to open their eyes. Roar! A thunderous dragon roar echoed through the heavens and earth as a 30-meter-long golden dragon appeared in everyone's view. The golden dragon circled above the heads of the master and the others, emanating a terrifying might, causing the surrounding space to distort uneasily. So powerful! Tang San took a few steps back, staring at the golden dragon ahead, utterly shocked. This was the first time he had seen such a display from his master. In his memory, his master's martial spirit had failed to mutate and was incredibly weak. He never expected it to possess such a powerful spirit fusion skill. In the Soul Master world, spirit fusion skills were usually performed by 2 individuals, but the master and the others executed a 3-in-1 spirit fusion skill, with the master as spirit Luo Sanpao as the main body, resulting in a very high degree of fusion. Many years ago, the master met Flinder and Lu Erlong, and the 3 adventured together, earning the title of the Golden Iron Triangle. However, there were also unknown loves and hatreds between the 3. After a moment of shock, Tang San joined forces with Dai Mubai and the others to resist the 3 Soul Kings and other enemies. As soon as the Golden Dragon appeared, the energy fluctuations it emitted drew the attention of everyone present, and exclamations filled the air. The Soul Douluo and 2 Soul Saints on the opposite side suddenly became extremely serious. The pressure from the Golden Dragon before them made them feel as if they were facing a tidal Douluo. The leading Soul Douluo, named Lord Diala, felt more confident thinking about the hidden powerhouses sent by the Spirit Hall. Golden Eagle Avatar. With a cry of an eagle, a pair of golden wings appeared behind him. As the golden wings flapped, his figure soared into the air. 3 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings showcased his soul, Douluo level strength. 7th soul skill. Golden Eagle True Body. 8th soul skill, Bloodbath Rebirth. A dazzling golden light erupted from Lord Diala, his body writhing as he transformed into a 10-meter-sized golden giant eagle. Endless golden light spots gathered around the golden eagle, containing immense energy. To Lord Diala's left and right, the 2 Soul Saints also released their martial spirit true bodies. One was a massive winged tiger, and the other was a gigantic armored turtle, exuding an exceptionally intimidating aura. Boom! The 3 unleashed their full power, and the sky filled with golden light spots enveloped the golden eagle, giant tiger, and giant turtle as they charged towards the golden dragon. The overwhelming pressure shattered the air, creating a deafening roar. Seeing this, the master merely snorted disdainfully, waving his right hand. The golden dragon in the sky twisted its body and struck forward with its massive tail at an astonishing speed, completely disproportionate to its size. With a deafening roar, a terrifying wave of energy swept across the area, causing deep cracks to form on the hillsides and large chunks of debris to fall. In the next moment, the golden eagle, giant tiger, and giant turtle were sent flying like cannonballs, their massive bodies embedding into the hills on either side, becoming 3 shadowy figures. Their auras in disarray. The ability to defeat a Soul Duo and two Soul Saints in one blow showcased the overwhelming power of the Golden Dragon at that moment. The Master was a great Soul Master, while Lu Erlong and Flinder were Soul Saints. The Martial Soul fusion skill of the three had already reached the threshold of a Titan Douluo in terms of power. If stepping into the Soul Saint realm is akin to entering a forest of strong warriors, then the Titan Douluo symbolizes the pinnacle of strength. A Titan Douluo at level 91 can easily defeat a Soul Douluo at level 90, highlighting the vast disparity between the two. The Titan Douluo represents a new realm of strength for Soul Masters. Cough cough. My lord, I have done my best. Lord Daira clutched his chest, spitting out a mouthful of reverse blood, secretly thinking. He had rushed forward despite knowing he was no match for the Golden Dragon, clearly for the sake of impressing the Lord in the shadows. Perhaps he would even receive praise afterward. Every additional second spent maintaining the Martial Soul fusion skill would lead to a significant drain on the soul power of the Master and the others. Thus, when the three opponents retreated, the Master intended to take the opportunity to have the Golden Dragon finish them off, but his gaze suddenly sharpened. The Golden Iron Triangle. What a grand title. Suddenly, a sinister voice echoed in the arena. In the next moment, a figure appeared ahead, seemingly out of nowhere. With golden hair and clad in golden armor, this handsome figure had a hint of femininity about him. At first glance, many might mistake him for a woman, but he had a pronounced Adam's apple. My lord. Upon the man's appearance, Lord Daira and his two subordinates struggled out from the rubble, kneeling on one knee behind the golden-clad man, showing great respect. The golden-clad man nodded lightly, his languid gaze fixed on the Master and his companions. This man was Judo Yuegwan. The Master's expression darkened upon seeing Yuegwan. He certainly recognized the person before him. If he had been confident before, he now felt as if he had fallen into an abyss. He had somewhat underestimated the Martial Soul Hall's capabilities this time. Years ago, Yuegwan had already been a Titan Douluo. Although Yuegwan hadn't released his Martial Soul, the invisible pressure made the Master break out in a cold sweat. However, with the arrow on the bowstring, it had to be released. The Master thought quickly, and the Golden Dragon in the sky opened its mouth, gathering golden light as a golden dragon breath shot toward Yuegwan. Still dare to make a move? Courageous indeed. Yuegwan sneered, raising his right hand, his body shimmering with dazzling golden light. In the air, golden petals began to appear. Endless golden petals converging to form a peculiar golden chrysanthemum in the palm of Yuegwan's hand. The Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, a top-tier plant-type martial soul based on a celestial herb. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, the optimal 9 soul rings emerged, and an overwhelming pressure surged outward. The invisible pressure made the air within a kilometer feel heavy. Before the golden dragon breath could reach Yuegwan, it was completely erased by the golden light of the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum. The situation on the battlefield had reversed. The Master and his companions, who had initially suppressed their opponents, were now being suppressed themselves. That is, a Titan Douluo? In the area where the Blaze Academy was located, Huo Wu repelled her opponent with a single strike and turned to look in the direction of Shrek Academy. Her pretty face filled with astonishment. Not just her, many students and teachers turned their heads, focusing their shocked gazes on Shrek Academy, as the energy fluctuations emanating from there were astonishing. Since you have chosen to be our enemy, then go to hell. Yuegwan sneered, lightly stomping his foot, and his figure rose into the air. 6th soul skill, golden stamen, flowing glow. The 6th soul ring on Yuegwan lit up, his hands lifting the golden chrysanthemum while the massive black soul ring slowly faded into the void. Curved golden lines spread out from Yuegwan like a blooming giant chrysanthemum. From afar, it looked like a giant flower in full bloom. Golden light converged, and the massive golden chrysanthemum spun rapidly. A colossal golden beam piercing through the air and crashing down toward the golden dragon. One of the strongest ultimate techniques of the golden sacred dragon, true form of the sacred dragon. Facing Yuegwan's terrifying strike, the Master also unleashed his ultimate skill. The three of them spat out a mouthful of blood, landing on the golden triangle below, which instantly glowed even brighter. Roar an almost identical golden sacred dragon phantom flew out from Luo Sanpao's dragon head, transforming into a massive golden dragon seal, colliding with the oncoming golden beam. The golden sacred dragon possessed a highly pure dragon bloodline, naturally endowed with powerful ultimate skills. In terms of bloodline purity, the golden sacred dragon was second only to the second-generation golden dragon king bloodline. The brilliant golden light exploded in midair, accompanied by a terrifying roar, unleashing an astonishing wave of energy. The space twisted dramatically, and the hills on either side were carved with long black ravines. "Break for me." Yuguan pressed his hands down, emitting an ambiguous sound that was hard to distinguish between male and female. Seconds later, the golden beam broke through the golden dragon seal and directly struck the body of the golden dragon. An indescribable force crashed down on the golden dragon, which was already exhausted, causing it to shatter and disintegrate in an instant, transforming into countless golden light dots that vanished. Simultaneously, the master and his companions spat out blood and were thrown backward, rolling helplessly on the ground. Teacher, Tang San, witnessing this, immediately leaped from his spot to the Master-S side. Seeing the crimson blood at the corner of the Master-S mouth, Tang San's eyes turned slightly red. Little San. The master had just opened his mouth when he spat out another mouthful of reverse blood. That last strike had severely injured the master and Flender. The collision at the Titan Dou level alone produced enough aftermath to heavily wound Tang San and the others. Thus, Tang San and his companions, along with the figure in black, could only watch from a distance as Tang San and the others approached to check on the master and his companions' injuries. What a deep master-student bond, what a pity. Yuguan slowly descended from the air, step by step approaching Tang San and the others. A massive golden chrysanthemum floating behind him, shimmering with dazzling golden light. Third soul skill, breath barrier. Fifth soul skill, gathering of cold blossoms. Yuguan shook his head, 2 soul rings lighting up consecutively on his body. A golden barrier enveloped Tang San and the others, and within this barrier, they felt it was exceptionally difficult to breathe, and they couldn't move an inch. At the same time, the golden light in mid-air condensed into a peculiar giant golden flying knife, spinning around Yuguan, cutting the air into white arcs. "Goodbye, kid." With a wave of his right hand, the golden flying knife shot out, aiming straight for Tang San's throat. Just like that. "Is it over?" In the golden barrier, Tang San murmured painfully, facing the attack of the Titan Douluo. No amount of means could make up for it. "A tiny chrysanthemum. How dare you lay hands on my son? Get lost." At this moment, a thunderous voice rang in everyone's ears. An incredible thing happened. The seemingly indestructible golden barrier and the golden flying knives were all shattered into nothingness. Upon hearing this voice, Yuguan's figure retreated violently, hurriedly turning to look into the sky, fear appearing on his face for the first time. In the high sky, the air twisted violently, forming a huge vortex of flowing clouds. Accompanied by the rumbling sound of thunder, a figure walked out of the vortex, stepping into the void. The newcomer stood in midair, wearing a hood, with hands hanging down, appearing extraordinarily mysterious. In the next second, the figure slowly took off his hood. It was a middle-aged man, looking around 50 years old, tall and robust. His tattered robe, bronze-colored skin, and disheveled hair gave him a drowsy appearance. "Dad!" Seeing this person, Tang San exclaimed in surprise, his face filled with shock and the complex emotions of joy at surviving a disaster. 7 years. Dad had been gone for 7 years, and today he finally saw him again. The rugged-looking tall man was Tang San's father, Tang Hao. After Tang Hao appeared, the faces of the master and others could not hide their joy. "Tang Hao, is it you?" Unlike the excitement of Tang San and the others, when Yuguan saw Tang Hao, he raised his right index finger tremblingly, pointing at Tang Hao as if facing a great enemy. Many years ago, the battle between Tang Hao and the former pope was still fresh in his memory. It was also from that day that the name Tang Hao became a nightmare in his heart. The saying goes, once bitten by a snake, 10 years afraid of a rope. With Yuguan's current soul power of level 95, facing the injured level 96 Tang Hao, he was not without the strength to fight. However, the defeat from many years ago had shattered Yuguan's confidence. Whenever facing Tang Hao, Yuguan could not unleash his full strength. To dispel a heart demon, one must confront it. To eliminate the nightmare, Yuguan had to face Tang Hao head-on. "Umph!" Tang Hao snorted coldly, beckoning with his right hand. A huge dark hammer appeared in his hand. Strangely, blood-colored lightning danced on the hammer's body, creating an impressive momentum. And that little ghost hiding in the shadows. "No need to hide anymore, come out together." Tang Hao glanced at a certain spot on the ground beside Yuguan and said disdainfully. As his words fell, a chilling aura rushed towards them, and faintly, it seemed that a ghostly figure howled, flickering with black light, transforming into a black silhouette beside Yuguan. This person wore black armor, had black hair, a shadowy face, and exuded an eerie aura. Clearly, being able to stand side by side with Yuguan. This was another title Douluo. He was a partner of Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan, Ghost Douluo Guimei. At the same time, two powerful auras approached from not far away. Stopping on a nearby hill, it was Poison Douluo and Sword Douluo Qian in the team heading to Wuyin City. Poison Douluo and his granddaughter Douyin were staying together with the Tian Dou Royal Academy, while Sword Douluo accompanied Ning Fengji to protect the crown prince Shuqing. Both sensed Tang Hao's appearance and were startled, so they rushed over to investigate. In this unknown, small valley, 5 title Douluos had appeared. On the continent, the known title Douluos were only a little over a dozen. Yet now, 5 had appeared simultaneously. The reason behind this was unfathomable. At this moment, Tang San also understood that this ambush in the valley was aimed at him. Chapter 178. The Appearance of the Heavenly Corpse. Tang Hao's severed arm. The sudden appearance of Tang Hao in the sky caused the situation on the field to change once again. In the high sky, the wind howled. Energy surged, and Tang Hao stood against the wind, holding the blood-colored giant hammer, exuding an overwhelming and lawless aura. When everyone saw the soul rings on him, they were even more shocked. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. That massive red soul ring coiled at the outermost layer was so striking. Also a title Douluo, Tang Hao possessed a 100,000-year soul ring, showcasing his formidable strength. Within a kilometer, the space was filled with domineering, blood-colored energy, which felt bloodthirsty, violent, and murderous. Those with broad experience could sense that this was an extremely domineering domain skill. Tang Hao actually possessed a rare domain. Today, let's settle both new and old grievances. Tang Hao coldly looked down at Yuguan and Guimei, an unmasked, terrifying killing intent locked onto the two like a blade. On the ground, Yuguan and Guimei felt Tang Hao's cold killing intent and could not help but shiver. At the same time, the killing aura and the killing god domain constantly invaded their psychological defenses. The two exchanged glances and could see the intent to retreat in each other's eyes. With Tang Hao's sudden appearance, this mission was likely to fail. If they stayed any longer, they might end up dead here. Although they possessed a martial soul fusion technique that could allow them to confront Tang Hao, during the maintenance of the fusion technique, they could not move or attack. Once the time for the fusion technique expired, they, having consumed a significant amount of soul power, would become lambs to the slaughter. Moreover, Tang Hao, who understood them, would not give them the opportunity to use the martial soul fusion technique. Using the martial soul fusion technique required time, and that time was enough for Tang Hao to interrupt it. Like Yuguan, upon seeing Tang Hao, Guimei's morale also plummeted. On the hill, Douluo and Cang Qian looked at the domineering Tang Hao in the sky, feeling deeply moved. Truly, he was the Xiao Qian Douluo. In the area where Qian Academy was located, Ling Yu's spiritual power radiated everywhere, capturing everyone's reactions in his perception. If Tang Hao were to swagger in and rescue Tang San like this, it would surely annoy him. After all, he and Tang San had already become enemies, and there was no need to show mercy now. He was still participating in the soulmaster competition, making it inconvenient to act, but on the hill, there was still Douluo. If Yuguan, Guimei, and Douluo teamed up, with the first two focusing on control and the latter on offense, they might very well be able to keep Tang Hao, but Ling Yu had a more secure idea in mind. As Tang Hao lightly swung the giant hammer in his hand, preparing to attack Yuguan and Guimei, a shocking change occurred in the heavens. Tang Hao, you are quite the imposing figure. A deep voice suddenly resonated in this space. The entire sky darkened, as if all light had been swallowed up. In the high sky, the space twisted violently, and a massive black hole slowly took shape. That voice came from within it. Tap tap, the crisp sound of footsteps echoed in the silent sky. A shadow stepped out of the black hole, small black holes forming beneath its feet, resembling an invisible staircase. The shadow was tall, holding a black long knife, standing silently in the sky, not consciously exuding any aura. Yet after its appearance, all the soul masters present felt an endless fear. It slowly walked to the opposite side of Tang Hao, stopping several hundred meters away. Tang Hao's god of death domain was immediately suppressed to a narrow range. The sudden appearance of a shadow caused a serious expression to appear on Tang Hao's face for the first time. This person was very strong and very dangerous. From the shadow, Tang Hao could sense a threat to his life. This commotion was naturally created by Ling Yu. The shadow was the devouring heavenly corpse transformed by Xiao Ai at the level of a demigod. Ling Yu had left one devouring heavenly corpse with BB Dong, and this one was a real-time summon. The devouring heavenly corpse was a high-level puppet that could not speak. The voice just now was simulated by Ling Yu using mental power. Ling Yu and Xiao Ai worked in tandem, leaving everyone present stunned. In the valley, Douluo Bo raised his right hand, and a slight ripple seemed to appear in the black runes in his palm. For some reason, Douluo Bo felt that the shadow in the air should be related to Ling Yu. The situation on the field had turned again. Below, Yu Guan and Gue Mei showed joy on their faces. No matter who this suddenly appearing shadow was, one thing was certain. He was not an enemy of the Spirit Hall. As for the others, they were completely stunned by what they had seen and heard today. Why isn't he making a move? The shadow's pair of pitch-black eyes, like two black holes, gazed at Tang Hao and said lightly, "Senior is joking." Tang Hao's face twitched, and he forced a laugh, his momentum retracting somewhat. He had grown to this point not merely through passion, but by leveraging opportunities. When facing a strong opponent, he would use his wits. When facing a weak one, he would capture them alive. Knowing he could not defeat the opponent, yet still wanting to confront them head-on. That was foolishness. The mysterious shadow before him was definitely an unparalleled powerhouse. Seeing that the other party did not respond, Tang Hao's mind turned, and he spoke up. "I don't know which powerful figure from the Spirit Hall you are, Senior. I have never heard of you." This was indeed the truth. In his impression, the Spirit Hall had never had such an extraordinary powerhouse. The Elder from the Elder Hall rarely left Spirit City. The person before him exuded an ominous yet powerful aura, as if he had appeared out of nowhere. Below, Ling Yu sneered in his heart, continuing to simulate the voice with his mental power. Asking about my residence. So you can seek revenge later? I wouldn't dare. I'm just a bit curious, Tang Hao quickly replied, sweat seeping from him. For some reason, it seemed like the mysterious powerhouse before him harbored great hostility towards him. Senior, with such unmatched strength, why assist the Spirit Hall in doing evil? After the previous probing, Tang Hao had already determined that the person before him should also not be from the Spirit Hall, and his words carried a hint of persuasion. Tang Hao, there is no need for such childlike deceit. We both know what is right and wrong. You say the Spirit Hall does evil, but I ask you, who provides free awakening of martial spirits to the vast common people? And who gives the common people the opportunity to enter the academy to study? Is it your Haotian sect? Tang Hao, do you have the right to say this? All right, no more nonsense. Receive my blade. Below, Ling Yu couldn't help but scoff. He had not expected Tang Hao to have the potential to be a persuader. In a world where power is paramount, whoever is strong is the truth. As the words fell, the shadow gently sliced the air with a black long knife, and an invisible space was cut open, creating a pitch-black spatial crack. Centered around the shadow, a large area of space exhibited a sense of distortion, emitting mournful cries under unbearable pressure. In the next moment, the shadow wielded the black long knife forward, and a massive black blade light, nearly 100 feet long, took shape before him, tearing through the void and swiftly arriving in front of Tang Hao. The black blade light spanned the void, distorting the space and shattering the sky. This terrifying strike was even beyond the capacity of space to endure. Between life and death, Tang Hao's survival potential was fully unleashed, with the third soul ring and the final red soul ring lighting up simultaneously. Third soul skill, Haotian Bodyguard. Ninth soul skill, Blue Silver Field. The space around Tang Hao underwent intense fluctuations as dense blood light gathered, forming 3 blood-red giant hammers, each nearly 100 meters in size, which surrounded Tang Hao, forming an incredibly solid blood-red barrier. At the same time, the enormous blood-red soul ring merged into the barrier, with endless life energy flowing in without any rejection, subtly forming a relatively independent giant magnetic field. Within the blood-red barrier, the space showed signs of distortion, giving the impression that a small area of space had been hollowed out. Those familiar with Tang Hao's soul masters knew that he followed an extreme power route and had hardly ever used the soul skills of the Haotian hammer. However, today, the opponent Tang Hao faced was too strong, and he could only defend passively. Haotian Bodyguard combined with Blue Silver Field allowed the space within the blood-red barrier to help Tang Hao absorb part of the attack's power. Of course, this absorption capacity was limited, as Tang Hao was not using pure spatial power. Boom! The black blade light that penetrated heaven and earth finally struck the blood-red barrier under everyone's gaze, producing a deafening sound. In the next moment, under Tang Hao's horrified gaze, the black blade light easily sliced through the blood-red barrier, instantly passing through his left shoulder and disappearing into the distant void. Rip! Behind the blood-red barrier, the space shattered, and an incredibly long spatial crack slowly opened in the void. Faintly, Terrifying void storms could be heard emanating from within the spatial crack. That strike from the shadow had indeed cleaved through space, a world-ending blow. At that moment, the blood-red barrier exploded, and a massive mushroom cloud rose slowly in the void, with unimaginable energy fluctuations radiating out, distorting the space, causing air explosions and howling winds. Under such a catastrophic explosion, the ground below experienced intense tremors, and the hills on either side where the Academy's teachers and students were located swayed precariously. Even at a great distance, everyone could still feel the unstoppable energy gusts. Everything that happened today was too shocking. Titled Douluos, who were usually unseen, all emerged. Especially the shadow that appeared last gave the impression of a deity that dominates all beings. Yes, a deity. That kind of offensive was beyond human capability. After several seconds, the scene in the high sky became clear again. Everyone's eyes were glued to the center of the explosion, and an uproar ensued. Above in the sky, between the white flowing clouds, a nearly 1,000-foot massive spherical void appeared, within which the space showed signs of chaos, while the air outside the void seemed temporarily unable to fill the vacuum inside. Within the void, all natural vitality returned to nothingness. The recent explosion had actually caused a fault in the flowing clouds. The clash between the two was horrifying to this extent. Look, Tang Hao's hand. At that moment, a surprised voice broke the silence. Looking at Tang Hao at this time, he was in the void, disheveled, and looking even more disheveled than when he first appeared. His already damaged clothes were in tatters. Even more shocking was that Tang Hao's left arm had vanished. Drops of bright red blood dripped from his left shoulder, a heart-stopping sight. Behind him, the incredibly wide spatial rift slowly began to close under the repair of the power of the planes. Cough, cough. Tang Hao coughed up a mouthful of blood. His eyes filled with shock as he looked at the mysterious shadow hundreds of meters away, not having retreated a single step, and a chill ran through his heart. Dad! Tang San saw Tang Hao's miserable state, his face twisted, eyes bloodshot, and he pounded his fists fiercely on the ground, his eyes turning blood red. Chapter 179. Gifts and Arrival. Why is this happening? Tang San murmured, tears streaming uncontrollably from his eyes. After narrowly escaping a disaster and finally seeing his long-lost father, fate dealt him another heavy blow. The mysterious shadow that appeared last had severed his father's left arm with a single strike. Why does fate toy with him like this? Little San, the master, slightly calming his internal injuries, looked at Tang San's disheveled appearance with a heavy gaze, feeling a pang in his heart. Everything that happened today was simply surreal. The sky was silent, countless dazed eyes looking at the two figures in the sky. The shadow's indifferent gaze fell on Tang Hao, his right hand holding a black long knife, and his left hand holding a shiny, peculiar bone. The strange bone still carried a bloody aura. That was the soul bone taken from Tang Hao's severed arm by Ling Yu, who secretly controlled the devouring celestial corpse. It seemed to be a power-type soul bone, vaguely taking the shape of a giant tiger. As the former Xiao Qian Douluo, Tang Hao possessed 6 complete soul bones, excluding the external soul bone. On the hill, Chun Exen gazed fervently at the shadow in the sky, feeling deeply shocked. This is the true strong. With a single strike, the void shattered. The strength of the shadow had definitely reached that legendary realm. Tang Hao, today I will let you go. Take your son and roll away. The shadow waved the black long knife in his hand, and the surrounding space became somewhat unstable. Ling Yu did not want to kill Tang Hao. It would be too boring that way. A mouse must be nurtured slowly, waiting for the final harvest. That's right, he was just playing. The splattering blood had stopped, and upon hearing the shadow's words, Tang Hao dared not say a word, not daring to stay for a moment. As soon as he moved, he shot out from the spherical void and quickly descended to stand before Tang San and the others. Hao Yin Crown. The master struggled to stand up, looking at Tang Hao with an indescribable expression on his face. Tang Hao, once so renowned in the soul master world, had now become like this. In his heart, he had idolized Tang Hao. Dad! Tang San approached Tang Hao, reaching out to the left side where it was empty. Suddenly, Tang San's eyes filled with hatred as he glared at the shadow in the sky. This grudge will not be avenged. I swear I will not be human. No matter who you are, I will kill you. In Tang San's heart, a seed of hatred was quietly planted. He did not recklessly seek revenge now. Once he became stronger in the future, he would come back to avenge today's shame. Before this, his goal was to defeat Ling Yu. But now he had gained another target, a mortal enemy. If Tang San knew that his current enemy was merely a puppet in Ling Yu's hands, he would wonder what he would feel in his heart. Not far away, Yu Guan and Gue Mei looked at Tang Hao's fallen state, feeling a deep sense of regret. Just as Tang Hao was domineering upon his entrance, he was now utterly disheveled. Although they were enemies of Tang Hao, it was undeniable that they sincerely admired him in terms of strength. However, the unmatched Tang Hao had encountered an existence stronger than him. Tang Hao said nothing. Overwhelming soul power surged out, turning into a gust of wind that swept up Tang San, and the two disappeared into the distance together. In the sky, the shadow stepped forward, causing spatial fluctuations, and in an instant, he appeared in front of Yu Guan and Gue Mei. The two felt a flash of black light before them, and instinctively took a step back. The power of this mysterious expert had truly frightened them. Hand this to your Pope, and tell her it's a gift from me. She will understand. The shadow opened his left hand, and, in the palm, a soul bone quietly floated, emitting powerful energy fluctuations. On this soul bone belonging to Tang Hao, Ling Yu had placed a seal using his devouring power, which could only be lifted by a soul master with the devouring power. If forcibly unsealed, the soul bone would be destroyed. Bibi Dong, with the devouring mark he had planted on her, could naturally lift the seal. This, Yu Guan was momentarily stunned, his mind slightly muddled. How could one simply give away a soul bone? They didn't even know the mysterious expert before them. I will deliver it, as you command. I will definitely ensure it reaches you. Gue Mei, quick-witted, reached out to take the soul bone and slightly bowed. It seemed that this mysterious expert knew the Pope. Their Pope had actually made acquaintance with such a terrifying strongman. It was truly frightening. The shadow slightly nodded, then turned and stepped into a twisting space, where a black hole slowly formed. The shadow stepped into the black hole, which quickly shrank and disappeared into the air. As the shadow departed, the sky returned to its original blue. Boom! Gue Mei raised his right hand high, releasing a signal flare. In an instant, all the black-clad figures vanished like a tide, disappearing in such a clean and neat manner that it left people amazed. At the same time, Gue Mei patted Yu Guan's shoulder, and the two left the place together. In the center of the royal knights, Prince Shui, Qinghe, and Ning Fengji looked in the direction where the shadow had vanished, both showing expressions of shock. Clearly, what they had seen and heard today had also shaken them. What a powerful person, Shui Qinghe thought to himself. In his impression, it seemed that his grandfather was also slightly inferior in strength compared to that mysterious shadow. It was simply unbelievable. Thus, in his heart, besides shock, he also felt a hint of curiosity about the identity of the mysterious shadow. After a moment of silence, everyone regained their composure, organized their carriages, and continued on their journey. After experiencing everything just now, the atmosphere of the entire convoy had become much tenser. Undoubtedly, what they had seen and heard today would be etched in their memories for a lifetime. In Soulmaster City, Yu Guan and Gue Mei did not stop and arrived at the Pope's palace. Elder Ju, Elder Gue, in front of the palace gate. Two teams of palace guard knights slightly bowed, greeting them respectfully. The two nodded, opened the palace door, and walked inside. As the palace door closed, they walked to the center of the Great Hall. Looking back, they saw an incredibly beautiful figure sitting quietly on a golden throne at the back of the hall. She held a purple gold staff, wore a crown, and had a perfect face with a noble aura. With her legs crossed, she supported her cheek with her jade hand, appearing to be in a light doze. Upon seeing Yu Guan and Gue Mei enter, she slowly opened her beautiful eyes. The two bowed and reported the details of their task verbatim. The figure on the throne listened to their account, her delicate face showing no obvious expression, but her hand gripping the staff trembled slightly, clearly indicating that her heart was not as calm as it appeared. Your Holiness, this is the gift that the mysterious powerhouse asked me to bring to you, saying that you would understand upon seeing it. The ghostly figure took out the black shadow from her bosom, handing over the soul bone. Upon hearing this, she extended her jade hand, gently inhaled, and drew the soul bone into her hand. All right, I understand now. You may leave. She took a gentle breath, and there were some subtle fluctuations in front of her, a melodious voice escaping her lips. Yes. Yu Guan and the others immediately withdrew. Throughout the entire process, the Holy Pope did not inquire about the completion of the task, which relieved them a bit. After the two left, she carefully examined the tiger-shaped soul bone in her hand, and the black runes in her palm suddenly flickered with black light. In the next moment, the restrictions on the soul bone were lifted. Xiao Yu, I really like the gift you sent. She tucked the soul bone into her bosom, her charming face displaying a captivating smile. She knew she would soon meet the person she longed to see. On the throne, she continued to meditate with her eyes closed, her red lips gently lifting. in a certain forest. Tang Hao brought Tang San here, and then they sat down on the ground. Ahem. During the journey, Tang Hao felt some significant discomfort from his injuries and coughed a couple of times. With his left arm broken, his soul power dropped a level, becoming level 95. It would be difficult to advance further in soul power in the future. Dad, are you okay? Tang San reached out to support Tang Hao's right arm, looking quite anxious. Tang Hao shook his head and, after a moment, spoke. Xiao San, do you have many questions you want to ask me? Tang San remained silent. Seeing Tang San's expression, Tang Hao secretly sighed. Tang San's talent was much better than his own back in the day, which made him quite gratified. From Tang San, he seemed to see hope for the sect's revival. However, he began to feel conflicted. He wanted Tang San to bear the burden of reviving the sect, but he didn't want him to carry hatred when facing the enormous Wuyin temple, especially with the mysterious powerhouse that appeared today, whose strength likely reached that legendary realm. No matter how much faith he had in Tang San, he never imagined that Tang San could break through that final step. Therefore, he hesitated whether to tell Tang San about his own matters. Dad, don't worry. I will personally avenge today's grievances in the future. Tang San currently wanted nothing more than to enhance his strength and then seek revenge. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao felt both gratified and worried, his mood very complicated. It seemed that everything was destined. He just hoped Tang San wouldn't end up like he was now. 7 days later, after nearly 20 days, the people from Tiando finally arrived at Wuyin City. Wuyin City did not allow large-scale military presence, so Shueqinghe ordered the royal knights to guard outside the city. This city, in terms of area, is not even 1/10 the size of Tiando City, yet the shock it brought to everyone was still considerable. Here is the holy land in the hearts of all soul masters on the continent. The city walls stand 80 meters high and are over 30 meters thick, entirely constructed from granite. What is even more astonishing is that such a grand city was completely funded by the Wuyin Temple. This shows the immense financial power of the Wuyin Temple. Interestingly, the Wuyin Temple is not a typical square city, but a hexagon with a total of 6 walls. Each wall features a massive relief, depicting 6 powerful martial souls, just like the tokens of the Wuyin Temple. Upon entering the city, Ling Yu used his spiritual power to sense that the ratio and quality of soul masters here were significantly higher than in Tiando City. After Ling Yu entered Wuyin City, in the rear area of the Pope's Hall, a graceful figure slowly opened her beautiful eyes. Xiao Yu, I can feel that you have arrived. Holding her purple gold scepter, she stood up from her seat, a look of surprise flashing across her charming face, her expectant gaze directed toward a certain direction, her red lips softly parting as she murmured. The hand gripping the scepter trembled slightly, and she felt her heart racing, an impulse to immediately go out and find that person. Just a few more days, just a few more days. She paced back and forth on the platform in front of the throne, resembling a young girl. It didn't seem appropriate to go out and look for Ling Yu right now. After all, he would be coming to the Pope's Hall in a few days. If others saw her like this, they would surely be astonished. After the people from Tiando entered the city, a cardinal led the faculty and students of the various academies to settle in a restaurant on the west side of the city. Wuyin City is built surrounded by mountains, and on the central hill, there are 2 extremely magnificent buildings that can be seen from any street in the city. One is gold and the other is white, radiating brilliant light under the sun. The golden one is the Pope's Hall, and the white one is the Douluo Hall. The mysterious Elder Hall is located within the Pope's Hall. The Douluo Hall is situated next to the Pope's Hall, slightly elevated compared to the latter. Inside the Douluo Hall, the spirit tablets of deceased Title Douluo are enshrined. Even the Pope cannot enter the Douluo Hall before passing away. 3 days later, the competition officially began. The academies that came from the Star Luo Empire were arranged by the Wuyin Temple on the other side, facing the various academies of the Tiando Empire, which was quite intriguing. Shrek Academy, due to the absence of its main player Tang San, decided to forfeit their competition slot after considering the situation. Without Tang San's control, it was meaningless for the team to participate, as only Dai Mubai had reached the Soul King level. With Shrek Academy's withdrawal, one of the 5 Elements Academy, the Blaze Academy fortuitously took over this slot, which was an unexpected joy for them. The Wuyin Temple built a competition platform in the center of Wuyin City, with a diameter of 100 meters, made of granite and reinforced with various soul guide devices. It can withstand any attacks from soul masters below the Soul Emperor level without damage. Directly in front of the competition platform is the Pope's Hall, with the 2 being less than a kilometer apart. As for the final 3 strong competitors, they would compete in front of the Pope's Hall, where the Pope would personally watch and crown the final champion. This was undoubtedly a great honor for many young soul masters. 3 days passed, and early in the morning, under the guidance of relevant personnel from the Wuyin Temple, all participating academies gathered at the competition site. Each academy had a separate resting area built around the venue. Opposite the Pope's Hall was the VIP judging panel, representing personnel from both empires and the Wuyin Temple. Shortly after arriving, Mu Yunxi was called to draw lots. And when she returned, her face was beaming with a relaxed smile. Your first-round opponent, Blaze Academy, has forfeited. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoer and the other 5 girls all smiled. It was nice not to fight, and a free win was quite comfortable. Winning the first round and getting a bye in the second round meant that Lanxin Academy directly entered the top 10. Of course, they were well aware that their goal was the final championship. Without a grand opening scene, a cardinal from the Wuyin Temple took the stage to announce the start of the finals while reading out the lineup and by list. In the first round, Shinfeng Academy easily defeated their opponent, Longkue Academy. Aside from that, there were no spectacular battles. The first 2 rounds of the competition ended quickly, and in the third round, Shinfeng Academy and the second-place academy from the Star Luo Empire received byes. The Blue Qingqin Academy is about to start the first match of the finals. In this round, Blue Qingqin Academy has drawn one of the 3 major seed teams, the Xingluo Royal Academy, attracting a lot of attention. Meanwhile, the other match between the Wuyin Temple Academy and the Tiando Royal Academy is even more anticipated. After all, only the Soul Master Academies from the Tiando Division have experienced the strength of Blue Qingqin Academy. If it weren't for being opponents of the Xingluo Royal Academy, the Soul Master audience might not have noticed this academy that has not participated for 2 consecutive rounds. Half an hour before the match in the lounge, Zhu Zhuqing's expression was somewhat unusual. Ling Yu, can you let me deal with the vice captain of the Xingluo Royal Academy later? Zhu Zhuqing lightly stepped forward to Ling Yu, her eyes earnest as she asked. Of course, Ling Yu smiled at Zhu Zhuqing and gently nodded. He understood that this was a knot that had always existed in Zhu Zhuqing's heart. If it weren't resolved, this heart-wrenching girl would live with the shackles, which was not what he wanted to see. Thank you. Zhu Zhuqing smiled sweetly, and a surge of fighting spirit rose in her lively big eyes as she was about to bow to Ling Yu. What are we saying that for? Ling Yu looked at Zhu Zhuqing gently, reaching out to support her fragrant shoulder and shaking his head. Zhu Zhuqing silently nodded, her eyes seemingly glistening. It's good to meet him. Soon, under the referee's announcement, Ling Yu and his 7 teammates walked out of the resting area and entered the competition arena. Coming towards them was a person with long golden hair, walking lazily with a yawn on his face. Judging by his appearance, he looked 70 similar to Dai Mubai. Following behind him was a tall girl with a curvy figure, skin like sheep fat jade, smiling as she linked arms with him. Her looks were about 80 to 90 similar to Zhu Zhuqing. However, the two had different temperaments. Zhu Zhuqing was relatively cold, while this girl appeared much gentler. Both sides stood in a line, separated by several meters, facing each other. Zhuqing, if I'm not mistaken, you should still be under 15 this year. At your age, being able to enter the finals, I really don't know if it's strength or luck. Didn't you go to the Tiando Empire to find Dai Mubai? How? Were you abandoned? It seems you found a new love, a pretty good-looking little pretty boy. The girl, Zhu Zhuqing's opponent, first froze upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing. Then a cold smile appeared on her face as she mocked in a sarcastic tone. Zhu Zhuqing, I have nothing to do with Dai Mubai anymore. Watch your mouth. Today, let's settle this between us. Chapter 181. Wanting return to one. Zhu Zhuqing coldly looked at Zhu Zhuqing, her eyes filled with disgust. Zhu Zhuqing was about to speak when she suddenly felt several murderous intents locking onto her, causing her delicate body to tremble slightly. She glanced at her left and right, only to see a girl with pink-blue long hair, a girl with a scorpion braid, and a girl with chestnut-colored hair, all looking at her with killing intent, making her dare not speak further. Even the other 2 girls frowned, their eyes revealing hostility. Just now, Zhu Zhuqing referred to Ling Yu as a little pretty boy, which might have been unintentional, but Wang Qiaoer and the other girls would not think so. They all liked Ling Yu and absolutely would not allow anyone to insult him. Ling Yu himself merely smiled faintly, as he naturally would not argue with a woman over such matters. That golden-haired man secretly despised, his gaze scanning the audience area as if looking for someone. This person was the crown prince of the Xingluo Empire, Davis, Dai Mubai's older brother. Oh, brother, what a pity we didn't team meet. I really miss you. In the Shrek Academy viewing area, Davis's eyes lit up as he found Dai Mubai's figure, his face revealing an inexplicable smile that others couldn't comprehend. Dai Mubai's face stiffened slightly upon seeing Davis's gaze. If he could still compete with his older brother when with Zhu Zhuqing, now the chances were almost zero. Although Shrek Academy had given up their spot in the finals, they could still watch the match from the audience until the last 3 teams were determined. You can release your martial souls now. The referee, sensing the sparks igniting between the 2 teams, immediately spoke up. In the next moment, gasps filled the finals arena once again. The extraordinarily splendid formation of Blue Qian Academy dazzled everyone's eyes. This time, Blue Qian Academy was in a 2-2-2-1 formation, with Wang Qiu'er and Zhu Zhuqing in the front row, followed by Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong in the second row, Yuxinran and Bai Shiro in the third row, and finally Ling Yu. What caught the attention was not their formation, but the soul rings on them. Except for Yuxinran and Bai Shiro, who were a soul sect and a soul master respectively, the others were all soul kings. Especially Ling Yu's purple, black, and red soul ring configuration made people question life itself. Heavens, are they still human? A participating student rubbed his eyes, incredulously exclaiming, "Are they really only 15 years old?" Looking at Ling Yu and the others' appearances, coupled with what Zhu Zhuqing had said, many people in their hearts began to have this doubt. Upon thinking a bit further, they felt an even deeper shock. Compared to Blue Qian Academy, the Xingluo Royal Academy seemed much weaker in momentum. They were in a 2-3-2 formation, with Davis and Zhu Zhuqing in the front row, 2 boys and 1 girl behind them, and the last row was 2 twin sisters. Davis was at level 49, Zhu Zhuqing at level 47, and with the other 4 being soul sects, the Xingluo Royal Academy had a total of 6 soul sects. If not counting the mysterious Wuyin Temple Academy and the perverse Blue Qian Academy, this strength was likely already ahead of all participating teams. No, it's impossible. When you left home, you were only at level 20-something. How could you possibly break through to Soul King in just 2 years? Zhu Zhuqing stammered, pointing at Zhu Zhuqing, incredulously saying, "There's nothing impossible. You're just uninformed." Zhu Zhuqing coldly replied. At that moment, she silently thanked her fate for meeting Ling Yu. Because of him, she was able to surpass her sister. At this moment, in Blue Qian Academy, apart from Ling Yu, everyone else had broken through 1 level. Wang Qiu'er and the 3 girls reached level 52, Yuxinran reached level 44, and Bai Shiro reached level 38. Ling Yu, currently at level 55, had soul power sufficient to rival an 85-level Soul Dou, so the breakthrough was not easy, but he was not far from the next level. Davis and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances, both seeing a grave expression in each other's eyes. They hadn't expected that, besides the Wuyin Temple Academy, which they regarded as their final opponent, there was such a perverse existence. The 2 decided to first test each other as strength. If it didn't work, they would have to use their final card and fight with all their might. With a tiger's roar, golden light surged from Davis, rushing out as a tiger claw struck toward Wang Qiu'er. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing met Zhu Zhuqing, leaving behind a trail of lingering shadows. Third soul skill, 10,000-foot waves. The last 2 twin sisters raised their right hands simultaneously, and a transparent water droplet flowed lightly on their palms, resembling a sprite. Their martial souls were quite unusual, named Shangshan Ruoshui, which was an auxiliary type martial soul. Purple soul rings lit up around them, and a gentle aura permeated the air. After releasing their soul skills, 2 beams of light immediately surged into Davis and Zhu Zhuqing's bodies, enhancing their aura slightly. A fierce wind howled, but Wang Qiu'er remained calm, lightly striking forward with her palm. Golden light surged, and faintly, the sound of a dragon's roar could be heard. Her jade hand, enveloped in golden light, met Davis's tiger claw. Boom! With a deep muffled sound, a visible wave of power rippled outwards, distorting the air, and the ground creaked as if it might crack. With a sudden separation, Davis's expression changed, and he staggered backward several steps before stabilizing himself, while Wang Qiu'er did not retreat at all. At this moment, Davis's tiger paw felt somewhat numb, trembling uncontrollably, and he was shocked. He didn't expect his opponent to be so strong. Even with the auxiliary boost, his soul power had temporarily reached the Soul King level, yet he was still overpowered in strength. Furthermore, he sensed a faint pressure from the opponent's martial soul. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhiyun's figure created dazzling afterimages in the air as she fiercely clawed forward, slicing through the air with 2 purple claw shadows enveloping Zhu Zhuqing's delicate body. Zhu Zhuqing's expression remained unchanged as she extended her jade hand, grasping a black magic spear and thrusting it forward heavily. Ding! A crisp sound echoed as black light condensed, and the black aura surged forward, easily shattering the claw shadows, with the spear tip colliding directly with Zhu Zhuqing's cat claws. The sharp wind stung Zhu Zhuqing's face. Then, a purple figure was sent flying backward in mid-air, ultimately retreating several steps on the ground before stopping, and it was Zhu Zhuqing. Her face turned ugly. In the direct confrontation, she was completely suppressed by Zhu Zhuqing. At this moment, she felt like her claws might shatter. Both of their probing attacks had completely fallen into a disadvantage. "Captain, I will send you into the mirror." Behind them, a man with a serious expression slowly raised his hands. Suddenly, subtle fluctuations appeared in the surrounding space. 3 strange crystal mirrors emerged in midair, their surfaces sparkling with a crystalline sheen, reflecting the surrounding scenery. Third soul skill, Xianjing Duansoa. The purple soul rings lit up, and the 3 crystal mirrors began to hum and tremble. The surfaces of the mirrors distorted the space, emitting a pulling force. White light illuminated Davis and Zhu Zhuqing, and their figures began to fade, about to disappear into the air. Xiao, interrupt him. At this moment, Ling Yu noticed the clues and spoke to Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao nodded, lightly brushing her fingers across her forehead, revealing a unique blood-colored pattern on her brow. "I have fate, activate." With a soft murmur in her heart, a blood-colored beam shot out from Wang Xiao's forehead, piercing through the air, splitting into 3 streams of bloodlight that struck the 3 crystal mirrors. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive explosions occurred as the 3 crystal mirrors shattered instantly, turning into countless silver light particles that dissipated into the air. At the same time, Davis and Zhu Zhuqing, who had been fading, quickly solidified, and the joy that had just appeared on their faces was immediately replaced by shock. The man let out a muffled grunt and spat out a mouthful of blood. The backlash from his martial soul was certainly not pleasant. Behind Blue Chain Academy, Ling Yu smiled as he observed the scene. The man's martial soul, named Reflective Mirror, was a rare spatial-type martial soul. As its name suggests, the reflective mirror could refract the direction and power of attacks to some extent and could also distort space, creating a temporary alternate dimension. If this person could cultivate to the Soul Sage level, his strength would undergo a qualitative change. Only the true form of a martial soul could fully unleash its power. In the audience, gasps of surprise continued. From the very beginning, the Xingluo Royal Academy had fallen into an absolute disadvantage. Davis and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances, secretly sighing. At this point, they could only use that move. Martial Soul Fusion Skill, Spectral White Tiger. The 2 joined hands, and their soul power and soul rings quickly merged into one. A low, deep tiger roar resonated throughout the arena. A massive, strange, ferocious tiger emerged, its paws striking the ground, its fierce eyes staring at Wang Xiao and Zhu Zhuqing, exuding a menacing aura. This tiger was covered in a pattern of black and white, its body surrounded by colorful light, emanating a powerful presence. The competition platform trembled uneasily beneath its feet. Both Davis and Zhu Zhuqing were close to level 50 in soul power, after merging their martial souls. The strength of this spectral white tiger far exceeded that of an average soul emperor. 4th soul skill, Xianran Wuxiang. Behind them, the twin sisters raised their right hands once more. Purple soul rings rose, and 2 gentle streams of light gathered in their palms before swiftly entering the massive tiger's body, further enhancing its aura. With their martial soul fusion skill combined with the auxiliary support, the Xingluo Royal Academy had revealed their trump card. The spectral white tiger was now likely approaching the level of a soul master at level 70. Rongrong, limit your strength. Zhu Zhuqing turned her head, looking resolutely at Ning Rongrong behind her. Ning Rongrong said nothing more, simply nodding lightly. With a wave of her jade hand, a towering 9-story pagoda slowly rose in her palm, shimmering with brilliant 9-colored light. Her soul rings moved rapidly, and, as the 9-colored pagoda spun, 5 streams of colorful light shot out from the tower and entered Zhu Zhuqing's body. With the aid of the colorful light, Zhu Zhuqing's aura surged at a visible speed, even approaching the Soul Emperor level. This was the first time Ning Rongrong had used her martial soul since the competition began. In the Tiando division, many were awed by Ning Rongrong's immense power. However, they overlooked the fact that Ning Rongrong was still a powerful auxiliary soul master. At this moment, each of her soul skills with the 9-treasure glaze tile reached an astonishing amplification ratio of 60. "Sister, let's settle this," Zhu Zhuqing whispered to herself, igniting black flames around her, an overwhelming aura bursting forth. The surrounding air generated intense fluctuations. 10,000 shadows returned to one. With a gentle push of her jade foot on the ground, Zhu Zhuqing transformed into a streak of black light, charging into the air and briefly hovering. Suddenly, centered around Zhu Zhuqing, the space experienced violent fluctuations. Black whirlpools slowly formed in mid-air, manifesting as shadowy figures, tightly guarding the central Zhu Zhuqing like stars surrounding the moon. Whoosh stepping into the void, Zhu Zhuqing spun rapidly in place, transforming into a swirling black vortex. The invisible air around the edges of the black vortex emitted piercing sounds under the cutting force. At this moment, the still, eerie shadows surged forth, pouncing towards the center of the black vortex. As the shadows merged into it, the black vortex grew even larger, stirring up an unstoppable abnormal airflow throughout the surrounding area. In the next moment, the massive black whirlwind, resembling a black sun, rushed towards the giant tiger below with astonishing pressure. The surging black air currents formed a strong force field, and energy erupted, causing the competition platform below to tremble violently. This was a skill created by Zhu Zhuqing, which aggregated the power of shadows to unleash a powerful offensive far beyond her soul power level. The giant tiger below, sensing the ferocity of Zhu Zhuqing's attack, let out a roar and raised its broad paw, colliding heavily with the raging black whirlwind under the gaze of the crowd. Boom! A loud explosion resounded through the arena. An incredible wave of energy swept outward, causing the ground to crack under the heavy burden, with fissures spreading into the distance. Streams of dissipating energy even flew towards the audience, forcing everyone to use their soul power for protection, as they did not want to be hit by those blasts. It was unimaginable how terrifying the energy gusts at the center would be. In the arena, only the black and white lights clashed against each other. After a few seconds, the black light gained the upper hand, and in an instant, the giant tiger, symbolizing the white light, shattered and disintegrated into two disheveled figures that flew backward and rolled on the competition platform. The black whirlwind continued to rage, slowly calming down after several seconds, transforming into a graceful figure that floated in midair before gently landing on the ground. With her long black hair gently swaying, it was Zhu Zhuqing. Chapter 182, Heart Knot Unraveled. Tri-Strong Tournament. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Davis and Zhu Zhuqing, who were lying on the ground and had sustained significant injuries, and let out a sigh of relief. She had finally defeated her sister with her own hands. For a long time, she had lived in the shadow of her sister. During their time in the family, and even on their way to the Tiando Empire, she had faced various overt and covert attacks, and she understood deep down that these were orchestrated by her sister. Now, she realized that the deep-seated hatred she harbored for her sister was merely a desire to surpass her. Perhaps the one she should have resented was not her sister, but the cold-blooded system of their family. This system had pitted them against each other. As her thoughts turned, Zhu Zhuqing's originally cold heart quietly melted at this moment. Opposite her, Davis and Zhu Zhuqing helped each other to stand up, their faces filled with disbelief. The martial soul fusion skill they prided themselves on had been shattered by Zhu Zhuqing alone. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing looked at Zhu Zhuqing with a hint of fear for the first time. If she had won against Zhu Zhuqing, she would have taken the opportunity to crush her spirit. However, she did not see any intention of kicking someone while they were down on Zhu Zhuqing's face. All she saw was a calm demeanor. As the match reached this point, both the judges and the audience had already confirmed the victor. Therefore, the Xingluo Royal Academy did not stubbornly resist and announced their surrender. Thus, the Longqing Academy smoothly entered the top 6. Longqing Academy made a stunning debut in the finals, and it also became the favorite to win the championship in this competition. After all, with 5 Soul Kings in their terrifying lineup, even a Martial Soul Hall Academy would likely be quite apprehensive. With one match concluded, the next battle was between the Martial Soul Hall Academy and the Tiando Royal Academy. After witnessing the previous thrilling battle, the audience was even more eager for the clash between the 2 seed teams. It was said that in this match, the 3 individuals rumored to have obtained the purple record medal from the Martial Soul Hall would appear. Soon, under the referee's guidance, both teams walked onto the field. Seeing the 7 members of the Tiando Royal Academy, Ling Yu smiled slightly. He had seen them in Soto City. Their appearances had not changed much since then, but their auras were significantly stronger. Opposite the Tiando Royal Academy, the main 7 members of the Martial Soul Hall Academy finally revealed their true selves. Wearing all-white uniforms embroidered with 6 patterns symbolizing the Martial Soul Hall, The three individuals at the forefront each wore a purple badge shaped like a book on their left chest, a symbol of honor. This indicated that these three were the golden generation of the Martial Soul Hall, having emerged from many talented individuals. Among them, the leader was a man over 9 meters tall, with neatly styled black short hair, standing like steel needles, a calm expression, and an aura of undeniable confidence. His long and powerful hands hung at his sides, and his faint gaze fixed on the opposite Yu Qianheng. To his left and right were a man and a woman. The man had fiery red long hair cascading down his back, dark red eyes, an ordinary appearance, but he also exuded an unstoppable momentum. The only woman among the three had anti-gravity black hair, resembling the man in front of her somewhat. At first glance, she did not seem particularly beautiful, but upon closer inspection, one could sense a unique charm emanating from her. That feeling stemmed from the most primitive desires deep within every person's heart. These three individuals were the three prodigies hailed as the Golden Generation by the Martial Soul Hall. The black-haired youth at the front was named Xiao Wu, a level 52 Assault-type Soul King with a Martial Soul Moonblade, and he was a weapon soulmaster. The red-haired man was named Yan, also a level 52 Fire-type Assault Soul King with a Martial Soul Flame Lord. The girl beside Xiao Wu was his younger sister, the Fox Spirit Hulaina, a level 51 Control-type Soul King. Xiao Wu and Hulaina had inherited their parents' surnames and martial souls. The subsequent match was similarly one-sided. Xiao Wu and Hulaina used a single martial soul fusion skill to eliminate the 7 members of the Tiando Royal Academy. The Lanqin Academy and the Martial Soul Hall Academy pushed the finals to a climax. The many spectators silently chanted the names of the two academies, certain that the final champion would emerge from these two institutions. After all, aside from the already eliminated Xingluo Royal Academy, there were no other academies with soul power exceeding level 45. The third round of matches quickly concluded, and the final 6 were Lanqin Academy, Martial Soul Hall Academy, Shenfeng Academy, Thunder Academy, Tianshui Academy, and Qihua Academy. The Four Elements Academy was fortunate, as they did not face Lanqin Academy or Martial Soul Hall Academy in the third round, nor did they draw each other. In the Tiando division, a total of 5 academies made it to the top 6, an unprecedented achievement. In the fourth round, Lanqin Academy, Martial Soul Hall Academy, and Shenfeng Academy did not draw each other, smoothly entering the top 3, while Thunder Academy, Tianshui Academy, and Qihua Academy were stopped to the top 6. However, this was already a commendable achievement for the 3 elemental academies. The Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition was about to welcome its final duel. The next day, as the sun rose, a golden halo spread across the Martial Soul City. The Pope's Palace, situated at a high elevation, appeared even more majestic and noble under the golden light. In front of the Pope's Palace, 2 rows of palace knights stretched from the palace doors down the mountain, their bright silver armor and heavy knight swords emanating a faint aura of killing intent. The eliminated teams had already departed, and except for the final top 3, no other Soul Master academies or spectators were allowed to step onto the square in front of the Pope's Palace. Early in the morning, the 3 teams stood quietly in front of the Pope's Palace, waiting for the match to begin. The teachers from the 3 academies were not allowed to stand on the square and could only wait on the outskirts. A total of 21 individuals lined up in a row. Before the match began, the members of the Martial Soul Hall, led by Xiao Wu, looked at Ling Yu and his 7 companions with the gaze of facing a formidable enemy. As for Feng Xiaotian and the others on the other side, they were automatically ignored by them. Before the competition, they had already reviewed the data of both teams, and only this suddenly emerged Lanqin Academy posed a threat or even had the strength to defeat them. Feng Xiaotian sighed bitterly. He knew that his own academy was merely a supporting role. The square beneath their feet was shaped like a rectangle, paved with a layer of special crystal stone that shimmered with a faint crystalline luster. Although it wasn't real jade, it was far superior to ordinary stones. This showed how wealthy the Spear Hall was. At that moment, a group of people walked out from the side door of the Papal Palace. Chapter 183. Pope Bibi Dong 12 red-robed cardinals slowly emerged from the side door, walking in front of the Papal Palace, dividing into 2 teams, 6 standing on each side. The one at the forefront called out loudly, "His Holiness the Pope has arrived. Long live, long live, long live." The sound echoed 3 times, like a mountain collapsing or a tsunami, resonating throughout the Spirit City, including the Knights of the Hall. All the Soul Masters, gazing up at the base of the Pope's mountain, shouted out their hearts. For them, the Pope was the highest faith. The heavy doors slowly opened, emitting a series of deep sounds. In the square, everyone's gaze, including the 7 members of the Spirit Hall Academy battle team, was focused on the direction of the door. Even the golden generation of the Spirit Hall had only seen the Pope once when they were awarded the purple record medal. A splendid golden dress enveloped her entire body, perfectly fitting and shimmering with dazzling luster, adorned with over 100 red, blue, and gold gemstones. On her head was a 9-curved purple-gold crown, and in her hand was a 2-meter-long purple-gold scepter embedded with countless gemstones. Her fair skin, perfect features, and tall stature made her look exceptionally outstanding. An invisible noble aura radiated from her, making people unable to help but feel a sense of reverence. This perfect woman was the current Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. After Bibi Dong stepped out, her beautiful eyes scanned the square below, seemingly searching for something. Then, her gaze suddenly froze, and the jade hand holding the scepter tightened slightly. "I pay my respects to your holiness the Pope." At that moment, everyone associated with the Spirit Hall bowed their heads and knelt on one knee, creating a very solemn scene. Behind Bibi Dong stood 4 individuals. 3 of them wore bright red ceremonial robes, which had more golden and silver patterns compared to the cardinal's robes, particularly the golden gemstones on their chests, which exuded an air of nobility. This type of robe could only be worn by titled Douluos, symbolizing their honor. The 3 people were Ling Yu, who had seen them before, Sword Douluo Qinshin, Chrysanthemum Douluo Egwan, and Ghost Douluo Guimei. Only 3 types of people could walk out of the main door of the Papal Palace: the Pope, titled Douluos, and elders of the Spirit Hall. Besides these 3, even the emperors of the 2 major empires did not have the qualification to enter through this door. Standing next to the 3 was someone Ling Yu also recognized: Ning Fengji. Although Ning Fengji did not possess title Douluo strength, he held another identity as the honorary elder of the Spirit Hall, allowing him to stand beside the Pope and the other 3 titled Douluos. After Bo was eliminated from the Heaven Dou Royal Academy, he had greeted Ling Yu and departed. In the square below, the only ones who did not kneel were Ling Yu and the other 6, making them the target of everyone's attention. Naturally, Ling Yu would not kneel. Now that he saw Bibi Dong again, he had many casual topics to discuss. Wang Xiao'er and the other 6 women also stood their ground, following Ling Yu's lead. Since Bibi Dong came out, her gaze had been fixed on Ling Yu, filled with various emotions. Ling Yu smiled at Bibi Dong and subtly blinked twice with one eye. Seeing Ling Yu's actions, Bibi Dong struggled to control her facial expression, awkwardly averting her gaze, and a faint blush appeared on her fair face, fleetingly passing. No one in the crowd noticed the interaction between Ling Yu and Bibi Dong. After a few seconds, Bibi Dong lightly tapped her purple gold scepter. "Rise." Her red lips moved, and her melodious voice reached everyone's ears. Everyone stood up, and a smile appeared on Bibi Dong's face as her gaze swept over the 21 young soul masters below, finally locking eyes with Ling Yu. "From you, I see hope. In front of the Papal Palace, I hope to see all your talents and strengths. The final victor will receive the greatest reward from the Spirit Hall." As she spoke, she lightly waved her scepter, and 3 points of light suddenly appeared in the air, dazzling and finally suspending 3 oddly shaped objects. They were not large, resembling bones: a right arm bone, a skull, and a left leg bone, glowing with fiery red, light blue, and dark green colors. The radiance of the 3 soul bones could be clearly seen even by the soul masters at the base of the Pope's Mountain. Instantly, the entire spirit city erupted in excitement. Greedy and fervent gazes were fixed on the 3 soul bones. If it weren't for the presence of the Pope and several titled Douluos, someone would have rushed forward to snatch them by now. Soul bones are a rare treasure for a soul master, not only increasing their soul power, but also allowing them to gain 1 or more soul skills. Aside from the most valuable external soul bones and the legendary 100,000-year soul bones, the ordinary soul bones are ranked in preciousness from high to low as follows: trunk bone, skull, right arm bone, left leg bone, and right leg bone. Thus, among these 6 ordinary soul bones, the older they are, the greater their effectiveness. Behind the Pope, Guimei spoke in a low voice. The 3 soul bones are the wisdom skull of mental concentration, the fiery right arm of explosive flames, and the swift left leg of the wind, all from 10,000-year soul beasts. Among them, the wisdom skull of mental concentration comes from a soul beast over 50,000 years old, personally slain by the previous Pope, making it a top-tier soul bone. Bibi Dong looked at Ling Yu and said, "There can only be one victor. Therefore, these 3 soul bones belong to the final champion. I hope you all give it your all and strive for honor." In the audience, except for Ling Yu and the other 7, everyone erupted with a vigorous fighting spirit. Even Xiao Yu and the others displayed eager expressions. Currently, Xiao Yu and Yin had no soul bones. As for Hu Laina, her identity was special, and her need for soul bones was not as strong as the first two. However, no one would ever think having too many soul bones was a bad thing. Feng Xiaotian initially felt a surge of fighting spirit, but then regained his composure. The two battle teams beside them were far from being able to rival the Shenkong Academy. The matter of soul bones could only be thought of in his heart. With this, Feng Xiaotian sighed inwardly. This morning, it will be the personal elimination matches for your three teams. The winners will gain an advantage and directly enter tomorrow's championship competition. The two losing teams will compete for another final spot in the afternoon. Now, you may send out your first team member to the stage. After speaking, Bibi Dong looked at Ling Yu, and, unknowingly, the jade hand holding the scepter began to bead with sweat. She longed to go down now and stand in front of Ling Yu to take a good look at him. However, as the Pope, she could not do that. Chapter 184. 3 Consecutive Defeats, Part 1. A row of gilded chairs was placed in front of the Pope's hall, with Bibi Dong sitting in the center. On her left were Ning Fengji and Chen Xian, while on her right were Yu Guan and Gu Mei. The three academies sent out their first competitors. Shenfeng Academy sent their captain, Feng Xiaotian, while Wuhuan Palace Academy also sent out their captain, Xiao Yu. As for Lanqin Academy, it was Wang Qiuer. Xiao Yu was very confident in his own strength, and in his mind, he didn't consider Shenfeng Academy a rival at all. It was only this suddenly emerging Lanqin Academy that he wanted to personally experience their skills. The three drew lots, and Feng Xiaotian drew by, feeling a surge of joy in his heart. After all, he had already planned that the finals would just be a formality. Reaching the top 3 in the finals was already satisfactory. Xiao Yu and Wang Qiuer walked to the center of the arena, standing opposite each other. As the match began, Xiao Yu gently extended his arms, causing spatial fluctuations, and 2 oddly shaped, slender curved blades appeared in his hands. Surrounding his body were 5 soul rings in yellow, purple, and black. The curved blades were dark red, and at first glance, the sharp aura emanating from them was almost blinding. Weapon Spirit, Moonblade. Wang Qiuer waved her jade hand, and with a dragon's roar, a golden spear appeared in her grasp. Surrounding her delicate figure were also 5 optimal soul rings. Wu Xiao Yu rapidly stirred one of his hands, causing the curved blade to spin quickly, slicing through the air and transforming into a blood-red disc that emitted a piercing whistle. With a swoosh, Xiao Yu hurled the blood-red disc forward, accompanied by an astonishing gust of wind, charging towards Wang Qiuer. At the same time, he stomped heavily with his foot, propelling himself forward, with the blood-red disc leading the way towards Wang Qiuer. The blood-red disc arrived in an instant, but Wang Qiuer maintained her calm demeanor, thrusting her spear forward with great force. Ding! A crisp sound rang out, sparks flying as the materialized force waves surged, distorting a large volume of air. In the next moment, the blood-red disc was sent flying back, transforming into a curved blade that returned to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu was startled, reaching out to catch the returning curved blade, his expression shifting slightly. The blade brought back with it a tremendous force that numbed his palm. Without time to think further, Xiao Yu spread his arms, charging forward, channeling his soul power with bloodlight enveloping his dual blades, containing astonishing energy. Arriving in front of Wang Qiuer, Xiao Yu swung his dual blades down heavily, cutting 2 arc-shaped white lines through the air ahead. Wang Qiuer held her spear with one hand, blocking it horizontally in front of her. The golden spear met the blood-red, curved blades head-on. With a deep rumble, powerful force surged outward in all directions. The invisible air erupted with explosive sounds. In the next moment, Xiao Yu's expression changed. He saw Wang Qiuer's spear shining with golden light, faint dragon roars emanating from it, and an irresistible immense force transmitted from the curved blades. With 2 sharp sounds, the blades were knocked from his hands, and Xiao Yu's body was forced to retreat. With every step he took back, the ground beneath him cracked with fine fissures, which then vanished into nothingness. After retreating a dozen steps, Xiao Yu finally halted, waving his arm to catch the 2 erratically flying blood-red curved blades. In contrast, Wang Qiuer had only retreated half a step. At this moment, Xiao Yu's expression became extremely serious. In the previous exchange, he was completely at a disadvantage in direct confrontation. First soul skill, blade transformation. Xiao Yu took a deep breath, and his first soul ring glowed brightly. Gripping the curved blades tightly, he swung them forward in a crisscross motion. Centered around Xiao Yu, the air rippled in waves. Bloodlight surged, and thousands of blood-red blade shadows solidified out of thin air, overwhelming Wang Qiu'er with an explosive onslaught. The scene appeared grand, but in reality, Xiao Yu's two real moon blades were hidden among the myriad blade shadows. However, in a certain sense, each of those thousands of blade shadows could be regarded as real. Once Xiao Yu made his move, he displayed the extraordinary strength of the Golden Generation. A massive wind pressure surged, causing Wang Qiu'er's long hair to flutter. Her expression, however, remained largely unchanged. With a subtle lift of her lips, a blood-red pattern suddenly appeared on her forehead, adding a hint of allure to her appearance. An invisible mental force gently swept forward, and then Wang Qiu'er revealed a captivating smile, lightly flicking her spear twice through the torrent of blood-red shadows. Two crisp sounds echoed. In the next moment, the thousands of blade shadows turned into bubbles, vanishing without a trace. The two blood-red curved blades also revealed their true forms, becoming unclaimed objects that flew back towards Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu felt the surge of soul power in his palm as he caught the moon blades. His expression was serious yet somewhat shocked. His first soul skill, even against a soul king of the same level, would normally force them into a somewhat awkward position if they had no countermeasure. Yet Wang Qiu'er had effortlessly countered it. The slender, blood-red, curved blades moved in Xiao Yu's hands as if they were extensions of his own body, showing no signs of sluggishness. If it had been another soul master, they might have injured themselves. Fifth soul skill, Lunar Eclipse. Looking at Wang Qiu'er and not far away, Xiao Yu had truly regarded her as a formidable opponent. A black soul ring slowly rose and then dissipated into nothingness. Spatial fluctuations occurred as a dark moon silently rose behind Xiao Yu. The incomplete dark moon appeared dark red, and when the crowd looked at it, a sense of desolation and sorrow involuntarily surged in their hearts. Lunar Eclipse represented a waning moon, but in Xiao Yu's hands, it was a powerful offensive force. Go! Xiao Yu lightly waved the curved blades forward, and the captivating dark moon charged out, slicing through the air as it passed, creating subtle waves in the otherwise still space. The seemingly calm, dark moon, however, contained extremely astonishing energy fluctuations. As the dark moon approached, Wang Qiu'er's expression slightly tightened. It must be said that this Xiao Yu, who was at the same level as her, indeed possessed some capabilities that she could not easily ignore. Golden Dragon Roar. With a thought, Wang Qiu'er's golden spear vanished. Her two fair hands gently clasped together, and in an instant, golden light erupted, painting the surrounding air in brilliant gold. A majestic dragon roar suddenly echoed throughout the arena. Amidst the sea of golden light, an illusory golden dragon's head appeared above Wang Qiu'er, exuding a faint oppressive aura. The golden dragon descended, opening its massive mouth and unleashing a thunderous dragon roar. In an instant, the air exploded, and circles of golden sound waves, carrying astonishing energy, collided with the dark moon. Boom! Upon contact, a terrifying wave of energy was released. The ground beneath them cracked with long fissures, and even the soul guide devices embedded within could not be repaired in time. Seconds later, under the impact of the golden sound waves, the dark moon was the first to be forced back, exploding with a loud bang and sending forth a fierce energy gust. As the golden dragon head slowly faded, the scene in the arena became clear once more. Chapter 185. 3 Consecutive Defeats. Part 2. Both competitors on the field were now in a state where their old strength had waned and their new strength had yet to rise. Taking advantage of this brief moment of recovery, they calmed their internal breaths. Xiao Yu exhaled a puff of white air, firmly gripping his blood-red, curved blade. Since even the lunar eclipse couldn't shake his opponent, he had no choice but to use that move, to become the first among the golden generation on the surface. He had his own self-created soul skill. Evil Moon placed the blood-red, curved blade behind him, the tips of the blades touching, and faintly, the two curved blades combined to form a circular flying knife. Circular Moon. With a low murmur, Evil Moon's body began to spin rapidly in place. The dual blades on the outside cutting through the air, creating a series of whooshing sounds. Soon, a massive blood-red tornado took shape in the arena. In the center of the blood-red tornado, a white disk of light could be faintly seen, formed by the fusion of Evil Moon and Moonblade, spinning at high speed to create the circular moon. The lunar eclipse is incomplete, while the circular moon represents perfection. With the circular moon, Evil Moon even had the confidence to confront powerful Soul Emperor's head-on. In the fusion skill between Evil Moon and Hulayina, the power of the circular moon was the greatest. Relying on the circular moon, Evil Moon had once defeated his own teacher, who possessed a soul power of level 68. The enormous blood-red tornado generated a fierce force field and charged towards Wang Qiu'er. Wherever it passed, the air howled, energy waves surged, and the momentum was terrifying. The gusts of wind rushed towards Wang Qiu'er, and as she looked at the rushing blood-red tornado, her long hair danced in the wind. Her petite figure appeared disproportionately small compared to the towering blood-red tornado. First soul skill, Golden Dragon Battle Body. Since the start of the competition, Wang Qiu'er finally activated her soul skill. The first yellow soul ring slowly pulsed around her delicate body. The deafening dragon roar echoed throughout the arena. Wang Qiu'er's entire body erupted with golden light, waves of golden energy spreading outwards, accompanied by surges of powerful fluctuations. The golden light condensed, and a shining golden battle suit appeared on Wang Qiu'er's body. On the golden battle suit, fragments of golden dragon scales could be seen, exuding an astonishing beauty. Wang Qiu'er's exposed half-face, her fair neck, and her slender small hands were all tinted with gold, as if covered with a layer of golden dragon scales, radiating a powerful sense of strength. The Golden Dragon Battle Body amplifies soul skills in all aspects, focusing on enhancing power and defense. Golden Dragon Fist. Following that, Wang Qiu'er thrust her small hand forward and suddenly struck heavily. In an instant, the invisible air was compressed into a massive, transparent concave arc. The air produced strange waves, and in front of Wang Qiu'er's pink fist, golden light gathered, forming a gigantic golden fist imprint. The golden fist imprint exploded through the air, colliding directly with a blood-red tornado. A loud bang erupted in the arena. At the center of the energy explosion, a large area of space seemed to warp. The astonishing energy fluctuations were felt even in the audience seats. Jagged cracks spread from the center of the arena outwards. Bibidong watched the shocking clash below, her eyes revealing a hint of fluctuation. It was the first time she had seen Evil Moon forced into such a state. In his usual training, Evil Moon had never been this disheveled. After more than 10 seconds, accompanied by the final roar, a figure was flung out like garbage. The energy winds gradually calmed, and the scene in the arena became clear. When the members of the Spirit Hall Academy saw the figure flying backward, an uproar arose. The one who was flung out was indeed Evil Moon. Cough, cough. Evil Moon slowly got up from the ground, his clothes in disarray, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, looking quite disheveled. I lost. Looking at the golden-clad Wang Qiu'er ahead, resembling a golden goddess, Evil Moon said somewhat helplessly. His strongest means had been shattered by the opponent, and continuing to fight was meaningless. Xiao Yu, is she your little girlfriend? Bibidong's gaze inadvertently turned to the lower level where Ling Yu was. A special meaning faintly surfaced on her fair and charming face. Ling Yu felt Bibidong's gaze and met her eyes. An invisible communication quietly unfolded. He smiled and moved his lips towards Bibidong, saying a few words. Then, Bibidong's face turned slightly red, and she turned her head away, giving Ling Yu a glance. No one knew what Ling Yu had said, but judging by Bibidong's reaction, it was clearly not anything serious. With Evil Moon eliminated, Feng Xiaotian was supposed to face Wang Qiu'er, but he chose to concede. As a result, among the three in the first group, Wang Qiu'er emerged victorious. The second member sent by the Spirit Hall Academy was their vice-captain, the demon fox Hulaina. The Shinfeng Academy also sent out one participant. Together with Wang Qiu'er, the three began a new round of drawing lots. This time, Wang Qiu'er drew a bye, while the participant from Shinfeng Academy resolutely chose to concede against Hulaina. Seeing this, the audience understood that Shinfeng Academy was merely going through the motions. The real competition for the championship would unfold between Lanqin Academy and Spirit Hall Academy. Hulaina and Wang Qiu'er entered the center of the arena, facing each other. Hulaina looked at Wang Qiu'er ahead, her jade-like hands involuntarily clenched tightly. Even her brother had been defeated by the opponent. She had to reclaim a victory for Spirit Hall Academy in this match. As the match began, Hulaina spun gracefully in place, a charming sound faintly escaping her lips, and a gigantic fox shadow appeared behind her, exuding an enchanting aura. The 5 best soul rings pulsed rhythmically, and after releasing her martial spirit, Hulaina seemed to become even more beautiful, or rather, more alluring. A faint pink light gradually radiated from Hulaina and among the soul masters below level 40. A hint of pink appeared in their eyes, their gazes becoming vacant as if they had lost their wits. Such a powerful charm technique. Feng Xiaotian shook his head vigorously, then looked at Hulaina below with a serious expression. This invisible mental allure was even more formidable and terrifying than a tangible attack. Hulaina's soul rings flashed in a highly regular sequence. First the fifth soul ring, then proceeding downwards to the first soul ring. A large expanse of pink mist surged from her body at an astonishing speed, quickly enveloping Wang Qiuer's figure. Just as Hulaina's lips curled into a smile, she was surprised to find Wang Qiuer looking at her mockingly, a blood-red pattern particularly striking on her forehead. "Little fox, there's no need to waste your efforts. Your charm is ineffective against me." A childish voice came from Wang Qiuer's small mouth. As an imperial beast, she clearly regarded Hulaina's martial spirit as a type of fox soul beast. The imperial beast naturally possesses an innate suppression over most soul beasts. Seems like Nana might get angry. Below, Evil Moon, who had been somewhat depressed due to his defeat, couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing Wang Qiuer's words about the little fox. No one noticed that Bibi Dong high above also curled her lips, watching Wang Qiuer and Hulaina below with great interest. Damn it, Hulaina bit her silver teeth, looking at Wang Qiuer's disdainful expression, breathing heavily, her chest rising and falling slightly. Fifth soul skill, Charm Heart Foxfire. The black soul ring suddenly brightened, and the massive fox shadow behind Hulaina was enveloped in pink light, an unusual wave spreading through the air. The fox shadow opened its mouth, creating spatial fluctuations, and dozens of strangely shaped flames slowly formed in front of her. Faintly, the flames took on a pink heart shape, radiating a scorching wave. The next moment, the dozen or so foxfires shot out, leaving trails of pink tails in the air as they surged towards Wang Qiuer. The Charming Foxfire. Hulaina's unique soul skill that combines spiritual charm and burning. Wang Qiuer's expression was calm, her thoughts moving, and the blood-red patterns on her forehead suddenly brightened. With a crisp sound, a bloodline appeared ahead, the space slightly distorted, and a strange blood-red vertical eye emerged into everyone's view. Immediately after, a blood-red beam shot out from the blood-red vertical eye, intercepting all the pink foxfire that was flying through the air. Upon contact, a series of explosions occurred, and an extremely strong spiritual fluctuation swept outwards. Unlike the collision of soul skills, this attack imbued with spiritual power was even more dangerous. When the spiritual fluctuation reached outside the arena, many soul masters with soul power below level 45 experienced varying degrees of mental confusion. "It's over." Wang Qiuer's calm voice reached Hulaina's ears. In the next moment, Hulaina saw a flash of golden light coming toward her, and with a whoosh, a golden spear was pressed against her delicate neck. The outcome was decided. No matter how many doubts and grievances Hulaina harbored, it was futile. Her strongest suit was mental control, and in other areas, she was inferior to both Xiao and Yan. The consecutive defeats of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall caused a wave of whispers from the audience. Above, the five big shots led by Bibi Dong exchanged glances, each with their own thoughts. In the arena, Wang Qiuer revealed a beautiful smile beneath her veil. The confrontation with Hulaina had hardly consumed her soul power. It had been very easy. Next, the third team member sent by the Spirit Hall Academy was, as expected, Yin. The Shinfeng Academy also symbolically sent out a member. This time, Yin was drawn into a bye. Faced with Wang Qiuer, the Shinfeng Academy member unhesitatingly chose to forfeit. In the third round, Wang Qiuer faced Yin. "Your winning streak will be halted in my hands." Yin looked seriously at Wang Qiuer. As the last Soul King of the Spirit Hall Academy, losing to Wang Qiuer again would surely bring shame. Wang Qiuer merely smiled faintly at Yan's provocation. Without further ado, Yin exuded a powerful aura. Blocks of earthy yellow armor formed from soul power coalesced, covering various parts of his body, as if he had donned a suit of armor. At the same time, fiery red lines flowed slowly between the armor, resembling magma from the earth, causing the surrounding air to ripple, with dual attributes of fire and earth. And as he unleashed his martial soul for the first time, Yin showcased his impressive strength. 5 soul rings in yellow, purple, and black rhythmically pulsed around him. Wang Qiuer's long golden hair flowed, and a deep, low dragon's roar echoed from within her body. With a loud bang, Yin stomped heavily on the ground and shot out at an extremely fast speed, his right hand clenched into a fist, suddenly striking forward. Yan's fist, enveloped in flames and accompanied by a fierce wind, exploded through the air toward Wang Qiuer. In response to Yan's fiery punch was a small, fair hand radiating golden light. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as violent waves of power swept out, shaking the surrounding air and creating strong fluctuations. In the next moment, Yan's face turned pale as an immense force invaded his body, causing him to involuntarily retreat, taking several steps back before stabilizing himself. That hurts, was the first thought that crossed Yan's mind. At that moment, he finally understood that the defeats of Xiao Yu and Hulaina were not entirely unfathomable. Shaking his somewhat numb palm, Yan took a deep breath. Fourth soul skill, Lava Eruption. The purple soul ring shone brightly as Yan crouched down, his right fist smashing forcefully into ground. With a loud boom, a large area of the arena suddenly twisted slightly. The originally bright silver ground transformed into a flowing sea of fiery red, scalding lava, and the surrounding air produced abnormal rising currents due to the intense heat. At that moment, 3 fiery hands emerged from the lava, like phantoms, tightly gripping Wang Qiuer's calves. Seeing Wang Qiuer being restrained, a look of pride flashed across Yan's face. However, in the next moment, that pride turned into shock. First soul skill, Golden Dragon Battle Body. A burst of golden light erupted from Wang Qiuer, covering her delicate body with a majestic golden battlesuit. An overwhelming sense of power exploded forth. After donning the golden battlesuit, Wang Qiuer became extraordinarily sacred and imposing. The lava beneath her feet and the fiery hands were all annihilated by the powerful golden light. Seeing this, Yan's mouth twitched, feeling quite frustrated. Gritting his teeth, the last of his soul rings rose. Fifth soul skill, Blazing Sandstorm. The ground of the arena twisted violently again. The almost tangible liquid lava covered a large area. The flowing red lava emitted a series of gurgling sounds, and the temperature in the air shot up dramatically. Even the intangible space experienced slight fluctuations. Soon, a series of booming sounds erupted as red fire pillars suddenly erupted from the lava, creating a spectacular scene. Watching the red fire pillars charging towards her, a smile crept onto Wang Qiuer's lips as a purple soul ring slowly faded away. Fourth soul skill, Golden Dragon Explosion. A massive golden beam suddenly burst forth from Wang Qiuer, followed by a long, resonant dragon's roar as a giant golden dragon spirit appeared, coiling around her. The golden dragon spirit, existing between reality and illusion, shimmered with golden light, unleashing a tremendous force that caused the arena beneath to tremble violently. Explode, Wang Qiuer shouted coldly. And in the next moment, the giant golden dragon spirit erupted in a powerful explosion, sending a terrifying golden force field sweeping outwards. From a distance, it looked like a sun exploding in the void, distorting large swathes of space. As the dragon spirit's body shattered, 9 small golden dragons could be seen emerging, rushing outward from Wang Qiuer's center. Where they passed, they annihilated the fire pillars as if they were nothing. After a series of 3 explosions, Yin, being the closest, was struck by 3 small golden dragons, and immediately, like a cannonball, he was blasted out of the arena, his armor cracking inch by inch. After several seconds, as the golden light gradually dissipated and the crowd looked towards the arena, there was a profound silence. The arena, capable of withstanding attacks from any soulmaster below the Soul Emperor level, had formed a massive pit. In the center of the pit stood Wang Qiuer, with her golden hair shimmering. The air in the arena still carried a lingering trace of gunpowder. Chapter 186. All Things as Weapons, Azure Dragon Seal. Outside the arena, a disheveled Yin struggled to get back up. At this moment, his once fiery red hair had turned pitch black, and there was still a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The crowd looked at Wang Qiuer standing in the pit and felt a mix of emotions. This little girl was indeed a bit terrifying. You're far worse than the first 2. At that moment, Wang Qiuer, standing in the pit, looked at the somewhat comical Yin and unexpectedly spoke in a lowly voice that did not match her own temperament. Upon hearing this, Yin could no longer suppress the injuries within him and spat out a mouthful of blood. Listen, is this even human language? Poochie. Watching Yin vomit blood in anger, Hulaina couldn't help but laugh out loud. This girl is quite interesting. The other members of the Spear Hall team, including Xiao Yu, had strange expressions, all trying hard to stifle their laughter. Meanwhile, on the side of Lanqin Academy, Ling Yu and the girls like Xiao Wu also burst into laughter. Thus, all 3 of the golden generation of Spirit Hall were defeated by Wang Qiuer. Upon closer inspection, Wang Qiuer's face was somewhat pale. Having fought 3 equally ranked geniuses in succession, her soul power had naturally been greatly depleted. If she were to fight against another soul zone, she would probably struggle to win. Alright, Spirit Hall Academy concedes in the individual competition, and Lanqin Academy directly enters tomorrow's finals. In the afternoon, Spirit Hall Academy will compete with Shinfeng Academy for another spot in the finals. Up high, BB Dong slowly rose from her seat, lightly tapping her purple gold scepter, and a pleasant voice emerged from her lips. Spirit Hall Academy has lost 3 people, all of whom were hailed as the Golden Generation's 3 geniuses. It was hard for the crowd to discern whether BB Dong was happy or angry at this moment. Hearing this, everyone had no objections and dared not voice any opinions. The Pope himself had spoken. Who would dare to offend her authority? Moreover, at this moment, Spirit Hall Academy conceding was indeed the best choice. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that Lanqin Academy had a significant advantage in the individual competition. In the afternoon's match, Shin Feng Academy conceded. Feng Xiaodian immediately bowed to BB Dong up high. So be it. Tomorrow, Lanqin Academy and Spirit Hall Academy will compete for the championship. After speaking, BB Dong's beautiful eyes glanced at Ling Yu one last time, before turning and walking into the Pope's hall. That night, Xiao Yu and the others were somewhat puzzled as BB Dong did not provide them with tactical guidance before the match. After experiencing the individual competition during the day, Xiao Yu and her companions had already felt an immense pressure. Tomorrow's championship battle would be exceptionally difficult. However, they could only give it their all. The next day, golden sunlight poured into Spirit City, and the Pope's hall atop the heights was bathed in golden radiance. Today, the atmosphere in Spirit City seemed unusually heated. When Ling Yu, Mu Yunxi, and the others walked onto the street, the participating academies that had entered the finals looked at them with envious and expectant eyes. The teachers and students of these academies could not step onto the square in front of the Pope's hall, but they would gaze from the foot of the mountain, witnessing the birth of the champion of this competition. Upon reaching the mountaintop, in the square, the main 7 of Spirit Hall Academy were already waiting for them. Up high, 5 prominent figures led by BB Dong were seated upright. In the air, an unyielding battle intent lingered. During the brief pre-match break, Ling Yu smiled at Wang Qiu'er and the others, saying, "I'll personally accompany them for some fun later." The girls all nodded. Except for the healing-type Soul Master Yushin Ran, who hadn't fought, the other girls had all shone brightly, especially Wang Qiu'er, who was hailed as the Golden Goddess. They were all looking forward to how Ling Yu would dominate Spirit Hall Academy. Soon, both sides, under the guidance of the Cardinal, entered the arena. Just yesterday, there had been a large hole here, and today it was as good as new. Such astonishing repair speed made people marvel at Spirit Hall's financial strength. The match began, and both sides released their martial souls. On Spirit Hall Academy's side, Xiao Yu and her 2 companions stood in the front row, with Xiao Yu in the center position. They had 5 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black, pulsating rhythmically. The 4 behind them all had the best soul rings of yellow and purple. The last one, holding a brilliant golden scepter, was a support-type Soul Master. In yesterday's individual match, Wang Qiu'er had not gone all out, merely repelling Xiao Yu's trio. Therefore, after a day's recovery, Xiao Yu and her companions were in peak condition. On Lanqin Academy's side, Ling Yu stood at the very front, with Wang Qiu'er and the other girls lined up behind him. The 7 of them did not release their martial souls. What does this mean? Do they intend to rely on one person to deal with us? Xiao Yu furrowed her brow, a surge of anger suddenly rising within her. "Sister," Xiao Yu called out softly, looking at Hulaina, her blood-colored curved blade shaking in her hand. Hulaina's expression tightened slightly as she nodded, and a rich pink light burst forth from her. Holding the blood-colored curved blade, Xiao Yu spun rapidly in place, transforming into a ball of blood light, and then charged toward Hulaina. Third soul skill, Light of Assistance. At the same time, the support-type Soul Master waved her brilliant golden scepter forward, and a golden stream of light shot out from the tip of the scepter, instantly facilitating the martial soul fusion between Xiao Yu and Hulaina. A strange red mist suddenly spread out in the arena, enveloping most of the area and instantly shrouding the figures of Ling Yu and the others. At the edge of the red mist, a tall figure with long flowing hair, indistinguishable in gender, could be vaguely seen. Martial Soul Fusion Skill, Enchantment. The main control effect within the red mist reduced everyone's senses by 50%, suppressed their soul power by 50%, and delayed all actions by 50%. Within the red mist, only the practitioners of the Martial Soul Fusion Skill, Xiao Yu and Hulaina, could see clearly. Before the match, Xiao Yu and her teammates had agreed that the Martial Soul Fusion Skill was their only chance to defeat their opponents. However, was it really that simple? With a swoosh, a tall figure with red hair disappeared from the spot and entered the red mist, holding an oversized blood-colored curved blade, whose blade shimmered with a shocking blood-colored energy. She swung it heavily towards Ling Yu at the front. The dense red mist seemed to momentarily part under the blade's cut. Inside the red mist, Ling Yu stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm as he looked faintly at the rushing tall figure. Behind him, Wang Xiao and the other girls gathered together, and above them, a phantom golden divine palace loomed, towering high and completely isolating the external red mist. The mental secret technique Ling Yu transmitted to Wang Xiao and Xiao Wu was utilized for the first time. They had many ways to break the red mist. This was merely to see how Ling Yu would teach the opponent a lesson. Ling Yu focused his thoughts, instantly activating the Great Sun Thunderbody, and silver lightning snakes extended and contracted over his body. His white, jade-like skin shimmered with a faint crystalline luster, exuding a power that could shake mountains. With a flick of his finger, a silver lightning bolt pierced through the air, causing the space to slightly distort, and in an instant, it struck the tall figure. With a bang, a wave of force burst out, scattering the surrounding thick red mist. The next moment, the tall figure was sent flying backward, disintegrating midair with a loud crash, transforming back into Xiao Yu and Wuyin, who landed after retreating several steps to stabilize themselves. As the red mist gradually dissipated, the figures of Ling Yu and his companions became visible. What has happened? Yin had a bewildered expression, as did the other members of Spirit Hall Academy, all sharing the same look of confusion. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu and Wuyin's faces were pale, gasping for air as they looked at Ling Yu ahead, their eyes filled with disbelief. How could he be so strong? Wuyin's beautiful eyes stared at Ling Yu, shock evident in her gaze. With her and her brother's current soul power, even a soul sage could be challenged when they unleash their martial soul fusion skill. A single finger could push them back, something even a regular soul Douluo would struggle to achieve, right? Xiao Yu, you're showing off again. From above, Bibi Dong watched the scene below, finding it somewhat amusing, and secretly shook her head. A light sigh escaped her lips. It should come to an end. Ling Yu ignored Xiao Yu and Wuyin, raising his right hand, and instantly, the world changed color. In the high sky, flowing clouds shifted, forming a massive vortex of clouds slowly. The sky darkened, and from deep within the clouds, the sound of thunder rumbled. Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed, and a gigantic blue dragon emerged from the vortex, bathed in the violent thunder of heaven and earth. With a loud boom, the blue dragon, carrying overwhelming power, descended above Ling Yu's head. The square beneath them emitted a series of mournful cries. Purple, purple, black, black, red. One astonishing soul ring after another appeared around Ling Yu, sending a powerful aura sweeping outward. The fifth soul skill, blue scale transformation. With a low chant, a massive blood-red soul ring slowly flew into the air. At the same time, the blue dragon hovering above Ling Yu let out a thunderous roar, suddenly moving towards the blood-red soul ring. The blood-red soul ring perfectly enveloped the blue dragon, and in an instant, a loud explosion occurred, blue light surged, and the blue dragon's enormous body exploded, revealing a massive spherical blue barrier hovering in midair. Within the blue barrier, time and space briefly froze. Pieces of blue dragon scales shimmered with blue light, floating within the barrier, arranged in an orderly fashion as if following some sort of rule. Gather. Ling Yu gently clenched his right hand, and in the next moment, the floating blue dragon scales in the sky instantly reassembled, forming a massive blue seal. Faintly, a giant blue dragon spirit coiled atop the seal, emanating an imposing and heavy presence. The blue seal hovered in the void, causing the surrounding space to twist uneasily. Suppress. With a downward palm, he pressed down lightly, and the blue seal, under the dazed gazes of Xiao Yu and the others, came crashing down upon them. A tremendous sound echoed, and the air was instantly compressed into a massive concave arc. It was vaguely visible that an overwhelmingly domineering force field descended above the heads of Xiao Yu and his 6 companions, causing long cracks to suddenly appear in the square below. As the blue seal pressed down, except for Xiao Yu and 2 others, the remaining 4 were instantly pinned to the ground, unable to move. Xiao Yu and the others, however, had slightly bent legs, their faces distorted, clearly struggling to withstand the terrifying pressure. At this moment, if a hard stone were placed within that invisible force field, it would likely be crushed into powder in an instant. The entire process, though it may sound lengthy, actually took only a moment. Since beginning his training, this was the second time Ling Yu had used his soul skill. He rarely used his soul skills, not because they were weak. On the contrary, each of his soul skills was quite strong. Of course, this was also because Ling Yu had too many attachments. Ling Yu's 5th soul skill had 3 major effects: blue scale transformation, everything is weapons, and full attribute amplification. Based on the blue dragon scales, It could either attack enemies or condense weapons, allowing for significant growth. This time, Ling Yu only used the everything as weapons aspect. If he had added the full attribute amplification, the 7 under Xiao Yu would have faced life-threatening danger. The martial soul, transforming into weapons, naturally endowed the newly formed weapons with a hint of spirituality. Wang Xiaoer's situation was somewhat similar to Ling Yu's. Her main body was an imperial beast, possessing extraordinary potential, and her soul skills and inherited abilities were very strong. The 5 high-ups above also showed signs of fluctuation on their faces. Sigh. Watching Xiao Yu and his 7 companions struggling to resist the blue seal below, Bibi Dong couldn't help but smile wryly and sighed softly. She knew that Ling Yu could have easily defeated Xiao Yu and his companions in many other ways. Yet he chose this flashy method, merely showing off. Chapter 187. The Bold Ling Yu. The Martial Soul Hall Academy conceded defeat. Bibi Dong helplessly rubbed her forehead, looking at Ling Yu below, as if saying, "You won, is that enough?" Upon hearing this, Ling Yu waved his right hand, and the blue seal hovering in the void slowly disappeared. The pressure that had weighed down on Xiao Yu and his companions instantly lifted. With the sudden reduction of pressure to 0, Xiao Yu and his companions collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Their eyes filled with fear as they looked at Ling Yu. "This guy is too terrifying. I was just helping you train him a bit." Ling Yu glanced at Bibi Dong with a smile, a barely perceptible mental transmission reaching her ears. Hearing this voice, Bibi Dong couldn't help but roll her eyes at Ling Yu. However, a faint smile still appeared on her beautiful face. The next moment, Bibi Dong and the 4 high-ups behind her stood up together and walked to the edge of the high platform. The champion of this year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition is Ling Yu Academy. Congratulations to you, young Soul Masters of Genius. Bibi Dong's voice, as refreshing as spring, gradually pulled the crowd, still in a daze, back to reality. The previous scene had been too shocking. The blue dragon descending, the 100,000 year 5th ring, the martial soul transforming into weapons. None of these were ordinary phenomena. Then, below the Pope's Mountain, cheers erupted like a tsunami. The entire martial soul city seemed to be in an uproar. That young man was simply too strong, dominating the Martial Soul Hall Academy throughout, with both sides not even on the same level. With a smile, Bibi Dong glanced at Ling Yu, then turned away, her hand gripping the scepter, slightly trembling. At this moment, her mood was very tense. Bibi Dong slowly walked into the Pope's Hall, followed closely by the 4 behind her. Soon, they emerged from the main hall on the 1st floor. The Cardinal stepped forward to greet her, bowing respectfully before looking at Ling Yu and the others. He held a brocade tray containing 3 soul bones. "Please, Ling Yu Academy representatives, come forward to receive the championship reward." Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoer and the other girls looked to Ling Yu. Ling Yu smiled slightly, unhurriedly walking step by step towards Bibi Dong, who was not far away. As Ling Yu approached her, Bibi Dong's expression showed little change, but her grip on the scepter tightened. Finally, Ling Yu stopped just a step away from Bibi Dong. Looking at the beautiful Pope before him, adorned with a crown, dressed in formal attire, and holding a scepter, her noble aura and stunning appearance captivated him. His gaze never left Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong, wearing crystal shoes, was slightly taller than Ling Yu, also fixated on the person ahead, not blinking. The two simply stared at each other for 1 minute, 2 minutes. The onlookers nearby were puzzled, wondering what was happening. In the end, it was Bibi Dong who faltered first, her face slightly flushed as she turned her head away, taking the brocade tray from the Cardinal and handing it to Ling Yu. "You are outstanding, more so than anyone else. Would you be willing to join the Martial Soul Hall?" As she said the second sentence, Bibi Dong stared intently at Ling Yu, her voice trembling slightly. She was very nervous, afraid that Ling Yu would refuse. From that day on, for over 20 years, a person quietly entered her heart. That deep longing became more profound. Ling Yu's lips unintentionally curled into a teasing arc, and then he said, "Kiss me, and I'll agree to let you join the Spirit Hall." After saying this, Ling Yu pointed with his right index finger at his right cheek. As soon as these words were spoken, the venue fell into silence. However, within a few seconds, a wave of uproar erupted. Teasing the Pope, this is too bold. Brother no longer loves Xiao. Unlike the reactions of others, Wang Xiaoer saw Ling Yu's actions, and a hint of gloom passed over her delicate face beneath the veil, with tears welling up in her big eyes, making her look quite pitiful. "I knew it, this stinky rogue, this bad guy is just a big flirt." Ning Rongrong looked at Ling Yu's back, clenched her little fists, gritted her silver teeth, stamped her foot, and said angrily, Looking at Bibi Dong and then assessing herself, Ning Rongrong snorted. Oomph. Isn't it just that her figure is a bit better? Isn't it just that she has a pair of long legs? Isn't it just that she is taller? In a few years, she will catch up. Ning Rongrong's mind was racing with thoughts, a sour feeling spreading in the air. Meanwhile, Yuxinran, after hearing Ling Yu's shocking words, was first stunned and then began to worry about Ling Yu. Teasing the Pope, this is no small crime. Sigh, Xiao Yu was impulsive. Ning Fengji wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead and shook his head. He was really worried that Bibi Dong would slap him. Mu Yunxi and the others were mostly thinking along the same lines as Ning Fengji. After a few seconds, a cardinal pointed at Ling Yu. But before he could say the word dare, he was stopped by Bibi Dong raising her hand. Bibi Dong looked at Ling Yu, who had a look of mischief on his face, and her delicate face immediately flushed red, her chest rising and falling uncertainly, unsure if it was from anger or embarrassment. After a moment of silence, Bibi Dong, holding her trembling scepter, turned around, leaving Ling Yu with a tempting silhouette. You can change the condition. Bibi Dong tried to make her voice sound normal, but it trembled a bit. This little rascal must be doing it on purpose. With so many people watching, how could she, as the Pope, lower herself to kiss Ling Yu? Even if she wanted to kiss him, it couldn't be in this place. It should at least be in the Pope's hall, the bedroom, the bathroom, the kitchen, the secret room. What am I thinking? With that thought, Bibi Dong's face turned even redder. When everyone heard Bibi Dong's response, they were even more bewildered. What did they just hear? After being teased, Bibi Dong was still speaking to Ling Yu in a negotiating tone. My goodness. At this moment, even the dullest person could see that there was definitely an unusual relationship between Ling Yu and Bibi Dong. After a brief moment of disappointment, Wang Qiu'er and the other girls were somewhat puzzled. From the conversation between Ling Yu and Bibi Dong just now, they must know each other. However, Ling Yu had been with them for this period of time. Where did he have the time to get to know Bibi Dong, who was far away in Spirit City? Little did they know that Ling Yu had crossed time to pull off such a stunt. After hearing Bibi Dong's words, Ling Yu smiled proudly and didn't T-press further, saying, all right, I'll keep that condition for now. I'm willing to join the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing this response, Bibi Dong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 188. The end of the event. While feeling relieved, Bibi Dong was also secretly cursing Ling Yu for being too bad. Meanwhile, Hulaina, who was sitting nearby resting, was still in a daze after watching the whole process. In this confrontation, Ling Yu had won a small victory. After receiving a brocade tray containing 3 soul bones and placing it in the system space, Ling Yu still felt unsatisfied and boldly reached out his right hand to hold Bibi Dong's hand. Just as Ling Yu's hand was about to touch Bibi Dong's jade-like soft hand, Bibi Dong quietly took a step forward and slowly moved away. No one noticed that Bibi Dong's red lips curled into a subtle "Arkamph, little brat." This time, it seems Bibi Dong won. Arriving at the entrance of the Pope's hall, Bibi Dong turned around and said, this competition has come to a successful conclusion. Please, all major Spirit Master Academies, leave Spirit City as soon as possible. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's order to dismiss them, the members of the Shunfeng Academy bowed to Bibi Dong and then left. Below the Pope Mountain, the various Spirit Master Academies, which had been watching from afar, also returned home. However, this trip to Spirit City would surely be unforgettable for them. On the scene, when Ning Fengji heard that Ling Yu wanted to join the Spirit Hall, he struggled for a moment, and then suddenly felt enlightened. Establishing a connection with the Spirit Hall seemed like a good choice. As the saying goes, there are no permanent enemies, only permanent interests. With Ning Fengji's insight, he easily saw the unusual relationship between Ling Yu and Bibi Dong, which made him feel the mystery and depth of his son-in-law once again. Ling Yu glanced at Bibi Dong, then turned around and walked over to Wang Qiu'er and the other girls, showing a smile. Wang Qiu'er and Xiao Wu would definitely follow him. As for Baishiro and Yuxinran, he would respect their choices. Sensing Ling Yu's gaze, the girls seemed to understand his intention. Big brother, all good things must come to an end. During this time, I'm very glad to have met you and several sisters. The competition has ended, and I think I should return to the academy to study, Baishiro said. Giving Ling Yu a sweet smile, her little hands clasped in front of her. Ling Yu nodded with a smile. He quite liked this lively and adorable little girl. Of course, this liking was limited to friendship. Yuxinran looked at Ling Yu's smiling face, but she felt a bit hesitant. She liked Ling Yu, and, all along, the excellence of Xiao Wu, Wang Qiu'er, and the other girls made her feel a sense of inferiority when facing Ling Yu. Yuxinran, don't hesitate. Baishiro, keenly sensing Yuxinran's unease, came to her side and quietly said, I think Big Brother likes you too. Upon hearing this, Yu Xinran's delicate face turned slightly red, and she shot a glare at by Shiro. Ling Yu. After pondering for a moment, Yu Xinran summoned her courage and said, I want to stay by your side and join the spear hall with you. Is that okay? After saying this, Yu Xinran's face was already as red as two little apples, and she closed her eyes, her delicate hands clasped together. Ling Yu looked at Yu Xinran, who appeared as if she was prepared for anything, and felt somewhat moved. A girl said this to him. How could he refuse? Moreover, he had indeed had thoughts about Yu Xinran. Slowly walking up to Yu Xinran, Ling Yu didn't say much. He gently embraced her, whispering in her ear, Of course it's okay. Yu Xinran's delicate body trembled suddenly, and then she opened her eyes, feeling the strong embrace, with tears welling up in her beautiful eyes. Wang Xiao'er and Xiao Wu, along with the other girls, understood that another sister was about to join their big family. At that moment, Baishiro revealed a relieved smile. Xinran could finally be with the person she loved. Bibi Dong stood at the entrance of the papal hall, looking at Ling Yu surrounded by the girls, her expression revealing no discernible emotion. A few minutes later, Ling Yu released Yu Xinran, wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and gently stroked her face and her long blue hair. Yu Xinran's cheeks were slightly flushed, her gaze fixed on Ling Yu's face, her smile happy and charming. Soon, under Baishiro's blessing, Ling Yu and Wang Xiao'er, along with the other girls, bid farewell to Baishiro. As they were leaving, Mu Yunxi, who was with Baishiro, looked at Yu Xinran, who was with Ling Yu, and silently wished her well. Xinran, may you be happy and everything go well. Ling Yu held Yu Xinran's hand and, along with Wang Xiao'er and the other girls, approached Bibi Dong. Master Ning. Bibi Dong's gaze did not linger on Ling Yu. Instead, she looked at Ning Fengji beside her. Ning Fengji was quite perceptive and immediately gave a slight bow before leaving with Chen Xian. As they passed by Ling Yu, they exchanged a meaningful glance. After saying a few words to Ning Rongrong, they exited the square. You all can leave now. Bibi Dong lightly tapped the ground with her staff, releasing an invisible aura of authority. Yes, Yu Eguan and Gue Mei both bowed and disappeared from the spot. At the same time, Shi Yue and the other members of the Wuyin Temple Academy also withdrew. Among them, Hulaina was still in a daze. On the stage, besides the palace guardians, only Bibi Dong and Ling Yu remained. You have quite a few girlfriends. Bibi Dong looked at Ling Yu, her red lips slightly parted, a hint of jealousy in her tone. I think it's not too bad. Ling Yu chuckled and then sent a mental message. Who knows, there might be more in the future. Hearing this, Bibi Dong snorted softly and shot Ling Yu a glare. Follow me. Bibi Dong glanced at the girls, her long-standing position of power exuding an invisible strong aura that made it hard for anyone to have rebellious thoughts. After speaking, Bibi Dong turned and walked slowly into the hall. Ling Yu and the girls followed behind her. Upon entering the first floor of the papal hall, the girls were all taken aback by its grandeur and nobility. The floor was made of polished jade stones. Golden patterns shimmered with dazzling brilliance, especially the gilded throne placed on the last step, which was extraordinarily luxurious. Bibi Dong led Ling Yu and the girls to the side of the hall, where there was a side door. I live in here. There are many rooms. You can stay next to me. Bibi Dong opened the side door, revealing a magnificent corridor before everyone. The papal hall was intricately structured, with the Pope's sleeping quarters, attached side halls, and the Elder Hall all within this larger system. Ling Yu and the girls nodded and followed Bibi Dong inside. Chapter 189. Hulaina's shocked no one noticed that behind the papal hall, a mysterious figure stood in the Elder Hall, dressed in a simple gray robe. He looked like an ordinary person. However, his feet were standing in midair, and he did not emit much aura. With his hands behind his back and a calm gaze, he looked at the papal hall ahead, as if his vision had crossed through space. A genius, but a bit of a playboy. Xiao Xue should also find a partner. As his murmuring faded, his figure vanished in an instant, leaving only subtle ripples in the void. Upon entering the side door, a noble and grand atmosphere immediately enveloped them. The long winding corridor, unique little rooms, and the tranquil pond with lotus flowers swaying and goldfish playing created a beautiful scene. The papal hall was truly a hidden gem. Even Ning Rongrong, who had lived in luxury for many years, widened her beautiful eyes in surprise at the sight before her. If Ning Rongrong was astonished, the other girls were even more so. Big Sister Pope, you really know how to enjoy life. Wang Qiao'er said cheerfully. Although she was innocent, she was not foolish and understood that Ling Yu's relationship with the woman before them was special. You're so sweet. Just call me sister from now on. Pope sounds too formal. Bibi Dong smiled slightly, reaching out a delicate hand to pat Wang Qiao'er's little head. Wang Qiu nodded happily. I want to live here. Xiao Wu exclaimed excitedly as she approached a room door. It's just me in here. You can choose whichever room you like. Bibi Dong looked at the girls with a gentle smile. Her life had been quite monotonous, and having these girls around seemed to be a pleasant change. After the girls selected their rooms, Ling Yu approached Bibi Dong, took her delicate hand, and smiled. So where will I stay? Bibi Dong's body trembled slightly, instinctively wanting to pull her hand away, but Ling Yu held it firmly, and in the end, she let him hold it. Ugh! With a slightly flushed face, Bibi Dong sighed inwardly, not looking into Ling Yu's eyes, and quietly said, Can't you choose for yourself? Hearing this, Ling Yu revealed a mischievous smile, leaned closer to Bibi Dong's ear, and said, I want to stay with you. A warm breath brushed her ear, and Bibi Dong's cheeks and ears quickly flushed red, her voice becoming even softer. Whatever you want. The Pope, who controlled almost the entire Wuyin temple, at that moment seemed like a frail girl, leaving everyone astonished. I'm going to Papal Hall. Bibi Dong's little hand, held tightly by Ling Yu, moved gently. I'll go with you. Ling Yu smiled, pulling Bibi Dong's hand as they walked back. Their figures gradually disappeared down the corridor. Sister Qiu, what should we do? The pervert was taken away by Sister Pope. A little head poked out from a room, and it was Ning Rongrong. I don't know. Wang Qiu looked at the backs of Ling Yu and Bibi Dong, her big eyes filled with confusion. In the Papal Hall, the discussion hall on the first floor, Ling Yu and Bibi Dong walked to the throne, with Ling Yu sitting down casually, still holding on to Bibi Dong's hand. This is my seat. Bibi Dong gritted her teeth, her face flushed as she looked at Ling Yu's impolite demeanor, feeling a surge of anger. Ah! In the next moment, Ling Yu suddenly smiled, pulled her, and before she could react, Bibi Dong's delicate body was sitting on Ling Yu's lap. Their posture was exceptionally intimate. Isn't this fine? Ling Yu looked at Bibi Dong's increasingly flushed face, feeling a sense of pride. Bibi Dong's fragrant bottom was directly against Ling Yu's lower abdomen, and from the side, it appeared as if they were. Feeling the warmth behind her, Bibi Dong's heart raced, and her grip on the staff tightened. After a moment of silence, Bibi Dong sighed softly and then spoke. After all these years, you are still the same, but I have already aged. Upon hearing this, Ling Yu understood what Bibi Dong meant. From the moment he crossed the river of time and first met Bibi Dong, it had only been a little over 3 months. However, for Bibi Dong, over 20 years had passed. Not old at all. You become even more beautiful than back then. Ling Yu wrapped his arms around Bibi Dong's slender waist from behind, holding her tightly, and gently rested his chin on her fragrant shoulder. This was the truth. Indeed, the 20-year-old Bibi Dong was youthful and cute, while the current Bibi Dong was mature and alluring. Hearing the compliments from behind her, a charming smile appeared on Bibi Dong's face, and she gradually closed her beautiful eyes. The air was silent, and both were enjoying this rare moment of tranquility. Minutes later, with a creaking sound, the heavy door was opened, and a graceful figure walked in from outside. Teacher Yu. An astonished female voice broke the silence. Bibi Dong opened her beautiful eyes and looked in the direction of the voice, only to see a young girl with gravity-defying black hair and an enchanting figure in the center of the hall, covering her lips and staring wide-eyed at her. The newcomer was Ulaina, Bibi Dong's direct disciple. At this moment, Bibi Dong realized that she was sitting on Ling Yu's lap, meeting with a man in the Pope's hall and being caught by her own disciple. Embarrassing. Too embarrassing. Lina, let me explain. Bibi Dong's pretty face instantly turned red, and she hurriedly tried to stand up, but was tightly held back by Ling Yu's strong embrace. Teacher, I'll take my leave now. Ulaina bowed and hurriedly walked out. At this moment, her heart was in turmoil. What she had just seen completely shattered her worldview. The door closed, and the Pope's hall once again returned to its dim glow. It's all your fault. How am I supposed to face Lina in the future? Bibi Dong's pretty face flushed red as she pinched Ling Yu's thigh hard. Ling Yu let out a dramatic scream in response, then laughed heartily, saying, I think it's fine. Our relationship will be known by others sooner or later. Do you want to keep being sneaky with me? Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's expression changed several times before she finally sighed. All right, I can't argue with you. You can do as you wish. Is that okay? Hee. Donga, you said it. Ling Yu whispered in Bibi Dong's ear, and his hands began to become unruly. When Bibi Dong heard him call her Donger, her body softened, and she half-heartedly cooperated with Ling Yu's actions, letting out soft sounds. In the throne room, Ling Yu's movements became bolder, moving from Bibi Dong's lower abdomen upwards. Bibi Dong's pretty face turned crimson, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as she felt shy, and sounds escaped her lips. Just as Ling Yu's hand was about to touch her, Bibi Dong quickly reached out her delicate hand to grasp Ling Yu's mischievous hand. Dong! Ling Yu stopped his movements, grinned wickedly, and whispered in Bibi Dong's ear. Bibi Dong felt something behind her and became even more bashful, speaking in a nearly pleading tone. Tonight, I'll give you more. Over the years, she had been thinking of Ling Yu, remaining chaste. Now that the person she missed was right in front of her, she wanted to get closer to him. However, being in the Pope's Hall made her feel ashamed about doing that. All right then, Ling Yu said with some regret. With such an alluring woman in front of him, who wouldn't react? However, he didn't push too hard. After all, too much of a good thing can be bad. In any case, what was meant to happen would eventually happen. Gently adjusting a bit of his spiritual power, Ling Yu gradually suppressed the heat in his lower abdomen. Hearing Ling Yu's response, Bibi Dong breathed a sigh of relief. But sitting on Ling Yu's lap still made her feel a bit shy and nervous. Donger, you must be working hard, right? Let me give you a massage. Moments later, Ling Yu had a strange smile on his face as his hands gently and slowly moved on Bibi Dong's body. Bibi Dong instinctively covered her red lips with one delicate hand. Try hard not to make any noise, her expression becoming more and more embarrassed. This little rascal. This isn't a massage. This is clearly, in the dimly lit hall, strange sounds faintly resonated in the air. Minutes later, with a loud bang, the heavy palace door was opened again, sunlight flooding in and brightening the hall. Two figures entered, revealing Jude Douluo and Ghost Douluo Guime. As the door closed, the two were about to bow when their gazes froze slightly. They saw their pope sitting on the lap of a young man, their positions extremely ambiguous. Do not look. Do not listen. After a few seconds, it was Guime who reacted quickly, lowering his head and giving Yuegwan a heavy pat on the back. Startled by Guime's action, Yuegwan immediately lowered his head. While both were shocked, they also worried about whether they would be silenced for witnessing the Pope's private life. With this thought, they felt a shiver run down their spines, cold sweat breaking out. Above, Bibi Dong watched Yuegwan and Guime's every move, biting her silver teeth as one hand quietly gripped Ling Yu's thigh, pinching it hard. Behind her, Ling Yu's mouth twitched, but he felt a sense of pleasure. Compared to the previous comfort, this little pain was nothing. Bibi Dong cleared her throat, making an effort to regain her usual authoritative demeanor. Elder Jew, Elder Ghost, what brings you here? Below, Yuegwan and Guime lowered their heads, exchanging glances and silently communicating. In fact, they had nothing urgent to report, just a routine work update. Seeing the two remain silent, Bibi Dong immediately said, "If there's nothing, you may leave." Upon hearing this, Yuegwan and Guime quickly clasped their fists and turned to leave. They had been waiting for this sentence. The atmosphere inside was simply too oppressive. Well, now they all know about us. Are you satisfied? After Yuegwan and Guime left, Bibi Dong first sighed in relief and then gave up struggling, leaning against Ling Yu. Hee. Ling Yu wrapped his arms around Bibi Dong's slender waist, not teasing her further, resting his chin on her fragrant shoulder and gently inhaling the delightful scent emanating from her. Then said, "Whoever dares to speak out, I will teach them a lesson for you." Hearing his words, Bibi Dong felt a rush of joy in her heart. In fact, she was very happy that Ling Yu could take time away from accompanying girls like Wang Qiu'er to be with her. "I don't need your help. I can handle myself." However, Bibi Dong was still being a bit proud, putting on an aloof demeanor. Until now, only 3 people have witnessed her being with Ling Yu. These 3 have known her for many years, so naturally, they won't exaggerate or spread rumors. Moreover, she no longer intends to hide her relationship with Ling Yu. There is no other reason. She knows she cannot resist Ling Yu. Ling Yu held Bai Dong in his arms, and she leaned against him. Gradually, both of them closed their eyes, and no one came to disturb them anymore. In the evening, Bai Dong personally cooked a lavish dinner for Ling Yu and the other women. The variety of dishes included many types of soul beast meat beneficial for soul masters, making one marvel at this extravagant lifestyle. As midnight approached, all the women fell into a deep sleep, while Ling Yu stealthily made his way to Bai Dong's room. The room was decorated in shades of purple and red, with various items neatly arranged. Looking inside, there was a large bed draped with exquisite silk curtains, giving a translucent and hazy feeling. With no one in the room, Ling Yu's heart stirred. Listening carefully, he seemed to hear the faint sound of running water, and a grin appeared on his face. As he walked in, he saw a sheer curtain in front of him, and behind it, a silhouette was faintly visible, bathing in the tub. Feeling a rush of heat in his heart, Ling Yu couldn't wait any longer and boldly rushed in. There lay Bai Dong in the bathtub, with only her fair neck exposed. A thick layer of foam adorned with rose petals covering her body. "Stupid, are you dumbfounded?" Bai Dong lightly covered her red lips with her jade hand, looking at Ling Yu's aggressive gaze. Her sultry voice reached Ling Yu's ears. She had already noticed Ling Yu sneaking around in the corridor earlier, so she was not surprised by his sudden appearance. At this moment, Bai Dong was enchanting in every way. Donger, you're playing with fire. Ling Yu shook his head, panting as he looked at Bai Dong's alluring expression, which was entirely different from during the day. Come here, Bai Dong teased with a laugh, extending a slender white jade leg from the water and resting it on the edge of the tub. The sound of dripping water echoed in the still air. A long, smooth, and pure white beautiful leg was presented before Ling Yu, partially covered by foam when viewed from below. Can I endure this? Ling Yu felt a rush of heat to his head, and in the next moment, he frowned slightly as his invisible spiritual power surged out. He could faintly see a purple-black airflow above Bai Dong's body, and upon closer inspection, it resembled the outline of a malevolent woman. The consciousness of the Rakshasa god? Ling Yu immediately made a judgment. It seemed that Bai Dong, like in the original story, had accepted the inheritance of the Rakshasa god. This was a ticking time bomb. No wonder. The power of deities held considerable temptation for the natives of Douluo. Without cultivation methods, even the most talented genius would find it challenging to break through level 100 using inefficient meditation techniques. However, Ling Yu really looked down on these so-called deities. The inheritance of a divine position was the easiest way for a soul master to become a god. It sounds nice, but in reality, the strength of soul masters granted divine positions would be limited in the future. Moreover, Ling Yu would never allow Bai Dong to inherit the divine position of the Rakshasa god, a deity whose power source came from worldly evil thoughts, limited potential for development, and the possibility of eroding one's sanity. Why would he want that? This hidden danger must be eliminated at all costs in the future. Chapter 190, Bai Dong's Temptation on the Throne. Ling Yu's actions grew bolder, moving from Bai Dong's abdomen upwards. Bai Dong's charming face flushed red, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, feeling a bit shy. As Ling Yu's hand moved, Bai Dong quickly reached out her jade hand to grasp Ling Yu's mischievous hand. Dong! Ling Yu stopped his actions, grinning wickedly, and whispered in Bai Dong's ear. Bai Dong felt even shyer with Ling Yu behind her and almost pleaded with her eyes. Cheng Yu and Liang Wu gradually showed expressions of surprise on their faces, as they could still distinguish between lies and truths. Chongqing did not seem to be lying. The autumn air was thick and the wind felt cool against the skin, yet it made Zhao Yang feel as if it was cold to the bone. Cheng Yu did not reply because she knew that this departure would be a farewell. There would be no day to meet again. Pei Huang was immediately left speechless. At the time of sending the gift, she had of course chosen the best, the expensive one to give him. Who would have thought that what was given would also bring danger? He was one of the 4 great generals of the Heavenly Bureau and knew very well the severity of the injuries the 7th prince had sustained. 3 months, even with the assistance of a divine doctor, was barely manageable. Now, where was their divine doctor? Moreover, there was also Ouyang Jing, who was originally to be introduced to Liang Wu. Therefore, this meal was truly uncomfortable, and such good culinary skills were wasted. Now, he felt as if he had been drained, his body much thinner, his complexion pale, dark circles under his eyes, and bloodshot eyes, making Qin Yi greatly astonished. Just how much was he holding back? He could marry Zhang Wanqin off, and could also make a hard decision to spend his own money on 10 high-quality pills. He should not have left. Knowing her nature was unruly, he should have been by her side at all times. Moreover, before they got married, was it Yuan Xiangwan often cooking casually to send something to Mo Yuchen? What did his disdainful expression mean? Lin Wanner shouted angrily as Niu Air and the others dragged the fallen Niu Wu away in defeat. Then, they arrived at the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms, where conflicts were more frequent. The name of the incendiary oil became well known, reflecting people's deep understanding of its tremendous power. Those by his side from the 4 major factions had witnessed his might, momentarily stunned, and ceased attacking Chongqing. These were all expected events. Things that could not be changed might be delayed, but their ultimate occurrence was inevitable. Perhaps Old Wang was too engrossed in reading the newspaper, which is why he noticed someone walking in and immediately stood up to respond. When Nailan Yinner thought that all this was due to foam by Ling's jealousy, she felt very pleased. More than 10 minutes later, the Qingmu merchant ship arrived at its destination, stopping at a dock larger than the Baiyin Gorge dock. He repeatedly compared it with history. Bicycles had not appeared, perfumes had not appeared, potatoes had not appeared, and all of history had not changed. This was absolutely impossible. The butterfly effect should exist. The Qiuqi army had not been camped here for long, and many of the camp defenses had yet to be constructed. Moreover, Yang Mao had just ordered the camp to march, which not only made the camp appear chaotic, but also lacked some necessary defenses. After having a meal at the Xiao family, Xiao Yong'an went to the Xiao family's company, while Wan Qi stayed in Xiao Ming's room at Xiao Yong'an's request, intending to get along well with the child for a while. The reporters rushed up like crazy, holding cameras and frantically shooting. The chief steward wore a bitter face and repeatedly apologized, continuing to stand aside patiently. Feeling immense disdain in his heart, he had truly never seen such a mutual confrontation during a farewell. It was quite an eye-opener. Everyone present was extremely shocked, instantly falling silent, as if living in a quiet wooden house with no sign of life. Jiao Zhu released a hand holding Princess Zhao Xian and immediately rushed towards Zhao Qingdue, grinning widely, but the smile pulled at his wound, causing him to quickly retract it. Chapter 191. Elder Ling Yu, the hidden danger of the Rakshasa god, must be resolved sooner or later. According to Ling Yu's speculation, although Bibi Dong was chosen by the Rakshasa god as a successor, the Rakshasa god would not monitor every move of Bibi Dong at all times. However, to be safe, Ling Yu used his spiritual power to shield the divine sense of the Rakshasa god. He did not want to be watched live by the Rakshasa god. With Ling Yu's current level of spiritual power, which was already on par with a first-level deity, it was more than enough to block a trace of the Rakshasa god's divine sense. In a fleeting moment of thought, Ling Yu's expression quickly returned to normal as he looked at Bibi Dong lying in the bathtub in front of him, his eyes filled with passion. Ling Yu took off his clothes and stepped inside. After an hour in the bathtub, the two moved to the bed. The next day, as the morning sun rose, golden rays of sunlight lit up the sky. In the bedroom, Ling Yu opened his eyes and looked at Bibi Dong, who was lying on him, a smile appearing on his lips as he reached out his right hand to gently smooth her purple-red hair, brushing against her fair cheek. The next moment, as if sensing something, Bibi Dong opened her beautiful eyes, revealing a somewhat cute expression. Feeling Ling Yu's gentle gaze, Bibi Dong smiled shyly, shifting her body to hold Ling Yu tighter with her delicate hands. The morning light filtered through the curtains, leaving little traces in the room. "Donger, you weren't too tired yesterday, were you?" Ling Yu said, kissing Bibi Dong on the cheek. "You still say that, always toying with me." Bibi Dong replied. Her face flushed like a young girl, her jade hands clenched into fists as she playfully hit Ling Yu's chest a few times. "Hee." Ling Yu smiled proudly, holding Bibi Dong's soft body, enjoying this brief moment of warmth. A few minutes later, both of them got out of bed and got dressed. Ling Yu's dressing was simple and straightforward, while Bibi Dong had to put on her papal robe, which was a bit more complicated. Sitting at the dressing table, Bibi Dong was preparing, and Ling Yu stood behind her, personally styling her hair. Bibi Dong's long and smooth purple-red hair cascaded down past her fragrant hips. As his fingertips glided through her hair, a wave of comfortable sensation passed through. Finally, in the reflection of the mirror, Ling Yu placed a crown on Bibi Dong's head. "My empress, you look truly beautiful." Ling Yu sighed in admiration as he looked at Bibi Dong in the mirror. Upon hearing this, a charming smile appeared on Bibi Dong's face. "Let's go. Show her, and the others should be up by now." Ling Yu took Bibi Dong's jade hand and smiled. Bibi Dong nodded lightly and walked out of the room with Ling Yu. In the corridor, indeed, Wang Qiu'er and the other girls had already gotten up and were chattering away. When the girls saw Ling Yu and Bibi Dong holding hands walking out, a hint of envy flashed in their eyes. So happy. Breakfast was prepared by Bibi Dong's servants. Due to time constraints, Bibi Dong didn't have time to set up breakfast herself, so she had her subordinates do it. After breakfast, Ling Yu reminded Wang Qiu'er and the other girls to practice diligently before he and Bibi Dong walked into the hall on the first floor of the Papal Palace. Perhaps because of his union with Bibi Dong, Ling Yu's soul power broke through to the 56th level. With 5 soul cores, he finally advanced once again, and his soul power was comparable to that of an 86th-level soul Douluo. Sitting on the throne, Ling Yu was on top while Bibi Dong sat on him. Ling Yu gently embraced Bibi Dong, letting her lean against him. After the first encounter, Bibi Dong had gotten used to Ling Yu's requests. "Xiao Yu, I want to discuss something with you." Bibi Dong flicked her hair and slightly tilted her head. "Go ahead." Ling Yu smiled slightly, resting his chin on Bibi Dong's fragrant shoulder, whispering in her ear, "I want you to become an elder of the Wuyin Temple." "Oh, I'm not interested in that position," Bibi Dong replied, biting her silver teeth, and playfully tugged at Ling Yu's thigh with her jade hand. This chapter is not finished. Chapter 191. Elder Ling Yu. The position of an elder of the Wuyin Temple is prestigious and powerful. One could say second only to the Pope. This is a huge temptation for anyone, but did not pique Ling Yu's interest at all. "I don't care, you must agree." She had no choice but to throw a tantrum. In fact, Bibi Dong had already planned that once Ling Yu became an elder, it would be better to publicly announce their relationship. An elder in love with the Pope seemed to be acceptable. All right, Donger, I will listen to you. Ling Yu's mouth twitched slightly as he quickly agreed. Upon hearing Ling Yu's response, Bibi Dong finally felt relieved. Bibi Dong cleared her throat, her red lips slightly parted, and said, "Come in." Soon, a knight opened the heavy palace door and walked in, stopping in the center of the hall, kneeling on one knee. "Your Holiness." Bibi Dong nodded slightly, and then said, "You go and notify Elder Ju and Elder Gui. Just tell them I have important matters to discuss. Also, mention this to the High Priest." "Yes." Upon hearing the words High Priest, the knight's body shook, and his expression changed slightly, but he did not think too much and immediately complied. After the knight left, Ling Yu noted the knight's reaction and began to ponder. In the original work, the power of the Wuyin Temple was divided into two factions, one led by Bibi Dong and the other by Qian Douluo. The two factions openly and secretly vied for power and were at odds with each other. It was unclear what the current situation of the Wuyin Temple was like now. Elder Hall. The knight, holding a spear, nervously arrived at this place. Unlike the Papal Palace, the Elder Hall was not equipped with any guarding knights. Those who could enter the Elder Hall were all outstanding titled Douluos in terms of qualifications and strength. In such a sacred place, who would dare to step in? The Elder Hall was smaller than the Papal Palace, but appeared more mysterious and noble. As the knight stood before the Elder Hall door, worried about how to enter and notify the High Priest, the door opened on its own. The knight was startled and looked inside, only to see a huge angel statue standing in the back area of the hall. In front of the statue, a figure in gray robes sat quietly on the ground, like an old monk in meditation, not emanating any aura. However, just by looking at his back, one could feel a strange sensation, as if this person was one with heaven and earth. Beside this person, an elderly man with white hair stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his indifferent gaze fixed on the knight outside the hall. The pressure emanating from this old man was much stronger than that of the figure in gray robes. When the old man's gaze swept over, the knight felt his body tense up and cold sweat broke out. Chapter 191. Elder Ling Yu. Reflections. Chapter 190 has been released. It wasn't easy. Chapter 192. Establishing authority. I pay my respects to the High Priest. The knight, feeling the immense pressure, quickly knelt on one knee and lowered his head. "What brings you here?" The white-haired elder spoke, his voice authoritative yet calm. Meanwhile, the figure in gray robes remained quietly seated in front of the angel statue. "Your Holiness has matters to discuss with the elders. I am here to inform the High Priest." Upon hearing this, the white-haired elder furrowed his brow slightly. From the elder's reaction, it was clear that, like in the original story, the Spirit Hall was not entirely united at this moment. "Go tell the Pope that the Elder Hall will attend, as scheduled." During the elder's silence, a figure in a gray robe sitting cross-legged on the ground spoke in a calm voice that echoed in the hall, striking deep into people's hearts, making them involuntarily want to comply. "Yes." The knight nodded quickly, and then left with some nervousness. "Big brother, why do you give that woman such face?" After the knight left, the white-haired elder looked at the gray-robed figure and asked in confusion. Bibi Dong was the first female pope in the history of the Spirit Hall, which made many of the older elders who supported the old pope unsatisfied with her. In the Elder Hall, the ranking of worship was divided according to strength. In terms of age, the white-haired elder in front of him was a generation older than the gray-robed figure, yet he called the other big brother. "Second brother, the Pope's talent is the most outstanding in the history of the Spirit Hall. Compared to me and my deceased son, she is stronger. She is younger than both of us, and her current strength is likely not less than mine. Moreover, she treats Xiao Xue very well. Under her leadership, the Spirit Hall will be stronger than ever." The gray-robed figure's breathing was natural, and his aura was not outwardly expressed, subtly reaching a state of unity between heaven and man. After hearing the gray-robed figure's words, the white-haired elder nodded slightly. In the Pope's hall, Bibi Dong sat on the throne, with Ling Yu standing beside her. The consecration ceremony would take place under the witness of many elders of the Spirit Hall. So Ling Yu restrained himself a bit. Below, on the left side, stood Yueguan and Guimei. On the right side, the leader was the white-haired elder who had spoken with the gray-robed figure. Behind him stood a person with a ghostly aura like a ghost leopard, and another with a domineering presence like a demon bear, who were the ghost leopard Douluo and the demon bear Douluo, respectively. The elders and worshippers sent representatives, and Bibi Dong lightly struck the ground with her purple-gold scepter, her red lips parting as she spoke. "Elders, I have gathered you here today to announce that the Spirit Hall will be adding a new elder, Ling Yu. This is the one beside me. Yuguan and Gu Mei exchanged glances, feeling somewhat puzzled, but their expressions did not change much. They supported the Pope and also understood that she would not joke about such important matters. However, the three white-haired elders opposite them frowned slightly. As Ling Yu's appearance was too young, all elders of the Spirit Hall were at least titled Douluo level. A title Douluo so young would likely be hard to believe. Nevertheless, although the demon bear and ghost leopard were somewhat dissatisfied, they understood one principle. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. In front of them was a worshipper whose qualifications and strength far surpassed theirs. It was better to let that person handle anything against the Pope. Does the golden crocodile worshipper have any opinions? Feel free to speak. Bibi Dong seemed to have anticipated this scene, speaking lightly. Your Holiness, does this young brother, named Ling Yu, truly have the strength to rival an elder? The white-haired elder stood with his hands behind his back, still maintaining a respectful demeanor before the Pope. This was the Spirit Hall's second worshipper, Golden Crocodile Douluo. The demon bear, Douluo, and the ghost leopard, Douluo, nodded in agreement. As this was also their doubt, Bibi Dong chuckled lightly, not directly answering Golden Crocodile Douluo's question, but slightly turned her head, her beautiful eyes looking at Ling Yu. Sensing Bibi Dong's gaze, Ling Yu smiled helplessly and subtly sent a mental message to her. Donger, you have given me a difficult problem. Bibi Dong secretly glared at Ling Yu, also communicating through thought. Stop it. With your ability, this is nothing. Bibi Dong found it somewhat amusing. She had witnessed Ling Yu defeat her teacher, a super Douluo with level 95 soul power, head-on. This level of strength was enough to overshadow most elders of the Spirit Hall. Moreover, given the mystery Ling Yu displayed, she felt that this was still not Ling Yu's full power. No one noticed the mental exchange between the two, and Ling Yu understood that it was time for him to step up. To establish a foothold in the Spirit Hall, absolute strength was essential. Although he had no thoughts of becoming an elder, he understood that only by having a certain standing within the Spirit Hall could he rightfully be with Bibi Dong. Golden Crocodile Worshipper. How does this young man need to prove himself to become an elder? Ling Yu stepped forward, smiling slightly, and bowed respectfully to Golden Crocodile Douluo. Watching Ling Yu's every move, Golden Crocodile Douluo nodded secretly. To remain unflustered in front of several titled Douluo was a grace rarely seen among the younger generation. How about this? Aside from the old man, you may choose any one of the 4 elders present in the hall. If you can last a stick of incense against the opponent, I will have no objections to your becoming an elder. In Golden Crocodile Douluo's view, for Ling Yu to last a stick of incense against an elder at the titled Douluo level was already a sign of outstanding talent. As for matching or defeating them, he had never thought of that. Being able to contend with titled Douluo at such a young age meant that becoming an elder was a done deal. Hearing this, both the demon bear Douluo and ghost leopard Douluo nodded. Their thoughts were similar to Golden Crocodile Douluo's. Then we will go with Golden Crocodile Worshipper's words. Bibi Dong lightly lifted her red lips, looking at Ling Yu, her pretty face revealing a touch of interest. The next moment, Ling Yu's gaze fixed on Yuguan. Elder Zhu, may I have the honor of sparring with you? Looking at Ling Yu's calm demeanor, Yuguan was slightly taken aback. Was he chosen? Did Ling Yu see him as the weakest? Although he felt some anger, Yuguan still wore a smiling face, his voice ambiguous regarding gender. Young man, you have good guts. Very well. Let me see what kind of abilities the Pope values in this prospective elder. Seeing Yuguan agree to Ling Yu's challenge, Golden Crocodile Douluo's expression changed slightly. Although Yuguan's strength had not yet reached the level of becoming a worshipper, he was undoubtedly not weak among the many elders of the Spirit Hall. After a moment of astonishment, a faint smile of interest appeared on Golden Crocodile Douluo's old face. The Four Seasons fence reminds you. Remember to bookmark after reading. Chapter 193. Overpowering whether Ling Yu is just bluffing or truly has skills will be revealed shortly. Everyone gathered in an open training ground, which was a place for elders of the Spirit Hall to spar with their martial spirits. On the continent, no new materials have been developed that can withstand the attacks of titled Douluo head-on. So usually, the battlefields for elder sparring are mostly in mid-air. Bibi Dong, holding her purple gold scepter, stood at the edge of the training ground, watching Ling Yu and Yuguan facing each other in the center along with Golden Crocodile Douluo and others. Little brother, are you ready? Yuguan wore a faint smile, looking at Ling Yu, with one hand behind his back. In his view, Ling Yu's strength was at most at the Soul Douluo level. Although Ling Yu had displayed overwhelming strength against the Spirit Hall Academy team in the finals, he had not yet reached the level of titled Douluo. Ling Yu was pushed forward by Bibi Dong, wanting him to become an elder. Thus, he inferred that Ling Yu's strength would not be too weak. Likely between Soul Saint and Title Douluo, which naturally made him a Soul Douluo. He also planned to pretend to fight evenly with Ling Yu, giving face to both Bibi Dong and Ling Yu. After all, he couldn't afford to provoke either of these two in the future. The relationship between Bibi Dong and Ling Yu was obvious to anyone with sharp eyes. If YuGets were to find out that Ling Yu was the mastermind behind the mysterious shadow that day, he would surely be shocked. Elder Zhu could go all out. Ling Yu smiled slightly and bowed his hand. He noticed the disdain in YuGets' eyes, but was not angry. Having strong power was the truth. He planned to rely on his martial soul to face this battle. He would not use his mental power, devouring ancestral symbols, or various powerful martial arts. With a soul power level comparable to level 86 and an incredible configuration of soul rings, he had this confidence. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Yu did not hesitate. He gently waved his right hand, and the clouds in the sky twisted, forming a massive vortex. From deep within the clouds, a thunderous roar echoed. At that moment, a huge blue pillar of light suddenly erupted from the vortex, breaking through the sky and descending to the ground, radiating an astonishing wave of energy. A loud dragon's roar came from the horizon, and a gigantic blue dragon circled above the pillar of light, flying at an incredible speed to Ling Yu's back. Purple, black, and red soul rings appeared, pulsating around Ling Yu's body, emanating an extremely powerful aura. Wow, such a strong wave of soul power, said the golden crocodile Douluo, his old face showing a hint of surprise. From Ling Yu's soul rings, it was clear he was at the Soul King level, but the wave of soul power far exceeded that level. Bibi Dong tilted her head slightly, noticing the astonished expressions on the faces of golden crocodile Douluo and others, and a charming smile appeared on her beautiful face. On the opposite side, YuGets' expression changed slightly. He raised his right hand, and golden light burst forth. Golden petals, like a swarm of bees, gathered together, forming a large golden chrysanthemum in YuGets' palm. Yellow, purple, black. Black, 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 black. Brilliant soul rings nested inside and outside, stopping at the same plane on YuGets' body. The surging wave of soul power caused the surrounding space to become slightly stagnant, momentarily putting pressure on Ling Yu. Ling Yu's body tensed slightly, and he revealed a helpless smile. It was a bit unusual for him not to use external help. Elder Zhu, be careful. Politely saying this, Ling Yu's first soul ring slowly lit up. First soul skill, Azure Dragon Power. A deep dragon's roar emanated from Ling Yu's body, and in the next moment, azure light surged around him. A powerful aura far beyond his initial state swept outward. Vaguely, it formed a stance to stand against YuGets. Azure Dragon Power provided a 40 boost to all attributes, and under this skill, Ling Yu's overall attributes, for a limited time, were already comparable to an ordinary title Douluo. What a domineering amplification soul skill. YuGets secretly nodded in his heart upon sensing Ling Yu's suddenly rising aura. Azure Dragon, Armor Transformation, with a low murmur. In the next instant, azure light condensed on Ling Yu's body, forming a layer of azure armor resembling dragon patterns, looking quite imposing. The core of the soul served not only to compress soul power, like a water pump that increased soul power recovery speed, but also had the important advantage of enhancing control over one's own soul power. On this basis, Xiao Ai also elevated the total amount of soul power that the core could hold, and it could continuously absorb energy molecules from the heavens and earth, which was quite domineering. Clad in azure dragon armor, Ling Yu stepped closer to YuGets, seemingly gaining the upper hand in momentum. Third soul skill, Breath Barrier. YuGets felt a bit uneasy. A yellow soul ring suddenly lit up on his body. An invisible aura enveloped the surrounding hundreds of meters, causing the air and dust to become motionless. A golden barrier appeared, halting Ling Yu's advancing form. Second soul skill, Azure Dragon Body. A hint of inexplicable amusement appeared at the corner of Ling Yu's mouth. The purple soul ring flashed, and Ling Yu's body was enveloped in azure light. As if coated with a layer of asphalt, the halo swirling, rendering the pressure within the barrier ineffective as he continued to step forward. From a distance, it looked as if a twisted humanoid passage was separating out of the golden space. Ling Yu's only control-free soul skill was finally used. The effect was indeed good. However, powerful skills required immense soul power. If Ling Yu did not take the initiative to attack, dragging it out would put him in a disadvantageous position. Third soul skill, Azure Dragon Wings. Fifth soul skill, Azure Scales Transformation. Releasing two major soul skills in succession, behind Ling Yu, azure light surged. and a pair of gigantic Azure Dragon wings sprouted. At the same time, the blood-colored soul ring fused with the Azure Dragon and disappeared into the void. A spherical Azure barrier hovered above Ling Yu's head. With a thought, Azure Dragon scales gathered and formed an Azure longsword. Grasping the Azure Dragon sword, Ling Yu's figure suddenly vanished from his original spot. Not good. Yueguan's body trembled. He did not expect Ling Yu to go all out without testing first. In the distorted light and shadow, a massive Azure light slash approached Yueguan's front. The space along the way twisted unpredictably. Fifth soul skill, Gathering of Cold Blossoms. The black soul ring disappeared, and with spatial fluctuations, a strangely shaped golden large knife appeared in Yueguan's hand, while a golden light shield formed around him. With a loud bang, the Azure light slash struck the golden light shield, producing a crisp echo, and the ground was suddenly torn apart with jagged cracks. Large volumes of air producing continuous explosion sounds. The light shield faltered for a moment before shattering, and a shadow flashed. Ling Yu, holding the Azure Dragon sword, thrust forward powerfully, carrying an astonishing gust of wind. Instinctively, Yueguan also thrust the flying knife in his hand forward. Azure Dragon shield. Facing Yueguan's thrust, Ling Yu smirked as his weapon suddenly transformed. Disassemble, reassemble, condense. It was almost instantaneous, and the original Azure Dragon sword had turned into a triangular dragon shield. Yueguan's flying knife grazed the surface of the dragon shield, creating sparks, and due to inertia, Yueguan's form became momentarily unstable. At this time, Ling Yu, holding the dragon shield, struck heavily towards Yueguan. The invisible air was instantly compressed into a transparent concave arc. With a bang, Yueguan was sent flying like a cannonball by Ling Yu's shield, landing hundreds of meters away. One incredible 10,000-year soul skill. Golden Crocodile Douluo exclaimed upon seeing Yueguan being knocked away by Ling Yu. Unintentionally, Ling Yu made Yueguan suffer a small loss. Gently stroking his white beard, Golden Crocodile Douluo's gaze towards Ling Yu changed, and a faint smile appeared on his old face. Ling Yu's fifth soul skill, All Things as Weapons, allowed him to weaponize his martial soul at will and change weapons at any time, catching his opponent off guard. In the distance, Yueguan stood up somewhat awkwardly, seemingly with some cracks appearing on his golden armor. What a clever kid. Sixth soul skill, Golden Petal Flowing Cloud. This chapter is not finished. Chapter 193, Overpowering. With a light push from his feet, Yueguan's figure rose into the air. At this moment, he no longer underestimated Ling Yu in the slightest. A massive golden chrysanthemum spun in the void, creating subtle ripples in the air. The black soul ring shimmered, extending golden lines into the sky, and in the next moment, a huge golden light beam burst through the air, rushing towards Ling Yu below. This was Yueguan's full-force attack, and the onlookers, including Bibi Dong, focused intently. Fourth soul skill, Azure Dragon Light Shield. However, Ling Yu's expression remained as calm as ever. A near-transparent Azure Light Shield surrounded Ling Yu's body. Taking shape, the Azure Light Shield flowed dynamically, looking dazzling. Boom! The massive golden light beam finally struck the Azure Light Shield with a deep rumble. However, the expected devastation did not occur. The glass-like shield acted like an impenetrable barrier, diffusing the golden light into individual streams, cascading like a flowing water column into the void. A violent energy gust surged, creating a massive pit in the ground. Inside the shield, Ling Yu held the Azure Dragon Shield, gently fanning his dragon wings behind him, deflecting the impact of the light beam and soaring towards Yueguan in the air at astonishing speed. With a fourth soul ring aged at 80,000 years, combined with unidirectional energy flow for single-target defense, the effects of the Azure Dragon Light Shield were exceptionally significant. This allowed Ling Yu to disregard most attacks at the title Douluo level during combat. The sixth soul skill was quickly fully unleashed, and during the brief moment of skill and soul power mobilization, Ling Yu had silently reached above Yueguan. The 30,000-year third soul ring not only granted Ling Yu the ability to fly, but also greatly enhanced his speed. Azure Dragon Seal, Suppression. Within the shield, Ling Yu suddenly threw the Azure Dragon Shield, which transformed mid-air into a massive azure seal over 100 meters in size, exuding tremendous pressure. The colossal azure seal loomed in the void, suppressing Yueguan. Space distorted, emitting a series of mournful wails. Seventh soul skill, Martial Soul, True Body. Ninth soul skill, Withered Chrysanthemum. Wounds all around, flowers fall, hearts broken. Feeling the immense pressure above him, Yueguan gritted his teeth and unleashed his strongest attack. In the void, a gigantic golden chrysanthemum floated in the sky. At that moment, space rippled and endless golden petals, like flying knives, swirled together, forming a massive golden tornado. A powerful and domineering airflow surged through the air. The two strongest attacks collided head-on in the next moment. Amidst the earth-shattering sound, a visible energy ripple, like waves, swept through the vast void. The space twisted dramatically. "Break for me!" Seeing the stalemate, Ling Yu shouted, maximizing his soul power output, applying a 50 all-attribute enhancement from his 5th soul skill to the Azure Seal. Roar! A massive Azure Dragon spirit suddenly emerged from the giant seal, and in the next moment, it spiraled forward with unstoppable momentum, easily destroying the fiercely resisting golden tornado. In the void, the giant seal loomed, the Azure Dragon roared, and that astonishing offensive echoed across the sky. Seconds later, with the golden tornado's barrier gone, under Yueguan's shocked gaze, the Azure Seal, with the Azure Dragon coiling on it, pressed down upon him. A mouthful of bright red blood spurted from Yueguan's mouth. The Azure Seal, carrying overwhelming power, plummeted towards the ground below like a meteor from the heavens. Wherever it passed, the air exploded and energy surged. Chapter 193, Overpowering. Chapter 194, Confession. With a resounding boom, the shocking giant seal finally struck the ground, producing a thunderous noise, causing the earth to tremble violently. An incredibly fierce energy gust spread from the point of impact. A cloud of dust rose into the air. After several seconds, Bibi Dong and the others looked forward, and a sound of gasping filled the air. On the ground, a nearly 100-meter deep pit appeared. Long cracks extended from the edge of the giant pit. At the center of the pit lay a disheveled, golden-armored figure sprawled in a large character shape, with his armor nearly all shattered. Cough, cough. Yueguan coughed up a mouthful of congealed blood, struggling to rise from the pit, his hair a mess, his face covered in dust, looking quite comical. Just now, Ling Yu's terrifying strike had directly sent Yueguan crashing from the air into the ground. Ling Yu's dragon wings flapped as he slowly descended from the air to the edge of the giant pit. With a thought, the dragon wings disappeared. Elder Jiu, I concede. Yueguan looked at Ling Yu's faint smile, a bitter smile forming in his heart. He had already gone all out, yet he was still defeated by Ling Yu head-on. Ling Yu's victory in this battle was largely due to the advantages of his martial soul and soul rings. Of course, his soul power strength comparable to 86 was also an essential factor. He could defeat Yueguan due to his unexpected moves and rapid bursts of power. Without using other means, he certainly could not match Yueguan's already 95-level endurance in soul power. Yueguan climbed out of the pit. He had only sustained some shock injuries, but more so, his soul power was weakened. Ling Yu also suffered significant exhaustion after his outburst, secretly activating the Devouring Ancestor Talisman to restore his soul power to avoid a pale complexion. Elder Ling Yu, a prodigy indeed. An elderly voice came from behind, and Bibi Dong and the Golden Crocodile Douluo approached. This was said by the Golden Crocodile Douluo, who stroked his white beard, his gaze towards Ling Yu filled with admiration. From the Golden Crocodile Douluo's address, it was clear that this second offering had truly recognized Ling Yu's strength and identity. It was no wonder. On the surface, Ling Yu was only at the Soul King level, yet he possessed a 100,000-year soul ring and could defeat Title Douluo. What would happen when Ling Yu became a Title Douluo? Beside him, Ghostly Charm, the Demon Bear, and the Ghost Leopard all nodded. The three of them, in terms of overall strength, were not much different from Yueguan. So if Ling Yu could defeat Yueguan, he could naturally defeat them as well. Golden Crocodile's praise is unwarranted. This kid still needs to work hard on his cultivation. Ling Yu smiled slightly, responding symbolically. Upon hearing this, Golden Crocodile Douluo laughed heartily, increasingly satisfied with Ling Yu in his heart. Indeed, not arrogant nor impatient. Esteemed elders, let us go to the Papal Hall to confer this Elder Ling Yu with a title. At that moment, Bibidong's melodious voice rang in everyone's ears. Everyone nodded in agreement. The subsequent process was merely a formality. Becoming an elder primarily depended on strength. Just now, Ling Yu had undoubtedly proven his power. When only Ling Yu and Bibi Dong remained in the Papal Hall, Ling Yu grinned mischievously, taking Bibidong's jade-like hand, sitting in the Pope's chair while inviting her to sit on his lap. Wrapping his arms around Bibidong's slender waist, feeling the soft touch from her body, Ling Yu leaned close to Bibidong's ear and exhaled a breath of warmth. Donger, there's no one around now, we. Hearing Ling Yu's words, Bai Dong's delicate face flushed with a charming red hue as she softly replied, You shouldn't be reckless. From then on, The news of the newly promoted Elder Ling Yu's overwhelming defeat of the veteran Elder Yu Guan quickly spread within the Spirit Hall. The life story of Ling Yu gradually became known to everyone in the Spirit Hall. It turned out that this Elder Ling Yu was the captain of the champion team of the recently concluded Soulmaster competition. Truly talented and promising. After hearing about Ling Yu's achievements, Xiao and Yin felt a sense of melancholy, thinking, why was there Yu when there was a Liang in Hulaiina's palace? She pondered, how could he be so strong? Sitting in front of the dressing table and looking at herself in the mirror, confusion filled her big eyes. Her gravity-defying long black hair flowed naturally, and her alluring figure, when viewed from behind, presented an extremely tempting silhouette. Since encountering Ling Yu in Bai Baidong's intimate moment in the Pope's palace, she had not visited Bai Baidong again, and her once doting teacher had not come to see her either. She began to doubt whether Bai Baidong no longer wanted her. Hulaiina felt troubled and could not enter a state of cultivation. The day after becoming an elder, Ling Yu sat on the Pope's chair, as usual, while Bai Baidong sat on him. Embracing Bai Baidong's soft body, Ling Yu was contemplating how to discuss the issue of the Rakshasa god with her. Donger, what is wrong? Hearing Ling Yu's words, Bai Baidong smiled slightly, turning her head to reveal half of her cheek. I sense a very strong, evil thought from you. It seems that it doesn't belong to this world. After a moment of hesitation, Ling Yu decided to lay his cards on the table and gently guided her. Xiao Yu, you can't be mistaken, right? Bai Baidong's expression changed slightly, and she felt a bit flustered. For some reason, she instinctively suspected that Ling Yu might have discovered her greatest secret. No, I would never be mistaken. Ling Yu's mental strength was so powerful that he accurately perceived Bai Baidong's reaction. Since he had decided to eliminate the hidden danger of the Rakshasa god, he naturally would not avoid this issue. Seeing Bai Baidong fall silent, her delicate body slightly trembling, Ling Yu sighed inwardly and continued with a strong statement. Donger, you haven't accepted the inheritance of a deity, have you? Upon hearing this, Bai Baidong's beautiful face stiffened, her complexion turned pale, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. After a minute of silence, Bai Baidong seemed to sigh, gently lying in Ling Yu's embrace. Her red lips slightly parted as she said, nothing can be hidden from you. After struggling internally for a moment, Bai Baidong decided not to hide anything from Ling Yu. Can you tell me which deity it is? Seeing Bai Baidong's reaction, Ling Yu smiled gently and asked. He felt it would be better for Bai Baidong to say it herself rather than him guessing, which would also reveal her attitude. It is a deity named the Rakshasa god. At that time, I had just broken through to Titan Douluo not long ago, and was approached by her in an unnamed soul beast forest, and then I was chosen as the inheritor. 4 Seasons Fence reminds you. Remember to collect after reading. Chapter 195, Persuasion, Journey to the Rakshasa Secret Realm. You know how great the temptation of becoming a god is for Titan Douluo. So at that time, without much thought, I happily agreed. Bai Baidong spoke quietly, exhaling softly, her chest rising and falling slightly. After listening, Ling Yu secretly nodded. Becoming a god means infinite life and extraordinary power. Any Titan Douluo encountering the inheritance of a deity would likely find it hard to refuse. Compared to becoming a pile of ash in a few hundred years, they would prefer to rise above all beings and become that immortal eternity. However, now that Ling Yu was here, he would not let Bai Baidong walk down that old path. He genuinely looked down upon such low-level inheritance. Donger, while becoming a god can completely free you from the mortal shell, I think the position of the Rakshasa god is not suitable for you. Ling Yu embraced Bai Baidong's delicate body and began to persuade her. Why? Bai Baidong leaned against Ling Yu's embrace, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, asking with confusion. From Ling Yu's tone, she could sense that he didn't seem to have much reverence for such a high and mighty deity. Recalling the various mysteries Ling Yu had shown, she quickly came to understand that he might have a great secret. Perhaps, as he said, he might not belong to this world either. However, as long as he had her in his heart, that was enough. With that thought, a faint, charming smile appeared on Bai Baidong's beautiful face. Donger, let me ask you a question. Do you think the Rakshasa god is strong? Ling Yu had already thought of what to say. Strong, very strong. At that time, when the Rakshasa god merely cast a projection of her divine will, I felt an overwhelming feeling I couldn't resist. In front of her, as a Titan Douluo, I felt like an ant. Bibinong answered without hesitation. Well, Donger, how far along are you in the test now? I'm preparing for the 7th test. Then you should have noticed that under the guidance of the Rakshasa god's divine will, your emotions and consciousness can sometimes be beyond your control. It does seem that way. From what I know about the Rakshasa god, once you become the new Rakshasa god, you will be completely controlled by that negative divine will. Although you will possess powerful strength, your appearance and consciousness will become exceptionally dark, because the divine power of the Rakshasa god comes from countless evil thoughts and negative emotions in the world. I do not want you to become like that. Ling Yu said slowly, tightening his embrace around Bai Bai Dong. Upon hearing Ling Yu's words, Bai Bai Dong's face turned slightly pale, and her inner resolve began to waver. No woman does not love beauty, and after realizing the potential cost of becoming the Rakshasa god, Bai Bai Dong felt a bit regretful. Xiao Yu then. What should I do? Can I still give up the divine inheritance? Bai Bai Dong's delicate hands instinctively grasped Ling Yu's hand. Hearing this, Ling Yu smiled slightly, holding Bai Bai Dong's hand in return, and said, since I brought this issue up with you, I naturally have a foolproof plan. Xiao Yu, I will listen to you. Bai Bai Dong nodded obediently, like a little girl. Donger, first take me to the place where you encountered the Rakshasa, God's divine will, and the rest will be up to me. Ling Yu gently caressed Bai Bai Dong's jade-like soft hand and said tenderly, okay, let me take care of some matters first, and then I will take you there. You should also inform Xiao Wu and the others, so they won't worry. After saying that, Bai Bai Dong gradually closed her beautiful eyes, resting her head on Ling Yu's shoulder, her red lips curling into a beautiful arc. At that moment, she seemed to have shed a heavy burden. Ling Yu also cherished this rare moment, closing his eyes as his soul core and devouring ancestral symbols slowly operated, engaging in automatic cultivation. After lunch, Bibi Dong arrived at the palace where Hulaina lived. The door was slightly ajar, and after Bibi Dong pushed it open and entered, she found Hulaina staring at the mirror, seemingly lost in thought. Nana, Bibi Dong approached Hulaina from behind, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Teacher, you're here. Hulaina suddenly awoke, standing up from her chair and slightly bowing to Bibi Dong. Are you okay? Why do you look so unwell? Bibi Dong gently stroked Hulaina's cheek with her jade-like hand, asking with concern. I'm fine, really. Hulaina shook her head, a faint smile appearing on her slightly pale face. Well, that's good. Teacher hasn't visited you these past few days. I hope you don't blame me, Bibi Dong said, a hint of apology on her face. Meanwhile, she inwardly cursed Ling Yu, causing him to sneeze at that moment. No, I understand. Teacher has many trivial matters and can't find time. Besides, Nana is no longer a child, Hulaina said understandingly, which brought a sense of comfort to Bibi Dong. Nana, teacher may need to go out for a few days. During this time, could you help me handle some daily affairs? Bibi Dong gently combed through Hulaina's hair, being very tender. Hulaina nodded gently. Meanwhile, Ling Yu arrived at the place where Xiao Wu, Wang Qiu'er, and the other girls lived. In the winding corridors, Xiao Wu and the others were playing in the courtyard. Xiao Wu. Ling Yu walked down the stairs of the corridor with a smile. Brother. Upon seeing Ling Yu, Xiao Wu's eyes lit up, and she flashed a sweet smile, bouncing towards him like a swallow. Her long scorpion braid danced in the air. In the next moment, Xiao Wu leaped into Ling Yu's arms, holding him tightly and refusing to let go. Wang Qiu'er was equally excited and collided into Ling Yu's embrace alongside Xiao Wu. Holding the soft bodies of the two girls, Ling Yu couldn't help but smile, gently stroking their silky hair. Nearby, Ning Rongrong walked over gracefully, her small hands clasped in front of her, her pretty face also beaming with happiness. Zhu Zhuqing, dressed in a black tight-fitting outfit, and Yu Sinan, in a blue long dress, gathered around as well. All right, I have something to tell you. Your sister, the Pope. I need to go out for a matter that will take about 2 days. While I'm away, you all need to cultivate well, Ling Yu said, smiling at the girls. Brother, you haven't pampered Qiu'er for several days. Upon hearing that Ling Yu was leaving, Wang Qiu'er's small face was filled with worry, looking quite adorable. The other girls also focused intently on Ling Yu's face. Ling Yu's mouth twitched. He understood Wang Qiu'er's meaning behind pampered. How about we all do it together tonight? In the next second, a mysterious smile crept onto Ling Yu's face as he chuckled. Brother, you're so bad. Xiao Wu's face turned bright red the moment Ling Yu said that, and she swung her little fist, playfully hitting him on the chest. She knew exactly what Ling Yu meant. During their cultivation in the Sunset Forest, he had often favored both her and Ning Rongrong. Big pervert. Ning Rongrong quickly caught on, her pretty face flushing as she stomped her foot on the ground. The other three girls also understood Ling Yu's deeper meaning, their faces all blushing, especially Zhu Zhuqing and Yu Sinan, who liked Ling Yu but hadn't fully given themselves to him yet, making them even more shy. To this, Ling Yu just laughed heartily. It was simply the natural course of love between men and women. That night, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Wang Qiu'er secretly came to Ling Yu's room one after another. After arranging everything, the next morning, Ling Yu held Bibi Dong's hand and set off towards the nameless forest that Bibi Dong mentioned. The two of them were very low-key and did not depart from the main entrance of the Pope's palace, but chose an open space on the back mountain. Chapter 195, Persuasion. Heading to the Rakshasa secret realm in the low-key manner, they did not start from the main gate of the Pope's palace, but instead chose an open area on the back mountain. Chapter 195, Persuasion. Heading to the Rakshasa secret realm. Chapter 196, Rakshasa God's Projection, Third Soul Skill, Azure Dragon Wings. Azure light surged, and with a flash of the Black Soul Ring, a low dragon roar echoed as a pair of Azure Dragon Wings sprouted from Ling Yu's back. The Azure Dragon scales, layered like fish scales, radiated an astonishing beauty and a strong sense of power, in a phase where spatial power could not be used. This avian-like form, using energy to condense into wings, could greatly reduce resistance during flight, thereby effectively increasing flight speed. From a scientific perspective, this is what is known as a streamlined shape. This is why, in Do Patsang Qiong, many low-level Do Zone can still use Do Qi wings to fly while stepping on the void when they touch spatial power. At the same time, Bibi Dong also underwent a similar transformation. With a crisp sound, purple light flickered, and a pair of extremely beautiful wings sprouted from her back. 6 nearly transparent wings, 3 on each side, thin as cicada wings, adorned with golden dots, flickered with brilliant colors. This was Bibi Dong's external soul bone, the 6-winged purple light wing. Derived from the soul beast, Purple Wing Spider Emperor. It came with the skill of flight and could evolve. Compared to using soul power for flight, this soul bone technique that provided flight undoubtedly saved soul power. Let's go. Ling Yu smiled slightly, reaching out his hand to hold Bibi Dong's delicate hand. Bibi Dong's pretty face held a smile as she lightly nodded. With a gust of wind, amidst the dust that was raised, the two figures quickly disappeared from the open space. During the flight, the scenery below changed rapidly, with Bibi Dong leading Ling Yu a bit, heading towards that nameless forest. Wuyin City is located at the junction of the two great empires, while the direction Bibi Dong and Ling Yu set off towards is located in the Star Luo Empire. About half an hour later, their speed gradually slowed down. We're here. Bibi Dong's red lips parted slightly as she tilted her head to look at Ling Yu beside her. Speaking softly, Ling Yu nodded, holding Bibi Dong's soft hand as their figures descended from the sky, gently landing on the ground. A gentle wind blew, lifting the dust on the ground. As they looked around, a dense forest appeared before them. Towering trees reached over 10 meters high. In the depths of the forest, a faintly eerie aura emanated. Donger, don't be afraid. I am here. Feeling Bibi Dong's slightly trembling hand, Ling Yu smiled gently. It's no wonder. Bibi Dong's current situation was like being on a vehicle that had already traveled halfway, while she, the only passenger, wanted to get off before reaching the destination. Which driver would let her off easily? The inheritance of the divine position, once started, is an irreversible process. Either die and be reborn in the divine test, or become a god and achieve immortality. The majesty of the deities should not be easily offended. However, such rules do not apply to Ling Yu. Bibi Dong felt Ling Yu's confidence, and her worries lessened significantly, a smile appearing on her beautiful face. The two held hands, their wings dissipating behind them, and walked step by step into the forest. The forest was extremely quiet, and within that tranquility, there seemed to be hints of unknown danger. Sensing the powerful aura emanating from Ling Yu and Bibi Dong, the soul beasts lurking nearby dared not make a move. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Bibi Dong's footsteps came to a halt. Ling Yu focused his mind, and a vast mental force surged out from his dantian, feedbacking the movements within 1,000 zhang into his mind. Donger, I sense a slight spatial fluctuation here. Ling Yu stamped his foot on the ground, his gaze sharpening as he looked at Bibi Dong. That's right. Every time I undergo the assessment, I enter that place from here. Bibi Dong nodded, and, as she spoke, a glimmer flashed between her brows, and the next moment, a giant purple-black scythe pattern appeared. This should be something similar to the sea god's golden trident imprint. Every deity inheritor has such a mark, symbolizing their identity. With the appearance of the purple-black scythe pattern, suddenly, the ground beneath Ling Yu and Bibi Dong shook violently. And immediately, a huge purple-black magic circle emerged. Astonishing energy fluctuations reverberated deep within the forest. The space twisted, and Ling Yu and Bibi Dong's forms became transparent, gradually disappearing into the air. As the two vanished, The massive purple-black magic circle also flickered and disappeared, as if it had never existed. The forest returned to calm once more. This was a dimly lit place, where apart from the massive sculpture in the center, which emitted faint light, the surroundings were engulfed in endless darkness. As the stars shifted and the space moved, a sudden spatial vortex slowly took shape in this area, and the next moment, two figures emerged from within. It was Ling Yu and Bibi Dong. Is this the Rakshasa secret realm? Quite strange. Ling Yu looked around, his gaze swallowed by the darkness. If it weren't for his sufficiently powerful mental strength, arriving here suddenly would have imposed an invisible pressure psychologically. Suddenly, clusters of forest green flames ignited from the lampstands, rising in a regular sequence from front to back. The scene resembled entering a ghostly world where some welcoming ceremony was taking place. The forest green flames flickered slowly, dispelling the surrounding darkness. This was the interior of a grand hall, with a straight stone pathway connecting to the steps at the back. The stone walls at the edges were carved with many vicious-looking beings. Atop the steps stood a gigantic statue. The statue was at least 100 zhang tall and appeared to be a woman, clad in armor and wielding a peculiar giant scythe. A unique oppressive aura emanated from the statue. At a glance, the statue's eyes could leave one in a daze, rendering them mentally unclear. Even more terrifying was that it seemed capable of infinitely amplifying the evil thoughts hidden deep within a soulmaster's heart, ultimately leading them to be controlled by those evil thoughts, becoming a wicked existence. Currently, Bibi Dong, as the inheritor of the Rakshasa god, and Ling Yu, with his powerful mental strength, would not be affected by this eerie statue. Bibi Dong, are you ready to accept the seventh trial of the Rakshasa? A woman's voice suddenly echoed in this space. The statue ahead suddenly burst forth with radiant light, and then a figure walked out from within. It was a woman tall, with long purple hair cascading down her back. Dressed in a purple divine outfit and wielding a purple-black giant scythe, she was surrounded by swirling purple-black currents. Upon closer inspection, those currents continuously manifested into ghosts, embodying evil thoughts. The woman stepped out from the statue, floating in midair, and every movement resonated throughout the entire hall. Her image straddled the line between reality and illusion, seemingly transformed from energy. However, the aura she exuded was boundless, subtly transcending this realm. Ling Yu focused his gaze and immediately discerned the clues. This should be the mental projection of the Rakshasa god, drawn upon the divine power left behind in the Rakshasa secret realm. Looking at the Rakshasa god, she must have once been an exceptionally beautiful woman. Yet the nearly tangible evil thoughts emanating from her and her captivating gaze made it difficult for anyone to feel a sense of closeness. One could only wonder what the Rakshasa god had experienced before becoming this way. Sensing Ling Yu's mental probing, the Rakshasa god frowned slightly, her gaze shifting to notice Ling Yu beside Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong, you have quite the audacity to bring someone into the realm of the divine test without permission. The next moment, the Rakshasa god coldly shouted, her authoritative voice carrying a hint of mental intimidation. The space resonated. Although the Rakshasa god was merely a projection, she could still cause the heavens and earth to change color in this small Douluo realm. Bibi Dong's face turned pale, instinctively inching closer to Ling Yu, hiding behind him. Humph! Ling Yu let out a cold snort, his invisible mental power surging forth, forming a mental barrier in front of him, easily dispelling the Rakshasa god's mental attack. At the point of their clash, a crisp sound rang out, and the void produced subtle ripples. Such strong mental power. The Rakshasa god slightly parted her red lips, a trace of surprise crossing her enchanting face. The human below seemed to possess a mental strength even stronger than her own true form. It was simply unbelievable. Human, who are you? Soon, the Rakshasa god regained her composure, asking indifferently, a mortal possessing such astonishing mental strength. Had she been too long without going out and become narrow-minded? You are not worthy to know my name. Ling Yu sneered dismissively, having come with Bibi Dong to confront the Rakshasa god, so there was no need for pretense. Upon hearing this, the Rakshasa god's expression suddenly turned exceptionally ugly, and the surrounding evil thoughts grew even thicker, an overwhelming oppressive force descending in an instant, causing the space to tremble with mournful cries. To desecrate the divine, one must be punished. The world had truly changed. A mortal dared to speak to her in such a manner. With a cold shout, the Rakshasa god swung the giant scythe in her hand, distorting space as a massive scythe-shaped light tore through the void, instantly arriving before Ling Yu, intending to rip him in half. Before the attack even arrived, The sharp wind had already carved a huge ravine in the ground. "Xiao Yu!" Bibi Dong exclaimed, wanting to rush forward to block that terrifying blow for Ling Yu. But she was tightly held back by Ling Yu's large hand. "Donger, it's fine." With a calm expression, Ling Yu slowly reached out with one hand and gently grasped. The space froze, and a bizarre scene unfolded. The massive side-shaped light transformed entirely into silver, stopping before Ling Yu. "Break!" With a word falling in the next moment, a massive side-shaped light exploded with a bang, turning into countless light dots that vanished into the sky. A powerful energy gust swept through, causing the wind to howl in the Great Hall. How is this possible? Once the energy wind calmed, the expression of the Rakshasa god in midair turned exceedingly shocked. Her furious strike was just broken like that? It was merely a projection of divine thought, yet it dared to show off in front of me. If your true body descends, I might still be wary, but now, rest in peace. Without giving the Rakshasa god another chance to attack, Ling Yu released his grip on Bai Bai Dong, quickly formed hand seals, and silently chanted in his heart. A black rune suddenly shone brightly in the center of his brow. With a whoosh, a black rune flew out from Ling Yu's brow, expanding in the wind, transforming into a massive black hole in midair, releasing an extremely domineering, swallowing power. The space twisted and centered around the black hole. Large areas of space began to collapse, revealing countless extremely fine spatial cracks. In the Great Hall, aside from Ling Yu and Bai Bai Dong, everything, including light, was subtly being pulled by the enormous black hole in midair. The rubble on the ground unconsciously buzzed and trembled, flying towards the black hole at an astonishing speed, returning to nothingness. The Rakshasa phantom, transformed from the divine thought of the Rakshasa god, also gradually twisted, involuntarily being drawn towards the black hole. "Damn it! What is this thing?" The Rakshasa god was horrified, her gaze fixed on the black hole ahead, feeling as if her vision, even her spirit, was being completely consumed. In a rush, the Rakshasa god swung out two side-shaped light slashes towards the black hole, but they sank like stones into the sea, failing to create even a ripple. As she saw herself getting closer to the black hole, her form twisted like a thick fog, and the Rakshasa god's expression finally turned to one of terror and despair. Don't kill me. I can give you anything you want. I only ask that you spare me. Death is not terrifying. What is terrifying is watching yourself die, slowly while being powerless. In the face of death, the Rakshasa god finally fell from her pedestal, pleading for her life like an ant. Although this was merely a wisp of the Rakshasa god's divine thought, if it were to be annihilated, it would still cause significant damage to her true body soul. Return to the embrace of nature. Ling Yu sneered coldly in his heart, ignoring the Rakshasa goddess words, spreading his hands and gazing up at the massive black hole in midair. This appearance did have a bit of a villainous air. Ah, finally! Most of the Rakshasa god's body was swallowed by the black hole. The remaining parts were shredded into fragments by the surrounding fine spatial cracks. A sharp scream echoed throughout the Great Hall, lingering endlessly. "Humans, when my true body descends, I will make your corpse into 1,000 pieces." With the last furious female voice, the Great Hall once again returned to silence. With a thought, the enormous black hole in midair quickly shrank, transforming into a miniature black rune that slipped back into Ling Yu's brow. The cracked spaces were also quickly restored to their original state. In dealing with the Rakshasa god's divine thought, Ling Yu directly summoned the devouring ancestral rune, this ultimate weapon, to completely annihilate the opponent. As a heavenly divine object formed by the 8 fundamental rules of the Tianqian continent in the Wudong Qiankuan world, nothing has ever been unable to be devoured by the devouring ancestral rune. At least on the Douluo Continent, there is nothing that could withstand the domineering swallowing power of the devouring ancestral rune. Chapter 197. Annihilation of the Rakshasa Phantom. Chapter 198. The thoughts of the Rakshasa god. As for the Rakshasa god's final threat, Ling Yu completely disregarded it. Gods cannot interfere with matters of realms. This is a rule set by the gods. Even the God King, under special circumstances, is not allowed to descend to the lower realm. Otherwise, they would be sanctioned by the Realm Committee. Moreover, even if the Rakshasa god truly disregarded everything and came down to kill him, he still had the power to protect himself. When a divine body descends to the Douluo Continent, it will be subjected to dimensional suppression. Taking the Rakshasa god, a first-level deity, as an example, if she were to come to the Douluo Continent, her actual power will be suppressed to the level of a second-level or even third-level deity. Faced with such a level of divine powerhouse, although Ling Yu could not defeat her, he could still escape. The hall was silent. Ling Yu turned around, smiling, and took Bai Dong's hand, saying, "All right, there is nothing to worry about now." Bibi Dong smiled brightly. Her previous anxiety for Ling Yu having completely transformed into joy. The strength of the Rakshasa, goddess divine, thought, just now, was only at the level of super Douluo, and the pressure it exerted on the title Douluo was due to its divine aura, possessing what is known as divinity. Donger, sit down for a moment. I will help you expel the remnants of the Rakshasa, goddess aura from you. Ling Yu looked at Bai Dong's beautiful eyes and said. Bai Dong nodded gently, withdrawing her hand from Ling Yu's and sitting down on the ground. Ling Yu sat behind Bai Dong, placing one hand on her jade back, releasing the swallowing power. Soon, wisps of purple-black energy rose like light smoke from Bai Dong's body, dissipating into the air. Without the support of the Rakshasa goddess divine thought, the remnants of the Rakshasa god on Bai Dong, including the divine mark, were all eliminated. A few minutes later, Ling Yu slowly withdrew his power and helped Bai Dong to her feet. At this moment, Bai Dong's skin appeared even more translucent than before. Donger, congratulations, you are free. Ling Yu held Bai Dong's jade hands, a smile appearing on his lips. It is worth mentioning that although Bai Dong has completely severed ties with the Rakshasa god, the soul power she accumulated during the previous assessment has not disappeared. In Ling Yu's knowledge, Bai Dong's soul power is at level 98. Her twin martial souls combined with the divine assessment allowed her to rapidly increase her soul power after breaking through the title Douluo. Bai Dong looked into Ling Yu's eyes, a charming smile appearing on her delicate face. She gently leaned into Ling Yu's embrace, resting her head on his shoulder, and closed her eyes. In the quiet and eerie great hall, the light was faint, and the two beautiful figures held each other tightly. After a dozen minutes, Ling Yu released Bai Dong, looking at her tenderly, his right hand gently brushing across her cheek. Looking around, Ling Yu's expression became slightly serious. Just now, he and Bai Dong entered this space through a teleportation array. Now that Bai Dong had removed the divine mark, the only way to exit was for this space to collapse. There was no way, right now. Ling Yu did not have the power to control space and could not tear apart the space to achieve cross-dimensional movement. In the next moment, Ling Yu's gaze focused on the statue at the back of the hall. This statue should be the core of the entire Rakshasa secret realm. Donger, wait for me a moment. Ling Yu looked into Bai Dong's beautiful eyes and gently patted her jade hand twice. Bai Dong nodded, smiling slightly, her gaze remaining on Ling Yu. Turning around and taking a few steps forward with a thought, he instantly activated the solar body, causing Ling Yu's skin to turn a crystalline white jade color, with silver lightning coalescing into substance, stretching and dancing on his body. The surging power fluctuations caused slight distortions in the surrounding space. With a single step forward, Ling Yu transformed into a streak of lightning. His right fist clenched tightly as he struck heavily at the statue. The air was compressed into a massive concave arc, and the astonishing force slammed against the statue. Boom! A loud rumble echoed, and visible waves of power spread in all directions, causing the entire hall to tremble violently. Under the punch of Ling Yu, a faint cracking sound was heard, and a fissure began to spread across the statue's surface. The material was indeed sturdy. Ling Yu withdrew his fist, stepping into the void, gazing at the statue before him, murmuring. The recent collision had left his palm numb. His mental energy spread through the void, stabilizing him midair. Then, Ling Yu's expression turned serious as he punched down at the crack on the statue. Deep, muffled sounds reverberated through the trembling hall. Boom! Finally, after Ling Yu pounded it a dozen times, the statue exploded violently, shattering into pieces that fell to the ground. At the same time, the entire hall space began to sway precariously. Sinister cracks appeared in the air. The space here was about to collapse. With a whoosh, Ling Yu returned and embraced the slightly changed expression of Bai Dong, his mental energy roaring out as he set up a silver barrier around them. Outside in the forest, a massive tremor occurred, and a gigantic purple-black magic circle suddenly appeared on the ground, followed by the appearance of two figures, Ling Yu and Bai Dong, who had just emerged from the Luo secret realm. The purple-black magic circle operated for a moment before shattering like a mirror. The place of inheritance in the Luo secret realm was completely destroyed by Ling Yu. Unlike the place of divine examination, the final divine inheritance place was not within the divine examination ground, but rather in the buffer zone between the human world and the divine realm. The place of inheritance served as a passageway for soul masters of Douluo Continent to ascend. It could not exist independently in the void sea between planes, merely an alternate space. Neither the soul masters of Douluo Continent nor the divine souls in the divine realm could leave their respective planes. This was the constraint of the world and the limitation of laws. In a remote corner of the divine realm, a solitary large hall stood quietly, with eerie and strange breaths lingering outside the hall, making it appear like a ghostly realm. Dead humans. At that moment, an angry female voice echoed from within the hall. On the throne, the Rakshasa god clutched her head, her face twisted in a terrifying grimace. Ah! The Rakshasa god suddenly rose from her throne, swinging the Rakshasa magic sickle, causing the space to distort as a massive sickle shadow formed, tearing through the void and creating a huge gash in the top of the hall. The sickle shadow vanished into the distant void, and strands of light poured through the gash in the ceiling, spilling into the dim hall. The Rakshasa god's expression fluctuated sharply before calming down after a while. That human had completely obliterated the trace of divine thought she had left in the Douluo Continent. It would take a great effort to cultivate it back again. Unlike divine power, which could be drawn from the divine realm's energy, divine thoughts, in a certain sense, resembled a part of the deity's essence. The destruction of that part was a significant loss for the main body. What angered the Rakshasa god even more was that the human had directly destroyed the Luo secret realm. The resources required to build a divine examination secret realm were not insignificant, even for her, making it feel like a loss. Fortunately, there were still several divine examination secret realms remaining in the Douluo Continent, preventing a complete severance of her inheritance. However, finding another outstanding successor like Bibi Dong would be extremely difficult. After countless years, she had finally discovered Bibi Dong, who perfectly matched her divine position, only for that human to ruin everything in one blow. Just thinking about it filled her with inexplicable rage. Bibi Dong's twin martial souls greatly aligned with her Rakshasa divine powers, but now all of that would turn to ashes. With a slight tremor, the Rakshasa magic sickle in her hand vibrated gently, causing the air to ripple. Just as the Rakshasa god took a step forward, her figure suddenly stopped. She ignored the agreement of the gods and headed to eliminate that human. However, after a moment's thought, she dismissed the idea. The aura from that human was quite strange. Despite being immortal, he could easily extinguish a trace of her divine thought, although that thought was not particularly strong. It was still far beyond what those ants could compare to. After all, defeating was one thing, but killing was another matter. I really can't see through it, the Rakshasa god murmured to herself. However, given that human's talent, he would undoubtedly be able to enter the divine realm in the future. If he were to stand in opposition to those self-righteous deities, things could get interesting. With that thought, a highly peculiar smile appeared on the Rakshasa god's face. The eerie laughter echoed back and forth within the hall. Chapter 198. The Thoughts of the Rakshasa God. Chapter 199. 3 Ways to Become a God. The Rakshasa god did not expect that this small act of kindness she performed today would bring about revolutionary chaos in the divine realm in the near future. In the forest, Ling Yu and Bibi Dong were teleported out of the collapsing Luo secret realm. The two held hands, exchanged glances, and smiled. This experience had indeed been quite thrilling. Under Ling Yu's guidance, Bibi Dong had personally witnessed the process of slaying a god. In her impression, deities were lofty and invincible. However, in front of Ling Yu, even gods were nothing. Although Ling Yu had only extinguished a trace of the Rakshasa god's divine thought, this incident had subtly increased Bibi Dong's reliance on Ling Yu, giving her an unspoken sense of security. She did not want to probe into Ling Yu's origins or know his secrets. She only wanted Ling Yu to have her in his heart, and that was enough. The powerful aura surrounding them instilled great awe in the soul beasts of the forest, preventing any reckless soul beast from seeking trouble. Ling Yu held Bibi Dong's delicate hand as they walked side by side back, quickly exiting the forest. Following the same path, they returned to the papal palace half an hour later. Upon entering the main hall, they saw Hulina sitting on the gilded throne. Observing her demeanor, she faintly exhibited the grace of a future pope. "Teacher, you're back," Hulina exclaimed with joy upon seeing Ling Yu and Bibi Dong enter through a side door. Bibi Dong smiled slightly, looking at Hulina before reaching out a delicate hand to ruffle her hair. Hulina's beautiful eyes naturally squinted into a narrow slit, and in her peripheral vision, she caught sight of Ling Yu, who was still holding Bibi Dong's hand. She couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. "Little fox, what are you looking at?" Feeling Hulina's gaze and seeing her adorable expression, Ling Yu couldn't help but smile and asked, "I." Upon hearing Ling Yu's words, Hulina's face instantly flushed red, her breath quickening, and subtle movements occurred in front of her. "Humph, you're the little fox, and your whole family is little foxes." Hulina glared at Ling Yu with her beautiful eyes, looking adorably fierce. Because Bibi Dong was present, she couldn't lose her temper. All right, stop teasing her. Bibi Dong shot a glance at Ling Yu and pinched his arm hard with her jade hand. Does this guy think Nana is easy to bully? Ling Yu's mouth twitched, and he quickly forced a smile and nodded, explaining that he was just joking. Nana, don't mind him, he's like this. Bibi Dong turned her head slightly and gently stroked Hulaina's hair. Since you're back, I'll go back to my cultivation. A smile appeared on Hulaina's pretty face as she looked up at Bibi Dong. All right. Bibi Dong patted Hulaina's fragrant shoulder and watched her leave the hall until she was out of sight. It's more comfortable here. Donger, come here. Ling Yu took a big step forward and boldly sat on the throne. He then smiled at Bibi Dong, opening his arms in a mock embrace. Bibi Dong shot him an annoyed glance. Her pretty face slightly flushed, but quickly disappeared. Nevertheless, she obediently sat on Ling Yu's lap, turning to face him. Ling Yu wrapped his left arm around Bibi Dong's jade back while his right hand rested on her thigh. Your disciple is quite cute. Ling Yu tilted his head slightly, admiring Bibi Dong's beautiful cheeks, a mysterious smile appearing on his lips. Yes, Bibi Dong nodded slightly, not thinking too much about it. However, when she saw the mischievous smile on Ling Yu's face, her brows furrowed slightly. What's wrong? Are you interested in her? Bibi Dong couldn't help but think this way, especially since Ling Yu already had several little girlfriends. No, Ling Yu awkwardly shook his head. He indeed had feelings for Hulaina, but judging by Bibi Dong's attitude, winning her over for his harem would take time. Chapter 199, 3 Ways to Become a God. Nana is my only disciple. You're not allowed to have designs on her. Bibi Dong pouted, pinching Ling Yu's arm firmly with her jade hand. If Hulaina fell in love with Ling Yu, wouldn't they, as master and disciple, be sharing a husband? That would be too shameful. No, absolutely not. Thinking of this, a charming blush appeared on Bibi Dong's face. Who could resist the queen's spoiled demeanor? Ling Yu quickly nodded. Donger, I have already thought of your future cultivation. After a moment of silence, Ling Yu looked at Bibi Dong gently and said, having lost the inheritance of the Rakshasa god, Ling Yu still needed to find another path for Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong looked into Ling Yu's eyes, her pretty face showing an expression of anticipation. Ling Yu slowly opened his right hand, palm up, as spatial fluctuations occurred. A blue and a golden orb of light emerged in his palm, emitting waves of mysterious energy. To prevent others from eavesdropping, Ling Yu also set up an invisible barrier with his mental power. Donger, don't resist. Focus on sensing. The next moment, Ling Yu's right index finger lightly touched the center of Bibi Dong's forehead, and the 2 colored orbs quickly entered her mind. At the same time, Bibi Dong instinctively closed her beautiful eyes. What Ling Yu gave to Bibi Dong was naturally the wind of the extreme series of cultivation techniques transformed from Xiao Ai, as well as the spiritual secret technique of the pseudo-god palace. With a high-level mysterious cultivation technique, Bibi Dong, currently at level 98 of her soul power, would not take long to break through the 100-level barrier and become a god-level powerhouse. Bibi Dong possessed top-tier twin martial souls with high talent and understanding, allowing her to quickly digest this external energy information. In the Douluo Continent, there are 2 ways to become a god. One is to reach level 99, gather belief power, and break through to 100 to condense a divine position. The other is through divine position inheritance. Now, with Bibi Dong accepting the otherworldly cultivation method from Ling Yu, she could forcibly bypass the rules and advance to 100 levels. However, becoming a god this way would not allow her to condense a divine position. Only those who became gods through the first 2 methods could gain the recognition of heaven and earth, thereby condensing a divine position. In the divine realm, gods with a divine position far surpass those without one in terms of strength. Of course, in terms of lifespan, all are immortal divine souls. However, if Bibi Dong breaks through to 100 levels through cultivation techniques, her situation would be entirely different from those without a divine position in the divine realm. The cultivation inheritance Ling Yu provided was accompanied by corresponding combat techniques. The power of these combat techniques would become stronger as the cultivator's strength increased. For example, high-level mysterious combat techniques used by a god-level powerhouse would be no less powerful than ordinary divine techniques and might even surpass them. Chapter 199, 3 Ways to Become a God. Chapter 200, Artifact and Destiny Divine Weapon. Moreover, when a soul master breaks through to 100 levels, their previously owned martial soul and soul skills would naturally transform into god-level martial souls and divine skills. Ultimately, it still depends on the cultivator's own level of cultivation. A normal strike from a deity is far beyond what a soul master below god level can withstand. Sitting on Ling Yu's lap, Bibi Dong closed her beautiful eyes tightly, with a blue light flickering at her forehead. After a few moments, the blue light disappeared, and she slowly opened her eyes, tilting her head slightly. Bibi Dong's pretty face showed a hint of surprise as she looked at Ling Yu with eyes filled with gratitude, joy, and, most importantly, deep affection. Just now, she had already begun to digest the energy information Ling Yu had transmitted to her. Fighting energy, techniques, combat skills, spiritual secret techniques, and so on. New terms appeared in her cognitive world, painting a grand picture for her. Breaking through the sky with human strength. What a level of cultivation and power that is. Suppressing her excitement, Bibi Dong's pretty face flushed as she gently kissed Ling Yu's cheek, leaving a faint red lip mark. Xiao Yu, thank you. She understood how precious the things Ling Yu had given her were. Is that all? Ling Yu was slightly taken aback, then looked at Bibi Dong playfully. Bibi Dong didn't understand the deeper meaning behind Ling Yu's words, her fair cheeks showing a slightly silly expression. I can't lead, I have to take the initiative. Ling Yu sighed inwardly, wrapping his arms around Bibi Dong's slender and soft waist, leaning forward and unexpectedly kissing her fragrant lips. Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, then slowly closed as her long jade hands wrapped around Ling Yu's neck. After a few minutes, amidst hurried breaths, the two parted their lips, looking at each other's faces close together, their eyes filled with affection. At this moment, Bibi Dong's cheeks were flushed, looking exceptionally charming. Donger, tonight, I'll teach you some new things. Ling Yu gazed at Bibi Dong's shy appearance, his heart stirred, and a mysterious smile formed on his lips. What? Bibi Dong's voice carried a hint of allure. Ling Yu then leaned close to Bibi Dong's ear and whispered something. After hearing it, Bibi Dong's pretty face immediately turned as red as an apple. No, absolutely not. Bibi Dong clenched her delicate fist and lightly tapped on Ling Yu's chest a few times. This little rascal is really too bad. Just now, Ling Yu told her that a woman's 2 little mouths, 2 little hands, 2 little feet, and even her front can do that. He even prettily called it 5 exchanges, which is really too shameful. She doesn't know how this bad guy's mind is filled with such indecent thoughts. Ling Yu laughed heartily and continued, Trust me, after you try it, you'll love them. Get away. Bibi Dong turned her head away, no longer looking at Ling Yu's annoying face. She wouldn't listen to Ling Yu and try those embarrassing cheeses. A few seconds later, Ling Yu wrapped his arms around Bibi Dong's waist and gently shook her twice. All right, Donger, you first practice your cultivation, and we'll talk about that later tonight. Ling Yu's smile remained, but his heart was unusually hot. He believed that Bibi Dong would definitely not refuse those cheeses. Once there was a first time, there would be infinite times. How can I cultivate while you're holding me? Bibi Dong huffed softly and couldn't help but roll her eyes at Ling Yu. Who said you can't cultivate? Ling Yu laughed, finding Bibi Dong's soft body simply irresistible. Bibi Dong had no choice but to let Ling Yu hold her. She slowly closed her beautiful eyes, mobilizing her mental strength to calm her somewhat restless mind, and began to circulate her soul power in her body according to the specific route of her cultivation method. Inside the great hall, the wind suddenly picked up, and the wandering energy of heaven and earth was drawn in by some invisible force, gathering strands of blue energy currents into Bibi Dong's small abdomen. During her first cultivation session, even though Bibi Dong had her eyes closed, a look of astonishment appeared on her face. This wonderful cultivation method was dozens of times more efficient than her previous meditation practices. What does this mean? It means that within the same amount of time, her cultivation speed would increase by more than 10 times. She could clearly feel that her soul power level, which had reached level 98, was slowly increasing at a visible speed. Although this speed was extremely slow, she believed that within a few decades, she would definitely reach level 99. And in her lifetime, breaking through level 100 was not impossible. Seeing that Bibi Dong had smoothly entered a state of cultivation, Ling Yu smiled slightly. With a thought, the swallowing ancestral talisman guarding the air in the Naiwan Palace suddenly trembled. Above them, the space twisted and a black hole slowly took shape. A domineering, pulling force spread out, causing the Pope's Hall and even the surrounding void to gather the energy of heaven and earth, faintly forming a massive energy vortex, slowly rotating like a nebula. With little AI activating the shield, no one would discover this shocking scene. The swallowing ancestral talisman truly lived up to its reputation as a cultivation cheat. Through it, Ling Yu artificially changed the cultivation environment. Around the two of them, the energy of heaven and earth was almost solid, flowing in a regular pattern. 2 hours later, the black hole disappeared, and Ling Yu and Bibi Dong, who were immersed in their cultivation state, both withdrew their powers and opened their eyes. How do you feel? Ling Yu looked into Bibidong's eyes and smiled. Very good. Bibidong nodded happily. She found that sitting on Ling Yu and cultivating together felt quite good. I'm going to check on Xiao Wu and the others. Okay, go ahead. After receiving Bibidong's approval, Ling Yu released her, kissed her lightly on the face, and walked into a side door. Watching Ling Yu's disappearing figure, Bibidong gently lifted her red lips, sat on the throne, closed her beautiful eyes, and continued to cultivate. The cultivation of soul masters becomes increasingly difficult as they progress, and they cannot afford to relax. In the courtyard, Wang Qiu'er, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Yushiner were all sitting cross-legged on the ground, each cultivating. Ling Yu walked lightly, not disturbing them, and slowly approached Yushiner. Shiner, hearing Ling Yu's voice. The colorful healing heart in Yushiner's palm disappeared. She opened her beautiful eyes, stood up, and a faint smile appeared on her face. You're back. Yushiner walked up to Ling Yu, her cheeks slightly flushed, feeling a bit shy. Shiner, do you know why Qiu'er and the others are cultivating so fast? Ling Yu smiled at Yushiner. Yushiner shook her head. Among Ling Yu's girlfriends, she was the only one still at level 44. That's because they have all refined fairy herbs. As Ling Yu spoke, he opened his right hand. In the next moment, space fluctuated, and a golden light shone as a tulip exuding a strange fragrance appeared in Ling Yu's hand. This was naturally the fairy herb, the Chihuahua tulip, that Ling Yu had little AI transform. It might take 10,000 years for a Chihuahua tulip to mature in Douluo Continent, but here with Ling Yu, it was practically infinite. Moreover, it would arrive immediately. Yushiner's martial soul, healing heart, like Ning Rongrong's martial soul, 7 treasure glazed tile, now transformed into 9 treasure, was also a gem-type martial soul, making the Chihuahua tulip the most suitable fairy herb for her. Ling Yu then handed the Chihuahua tulip to Yushiner. This is for me? Yushiner said softly, feeling the extraordinary nature of the fairy herb in Ling Yu's hand. At this moment, her martial soul was subtly trembling. Seeing Ling Yu nod, Yushiner stopped being polite, nor did she say thank you, but silently remembered Ling Yu's kindness in her heart. Following Ling Yu's instructions, Yushiner sat down and began to absorb and refine the fairy herb. An hour later, the healing heart in Yushiner's hand suddenly burst forth with dazzling 7-colored light, and a powerful wave of soul power radiated outwards, causing the air to momentarily stagnate. Ling Yu watched from the side. In his perception, Yushiner's soul power had now reached level 49, just one step away from breaking through to Soul King, catching up with Wang Qiu'er and the others. The commotion from Yushiner's breakthrough also caught the attention of Wang Qiu'er and the other 3 girls who were immersed in their cultivation. They all opened their beautiful eyes. Brother, you're back. Wang Qiu'er's face lit up with joy as she stood up from her spot and dashed into Ling Yu's embrace. Ling Yu smiled slightly, holding Wang Qiu'er close, and gently stroked her silky pink-blue hair with his right hand. At this moment, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and the newly breakthrough Yushiner all gathered around. Pervert, didn't you say it would take 2 days to come back? Ning Rongrong's delicate hands were slightly clasped. Naturally hanging at her side, her pair of crystal-clear big eyes looking at Ling Yu with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? Don't you want me to come back? Ling Yu chuckled. Of course not. Ning Rongrong pouted, her face slightly reddened. Deep down, she clearly missed Ling Yu. Well, she was just a bit curious about what Ling Yu had been up to. Ling Yu had previously gone to the Rakshasa secret realm with Bibidong, and the round trip took just over an hour. All right, I'll give you something. Ling Yu smiled and shook his head. With a thought, a wave of spatial fluctuations appeared between the few of them, and a silvery fluid slowly emerged, radiating waves of mysterious energy. What is this? Wang Qiu'er's eyes widened, looking curious as she reached out a delicate jade finger to poke at the strange fluid suspended in midair. To her surprise, the silvery fluid seemed to have life and emotion, flowing up along her finger like a spirit. A ticklish sensation came to her hand, and Wang Qiu'er frowned, quickly retracting her little hand. This is called He Bei, Chapter 200, and the Life Source Divine Weapon Chapter 201. The divine weapon takes shape? Wang Qiu'er looked at the seemingly sentient silvery fluid, resting her finger on her chin, a hint of confusion flashing in her powder blue eyes. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Yushinran also looked curiously at the silvery fluid. The so-called is a strange substance found in the world, usually in a fluid form. From its birth, it possesses high strength. More importantly, it has its own spirit, can grow, and can be refined by humans, making it the best choice for condensing a life source divine weapon. Ling Yu slowly explained. All this information was told to him by Xiao Ai, and it was naturally conjured by Xiao Ai as well. What about the fluid and the life source divine weapon? Upon hearing Ling Yu's words, the expressions of the girls showed even deeper confusion. Seeing this, Ling Yu could only smile helplessly, not to mention Wang Qiu'er and the others. Even he only had a half understanding of the so-called life source divine weapon is a weapon that resonates with one's soul. Simply put, a life source divine weapon can be regarded as a part of one's body. Upon hearing this, the girls' eyes lit up and they nodded thoughtfully. They probably understood what Ling Yu meant. Let me show you a demonstration, Ling Yu said, slowly extending his right hand. No matter how good the theory is, it still needs to be combined with practice. Condense. With a word, the girls were somewhat amazed to see the dynamic silvery fluid extending under Ling Yu's hand, transforming into a shiny silver spear. Ling Yu grasped the silver spear, and the spear body trembled slightly, emitting waves of powerful energy. Open. With another command, Ling Yu, holding the silver spear, performed a half rotation in midair, creating a beautiful arc in the air that flashed by. Then, following the girl's gaze, Ling Yu focused his mind, releasing a powerful mental force that condensed into a point at the spear tip. The spear tip shone brilliantly, and the space slightly distorted. Hiss, the spear tip sliced through the void, accompanied by a series of crisp cutting sounds, as the intangible space was actually torn open, creating a black spatial crack. With a stroke, Ling Yu halted, raising the spear abruptly, slashing downwards at a visible speed, tearing open another equally long spatial crack. Soon, a silver cross appeared before the girl's eyes. The space stretched, revealing a four-pointed star-shaped spatial opening. Within the opening, a faint void storm could be felt swirling out. After retracting the spear, a few seconds later, the four-pointed star-shaped spatial opening slowly closed. Then, Ling Yu lifted the spear in his hand, retracting his right hand, and the silver spear suddenly transformed back into the silvery fluid, quietly hovering in midair. Ling Yu smiled and turned back to see the expressions of disbelief on the girls' faces. If they weren't mistaken, Ling Yu had indeed sliced open space using that so-called, right? So amazing. Exactly. Just now Ling Yu used it to condense his mental force into a point, cutting through space like a diamond. Both the strength of the itself and Ling Yu's mental cultivation were indispensable parts of this process. Moreover, this was under the condition that Ling Yu had not refined the. If he had, the power would be even more terrifying. However, once these refined, it can only transform into a fixed form. The naturally born is the most sentient and can change forms at will. Who wants to try? Ling Yu smiled as he scanned the girls, who were stunned with slightly open mouths. I'll go first. Wang Qiu'er stepped forward lightly, her big eyes sparkling with eagerness. Brother, how do you refine this? Qiu'er, just take a drop of your own blood and drop it on it. Ling Yu explained. Wang Qiu'er gently nodded, placing her slender finger in her mouth, lightly biting it. And then, with a furrowed brow, dripped a drop of blood from the tip of her finger onto the silvery fluid suddenly trembled, shining brightly. And in front of Wang Qiu'er's small hand, it transformed into a silver long rod, subtly taking the shape of a semi-finished weapon. Qiu'er, have you decided what weapon you want to refine? Once the is refined, it can only maintain a fixed form. Brother, I've decided. Wang Qiu'er nodded, her mind shifting, and the silver long rod slowly transformed into a silver spear. At that moment, she felt a special connection with the spear in her hand. Congratulations, Qiu'er. Usually, keep it in your body to nourish it. When you need it, just summon it with your mind. After some time, it will become your life source divine weapon. Following Ling Yu's instructions, Wang Qiu'er focused her mind, and the silver spear transformed into a silver light, entering her palm. In the next moment, the silver spear reappeared in her hand. Seeing this, a beautiful smile appeared on Wang Qiu'er's small face. This is so fun. Ling Yu watched as Wang Qiu'er continuously transformed the in and out, seemingly unable to put it down, and he smiled and shook his head. Then, Ling Yu waved his sleeve again, and before Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Yu Xinran, a group of appeared. Xiao Wu, you all should condense your own life source divine weapons. Upon hearing Ling Yu's words, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Yu Xinran all nodded. With Wang Qiu'er's demonstration, they felt a stir of excitement in their hearts. Soon, all four girls refined there. Among them, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Yu Xinran condensed a silver longsword, while Zhu Zhuqing formed a silver spear. It is worth mentioning that when the is just refined, it appears in its initial silver color. After becoming a cultivator's life source divine weapon, it will possess the unique color of the cultivator's energy. Just like external soul bones, the earlier the is refined, the greater the benefits. It will gradually strengthen as the cultivator's strength increases. When participating in the Soul Master competition, Wang Qiu'er, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing used the method of condensing objects with soul power, fighting spirit, which was considerably weaker in power compared to refining their life source divine weapons. The so-called life source divine weapon is naturally the most suitable weapon for cultivators, capable of perfectly unleashing the cultivator's full strength. In the early and mid stages, a suitable weapon can greatly enhance the cultivator's power, allowing them to fight beyond their level or even against higher-ranked opponents. Unless it is in the later stages. When a cultivator's understanding of the world and nature has reached the level of the Tao, a single thought can turn all things into weapons. At that time, the existence of the innate divine weapon becomes optional. After all, the later one progresses, the less significant weapons become. It ultimately depends on one's comprehension of the Great Path. Chapter 202, Spirit Fox Attached, and the City of Slaughter. The innate divine weapon is connected to the cultivator's mind and spirit. If it is destroyed by an opponent during battle, it will cause great harm to the original body, which is one of the drawbacks of the innate divine weapon. Presently, Wang Qiu'er, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Yu Xinran have all initially refined their weapon embryos. Ling Yu advised them to nurture the weapon embryos within their bodies while cultivating soul power and to take them out during simulated sparring. After some time, the connection between the weapon embryo and the original body will become increasingly tight, thus transforming into an innate divine weapon. Later, Ling Yu also passed on the wind of extremity technique and the spiritual secret technique, the pseudo-god palace technique, to Yu Xinran. This way, she would be able to keep pace with the cultivation progress of Wang Qiu'er and the others. That night, Ling Yu stayed overnight in Bibi Dong's room and also gave her the weapon embryo. The next morning, Ling Yu and Bibi Dong were as usual, snuggling together, quietly cultivating on the throne. Before long, a graceful figure walked in from the main door of the Pope's hall. It was Hulaina. Teacher. Hulaina walked up the stairs with a mysterious step, stopping directly in front of them, her head slightly raised, looking up at Ling Yu and Bibi Dong above. Her expression was much calmer than the first time. In her heart, she had accepted the fact that Ling Yu and Bibi Dong were in love. However, she still had many questions. How did Ling Yu and Bibi Dong meet? After the finals of the Soul Master competition, their performance was as if they were long-lost lovers. These things puzzled her greatly. Nana, do you have something to say? Bibi Dong, sitting on Ling Yu, smiled gently, her soft gaze fixed on the standing Hulaina. Teacher, I want to go to the City of Slaughter for training. Hulaina's expression was calm as she spoke. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's expression changed slightly. She was very familiar with the City of Slaughter. It was indeed a good place for training, and one could gain a domain skill after coming out. However, crisis and opportunity coexist, and training in the City of Slaughter also comes with great dangers. Back then, she had fought desperately to break through the last stretch of the City of Slaughter. She had originally planned to let Hulaina train until she reached the Soul Emperor level before allowing her to go to the City of Slaughter, which would increase the chances of success. Now that Hulaina had taken the initiative to propose going, she had to reconsider. Nana, have you thought it through? You should understand what going there means. Bibi Dong's eyes narrowed slightly as she spoke. Many people on the continent knew about the existence of the City of Slaughter. But why were soul masters with domains still so rare? The City of Slaughter is a place where one faces death. This is not an exaggeration. Those soul masters who have reached the title Douluo level value their lives greatly, so they do not dare to go to the City of Slaughter. Teacher, I have thought it through. Hulaina nodded seriously. After saying this, she glanced at Ling Yu behind Bibi Dong. Ling Yu was slightly taken aback by Hulaina's gaze. What did this have to do with him? Ling Yu didn't expect that at such a young age, he had become an elder of the Spirit Hall, and his actual age was even younger than Hulaina, Xiao, and Yan. This was undoubtedly a blow to the prideful Hulaina and her companions. Moreover, Hulaina's desire to go to the City of Slaughter was largely to prove herself. A flower that stays in a greenhouse can hardly grow up properly. Well, since you are determined to go to the City of Slaughter, I will not stop you. Bibi Dong sighed lightly, looking at Hulaina with a hint of worry. Thank you, teacher. A smile appeared on Hulaina's small face, and she couldn't help but glance at Ling Yu. In the next moment, Bibi Dong's expression changed as if she thought of something, and her red lips slightly curled up. Xiao Yu, you should accompany Nana and protect her safety. After thinking of this, Bibi Dong praised herself inwardly. With this guy around, Hulaina would definitely return safe and sound. However, Bibi Dong did not expect that she was digging a pit for herself. Upon hearing this, Both Ling Yu and Hulaina were taken aback. Teacher, I can take care of myself. Hulaina immediately spoke up. She was going for training, not a vacation. Nana, listen to the teacher. This trip to the city of slaughter is fraught with danger. Xiao Yu is powerful and will surely protect you well. Bibi Dong's eyes were filled with affection. This showed just how much she doted on her disciple Hulaina. All right then. Hulaina could only nod her head. As she spoke, she looked at Ling Yu, thinking to herself, I want to see what charm you have that even the teacher is so infatuated with you. Hey, aren't you going to ask for my opinion? Ling Yu leaned close to Bibi Dong's ear and said. However, at this moment, he was already overjoyed. Bibi Dong's assist was simply to his liking. Can I count on you for this? Feeling the warmth by her ear, Bibi Dong's cheeks flushed slightly, and she immediately switched to a charming tone, pleading. Donger, my service fee is quite high. Ling Yu took the opportunity to tease, a strange smile appearing on his lips as one hand quietly climbed up Bibi Dong's slim waist. I'll agree to whatever you say. Bibi Dong's cheeks became even redder, her voice growing softer. This little rascal had only indecent thoughts in his mind. Recalling the embarrassing things Ling Yu had taught her at night, she felt utterly humiliated. Below, Hulaina's mouth slightly opened, watching Bibi Dong's shy appearance in Ling Yu's hands. Her worldview was once again refreshed. How could the teacher fall for such a frivolous guy? Bibi Dong also noticed Hulaina's expression and immediately bit her silver teeth. Reaching out her jade hand to pinch Ling Yu's mischievous hand hard. Ling Yu winced in pain, and this guy finally stopped. By the way, don't give these 3 soul bones to Hulaina and the others. I have no use for them. With a thought, Ling Yu took out the 3 soul bones he had obtained during the finals from the system space, and in an instant, the Pope's hall was filled with radiant light. Soul bones were not only useless to him, but also to Xiao Wu and the others. Bibi Dong pondered for a moment upon hearing this, and then nodded. With Ling Yu's mysteriousness, he would never lack treasures like soul bones. Then, with a wave of Ling Yu's sleeve, the 3 soul bones, shimmering with various colors, flew in front of Hulaina, hovering in midair. Seeing Ling Yu so generously giving away the soul bones, Hulaina's small face showed a look of shock. However, she quickly reached out her small hand and stored the soul bones in her storage soul guide. She would naturally not refuse anything that could enhance her strength. All right, Donger, this trip to the city of slaughter, you may not return for a while, so let's have a farewell kiss. Ling Yu whispered into Bibi Dong's ear with a smile. Hearing this, Bibi Dong shyly nodded her head, then stood up from Ling Yu's side. She turned around and embraced Ling Yu, their lips pressing tightly together. Below, Hulaina's small face suddenly turned red, and she quickly lowered her head. At this moment, her little heart was racing. After several minutes, the two stopped their actions, looking at each other with deep affection. Donger, after I leave, go tell Xiao Wu and the others to take you to a place called the Ice and Fire Yin Ai for cultivation. I think there won't be many opportunities for you to make an appearance in Spirit City. Although Spirit City is a holy land for soul masters, the concentration of natural energy is still too low. Xiao Wu and Bibi Dong want to increase their cultivation speed, and the Ice and Fire Yin Ai is the best place I can think of right now. With the cultivation method and the Ice and Fire Yin Ai, Bibi Dong's time to break through to level 99 will be greatly shortened. I will listen to you. Bibi Dong obediently nodded. After Ling Yu gently kissed Bibi Dong on the cheek, he left with Hulaina. Inside the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong watched Ling Yu and Hulaina's backs. Her jade-like hand couldn't help but clench, revealing a hint of reluctance in her eyes. After Hulaina absorbed the wisdom skull in her palace, she gave the other 2 soul bones to Xiao Yu and Yin, who also planned to go to a place called the Mysterious Mist Canyon for training. Once prepared, Ling Yu and Hulaina set off. The geographical location of Spirit City is quite delicate, with the Stardo Forest to the east, and the city of Slaughter located in the northeast of the Tiando Empire. Ling Yu and Hulaina advanced along the edge of the Stardo Forest. That afternoon, they entered an unnamed forest. The lush trees filled the air with the fragrance of plants. Along the way, the two didn't say much. In the quiet environment, they could hear their footsteps. At this moment, Ling Yu's gaze sharpened, and he stopped. What's wrong? Hulaina looked at Ling Yu's profile, asking with some confusion. Ling Yu raised his hand, signaling Hulaina to be quiet. She followed Ling Yu's line of sight, and her expression turned serious. A large white fox, about 3 meters in size, suddenly dashed out from the depths of the forest and stopped a dozen meters in front of them. Its white fur looked as soft as snow, exuding a faint golden light, radiating a noble aura. What kind of soul beast is this? Hulaina asked, her face becoming somewhat grave. She summoned a blood-red dagger in each hand. This is a spirit fox. Judging by the soul power fluctuations it emits, it should have just broken through to 10,000 years not long ago, Ling Yu said. He didn't recognize the type of this soul beast, only that it resembled a fox. This was all information provided by Xiao Ai. A 10,000-year soul beast? Hulayina murmured. Just right for testing my strength. She knew that the enemies in the City of Slaughter were far more terrifying than a 10,000-year soul beast. With this thought, Hulayina tightly gripped her dagger, her figure soaring forward like a flash of pink light, charging at the spirit fox. Need help? No need. Seeing Hulayina act without hesitation, Ling Yu smiled and shook his head. Of course, he would be on standby, ready to intervene if Hulayina was in danger. In an instant, Hulayina closed the distance of several meters, wielding her dagger, her soul power surging as she struck at the spirit fox with a powerful gust of wind. However, just as her dagger was about to hit the spirit fox, a golden light flashed in the fox's eyes, and its figure actually vanished from the spot. Hulayina's expression changed slightly as she missed her strike. At that moment, a sharp energy surged from behind her. She quickly turned around, startled to see a 5-meter-long golden foxtail, with feathers like steel needles standing erect, and at the tip, a prominent golden tail spike pierced through the air, arriving right in front of her in an instant. That formidable power was something even a Soul Emperor would not dare to block with their body. Third soul skill, Demon Fox Armor. In a hurry, Hulayina crossed her daggers in front of her. At the same time, her martial soul was released, and her third soul ring suddenly lit up. Pink light burst forth, and in the next moment, a layer of pink armor grew on her delicate body. With a crisp bang, the sound echoed from the point of contact between the two. Sparks flew, and the force of their clash distorted the surrounding air. Hulayina's response was quite good, but unfortunately, the power contained in that golden foxtail was too terrifying. In an instant, it broke through the defense of her dagger, and the sharp golden tail spike struck heavily against Hulayina's body. With a loud crash, Hulayina let out a muffled groan, her figure flying backward, and a mouthful of blood spilled from her red lips. Just as Hulayina was about to crash into a large tree, a large hand quietly appeared behind her, catching her steadily. Are you okay? Ling Yu's soul power surged from his palm, helping Hulayina stabilize the chaotic energy within her body. Hulayina shook her head, extending a jade hand to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. Her gaze remained cold as she stared at the spirit fox, but now her expression had turned extremely serious. This old beast is very strong. Leave the next part to me. Ling Yu stepped out from behind Hulayina, positioning himself in front of her. His eyes were now filled with a cold intensity. Looking at the towering figure in front of her, Hulayina felt an unusual sense of security that only Bibi Dong could provide. It's your fault for hurting her, Ling Yu said slowly. His tone was calm, but the killing intent within it made the air within 1,000 meters suddenly freeze. With that single word, Ling Yu's right hand slowly reached out and then suddenly clenched. A massive wave of mental power surged out from his sea of consciousness, and the spirit fox not far away found itself immobilized in space. An invisible force field firmly bound the spirit fox's figure, causing a layer of silver crystal to grow on its body, shining brightly. In the next moment, the transformed silver spirit fox exploded in place with a bang, sending powerful energy fluctuations and blood mist raining down from the sky, creating a bloody scene. After several seconds, as the energy winds dissipated, a strange golden bone quietly hovered at the spot where the spirit fox had been, emitting a dazzling golden light. The golden bone hovered in midair, enveloped in a hazy golden glow, while a faint black soul ring quietly spun around it. Soul bone? Ling Yu's eyes flickered as he reached out and pulled the golden bone into his hand with a whoosh. As for the soul ring, neither Ling Yu nor Hulayina had reached a bottleneck for advancement, so they could only allow it to dissipate into the air. Ling Yu had always relied on the divine soul rings transformed by Xiao Ai for his upgrades. Not to mention that Ling Yu intended to look after Hulayina. Just based on her being Bibi Dong's disciple, he wouldn't let the spirit fox off for injuring her. With Ling Yu's current mental power, he could contend with high-level title Douluo, and crushing that spirit fox, which had just surpassed 10,000 years, was not too difficult for him. Holding the soul bone in one hand, Ling Yu slowly turned around and saw Hulayina covering her mouth with her jade hand, her beautiful eyes wide open, staring at his face with an extremely shocked expression. Hey! Ling Yu waved the soul bone in front of Hulayina. After a few seconds, Hulayina slowly lowered her jade hand, but her little face still showed traces of shock. Killing a 10,000-year soul beast from afar, even her teacher couldn't do that. right? This guy is indeed terrifying. Mental power is different from soul power. It has a natural advantage in its effect on physical entities. This is also why mental manipulation is much less labor-intensive than soul manipulation. Absorb it, and it'll provide extra insurance while roaming the city of slaughter. Ling Yu smiled slightly and handed the golden soul bone to her. This is, for me? Hulayina looked at Ling Yu in surprise. Back in Wuyin City, Ling Yu had given away the 3 soul bones he obtained, and now he was giving her a soul bone again, making her feel a bit shy. Speaking of which, you're half my disciple. Hearing Ling Yu's words, Hulayina instinctively nodded. However, she quickly realized the problem and couldn't help but roll her eyes at Ling Yu. This guy is clearly younger than her. With an additional master, Hulayina didn't know whether to be happy or sad. She stopped being shy, reached out her jade hand to take the golden soul bone, and sat down to start absorbing it, driven by Hulayina's soul power. The golden soul bone flew behind her and slowly began to merge with her delicate body. Half an hour later, a powerful wave of soul power erupted from Hulayina, sweeping outwards, causing the branches and leaves of the surrounding trees to sway slightly. Hulayina opened her eyes, stood up from her spot, and a hint of joy appeared on her face. After absorbing 2 10,000-year soul bones in a row, her soul power increased by 3 levels, reaching level 54. Let's see what the soul bone skill can do. Hulayina lightly nodded, facing Ling Yu. With a thought, a golden light surged from behind her, and a golden foxtail about 1 meter long sprouted. In the next moment, that golden foxtail suddenly expanded and extended to 5 meters, sweeping through the surroundings, easily cutting down nearby trees. Indeed, a little fox, Ling Yu murmured as he watched the golden foxtail grow behind Hulayina. Soul bone skills are originally inherited from the skills of soul beasts. This is clearly an external soul bone, and it's one that starts with 10,000 years. That golden foxtail can be used as a domineering weapon. Humph. Hulayina snorted softly upon hearing this. This guy is still so annoying. However, unknowingly, she had already developed a good impression of Ling Yu in her heart. His handsome appearance and powerful strength were all attracting her. Retracting her foxtail, Hulayina stomped her foot and turned to leave without looking back. This little fox seems to be angry. Seeing this, Ling Yu shook his head and smiled, following her slowly. That night, the two stayed at an inn, each in a separate room, with their rooms next to each other. In her room, Hulayina sat cross-legged on the bed with her eyes closed, and unconsciously, the scene of Ling Yu killing the spirit fox appeared in her mind, causing a ripple in her calm emotions. As for Ling Yu, he lay on the bed, snoring loudly. Of course, if there was any noise outside, he would immediately notice. The next day, the two set out under the golden sunlight and continued their journey. Half a month later, they arrived at a small town, and the air had grown gradually colder. Upon reaching the entrance of the town, Ling Yu suddenly turned around and glanced back. Then the corners of his mouth curled up. Donner, you still followed us. What's wrong? Hulayina, standing beside Ling Yu, tilted her head slightly and asked. Nothing. Ling Yu smiled and stepped into the town, with Hulayina closely following. In the shadows, a graceful figure slowly emerged, holding a purple gold staff, Bibi Dong. At this moment, she looked toward the direction of the town, her pretty face slightly flushed. Not long after, a soft sigh seemed to escape Bibi Dong's lips as she turned to leave. Xiao Yu Nana, I await your safe return. The town was not large, and there was a faint killing intent in the air. Ling Yu and Hulayina entered a tavern, where all the decorations were black. The air inside the tavern was very murky, and about 30% of the tables and benches were occupied, but hardly anyone was speaking. When the two entered, all eyes turned to them. Among them, many men looked at Hulayina with fiery gazes. Ling Yu and Hulayina casually found an empty spot to sit down, and a black-clad, indifferent-looking waiter approached. What would you like to order? Your life. In the next moment, Ling Yu suddenly stood up, and with a thunderous force, he pointed 2 fingers at the waiter's heart. With a poof, a line of blood splattered in the air. When Ling Yu retracted his hand, there wasn't a trace of blood on his fingers. The waiter's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Ling Yu. A blood hole pierced through his body at his heart. He died without ever understanding why Ling Yu wanted to kill him. With a thud, a gray hue quickly spread in the waiter's eyes as he collapsed to the ground. However, Ling Yu sat down calmly, as if nothing had happened. He understood that this was the entrance to the City of Slaughter, and killing here required no burden. The City of Slaughter was born for killing. Inside the tavern, the guests all stood up at once, staring at Ling Yu. Meanwhile, Hulayina, sitting next to Ling Yu, looked at him in astonishment. No one expected Ling Yu to kill someone over a trivial matter. You. Hulayina's voice trembled slightly. Everyone here is on a path to death. Kill them all, and then we can enter the city of slaughter. Ling Yu quietly looked at Hulayina, secretly sighing in his heart. It seemed she hadn't yet adapted to the rhythm here. I'll kill you first. A large man suddenly flipped the table and charged at Ling Yu with a huge axe. Be careful. Seeing the axe had reached above Ling Yu's head, and he had yet to react, Hulayina moved and transformed into a pink light, each hand wielding a short dagger. Arriving in front of the large man, with a shing, the large man's body suddenly froze. A blood mark appeared on his neck, and blood sprayed out like a water column, quickly falling to the ground. This must be a test from the city of slaughter for us. If we kill those two, we can enter the city of slaughter. Perhaps the bloody scene ignited the killing intent in the hearts of these people. Everyone charged at Ling Yu and Hulayina like madmen. White, yellow, purple, and all sorts of mixed soul rings appeared on these people. Yet the most any of them had was 4 soul rings. Kill them, leave none alive, Ling Yu said to Hulayina indifferently. Although he was here to protect Hulayina's safety, she needed to experience a baptism of blood in this small matter. As those people got closer, a cold expression crept onto Hulayina's face. In the brilliant pink light, a massive fox shadow quietly emerged behind Hulayina. Yellow, purple, and black. The soul rings pulsated one after another. A seductive voice echoed in the air. At this moment, a pink mist spread at an astonishing speed to every corner of the tavern. Those people, after being invaded by the pink mist, all stopped their movements. A touch of pink light appearing in their eyes, their expressions dazed. The next moment, golden light burst forth, and a 5-meter-long golden foxtail, carrying an incredible piercing power, easily pierced through the bodies of those people, blood splattering in midair, turning the tavern into a river of blood. Soon, those in the tavern fell one by one, leaving only Ling Yu and Hulayina. Retracting her martial soul and foxtail, Hulayina gasped heavily, her stomach churning. Just now, she had personally killed 22 people. Although she had killed before, it was her first time killing so many at once like today. Ling Yu came to Hulayina's side, extending his right hand to press on her fragrant shoulder. Soul power surged in his palm, helping her regulate her internal breath. Remember, this is the city of slaughter. There is no need to harbor pity for anyone. Listening to Ling Yu's words, Hulayina nodded, her pale little face slowly becoming rosy. A minute later, Ling Yu slowly withdrew his hand. If you want to withdraw now, it's not too late. Ling Yu's expression became serious. If you can't handle this little scene, then there is no need to enter the city of slaughter. I can do it. Hulayina looked into Ling Yu's eyes, nodding firmly. She came here to train, so how could she give up halfway? Ling Yu slightly nodded, a satisfied smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Hulayina was indeed an outstanding member of the Golden Generation, adapting quickly. Then, Ling Yu approached the bar, slamming his right hand forward. With a loud bang, the wooden bar was shattered into pieces. Amidst the flying dust, a deep hole appeared on the ground. A cold wind blew from the hole, faintly emanating a strange aura. Under his spiritual perception, the entrance to the city of slaughter was right here. Ling Yu extended his right hand, without waiting for Hulayina's consent, and grasped her small hand, pulling her down into the hole. Everything before them was pitch black, and after falling for several meters, they landed firmly on the ground. Ahead was a long, slanted passageway. Ling Yu's spiritual power transformed into a guiding light as he took steps forward, holding Hulayina's hand. Suddenly being held by Ling Yu, Hulayina's face turned slightly red, but she did not struggle, obediently following behind him. At this moment, the inexplicable sense of security once again surfaced in Hulayina's heart. The cold wind continued to howl from the passage, but it was dissipated by Ling Yu's spiritual power, not touching either of them. After advancing over 1,000 meters, light appeared ahead, revealing a blood-colored portal standing silently. Behind the blood-colored portal, there was a breath of life contained within. Ling Yu pushed open the blood-colored portal and walked in, and his vision instantly widened. In the distance, a massive black city loomed majestically. The black city walls were extremely sturdy, releasing waves of cold-blooded aura. Above the city, a blood moon hung in the void, surrounded by a vast emptiness of darkness. The first impression this space gave was one of eeriness. Welcome to the city of slaughter. This is the capital of hell, a world filled with slaughter. Here, you can obtain everything you desire, but the price is your life. A cold voice echoed from all directions, resonating in this space. Upon hearing this, Ling Yu and Hulayina exchanged glances, both showing a hint of a smile. You, still one tea let go. Hulayina slightly lowered her head, her face blushing as she said softly, It was at this moment she realized that her hand was still tightly held by Ling Yu. The feeling was quite nice. Ling Yu reluctantly released Hulaina's small hand, marveling. Hulaina's face turned even redder at his words. How could the teacher be interested in such a rogue? Just then, the sound of hooves approached, and a group of about 100 people, all clad in black armor, walked over, stopping in front of them. The leader, mounted on a warhorse, held a black spear in hand. You have violated the rules. A cold, emotionless voice came from him. Laina, defeat him, Ling Yu said. Hulaina was slightly taken aback, then gave Ling Yu a charming glare. This guy really knows how to get familiar quickly. However, to be honest, given Ling Yu's current status as her master, calling Hulaina Laina was not a big issue. Though she felt some resentment, Hulaina still obeyed Ling Yu's words. Releasing her martial soul, a seductive voice swept across this strange space. Pink lights surged, and a pink fox shadow appeared behind Hulaina. However, there were no soul rings appearing on her body. When summoning her martial soul, Hulaina sensed the strangeness. Here, the soul rings and soul skills were sealed, allowing only the use of martial souls and soul power. Without any panic, Hulaina's figure burst forth from her original position. A small area of pink mist quickly enveloping the night. The soul skills were sealed, but the innate ability of the martial soul was still there, which was mental control. I am. Before the knight could finish his words, a touch of pink light appeared in his eyes, leaving him dazed. The next moment, a whip kick carrying astonishing power struck the knight. With a bang, his figure was sent flying over 10 meters away. Meanwhile, Hulaina's figure slowly appeared before the warhorse. Cough, cough. The knight stood up, looking at Hulaina with shock. He had not even finished speaking before being inexplicably controlled. Then, he found himself here. After years of guarding this place, today was the strangest day he had ever experienced. Many newcomers to the city of Slaughter would panic due to their soul skills being unusable, but the two in front of him were completely unaffected. Holding his aching chest, the knight somewhat dejectedly approached Ling Yu and Hulaina. This is your proof of entry into the city of Slaughter. Please enter. There will be someone to guide you at the city gate. The knight took out 2 black tokens. Ling Yu and Hulaina each took a black token, which was engraved with a skull. Their numbers were 9321 and 9322, respectively. The two walked toward the city. The pitch-black city gate gave a feeling of extreme oppression. The words City of Slaughter were carved on the gate. In front of the gate, 2 rows of black armored soldiers stood on either side, and a woman with a black veil stepped in front of them, making a gesture of invitation. Welcome to the City of Slaughter. The woman's voice was pleasant, subtly piercing into one's soul. Upon entering the city, they saw some fierce-looking individuals standing along the streets. There was a faint murderous aura in their eyes. From the woman, Ling Yu and Hulaina learned the following information. First, newcomers to the City of Slaughter have a protection period of 12 hours. During this period, there will be dedicated personnel to guide and answer the questions of newcomers, ensuring their safety. Secondly, the City of Slaughter has been formed for 1,000 years, said to be a domain left by a powerful soul master who broke through the 100 levels. Here, soul skills cannot be used, and only the most primitive powers can be employed. Thirdly, there are no rules here. As long as one's strength is strong enough, one can thrive. Fourthly, the King of Slaughter rules everything here, and every enforcement team under him has a titled Douluo captain who can use soul skills. Fifthly, there is only one way to leave the City of Slaughter, to achieve 100 victories in the Hell Slaughter Arena, challenge, and break through the Hell Road, and finally be granted the title of God of Slaughter. In 1,000 years, there have been a total of 8 gods of slaughter. Sixthly, there seems to be a certain cooperative relationship between the Spirit Hall and the City of Slaughter. Seventhly, the City of Slaughter is divided into an inner city and an outer city. People in the outer city must contribute 2 cups of Bloody Mary, human blood, each month to survive. Those in the inner city must participate in the slaughter feast of the Hell Slaughter Arena, and only those who survive can live. At Ling Yu's request, the woman in black directly took the 2 to the inner city. It was chaotic here, with scenes of madness everywhere on the streets. A man was on top of a woman, engaged in immoral acts, while others cheered around them. In another place, a young man was being beaten by 3 or 4 people, and after having his arm brutally ripped off, the person who did it directly put the severed arm in his mouth and chewed on it. The scenes, reminiscent of primitive beasts, impacted the hearts of Ling Yu and Hulaina. Even though they were somewhat prepared, Ling Yu still felt a bit uncomfortable. However, his strong mental power allowed him to face it calmly. Hulaina's small face turned pale. Take us to the Hell Slaughter Arena, Ling Yu said to the woman in black. She did not respond, only walking ahead of them. She had said what she needed to say, and the lives and deaths of Ling Yu and Hu Lai Na were up to them to decide. Soon, the three arrived in front of a building. It was roughly conical, resembling a giant inverted funnel, standing 50 meters high. This Hell Slaughter Arena is the core of the entire city of Slaughter. Entering the Hell Slaughter Arena requires contributing a cup of Bloody Mary, which can be your own or someone else's. You should take care of yourselves. After saying this, the woman in black gradually disappeared from Ling Yu and Hu Lai Na's sight. How are you adapting? Ling Yu looked at Hu Lai Na, extending a hand to rest on her fragrant shoulder, his thick soul power surging to help her regulate her chaotic internal energy. Hu Lai Na nodded heavily. Everything requires an adaptation process, and she would not let her weakness reappear. At that moment, a few people walked over, each holding a cup of Bloody Mary. Nah, go kill them all, Ling Yu signaled. He had come here to play, but his main purpose was still to let Hu Lai Na gain experience. Hu Lai Na was momentarily stunned, then lightly nodded her head and swiftly darted out. Along the way, she tried to activate her Soul Bone skill and was pleasantly surprised to find that the Soul Bone could still be used. Golden light surged, and a 5-meter-long golden foxtail emerged, carrying terrifying piercing power, piercing through the bodies of those people before they could react. Scarlet blood dyed the ground, and those people looked at Hu Lai Na with a horrified expression before collapsing. With a flick of his right hand, 2 cups of Bloody Mary flew over. The Four Seasons fence reminds you. Remember to collect after reading. Chapter 205, Ling Yu's Analysis. You noticed, right? Ling Yu looked at Hu Lai Na, handing her a cup of Bloody Mary with a smile. Hu Lai Na retracted her foxtail, walked to Ling Yu's front, took the Bloody Mary, and lightly nodded. Just now, she tested that the Soul Bone skill could still be used in the City of Slaughter, which undoubtedly gave her a significant advantage. The two exchanged glances and then walked side by side into the entrance of the Hell Slaughter Arena. Behind them, many people standing on the street looked coldly at the bloody scene that had just occurred. Inside, the outer ring was composed of circular stands extending upward. At the center of the lowest level was a huge, open area with a diameter of over 100 square meters. There were not many people inside, with only about 20% seated. Below, screams echoed continuously. Among the 10 participants, only 3 remained. In each battle in the Hell Slaughter Arena, the last person standing is the victor. Hu Lai Na quickly completed her registration, and to avoid encountering each other, Ling Yu planned to wait until Hu Lai Na finished her match before registering. Shortly after, it was Hu Lai Na's turn to compete. Be careful if you're in danger. I'll tear down this Hell Slaughter Arena. Ling Yu patted Hu Lai Na's fragrant shoulder and said. Although it was Hu Lai Na's first time competing, there was no telling if she would encounter a strong opponent. If such a powerful being truly appeared, even if it meant breaking the rules, he would intervene forcefully. With his current strength, he was not afraid of anyone unless a god-level powerful being showed up. Hee. Hearing the dominance in Ling Yu's calm words, Hu Lai Na couldn't help but giggle. Don't worry, I'm not that weak yet. With a smile, Hu Lai Na turned and walked down. In her heart, she felt a warm sense of being cherished. Ling Yu casually found a spot in the spacious area above and sat down, his gaze fixed on the stage. As the 10 participants gathered, the battle immediately began. There were no referees here, only the last survivor. The other 9 participants each wielded a metal weapon, whether a knife, hammer, or club, their eyes filled with bloodlust as they stared at Hu Lai Na, who exuded an alluring aura. Several of them charged at Hu Lai Na with fierce expressions. Judging by the fluctuations of their soul power, they were merely at the soulmaster level. A seductive sound emerged from Hu Lai Na's lips, and a pink light enveloped the area, causing the attackers to stop in their tracks, their expressions dazed. At that moment, Hu Lai Na extended her jade hand, and 2 short swords appeared in her left and right hands. She dashed forward from her original position, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the air. Within almost 2 seconds, the sword shadows whistled, and blood flowers danced as the attackers fell one by one. The remaining participants, caught in the chaos, were alarmed to see Hu Lai Na eliminate her opponents so quickly. They immediately stopped their actions, raising their weapons with serious expressions as they stared at her. However, even this could not prevent the one-sided slaughter that followed. Hu Lai Na's martial soul talent was mental control, not to mention these mere soul master-level opponents. Even those at the same level would rarely resist her. In the end, only Hu Lai Na remained on the stage, her 2 short swords still stained with the scarlet blood dripping onto the ground. At that moment, wisps of blood-colored energy flowed from the bodies of the 9 dead participants into Hu Lai Na's body. Below, Ling Yu frowned at this scene. He clearly sensed that nearly 90% of the soul power from those 9 bodies flowed underground, while less than 10% was absorbed by Hu Laina. Moreover, that blood-colored soul power contained many impurities and hidden toxins. This toxin would continuously stimulate the killing intent within a person's heart, ultimately turning them into a killing machine. It was evident that in the city of slaughter, the greatest enemy was not the fallen beings, but oneself. No matter how powerful one is, without one's own consciousness, they are merely a tool of evil. After the match ended, the fallen people below erupted into frenzied cheers. The first time Hu Laina entered the battlefield, she displayed impressive strength. Stepping lightly, she walked to Ling Yu's side and sat down. "I'll be back soon." Ling Yu looked at Hu Laina, reached out a hand to wipe the blood splatters from her face, and then walked away step by step. Hu Laina was slightly taken aback, watching Ling Yu's back, and let out a light laugh. It was also their first competition, and many people didn't understand Ling Yu's strength. Soon, 10 people gathered, perhaps seeing Ling Yu's youthful face. The other 9 looked at him with the gaze of hunters watching their prey. Eliminate. At that moment, Ling Yu curled his lips and gently snapped his fingers. An invisible mental force surged out, filling every corner of the arena. The air suddenly froze, and the expressions on the faces of the 9 people became stiff, looking as if they were a painting. In the next moment, their bodies rapidly turned silver, resembling crystal. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions echoed throughout the arena. The 9 people, now silver, burst into a cloud of blood mist, creating an extremely bloody scene. The arena fell silent, and then erupted with frenzied cheers from the audience. It must be said that mental power is very effective when used for descending level attacks. With Ling Yu's current mental power cultivation, eliminating these small fries was a matter of a mere gesture. He is so strong. Hu Laina covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes fixed on Ling Yu below, her heart filled with shock. Just like when he killed the 10,000-year spirit fox, this man seemed to never need a second strike. She perhaps began to understand why her teacher fell in love with Ling Yu. Such a unique man would indeed spark a strong curiosity in a woman's heart. Amid the cheers, Ling Yu walked slowly out of the arena and approached Hu Laina. Seeing her dazed expression, he smiled. "What's wrong? Don't you recognize me anymore?" Upon hearing this, Hu Laina slightly lowered her head, a blush creeping onto her delicate face. "Let's head back first and find a place to stay. Winning 100 matches isn't that easy." Okay. Ling Yu and Hu Laina left the hell-killing arena discreetly, but their first battle attracted the attention of many fallen ones. They had a feeling that these two would stir up the storm in the city of slaughter. The two found a tavern on the street and settled in. The food in the city of slaughter was provided for free, but there was no guarantee it was not toxic. Ling Yu's room. It was nighttime in the city of slaughter, and Ling Yu sat cross-legged on the bed, quietly cultivating. "Ling Yu." Outside the door, Hu Laina's knocking sound echoed. "Come in." Ling Yu opened his eyes, looking at the door with a hint of a smile. "What? Do you want to sleep with me?" After Hu Laina closed the door behind her, she heard Ling Yu say this. "Stop being so vain." Her pretty face flushed, and she couldn't help but roll her eyes at Ling Yu. "On a serious note, I was just cultivating in my room, but I found it hard to concentrate." Hu Laina walked in front of Ling Yu, her delicate brows slightly furrowed as she spoke. "Nana, based on my observations in the city of slaughter, whether it's the air, food, or the defeated soul power you absorbed in the hell-killing arena today, all contain toxins. These toxins won't have a significant impact on a person in the short term, but if they accumulate over time, they will disturb a person's mind and lead to losing oneself. I think this is one of the reasons why only 8 killing gods have emerged in the city of slaughter over the past 1,000 years. So what should we do?" Hu Laina's face changed in shock. Air, food, water, and participating in the hell-killing arena. These were unavoidable for the two of them. The invisible chronic toxin of the city of slaughter was something her teacher had never mentioned, perhaps wanting her to discover it herself. "I'll detoxify." Ling Yu smiled easily. For the devouring ancestor symbol, any toxin was merely nourishment. "Are you serious?" Hu Laina looked at Ling Yu with skepticism, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. This guy was already so strong, and he could detoxify? What couldn't he do? If Ling Yu knew what doubts were in Hu Laina's heart, he would undoubtedly smile inexplicably. Of course, there were things he couldn't do. He couldn't have children, for instance. "Come here, sit down." Ling Yu smiled at Hu Laina, looking mysterious. Hu Laina bit her silver teeth lightly, hesitating for a while, but finally turned her back to Ling Yu and sat down on the edge of the bed. She wanted to see what Ling Yu was up to. In the next moment, a pair of large hands gently wrapped around her slender waist. "What were you doing?" Hu Laina's delicate body trembled, her voice quivering. You don't think I could detoxify just by talking, do you? Ling Yu leaned close to Hulaina's ear and chuckled. Feeling the warmth by her ear, Hulaina's pretty face flushed, and her breath became rapid. She now had ample reason to suspect that Ling Yu was taking advantage of her under the pretense of detoxification. However, why didn't she refuse him immediately? Deep down, she even felt a hint of anticipation. Thinking of this, Hulaina's small face turned even redder. Breathe and concentrate. At that moment, Ling Yu's somewhat serious voice came from behind her, causing her gaze to sharpen. Ling Yu's left hand rested on Hulaina's lower abdomen, while his right hand's palm pressed against her jade back. The power of devouring was released from his palm, and slowly, strands of blood-red energy began to rise from Hulaina's body. That was the solidified toxin. During this process, Hulaina endured the strange yet extremely comfortable sensation and closed her beautiful eyes. Half an hour later, Ling Yu stopped. All done. Ling Yu's hands moved away from Hulaina's body, and a sly smile lingered on his face. In fact, with Ling Yu's abilities, he could have easily inscribed a devouring ancestor symbol imprint, like the ones he had given to Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Bibi Dong, allowing Hulaina to refine and absorb the imprint to detoxify herself without such hassle. But clearly, he wouldn't miss the opportunity for intimate contact with Hulaina. Deep down, he was still a genuine good person. Is it over? Hulaina slowly opened her eyes, murmuring in her heart, her face showing a hint of reluctance. Just now, she had been immersed in Ling Yu's soothing presence, forgetting the passage of time. Standing up from the edge of the bed, Hulaina turned around, lowering her head, her face still carrying a faint, enchanting blush. What? Have you tasted sweetness and don't want to leave? Seeing this, Ling Yu teased with a smile. Get lost. Hulaina's pretty face flushed red, and she stomped her foot, saying coyly. This guy not only took advantage of her, but also deliberately teased her. After saying this, Hulaina hurriedly turned and left. Remember to come to me for detoxification every day. Hearing Ling Yu's laughter from behind, Hulaina quickened her pace. After closing the door with a click, she leaned against the door of her room, her jade hand resting on her left chest, where her heartbeat was quickening. After taking a deep breath, Hulaina slowly climbed on her bed, sitting cross-legged on it. As she closed her eyes to meditate, she was pleasantly surprised to find that the operation of her soul power had indeed become much smoother, and her mind felt exceptionally clear. However, thinking about what had just happened, and the fact that she would have to have close contact with Ling Yu every day in the future, made her face flush again. Sighing lightly, Hulaina realized that her heart was somewhat chaotic. Deciding not to dwell on these thoughts, she gradually entered a state of cultivation. In Ling Yu's room, he sat cross-legged on the bed with his eyes closed. Above his head, a black hole slowly rotated. The energy from the world around him converged, enveloping Ling Yu in a layer of energy veil. The concentration of energy in the city of slaughter was significantly higher than outside, likely because this was the place where the Azure god cast his net to select successors. As for the invisible toxins in the city of slaughter, they were completely devoured by the protective ancestral talisman once they entered Ling Yu's body. One night a month later, after Ling Yu and Hulaina had finished their match in the hell-killing field, they walked out of the gates, surrounded by about 100 fallen. What a handsome couple. Their blood must be delicious. Yeah, I can hardly wait. The fallen looked at Ling Yu and Hulaina with expressions like wolves staring at prey, their faces twisted with ferocity and malice. Seeing this, Ling Yu frowned slightly. It seemed he needed to show some ruthless means. Otherwise, trouble would come in waves. Beside him, Hulaina instinctively moved a little closer to Ling Yu. She had just finished a tough match and was still quite weak. Usually, facing nearly 100 soul masters, she didn't have confidence in being able to escape unscathed. Let's tear them apart while they just finish their match. A voice came from the crowd, and the next moment, the 100 fallen surged forward like a swarm of bees. Ling Yu snorted coldly and stepped forward to stand in front of Hulaina. A vast mental power erupted from his mind, and within a kilometer, the air suddenly solidified. The charging figures of the 100 fallen froze, as if they had walked into some kind of barrier, unable to move. Shock appeared on their faces. At this moment, Ling Yu slowly extended a hand, and above the crowd, space rippled as a crystal giant hand, nearly 100 meters in size, suddenly appeared, exuding an astonishing pressure. The invisible space emitted a mournful sound of being unable to bear the weight. Ling Yu pressed down with his hand, and with a loud boom, the crystal giant hand crashed down, carrying an extremely terrifying pressure. The air exploded, and before it reached the heads of the crowd, The bodies of those fallen burst like balloons, transforming into clouds of blood mist, creating an extremely bloody scene, accompanied by a final strong tremor. The crystal giant hand crashed to the ground like a mountain, and the blood-red air was filled with dust. After several seconds, as the dust settled, a nearly 100-foot-wide handprint appeared on the ground, stained with remnants of blood. The Reaper. This is the Reaper. In the distance, many fallen showed expressions of horror, their voices trembling. The cold and ruthless means by which Ling Yu killed over 100 fallen completely shocked the onlookers around. From then on, Ling Yu earned the title of the Reaper in the City of Slaughter. People realized that no matter what level of opponent he faced, Ling Yu only needed one move, never needing to take a second action, and could annihilate his opponents without even getting close. Moreover, in their eyes, Ling Yu's process of killing was so pleasing to the eye, turning murder into an art, which made them even more fanatical and worshipful of him. As for Hulayina, she earned the title of Hell's Messenger, as anyone who looked into her murderous eyes would become entranced and could be killed by her without her even noticing. Always accompanying the Reaper, she seemed like a messenger from hell. Half a year passed, and Ling Yu and Hulayina had achieved 50 victories, their fame spreading thoroughly in the City of Slaughter. There were a few times when they showed up at the Hell Killing Field, facing the awkward situation of not having enough participants. Many people, upon hearing that the Reaper and Hell's Messenger were competing, dared not sign up. Even though they were all desperate individuals, they still valued their lives. Thus, even though there were many matches every day in the Hell Killing Field, achieving 100 victories was not something that could be accomplished in a short time. 100 victories meant killing at least 1,000 people. The more people killed, the thicker the killing intent on oneself, making it increasingly difficult to control. Many strong individuals in the City of Slaughter who had more than 50 victories often suppressed their killing intent. However, that was for ordinary people. Ling Yu had the protective ancestral talisman, and every time his killing intent arose, it was devoured and refined into soul power. Ling Yu knew that a strong killing intent was the foundation for condensing the domain of the God of Death, but he did not need such a useless skill. In the early stages, the domain could suppress opponents of the same rank, but in the later stages, it was not very useful. It depended more on one's comprehension of the Great Path. Therefore, when people saw Ling Yu and Hulayina appear together, they felt a strange sensation. The Reaper exuded a very peaceful aura, like an ordinary person, while the Hell's Messenger emanated a chilling killing intent that made people afraid to approach. Those who understood the two knew that the former was the more terrifying one. In the dark and spacious room of the City of Slaughter, the Reaper and Hell's Messenger had already achieved 51 consecutive victories. In the shadows, a cold female voice spoke. "I know. High above." A tall figure sat in a dark red chair, speaking in a deep voice. This person was the ruler of the City of Slaughter, the King of Slaughter. "Great King, should we start making contact with the two of them? It has been a long time since a true strong person appeared in the City of Slaughter." After a moment of silence, the King of Slaughter replied, "No need. Let everything happen naturally." "Why? Don't you want the City of Slaughter to become stronger?" "It's not that it can't be. It's that it must not be. You don't know. Behind the Reaper and the Hell's Messenger is that God of Death from the Spirit Hall. How could she allow me to have designs on these two?" "What?" "The God of Death descends, hellish calamity. The birth of each God of Death brings unpredictable crises to the City of Slaughter. I just hope they die on the hellish road after achieving 100 victories. That way, even the God of Death would have nothing to say." Once these words were spoken, even the King of Slaughter himself found them hard to believe. Not to mention his fear of the God of Death from the Spirit Hall. Just the Reaper alone gave him a very dangerous feeling. Sigh. In the dim space, a long sigh echoed in the air for a long time. It has been a year and a half since Ling Yu and Hulayina arrived in the City of Slaughter. 6 months ago, Ling Yu broke through to level 59, matching the soul power of level 89. The rich energy of heaven and earth in the City of Slaughter, along with the killing intent and the soul power absorbed from the Hell Killing Field, allowed Ling Yu to rapidly increase his soul power. Now, Ling Yu had reached the bottleneck of level 60. Achieving soul power comparable to the threshold of a title Douluo was not something that could be accomplished in a short time. Compared to Ling Yu, Hulayina's soul power has increased by 5 levels in the past year and a half, breaking through to level 59, and she is about to reach the Soul Emperor level. Most of her soul power comes from absorbing the soul power of defeated opponents. The two of them have completed 99 slaughter matches, and only one more is needed to qualify for the Hell Road Challenge. At night, in the Hell Slaughter Arena, a celebration of death takes place. Ling Yu and Hulayina arrive at the arena, as usual to register for the match. After they enter, whispers begin to rise from the crowd behind them. It's terrifying. The Grim Reaper and the Hell Messenger come to register for matches almost every few days. Completing 99 matches in a year and a half is unprecedented in the history of the Slaughter City, isn't it? Yes. I wonder if we have the honor to witness the birth of 200-win champions today. So why are we just standing here? Hurry up and get in. The actions of Ling Yu and Hu Lai Na almost set the atmosphere of the entire inner city of the Slaughter City. Inside the Hell Slaughter Arena, the usually empty stands are now filled to nearly 50% capacity, showing just how popular the two are. Soon, it's Hu Lai Na's turn to compete. Nah, be careful. After today, we can leave this place, Ling Yu says, gently stroking her gravity-defying black hair. Hum. Hu Lai Na nods obediently, a faint blush appearing on her small face. Over the past year and a half, she's been going to Ling Yu every day to detoxify, and the daily close contact has made her fall for him. Despite knowing he is her teacher's lover, she can't help but love him. This is what people call a doomed relationship, and she can no longer care about that much. With 10 people in the arena, the match immediately begins. The other 9 seem to have coordinated beforehand and surround Hu Lai Na together. Ling Yu watches from below, frowning slightly. In his perception, among Hu Lai Na's opponents, there is 1 Soul Douluo and 8 Soul Saints. This lineup is quite formidable when combined. Unfortunately, under Ling Yu's training, although Hu Lai Na cannot perfectly control her intense killing intent, at least it won't erode her sanity. Under the influence of such terrifying killing intent, coupled with her spirit and 2 10,000-year soul bones, the battle ends in just 3 minutes. Boom! As the last opponent falls, Hu Lai Na plunges her short sword into his heart. The importance of finishing a kill is evident. After Hu Lai Na's victory, Ling Yu steps onto the field. But he's the only one who dares to approach, with no one else willing to step up. The terrifying reputation of the Grim Reaper has become a nightmare for the Fallen. Chapter 208, Unscathed Through Hell Road, Part 1. After waiting for about half an hour, 9 fearless Fallen finally walk onto the field one after another. 9 Soul Douluos? Ling Yu senses them slightly and smiles faintly. His current mental strength has reached the peak of a high-level spirit master, and he can easily crush a Soul Doll. Their numbers mean nothing. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh. As the battle begins, everyone is surprised to see the other 9 retreating, accompanied by the sound of air being cut. They gather together. Then, an explosive surge of soul power erupts from the 9, creating an astonishing wave of energy that sweeps through the arena. Although their soul power does not merge, they cannot separate either. This is the strategy they devised before entering the arena. In the past, fallen opponents acted separately and were annihilated by the Grim Reaper in an instant. Now, they gather together to see how the Grim Reaper will respond. Do they think this would work? Ling Yu shakes his head with a smile. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A vast sea of mental power quietly surges from his dantian, spreading through the void like electromagnetic waves, concentrating in the arena space and vibrating at a very high frequency. The invisible space seems to pulse rhythmically. A shocking scene occurs as the 9 Soul Douluos clutch their heads in extreme pain, their faces contorted as if their minds are about to shatter. The gathered soul power collapses instantly under the high-frequency mental shock, and the 9 Fallen drop to the ground, rolling while holding their heads, creating a horrifying spectacle. Mental power can spread rapidly through space and has strong penetrative capabilities. The 8 Soul Douluos present are far inferior to Ling Yu in mental strength, so they have no chance of survival. Only those who master spatial power or god-level beings can effectively block the invasion of mental power by sealing their surroundings. After all, space can encompass all things and can also resist all laws. Clearly, these 8 Fallen do not possess such abilities. Bang, bang, bang. A few seconds later, the heads of those 8 explode like watermelons, the bloody scent soaking the ground. The mental power spreading through the arena quietly dissipates, and the strange waves vanish. The Hell Slaughter Arena falls silent, but soon, near-manic cheers and shouts erupt from the stands. The Grim Reaper is too powerful. If the Hell Messenger kills opponents with terrifying killing intent and strange mental control, then the Grim Reaper only needs to snap his fingers to, like a god, determine the death of his opponents. Below, Hu Lai Na watches the shocking scene with a smile. Because of her affection for Ling Yu and witnessing so many incredible things from him, she is no longer as shocked as she initially was. Congratulations, young Grim Reaper. A deep voice reverberates through the Hell Slaughter Arena, and a blood-red figure descends from the sky, finally hovering 5 meters above the ground. This person is tall, covered in a massive crimson cloak, with a pale face and completely blood-red eyes devoid of any human emotion. The mysterious king of slaughter finally reveals himself after the birth of the 200 Win champions. Screech, screech, screech. A series of sharp shrieks suddenly pierce the air as blood-red bats that send chills down one's spine sweep through the sky and gather behind the king of slaughter, forming a pair of enormous blood-red bat wings. The bat wings flap continuously, casting a terrifying shadow on the wall under the dim light. Please welcome the Hell Messenger. The king of slaughter opens his arms, revealing a bloodthirsty expression on his sickly white face. Hulai slowly walks down from the stands, stepping lightly, her eyes shimmering with bloodlight, her killing intent nearly solidifying as she approaches Ling Yu's side. I am very glad that today, the Slaughter City has seen the emergence of 2 new 100-win champions. They make you tremble with their powerful strength and terrifying killing intent, don't they? Yes, yes, yes. 3 consecutive shouts ring out. The King of Slaughter seems to possess a special charm that drives the fallen into madness. Grim Reaper, Hell Messenger, thank you for making me feel this long-lost thrill. To reward you, I have decided to grant you the title of God of Slaughter. From now on, you will have free access to the Slaughter City and serve as honored guests of the Slaughter City. The King of Slaughter gazes down at Ling Yu and Hulai, a faint smile appearing on his face. Although the possibility was slim, he still wanted to see if these two would be moved. Upon hearing this, Ling Yu and Hulai exchanged a glance, both of them flashing a cold smirk. They understood very well that the King of Slaughter did not want them to obtain the domain of the God of Slaughter. Ling Yu need not say anything. Hulai had come to the City of Slaughter precisely for that domain. It was utterly ridiculous to think that a mere nominal title could dismiss her. The great King of Slaughter cannot let us disrupt the rules of the City of Slaughter. I am willing to undergo the trials of the Hell Road to earn your favor, Hulai said, placing one hand in front of her and slightly bowing to show respect. You probably don't understand the terror of the Hell Road. Hell Messenger, I hope you realize that a person's life only happens once. The King of Slaughter's expression did not change, and he spoke earnestly, as if he was genuinely considering Hulai's situation. The great King of Slaughter, this is the City of Slaughter. Don't you find it ridiculous to talk about life with me? Please open the passage to the Hell Road, Hulai said with a hint of sarcasm on her face. This. The King of Slaughter's tone faltered, and his gaze slightly froze. The Hell Messenger's response had completely blocked what he wanted to say next. Feeling a bit frustrated, the King of Slaughter turned his gaze toward Ling Yu. He did not say anything further. The God of Death and the Hell Messenger had been sent by that God of Slaughter from the Spirit Hall, so they must be in this together. If the two below had no background and were merely rogue cultivators, he would have eliminated them long ago. Any God of Slaughter who breaks out of the Hell Road could freely enter and exit the City of Slaughter. What was even more terrifying was that within the domain of the God of Slaughter, all fallen ones would regain the ability to use their soul skills. This meant that a powerful God of Slaughter had the capability to overturn the City of Slaughter. That was why he was so unwilling to see a new God of Slaughter emerge. Moreover, for some unknown reason, the God of Death below always gave him an extremely dangerous feeling, which was one of the reasons he was wary. While observing the God of Death's method of killing, he could only feel one thing, strange. To kill with a single thought, even he could not do that, which was simply unfathomable. Ling Yu sensed the King of Slaughter's gaze, and a faint smile appeared on his face. He knew that the King of Slaughter before him was Tang Qian, the previous sect master of the Haotian sect. In the trial of inheriting the Azure God, Tang Qian had his mind eroded by the blood-red, 9-headed Bat King, which was how he became the King of Slaughter. What a pity. Tang Qian's talent was arguably the strongest in the original work. He was the only one among the 3 peerless Douluos who had cultivated to level 99 through his own power, without relying on divine strength, and was even stronger than Poseidon by a notch. But it was a pity that his surname was Tang. Ling Yu had the ability to save the current Tang Qian, but he would not do so. That would only add to his troubles. As the saying goes, helping relatives and not reasoning after rescuing Tang Qian. He would definitely choose the latter between the Spirit Hall and the Haotian sect, even if he owed Tang Qian a life-saving favor while being in the Spirit Hall. Moreover, on the other side of the sea, Ling Yu also wanted to see the charm of that woman. So, letting Tang Qian be a local tyrant in the City of Slaughter seemed to be a good outcome. In that case, I wish you good luck. The King of Slaughter said solemnly after a moment of contemplation. At this moment, a thick red mist suddenly surged out from the body of the King of Slaughter. The evil aura made one feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Ling Yu quickly embraced Hulai, deploying a mental barrier around them to isolate the overwhelming sense of oppression. Suddenly being held by Ling Yu, a blush crept across Hulaiina's delicate face, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Dark red ripples spread out, instantly enveloping the entire area. A screeching sound echoed through the air. Suddenly, swarms of bats flew out from around the King of Slaughter, darting at an astonishing speed towards those fallen ones. In an instant, those fallen ones turned into pools of blood. This terrifying scene even caused Hulaiina, who had experienced countless killings, to show a hint of shock. No one besides the God of Slaughter and the King of Slaughter had seen the opening of the Hell Road, because those who had seen it had all become sacrifices to open it. Blood spilled onto the ground, flowing along the concave patterns, like streams converging in the center of the arena. Soon, beneath Ling Yu and Hulaiina's feet, a huge blood-red pattern appeared, resembling a bat's head in shape. The blood-red pattern suddenly shone brightly, and a massive tide of blood light surged upward. In an instant, Ling Yu and Hulaiina were buried within it. With the mental barrier surrounding them, both Ling Yu and Hulaiina could clearly see the changes outside. It felt as if they were rapidly descending with the blood light, which was so thick that they could see nothing but red. After a dozen seconds, the surrounding red light gradually dissipated, and the scene before them became clear. As the mental barrier was dismissed, a rosy-faced Hulaiina broke free from Ling Yu's embrace and looked around, a hint of surprise flashing across her face. Now, they stood on a circular platform with a diameter of only 5 meters, with a bottomless abyss below. Connecting to the circular platform was a narrow path less than half a foot wide, leading into the unknown darkness, not knowing what lay beneath. Hulaiina's eyes shimmered with a pink glow as she focused on looking down, a serious expression gradually creeping onto her face. The height of this platform had surpassed the limit of her mental power to detect. Below is a sea of blood. It should be the collected human blood from the city of Slaughter over 1,000 years, Ling Yu said. With his mental power, he could easily discern the situation below. From the information we have, this Hell Road is not only a path out of the city of Slaughter, but also the core of the entire city of Slaughter. Or rather, it is the energy source of the city of Slaughter. Hulaiina placed her right index finger on her chin, appearing to contemplate. Very clever, Ling Yu smiled approvingly. It was said that love makes one less intelligent. If Hulaiina were not moved, she might have been a very good leader. Should we go above or below? Upon hearing this, Hulaiina smiled brightly, looking into Ling Yu's eyes. The path above was very narrow, while below was a sea of blood. Neither was a good route. Is there any need to hesitate? I'll clear the way. After saying that, Ling Yu stepped forward, completely disregarding the eerie environment around them. Watching Ling Yu's back, Hulaiina chuckled softly, a hint of pride on her face. No wonder he could win the teacher's heart. Such courage is beyond ordinary. Stepping lightly, Hulaiina closely followed Ling Yu. In the dark red air, the two figures maintained a good rhythm, walking slowly one after the other on the narrow path. After walking more than 300 steps, Ling Yu stopped. What's wrong? Hulaiina also halted, her gaze fixed on Ling Yu's back. Something is approaching from afar. Ling Yu replied simply. Do you feel the air getting hotter? Hulaiina fanned herself with her hand. A fleeting red light flashing in her eyes as she looked left and right, but all she saw was red. That's because we're getting closer to the sea of blood below. The narrow path is long, extending downward at a very slight incline. Perhaps the last section of this path is submerged in a sea of blood. Ling Yu replied. Under his spiritual perception, the narrow path resembles a winding mountain road. Not a straight line, with such a slight incline that it is almost imperceptible while walking on it. Hearing Ling Yu's words, Hulaiina's expression tightened. Here, their soul skills are still sealed, and that last section of the road would be difficult to pass. It's coming. As the words fell, faint, dense sounds came from ahead, vibrating through the air at a very high frequency. A mass of blood clouds swiftly approached, and when Hulaiina focused her gaze, her delicate face was filled with shock. The blood cloud was made up of countless blood-red bats, each about a foot long, but with wings spread out, they exceeded a meter. Judging by their number, there were probably thousands. The bats flew at high speed and possessed strong detection abilities. If there were just one or two bats, it would be manageable. But with thousands of them, it posed a significant problem for them who could not use soul skills. However, Ling Yu's greatest strength has never been his soul skills. As it got closer, the thousands of bats emitted sharp cries and the unique sound waves, coupled with the abnormal airflow created by their wings, produced a strong wind that rushed toward Ling Yu and Hulaiina. Hulaiina stretched out her jade hand, and two short swords appeared in her small hands. Getting a little closer to Ling Yu, She gazed ahead with a serious expression, feeling the pressure approaching. A mental barrier was formed in an arc ahead, and the strong wind that rushed and was blown away to both sides, failing to affect the two at all. "Leave it to me," Ling Yu said softly. His right hand quietly reached out and then slowly clenched. At that moment, in the center of the blood cloud, the space twisted, and a black hole appeared out of nowhere, rapidly expanding. A terrifying force of absorption was released, and the thousands of bats were sucked into the black hole at an incredible speed, with none able to escape. The massive black hole hovered in the void, and the surrounding space had solidified. The bats could only watch as they were drawn into the black hole, emitting a series of mournful shrieks before vanishing. After several seconds, the blood cloud dissipated, and not a single bat could be seen in the air. Ling Yu waved his sleeve, and the black hole disappeared. Behind him, Hulayina covered her red lips with her small hand, her eyes filled with astonishment. She began to understand why her teacher wanted Ling Yu to accompany her to the city of slaughter. With this guy around, it was like a guaranteed pass. Just then, after Ling Yu eliminated the bat swarm, a long cry echoed through the air, followed by a giant dark red shadow, swiftly approaching from above. It was a giant bat, with 3 heads, measuring over 4 meters in length, and its wings stretched out to a width of 10 meters. Its sharp claws had a diameter of over a meter. It was a 10,000-year soul beast, the dark gold 3-headed bat king. With a swoosh, the dark gold 3-headed bat king flapped its wings, carrying a tremendous momentum as it charged toward Ling Yu and Hulayina. The previously formed blood cloud of bats was made up of the dark gold 3-headed bat king's avatars, which also served as its source of energy. With the avatars eliminated by Ling Yu, it would take considerable effort to reconstitute them. Therefore, the dark gold 3-headed bat king was now in a berserk state. The narrow path beneath their feet seemed to tremble. Perfect all at once. Ling Yu chuckled lightly, extending his right hand forward and suddenly grasping down. Abruptly, a surge of spiritual power erupted, and the space around the dark gold 3-headed bat king instantly froze. Its form also became immobilized. In the blood-colored air, its body transformed into silver at an astonishing speed, resembling a silver statue. In the next moment, with a bang, the dark gold 3-headed bat king's body exploded, and a thick mist of blood rained down from the air, accompanied by a strong gust of energy. The unfortunate dark gold 3-headed bat king was crushed as soon as it appeared. Retracting his right hand, Ling Yu turned his head and glanced at Hulayina behind him, smiling as he said, "I knew you couldn't handle it, so I took care of it for you." Upon hearing this, Hulayina, who was still in shock, allowed a soft huff. This guy, does he even know how to speak? What does he mean by saying she couldn't handle it? However, the feeling of being protected really felt nice. With that thought, Hulayina looked at Ling Yu with increasingly gentle eyes, feeling more attached to him. "Let's go. There's still quite a distance ahead," Ling Yu said, continuing to walk forward. Hulayina nodded and followed. Along the way, Ling Yu did most of the fighting, and she hardly expended any soul power. Only the surrounding air stimulated her inner killing intent bit by bit, requiring her to concentrate to suppress the urge to kill. The air grew increasingly hot, and even while walking slowly, beads of sweat were dripping from Hulayina's delicate face, soaking her clothes and revealing the beautiful curves of her figure. In this environment, walking wouldn't consume much soul power, but her physical strength was rapidly depleting. At that moment, a rustling sound came from ahead, and both of them stopped in their tracks. They saw a strange snake quickly coiling forward along the narrow path, measuring about 10 meters in length. It had 9 red, mushroom-shaped protrusions on its head and back, seemingly with blood flowing inside. Its golden red eyes emitted a chilling gaze, fixating on Ling Yu and Hulayina, its snake tongue flicking in and out. It was the prehistoric beast, the 10-headed sun snake. With a hiss, 20 meters away from them, a sudden burst of red light shot from the 10-headed sun snake's mouth, racing along the narrow path. Everywhere it passed, the air ignited, forming a brilliant path of fire. The intense heat rushed toward them, and Ling Yu snorted coldly, his spiritual power spreading out, extinguishing the fiery path in an instant. "Rise." With that single word, Ling Yu extended his right hand and gently lifted it upward. An incredible scene unfolded. The 10-headed sun snake coiled on the narrow path gradually began to rise, fully exposed in midair. It was clear from the trembling of its body that it was not doing this willingly. The space surrounding the 10-headed sun snake had already been sealed by Ling Yu's spiritual power, resulting in the earlier scene. Then, Ling Yu took a step forward, instantly arriving in front of the 10-headed sun snake, stepping on the air as ripples slowly formed beneath his feet. At the same time, He held a silver war spear in his right hand. With a whoosh, under the horrified gaze of the 10-headed sun snake, Ling Yu aimed the spear's tip at its vital point and struck down fiercely. A sound that made one's teeth ache echoed as the 10-headed sun snake's body was cleaved open by Ling Yu's spear. From the gory wound at its vital point, a golden-red pearl flew out, emitting a dazzling golden-red glow. In the air, the 10-headed sun snake's miserable cries resounded. It struggled violently, but could not move at all, only able to watch helplessly as its inner core was forcibly extracted, its aura drastically weakening. Ling Yu caught the golden-red pearl without even glancing at the 10-headed sun snake, turning around and stepping down through the air one step at a time. Behind Ling Yu, with a loud bang, the frozen body of the 10-headed sun snake exploded. A wave of crimson blood mist scattering in mid-air, accompanied by a strong gust of energy. Killing the snake and obtaining the core, the whole process was seamless. Ling Yu, holding the snake core, approached Wuyin, who was looking at him with a look of extreme astonishment. The strange giant snake had actually had its inner core extracted alive by Ling Yu. Such a method, perhaps even her teacher could not achieve, right? What a terrifying guy. She clearly sensed that the aura emitted by the giant snake far surpassed that of ordinary 10,000-year soul beasts. However, in front of Ling Yu, it had no resistance at all. Chapter 210. The Careless Shura God with Ling Yu's current peak spiritual power as a high-level spiritual symbol master. As long as he was facing a 100,000-year soul beast specialized in physical strength, he could easily crush any soul beast below that level. The basic combat power of a peak high-level spiritual symbol master is equivalent to that of a peerless Dalu. Ling Yu, holding the inner core of the 10-headed sun snake, walked up to the astonished Wuyin. "What is that in your hand?" After a long while, Wuyin finally calmed the turmoil in her heart and pointed her jade finger at what Ling Yu was holding, asking curiously, "This is the inner core of the 10-headed sun snake." That 10-headed sun snake just now had reached tens of thousands of years in cultivation, and it produced an inner core. Ling Yu replied with a smile. "In my impression, it seems that when Douluo broke through to title Dalu, the Emerald Serpent King also condensed a core, right?" "Oh, how do you know so much?" Wuyin chuckled lightly, her enchanting eyes fixed intently on Ling Yu's face. She had grown up in the Spear Hall, received systematic education from the Spear Hall, and considered herself knowledgeable about soul beasts. However, upon seeing that 10-headed sun snake, she couldn't find any memories about this type of snake in her mind. "Don't you see who I am?" Ling Yu smiled, stepping closer, their faces just inches apart. The sudden warmth caused Wuyin's delicate face to flush red, and she hurriedly lowered her head, her heart racing, appearing flustered. "All right, let us keep going." Ling Yu smiled as he stored the inner core of the 10-headed sun snake into the system space. With this inner core, all snake-type soul beasts and martial spirits on the Douluo Continent would be suppressed, and any snake venom would become ineffective. Keeping her head down, Wuyin softly responded. The two continued down the narrow path, the air temperature gradually rising, the stifling environment continuously stimulating Wuyin's inner killing intent. Indeed, this hellish path twisted downward, and faintly, the two could see a flowing crimson liquid below. This liquid, mixed with human blood and magma, contained extreme toxicity. The air produced waves of distorted rising currents. "Ling Yu, I'm so hot." At this moment, Wuyin stopped, not hiding anything, and loosened her outer clothing halfway, revealing a large expanse of white before Ling Yu. Her innerwear was pink, wearing a pink tank top on her upper body and a pair of short shorts just above her thighs. The stunning lines displayed her proud figure. Ling Yu turned to look at Wuyin's appearance, a surge of heat rising in his lower abdomen. Among all the women he had encountered, Wuyin was undoubtedly the most alluring one, even surpassing Bibi Dong. Of course, this was due to the relationship with her martial spirit, not just her appearance alone. At this moment, Wuyin was drenched in fragrant sweat, her red lips slightly parted, her gaze dreamy, the curves barely visible, captivating the heart. "Just hold on a bit longer, we'll be out soon." Ling Yu spoke softly, extending his right hand, his spirit power surging in his palm, pressing down on Wuyin's fragrant shoulder to help her regulate her breath. The greatest challenge of the hellish path does not come from the outside, but stems from within. After experiencing countless killings, soul masters accumulate too much killing intent, and in this stifling environment, it is easy to lose control. I feel so uncomfortable. Please take me out." Releasing a breath of fragrant air, without any hesitation, Wuyin leaped into Ling Yu's embrace. In his arms, Ling Yu embraced Wuyin's jade-like back, momentarily stunned, then suppressed a hint of longing in his heart. Lifting her in a princess carry and helping her tidy up her disheveled outer clothing while activating the mental domain. Faint mental fluctuations radiated outwards, spreading across hundreds of meters, isolating the scorching aura. In his arms, Hulaina immediately felt much better, like a little lazy cat hanging on Ling Yu. Her big eyes looking up at Ling Yu's handsome face, a smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Carrying Hulaina, Ling Yu turned to look ahead, his figure sweeping forward. In the distance, a glimmer of light could be seen. Soon, Ling Yu reached the end of the narrow path, where the front was completely submerged in blood-colored liquid, flowing like magma, occasionally making gurgling sounds, with invisible heat wafting out. In midair, an oval white light curtain hung in the void, sunlight streaming in from there. This was the exit. Yet, it was nearly 1,000 meters away from the end of the narrow path. If a soul master without flying ability reached this point, they could only look on helplessly. However, for Ling Yu, the ground and the air were the same. There was no difference. With a faint smile, Ling Yu held Hulaina, his mental power spreading out. Taking a step forward, the space beneath his feet fluctuating, creating a ripple that gently spread out. Then, Ling Yu began to walk towards the exit, stepping on the air, and finally disappeared into this blood-colored space. Everything around changed. All that met the eye was a void of white, without any substance. Ling Yu's mental domain seemed to be constantly under attack from the external white air currents. Making a quick decision, Ling Yu did not resist the affinity coming from the outside. The mental domain instantly vanished. At this moment, Hulaina in his arms had closed her eyes, her delicate body floating up, and above her, a fox shadow emerged. That was Hulaina's martial spirit. Pure, killing intent gathered, and at the center of that fox shadow's forehead, a blood-red pattern gradually formed. Sure, a blood seal? Ling Yu murmured as he watched this scene. This should be the unique mark of the God of Killing's domain. Soul masters with the God of Killing's domain qualify to compete for the Shura God-S inheritance. As for which of the many marked soul masters could inherit the Shura God-S position, that would depend on their own fortune. Similarly, a powerful killing intent surged towards Ling Yu, attempting to inscribe the Shura blood seal on the Azure Dragon Martial Spirit. Ling Yu's expression remained unchanged. The devouring ancestral symbol within his Niwen palace quietly operating, swallowing and refining the invading killing intent in his soul power, allowing him to vaguely touch the bottleneck of level 60. He would not inherit the divine position, nor would he let Xiao Wu and the others inherit it, because divine positions are opportunities but also limitations. However, it is still possible to take advantage of the gods. In the divine realm, Shura Temple, a dark red figure sat cross-legged on the ground, wearing dark red magic pattern armor, his whole body wrapped in dark red magic patterns, an aura of condensed killing intent transforming into dark red light swirling around him, causing the surrounding space to be in a state of distortion. The presence filled with killing intent is one of the 5 great gods of the divine realm. The enforcer of the divine realm, the god of Azura. Suddenly, the god of Azura opened his slightly closed eyes, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes, from which 2 beams of bloodlight shot out and vanished into the void. Has the Azura blood seal disappeared? A trace of surprise flashed across the god of Azura's plain face. Just now, he sensed that the Azura blood seal had inexplicably vanished. In the lower realm, he had set up many divine examination secret realms, and the Azura blood seal was the unique mark of candidates for the position of the god of Azura. Perhaps someone among the humans fell midway. With a soft murmur, the god of Azura shook his head slightly, not taking the matter to heart. He had many candidates for the divine position, but there was only one divine position. It was perfectly normal for deaths and injuries to occur during competition. When a candidate falls, the Azura blood seal naturally disappears. Surrounding them, the white mist gradually dissipated, and the 2 appeared in a forest. Ling Yu turned back to look, but could only see towering trees. Sure enough, the city of Slaughter, in some sense, constituted a separate space. It seemed unrealistic to directly enter the Hell Road from the exit, unless one mastered spatial power. Shaking his head slightly, Ling Yu looked at the side, where Hulaina was lying on the ground. A minute later, a light hum came from Hulaina's lips as she slowly opened her eyes and got up from the ground. Shaking her little head, her mind gradually cleared. Upon noticing Ling Yu's gaze, Hulaina's pretty face flushed slightly as their eyes met. How do you feel? Ling Yu asked with a smile. Very good. Much better than when I was on the Hell Road, but the killing intent within me is still somewhat difficult to suppress. Hu nodded lightly, and after speaking, she stomped her jade foot on the ground. In an instant, a chilling, killing intent swept from her body, and within dozens of meters, the green flowers, grasses, and trees were covered with a layer of white crystals, which were solidified, killing intent. Faintly visible, a colorless barrier of several dozen meters in size enveloped the surroundings. Within this range, many conscious beings trembled as the chilling, killing intent struck deep into their souls. "What about your god of killing domain?" Hu asked, retracting the colorless domain. "I don't have it." Ling Yu shrugged. Of course, he didn't have the god of killing domain. All the killing intent needed to condense the god of killing domain had been devoured by him. How could that be? Hu beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. "I'm not lying to you. I devoured the god of killing domain." Given their current relationship, Ling Yu felt no need to hide anything from her. Devouring the god of killing domain? This guy could really do anything. But how did he manage to do it? Hu was once again shocked by Ling Yu. "Let's go. It's been a year and a half since we left the Martial Soul Hall. I wonder how Donger and the others are doing?" As he spoke, Ling Yu reached out and took Hu small hand. Hearing the name Donger, Hu rosy face immediately paled. Ling Yu was her teacher, Bibidong's lover, and now she was getting along with Ling Yu. Was this not seducing her master, an act of great rebellion? Sensing Hu resistance, Ling Yu was slightly taken aback. Then a smile appeared on his face as he pulled Hu into his embrace. "Nana, I know what you're worried about. It's okay. Donger will accept it." Hu nodded, already mentally prepared for the worst. Looking at the sky, it was now afternoon, and the distant horizon was painted orange by the sun against the white, flowing clouds. Third soul skill, Azure Dragon Wings. Azure light surged, and a pair of broad blue dragon wings appeared behind Ling Yu. After sensing his mental power and confirming the direction, Ling Yu held Hu small hand, and with a gentle flap of the dragon wings, they took off into the air. "Is this what it feels like to fly?" Hu looked at her body, rapidly leaving the ground in surprise, the air brushing against her cheeks, the relative movement of the breeze flowing through her hair and clothes, and the scenery below quickly shrinking, sending strange sensations through her nerves to her brain. On this return journey, since there was nothing urgent, Ling Yu flew at full speed. With a bang, the air exploded, and their figures shot out from their original position at a speed comparable to a rocket launch. During the flight, in addition to using the dragon wings, Ling Yu occasionally covered his feet with mental power, utilizing the reaction force of space to increase their speed to an astonishing level. Of course, Ling Yu also sent out a strand of mental power to shield Hu. High-speed travel through the air would generate terrible friction, which would quickly deplete Hu already low protective soul power. However, for Ling Yu, with the existence of the devouring ancestral talisman and the great heavenly unification technique, he didn't need to worry about the consumption of soul power and mental power. Protected perfectly by the mental barrier, as Hu looked down, she could only see countless parallel lines of various colors extending infinitely forward and backward, a natural illusion caused by high-speed flight. That night, the two stayed overnight at an inn, and early the next morning, in the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, they arrived near the Martial Soul City. Standing before the gate of Martial Soul City, a place they hadn't seen for more than a year but was still very familiar, both Ling Yu and Hu felt a sense of daze. Inside the city, it was still orderly and bustling, with soldiers, small vendors, civilians, and soul masters, each doing their own thing, living out their own lives. Saintus Elder. Upon reaching the Pope's mountain and arriving in front of the Pope's hall, two palace knights immediately knelt on one knee. "Where's the Pope?" Ling Yu nodded slightly and asked. "The Pope has gone out. He is not here." One knight bowed his head respectfully. Hearing this, Ling Yu was momentarily stunned. Then he laughed silently. He had forgotten about this. When he left Martial Soul City, he had instructed Bibidong and Xiao Wu to go cultivate at the Eye of Ice and Fire. "Nana, I want to take you to a place." Ling Yu held Hu hand and smiled. "Okay." Hu slightly parted her red lips, a smile appearing on her pretty face as she nodded. Watching the two disappear, the two palace knights behind them began to whisper. Isn't Elder Ling Yu's relationship with the Pope quite special? How did he end up with the Saintess? Don't talk nonsense. Be careful, or you might lose your head. After a dozen minutes, Ling Yu and Hu arrived at the foot of the mountain where the Eye of Ice and Fire was located. At the same time, within the Eye of Ice and Fire, a graceful figure slowly opened her beautiful eyes, her face radiating extreme joy. Under Ling Yu's protection, Hu passed through the poison formation at the foot of the mountain without obstruction, standing at the edge of the inverted cone-shaped valley. A hazy mist enveloped the valley, and the air contained a hint of warmth, mixed with rich energy from heaven and earth. Two people flew down from the edge of the mountain hollow and landed on the ground beside the ice and fire Xiao Ai. There, 6 women with different styles were sitting cross-legged in meditation. Bibi Dong, Wang Qiu'er, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Yuxinran. Xiao Yu. Bibi Dong gently called out. The first to awaken immediately stood up, her gaze fixed on Ling Yu, her eyes filled with deep affection. However, upon seeing Ling Yu standing next to Wuyin, both holding hands, she abruptly halted the step she had just taken, her expression slightly frozen. Dongya. Seeing this, Ling Yu scratched the back of his head, feeling somewhat awkward. It seemed things were getting a bit complicated. Teacher. Wuyin's face turned slightly red as she released Ling Yu's hand and walked slowly to Bibi Dong, lowering her head like a child who had done something wrong. How'd you been this past year? After a few seconds, Bibi Dong let out a gentle breath, a faint smile appearing on her face as she reached out a jade hand to ruffle Wuyin's hair. No one knew what she was thinking inside. I'm Fine. Ling Yu. He treats me very well. Come with me, teacher. Bibi Dong maintained her usual expression, taking Wuyin's small hand and walking aside, not glancing at Ling Yu even once during the entire process. Ling Yu watched Bibi Dong's behavior and sighed inwardly. Forget it. Let the teacher and disciple have their private conversation. Shaking his head, Ling Yu walked over to the girls, Wang Qiu'er and the others. The voices of Ling Yu and the others just now were very soft, so they hadn't awakened them. After more than a year apart, the aura of Xiao Wu and the other 5 girls had become much stronger, with strands of energy from heaven and earth slowly being absorbed into their bodies, producing waves of regular energy fluctuations. Smiling slightly, Ling Yu also sat down, forming a meditation seal, his soul power surging as he crashed against the bottleneck of level 60. Faintly, a barely perceptible sound could be heard. Not far away, while Bibi Dong was talking to Wuyin, her gaze occasionally darted towards Ling Yu's back, her red lips curling slightly, as if a soft hum escaped her lips. Upon seeing Ling Yu holding Wuyin's hand, she understood everything. This little rascal has also harmed Wuyin. She wanted to make Ling Yu realize the cost of being fickle. If Ling Yu didn't soften up and come to appease her, she would continue to ignore him. A year ago, when she had him accompany Wuyin to the killing city, she somewhat regretted her decision the next day. Besides missing him, more than that, she was worried about this guy. With Wuyin's beauty, would this little rascal not have his mind wandering? Bibi Dong knew Ling Yu quite well. Chapter 212. Double breakthrough. Ling Yu and Xiao Wu along with the 5 girls were quietly cultivating on the ground of the ice and firing Xiao Ai, with the energy of heaven and earth forming spirals of varying sizes, coalescing in front of the 6 of them, their auras enhancing at a very slow yet stable pace. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong's gaze remained focused on Ling Yu, her expression very gentle, a faint smile gracing her lips. Teacher, you clearly care so much about Ling Yu. Why are you ignoring him? Wuyin asked with a hint of amusement as she looked at Bibi Dong's profile. Don't let this out. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback, and then her pretty face turned slightly red as she shot a reproachful glare at Wuyin. Seeing Bibi Dong's flustered appearance, Wuyin couldn't help but smile secretly. She didn't expect that there was a hint of arrogance in her teacher's personality. What relieved Wuyin was that when Bibi Dong called her over, she didn't reprimand her about Ling Yu, instead asking about her experiences in the killing city. 2 hours later, the sun rose high in the sky, and it was already close to noon. The golden sunlight poured down onto the earth, and the moist air around the ice and fire Yin Ai turned into a hazy color. At this time, Wang Qiu'er slowly finished her cultivation, the energy fluctuations around her dissipating as she gradually opened her beautiful pink-blue eyes. When her peripheral vision caught sight of Ling Yu sitting cross-legged nearby, her small mouth slightly opened beneath her veil, revealing an extremely beautiful smile. Brother, a clear and melodious voice echoed in the quiet air, and the next moment, Wang Qiu'er jumped up from her spot and flew towards Ling Yu. Ling Yu opened his eyes, a faint smile appearing on his face as he spread his arms to embrace Wang Qiu'er, giving her a light kiss on her small face. Brother, when did you come back? Wang Qiu'er asked shyly, her cheeks flushed. 2 hours ago. I saw you all were still cultivating, so I didn't disturb you. Ling Yu replied with a smile. Oh. Wang Qiu'er blinked her big eyes and cutely nodded her small head. Qiu'er has also grown up. As he spoke, Ling Yu's gaze rested in front of Wang Qiu'er, Brother is bad. Noticing Ling Yu's gaze, Wang Qiuer's small face beneath the veil instantly turned red. Her small fist punched lightly on Ling Yu's chest. Ling Yu laughed heartily, reaching out his right hand to gently stroke Wang Qiuer's long, soft pink-blue hair. Nearby, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Yu Xinran were also awakened, and upon seeing Ling Yu's arrival, they were all very excited, surrounding Ling Yu and Wang Qiuer. Don't rush. One at a time, Ling Yu said with a mischievous smile, causing Xiao Wu and the other girls to blush deeply. Why did this sentence make them feel so embarrassed? After a warm exchange, Ling Yu began to recount some events that had occurred in the Killing City over the past year and a half. The 5 girls showed shocked expressions as they heard certain details. They never expected that such a bloody and dark place existed on the Douluo Continent. Not far away, Bibi Dong watched Ling Yu and Xiao Wu's 5 girls being affectionate, a hint of envy flashing through her heart. But soon that envy turned into determination. Little rascal, I want to pay attention to you. At night, in Bibi Dong's tent, during the year and a half, Bibi Dong and Xiao Wu's 5 girls had cultivated at the ice and fire Xiao Ai, so they didn't sleep on the ground. They constructed 2 simple tents. Ling Yu opened the tent flap and walked in, only to see Bibi Dong and Hulaina leaning against each other. Upon seeing Ling Yu enter, Bibi Dong quickly turned her head away. Teacher, I'm going out first, Hulaina said with a giggle, getting up to walk outside, giving Ling Yu a good luck glance as she passed by him. This little fox. A black line appeared on Ling Yu's forehead. It seemed he needed to train her well in the future. Gently walking behind Bibi Dong, Ling Yu knelt down, wrapping his big hands around her slender waist. Let go of me. Bibi Dong's delicate body stiffened slightly. Then she began to struggle, but the large hand around her waist tightened even more. Donger, are you angry with me? Ling Yu whispered close to Bibi Dong's ear. Her pretty face slightly flushed. Bibi Dong let out a cold snort, not saying anything further. Donger, look at me. After hearing this, a few seconds later, Bibi Dong slowly turned her head to look at Ling Yu's face, which was close at hand. In the next moment, Ling Yu leaned forward slightly and kissed Bibi Dong's fragrant lips, producing a faint crisp sound. Rapid breathing echoed in the tent, where one could hear a pin drop. After several minutes, the two parted their lips. Donger, are you still angry? You only know how to bully me. Hee. It's been over a year since we last met. Donger must want it too, right? Little rascal, who wants it? Still not admitting it, Donger. There's a reaction on your body. I don't. The next morning, Ling Yu opened his eyes and looked at Bibi Dong, who was still sleeping in his arms, a faint smile appearing on his lips. He gently moved Bibi Dong off him, covered her with a thin blanket, kissed her on the face, then got dressed and walked outside. After a night of output, Ling Yu's soul power officially broke through the 60th level barrier. This was an unexpected joy. It seemed that matters between men and women also had a certain effect on the improvement of cultivation. Moreover, there were still some dual cultivation techniques in the world, but such techniques completely treated each other as a furnace. Outside, Xiao Wu and the others had not yet woken up. Ling Yu couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Surprisingly, he was the first one up. Choosing a corner to sit down, Ling Yu extended his right hand, and a golden sphere of light appeared in his palm, which was the divine bestowed soul ring transformed by Xiao Ai. Gently crushing the sphere, a light golden barrier enveloped him, and streams of energy gathered around him, forming a circle of colorless halos. Colorless, white, yellow, purple, black. Without any pause, the circle of halos soon turned into a deep black, faintly radiating strong fluctuations. Before long, the black halo transformed into an eerie red, which, besides having a stronger fluctuation, also carried a slight sense of oppression. As time passed, on the blood-colored soul ring, golden light engraved, a luxurious golden pattern quietly emerged. 1, 2, 3. Finally, when 7 golden patterns were condensed, the blood-colored soul ring was completely stabilized. The barrier shattered in response, and the massive blood-colored soul ring flickered with dazzling red light, emitting an astonishing energy fluctuation. At this moment, it seemed that a huge Azure Dragon phantom rose from Ling Yu, howling towards the sky. The world changed color, dark clouds gathered, and a massive vortex of flowing clouds, nearly 1,000 feet tall, thunderously took shape above the mountain where the ice and fire Yin I was located. Deep within the clouds, the sound of thunder echoed across the heavens. Brilliant lightning illuminated the horizon. Slowly opening his eyes and feeling the surging power flowing within him, Ling Yu's lips curled into a joyful smile. With a thought, He retracted his aura into his body, and the blood-colored soul ring with 7 golden patterns, as well as the celestial phenomenon above his head, gradually disappeared. On Douluo Continent, several peak powerhouses simultaneously gazed in one direction. But when they carefully sensed it with their spiritual power, they found that the source that made their hearts race had mysteriously vanished. Xiao Wu walked out of the tent, stretching out a jade hand to rub her eyes. The noise outside had been too loud, and she couldn't sleep anymore. Soon, Wang Qiu'er, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Yu Sinan, and Hulayina also came out. Seeing the messy ground beside Ling Yu, the girls understood. It turned out Ling Yu was cultivating. No wonder the noise was so great. Ling Yu glanced at the girls, his smile still lingering on his face. This time, he not only broke through to Soul Emperor, but his spiritual power also reached the level of a celestial symbol master. The 600,000-year 6 soul ring directly increased Ling Yu's soul power to level 63, comparable to a level 93 title Douluo. In his mind, Ling Yu also learned about the information of the 6th soul skill of the Azure Dragon Martial Soul. The 6th soul skill, Azure Dragon Divine Annihilation. By using the dual eyes of the Azure Dragon Martial Soul, it sends out 2 beams of divine annihilation light towards the target. Since it is the only soul skill, its power can be said to be earth-shattering. Unlike the first 5 soul skills, Ling Yu's 6th soul skill is purely an attack soul skill targeting the soul. With Ling Yu's current celestial symbol master level spiritual power, using Azure Dragon Divine Annihilation would mean that even a God King hit directly would meet a bitter end. Of course, in actual combat, as a God King powerhouse, it is impossible to just stand there and take Azure Dragon Divine Annihilation with their physical body. God King level powerhouses possess extremely profound cultivation, and their divine power can completely influence space, neutralizing powerful attacks. In terms of spiritual power, Ling Yu has reached the level of Celestial Symbol Master, and his basic combat power is comparable to that of an average God-level powerhouse. Celestial Symbol Master corresponds to the realm of martial movement universe, akin to the Nirvana realm, and Nirvana realm powerhouses are equivalent to God-level powerhouses on Douluo Continent. Therefore, Ling Yu can now fight divine beings solely based on his spiritual power. Moreover, due to the nature of his spiritual power, ordinary divine beings are not his match. After all, the spiritual power of a God King is only at the peak of a high-level spiritual talisman master. Chapter 213. The matter of unification regardless of whether they're Dou zone powerhouses, Nirvana realm, celestial symbol master, powerhouses, or God-level powerhouses. Their immense strength stems from their ability to draw upon the power of heaven and earth. Human power is limited, while the power of heaven and earth is inexhaustible. In the early stages of cultivation, how can humans resist heaven? Of course, this drawing upon the power of heaven and earth essentially means borrowing the power of heaven and earth, which requires consuming one's own strength. It is not to say that mobilizing the power of heaven and earth is without limits. True powerhouses no longer rely on the power of heaven and earth. Their strength comes from within, and a single thought can change the path of heaven and earth. In Ling Yu's Dantian, the Dantian is a space, with 6 Azure soul cores arranged in a circle, maintaining perfect balance. Inside the soul cores, the diamond-shaped Azure crystal at the center occupies nearly 35 of the space. Focusing inward, Ling Yu speculated that with his current situation, Level 70 would be a watershed moment, at which point the Azure Liquid Soul power might completely solidify. Within the Niwen Palace, the originally void space now had heaven and earth. In the center, a highly condensed spiritual entity flashed with brilliant golden light. This spiritual entity looked just like Ling Yu. At this moment, Ling Yu's Niwen Palace, after he advanced to Celestial Symbol Master, had evolved into a small world. Seeing this, Ling Yu couldn't help but marvel. The human body is indeed wondrous. The cultivation and breakthroughs of living beings essentially represent the transformation of life's level. But where is the ultimate limit of cultivation, the limit of the human body? For the first time, such a question arose in Ling Yu's mind. However, he quickly dismissed it. He would take steady steps forward, ultimately getting closer to that final great path. Nana, how are you getting along with Xiao Wu and the others? Ling Yu stood up, smiling as he walked up to Hulayina. Pretty well. Hulayina smiled and glanced at Xiao Wu and the others, nodding. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu and the others understood in their hearts that the girl Ling Yu brought back was not only their sister, but also their sister. Thus, unknowingly, they had grown accustomed to it. Therefore, they no longer fussed and threw tantrums as they did at the beginning. At that moment, Bibi Dong walked out of the tent, dressed in the Pope's ceremonial robe, looking radiant. However, she seemed a bit unnatural while walking. Donger, Ling Yu slightly tilted his head, smiling as he waved at Bai Dong. Bai Dong's delicate face flushed slightly, and she subtly rolled her eyes at Ling Yu. This little rascal. His abilities in that aspect are too strong. Her legs feel a bit weak now. Indeed, Ling Yu's physical fitness now outmatches even Bai Dong. With strong offense and weak defense, it's only natural that it would be overwhelming. Walking to Ling Yu's side, Bai Dong looked at him. Her red lips pressed tightly together, remaining silent. Donger, I need to tell you something, Ling Yu said with a smile. Go ahead, Bai Dong replied, playing with her purple-red hair while her gaze remained fixed on Ling Yu's face. Does the Spirit Hall have a plan to unify the continent? Ling Yu's question opened the floodgates. Of course, besides our Spirit Hall, which of the two great empires, or even the three upper sects, hasn't had such thoughts? Upon hearing the phrase, unify the continent, Bai Dong's expression instantly turned serious as she replied earnestly. Ling Yu silently nodded. In the original work, the Spirit Hall was portrayed as an evil entity that instigated wars and placed the common people in dire straits. He chuckled. Without the Spirit Hall, would the two great empires coexist peacefully? Would wars not occur? Objectively speaking, the Spirit Hall merely advanced the timeline of the wars. What is long united must divide. What is long divided must unite. The original text clearly stated that without the Spirit Hall, the entire continent would belong to the Star Luo Empire. And what would be the method of unification? It would still be war. Hoping for peaceful unification in Douluo Continent is almost zero probability. Xiao Yu, since you brought up this issue, I won't hide it from you. More than a decade ago, our Spirit Hall sent an undercover agent to infiltrate the Heaven Dou Empire. Do you know what her current identity is? Bai Dong trusted Ling Yu and also trusted Xiao Wu and the others, so she revealed a major secret. Upon hearing Bai Dong's words, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were both taken aback. The Heaven Dou Empire actually had a Spirit Hall undercover agent. Thinking about it deeply was terrifying. What a grand scheme by the Spirit Hall. However, it no longer concerned them. Their current thoughts were all on Ling Yu. What identity? Ling Yu pretended to be surprised and asked. The Grand Prince of the Heaven Dou Empire, Shui Qinghe. Seeing Ling Yu displaying a shocked expression, Bai Dong slowly said, lifting her red lips. Just right. I see that the time for unifying the continent is already ripe. Ling Yu paused for a moment and smiled slightly. Bibi Dong looked confused. She had originally thought that according to the information from Xiao Shui, among the princes of the Heaven Dou Empire, besides the crown prince Shui Qinghe, only the fourth prince Shui Beiheng remained. And Shui Beiheng was unlearned and domineering, completely incomparable to Shui Qinghe, played by Xiao Shui. As long as they acted accordingly, the throne of the Heaven Dou Empire would undoubtedly fall into Xiao Shui's hands. There was no need to rush. Donger, my current strength is already comparable to that of a god. Assisting the Spirit Hall to unify the continent is not that difficult, is it? Ling Yu looked into Bai Dong's eyes, a smile playing on his lips. Xiao Yu, are you serious? Bai Dong's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Ling Yu. You have to know, Ling Yu now only appeared to be a sole emperor on the surface. The Spirit Hall sent undercover agents to infiltrate the Heaven Dou Empire precisely because the situation on the continent was very complicated. Although the Spirit Hall was powerful, it still could not face the two great empires and the three upper sects directly. Even if they could ultimately win, it would definitely be a Pyrrhic victory. It should be noted that among the three upper sects, the leader of the Blue Lightning Overlord sect, Thunder Douluo, and the Sword Bone Douluo of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, along with the title Douluo of the Haoyan sect, excluding the three peerless Douluo who had already retired, were nearly on par with the Spirit Hall's top combat power. The two great empires had military power far exceeding that of the Spirit Hall. Therefore, the Spirit Hall would adopt a roundabout strategy, first seizing the Heaven Dou Empire, then forming an alliance with it to encroach upon other forces, ultimately unifying the continent. Well, have I ever lied to you? Saying this, Ling Yu stretched out his right hand and gently caressed Bai Dong's fair face. Gradually calming the storm in her heart, Bai Dong thought to herself that she had seemingly been unaware of this little rascal's true strength all along. And she hadn't had the heart to spar with him. Xiao Yu, if it really comes to that, after unifying the continent, you will be a great contributor to the Spirit Hall, leaving your name in history. Imagining the scene of the Spirit Hall unifying the entire Douluo Continent, Bai Dong said excitedly, leaving a name in history? I don't care about that. Donger, can't I be doing it for you? Ling Yu smiled, stepping forward to stand right in front of Bai Dong. their faces mere inches apart. In truth, he mainly wanted to see the little angel and conveniently gain some of Bai Dong's favor. Bai Dong's delicate face flushed, and she slightly turned her head, her beautiful eyes gazing at the ground beside her. With Ling Yu's help, if the Spirit Hall really unified the continent, then she, as the Pope, will be the first empress. Saying it was for her didn't seem wrong. Xiao Yu. Thank you then. Bai Dong's red lips parted slightly as she whispered. No need to say thank you. Donger, just cooperate a bit more night, and that's all. Ling Yu smiled mysteriously, leaning close to Bai Dong's ear and exhaling warm air. That one tea do, not tonight. Bai Dong quickly turned her head, her pretty face flushed. Looking at Ling Yu's face, she hurriedly said, this little rascal always had those embarrassing things on his mind. The exertion from last night had not yet worn off. Instinctively, Bai Dong felt that her legs were a bit weak at this moment. All right, no need to rush. Ling Yu chuckled, watching Bai Dong's shy appearance, feeling secretly pleased. Bai Dong rolled her eyes at Ling Yu. Not rushing means that sooner or later, you'll want to do that with her. However, the process of playing games with Ling Yu was so enjoyable for her. Thinking this, Bai Dong quickly shook her head. She was beginning to doubt that she had been tainted by Ling Yu. This matter is significant, Xiao Yu. I must return to the Spirit Hall to gather the elders for a discussion before finalizing the unification plan. Bai Dong quickly regained her usual cold and authoritative demeanor and said seriously, okay, I'll go back with you. Ling Yu nodded. This was indeed a major issue. Although Bai Dong was the Pope, the Spirit Hall was not solely her domain. She could not do as she pleased. However, in his view, this return was just a formality, merely to notify them. Ling Yu turned around, glancing at the girls. In his perception, Wang Qiu'er, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Hulaina had all reached level 59. Meanwhile, Yu Xinran was at level 57 because she had absorbed the fairy grass and practiced her techniques a bit later. Her fifth spirit ring was acquired by Bai Dong for her in the Sunset Forest. Qiu'er, Xiao Wu, Rongrong, Zhuqing, Xinran, Nana, you all continue to practice here. Once the continent is unified, I will take you to a fun place. Ling Yu said with a smile. Go, what place is it? Xiao Wu immediately asked curiously upon hearing about a fun place. You'll know then. Ling Yu smiled mysteriously. Let's go. With that, Ling Yu extended his right hand. Taking Bai Dong's delicate hand, Bibi Dong lightly tapped her forehead. The two of them released their wings behind them and quickly flew up, gradually disappearing from the sight of the ice and fire two-headed snake. Inside the ice and fire two-headed snake, the women quietly watched the disappearing figures of Ling Yu and Bibi Dong. Currently, Ling Yu's soul power was comparable to level 93, and his mental power had reached that of a heavenly symbol master. Without relying on other means, either one alone would allow him to fly. However, using wings was still a bit more convenient. After all, he had not yet mastered pure spatial power. During the flight, Ling Yu took the opportunity to check his personal panel. Host, Ling Yu Martial Soul, Azure Dragon Soul Power, level 63 soul rings, purple, 7,000 years, purple, 7,000 years, black, 30,000 years, black, 80,000 years, red, 200,000 years, red, 700,000 years, soul skills, Azure Dragon's power, Azure Dragon's body, Azure Dragon's wings, Azure Dragon's light shield, Azure Scale Transformation, Azure Dragon's Divine Annihilation Martial Arts, Golden Platform Demon, Seizing Palm, Perfection, Heavenly Scale Spear Technique, Perfection, Tai Ching Sky Soaring Steps, Major Achievement, Breath Holding Technique, Perfection, Great Heaven Unification Technique, Minor Achievement, Great Sun Thunder Body, Perfection, Great Wilderness Prison Sky Finger, Minor Achievement, Soul Core, 6 Element Realm Mental Power, Triple Heaven, 1-0, Mental Mystical Techniques, Sharp Spiral Wave, Perfection, Transformation Symbol Array, Perfection, Transformation Needle, Perfection, Items, Ancient Heavenly Scale Spear, Ice Mystic Sword, Sound Shadow Stone, Communication Jade Slip, Artifact Prototype, Divine Object, Treasure Devouring Ancestral Symbol, 60 Development, Map of Mountains and Rivers. Wow, the level of the map of mountains and rivers is so high that the data can't be displayed. Ling Yu looked at the 3 question marks behind the map of mountains and rivers and smiled helplessly. Before long, the two arrived at the open space behind the Pope's mountain and then entered the Pope's hall. In the main hall on the first floor, a charming woman was sitting on the throne, focused on reading a book. Your Holiness. Upon seeing Bibi Dong arrive, the woman quickly put away the book, stood up from the throne, and bowed respectfully. Spirit Kite, thank you for your hard work. Bibi Dong walked up the steps, a faint smile appearing on her lips. Your subordinate dares not. Spirit Kite stepped aside, maintaining a slightly lower posture than BB Dong. Her height was about the same as BB Dong's. Seeing Ling Yu, who had come with BB Dong, Spirit Kite's eyes flickered for a moment, and then she quickly shifted her gaze away. Ling Yu looked at Spirit Kite and silently thought that the Spirit Hall was not just BB Dong. It had talent in all aspects. Spirit Kite, go notify the other elders that I want to hold a meeting. Also, inform the Grand Offering about this matter. BB Dong sat on the throne and smiled. Yes. As soon as she finished speaking, Spirit Kite moved and disappeared from her spot, a flash of scorching red light vanishing where she had just stood. She is the 9th elder of the Spirit Hall, Spirit Kite Douluo, and also one of my trusted aides. As if sensing Ling Yu's confusion, BB Dong explained with a smile. Hearing this, Ling Yu nodded slightly. It seemed that during this year and a half, some matters that did not require BB Dong's presence were handled by Spirit Kite. Elder Hall. A gray-robed man sat quietly under a massive angel statue. His attitude extremely devout. His aura was completely integrated, not leaking a hint. Below him, Golden Crocodile Douluo stood with his hands behind his back, meditating with closed eyes. Suddenly, the door slowly opened. A figure in black clothing, with a hot body and charming eyes, walked in. It was Spirit Kite Douluo. Grand Offering, Second Offering. Spirit Kite Douluo stood still and cupped her hands towards the two men. What brings you here, Elder Spirit Kite? At this moment, Golden Crocodile Douluo opened his eyes and looked at Spirit Kite with a calm gaze. Second Offering. His Holiness the Pope wants to hold a meeting in the Pope's Hall conference room and asked me to invite all offerings to attend. Spirit Kite spoke with a calm tone, neither servile nor overbearing. Second brother, you go in my stead. While Golden Crocodile Douluo was silent, the gray-robed figure sitting on the ground spoke with a calm and powerful voice, echoing in the hall. Yes, big brother. Hearing this voice, Golden Crocodile Douluo did not hesitate at all and slightly cupped his hands towards the gray-robed figure's back. After that, Spirit Kite and Golden Crocodile Douluo walked out of the Elder Hall together. When they arrived at the Pope's Hall, several figures had already gathered there. Yuegwan Goemei, Bear Demon Douluo, and Ghost Leopard Douluo were all familiar elders. The 6 of them stood on either side of the hall, with Golden Crocodile Douluo leading one side, followed by Bear Demon Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo. On the other side were Yuegwan, Goemei, and Spirit Kite. The 3 behind them were all elders who fully supported BB Dong. Elders, I have summoned you here today to discuss the plan for the Spirit Hall to unify the continent. High above, BB Dong held a purple gold scepter, sitting upright with her red lips slightly parted. As for Ling Yu, he stood beside BB Dong. Below, there was some subtle eye contact among the 6. Your Holiness, regarding this matter, do you have anything to say? Golden Crocodile Douluo stood with his hand behind his back and said lightly, Golden Crocodile Offering. The elder Ling Yu standing beside me. I believe you're not unfamiliar with him, right? BB Dong slightly turned her head, looking at Golden Crocodile Douluo, a smile appearing on her fair cheeks. Golden Crocodile Douluo glanced at Ling Yu and nodded slightly. He was certainly familiar with Ling Yu, and one could even say he had an impressive memory of him. A year and a half ago, Ling Yu was able to overpower the senior elder Yuegwan, and the other party was so young. He felt very gratified that the Spirit Hall had such an extraordinarily talented young elder. Could it be that today's matter was also related to Ling Yu? Recently, Elder Ling Yu's strength has reached the pinnacle. He expressed his willingness to step forward and participate in the unification plan. BB Dong's gaze swept over the 6 titled Douluos below. Oh, a hint of skepticism appeared on Golden Crocodile Douluo's old face. In the continent, there were very few who could truly deserve the title of pinnacle. A year and a half ago, Ling Yu was indeed able to defeat Yuegwan, and his strength was not weak. But to be called pinnacle, he still lacked a lot. However, he believed that BB Dong would not speak without reason. Perhaps Ling Yu would bring them even greater surprises today. The other 5 also mostly showed expressions of doubt. Especially Spirit Kite, who was seeing Ling Yu for the first time, looked curiously at the calm-faced Ling Yu. Seeing the reactions of the 6, Ling Yu and BB Dong exchanged glances, and both immediately understood each other's meaning. Golden Crocodile Offering, I know that a single word from Donner doesn't carry much persuasive power. How about this? You and I can spar without using our martial souls, relying solely on soul power. What do you think? Ling Yu smiled slightly and cupped his hands towards Golden Crocodile Douluo. Donga? Ling Yu's words dropped another bombshell. He actually called BB Dong Donger. Below, aside from Yuegwan Goemei and Spirit Kite, who were somewhat okay, the other 3 elders, including Golden Crocodile Douluo, had astonished expressions on their faces. It seemed that the relationship between His Holiness the Pope and this elder Ling Yu was quite extraordinary. And Bibi Dong, upon hearing Ling Yu openly call her Dong, also had a faint blush appear on her fair face. Very well, since elder Ling Yu has such ambition, how could this old man not accompany you? Momentarily surprised, Golden Crocodile Douluo laughed heartily and accepted Ling Yu's challenge. Regardless of whether Ling Yu had the strength to fight him, he had to accept this battle, whether for his own reputation or to alleviate the long-standing loneliness of not encountering a worthy opponent. He believed that this exceptionally talented young man would not just be all talk. After Golden Crocodile Douluo agreed to the challenge, the other 5 elders revealed a fervent light in their eyes. They knew very well the strength of Golden Crocodile Douluo, who was recognized as the second strongest in the Spirit Hall, boasting a soul power level of 98. Could this young elder Ling Yu truly shake Golden Crocodile Douluo? Soon, a total of 8 people, including Bibi Dong, arrived at the open training ground. It was here that Ling Yu had previously defeated Yueguan. Bibi Dong and Yueguan stood at the edge of the training ground, while in the center, Ling Yu faced off against Golden Crocodile Douluo. Both of their gazes were tightly focused on each other. Before they engaged in direct combat, an invisible confrontation had already begun. Senior Golden Crocodile, it's difficult to unleash our full power here. How about we battle in the air? Ling Yu suggested with a smile. Upon hearing this, Golden Crocodile Douluo nodded. Last time, when Ling Yu fought Yueguan, he created a massive pit here. Ling Yu's address of senior also unconsciously bridged the distance between them. In the next moment, without any visible, powerful fluctuations emanating from their bodies, the two slowly ascended, as if unaffected by gravity, gradually disappearing from the ground in a stunning manner, until they were out of the sight of Yueguan and the others below. Only when Yueguan, Gue Mei, Ling Yuan, and Mo Xiong, and Gue Bao gathered their soul power and mental strength could they clearly see Ling Yu and Golden Crocodile Douluo, now nearly 5,000 meters in the air. Bibi Dong, whose soul power had already reached 98, could easily see the situation in the high altitude. In the sky, pure white clouds gently brushed past Ling Yu and Golden Crocodile Douluo, their flowing garments adding a sense of ethereality to the scene. Golden Crocodile Douluo looked at Ling Yu, who effortlessly walked on air, feeling a deep surprise in his heart. A tidal Douluo could already break free from gravity and fly. But the further one was from the ground, the more terrifying the speed of soul power consumption became. Generally, tidal Douluos could maintain flight at a height of 1,000 meters for an extended period, while lower-level tidal Douluos struggled to sustain that at 5,000 meters. Only high-level tidal Douluos like Golden Crocodile Douluo could almost ignore soul power consumption, easily traversing such heights. However, to Golden Crocodile Douluo, Ling Yu seemed to show no signs of strain, which elevated his regard for Ling Yu even further. Seconds later, Ling Yu gently tapped his foot in the void, and with a loud bang, the air beneath him exploded, producing a crisp sound. His figure shot out like a meteor, leaving a faint, brilliant trail in the air, igniting the air along his path. Clenching his right fist, he blasted towards Golden Crocodile Douluo's face. The incoming punch carried terrifying power, and Golden Crocodile Douluo narrowed his eyes, feeling the air around him compress heavily. A massive white vortex began to form. Boom! Another explosion rang out as Golden Crocodile Douluo refused to back down, extending his right hand and striking forward with his slightly withered palm, meeting Ling Yu's right fist with a powerful gust of wind. Boom! A loud sound echoed in the high sky. A visible wave of force swept outward, scattering clouds within a 1,000-meter radius and revealing a colorless spherical void. Within 100 meters of the two, the air was shattered into nothingness, producing a deafening blast. Both fighters retreated over 100 meters upon impact, with Golden Crocodile Douluo taking several additional steps back. Each step created subtle ripples in the void. Golden Crocodile Douluo's expression had now turned serious. They had just exchanged blows without using soul power, relying solely on their physical strength, and he found himself at a disadvantage. Such a strong body, he murmured, gazing at the calm Ling Yu. Ling Yu's Sunlight Thunder body had already reached great perfection, even without activating it. His basic physical strength surpassed that of an average Super Douluo, nearing that of a demigod. At this moment, an extremely terrifying aura erupted from Golden Crocodile Douluo, accompanied by a giant crocodile's roar that echoed through the heavens. Brilliant golden light spread out, dyeing nearly half the sky in gold. The vast soul power surged around Golden Crocodile Douluo, distorting the surrounding space. Forced by the situation, he actively released his immense soul power. Feeling the rising pressure from Golden Crocodile Douluo, Ling Yu did not dare to be careless. He instantly activated his Sunlight Thunder Body, causing his skin to turn into a lustrous white jade color. Silver lightning flickered across his body like little snakes, and the violent aura heated the surrounding air. The silver light shone brightly, transforming half the sky into silver. In the depths of the void, silver lightning suddenly appeared, accompanied by thunderous sounds. He can even induce a phenomenon in nature, Golden Crocodile Douluo exclaimed, surprised by the changes behind Ling Yu. Moments later, the look in Golden Crocodile Douluo's eyes was replaced with excitement, and his figure vanished from its original position. Roar! In the void, a giant golden crocodile phantom, about 100 meters in size, emerged, carrying overwhelming pressure as it charged towards Ling Yu. Golden Crocodile Douluo's right hand formed a fist, distorting the space beneath it, and he hurled it towards Ling Yu. Roar! Opposite the Golden Crocodile Phantom, a massive silver thunder dragon phantom also let out a roar towards the sky. Gold and silver clashed in a fierce struggle. Ling Yu showed no signs of retreat. He also clenched his fist, meeting Golden Crocodile Douluo's punch head-on. Boom! A long explosion resonated through the high sky. At the point of impact, vast areas of space seemed to transform into tangible matter. The space crumpled like a piece of paper, twisting into silver lines radiating outward from the two figures. At this moment, it seemed that with an additional force, the space could collapse. Boom, boom, boom. Seconds later, both fighters rapidly retreated until they were 100 meters apart. Each step produced explosive sounds in the void. The distorted space created by their clash quickly returned to its original form. Looking at Ling Yu from a distance, Golden Crocodile Douluo's heart was filled with shock. He never expected that even after using all his soul power, he still couldn't gain the upper hand. Was this truly a monster? Haha, senior, let's continue. Ling Yu's aura had reached its peak as he charged towards Golden Crocodile Douluo once more. He had just tested the limits of Golden Crocodile Douluo's physical strength and found it slightly lacking compared to his own. Hearing this, Golden Crocodile Douluo's face revealed a hint of helplessness, and he had no choice but to confront Ling Yu's offensive head-on. He knew that relying solely on soul power would not work against this little monster. Was he to concede defeat? Impossible. In the high sky, the sound of thunder-like explosions reverberated, as if two ancient beasts had descended to Earth, battling in the void. Chapter 216 Discussion and Outline on the Ground. Yuan and the others heard the thunderous sounds coming from the sky, and their faces gradually turned pale. They were all too aware of the strength of the Golden Crocodile Douluo. With a soul power level of 98, even without using his martial soul, he could easily suppress them just by using his soul power. To put it plainly, any one of them, using their 9th soul skill with all their might, might not even be able to break through the protective shield formed by the Golden Crocodile Douluo's soul power. That was an insurmountable gap. Ling Yu had been able to fight against the Golden Crocodile Douluo for so long without falling behind at all. This meant that Ling Yu could also easily suppress them. It was too abnormal. It had only been a year and a half since Ling Yu defeated Yuan, yet his strength had surged to such an extent. Because Ling Yu was so young, Yuan and the others initially thought that he was exerting all his strength. However, they didn't realize that the only one who could make Ling Yu go all out now was that person from the Stardo Great Forest. Of course, in the face of that person, Ling Yu had little chance of winning. Unlike Yuan and the others, Bibi Dong held a purple gold scepter in one hand, slightly raised her head, and looked up at the sky with a proud expression on her face. After an unknown amount of time, the loud noises from the sky gradually disappeared amidst a series of echoes. The sky, which had turned golden and silver, returned to its original color. At this moment, two figures passed through the flowing clouds and descended from the sky. When they landed on the ground, they almost simultaneously made a barely audible sound, causing the dust on the ground to gently rise. Ling Yu and the Golden Crocodile Douluo stood facing each other, looking at one another, and the air was extremely quiet. At this moment, both of them were somewhat disheveled, but comparatively speaking, the Golden Crocodile Douluo looked more embarrassed, with a rather conspicuous fist mark on his clothes. With no techniques involved, the two had just fought using pure physical strength. In terms of soul power, the Golden Crocodile Douluo was at level 98, while Ling Yu was comparable to level 93. The former undoubtedly had an absolute advantage. However, in terms of physical strength, Ling Yu's Sun Thunder Body was already comparable to a Divine Body. Taking all this into account, their physical combat strength was quite close, with Ling Yu having a slight edge. After all, The physical strength of a divine body was just too overpowered. Elder Ling Yu, your talent is extraordinary. I feel ashamed in comparison. The golden crocodile Douluo looked at Ling Yu with a bitter smile, wrinkles appearing on his old face. Just now, he and Ling Yu had not spoken much, just touching on the topic. If they continued to fight, he would probably be defeated. This kid's physical body was too strong. Fighting strength with Ling Yu felt like battling a ferocious beast. It seemed that he was indeed getting old. After a little bit of action, he felt somewhat powerless. From Ling Yu's composed expression, he had a feeling that the other party might also be holding back. The last time Ling Yu fought against YuGets, that fleeting glimpse of the Azure Dragon Martial Soul had given him an immense sense of pressure. With such a junior in the Spirit Hall, how could they not thrive? With this thought in mind, a hint of satisfaction appeared on the golden crocodile Douluo's old face. I don't deserve it. The kid just took advantage. Ling Yu smiled slightly, not feeling much pride. He knew that to compete for the right to speak, he must demonstrate absolute strength. Elders, let us discuss the specific matters of unifying the continent next. Bibi Dong's melodious voice reached their ears as she walked over with her scepter in hand, followed by YuGets, Gue Mei, Ling Yuan, and Mo Xiong, and Gue Bao. Hearing this, both Ling Yu and the golden crocodile Douluo nodded in agreement. The group returned to the Spirit Hall, where Bibi Dong sat on the throne, and Ling Yu stood beside her. The 6 powerful individuals below did not feel any sense of incongruity. Elder Ling Yu, please share your thoughts. After a moment of silence in the hall, Bibi Dong slightly tilted her head, looking at Ling Yu's profile. Her red lips parted as she spoke. The golden crocodile Douluo and the others also focused their gazes on Ling Yu, and among them, YuGets and the others looked at Ling Yu with a hint of reverence in their eyes. To be honest, they really had no research on the unification of the continent. Donger has already told me that we have an undercover agent in the Tian Empire who has been rooted there for many years and has gained considerable status and influence. I think we should first help that undercover agent seize the throne of the Tian Empire, and then incorporate the Tian Empire and its subordinate kingdoms into the influence of the Spirit Hall. Next, we will deal with the 3 great sects and the Xingluo Empire, as well as other sect forces. Ling Yu spoke his insights with a smile, calm and unhurried. After a moment, Bibi Dong and the 6 powerful individuals below showed thoughtful expressions. Ling Yu's plan sounded simple, but putting it into action would not be an easy task. Of course, during the implementation of this plan, if there are any obstacles to the Spirit Hall's unification plan, I will personally step in to eliminate them. Feeling the gazes of the others, Ling Yu smiled and added this timely remark. Hearing this, the eyes of the golden crocodile Douluo and the others brightened. With the strength Ling Yu had just demonstrated, he had the qualification to say such words. The continent had been divided for a long time. Why hadn't the Spirit Hall taken action? One of the important reasons was the resistance from top soulmaster powers. The greatest obstacle to the Spirit Hall's unification of the continent came from the title Douluo of those opposing forces. Among the 3 great sects, apart from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, the other 2 sects each had at least 2 titled Douluo. This world was dominated by soul masters. Moreover, the massive military power of the 2 great empires was also a factor that the Spirit Hall could not ignore. Therefore, the Spirit Hall had not directly waged war against the continent, but had adopted a roundabout strategy years ago by sending undercover agents to infiltrate the Tian Empire. The offerings of the Spirit Hall mostly operated behind the scenes. Except for important actions or in life-and-death situations, the offerings would only appear, just like the golden crocodile Douluo and others who came to the rescue at Jiaoling Pass in the later parts of the original text. Now, Ling Yu's presence perfectly replaced the offerings and allowed him to appear in public view, while the offerings remained hidden behind the scenes. In that case, we old fellows will wait for good news from the Spirit Hall. Having thought it through, the golden crocodile Douluo laughed heartily, stroking his white beard, looking quite pleased. Thus, Ling Yu and Bibi Dong, with the support of the 6 powerful individuals below, established the outline for unifying the continent. After the golden crocodile Douluo and the others left, Ling Yu smirked, reached out, pulled Bibi Dong up from the throne, then sat down himself. With another pull, Bibi Dong found herself in Ling Yu's embrace. Dongya, when do you think I should set off? Ling Yu leaned close to Bibi Dong's profile and asked with a smile. You can set off whenever you want. Bibi Dong was startled by Ling Yu's sudden action. Her pretty face flushed, and she spoke softly. The scepter in her hand slipped out of her grasp and fell to the ground with a clatter. Then let's depart tomorrow morning. After kissing Bibi Dong on the cheek, Ling Yu's hands began to become restless. By the way, here, take this. When you meet her in the Tian Empire, show her the token, and she'll know your identity. Bibi Dong's face turned even redder, her body shifting uneasily as she spoke hurriedly, pulling out a token from her bosom and handing it to Ling Yu. Chapter 217 Meeting Shui. Qinghe Ling Yu took the token from Bai Dong's hand and looked down to find that it was the Pope's order. He casually placed the Pope's order into his pocket and thought to himself that there should be a way for Bai Dong and the little angel to contact each other. When he meets the little angel, he wouldn't have to worry about being seen as a spy. He wrapped his arms around Bai Dong's soft waist, letting her lean against him, and a faint smile appeared on Ling Yu's lips as he gradually closed his eyes. Inside the Niwen Palace, the devouring ancestor symbol buzzed and vibrated as the energy of heaven and earth gathered, forming a massive cyclone centered around the Pope's hall. Bai Dong, lying on Ling Yu, felt the surrounding energy of heaven and earth become much denser. She lifted her red lips and began to cultivate using her skills. The next day, Ling Yu bid farewell to Bai Dong in the Pope's hall and left the spirit city from the back mountain. In the sky, 1,000 meters high, Ling Yu spread his Azure Dragon wings behind him, his mental power covering the ground beneath him, generating a reaction against the void, creating an uncatchable speed that scraped the flowing clouds into a humanoid void passage. The sound of ear-piercing sonic booms spread through the high sky. At a certain moment, Ling Yu suddenly stopped, and the flowing clouds around him dispersed, producing a crisp echo. Not far in front of him, a majestic mountain rose into the clouds. In the part of the mountain that sank into the cloud layer, wisps of flowing clouds gently brushed by, giving a sense of entering a fairyland. Let us try the newly acquired 6th soul skill. Looking at the mountain blocking his path, Ling Yu pondered for a moment, his eyes lit up as he murmured. The description of his 6th soul skill of the Azure Dragon Martial Spirit was still quite vague, lacking a direct visual impression. Now, in this sparsely populated area, it was a perfect opportunity for experimentation. Without further ado, Ling Yu concentrated his thoughts and rapidly descended to the ground. Beneath his feet was a barren flatland with an extremely broad view. 6th soul skill, Azure Dragon Divine Annihilation. As his low murmurs fell, accompanied by a high-pitched dragon roar, azure light surged, and a massive azure dragon appeared above Ling Yu's head. The azure dragon coiled in midair, exuding a faint sense of pressure. Purple, purple, black, black, red, red. With each soul ring descending, the pressure around Ling Yu increased, until the 6 soul rings quietly oscillated on the same plane. The surrounding space had already begun to distort. At that moment, the blood-red soul ring coiled on the outermost layer quietly rose. The martial spirit and the soul rings fused, causing the earth, air, and space to suddenly tremble violently. Roar! A deep dragon roar echoed through the space. Behind Ling Yu, the air retreated and the space fluctuated. A large area had already turned dark, as if returning to the time of chaos, with nothing but void in sight. Immediately after, in the darkness, a pair of gigantic azure dragon eyes quietly emerged. At first glance, the gaze of those dragon eyes seemed to penetrate the soul, causing cold sweat to break out and fear to grip the heart. With a low rumble, 2 slender azure beams, no thicker than a thumb, shot out from the azure pupils at an uncatchable speed, almost completely ignoring the resistance of space and air. In an instant, they struck the mountain. Boom! The entire mountain shook slightly, and some dust and falling stones tumbled down from the mountainside. Ahead, a shocking scene unfolded. 2 narrow and straight black spatial passages spanned the void. On the mountain peak, a pair of small hollows appeared, penetrating the entire mountain. The spatial passages and hollows connected seamlessly. Ling Yu's 6th soul skill had actually pierced through the void. Such piercing power turned space into nothingness. But that was not the end. Seconds later, the entire mountain collapsed with a resounding crash under Ling Yu's somewhat astonished gaze, turning into a pile of ruins. The sudden collapse of the peak caused the earth to tremble violently. Amidst the rumbling sounds, dust flew everywhere. After a dozen seconds, as the dust settled, the spatial passage hanging in midair also vanished. Looking at this terrifying destructive power, even Ling Yu, the instigator, couldn't help but take a deep breath. When the Azure Dragon Divine Annihilation was unleashed, its momentum was not grand, even silent. Yet it was this silent attack that could annihilate souls. When the annihilation beam struck the mountain, it seemed to merely penetrate the mountain, but internally it had turned to powder under the invisible mental oscillation, leading to the loss of balance and collapse into debris. The powerful mental force at the level of a celestial symbol master. combined with the unique method of exertion of the sixth soul skill of the Azure Dragon Martial Spirit, resulted in this earth-shattering strike. With a thought, the darkness behind Ling Yu retreated like a tide, reverting back to the original colorless space. Time to continue on my journey. With a faint smile, Ling Yu said to himself as his figure vanished from spot. In his previous life, he had set fire to mountains, but Ling Yu had directly destroyed an entire mountain. Fortunately, there were no signs of life around. Otherwise, if the destructive power affected innocent people, Ling Yu would feel uneasy. One could be ruthless towards enemies, but one should also respect the preciousness of life for ordinary people. Traveling with a combination of soul power and mental power, and without worrying about consumption, Ling Yu's speed was unmatched on the continent, except for that one individual in the Stardo Great Forest. Thus, he quickly arrived at Heaven Dou City. Walking on the streets of Heaven Dou City, watching the busy crowds come and go, Ling Yu's mind gradually became tranquil without him even realizing it. If he hadn't awakened the Azure Dragon Martial Spirit or bound to the system, perhaps he would have lived an ordinary life like all these common folks. Fortunately, he was very lucky to have the ability to change some things and do what he wanted. The Heaven Dou Palace, located in the center of Heaven Dou City, was unmistakable from afar, towering and magnificent, taking out the golden medal given to him by Zhu Zhuqing from the system space. Ling Yu passed through the palace gate without any hindrance. The central palace was noble and grand, resplendent in gold and jade, while the prince's residence was adjacent, giving a sense of an eastern palace. Is the prince inside? Ling Yu held the golden medal and approached the door of the prince's residence, showing it to the two guards. The prince is inside. Honored guest, please enter. Seeing this, the two guards bowed respectfully and gestured with their spears to invite him in. Walking quietly along the long stone path, listening to the echo of his footsteps, Ling Yu arrived at a golden door and knocked. Please come in. After a moment, a gentle male voice came from within. Pushing open the door, he saw a young man of noble bearing, with his back to Ling Yu, sitting in a reading chair, holding a book and looking down at it. Chapter 218, The True Face of Qianren Xue, Brother Xue. Long time no see. Ling Yu took a few steps inside, smiled, and then stopped. Hearing the voice behind him, the young man put down the book, stood up from the chair, and turned to look in the direction of the door. Every movement was so natural. This elegantly poised man was none other than the long-lost Xue Qinghe. It's you. Xue Qinghe was slightly stunned, showing a somewhat surprised expression on his face. A hint of an unusual color flashed in his eyes. How have you been lately, Brother Xue? Ling Yu observed the change in Xue Qinghe's expression, maintaining a calm demeanor as he engaged in small talk. Upon hearing his words, Xue Qinghe slowly extended his right hand and waved towards the door, which closed with a clang. There are no outsiders here. You can call me differently, Xue Qinghe said. While looking at the man in front of him, she couldn't help but feel a sense of turmoil inside, despite appearing calm on the surface. Ling Yu's experiences were simply legendary. First, he won the soulmaster competition. Then he overpowered Elder Zhu. At such a young age, he was indeed remarkable. What shocked him, even more, was that Ling Yu was actually her sister's lover. In her impression, her sister was exceptionally talented, the most powerful leader in the history of the Spirit Hall, the first female pope, and an idol in her heart. Yet, her sister had been won over by Ling Yu. Ling Yu chuckled awkwardly. This little angel has a personality. I like it. So how should I address you? Before coming, Bibi Dong hadn't informed him of Xue Qinghe's true identity, although he was aware of it himself. You can call me Qian Rengshu. A melodious female voice emerged from Xue Qinghe's lips. You are a woman? Ling Yu feigned surprise, his eyes widening slightly. Hard to believe, isn't it? Xue Qinghe's lips curled into a slightly mischievous smile. For some reason, seeing Ling Yu's surprised expression brought him, an inexplicable sense of joy. A little so. Can I see your true appearance? Ling Yu understood that if one were to act, they should do it thoroughly. Of course. Xue Qinghe smiled slightly. The next moment, a faint golden light suddenly radiated from Xue Qinghe, illuminating the entire room with soft rays. Within the golden light, a purplish-red crystal appeared, and within it, a beautiful silhouette was faintly wrapped. Crack, crack, crack. The crystal shattered, fragments turning into scattered points of energy that vanished into the air. At that moment, a golden figure stepped out of the golden light. She had long, crystal-like golden hair cascading over her shoulders like a waterfall. With a straight nose, phoenix eyes holding majesty, and skin whiter than snow, she wore a golden palace-style long dress that revealed her perfect figure. The stunning beauty had a hint of sharpness. The golden-haired woman, bathed in golden light, looked like an angel descended from heaven. Upon seeing Qian Rengshu's face, Ling Yu couldn't help but stare in awe. The little angel lived up to her name. Please sit. Feeling Ling Yu's gaze, Qian Rengshu slightly lifted her red lips. Her jade hand gestured for Ling Yu to sit at the tea table beside her. She then sat down leisurely. Ling Yu scratched his head, took a few steps, and sat opposite Qian Rengshu. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, it would be hard to believe that such means of changing appearance and even voice exist in the world, Ling Yu remarked, gazing at Qian Rengshu's cheek with a hint of admiration. This is a type of soul bone specifically used for disguise. In fact, disguising as Xue Qinghe was not my original intention. So I forget it. Qian Rengshu first smiled, her beautiful face beaming. The next moment, she seemed to hesitate to speak. Ling Yu, upon hearing this, gradually calmed down. He could understand the sense of helplessness that subtly leaked from Qian Rengshu's words. She originally possessed great talent, yet had been sent out as an undercover agent since childhood, having to change her appearance. She had been undercover for over 10 years. For a woman with both extraordinary talent and beauty, the most precious time of her life was spent on this so-called mission. Now, it seemed she had finally met someone to talk to, but she still had some concerns. Enough about me. Let's talk about you. Can you really fight against Grandpa Jin E? After a moment of silence, Qian Rengshu's beautiful eyes lit up as she curiously looked at Ling Yu's face. In her upbringing, there were 3 people who genuinely cared for her. One was her grandfather, and the other 2 were Grandpa Jin E and her sister. Of course, other elders and offerings in the spirit hall treated her well too, but it was mostly due to her grandfather's influence. Qian Rengshu was well aware of Grandpa Jin E's strength. Many years ago, he had reached level 98. From the latest news coming from the Spirit City, Ling Yu could actually fight against Grandpa Jin E without falling behind. Although neither side had used their full strength, she still retained a hint of skepticism in her heart. You seem to be quite well informed, Ling Yu chuckled. This statement indirectly answered Qian Rengshu's doubts. Well, very strong. A faint hint of surprise appeared on Qian Rengshu's fair face. She had noticed Ling Yu during the soulmaster competition, but she hadn't expected his strength to reach this level in such a short time. Fortunately, he had joined the spirit hall, so she didn't have to worry about recruiting him. Did you come to find me for something? Qian Rengshu extended her hand, pouring a cup of fragrant tea for Ling Yu before handing it over. Following that, she poured herself a cup as well. Lifting the teacup, she took a gentle sip and looked into Ling Yu's eyes, waiting for his response. The two seemed like long-lost friends reunited. Dong is worried that you might feel lonely, so she asked me to come and keep you company. Ling Yu took a sip of tea, smiled slightly, and gently rubbed the Pope's order in his pocket. Dong, you're kidding me, right? My sister wouldn't say something like that. Upon hearing this, Qian Rengshu revealed a playful smile. She didn't believe her sister would send Ling Yu as an elder just for that reason. However, a warm current flowed through her heart. This guy, aside from being a flirt, is quite good at comforting others. She knew very well that besides her sister, Ling Yu had several other girlfriends. Ahem. Ling Yu cleared his throat, secretly thinking that this little angel was not easy to deceive. Actually, I came here to help you take down the Heaven Dou Empire. Taking a sip of tea, Ling Yu candidly stated. Chapter 219. Tea Appreciation and Discussion. Taking down the Heaven Dou Empire for her? I already have a complete plan in place for the Heaven Dou Empire, so there's no need to rush, Qian Rengshu said with a slight startle. Then a warm smile appeared on her face. This guy, although unsure of the truth behind his words, clearly was not just acting on his sister's orders to help her. Don't be too quick to refuse. What I want to say is that time should be used wisely. Ling Yu chuckled, not in a hurry. His visit to see Qian Rengshu was somewhat abrupt. What do you mean by that? A slight frown appeared on her delicate brows as Qian Rengshu looked at Ling Yu's face, asking in confusion. His words felt somewhat disjointed to her. As far as I know, a soul master with a 6-winged angel martial soul inherently possesses a soul power of level 20. Ling Yu slowly took a sip of tea and smiled as he spoke. You actually know about this. Qian Rengshu's beautiful eyes widened in surprise upon hearing this. The secret of the 6-winged angel martial soul is known to very few, even within the Spear Hall. However, she quickly calmed down as she assumed that it was her sister who told Ling Yu. Consider this. If you hadn't participated in this mission and had instead focused on your cultivation since childhood, based on the timeline, your soul power would probably be close to level 80 by now, rather than just barely over level 70, Ling Yu said word by word. This was also something he found puzzling in the original text with Qian Rengshu's talent. It was indeed a waste for her to be an undercover agent in the Heaven Dou Empire, with innate soul power at level 20. If she had devoted herself entirely to cultivation, breaking through to Soul Luo before 30 and to Title Luo before 40 would definitely be achievable. Moreover, this was a conservative estimate that did not take divine inheritance into account. He did not believe that in the vast spirit hall, Qian Rinxue was the only one capable of carrying out this undercover mission. After hearing Ling Yu's words, a hint of astonishment appeared on Qian Rinxue's snow-white face. The atmosphere in the room suddenly fell into silence. What you said makes some sense, but at this point, there's no use in discussing it. Qian Rinxue sighed softly after a few seconds, her tone somewhat melancholic. It must be said that Ling Yu's words indeed hit the nail on the head. For the first time, she began to doubt her grandfather's arrangements in her heart. No, Grandpa must have considered these things. He must want me to gain more experience. Qian Rinxue repeatedly held onto this idea in her heart. No, it's never too late to mend the fold. The heart of a soul master should still be focused on cultivation, especially for talented soul masters like you and me. Things like power and status. Once you become strong enough, what can't you obtain? So, I've come this time with the intention of helping you seize the Heaven Dou Empire with a mighty force. After that, we'll unify the continent. By then, we should both focus wholeheartedly on cultivation. Ling Yu took another sip of tea, finishing the cup before pouring himself another. In his words, he also praised himself. You really aren't humble. Qian Rinxue smiled sweetly. Undeniably, what Ling Yu said made her very tempted. Perhaps in the past, she had taken a wrong path. Unable to resist looking at Ling Yu again, Qian Rinxue's pretty face turned slightly red as she noticed her own loss of composure. She extended a jade hand to pick up the slightly cool teacup, her red lips moving as she gently took a sip. Hearing this, Ling Yu just laughed heartily. Moreover, do you really think your plans have no flaws at all? After a brief pause, Ling Yu looked at Qian Rinxue's slightly tipsy face and asked with a smile. What flaws? Qian Rinxue asked curiously. After the previous matter, she was not only not angry at Ling Yu's tone, but instead felt a glimmer of anticipation in her heart. She believed that her arrangements in the Heaven Dou Empire were quite solid. The second and third sons of the Snow Knight Emperor had been killed by her, and the eldest son, Xue Qinghe, had been perfectly replaced by her. The remaining fourth son, Xue Ba, Prince Xue Xing, and Princess Xue could pose no threat to her at all. Over the years, she had secretly replaced a portion of the soldiers in the Heaven Dou Empire with members of the Spirit Hall. Among the royals and ministers, she also had many supporters. She truly couldn't think of any flaws in her arrangements. What do you think of the fourth prince, Xue Ba, and Prince Xue Xing? Ling Yu asked with a mysterious smile. One is a spoiled prince, and the other is an incompetent prince, Qian Rinxue replied indifferently, as if there was a hint of disdain in her words. Well, as far as I know, the spoiled and incompetent behavior displayed by Xue Ba and Xue Xing is all an act, Ling Yu said. Did you not notice that they only began to act like this after you had killed the second and third princes? Ling Yu said with a smile. Seeing Ling Yu's confident demeanor, Qian Rinxue furrowed her brows and thought carefully, her expression slightly changing. It seemed that what Ling Yu said was indeed true. Could it be? They're quite scheming? The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. Qian Rinxue's red lips parted slightly, slowly exhaling a breath of fragrant air. Thinking deeply and feeling fearful, if Xue Ba and Xue Xing were both pretending to be spoiled and incompetent in front of her, then it was very likely that they had already suspected her involvement in the deaths of the second and third princes. Upon realizing this, a trace of killing intent flashed through Qian Rinxue's beautiful eyes. Do not underestimate your opponents. Perhaps it is precisely because everything has gone so smoothly for you after infiltrating the Heaven Dou Empire that you have developed a sense of arrogance and overlooked the changes in these two. Ling Yu said, finishing with another sip of tea. Qian Rinxue nodded slightly. What Ling Yu said indeed made sense. Then, like Ling Yu, she also lifted her teacup and took a sip. However, in the face of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks are but illusions. Ling Yu changed his tone and added. Qian Rinxue chuckled softly, inadvertently rolling her eyes at Ling Yu. This guy, clearly younger than her, acted so mature. How do you know so much? Supporting her face with her jade hand, Qian Rinxue's sparkling eyes fixed on Ling Yu's face as she asked curiously. She had lost count of how many times she had been shocked by Ling Yu today. I have knowledge of the heavens and the earth, and I understand ancient and modern affairs. Ling Yu spoke mysteriously. He couldn't just say that he had read the book Douluo Continent, could he? To this, Qian Rinxue merely gave Ling Yu a charming roll of her eyes. This guy, if you called him fat, he would still huff. By the way, how do you plan to help me? Qian Rinxue asked seriously, slightly retracting her smile. Very simple. Kill Shui Yi, Shui Xing, and Shui Ba. Then ascend to the throne of the Heaven Dou Empire, Ling Yu said casually. No way, absolutely not. If these 3 die, the other royal family members will immediately suspect me. Qian Rinxue quickly rejected. Ling Yu's plan sounded so unreliable. Just a moment ago, she was still amazed by Ling Yu's intelligence. I understand your point. If Shui Yi, Shui Xing, and Shui Ba die in quick succession as the crown prince, you'll be the biggest beneficiary. All suspicion would focus on you. But so what? As long as you do it cleanly, they have no evidence. What can they do to you? Moreover, anyone who disagrees can simply be killed. After Ling Yu finished speaking, an overwhelming killing intent suddenly emanated from him. That killing intent flashed and disappeared. Huh. Qian Rinxue gently exhaled, looking at Ling Yu in shock. The killing intent he had just released made her feel a genuine sense of trepidation. She believed that Ling Yu was definitely someone who could back up his words with actions. After a moment of contemplation, Qian Rinxue gradually accepted Ling Yu's plan in her heart. The plan was indeed very risky, but just as Ling Yu said, in the face of absolute strength, all variables could be suppressed. As for Ling Yu's strength, she still needed to verify it one last time. After all, seeing is believing. Chapter 220. Instant defeat of the Serpent Spear and blood-stabbing Shilong Serpent Spear. Qian Rinxue slightly raised her head. Her red lips parted as she softly addressed the direction of the door. In the next moment, the door seemed to tremble, and within the room, 2 figures appeared out of nowhere. They were 2 elderly men. The one on the left was over 2 meters tall, his thin and elongated body standing straight and sharp like a spear. The elder on the right had an average build, with no special features. Young master. As soon as the 2 elders entered the room, they immediately bowed their heads, kneeling on one knee, and clasped their hands in front of Qian Rinxue with great respect. Qian Rinxue lightly acknowledged them with a sound, extending a jade hand to gesture for them to rise. The 2 stood up, side by side, resembling 2 guardian deities. You seem unfazed by their arrival, Qian Rinxue observed as she looked at Ling Yu, who was still sipping tea as if nothing had happened. A hint of a peculiar smile on her delicate face. I sensed their presence before entering the room, Ling Yu replied leisurely, putting down his teacup with a light chuckle. Upon hearing this, a trace of surprise flashed across Qian Rinxue's snow-white face, but it quickly disappeared. Indeed, she could not see through this person's strength at all. The one on the left is Elder Shilong, titled Serpent Spear, and the one on the right is Elder Xiao Shui, titled Blood Stabbing. They're both my bodyguards. Qian Rinxue introduced with a slight smile. Greetings, seniors, I am Ling Yu said, finishing the last sip of his tea, standing up, and turning to clasp his hands towards Shilong and Xiao Shui. Shilong and Xiao Shui slightly nodded in acknowledgement. You are the Ling Yu elder who has recently gained fame in the Spear Hall? Xiao Shui on the right asked with a hint of arrogance and skepticism on his face. The first impression he had of Ling Yu was that of a delicate young man, weak and frail. Indeed, without intentionally releasing his aura, Ling Yu appeared to be an ordinary person without any soul power, especially for soul masters with overall strength weaker than Ling Yu. They could not perceive the energy aura around him. That is correct, Ling Yu replied with a smile, his demeanor neither humble nor arrogant. He noticed a trace of disdain in Xiao Shui's eyes, but was not angered. Strength is the ultimate truth, regardless of others' recognition. What belongs to him will not be diminished by a single bit. Shilong, Xiao Shui, you may take action to test Elder Ling Yu's strength. Remember, just a demonstration. Qian Rinxue, seeing that both sides were acquainted, revealed an interest-filled smile on her delicate face. She believed Ling Yu would understand her intentions. Yes. The Serpent Spear Douluo and Blood-Stabbing Douluo replied respectfully. Subsequently, their gazes towards Ling Yu contained a hint of a special quality. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became tense. With the young master's order, "Forgive us for our rudeness," the Serpent Spear Douluo on the left spoke, his voice deep and hoarse. "There's no need to hold back, seniors. Please feel free to use your full strength," Ling Yu smiled, raising a hand. In the next moment, with a whoosh, a uniquely shaped spear appeared in the right hand of the Serpent Spear Douluo, about 3 meters long. The spearhead curved like a serpent's forked tongue, its entire body a bluish-purple color. 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 4 black soul rings quietly pulsated on that sharp serpent spear. The configuration of a soul master's soul rings represents their combat power to some extent. This serpent spear Douluo's soul ring configuration was not the best, but it was still quite good. Meanwhile, a layer of bloodlight suddenly enveloped the blood-stabbing Douluo, his body seeming to swell slightly. and in his right hand, he held a circular wheel. Strangely, the edges of that wheel were covered with dense blood spikes, exuding a faint sharpness. His soul ring colors were identical to the serpent spear Douluo's, 2 yellow, 3 purple, for black, as both titled Douluos unleashed their martial souls. The small room was filled with an invisible pressure that made the tables and chairs tremble, and the teacups on the table vibrated. Swish, in the next moment, the serpent spear Douluo and blood-stabbing Douluo raised their uniquely shaped weapons and struck towards Ling Yu, the air howling with a continuous explosion of sound, accompanied by an astonishing gust of wind. Ziz. Ling Yu's long black hair waved without wind. His handsome face wore a calm smile. At that moment, a flash of lightning appeared, and his skin turned into a crystalline white jade color, with silver lightning ravaging across his body, exuding an overwhelming sense of power. Whoosh! With a slight sound of wind, Ling Yu's figure vanished from his original spot, his fists clenched, lightning surging beneath his fists, directly meeting the serpent spear and the circular wheel. Boom! A loud explosion echoed almost simultaneously as the serpent spear and circular wheel collided with Ling Yu's thunderous fists, unleashing a terrifying force that distorted the space. The nearby tables and chairs were instantly shattered by the powerful energy, and distant furniture toppled over, swaying unsteadily. A visible wave of power swept across the entire room. Bang bang. In the next second, the faces of the serpent spear Douluo and blood-stabbing Douluo turned pale, and they both groaned in unison, a massive force penetrating through the serpent spear and circular wheel into their bodies, causing a surge of blood and energy within them. The space experienced one final violent fluctuation, and the serpent spear Douluo and blood-stabbing Douluo were forced to retreat rapidly, crashing through the door. The violent winds gradually calmed down after a few seconds. In a single encounter, the outcome was evident. The soul power levels of the serpent spear Douluo and blood-stabbing Douluo were at level 92, while Ling Yu, at this moment, had surpassed both of them in terms of soul power, physical strength, and mental power. Particularly, the disparity in physical and mental strength was too vast. Thus, Ling Yu was able to easily suppress both titled Douluos with pure physical strength. Behind him, Qian Rinxue had already stood up from her chair, one jade hand lightly covering her red lips as she gazed at Ling Yu's back, her beautiful eyes revealing an undeniable shock. He is truly strong. She believed that if it were her facing the serpent spear Douluo and blood-stabbing Dou one-on-one, she could hold her ground, but would require her full effort. Yet Ling Yu's performance was a complete suppression. It seemed the rumors were not false. This guy might really be able to contend with Grandpa Gene Crocodile. Top top. Footsteps sounded as the serpent spear Douluo and blood-stabbing Dou walked in from outside, looking somewhat dejected and disheveled. Elder Ling Yu is indeed a young hero. We old fools are willing to admit defeat. The two titled Douluos forced a smile and slightly clasped their hands towards Ling Yu. In their hearts, they were already convinced. Losing to Ling Yu is not unjust. Both sides had not used their full strength earlier, but they understood very well that if they had gone all out, they would only have suffered a worse defeat. To withstand their martial souls with pure physical resilience, what kind of physical quality and strength would that require? They could hardly imagine. Chapter 221. Under the same roof the kid just had a stroke of luck. Ling Yu smiled, waving his hand. The stronger one is. The further they should look ahead, and the more they should recognize their own shortcomings. He understood that the Douluo copy was just the beginning. And now, he had not even cleared this copy yet. Upon hearing this, Shilong and Xiao Ai felt a surge of gratitude towards Ling Yu. They were well aware that Ling Yu had held back. From Ling Yu, they did not sense the arrogance typical of a young genius, but rather a down-to-earth personality. I now somewhat understand why my sister is so fond of you. Qian Rinxue lightly moved her lotus steps and walked to Ling Yu's side, her gaze carrying a hint of inexplicable meaning. Oh, why? Ling Yu raised the corner of his mouth, slightly tilted his head, and looked at Qian Rinxue's face, asking. Facing Ling Yu's gaze, a blush unexpectedly crept onto Qian Rinxue's fair face, and she awkwardly turned her head away. Her heartbeat quietly quickened at that moment, and she did not answer Ling Yu's question. She initially wanted to compliment Ling Yu, but thinking of his thick skin, she dismissed the idea. This guy never plays by the rules. The young master, Shilong and Xiao Ai exchanged glances, and then, as if understanding something, a strange smile appeared at the corners of their mouths. They did not expect that the usually proud young master would also develop feelings. These two old single dogs had filled their minds with a lot of unfounded content. Qian Rinxue also sensed that the atmosphere was off. She immediately cleared her throat twice, and the blush on her face seemed to deepen. Shilong, Ci Shui. You can leave now, Qian Rinchu instructed. Yes. Shilong and Ci Shui responded in unison, then turned to leave the room. However, the smiles on their faces did not diminish at all. The young master, sending them away, meant she wanted to be alone with Ling Yu. Yes, it must be like that. Watching the two leave, Qian Rinchu gently waved her jade hand and closed the door again. For some reason, she felt that Shilong and Ci Shui were a bit unserious today. Meanwhile, Ling Yu watched the entire process with a smile, feeling a stir in his heart. Huh? Why is your face red? Are you feeling unwell? Ling Yu leaned forward, his eyes fixed on Qian Rinchu's face, pretending to be curious. Qian Rinchu snorted lightly, shot a glare at Ling Yu, then turned her head and sat down on the sofa. She realized that Ling Yu's ability to play dumb was also top-notch. The brief exchange between Ling Yu and the three of them had damaged quite a few tables and chairs, and some needed to be replaced. Seeing this, Ling Yu shook his head with a smile, walked a few steps, and sat down next to Qian Rinchu. Qian Rinchu did not express any opposition to Ling Yu's actions. Breathing in the faint fragrance emanating from the beauty beside him, Ling Yu felt his heart clear and his spirit bright. When do we start acting? After a moment of silence, Qian Rinchu slightly parted her red lips, not looking at Ling Yu, and asked softly. Tomorrow, I just arrived today, and I'm a bit tired, Ling Yu replied. In fact, with the supreme martial art great unity technique, Ling Yu would not feel tired at all. He just wanted to tease the little angel. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinchu lightly nodded. That night, when the servants brought dinner, Qian Rinchu had already restored her appearance as Shui Qinghe in advance. After sending the servants away, Qian Rinchu transformed back into her original appearance. With this back and forth, along with her conversation with Ling Yu, Qian Rinchu found herself growing more and more disgusted with this body of Shui Qinghe. Ling Yu was right. They needed to take down Tiandou and unify the entire continent as soon as possible. The main focus of soul masters should still be on cultivation. After the two had dinner, they rested briefly. I'm going to take a shower, Qian Rinchu said softly to Ling Yu beside her, then got up and walked into the bathroom. Inside the room, the golden soul guide lights shone tirelessly. In the quiet hall, Ling Yu lazily lay on the sofa, faintly hearing the sound of water coming from the bathroom. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, there was a clang as the bathroom door opened. Qian Rinchu emerged wearing a white nightgown, her golden hair still glistening with transparent water droplets. Through the gaps in her nightgown, it seemed one could catch a glimpse of some breathtaking whiteness. Without excessive adornment, it seemed to better highlight her curvy figure. Feeling Ling Yu's gaze, Qian Rinchu's pretty face involuntarily flushed, and she reached out her jade hand to pull at the part of her nightgown that was exposed. According to logic, there should be a distinction between men and women. It was somewhat inconvenient for Qian Rinchu to have Ling Yu in her residence. As a prince, she could easily arrange for Ling Yu to have other accommodations. However, in her heart, she seemed to have no objection to living under the same roof as Ling Yu. Sitting quietly beside Ling Yu, Qian Rinchu rarely felt a hint of shyness. Xiao Shui, can I call you that? Ling Yu looked at Qian Rinchu's slightly flushed profile and smiled gently, asking, You really know how to get familiar quickly. Qian Rinchu turned her head and couldn't help but glare at Ling Yu. This nickname had only ever been used by 3 people. If I'm not mistaken, you're younger than me, right? Come on, let me hear you call me sister. Qian Rinchu's beautiful eyes twinkled. Then she smiled inexplicably, revealing 2 rows of pearly teeth. Ling Yu was taken aback and coughed twice. He originally wanted to take advantage of Qian Rinchu, but unexpectedly, he was countered by her. If you can defeat me, calling you sister is not out of the question. Ling Yu forced a pose and pretended to be proud. That day will come. Seeing Ling Yu's defeated look, Qian Rinchu raised her snowy white chin and secretly chuckled. She knew that she was far from Ling Yu's opponent at the moment. However, one day, she would personally defeat Ling Yu and make him willingly call her sister. Perhaps it was Ling Yu's arrival that opened Qian Rinchu's heart. This proud woman had developed a somewhat girlish heart. Ling Yu sensed an unusual confidence in Qian Rinchu's eyes and found it somewhat amusing. Unfortunately, Qian Rinchu did not realize that before she could defeat Ling Yu, she might have already been captured by him. Later, Ling Yu also entered the bathroom and took a comfortable shower. When he stepped out, he could feel that the glance Qian Rinchu shot at him while sitting on the sofa contained something more. Xiao Shui, which room am I staying in? Ling Yu strolled out, boldly sitting down beside Qian Rinchu and asked with a smile. Qian Rinchu had long since gotten used to Ling Yu's thick-skinned behavior, so she did not mind his form of address. I think it would be better for you to stay in your own room. As Qian Rinchu contemplated, Ling Yu chuckled and immediately added. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinchue's pretty face flushed, and she shot Ling Yu a glare. This guy really knows how to take advantage, becoming more and more audacious. As long as you dare to come. Qian Rinchue suddenly stood up from the sofa, stepping towards her room, leaving Ling Yu with a very tempting silhouette. She did not finish her sentence, but a noticeable blush appeared on her cheeks, making her look charming. Watching Qian Rinchue close the door, Ling Yu shook his head and smiled. He had just been joking. Chapter 222. The death of the Emperor. Ling Yu and Qian Rinchue had only met for a day, so there was naturally no expectation of progressing to sharing a bed. However, Ling Yu was confident that it was only a matter of time before that day came. Both of them wisely treated each other's words as jokes. If they took them seriously, that would be truly foolish. In Qian Rushue's room, there were several rooms. Ling Yu pondered for a moment and opened the door to the room next door. Taking a long breath. Ling Yu lay on the soft bed in a big shape without any image, a faint smile on his face. With a thought, he turned off the light and then closed his eyes. In the room where Qian Rushue was, she was wearing a loose white nightgown. Her smooth golden long hair casually draped behind her. She pulled the light golden quilt on the bed over herself. Her beautiful eyes quietly gazed at the ceiling. Recalling the moments spent with Ling Yu during the day, her red lips involuntarily curling up slightly. Tilting her delicate head, Qian Rushue reached out to turn off the bedside lamp and slowly closed her beautiful eyes. A night passed without a word. The next day, when the dark night sky was dyed orange by the rising sun, a new day began. Qian Rushue opened her eyes, her arms extending from under the quilt, resting on it long, smooth, and snow-white. Her golden long hair spread out on the bed like spilled paint. In front of her, the originally flat quilt was enhanced by two small peaks. A hint of confusion passed through her eyes, and then she lifted the quilt and began to get ready. After a cup of tea's time, looking at herself in the mirror, Qian Rushue smiled slightly and turned to open the door. In the hall was empty, and Qian Rushue was slightly taken aback. Scanning her gaze around the room, when she saw the tightly closed door next door, her heart stirred. Hey, Ling Yu, are you in there? Qian Rushue's delicate finger curled slightly as she knocked on the door. Seeing no one respond, she knocked twice more. A lazy and weak voice came from inside. It's daylight. Why aren't you getting up? We agreed yesterday that we have important business today. Upon hearing Ling Yu's voice, Qian Rushue couldn't help but feel a surge of anger and change her knocking to slapping. The noise suddenly increased, wondering how he could still sleep. She found it somewhat amusing. She didn't expect this guy Ling Yu to have the habit of sleeping in. Amidst the rustling sounds, the door creaked open. Ling Yu was seen wearing pajamas, looking drowsy and yawning. I thought geniuses wake up early to seize the day. How do you have such powerful abilities yesterday? Qian Rushue looked at Ling Yu, her willow brows slightly furrowing, arms crossed, and a somewhat cute expression appeared on her face. In front of her, the pride was inadvertently accentuated by the pressure of her arms. Such a demeanor was rarely seen on her, or one could say almost never. Hee, it's all due to talent. Ling Yu chuckled, winking at Qian Rushue, and then his gaze fixed on her. You should hurry and get dressed. Noticing Ling Yu's gaze, Qian Rushue's pretty face flushed, and then she let out a soft snort, secretly cursing Ling Yu as a lecher before turning to the sofa. In her view, Ling Yu had many flaws: thick-skinned, lazy, lecherous. She didn't understand why so many girls liked him, including her sister. But she didn't realize she had unknowingly fallen for him as well. Watching Qian Rushue's back, Ling Yu shook his head and smiled. In fact, he had woken up long ago. He just wanted to experience the feeling of being awakened by a little angel. This wicked pleasure. 5 minutes later, after washing up and getting ready. Just take me to see Shui Yi. Ling Yu came to Qian Rushue's side, looking at her profile, and said with a smile. Qian Rushue nodded and slowly stood up from the sofa. In the next moment, golden light surged around her, and she quickly transformed into the face of Shui Qinghe. At this moment, she still felt a bit nervous because after today, the Tiandou Empire would undergo a dramatic change. After the two of them walked out of the Crown Prince's palace, Ling Yu keenly sensed that behind them, Shi Long and Ai Shui were secretly following. It seemed that as Qian Rushue's guards, they were quite competent. A title Daluo level expert, if not for encountering someone like Ling Yu with such extraordinary spiritual power, would be undetectable to ordinary people if they concealed themselves. The two walked to the front of a golden palace at the very center, where two soldiers armed with long spears stood guard. Your Highness. The two guards saluted. Qian Rushue slightly nodded, stepping forward to lead Ling Yu into the palace door. Who is this? The two guards crossed their spears in front of them, looking at the unfamiliar Ling Yu with a hint of vigilance. He is my study companion, Qian Rushue said lightly. I see. Please forgive us for the offense. The guards lowered their heads with a smile and withdrew their spears. Seeing the two enter, the guards had no suspicions. The Crown Prince had always liked reading, so having one or two study companions was not surprising. I say, Xiao Shui, when did I become your study companion? Walking on the wide road, Ling Yu couldn't help but turn to look at Qian Ruxue. What, you unwilling? At this moment, Qian Ruxue also turned her head, a teasing smile appearing on the man's face, while her voice was still her own. As long as you're happy. Ling Yu chuckled. In his heart, he had already made up his mind that when he captured the little angel, he would definitely get back all the grievances with interest. Qian Ruxue chuckled lightly, pleased to see Ling Yu at a disadvantage. The emperor of the Douluo Continent was different from the emperors of ancient China. It wasn't 3 days, one court. The scenes where the emperor and a group of ministers gathered together could only be seen once every month, or even several months in the Douluo Continent. Many unimportant matters were handled by the royal ministers. Otherwise, the Snow Knight Emperor would be exhausted. Therefore, the vast majority of the time, the Snow Knight Emperor was reviewing documents submitted by the ministers. Unobstructed, in the conference hall, the two saw the Snow Knight Emperor sitting at the back of the table, bowing his head to read documents. Greetings, Father Emperor. Qian Ruxue saluted, slightly bowing her body. Next to her, Ling Yu imitated her. It's Qinghe. The Snow Knight Emperor raised his head, a kind smile appearing on his old face. Oh, it's you. Seeing Ling Yu beside Shui Qinghe, the smile on the Snow Knight Emperor's face was immediately replaced by shock. Ling Yu's appearance here was truly unexpected for him. The news of his joining the Wuyin Temple had long ceased to be a secret. At this moment, Ling Yu smiled inexplicably, and the heavy door was suddenly closed by an invisible hand. Strange waves spread throughout the hall. Under the influence of these waves, the space emitted echoes similar to electric waves, shaking like water ripples. The Snow Knight Emperor suddenly covered his head, kicking over the table, documents scattering on the ground. His face contorted, appearing in great pain. Seconds later, the Snow Knight Emperor stopped wailing, his body slumping to the ground, no longer making sound. In the air, the echo similar to brain waves also slowly faded away. Is Shui dead? Qian Ruxue looked at the horrifying scene before her and couldn't help but exclaim, revealing her true voice. Immediately, she cast a shocked gaze at Ling Yu beside her. Chapter 223. Confrontation, why are you looking at me like that? Ling Yu smiled calmly. Just now, he had used his mental power to kill the Snow Knight Emperor. With his current level as a Celestial Talisman Master, achieving this was incredibly simple. Qian Ruxue looked at Ling Yu for a moment, suppressing the turbulent waves in her heart. She stepped forward briskly to stand before the Snow Knight Emperor. Crouching down, she extended her jade hand to check the Emperor's breath, her expression slightly changing. Still not reassured, after feeling the Emperor's heart had stopped beating, she fully accepted the fact. The Snow Knight Emperor was truly dead. How did you do it? Qian Ruxue returned to Ling Yu's side, looking at his face, still showing signs of shock. Just a moment ago, she seemed to have heard strange echoes. Then the Snow Knight Emperor struggled and fell to the ground in just a few seconds. Xiao Shui, don't be too curious. Ling Yu smiled mysteriously, not revealing anything. Fine. If you don't want to say, then forget it. Qian Ruxue huffed softly. This young lady doesn't care to know anyway. In the shadows, Shi Long and Ci Shui exchanged glances, feeling a storm of emotions in their hearts. They couldn't understand how Ling Yu, who had remained in place, had killed the Snow Knight Emperor. It was simply inconceivable. As a result, Ling Yu became even more mysterious in their eyes. Hey, what about the Snow Knight Emperor's corpse? Although she still had some small emotions, Qian Ruxue still asked Ling Yu. The Snow Knight Emperor was dead. They couldn't just leave the body here, right? After all, he was a great emperor. We should take care of the body and bury him properly in the royal cemetery. Ling Yu pondered for a moment before sighing. He and the Snow Knight Emperor were on opposing sides, so he wouldn't claim to be acting on behalf of heaven. Everything he did was merely for the benefit of the Spirit Hall. It's worth noting that when dealing with the fallen in the City of Slaughter, Ling Yu had directly crushed them into a blood mist. The Spirit Hall, the two great empires, and even the top 3 sects and the 6 major forces could all become the rulers of the Douluo Continent. The only difference was that Ling Yu, as a variable, chose the Spirit Hall. As for the reason, a great benefactor need not speak. Qian Ruxue nodded slightly at his words. At this moment, she felt a bit emotional. After years of lurking and systematic deployment, it had become so simple and brutal with Ling Yu. Then, she extended a jade hand to store the Snow Knight Emperor's body into her storage soul guide. Once a person dies, they can no longer be considered a living being. Thus, they could be stored in a storage soul guide like an item. And it was not surprising for Qian Rinxue, as the young master of the Spirit Hall, to possess a storage soul guide. After that, the two acted as if nothing had happened and walked out of the main hall. The guards at the entrance had no idea. From start to finish, Qian Rinxue maintained the appearance of Xue Qinghe. Soon after, just like the Snow Knight Emperor, under Qian Rinxue's guidance, Ling Yu also dealt with Prince Xue Xing and the fourth Prince Xue Bong in the same manner. Throughout the process, no one was alerted, because to those palace guards, the crown prince was merely visiting his attendant. It was a joke, with Ling Yu's current level of mental power as a celestial talisman master. If he allowed those low-level soul masters to detect any mental fluctuations, it would be better to just die by crashing into something. Finally, the two arrived at the royal cemetery. This place held special significance in the Tiandou Empire, as all the royal family members throughout history were buried here after their deaths. Besides the esteemed royal descendants, ordinary people were prohibited from stepping foot here. And, as the crown prince, Xue Qinghe clearly did not fall into that category. Looking at the tombstones engraved with the golden character Xue, Ling Yu couldn't help but sigh. Not lingering too long, Ling Yu used his mental power to dig a large pit, and Qian Rinxue threw the bodies of the 3 Snow Knight figures into it from her storage soul guide. The earth trembled, the soil shifted and moved, and the 3 Snow Knight figures were buried, a square tombstone standing above them. Their names were carved in standard script on the tombstone. After doing all this, Ling Yu and Qian Rinxue returned to the conference hall where the Snow Knight Emperor had been. What do we do next? Qian Rinxue looked at Ling Yu and asked. She had never thought of taking the Tiandou Empire in this way, as it was too risky, too far-fetched, and the difficulty of implementation was too great. It's simple. Spread the news of the deaths of the 3 Snow Knight figures to attract those loyal to the Snow Knight Emperor to come, then take them all out at once. As for the rest, they are just fence-sitters. In the face of the situation, they will know how to choose. Ling Yu smiled faintly in response. All right then. Qian Rinxue nodded. She would now move in tandem with Ling Yu, taking it step by step. In front of the conference hall, Ling Yu concentrated, and his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, appearing in mid-air. The Snow Knight Emperor, Snow Xing, and Xue Bong are all dead. The new emperor has ascended. All those affiliated with the Tiandou Empire, come to pay your respects immediately. His clear voice spread out through mental power, sweeping across the surroundings. The rolling sound waves created intense ripples in the void. In almost an instant, it spread throughout the entire Tiandou city. This was the power of a celestial talisman master's mental strength. Once spoken, the heavens and earth would move. And in the next moment, the previously calm Tiandou city immediately erupted like boiling water, triggering an earthquake. Below, Qian Rinxue's pretty face changed slightly. Ling Yu's words had placed them in an isolated and helpless situation. Had she known, she would have summoned the personnel of the Spirit Hall stationed in Tiandou City. At least it would have provided a slight escape route compared to now. Whoosh, whoosh, 2 sounds of breaking wind came from behind, and Shilong and Xiao Ai revealed themselves from the shadows. Young master, this. Shilong's mouth twitched. Elder Ling Yu was going to confront the entire Tiandou Empire by himself. I believe in him. Qian Rinxue raised her hand to stop Shilong's words. Her beautiful eyes looking at Ling Yu, who stood proudly in mid-air, with a flicker of brilliance. Ling Yu, this young lady is eager to see how you will wrap this up. It must be said that Ling Yu's boldness indeed astonished her. The first to take action was the Royal Knight Regiment guarding the Tiandou Royal Palace. Within minutes, the Grand Royal Knight Regiment, with layers upon layers, surrounded the conference hall tightly. Looking at the sea of people, there were probably nearly 5,000 of them. The Tiandou Royal Knight Regiment was the military force protecting the Tiandou Royal City and was also the personal guard of the Snow Knight Emperor, composed entirely of soul masters above level 30, making them the true elite of the Tiandou Empire. The foundation of the Tiandou Empire was represented by the nearly 1 million-strong army. Of course, most of these million lions were composed of soul masters of levels 1 to 20 and ordinary people. Ling Yu's shout undoubtedly pushed the atmosphere in Tiandou City to a tense peak. Chapter 224. Marshal Gulong in the Tiandou Royal Knight Regiment. There were only 2 colors, gold and silver. Silver was the most common color, as the armor worn by ordinary soldiers was silver. Golden armor symbolized that the soldier held the rank of captain. At this moment, the Tiandou Royal Knight Regiment was fully deployed. At the forefront, 10 figures clad in golden armor, wielding long spears, rode upon war horses that neighed fiercely, exuding an imposing aura that seemed extraordinary. Behind them, thousands of silver-armored soldiers stood in formation, radiating an astonishing sense of pressure. Where's His Majesty? A A golden-armored knight looked up at Ling Yu, who stood suspended in the void, and said in a deep voice. That voice echoed throughout the entire Tiandou city, resembling the voice of a deity, shaking people's hearts. With the situation unclear, he hesitated to give the order to attack. Your Majesty is dead. Ling Yu smiled slightly, extending his right hand and gently waving it forward. Whoosh! The void rippled slightly, revealing a massive silver light screen spanning hundreds of meters, suspended in midair. On the screen, the scene of Ling Yu burying the bodies of the three from Snow Knight was displayed. Mental power manifested. Perhaps Ling Yu's mental manipulation ability was slightly inferior to those peak soul masters who had trained for many years, but in terms of quantity, Ling Yu far surpassed them. Therefore, with just a thought, Ling Yu could almost perfectly simulate the images in his mind through his mental power. The golden-armored knight's warhorse neighed restlessly beneath him, while the 5,000 royal knights below all gasped in shock, their faces displaying extreme astonishment. Could it be that the Snow Knight Emperor was really dead? Ling Yu's strange method of mental simulation left the golden-armored knight's expression grave, with turmoil in his heart. Get out of the way, we need to. The golden-armored knight gritted his teeth, ready to charge forward. According to military regulations, even as the personal guard of the Snow Knight Emperor, the Tiandou Royal Knight Corps could not leave their posts to rush into the council hall. However, with the possibility that the Snow Knight Emperor had been killed, urgency took precedence, and they couldn't care about that anymore. At that moment, Ling Yu in midair suddenly let out a cold snort. Boom! An incomparable supreme force seemed to suddenly descend from the heavens. Within a 1,000-meter radius, the space twisted, and a faintly visible circular force field descended from above, spreading across the entire square. In an instant, the 5,000 royal knights were forced to kneel on the ground. The 10 golden-armored knights were even thrown off their warhorses, barely able to stand with the help of their long spears. What terrifying pressure! The golden-armored knights looked horrified. What kind of strength did this young man possess? Merely relying on a trace of pressure could render thousands of royal knights almost powerless to resist. The battle-hardened warhorses, if not for the golden-armored knights holding the reins, would have likely fled in panic long ago. The reason why divine levels are considered divine is that they represent a foundational strength that transcends this world. With Ling Yu's mental pressure at the level of a heavenly talisman master, those soul masters at only the 30s or 40s levels below naturally found it hard to bear. In midair, Ling Yu calmly looked down at the crowd. He was waiting. Since the main character had yet to appear, and he was not a bloodthirsty person, he would not act against the royal knights below. Quickly go summon Marshal Galong. The golden-armored knight turned his head with difficulty and said to a soldier beside him. The enemy before them was powerful beyond imagination. Only Marshal Galong could find a way to break the deadlock, the golden-armored knight thought. Marshal Galong commanded nearly 80% of the Tiandou Empire's military forces and was also a soldat with a great reputation in the Tiandou Empire. Hearing this, the soldier did not dare to delay, immediately turning and quickly departing. Is he the Marshal Galong, known as the 9 Lives Divine Dragon? In midair, hearing the words of the golden-armored knight below, Ling Yu smiled easily and did not stop the soldier's actions. His target was not the Royal Knight Corps after all. After all, he was here to assist Qian Rinxue in uniting the Tiandou Empire, not destroying it. In the future, these royal knights would become the backbone of the new empire. A portion of the Tiandou army was stationed at the border, while the majority was in the barracks, training and preparing. As the military's top figure, Marshal Galong did not need to be stationed at the border at all times. Therefore, the Marshal Galong was located in a buffer zone between the imperial city and the border. Is this his true strength? In front of the council hall, Qian Rinxue looked at Ling Yu, who stood on the void, overpowering the entire Tiandou Royal Knight Corps with his own strength. And a look of surprise crossed her beautiful face. She still remembered the words she once said. When can she defeat Ling Yu, he would call her sister. Thinking of this, a blush inevitably crept onto Qian Rinxue's face. Could this guy ever be defeated by her? Time passed minute by minute, and the 5,000 royal knights below all wore bitter expressions, cold sweat pouring from their foreheads. The invisible force field pressed down on them incessantly, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. They wanted to ask, maintaining such a force field, doesn't it require consumption? How could they know that Ling Yu possessed the divine object, known as the ancestral talisman, and also the supreme martial art of the great heaven unification technique? Consumption? Loss. That was non-existent. Rumble. After about half an hour, a continuous and powerful sound of hooves came from afar. A troop of several thousand soldiers surged in from the city gate, their momentum astonishing. Marshal Galong commanded nearly 1,000,000 troops, and naturally, he would not have only this few soldiers under his command. The urgency of the situation meant that it was impossible to gather all the soldiers in a short time. Additionally, the streets of Tiando City were relatively narrow, making it impossible for the large army to advance, which would also potentially cause panic among the citizens. Thus, only this loyalist army of several thousand could be seen. Leading them was a person clad in bright silver armor, wielding a trident over a foot long. With a warhorse's iron hooves clattering beneath him, his face resolute, around 50 years old. It's Marshal Galong, looking at the large troop passing before them. The residents of Tiando City, after a brief moment of fear, showed a hint of joy in their eyes. Although they did not understand the situation, they realized that something significant was about to happen in the Tiando Empire. Watching the approaching army, Ling Yu smirked and suddenly withdrew his pressure. Whoosh, in an instant, the thousands of royal knights collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. At that moment, what they thought was, finally they could catch their breath. Marshal Galong slowly halted his warhorse, looking at the scene ahead, his gaze sharpening. Behind him, thousands of soldiers stood silently. Although these soldiers did not possess the strength of the royal knights, their eyes held a ferocity and killing intent that the royal knights could not match. It was evident that this was an army that had been tempered through long years of bloodshed. Chapter 225. The Change of Leadership in Tiando. The duo on patrol, Marshal Galong. A golden-armored knight looked overjoyed, struggling to rise from the ground, and quickly approached Marshal Galong, kneeling on one knee. No need for formalities. What happened? Marshal Galong waved his hand, his voice rough. His gaze was fixed on Ling Yu in midair. Your Majesty has been killed. The golden-armored knight said cautiously. What? The next moment, a powerful aura erupted from Marshal Galong, and the soul power fluctuations, accompanied by an astonishing killing intent, sent the golden-armored knight flying 10 meters away. After stopping, puff, the golden-armored knight spat out a mouthful of blood. The old general suddenly became furious, causing both the royal knights and the thousands of soldiers to tremble in fear, not daring to speak. There's no need to waste time. It was I who killed him. Suddenly, in midair, Ling Yu chuckled lightly. Without paying attention to the uproar from the nearly 10,000 knight soldiers below, Marshal Galong fixed his tiger-like eyes on Ling Yu. You have guts. Marshal Galong laughed in anger, his face twisted, with a hint of red light appearing in his eyes. The trident in his hand sliced through the air with a whoosh, its tip gleaming coldly. Seeing this, Ling Yu let out a cold snort, extending his right hand and slapping down. With a fluctuation in space, a massive handprint formed and pressed down towards Marshal Galong. The terrifying pressure created a palm-shaped depression in the ground, causing Marshal Galong to howl, his body hunched over as his steed knelt on the ground, neighing incessantly. Consumed by rage, Marshal Galong's reason was eroded. How could he resist someone like Ling Yu, who could easily tread the void? With a loud bang, the giant handprint struck the ground, sending dust flying. The knights and soldiers nearby were sent flying, spitting blood and showing expressions of horror. Ling Yu's sudden attack caught the knights and soldiers off guard. After a few seconds, as the dust settled, everyone looked towards where Marshal Galong had been, only to find it empty, with only a giant handprint and a pool of blood left behind. Hiss! Gasps of cold air erupted as they realized that under that young man's palm, Marshal Galong and his steed had been turned to dust. What kind of enemy had the Heaven Dou Empire provoked? With Ling Yu opposing him, Marshal Galong's fate was sealed. Is there anyone else who wishes to avenge the Snow Knight Emperor? Feel free to step forward. Ling Yu's gaze was like a torch, sweeping over the knights and soldiers below. Feeling Ling Yu's gaze, the soldiers hurriedly avoided eye contact. With Marshal Galong dead on the spot, they knew that stepping forward would only mean death. Seeing this scene, a faint smile appeared on Ling Yu's lips. To kill the chicken to scare the monkey. This was his intended purpose. Of course, if anyone still dared to be reckless, he would have no choice but to open a massacre. With a whoosh, Ling Yu suddenly appeared next to Qianren Xue. Little Xue, it's time to summon the army you have stationed in Heaven Dou City to take over the Heaven Dou Empire. Ling Yu said with a smile, his demeanor vastly different from moments ago when he was ready to attack. Oh! Qianren Xue, looking shocked, nodded slightly, finally reacting after a few seconds. She now understood just how terrifying Ling Yu's strength was. A casual strike could kill a Soul Douluo, truly horrifying. Beside her, Shilong and Xiao Ai both stared at Ling Yu with grave expressions. That slap from Ling Yu would have left them severely injured, if not dead. Fortunately, Ling Yu was from their spirit hall. Otherwise, the Spirit Hall would not have had a moment's peace. Alas, the trend is set, and the Heaven Dou Empire will no longer exist. In the distance, 3 elderly men looked towards the direction of the palace, feeling deeply regretful. If Ling Yu were here, he would recognize that these 3 were the committee members of the Heaven Dou Royal Academy. They had long sensed the commotion in the palace, and upon seeing Marshal Galong killed by that godlike youth slap, they understood that unless a deity descended, no one could save the Heaven Dou Empire. They dared not seek revenge for the Snow Knight Emperor, knowing it was a certain death trap. To go would be foolish loyalty. Within just one day, the Spirit Hall army under Qian Rinxue had controlled almost the entire army of the Heaven Dou Empire. In the 2 great empires, those in high positions all held credentials, known as Tiger Tally. Under Ling Yu's intimidation, Qian Rinxue found the credentials and the commander's seal for where Marshal Galong had fallen, seizing military power. In the conference hall, Qian Rinxue sat on the empty dragon throne, her gaze somewhat dazed. After lying low for over a decade, the throne had come so easily. It felt unreal. Little Shui, it's time to restore your true self, Ling Yu suggested, standing beside the dragon throne. Ah, would that be inappropriate? Qian Rinxue's beautiful eyes widened slightly, her brows furrowing as she looked at Ling Yu's face. At this point, is there any need to continue hiding? Ling Yu asked with a smile. Hearing this, Qian Rinxue was momentarily stunned, then nodded lightly. Indeed, always wrapped in that guise made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. Golden light surged, and in the next moment, Qian Rinxue appeared before Ling Yu with golden hair, phoenix-like eyes, adorned in a golden long gown, her beauty unparalleled. At this moment, 2 long lines slowly entered the hall from outside, positioned on either side. Seeing Ling Yu and Qian Rinxue high above, everyone was stunned in place. How could a woman be sitting on the dragon throne? Why aren't you paying your respects to your majesty? Amidst the whispers, Ling Yu cast his gaze over the crowd, his voice resonating powerfully. We pay our respects to your majesty. Upon hearing this, the civil and military officials all knelt down, performing a grand bow without any hesitation. After all, with Marshal Galong's precedent, they dared not defy this god of slaughter, Ling Yu. All rise. Qian Rinxue raised a delicate jade hand, gently gesturing upwards. The sudden change in identity made her feel somewhat unaccustomed, but having lived in the palace for many years, she managed to handle it gracefully. The crowd looked at Qian Rinxue on the dragon throne, feeling a mix of emotions. They never expected that the Heaven Dou Empire would undergo such a monumental change in just one day, with a woman ascending to the throne, an unprecedented event. The next day, the news of the change in Heaven Dou spread rapidly across the continent, shocking the world. Even more astonishing was that the new master of Heaven Dou was from the Spirit Hall. It was clear that this move was orchestrated by the Spirit Hall behind the scenes. As for the waves stirred up across the continent, Ling Yu and Qian Rinxue in the palace did not care. Little Shui, now that the matter in Heaven Dou is settled, are you interested in joining me to deal with those disobedient sects and forces? In the conference hall, Ling Yu crossed his arms, speaking somewhat mysteriously. Are you suggesting? On the dragon throne, Qian Rinxue was taken aback for a moment, then her beautiful eyes lit up. With the Heaven Dou Empire secured, what remained were the Star Luo Empire and the various sections. Connecting this with what Ling Yu had said, Qian Rinxue couldn't help but give Ling Yu a white glance. He clearly wanted to seize others' territories, but spoke so grandly. But I just ascended the throne, so I might not be able to get away. A hint of gloom passed over Qian Rinxue's face. Ling Yu's suggestion excited her. If she and Ling Yu went to conquer those sects, it would surely become a legend and showcase the Spirit Hall's strength. She had no doubts about Ling Yu's power. As for herself, she hadn't fought in a long time. So this opportunity was perfect for her to train. That's simple. The throne is already in your hands. Just find someone to act as a substitute. Soul Masters should focus on their cultivation and not be burdened by worldly affairs. Ling Yu smiled and shook his head. Well then, after pondering for a moment, Qian Rinxue nodded slightly, a charming smile gracing her beautiful face. In Spirit Hall, the Elder Hall, Elder Brother, the Heaven Dou Empire has already been taken over by Little Shui and Ling Yu. The golden crocodile, Douluo, looked at the figure in gray robes under the angel statue, gently stroking his white beard, a smile that could not be concealed on his old face. The news of the change of power in the Heaven Dou Empire had spread throughout the continent, and the Spirit Hall was also pushed to the forefront. Well, let's see how those two respond next, the gray-robed figure said calmly, sitting cross-legged under the angel statue, as if nothing could shake his state of mind. The golden crocodile, Douluo nodded. He sighed in his heart. marveling at how quickly Ling Yu had brought them such good news in such a short time. Truly a young talent. In the eye of ice and fire, Bibi Dong sat quietly on the ground, her jade hands resting on her knees, her thumb and middle finger rubbing together, her beautiful eyes tightly closed. As she breathed, the energy of heaven and earth fluctuated in front of her, gathering before her lower abdomen to form an energy vortex. With each absorption of heaven and earth energy, a regular wave of energy would emanate from her body. After Ling Yu set off for the Heaven Dou Empire, she left Spirit City and came to the Eye of Ice and Fire to cultivate, leaving daily matters to Ling Yu. Here, her cultivation speed was several times faster than in Spirit City. Not far away, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Wang Qiu'er, Yu Sinan, and Hulaina were also quietly cultivating on the ground. The scene of 7 uniquely gifted and beautiful women gathering together to cultivate was something rarely seen by ordinary people. Suddenly, a soft bird chirp broke the silent calm. A white dove flew into the Eye of Ice and Fire, its 2 claws seemingly grasping something. The dove traced a beautiful arc in the air and landed on Bibi Dong's fragrant shoulder. Upon hearing the sound, Bibi Dong opened her beautiful eyes, her gaze lingering on the dove and her red lips slightly curled. Stopping her cultivation, Bibi Dong extended one jade hand to grasp the dove, while her other hand took a white note from the dove's claws. After releasing the dove, Bibi Dong read the contents of the note, and a charming smile appeared on her delicate face. In the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's council hall, Ning Fengji sat solemnly in the golden chair at the back, his expression slightly serious. Beside him, Chun Xian and Gu Rong sat on either side. Sir Uncle, Bon Uncle, you all know about the situation in the Heaven Dou Empire, right? Ning Fengji looked at Chun Xian and Gu Rong, his face showing a hint of shock. The news of the change of power in the Heaven Dou Empire came too suddenly within a day. Chun Xian and Gu Rong nodded. What do you think about Xiao Yu, this child? Ning Fengji did not finish a sentence. But Chun Xian and Gu Rong were perceptive enough to immediately understand each other's thoughts. Through the intelligence network of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, they knew the more specific news about the upheaval in the Heaven Dou Empire. It was precisely because Ling Yu single-handedly intimidated the Heaven Dou army that he was able to easily seize the throne. Ning Fengji was worried that Ling Yu would take action against the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School next. Fengji, although Xiao Yu has joined the Spirit Hall, I believe he won't do anything detrimental to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Gu Rong said with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Chun Xian nodded. I was overthinking it. Ning Fengji shook his head and smiled. With the Spirit Hall occupying the Heaven Dou Empire, the leaders of their sects naturally became very sensitive. And as Ling Yu was Rongrong's boyfriend, he would not make things difficult for the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. This was a spacious hall with dozens of chairs on either side, and at the back there was a golden chair. Strangely, this chair had dragon-shaped carvings, exuding an extraordinary atmosphere. At this time, the hall was already filled with people, each figure emanating a strong aura, especially the elderly man sitting on the golden chair. His aura was heavy as a mountain, resembling a human-shaped fierce beast. What do you elders think of the situation in the Heaven Dou Empire? The old man surveyed the crowd with a thunderous voice. Sect Master, we need to be cautious and guard against a sneak attack from the Spirit Hall. One elder stood up and said with cupped hands, Indeed, the Spirit Hall has ulterior motives and is likely to target us. Another elder spoke solemnly. The discussions in the hall were fervent. They were not fools, knowing that the Spirit Hall had already taken action against the Heaven Dou Empire. They did not believe the other party would stop there. Their sects could very well be the next targets of the Spirit Hall. The elderly man on the golden chair raised his hand to silence the hall, restoring calm. What the elders say makes sense. Pass it down. The sect will enter a level 2 alert status. Yes. The news of the Spirit Hall's occupation of the Heaven Dou Empire made the atmosphere across the entire Douluo Continent tense. Numerous factions, large and small, sought countermeasures both openly and secretly. At the border between the Heaven Dou Empire and the Star Luo Empire, the number of troops stationed in the border area of the Star Luo Empire surged dramatically. However, these changes were completely unknown to Ling Yu and Qianrenxue, who had already set out. Even if Ling Yu learned of the changes in those sects, he would only smile lightly. In the face of absolute strength, all resistance would be futile. Before setting out, Ling Yu and Qianrenxue had already discussed their first destination, which was the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Choosing this target was a well-considered decision for both of them. The first sect must be representative, and its overall strength should not be too weak, otherwise it would not serve to intimidate. Therefore, the top 3 sects became their primary targets. Aside from the 7 treasure Glazed Tile School, which was excluded, and the already reclusive Haoyan sect, the remaining one was naturally the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. As one of the top 3 sects, the location of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect was easily discovered by them. Chapter 227, Qianrenxue Unleashed, Part 1. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect is located in the northwest of the Heaven Dou Empire, several hundred miles from Heaven Dou City, nestled among the winding mountains. In fact, the locations of the top 3 sects within the Heaven Dou Empire have certain implications. The 7 treasure Glazed Tile School, which is on good terms with the Heaven Dou Empire, is very close to Heaven Dou City. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, which maintains neutrality, and the Haoyan sect, whose stance is unclear, are much farther away from the 7 treasure Glazed Tile School. Among them, the early Haoyan sect has already retreated into seclusion, making it even harder to trace its whereabouts. Walking on the streets of Heaven Dou City, the striking looks and demeanor of Ling Yu and Qianrenxue drew exclamations from passers-by. What a beautiful woman! What a handsome man! They're truly a perfect match. It is said that the blonde woman is our newly crowned empress. Oh my! The chattering voices reached Qianrenxue's ears, causing her snow-white face to unknowingly flush with a hint of red. With her silver teeth lightly biting, her heartbeat quickened slightly, prompting her to walk faster. Ling Yu, seeing Qianrenxue's shy demeanor, smiled slightly in response, secretly giving a thumbs up to the passers-by for their compliments. On this trip, it was only Ling Yu and Qianrenxue. The Snake Spear Douluo and the Spike Porcupine Douluo did not follow. They understood that Ling Yu alone could match countless others. After leaving Heaven Dou City, Ling Yu and Qianrenxue used their soul power to assist their travel, significantly increasing their speed. In less than half an hour, they arrived near their destination. Amid the mountains, the population gradually decreased, and the surrounding air became more humid and refreshing. I'll take a moment to adjust my breathing. Qianrenxue gently exhaled, glancing at Ling Yu, and without waiting for a response, she closed her eyes and sat down. Ling Yu nodded slightly upon seeing this. 10 minutes later, the golden light emanating from Qianrenxue quietly dissipated, and she opened her beautiful eyes and stood up. Let's go and see what makes the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect stand out. Ling Yu smiled as he looked at Qianrenxue's cheek. Qianrenxue nodded slightly, but did not maintain eye contact with Ling Yu for long. After walking a few hundred meters, they came across a huge mountain gate. The gate was 100 meters tall, supported by giant pillars on both sides, with a massive plaque in the center carved with a blue-purple dragon soaring. A powerful and heavy aura emanated from it. Under the gate stood 2 young disciples, who, upon seeing Ling Yu and Qianrenxue, showed a hint of vigilance in their eyes. At that moment, Ling Yu gently stomped his foot on the ground, and a faint mental wave swiftly swept out. The next moment, the 2 guarding disciples collapsed to the ground. Did you do that? Qianrenxue paused, tilting her head slightly to look at Ling Yu. Yes, this will save us a lot of trouble, Ling Yu nodded. Just now, he had used his mental power to knock out the 2 disciples. Upon hearing this, Qianrenxue didn't seem as surprised as at first. She had seen too many incredible things from Ling Yu. When they reached the mountain gate, they discovered a wide river several dozen meters across, with gentle flowing water. A few small boats were docked at the riverbank. On the opposite shore, they could already see towering buildings on the peaks, especially the Central Grand Hall, which stood out prominently. I didn't expect such a beautiful river at the renowned Blue Lightning Tyrant sect, Qianrenxue remarked, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she opened her lips to express her admiration. Indeed. Do you need help? Ling Yu crossed his arms, glancing at Qianrenxue's profile with a smile. No need. Qianrenxue's face flushed slightly as she shook her head. She understood Ling Yu's intention. To reach the opposite shore, they could either take a boat or fly over. Ling Yu clearly wanted to take her flying. Although she had developed a special feeling for Ling Yu, she wasn't ready for direct physical contact with him yet. After speaking, Qianrenxue's expression became serious, and golden light surged around her. With a crackle, for golden wings sprouted from her back, 2 on each side. The golden wings gently flapped, and with a soft sound of wind, Qianrenxue easily took off and flew towards the opposite shore. Behind her, Ling Yu watched this scene, deep in thought. It was said that the 6-winged Angel Martial Soul had 2 wings at the time of awakening. When a soulmaster broke through to Soul Sage, new wings would grow. By the time they reached Titan Douluo, the true form of the 6-winged angel would be fully revealed, which was the final 6 wings. With a smile, Ling Yu placed his hands behind his head, spreading his mental power around him, and also stepped into the air, following behind her. Whoosh! Suddenly, Ling Yu appeared beside Qian Rinxue and held one of her jade-like hands. Don't resist. To save time, let's go directly to the top. You. Qian Rinxue was about to struggle, but upon hearing Ling Yu's words, she was momentarily stunned and inexplicably nodded, her head slightly bowed, her pretty face blushing. How dare he? Regardless of what Qian Rinxue thought, Ling Yu paid no attention to it. Their figures rapidly ascended, and in a moment, they were already hovering in midair above the square in front of the central hall. How bold! Who dares to fly here? An old voice, deep and thunderous, came from within the buildings below. Immediately afterward, several figures shot out. They were 5 elders, each exuding a strong aura, gazing intently at Ling Yu and Qian Rinxue in midair. According to the rules of the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect, even elders were prohibited from flying in sacred areas. More and more figures gathered, with many disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect arriving, whispering among themselves. Still not letting go, Qian Rinxue's pretty face turned crimson, and she shot an annoyed glare at Ling Yu. Seeing this, Ling Yu calmly withdrew his hand. Ling Yu from a spirit hall has come to pay respects. I hope Sect Master you will show himself. A clear voice, carrying a hint of pressure, resonated across the mountaintop. Pay respects? Qian Rinxue secretly laughed. Ling Yu was truly good at finding excuses. They had come here to integrate the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect as an affiliated power of the Spirit Hall. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, accompanied by a flurry of wind sounds, dozens of figures burst out from the Grand Hall. The leader was a man about 50 years old, wearing a blue-purple dragon robe, with pitch-black eyes that subtly flickered with lightning. He exuded a unique aura, giving him an invisible sense of oppression compared to the other elders surrounding him. Behind him, 4 elders stood quietly with their hands down. Sectmaster. Below, both the first 5 elders who appeared and the gathered young disciples bowed in greeting. The leading elder seemed to nod, but focused his gaze on Ling Yu in midair, his expression somewhat serious. A title Douluo for Soul Douluo and nearly 20 soul sages. This lineup is quite impressive. Ling Yu secretly sensed the soul power fluctuations of the elders below, musing to himself. May I ask what brings you two to my Blue Lightning Tyrant sect? The elder's voice boomed like thunder. Not much. We just want your Blue Lightning Tyrant sect to submit to my spear hall. Ling Yu's casual remark ignited the anger of the many elders below. You insolent little brat, so brazen. An elder stepped forward, pointing at Ling Yu with a face full of rage. The others also glared at Ling Yu with anger. Humph. Ling Yu snorted coldly, lightly stomping his foot in the air. With a loud bang, a terrifying mental pressure suddenly descended, and the next moment the elder spat out a mouthful of blood, clutching his chest as he was sent flying backward. This bizarre scene instantly stunned the restless figures. Ling Yu's expression turned slightly cold. A mere soul sage dared to speak to him like that. In a fantasy world, the weak must respect the strong. This is an unchanging iron rule. Unless protected by someone stronger, it is easy to invite disaster. Of course, while Ling Yu had some fame now, he had not yet reached the level of being known by everyone. Thus, that elder was unfortunately used to shake the mountain to scare the tiger. Chapter 228, Qian Rinxue shows her power. Part 2. The elders of the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect had not noticed that Ling Yu was standing in midair, and he did not emit a trace of soul power fluctuations. Clearly not an ordinary person. Young friend, is this action a bit excessive? The leading elder's expression became somewhat unsightly, his voice carrying a hint of anger. Ling Yu injured someone right in front of him, which was very disrespectful. If it weren't for his fear of Ling Yu, he might have already lost control and attacked. These high-ranking powerhouses valued their face greatly. You brought this upon yourself. Care to fight? Ling Yu said lazily. Uffed. Next to Ling Yu, Qian Rinxue couldn't help but smile slightly upon hearing this. Tilting her head slightly, she caught a glimpse of Ling Yu's face with her beautiful eyes and realized that this guy was becoming more and more pleasing to the eye. After noticing her own expression, Qian Rinxue's pretty face turned slightly red again. Hearing this, the leading elder's eyes turned cold, his palms tightly clenched, as if tiny thunderbolts were raging in his palms. Sectmaster, this kid is too arrogant. I request to battle. Among the 4 elders behind, one elder stood up angrily, cupping his hands to request a fight. Sectmaster, let Elder Yu Xian take the stage. Please, Sectmaster, grant our request. With one call, many echoed in response. After this elder requested to fight, the surrounding elders and even the young disciples looked excited. Uncle Xian, I'll leave it to you, the leading elder said, his tiger-like eyes fixed on Ling Yu and Qian Rinxue in midair. Then he exhaled a puff of white air and nodded slightly. The person beside him, although weaker in strength, was of a higher generation than him. Therefore, he expressed a hint of respect in his words. Since the other party had said this, if he continued to endure, would that not be seen as cowardly? This was also a good opportunity for Yu Xian to probe the opponent's details. Understood. Yu Xian responded loudly, then turned his body sideways, his old face filled with fierce energy as he stared at Ling Yu. He stomped his right foot heavily on the ground, and with a loud bang, his figure rapidly ascended, reaching the same height as Ling Yu in an instant. Roar at that moment, accompanied by the darkening sky and deafening thunder, a giant dragon bathed in blue-purple lightning appeared beneath Yu Xian's feet. The calm air became restless, and a hint of scorching heat lingered within. 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 3 black soul rings appeared around Yu Xian. A powerful aura ruthlessly pressed down towards Ling Yu and Qian Renxue. This elder named Yu Xian was a genuine soul Douluo powerhouse. With the aid of his martial soul, he could barely fly. Little Shui, I'm leaving him to you. How about it? Can you beat him? Ling Yu was in no hurry, slightly tilting his head, smiling as he looked at Qian Renxue's cheek, chatting casually. Let us fight, but don't underestimate me. Qian Renxue snorted lightly, raising her snowy chin, her red lips pursed. Speaking somewhat proudly, she understood Ling Yu's intention, perfectly using this person to hone her combat skills. After speaking, Qian Renxue's expression became serious. Turning to coldly gaze at Yu Xian, her 4 wings lightly fluttering, her jade feet lightly stepping, advancing slowly in the void. Ling Yu chuckled, and with a thought, his figure retreated 100 meters in an instant. Upon hearing the conversation between Ling Yu and Qian Renxue, Yu Xian's already ugly expression became even more grim, his eyes nearly spitting fire. How could a dignified soul Douluo be treated as a pawn by these two? Truly intolerable. Little girl, are you really going to fight for this kid? If I accidentally hurt your pretty face, it wouldn't be good. Yu Xian stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Qian Renxue's stunning beauty, a hint of astonishment flashing in his murky old eyes. Less nonsense. Qian Renxue's charming eyes were filled with fierce energy, speaking coldly. In her heart, she looked down on these so-called elders and soul masters. If we're going to fight, just fight. Why say so much nonsense? Little did she know there was also such a thing as nonsense literature. As her voice fell, Qian Renxue raised one jade hand high, and with a loud bang, a series of rumbling sounds echoed from the sky. The flowing clouds violently twisted, forming a massive, swirling vortex. In the next moment, a huge golden light pillar erupted from the vortex, descending to the ground. A powerful energy wave swept in all directions, leaving the people below in shock. At this moment, golden feathers suddenly appeared in the air, containing a mysterious binding power. At the same time, dazzling golden light illuminated the earth like a sun, making it hard to open one's eyes. In that golden passage, a tall golden silhouette slowly emerged. The golden silhouette stood about 100 meters tall, seemingly the outline of a woman. A white, nearly transparent body, crystal clear, was tightly wrapped in dazzling golden energy bands, with 6 illusory golden wings. It looked like a golden angel. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black, 7 optimal soul rings swirled around Qian Renxue's delicate body. The golden angel stood in midair, releasing an overwhelming sense of pressure. So beautiful. After releasing her martial soul, Qian Renxue, along with the golden angel behind her, became exceptionally stunning. The young disciples on the ground were almost frozen in their gazes. Is that a 6-winged angel? What is this little girl's relation to that elder from the spear hall? Unlike the amazement of others, the leading elder's pupil shrank. Clearly, he was one of the few in the arena who knew the origins of the 6-winged angel martial soul. Now, with the arrow on the string, it had to be released. He had already resolved in his heart that he absolutely could not let that little girl get seriously injured. Otherwise, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect would face great disaster. As the leading elder thought, the two confronting in midair had already begun to clash. A mere soul sage. Yet your might is so terrifying. I underestimated you. Yu Xian's expression tightened, and he stomped his foot, the blue-purple giant dragon bursting out, charging forward as Yu Xian's right hand clenched into a fist, heavily striking towards Qian Renxue. Angel Domain. Qian Renxue lifted her red lips, her expression calm, and spoke. With a buzzing sound, a golden light ball appeared out of thin air above her head, instantly expanding, spreading around for hundreds of meters. A golden domain quietly converged. In the golden domain, it could be seen that Yu Xian's advancing figure was visibly slowing down. What kind of sorcery is this? Why is my speed slowing down? My soul power is gradually disappearing? Yu Xian was suddenly shocked, looking at Qianrenxue with a hint of fear. Clearly, domain-type skills were rare, even among titled Douluos. And Elder Yu Xian had no idea what kind of opponent he was facing. Angel Domain, a talent domain of the divine-level Martial Soul, Six-Winged Angel. Basic effects: amplify one's own strength by 30, weaken the target by 10. Within the domain, the golden sacred energy continuously purifies the target's soul power, restricting and binding the target's actions. When a soul master obtains the 7th soul ring, can unleash the martial soul true body and reaches level 100 to become a deity. The power of the angel domain will experience a qualitative leap, possessing powerful domain skills. Indeed, as a domain, limiting and binding the target's actions, amplifying one's self, and weakening the target were merely the most basic abilities. The true power of a domain lay in its domain skills. First soul skill, Angel Strike. Qianrenxue let out a delicate shout, the first yellow soul ring slowly rising. A pair of jade hands quickly pressed together, golden energy gathering like threads, causing the void to ripple. Immediately after, Qianrenxue's jade hands formed a fist, suddenly striking towards Yu Xian. With a loud bang, the space ahead produced subtle distortions. A golden shockwave and extremely fast speed crashed into the now severely slowed Yu Xian. Boom! A decollision sound echoed in the void. Yu Xian was immediately sent flying back dozens of meters by the golden light wave, his blue-purple thunder raging around like uncontrollable water. The blue-purple giant dragon beneath him also showed signs of gradually disappearing. Each soul skill of the six-winged Angel Martial Soul carried a purifying effect. The so-called purification is one of the functions of the holy attribute. Roar. Having suffered a hidden loss from a move, Yu Xian gritted his teeth fiercely. An electric light surged around him as he desperately tried to expel the strange energy that had invaded his body. At the same time, his figure rushed forward again, and he didn't know which soul ring flickered, accompanied by Dragon's roar, as a lightning cannon of about a foot in size attacked Qianrenxue with a thunderous sound. Under the constraint of the angelic domain, Yu Xian's speed was still limited, and his strength could not be fully exerted. To Qianrenxue's eyes, he appeared as slow as a turtle. The violent thunder approached closer, and Qianrenxue smiled lightly, slowly extending one jade hand. As if they shared a telepathic connection, the golden angel behind her also slowly extended its crystalline white arm, gently grasping the lightning cannon that was rushing toward them. Break! A cold voice emerged from Qianrenxue's lips. In the next moment, the weakened lightning cannon was crushed by the golden angel's crystalline jade hand, shattering inch by inch. ZZ, strands of lightning, like small snakes, swept out in all directions. A few seconds later, they were completely purified by the golden domain. At this moment, Yu Xian's face also became blank. Chapter 229. Thunder, Duo Yuan Jun, how is this possible? Yu Xian looked at Qianrenxue in disbelief. His charged attack was easily countered by the opponent. This made it hard for him to accept for a moment. With the soul power of a soul sage, combined with the angelic domain, Qianrenxue could suppress a soul Douluo. This was the power of a divine-level martial soul. This girl's strength has probably far surpassed mine. After a moment of shock, Yu Xian calmed down, and his expression became extremely grave. In his estimation, even if he unleashed his martial soul true body, he might not be the opponent of the other party. In battles between soul master powerhouses, the side that first uses the martial soul true body indicates that they have already fallen into a disadvantage. In a duel between experts, it is important to maintain momentum and pressure. Once the momentum weakens, it is hard to recover. In this golden domain, Yu Xian clearly sensed that his soul power was being continuously purified little by little. Yu Lin, come forward to assist me. To avoid embarrassment, Yu Xian's expression changed several times, and he gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. As soon as these words were spoken, two of the three elders behind the leading old man in the square exchanged glances, revealing expressions of surprise. Had this old guy Yu Xian been pushed to this extent? However, the two also realized that the little girl opposite Yu Xian was very strong, having been pressing him down all along. The two nodded, their toes tapping the ground, and with a roar, two bolts of lightning cut through the air. In the next moment, two figures appeared on either side of Yu Xian. Two yellow, three purple, three black. These two elders were also soul Douluo powerhouses, both with the blue lightning tyrant dragon as their martial soul. The clamoring voices of the young disciples gradually quieted down. Originally, when Elder Yu Xian went into battle, they were full of expectations. But now it had become 3 against 1. Even if they won, there was nothing to be proud of. 3 against 1, winning would save face, but if they lost, they would lose all dignity. Despite many years in a high position, a hint of unnaturalness appeared on the leading elder's face. Ling Yu watched this scene, arms crossed, a smile growing more pronounced at the corners of his mouth. 3-soul Douluo, Qian Rinxue should be able to handle it. In midair, Yu Xian, Yu He, and Yu Lin unleashed their soul power, and their astonishing momentum stirred the air, causing even the surrounding golden domain to become unstable. Qian Rinxue's expression slightly tightened after the appearance of Yu He and Yu Lin. Having 2 more soul Douluo powerhouses was not just a simple increase in numbers. Facing 3-soul Douluo, even an ordinary title Douluo powerhouse had to take it seriously. Combined skill, Thunder Break Evil. The 3 of them shouted in unison, quickly forming seals with their hands, and the space in front of them fluctuated as a blue-purple dragon-shaped light seal formed. In the next moment, the 3 pushed their palms forward, almost maintaining the same rhythm and action, and 3 surges of soul power containing thunder struck into the light seal in an instant. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Under the terrifying infusion of the 3's soul power, the dragon-shaped light seal trembled incessantly, and the surrounding space produced a sense of distortion. Just a few breaths later, on the other side of the light seal, with a loud bang, a massive lightning beam tore through the air, exploding toward Qian Rinxue directly ahead. Wherever it passed, even the holy energy within the golden domain turned to nothingness. As a figure situated within the second tier of power within the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect, the 3 of them had also explored a method to unleash a certain combined skill over many years of cultivation. Although a combined skill is not as powerful as a martial soul fusion skill, it gathers the soul power of multiple individuals together for an instant explosion, which should not be underestimated. Thunder Break Evil is aimed at using pure thunder power to dispel all kinds of evil in the world. Unfortunately, against the 6-winged angel with holy, light, and fire attributes, it had no significant advantage. 4th soul skill, Angel's Protection. Sensing the enormous energy wave coming from the front, Qian Rinxue's beautiful face tightened, and her cold voice echoed in the sky. At this moment, the 4th purple soul ring around Qian Rinxue rose, and she slowly closed her eyes, her jade hands forming a prayer position, while the golden angel behind her extended its crystalline, white-like jade arms, cupping its hands as if protecting its child. The 6 illusory golden wings of the golden angel folded together, vaguely forming a gigantic cocoon of golden light. Circles of dazzling golden ripples spread out in the void. Boom! In the next moment, the destructive wave of the lightning beam crashed into the golden cocoon, producing a thunderous sound, and an extremely violent energy gale swept out in all directions. Under the onslaught of that astonishing force, the young disciples below hurriedly gathered their soul power to shield themselves. If they were struck by that force, the outcome would likely be quite tragic. The battered ground made that very clear. After a few seconds, the light seal quietly disappeared, and the lightning beam also ceased its output. The energy storm in midair gradually dissipated. Everyone looked at the golden cocoon, only to see that its surface had dimmed slightly, and oddly enough, rhythmic heartbeat sounds could be faintly heard from within. With a bang, in the next instant, the 6 wings that formed the golden cocoon suddenly spread wide, revealing Qian Rinxue inside, completely unharmed, appearing in front of everyone's eyes. She actually blocked it. The faces of Yu Xian and the other 2 changed dramatically. Just now, their full-strength strike couldn't even break through the opponent's defense. Had this little girl become that powerful? Qian Rinxue gazed at the 3 opponents across from her, her face showing no hint of pride, only silent astonishment within. She had managed to block the opponent's attack, but her soul power had also been considerably depleted. If she hadn't released the angelic domain from the start, significantly weakening the opponent's abilities, she might not have been able to handle it so easily. I can't delay any longer, Qian Rinxue thought to herself. 7th soul skill, Angel's True Body. A gentle voice echoed across the sky, and the dark soul ring coiling around Qian Rinxue's delicate body suddenly shone brightly. Immediately, Qian Rinxue's delicate body floated backward and merged into the body of the golden angel. The golden light became even more dazzling, and the flowing clouds in the sky were dyed golden. At this moment, the golden angel looked like a sun, extremely radiant. A terrifying energy wave was released. A pressure comparable to that of a tidal Douluo suddenly descended upon Yu Xian and the others. Having released her martial soul true form, Qian Ringshu merged with her martial soul, transforming into a true angel. Sixth soul skill, Angel's Roar. A gentle female voice echoed in the sky as the black soul rings gradually dissipated into nothingness. The golden angel spread her arms, and strong ripples appeared in the void, sending out waves of golden sound that radiated outward, creating wonderful echoes in the space it passed through. Angel's Roar, a group mental attack skill, would cause the target's mental strength to explode if it was too weak. Not good. Qian Ringshu's 7th and 6th soul skills were unleashed in succession, and upon seeing the golden sound waves, Yu Xian and the others felt a sense of foreboding. Without any hesitation, all three released their martial soul true forms, accompanied by 3 deafening dragon roars, as 3 20-meter-sized blue-purple giant dragons appeared opposite the golden angel. The golden sound waves were indiscriminate attacks, thus the young disciples on the ground were also included. They were seen holding their heads, crying out in pain, their faces contorted, rolling on the ground. Fortunately, the main targets of the angel's roar were Yu Xian and the others, otherwise. The young disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect would have suffered heavy casualties. The only ones unaffected in the arena were Ling Yu and the Elder leading them. Under the enhancement of the angelic domain and true form, the 3 blue-purple giant dragons, which bore the brunt of the golden sound waves attack, actually froze in place, quickly transforming back into Yu Xian and the others. 5th soul skill, Holy Sword. The golden angel, not willing to relent, lightly beckoned her jade hand into the void, twisting space and forming a golden vortex. A golden longsword was slowly drawn from the golden vortex. The golden angel, holding the golden longsword, gently waved it in the void, and with a rip, a golden light suddenly appeared in the distant sky, as if in response, tearing the heavens apart. The energy fluctuations generated in that instant were extremely terrifying. In the next moment, the surface of the golden longsword suddenly ignited with golden flames, containing an extremely powerful force of light and fire. Thus, the golden angel raised this golden flame sword and struck down at the still mentally stunned Yu Xian and the others. The holy sword not only had immense attack power, but its purification effect was increased by 300%. If Yu Xian and the others, with no defenses, were hit directly, they would probably die on the spot. The golden sword, carrying a massive shadow, descended upon Yu Xian and the others. Just as everyone below gasped in shock, a thunderous dragon roar suddenly rang out. A violent aura erupted, and a dragon claw, about a foot in size, shimmering with lightning, pierced through space and tightly gripped the descending golden sword like an iron claw. In the clash between the two, the sword and the dragon claw rubbed against each other, producing a series of painful sounds, sparks flying. Shatter. A deep voice echoed through the air as the fierce dragon claw suddenly squeezed down, and then the golden longsword exploded with a bang, turning into countless golden light points that rained down. At the same time, a woman's soft grunt was heard, and the golden angel disintegrated in a flurry, a golden figure. Somewhat disheveled, falling backward, it was Qian Ringshu. The 6-winged angel is truly extraordinary. Little girl, your strength is not bad, but this is the end. In the void, a sigh came from the center where the lightning and dragon claw had appeared. At this moment, a fair hand appeared behind Qian Ringshu, catching her steadily, and a gentle soul power was infused into her body. Are you okay? Ling Yu frowned and asked softly. Qian Ringshu slightly turned her head, gazing at Ling Yu's handsome face, her eyes somewhat dazed. At this time, her face was pale, with a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, looking somewhat weak. After a moment's pause, Qian Ringshu gently shook her head. You should rest well. Leave the rest to me. Ling Yu patted Qian Ringshu's fragrant shoulder, observing her somewhat sorrowful complexion, and a surge of unnamed anger arose in his heart. A faint smile appeared on Qian Ringshu's delicate face, obediently nodding, and then she sat cross-legged in the void. After doing this, Ling Yu turned his head, his sharp gaze, carrying a faint killing intent, focused on the figure that suddenly appeared ahead. At this moment, the fleeting dragon claw quietly disappeared, and in the place where the dragon claw had vanished, an elderly figure stood in midair. This person was the leading elder, the current sect master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, Thunder Douluo Yu Engine, with a soul power of 95 levels. Relying on the powerful divine-level martial soul, Qian Ringshu was able to suppress or even defeat ordinary Titan Douluo at the soul saint level. But facing someone like Yu Engine, who had crossed into the super Douluo threshold, she was quite lacking. Even at her peak, Qian Ringshu had little chance of winning against Yu Engine, not to mention that she had just released 3 major soul skills, including her 7th soul skill, resulting in significant soul power consumption. Chapter 230. One finger captures Heaven and Earth Sect Master Yu. Your sudden intervention in this battle is rather lacking in grace. Ling Yu looked at Yu Engine not far away, his voice containing a hint of anger as he spoke coldly. In fact, although Ling Yu said this, he wouldn't blame the other party in his heart. If Qian Ringshu were in danger, he would certainly intervene. Who else would he help if not his own? Hearing this, Yu Engine's mouth twitched slightly, but he merely snorted coldly without speaking. Ling Yu's words were indeed difficult for him to refute. However, as a sect master, should he just stand by and watch his sect's elder be killed by the opponent? I will say it again. If the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect submits to my spirit hall, I will not hold today's matter against you. Otherwise, Ling Yu sneered. Yu Engine had unintentionally harmed Qian Ringshu, giving him an excuse to deal with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Otherwise what? Yu Engine clenched his fist tightly, lightning flickering in his palms, his expression grim as he stared at Ling Yu. How could he, the dignified sect master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, be threatened by someone? If not, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect need not exist. Ling Yu's voice, infused with a hint of mental power, echoed in the sky. What a bold claim. If you want my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect to submit, show me your abilities. Yu Engine waved his sleeves and shouted coldly. Even a mud person still has some fire in them. Ling Yu was pressing forward step by step, as if there were no one in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Sect Master, kill this arrogant brat. At this moment, the 3 from Yuxian, who had been in a state of mental shock, woke up and shouted loudly upon hearing Ling Yu's words. On the square below, many elders and young disciples were also in an agitated state. Uncle Xian, Uncle He, Uncle Lin, you 3 should go down and rest first. Yu Engine waved his hand. Yes. The 3 of Yuxian glared at Qian Ringshu behind Ling Yu with resentment and then flew down. Ling Yu slightly tilted his head to look at Qian Ringshu, who was closing her beautiful eyes and gradually regulating the chaotic aura around her. After turning his head, with a loud boom, Ling Yu's figure suddenly ascended, appearing at an altitude of 1,000 meters. Opposite him, Yu Engine also flickered, stepping on blue-purple thunder, reaching the same height and confronting Ling Yu. At their level, just the aftermath of their battle could severely injure those young disciples. Therefore, both of them tacitly moved away from the ground. At 1,000 meters in the air, only elders above the Soul Saint level could barely see clearly. As for Qian Ringshu, who was meditating and healing in midair, no one disturbed her. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect was not shameless enough to ambush Qian Ringshu while Ling Yu and Yu Engine were fighting. Moreover, a strand of Ling Yu's spiritual power was also focused on her, constantly monitoring every movement below. Boom! With a thought, a series of thunderous sounds echoed in the void, and silver lightning burst out from the depths of the void, illuminating the gloomy sky, causing the space to tremble. At this moment, Ling Yu's skin turned into a translucent white jade color, with silver thunder jumping and contracting like electric arcs on his body, exuding waves of astonishing power. The surrounding space produced a dizzying distortion. He can control lightning too? Yu Engine's expression stiffened, and a hint of doubt arose in his heart. In the next moment, accompanied by a deafening dragon roar, a blue-purple giant dragon suddenly appeared behind Yu Engine, and thunder raged throughout the surrounding space. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. 9 soul rings bathed in lightning, pulsating on his body, releasing an overwhelming, oppressive force. Once the blue-purple giant dragon appeared, it let out a deafening dragon roar, transforming into a phantom that rushed into Yu Engine's body. In the next moment, Yu Engine's body underwent a tremendous transformation. His limbs instantly expanded, his sleeves were torn apart, and blue-purple dragon scales appeared on his body. His limbs transformed into dragon limbs. Heavy dragon scales covered his chest and back, horns grew from his head, and, astonishingly, a massive dragon tail sprouted from behind him. At this moment, Yu Engine had transformed into a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. Yu Engine had already cultivated to the title Douluo level, with his entire body capable of dragon transformation. Very good. Ling Yu smiled as he witnessed the dragon transformation technique of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. He gently stomped his foot in the void, and with a loud boom, his figure shot out like a beam of lightning, his right hand clenched into a fist, and he struck towards Yu Engine's face. Boom! The air ahead was instantly shattered, and a powerful wave of force surged out. Yu engine let out a loud roar, and his dragon-transformed right hand formed a fist, shaking back as he charged forward, colliding directly with Ling Yu's thunderous punch. Boom! The entire sky seemed to tremble violently. Invisible waves of force swept out, leaving no clouds within 1,000 meters. The space distorted, and within that dazzlingly distorted space, bolts of lightning surged like fireworks. Spectacular and extraordinary. Tap, tap, tap. Ling Yu and Yu engine clashed for the first time, both figures retreating. Among them, Ling Yu flew back a dozen steps, while Yu engine retreated over 100 steps, and with each step they landed, ripples appeared in the void. Such strong power. Yu engine shook his somewhat numbed arm, secretly astonished. Since breaking through to title Douluo, he had not encountered anyone who could suppress him in pure physical strength for a long time. This situation was also within reason. Ling Yu's soul power was comparable to level 93, not far from Yu engine's, and with the perfection of the Sun Thunderbody. It could rival the physical strength of god-level powerhouses, easily suppressing Yu engine. After a brief pause, Ling Yu and Yu engine engaged in combat again, and in the void, two bolts of lightning continuously collided, creating thunderous explosions that echoed throughout the sky. Divine Dragon's Tail. At a certain moment, a loud shout came from the void, and Yu engine swiftly turned. A massive dragon tail, carrying a tremendous gust of wind, lashed out at Ling Yu like a steel whip, instantly producing a piercing sound of metal clashing. Amidst the splattering sparks, Ling Yu's Sun Thunder body shimmered brightly in the void, not retreating a single step, while Yu engine was sent flying backward by the recoil, exiting the distorted space. This kid, doesn't he know how he trains? His physical strength is incredibly formidable. After stopping at a distance, Yu engine felt troubled, his gaze towards Ling Yu filled with seriousness. At this moment, large sections of dragon scales on Yu engine's body were shattered, and there were several crimson scars, clearly left from the recent clash. I can't keep clashing head-on. Yu engine resolved in his heart. He had not expected that the famous first beast martial soul, the blue lightning tyrant dragon, would lose to an opponent in the most advantageous melee combat. With this thought, he felt a hint of admiration for Ling Yu. Third soul skill, Thunder Fury. Fourth soul skill, Thunderstorm. With a cold shout, two purple soul rings rose from Yu engine's body. In an instant, terrifying lightning power converged on Yu engine's body, illuminating the sky with thunder as violent thunder surged forth. At this moment, Yu engine seemed to be in a sea of thunder, like a thunder god. He extended his dragon-transformed right hand, and in the palm, compressed to the extreme, lightning coalesced into a massive blue-purple electric ball, with liquid lightning magma faintly suspended at its center. In the next moment, Yu engine pushed forward with his dragon claw, instantly activating the lightning ball, as thick bolts of lightning merged into a torrent of thunder, tearing through the void and forming a lightning bolt nearly 10 feet long, resembling the wrath of a heavenly deity, charging towards Ling Yu. Thunder Fury and Thunderstorm, one for amplification and one for attack. This offensive from Yu engine was enough to severely injure an ordinary title Douluo. However, he still underestimated the power of the Sun Thunderbody. Without dodging, Ling Yu let out a loud laugh and welcomed the terrifying thunderous attack with an open chest. With a loud bang, accompanied by a thunderous roar, the terrifying thunder erupted in the sky. Within a range of nearly 1,000 meters, lightning spread everywhere, and at the center of the electrified expanse, a figure radiating dazzling silver light stood proudly. Seconds later, the sky full of thunder disappeared, and what left Yu engine somewhat incredulous was that Ling Yu, who had taken his charged attack head-on, remained completely unharmed. Under the clear sky, within a range of 1,000 feet where Ling Yu and Yu engine stood, there was nothing left, and the space was twisted due to their battle. Looking at Yu engine's astonished face, Ling Yu smiled slightly. This battle was about to come to an end. Great Desolation Prison Sky Finger. One finger seals the heavens and earth. Ling Yu's expression turned serious, his palms pressed together, forming a peculiar seal. He silently recited the incantation, and amidst this stillness, the heavens suddenly changed dramatically. Boom! The entire sky darkened at that moment. Rolling clouds surged, and thunder and lightning flashed continuously, as if the apocalypse were approaching. The vast energy of heaven and earth surged like boiling water, turbulent and restless, transforming into long rivers of soul power, converging like rivers returning to the sea, with Ling Yu at the center of these flowing soul power rivers. Zila, another loud bang, the black flowing clouds in the sky suddenly scattered to both sides, and amidst that void, a massive black finger, over 100 zhang in size, slowly appeared before everyone. As soon as the black, giant finger emerged, it tore through the long sky and descended upon this realm at an extremely terrifying speed. At this moment, Ling Yu pointed sharply at Yu Engine. Boom! With Ling Yu's finger pointed out, the black, giant finger at the top of the sky descended towards Yu Engine below with an incredibly terrifying speed. With each descent, the void produced a strong ripple of spatial waves, shaking endlessly. What kind of soul skill is this? The pressure is so terrifying. Yu Engine's face turned pale with fright. He felt that the surrounding space was sealed off, unable to move an inch. The Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger is a unique skill of the Great Wilderness Emperor, a powerful figure from the first layer of the reincarnation tribulation in Wu Dan Qianquan. Once this martial art is unleashed, its power is naturally earth-shattering. 7th Soul Skill, Martial Spirit True Body. 9th Soul Skill, Divine Dragon Transformation. Yu Engine gritted his teeth and unleashed his strongest strike. From that 100-zhang black giant finger, he sensed the taste of destruction, so he dared not hold back in the slightest. 2 dark soul rings flashed through the vast void. As Yu Engine transformed into a dragon man, his body expanded once more. Accompanied by a high-pitched dragon roar, a 100-meter-long blue-purple giant dragon appeared in the high sky. At this moment, a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared from the depths of the void. The next moment, thick golden lightning bolts descended from the sky, striking the blue-purple giant dragon. The powerful energy fluctuations released, and the blue-purple giant dragon rapidly transformed into a magnificent golden giant dragon, a faint pressure spreading out. A large area of space could not withstand this invisible pressure, twisting and collapsing. The divine dragon transformation, utilizing the power of the soul rings and the heavens and earth, awakened a trace of the true dragon bloodline contained within the blue lightning tyrant dragon, transcending into a saintly state. With this 9th soul skill, Yu Engine was virtually invincible at the same level. And as Yu Engine transformed into the golden divine dragon, the black giant finger descending from the sky was already approaching. Chapter 231, The Fall of the Divine Dragon. The entire world was shrouded in boundless darkness, appearing extremely oppressive. Yet in this dark world, the golden divine dragon stood in midair, and even the sky full of black could not block the dazzling golden light. Boom, boom, boom. The black giant finger extended from the sky, carrying an extremely terrifying pressure, causing the space to tremble incessantly. Below, the golden divine dragon raised its head and gazed into the distance, showing no sign of retreat, emitting a thunderous dragon roar that resonated throughout the world. Bang! The next moment, the black giant finger, wrapped in a massive shadow, suppressed the golden divine dragon from above. The golden divine dragon extended its radiant golden claw and struck out. A colossal sound, causing dizziness, echoed in the void. Sida. At the point of contact between the black giant finger and the golden dragon claw, a visible ripple of power spread like waves, sweeping across the void for 1,000 zhang. The space within 1,000 meters suddenly froze like a mirror, and spatial cracks spread out, forming large, spiderweb-like fractures. Break for me! A loud shout erupted from the golden divine dragon, and then the dragon claw gripped down fiercely, but it seemed very laborious, producing sounds that were painful to the teeth. After a few seconds, the golden divine dragon finally gained the upper hand, and the black giant finger exploded under its claw, transforming into primal energy of heaven and earth, disappearing into the high sky. Crack, crack, crack. At this moment, the surrounding frozen space also shattered, revealing a massive, irregular spatial gap. Within the gap, terrifying void air currents could be faintly seen flowing out. The spatial gap flickered and quickly repaired by the powers of the realm. At this time, the golden divine dragon's golden light had dimmed significantly, its aura weakened greatly, and it emitted deep dragon roars, fixating its giant dragon eyes on Ling Yu in the distance. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue, who was meditating below to heal, also awakened, her beautiful eyes gazing at the astonishing confrontation in the sky, her face filled with shock. You blocked it, then take my next finger. Ling Yu smiled, muttering to himself. The Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger could indeed challenge beyond levels, and facing the desperate Thunder Douluo, one finger seemed insufficient. Ling Yu's hands came together again, and the space behind him twisted, forming a massive black hole. The energy of heaven and earth was drawn in, transforming into an energy vortex nearly 1,000 zhang in size. After the enormous energy was devoured by the black hole, it feedbacked a powerful soul power light column, injecting it into Ling Yu's body. Under such a soul power infusion, Ling Yu's aura surged once again. Great wilderness, prison, heaven finger, two fingers shatter mountains and rivers. In the next moment, Ling Yu pointed at the golden divine dragon in midair. His right index finger emitted a brilliant silver light, a color much more intense than the surrounding four fingers. The space in front of his fingertip began to distort. Clearly, in order to unleash this second finger, Ling Yu's body also had to endure tremendous pressure. With a roar, a similarly 100 zhang black giant finger suddenly shot out from the depths of the sky at an extremely terrifying speed, then suppressed the golden divine dragon below. The difference was that this second finger was several times stronger than the previous one. Faced with this terrifying attack, the golden divine dragon let out a skyward roar, its massive dragon body trembling, clearly sensing the threat of death. But it did not retreat, for behind it were the countless elders and disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. Boom! The next moment, the two finally collided, as if a supernova explosion had occurred, and the space was once again shattered into pieces, an extremely terrifying energy wave sweeping through the void. Ha ha! Losing to you, I die without regret. Come on! Ha ha! The golden divine dragon finally exhausted its strength, continuously pushed back by the black giant finger, creating massive spatial ripples wherever it passed. At a certain moment, with a bang, the golden divine dragon's body suddenly exploded, transforming into a brilliant sun, blooming outward. Master! Master! Below in the plaza, a group of elders and disciples widened their eyes, emitting cries of grief. A sense of desolation swept through the crowd. For them, Yuyin was their heartstone, and now, with their spiritual pillars shattered, their beliefs crumbled. Yuyin, the renowned thunder, awe, and master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, after exhausting his strength, ultimately chose self-detonation to preserve as many of the sect's elders and disciples as possible. The power generated by a super Douluo's self-detonation is extremely terrifying. The black giant finger was immediately weakened significantly, yet it still carried astonishing speed and pressure, crashing toward the discussion hall directly below. Run! To avoid casualties. The elders hurriedly dispersed the surrounding disciples and fled in disarray. With a roar, the next moment, the black giant finger, carrying overwhelming power, shattered the hall like a withered twig, ultimately crashing to the ground with a thunderous sound, accompanied by a fierce energy gust. After several seconds, as the dust settled, everyone looked towards the center of the ground movement, only to see the originally towering hall completely vanished, leaving behind a massive pit nearly 100 zhang in size, along with numerous debris fragments. Master! A young female disciple looked at the tragic scene of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. Her delicate body trembled, and she suddenly knelt down on the ground, tears streaming from her eyes. Influenced by this atmosphere, the faces of the other young disciples were filled with sadness. At this moment, Ling Yu slowly descended from the sky and stood beside Qian Rinxue. He looked at the scene below, his expression still calm. The elders and disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan saw Ling Yu's figure and felt no hatred in their eyes, only intense fear. At this moment, Ling Yu appeared to them like a demon god, making them unable to produce even a trace of resistance in their minds. What soul skill did you just use? Qian Rinxue's red lips slightly parted, her beautiful eyes fixed on Ling Yu's profile, her pretty face filled with inexplicable shock. After a long while, she finally asked with a trembling voice. With just 2 moves, he had killed a powerful super Douluo. This strength was terrifying. In her impression, even her grandfather, who possessed a soul power of level 98, might not be able to achieve this. Do you want to learn? Become my girlfriend, and I'll teach you. In response to Qian Rinxue's inquiry, Ling Yu leaned forward, getting close to her face, and teased with a smile. The warm breath of the man brushed against her face. And facing Ling Yu's face so close, Qian Rinxue's snow-white cheeks flushed instantly. You wish. Someone as unfaithful as you, I would never become your girlfriend. Qian Rinxue stomped her foot, huffed lightly, and quickly turned her head away, speaking softly. Chapter 232. The matter of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, but did Qian Rinxue really not waver even slightly in her heart due to Ling Yu's words? Perhaps only she herself understood. After the fierce battle had calmed down, the dark sky was replaced by a blue hue, and the lingering traces of smoke in the air were hard to dissipate. In midair, Ling Yu looked down from above, surveying the crowd in the square. At this moment, the people of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, including the elders and young disciples, some of whom had pale faces, stared at Ling Yu, while the others were still immersed in the grief of their master's demise. During his recent battle with Wuyin, Ling Yu had personally experienced the opponent's strength and arrogance. It was extremely difficult to make a sect master willingly submit to the Spirit Hall. So he chose to kill Wuyin. He also gave Wuyin enough respect. It was the first time he had used the Great Desolation Prison Heaven Finger since comprehending this martial art. There is no denying that Wuyin was very strong. If it weren't for Ling Yu's numerous advantages, it would have been very difficult to defeat or even kill such a renowned powerhouse. In the original text, Wuyin was able to seriously injure 2 out of the 4 titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall, while killing 1 and dragging an elder to perish together, which speaks volumes about his strength. If one wanted to help the Spirit Hall unify the continent, they would encounter many obstacles. Ling Yu thought that starting a war was a last resort. If possible, he wanted to avoid killing and prefer to subdue the opponents without fighting. Therefore, he chose to form a 2-person touring group with Qianren Xue to persuade various sect powers. Now, will the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan be willing to submit to the Spirit Hall? Ling Yu's eyes slightly narrowed, his expression calm, and his clear voice reached the ears of the crowd below. Upon hearing this, no one dared to contradict Ling Yu, but no one stepped forward to answer either. After all, even the strongest of their sect had died at the hands of the opponent. My lord, our Blue Lightning Tyrant clan is willing to follow the Spirit Hall. After a moment of silence, an elder stepped forward, cupping his hands in salute to Ling Yu. Ling Yu looked over and saw that this person was the only elder among the 4 soul Douluo who had not taken action from the beginning. Luo Mian, you traitor. The master has just died. Yu Xian stepped forward, pointing his finger at Luo Mian's nose and cursing. Many others also looked at Luo Mian with disbelief. Shut up. Yu Xian, do you want to see the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan's blood flow like a river? Luo Mian turned his head sharply and said in a deep voice, secretly cursing the other party for being foolish and unable to discern the situation. Since even Wuyin had died at the opponent's hands, the only option for the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan was to submit. Hearing Luo Mian's words, Yu Xian was momentarily stunned. Yes, facing that demon god above. What else could they do? In midair, Ling Yu found Luo Mian's sudden emergence interesting. In his perception, Luo Mian was currently the highest-ranked elder within the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, possessing level 88 soul power. If given more time and the right opportunities, it was not impossible for him to break through to become a titled Douluo. The cultivation of soul masters becomes increasingly difficult in the later stages. Without techniques or opportunities advantages, it is hard to achieve great accomplishments. Only those with outstanding innate talent, like Tang Qian and Poseidon, can stand out among generations of soul masters. Since that's the case, Luo Mian, I think you should take over as the master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. Ling Yu smiled slightly, his thoughts turning, looking at Luo Mian, and said with a light laugh, Thank you, my lord. Luo Mian was first taken aback. Then his face lit up with joy as he bowed respectfully to Ling Yu. Having been an elder in the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan for many years, it would be false to say he had no aspirations for the position of master. However, when Wuyin was alive, he was much weaker than the other man, so he could only hold the position of elder. Now that Wuyin was dead and Ling Yu had recommended him as the master, he was naturally very pleased. Although Yu Xian, Yu He, and Yu Lin showed some unwillingness on their faces, they did not voice any opposition. A sect cannot be without a leader for even a day, and Luo Mian's strength was greater than theirs. More importantly, Luo Mian was nominated by that demon god, so they did not dare to oppose. The new master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan was thus hastily chosen. However, how can I trust you? However, Ling Yu's next words made Luo Mian's heart tighten. Ling Yu rubbed his chin, pondering for a moment, then a strange smile appeared on his face. The next moment, Ling Yu slowly extended his right hand, and a powerful mental force gathered. A silver spear quickly materialized in Ling Yu's hand. With a whoosh, Ling Yu threw the silver spear, which cut through the air and struck the ground beside Luo Mian. You kill those 3, and I will believe you. As he spoke, Ling Yu pointed at Yu Xian, Yu He, and Yu Lin. Luo Mian, you dare? The 3 of them exclaimed in shock, huddling together, their faces filled with vigilance as they stared at Luo Mian. Upon hearing this, Luo Mian's old face also revealed a trace of uncertainty. At this moment, Ling Yu lightly stomped his foot in midair, and with a boom, his immense mental power transformed into an invisible pressure. A terrifying circular force field suddenly descended upon Yu Xian and the other three. Under such horrifying pressure, the three were immediately forced to their knees, their faces slightly contorted. The ground beneath them sank slightly. Seeing this, Luo Mian clenched his fists, his face filled with struggle. Even Qian Renxue, who stood beside Ling Yu, had a flash of light in her beautiful eyes, looking at Ling Yu's profile with a strange gaze. Ling Yu's move could not be described as anything but ruthless. He could easily kill Yu Xian and the others himself, yet he insisted on making Luo Mian, a fellow elder of the sect, take action. This was to make Luo Mian a public enemy within the sect, allowing him to be completely driven by the Spirit Hall. Qian Renxue was remarkably clever and immediately guessed Ling Yu's intentions. In her heart, she not only felt no aversion to Ling Yu's actions, but even harbored a sense of admiration. If Ling Yu were too merciful, she would think he had courage without strategy. If you can't bring yourself to do this, I won't force you. I believe one of the three of them, or perhaps another elder, will be willing to do it. However, if that's the case, the position of sect master will be beyond your reach. Ling Yu crossed his arms and said in a somewhat teasing manner. This statement seemed not to coerce Luo Mian, but in reality, it was pushing him to take action. The implication was that if Luo Mian did not want to be the sect master, there were plenty of elders who would. Luo Mian slowly closed his eyes and exhaled a puff of white air. In his heart, he sighed at the other party's clever tactics. With Yuan Zhen dead, the sect had become a loose collection of individuals. At this sensitive stage, he dared not gamble on whether the other elders could withstand the temptation of the sect master position. After making up his mind, Luo Mian suddenly opened his eyes, reached for the silver spear beside him, and walked towards Yu Xuan and the others. The other elders and young disciples understood Luo Mian's intentions, and many bowed their heads in sorrow and indignation. Meanwhile, the three from Yu Xuan, under Ling Yu's overwhelming mental pressure, could not speak and could only stare wide-eyed at Luo Mian as he approached. At this moment, no one stopped Luo Mian because everyone understood that the demon god above was the one setting the rules of the game. If anyone were to obstruct Luo Mian, he would undoubtedly take action. Puff! With three sounds of flesh being pierced, each time Luo Mian thrust the spear, Ling Yu would lessen his mental pressure, and in the end, the three from Yushuan all perished at Luo Mian's hands. Ha Yuan trembled slightly as he dropped the spear, closed his eyes, and let out a long breath. My lord, I wonder if you're satisfied with this? A slightly trembling voice, containing an inexplicable meaning, reached Ling Yu's ears. Not bad. You are a clever man. Ling Yu looked at Luo Mian and praised. This was strength. If Ling Yu and Qian Renxue were in the same position as the Blue Electric Tyrant Sex people, the outcome would likely not be much better. The author has been running a fever these past few days and will return to update once it subsides. By the way, have you all had your vaccinations? The fever has subsided. If all goes well, updates will resume tomorrow. Thanks to all the readers who have supported this book. Chapter 233 Arrival at Haotian Sect in order to help Luo Mian completely take control of the Blue Electric Tyrant Sect and to make him the spokesperson of the Spirit Hall within the sect. Ling Yu pondered for a moment and immediately made a decision. In the next moment, Ling Yu's right index finger traced in the air, and a black rune emitted a faint black light, floating in front of Luo Mian. At the same time, a blood-red spear appeared beside Luo Mian, with faint beast-like roars emanating from it, exuding a strong, sharp aura. Refine them. Ling Yu gestured. The black rune was drawn by Ling Yu to control Luo Mian, completely different from the ones for Wang, Xiao and the others. As long as Luo Mian had any ulterior motives, Ling Yu could kill him with a thought. As for the blood-red spear, it was a spiritual treasure of no small grade, allowing Luo Mian to possess strength comparable to a title de law. In this way, Luo Mian could firmly secure the position of sect master. Below, Luo Mian first glanced at the black rune and blood-red spear, hesitated slightly, and then gritted his teeth to refine both items. In fact, he understood in his heart that this was likely a means for the other party to control him. But at this point, he had no choice. After refining the blood-red spear, Luo Mian was pleasantly surprised to find that it actually increased his soul power a little. His talent was limited, and his soul power had not improved for a long time. Now, there were even signs of a breakthrough, albeit slight, which was quite rare. Because of this, Luo Mian's offer Ling Yu deepened. Let's go to the next stop. Looking at the grand scene below, after doing all this, Ling Yu smiled slightly at Qian Renxue beside him. Qian Renxue nodded lightly, indicating her agreement. As Ling Yu and Qian Renxue flew away from the Blue Electric Tyrant sect, the people of the sect finally breathed a sigh of relief. Where are we going next? Qian Rengshu slightly tilted her head and asked Ling Yu, who was following his thoughts and pace. Let's first go check out the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Ling Yu thought for a moment and replied, if I remember correctly, Ning Rong seems to be your girlfriend, right? What do you plan to? Qian Rengshu's expression was somewhat unnatural as she said this, for reasons unknown. What are you thinking? Uncle Ning is a smart man. He will make the right choice. Ling Yu said while giving Qian Rengshu a light tap on her head. Even if Ning Fengji did not intend to submit to the Spirit Hall, he would not take action against the 7 treasure glazed tile sect after all. He was his father-in-law. You dare hit me. Qian Rengshu was momentarily stunned by Ling Yu's tap, then looked at him with some grievance, her beautiful eyes wide. Isn't a wife meant to be hit? Ling Yu laughed heartily. After saying this, he flew even faster. Pa! Upon hearing Ling Yu's shameless words, Qian Rengshu merely spat lightly, her face instantly turning red, yet she said nothing more. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the entrance of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Young Master Ling Yu. At the gate, 2 guards respectfully saluted Ling Yu. When they saw Qian Rengshu beside him, they were just a bit curious. Ling Yu nodded slightly and walked into the gate with Qian Rengshu. After they had walked some distance, the 2 guards began to whisper to each other. Who is that blonde girl? She looks even prettier than Miss Rong. Shoo. Some things shouldn't be said carelessly. Qian Rengshu looked around, her expression unchanged. She had visited the 7 treasure glazed tile sect more than once while disguised as Shrek Academy. Ling Yu went straight to the discussion hall, where Ning Fengji and Swordbone Douluo were already waiting for him. Uncle Ning, Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Gu. As soon as Ling Yu stepped into the hall, he was met with 3 kind gazes and immediately smiled and bowed. Xiao Yu is here. Come sit. Ning Fengji waved his hand with a smile from the main seat. Below Ning Fengji, Chen Xian and Gu Rong were sitting upright. This is... Ning Fengji looked at Qian Rengshu curiously. This is Qian Rengshu, the new emperor of the Tiando Empire. Ling Yu smiled and introduced after sitting down. Upon hearing Ling Yu's words, Ning Fengji, Chen Xian, and Gu Rong all looked enlightened. Ling Yu did not tell Ning Fengji that Qian Rengshu was Shrek Academy, otherwise it would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. In front of his teacher, Qian Rengshu merely nodded slightly. She sat quietly beside Ling Yu, appearing very indifferent. Uncle Ning, what has the 7 treasure glazed tile sect decided? After some pleasantries, Ling Yu explained his purpose. Ning Fengji seemed to have anticipated Ling Yu's question. After exchanging glances with Chen Xian and Gu Rong, he smiled and said, Xiao Yu, the 7 treasure glazed tile school is willing to submit to the rule of the Spirit Hall. In Ning Fengji's view, the future Spirit Hall would likely belong to Ling Yu. There is nothing wrong with submitting to a Spirit Hall led by Ling Yu in the future. Ling Yu nodded with a smile upon hearing this. Ning Fengji's choice was the best. Xiao Yu, how is Rong doing? After a moment, Ning Fengji asked with concern. Rong is doing well. She's about to break through to the Soul Emperor level, so there's no need to worry, Ling Yu replied with a smile. That's great. Ning Fengji's smile widened. The cultivation of soul masters becomes increasingly difficult and slow as they progress, and now, not long after the soul master competition, Ning Rong was about to break through to the next title. With Ling Yu, however, it was happening faster and faster. Ning Fengji, Ten Qing, and Gu Rong all understood that Qian Rengshu and Ling Yu likely had an extraordinary relationship. Anyway, having 1 more person is just 1 more. Having 2 more is also more. They wouldn't meddle in Ling Yu's private matters, nor could they. That evening, under Ning Fengji's warm hospitality, Ling Yu and Qian Rengshu stayed. Hey, among the 3 upper sects, we haven't visited the Haotian sect yet. Time is of the essence. Aren't you worried they will run away if we stay here for a day? Qian Rengshu asked Ling Yu with some confusion in the room. It's fine. A monk can run, but the temple stays. Ling Yu smiled faintly. The Haotian sect is a major sect, and since it is in a closed-off state, any large-scale movement of personnel would instead expose their whereabouts. As for the location of the Haotian sect, it has never been a secret to the Spirit Hall. The next day, Ling Yu and Qian Rengshu first returned to Heaven Dou City, summoned Snake Spear Douluo, and, along with dozens of Soul Emperor-level experts, before heading to the Haotian sect. This was all preparation that Qian Rengshu made just in case. After announcing the closure of the mountain, the Haotian sect had once relocated collectively. However, its current location was not far from Heaven Dou City. Chapter 234. Battle with the Elder Council. The location of the Haotian sect is not far from Heaven Dou City. In fact, it can be said to be very close. Just 300 miles east of Heaven Dou City, nestled among the mountains. Ling Yu and Qian Rengshu arrived in front of an inconspicuous small village. It was close to noon, with wisps of smoke rising from various places in the village, and some children could be seen playing in the village road. The Haoyan sect is inside this village? Qian Rinxue asked, lightly biting her lip as she looked at the markings on a sheepskin map. Her beautiful eyes widened slightly as she looked at Ling Yu. It can't be wrong. Although the Haoyan sect is the #1 sect on the continent, it still shrinks in this small place in front of the spirit hall. Ling Yu mused. He felt a bit sentimental about it. But since he and the Haoyan sect were in different positions, it was merely a sigh. Qian Rinxue nodded lightly and then put away the map in her hand. Her gaze inadvertently glanced back, and her delicate face seemed to show a bit more composure. Despite her confidence in Ling Yu, she still felt somewhat nervous facing the former #1 sect with only the two of them. In the shadows, Snake Spear Douluo and, along with dozens of Soul Emperors, were hiding, ready to rush over to assist as soon as they received Qian Rinxue's signal. Ling Yu also noticed Qian Rinxue's demeanor just now and chuckled lightly. No matter what trump card the Haoyan sect had, under his spirit power comparable to a god-level powerhouse, there was no possibility of escaping. That was a completely different level of power. As the two approached the village entrance, two young men who looked like ordinary villagers came forward, their faces flashing with a hint of vigilance. "Hello, could you please tell us how to get to the Haoyan sect?" With absolute strength to back him up, Ling Yu did not hesitate to ask directly. Upon hearing Ling Yu's words, the expressions of the two young men became even more serious. "Do you have a token?" one of the young men asked. Ling Yu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Having read the original text, he naturally understood what the token referred to. Although his spiritual power was strong, he couldn't simulate a martial soul. However, he could simulate images. Nevertheless, Ling Yu had no intention of entering the Haoyan sect through the orthodox method. As for Qian Rinxue, she furrowed her brows slightly, as she had no idea what that token was. Could it be exposed? With this thought in mind, Qian Rinxue quietly mobilized her soul power, ready to act at any moment. "Please look." As Qian Rinxue prepared, Ling Yu pretended to extend his right hand, smiling lightly. Just as his hand was raised halfway, his figure suddenly moved, becoming a nearly untraceable afterimage. The next moment, two muffled groans were heard as the two young men collapsed to the ground. "Let's go. The situation here will be discovered soon," Ling Yu said after knocking out the two young men. These were just personnel on the periphery of the Haoyan sect. Ling Yu didn't intend to indiscriminately kill, as achieving his goal was enough. Qian Rinxue was momentarily taken aback by Ling Yu's sudden action, then nodded with a smile on her face. After that, both of them quickly vanished from the spot. There was no need to mention Ling Yu. Qian Rinxue currently possessed power comparable to a tidal Douluo, so both of them moved quickly. Soon after Ling Yu and Qian Rinxue disappeared, someone in the village discovered the two young men lying on the ground. "Quick, go report to the elders." Before the villagers could react, Ling Yu and Qian Rinxue had already arrived in front of a steep cliff. What a clever design. Qian Rinxue marveled at the almost vertical peak before her. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that every 10 meters on the cliff there was a recess, allowing for a gradual leap to the top of the mountain. It seems the Haoyan sect is very thoroughly closed off. She murmured again, unsure whether to praise or criticize the leaders of the Haoyan sect. With this artificially modified chasm, soul masters below level 40 would find it impossible to ascend. If soul masters were ambushed at the mountain summit, even soul masters at levels 60 or 70 would find it difficult to ascend the peak easily. "Let's go," Ling Yu said, and then quickly rose, flying straight up. Qian Rinxue did not hesitate. With a swoosh, golden light surged behind her as two pairs of magnificent golden wings sprouted. With a gentle flap of her golden wings, she flew up, following him. Upon reaching the mountaintop, the two did not linger and continued forward, discovering several more peaks ahead, with iron chains connecting them in sections. The peaks in the back rose higher than those in front, and from a distance, some had already disappeared into the clouds. Seeing this, a trace of seriousness crept onto Qian Rinxue's delicate face. The leaders of the Haoyan sect had indeed gone to great lengths to guard against sudden attacks. Between the peaks, soul masters without flying ability could only rely on the iron chains to reach the opposite peak. If the guards cut the chains, it would cause significant trouble for the invaders, buying a lot of time for the sect to prepare for defense or retreat. For Ling Yu and Qian Rinxue, these iron chains were naturally non-existent. The two of them did not linger much, their figures like dragons, transforming into two streaks of light, rushing forward. When they reached the fourth peak, the altitude had already reached 2,000 meters. Under the onslaught of the cold air, the iron chains naturally hanging due to gravity were covered with a layer of frost. After flying nearly 1,000 meters, they finally arrived at the fifth peak, where a heavy mountain gate was now in sight. The stone structures ahead were layered and combined organically, resembling a fortress. The mountain gate in the center stood 5 meters tall, and above the main entrance, 3 powerful characters were carved. How Tianzong finally arrived. Qian Rinxue breathed lightly. At this high peak, her exhaled breath quickly condensed into irregular ice flowers drifting down. Now it's time to get to business. Ling Yu glanced at Qian Rinxue, grinned, and his figure moved, instantly appearing in midair. At the same time, an extremely overwhelming aura emanated from Ling Yu, causing the surrounding air to ripple, and the flow of air slowed considerably. Even the invisible void was constantly fluctuating. Ling Yu's reckless provocation made Qian Rinxue smile lightly. Who among the younger generation of the continent had such boldness? As for the disciples guarding the mountain gate of Hao Tianzong, they were already alarmed. Who dares to offend Hao Tianzong? At that moment, an old voice came from within the mountain gate, carrying a hint of anger and a momentum like a rainbow. With a series of friction sounds from iron chains, the heavy mountain gate slowly opened. Above the gate, 6 figures stood like phantoms. The central figure stood with his hands behind his back, looking somewhat similar to Tang Hao, but appearing younger. His aura was not particularly strong, yet it exuded a strong sense of pressure. The other 5 were elderly men with white hair, full of vitality and glowing faces. From this, one could see the gap in foundation between Hao Tianzong and the other 2 major sections. The 6 figures standing at the mountain gate were all titled Daluo. A sect with 6 titled Daluo, especially with the Hao Tian hammer as their martial soul, was indeed powerful. Even though some of them had only recently broken through to become titled Daluo, behind the 6, a large number of figures surged out from the open mountain gate, gathering in the square about 200 people. Aside from those outside for shopping and errands, all direct descendants of Hao Tianzong were gathered here. The middle-aged man who resembled Tang Hao was Tang Hao's elder brother, Tang Xiao. The other 5 were first-generation elders, with a seniority higher than that of Tang Xiao, who was the sect master. Among the figures that surged out, a noble and graceful woman stood out like a crane among chickens, appearing to be around 27 or 28 years old, yet her gaze seemed to penetrate everything in the world. In terms of temperament, perhaps only Bibi Dong could compare with her. However, there was not a trace of soul power fluctuation on her, indicating that she was not a soul master. This woman was Tang Xiao and Tang Hao's biological sister, Tang Yuehua. At this moment, all eyes were focused on Ling Yu and Qian Rinxue. Among them, Ling Yu, who was standing in midair, undoubtedly attracted more attention. Little brother, what brings you to Hao Tianzong? Tang Xiao looked at Ling Yu, who seemed to merge with the void, not emitting a trace of soul power fluctuations, and a cautious expression appeared on his face. This young man was quite extraordinary. As his gaze shifted and landed on the 4 golden wings behind Qian Rinxue, Tang Xiao's serious expression changed again. Could it be that they are? Tang Xiao's pupils constricted, and his face changed drastically. Spirit Hall, Ling Yu. While Tang Xiao was contemplating, Ling Yu smiled faintly and introduced himself. As soon as the words fell, a commotion erupted among the figures below. Clearly, although Hao Tianzong had already closed its gates, they were still aware of the recent events on the continent. The Tiando Empire, the Blue Lightning Overlord sect, and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect had all been conquered by the Spirit Hall. Now, was it their turn at Hao Tianzong? Spirit Hall, do they really want to be aggressive? Tang Xiao's face turned somewhat ugly as he spoke. Ling Yu and Qian Rinxue's arrival at Hao Tianzong had made their intentions clear. They had already been forced to close their gates. Yet the Spirit Hall still wanted to target them. The unification of the continent is an unstoppable trend. Only our Spirit Hall can be the master. Ling Yu's voice was loud, and his words carried a momentum as if he stood on the side of justice. To this, Tang Xiao only sneered coldly. Below, Qian Rinxue looked up at Ling Yu's back, her pretty face blooming with an even more pronounced smile. She had never been disappointed with Ling Yu's official statement. Sectmaster, don't waste your breath on this kid. I want to see if he is as powerful as the legends say. An elderly voice with a strong tone boomed, like thunder atop the mountain. A skinny elder, his figure like a spear, radiated an imposing aura. Lv.7, do not underestimate your opponent. Behind the skinny elder, a long-browed elder frowned slightly and spoke. This long-browed elder clearly held a high status among the 5 elders. And as soon as he spoke, the skinny elder noticeably toned down. Ling Yu turned to look at the skinny elder, simply making a gesture with his right hand. bringing his index and middle fingers together and flicking them twice, full of provocation. Seeing this, Qian Rinxue couldn't help but cover her red lips with her jade hand, her delicate body trembling slightly, and a series of light laughs, like silver bells, escaped her lips. Looking for death, the skinny elder shouted angrily, his suppressed rage overwhelming his reason. With a flip of his somewhat withered right hand, a dark hammer bathed in thunder appeared in his grasp. This skinny elder, ranked 7th among the 5 elders, was titled Raging Sunday. It must be said that the Hao Tian hammer, as the #1 weapon martial soul, carried special effects. The lightning attraction effect could change the weather. In the next moment, with a thunderous boom, the 7th elder, wielding the giant hammer, appeared before Ling Yu in a flash and swung it down towards Ling Yu's head. A fierce gust of wind howled in, and Ling Yu immediately counterattacked. Boom! Suddenly, silver lightning appeared in the void, and Ling Yu's skin instantly turned the color of white jade, with arcs of electricity jumping and splashing, emanating a terrifying power that could shake mountains. Ling Yu's movement was simple. His body spun like a top, and he kicked out a whip-like leg, striking directly at the giant hammer. Clang! An extremely deafening sound of metal clashing echoed through the air. Following that was a terrifying shockwave of power, twisting the space. And the ground nearby was suddenly torn open, leaving behind gaping cracks. However, to everyone's astonishment, seconds later, it was the titled Raging Sun, the 7th elder, who was sent flying. Ziz! Ling Yu slowly retracted his right leg, and the raging lightning at the point of impact gradually dissipated. The violent lightning also gathered around Ling Yu like a child returning to its mother. Staggering back over 100 meters, the 7th elder barely came to a stop, his face turning pale and filled with disbelief. In just one encounter, he had gathered strength for a strike. Yet the other party had merely relied on his physical body to withstand his Hao Tian hammer, and it was he who was sent flying. What kind of physical body was this? No matter how unwilling he was to admit it, the facts had already spoken for themselves. Chapter 235, Total Annihilation. The 7th elder was sent flying with a single blow, kicked away by Ling Yu, which left the 3rd-generation disciples of the Haotian sect in shock. Tang Xiao and the other elders also showed expressions of astonishment. Even if they believed their strength surpassed that of the 7th elder, they wouldn't dare to confront the Haotian hammer with their bodies like Ling Yu did. That would be akin to seeking death. However, this seemingly death-seeking action resulted in an eye-popping outcome. Ling Yu's right leg was not incapacitated by the Haotian hammer. Instead, the 7th elder was sent flying. Below, Tang Yuehua looked at Ling Yu, and a deep look of surprise appeared on her elegant and noble face. Undeniably, at this moment, Ling Yu was exceptionally dazzling. Qian Rinxue secretly clenched her delicate hand. Her strength seemed somewhat lacking during this visit to the Haotian sect, making her feel like a mere bystander. Watching Ling Yu's personal shell, as a proud daughter of heaven, this feeling of being completely useless made her somewhat uncomfortable. The titled Douluo with the Haotian hammer was far from an ordinary titled Douluo. The Haotian hammer was known as the #1 weapon spirit in the world. As for Ling Yu himself, he did not appear particularly surprised. That Sun Douluo soul power was merely at level 92. Facing a native Douluo who could only rely on their martial spirit, soul rings, and soul bones, Ling Yu was practically overpowered, routinely defeating his opponents. It was also a matter of the original text setting. The Haotian sect had the Haotian 9 absolutes, the Great Sumera hammer, and the explosive ring technique, which gave them the capital to challenge at higher levels. After being kicked away by Ling Yu, the 7th elder's expression was quite unpleasant. He lightly shook the giant hammer in his hand, and the best 9 soul rings on the hammer body began to vibrate rhythmically. Just as he was about to use his soul skill, the long-browed elder spoke up. "Old 7, do not act rashly. You're not his opponent." This long-browed elder was the 2nd in rank and was the oldest person in the Haotian sect. The 2nd elder slowly said, his expression also becoming extremely serious. Not just the 7th elder, but every titled Douluo present here, including him and Tang Xiao one-on-one, would likely not be Ling Yu's match. Ling Yu's seemingly casual kick had already revealed a lot to these titled Douluo. Hearing the 2nd elder's words, the 7th elder's momentum instantly dropped, and it was evident that he understood that himself. The 2nd elder exchanged glances with the other elders, and it seemed that they had made some decision at once. The 2nd elder immediately spoke. Young friend, your strength is indeed extraordinary. How about this? As long as you could defeat my 5 brothers working together, our Haotian sect will naturally submit to the Spear Hall. Ling Yu looked towards the 2nd elder, who was obviously much more composed. Knowing that he couldn't win one-on-one, he made such a bet to force Ling Yu to fight alone, which was indeed a clever move. However, would he be afraid? Qianrenshue cursed the second elder in her heart for being too shameless, wanting to encircle and attack Ling Yu alone while speaking so justly. However, she didn't voice her thoughts and simply watched how Ling Yu would respond. Tang Zhao's expression also flashed with a hint of unease. Winning a 5-on-1 wouldn't be praiseworthy. All right. Ling Yu smiled and nodded. The second elder was cunning, but the only mistake he made was underestimating Ling Yu's strength. Under such a miscalculation, he might have to pay with his life. Seeing Ling Yu nod, the second elder still had a smile on his face, but inside, he was already overjoyed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The next moment, the second elder was the first to leap out, standing atop a distant mountain peak. The remaining 4 elders also flew to the peaks of 4 adjacent mountains. Vaguely, the positions of the 5 seemed to form the foundation of some kind of formation. Ling Yu gracefully landed on a mountain peak opposite the 5. In the vast square of the Haotian sect, everyone, including Qianrenshue, was intently watching the confrontation from afar. Tang Xiao chose not to intervene. A 5-on-1 was already disgraceful, and if he acted again, it would be too unreasonable. Of course, this was based on the Haotian sect's serious misjudgment of Ling Yu's true strength. 5 stars returned to position. The second elder's expression became serious, and he moved his hand in a seal. A blue light array appeared beneath his feet, emitting a faint glow. The other 4 also maintained the same rhythm and actions, with a similar light array appearing under each of their feet. At this moment, a series of wonderful echoes suddenly came from the void, and the 5 light arrays instantly connected, sketching out a massive formation. The Haotian formation, a set of combined attack techniques passed down through the Haotian sect since ancient times, could merge the powers of many to achieve the effect of challenging at higher levels. Seeing the elder group summon the Haotian formation, a smile also appeared on Tang Zhao's face. The way of formations was something that ordinary sects did not possess. Once the formation was formed, the 5 elders summoned their Haotian hammers, each with the best 9 soul rings. In an instant, a terrifying wave of soul power pressed down on Ling Yu like a colossal hammer, causing the mountain beneath his feet to tremble violently. The second elder's soul power had reached level 94, while the other elders were either at level 92 or 93. Although the soul power of the 5 was not particularly high, the combined pressure they exerted was indeed terrifying. The space within a kilometer was distorted under the violent surge of soul power. Facing this lineup, even the golden crocodile, Douluo, who had once fought Ling Yu and had soul power at the high level of 98, would not dare to claim he could escape unscathed. Young friend, are you not going to release your martial spirit? The second elder looked at Ling Yu, who appeared somewhat awkward under the pressure of the formation, still smiling. The other elders wore expressions of mockery. Under that pervasive pressure, Ling Yu's daylight thunder body had been pushed to its limit, not even requiring Ling Yu to activate it actively. No need. Ling Yu looked at the second elder, who resembled a smiling tiger, and stomped his foot heavily on the ground. The entire mountain seemed to tremble, and the jade-colored glow on his body became even more dazzling. Thinking that he could make him retreat just by relying on soul power pressure was too simplistic. Good. First move, hammer shakes heaven and earth. The second elder no longer wasted words. With a loud shout, he changed his hand seal, and the other 4 followed suit. Suddenly, a soul power light pillar broke through the sky from each of the 5, and a massive light array quickly took shape in the air, seemingly responding to the light array below. In the next moment, beneath the giant light array, an energy giant hammer, over 100 meters in size, roared into existence. The 100-meter giant hammer, carrying overwhelming power, smashed down towards Ling Yu. The enormous shadow loomed in the void, distorting the space as a massive circular force field swept outward. The momentum was akin to a world-ending strike. Unlike the pressure of soul power, this energy offensive was undoubtedly far more dangerous. That energy giant hammer was capable of shattering a mountain. Yet, facing this onslaught, Ling Yu did not retreat at all. He lightly stomped his foot, and his figure flashed out, delivering a punch straight up towards the giant hammer. Indeed, Ling Yu intended to withstand the giant hammer with his flesh. As everyone's gazes focused on him, a thunderous roar erupted. The space trembled like paper blown by the wind, distorting as a visible wave of power surged outward at an unimaginable speed. Under the impact of this forceful shockwave, everyone watching from afar felt an enormous pressure that seemed to hit them directly. Fortunately, Tang Xiao timely set up a soul power shield, which minimized casualties. Qianren Xue, on the other hand, protected herself with golden wings and constructed several defensive lines. However, resisting the aftershocks posed little pressure on her. Looking at the point of collision, the mountain peak where Ling Yu was located instantly developed a massive crack that spread from the summit to the foot of the mountain under the terrifying force, and, eventually, the entire peak collapsed. At that moment, a figure radiating a jade-like glow plummeted from the sky at high speed, stopping only after falling over 1,000 meters. The Great Sun Thunder Body was indeed powerful, but Ling Yu's soul power was only at level 93, which limited his ability to fully unleash the Great Sun Thunder Body's power. Under such a shocking attack, he could only ensure that he would not suffer serious injuries. At this time, the energy giant hammer in the sky slowly dissipated. He actually blocked it. The 5 elders looked at Ling Yu, who appeared relatively unharmed, with disbelief on their faces. Could this really be the physical body of a human? Ling Yu shook his body. The previous attack had caused him some minor shock injuries, but nothing serious. Just defending without attacking was not his style. Suddenly, the space behind Ling Yu twisted violently, forming a massive black hole. Once the black hole took shape, an endless devouring force was released, and then everyone saw a terrifying scene that they would never forget in their lives. Within 1,000 feet, the energy converged in one direction, and as the energy gathered, streams of soul power appeared out of thin air, all of which were drawn into the black hole behind Ling Yu. Not only within 1,000 feet, but as the energy was depleted in this range, the energy of the heavens and earth from even farther away immediately filled the void. In the eyes of the onlookers, it was an endless devouring of the energy of the heavens and earth by the black hole. The black hole devoured and reflected a terrifying soul power light wave that poured into Ling Yu's body. Under such energy infusion, Ling Yu's soul power aura surged at a visible speed. With the devouring ancestral talisman combined with the great heaven unification technique, Ling Yu intended to eliminate his opponent in one go. He must not be allowed to condense successfully. Second style, Ling Tian Strike. The second elder shouted, his face filled with seriousness. Based on the commotion created by Ling Yu, it was evident that the opponent's attack was absolutely catastrophic. The 5 elders understood each other and began to mobilize their maximum soul power. At this moment, the gap between both sides became apparent. Even a titled Douluo could not mobilize the power of the heavens and earth like a deity and could only rely on their soul power. Ling Yu's various means undoubtedly possessed a higher level of ability that transcended ranks. Under the light array in the sky, a dark energy giant hammer quietly formed. The commotion from this second combined strike was not as grand as the first, but this calm was like a thunderous shock. Ling Tian Strike, as its name suggested. The dark energy giant hammer carried a terrifying pressure far beyond the last, smashing down towards Ling Yu. While the 5 elders of the Haotian sect were gathering their attack, Ling Yu naturally did not remain idle. In reality, the time required to unleash the attack was very short. Great Desolation Prison Sky Finger. 1 finger to imprison the heavens and earth. 2 fingers to shatter mountains and rivers. 3 fingers to extinguish living beings. 4 fingers to break the firmament. Ling Yu unleashed 4 fingers in one breath, and the soul power he had absorbed was instantly consumed. Boom! The sky changed color as bolts of lightning appeared out of thin air. In the depths of the black flowing clouds, space shattered, as if something terrifying was being birthed. The flowing clouds parted to the sides, revealing a black giant finger that was 100 feet long, tearing through the void and instantly suppressing the shadow of that energy hammer. What shocked everyone was that there were actually 4 such black giant fingers connecting head to tail, especially the last giant finger, which turned the vast space it passed through into nothingness. The 4 black giant fingers, as if they had come from the heavens, left everyone with an extremely shocking feeling, and beneath this shock was unimaginable power. Damn it, I can't block these 4 fingers, Tang Xiao exclaimed in horror. After Ling Yu unleashed this terrifying attack, he felt that this move was something no one could withstand, already infinitely close to a deity strike. Thus, although Tang Xiao wanted to intervene to save, he felt powerless. He could only do his best to protect the many disciples of the Haotian sect behind him from the impending energy shockwave. As Tang Xiao had anticipated, just the first 2 fingers shattered the shadow of the energy hammer, and the significantly stronger 3rd and 4th fingers unleashed their full might upon the 5 elders. A tremendous explosion occurred, and a strong white light erupted resembling a planet exploding, the shockwave lasting a full minute. All figures were buried beneath the white light. 1 minute later, the terrifying energy storm dissipated, and at the center of the explosion, there was no longer a mountain peak. Everything had turned into particles, returning to the heavens and earth. Only an extremely large spherical void remained, with web-like cracks spreading across the world. Chapter 236. The Destruction of the Haotian Sect. That explosion created a massive hole in space, and even the source power of the planes could not recover in time. Inside the void, a figure radiating a white, jade-like glow stood quietly in the void. Observing its color, the white jade light had dimmed considerably. Clearly, after unleashing 4 fingers in succession, even though Ling Yu had absorbed a large amount of the energy of the heavens and earth, he had nearly exhausted all of his soul power. The massive spherical opening in space stood there as if it were born of the heavens and earth. On the square, a massive protective shield constructed from soul power instantly collapsed, and the ground was left in ruins from the fierce winds that swept through, causing Tang Xiao to spit out a mouthful of blood under the pressure. It was terrifying to protect the disciples of the sect on the square. Tang Xiao had exerted all his strength in defense, but was still heavily injured. It should be noted that this was only the aftershock. The elder group had already vanished without a trace. It was unnecessary to look. Under the previous attack, the 5 elders, along with the mountain peak they stood on, had disappeared together. On the edge, a golden cocoon quietly stood on the ground. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the golden cocoon opened instantly, revealing 4 splendid golden wings that spread out. Qianrenxia, who was inside, slowly stood up, a trace of scarlet blood lingering at the corner of her mouth, giving her a somewhat tragic appearance. This guy is always so unexpected. Qianrenxia raised her delicate hand to gently wipe away the blood at the corner of her mouth, her beautiful eyes gazing at Ling Yu, who was recovering his soul power in the void, with a flicker of brilliance. Under the recent explosion, she had also inevitably sustained some injuries. Meanwhile, the others on the square, including the extraordinarily beautiful Tang Yuehua, were still in a dazed state. Tang Xiao slightly stabilized his internal injuries and looked at Ling Yu, who was still recovering his soul power. He glanced at Qianrenxia not far away, gritted his teeth, and made a decision. With a whoosh, Tang Xiao's figure flashed, and he rushed towards where Qianrenxia was. Yes, Tang Xiao intends to kidnap Qianrenxia as a hostage to threaten Ling Yu. After Ling Yu displayed his strength just now, even though the opponent was greatly exhausted, Tang Xiao still did not dare to take the opportunity to sneak attack. However, Tang Xiao's thoughts were indeed correct. If Ling Yu only had soul power as a strength, he might have really succeeded. But unfortunately, Qianrenxia suddenly felt a heaviness in her body. A tremendous pressure surged toward her, and when she saw Tang Xiao flying toward her, her delicate face changed slightly. Tang Xiao's soul power had reached level 96. Even though Qianrenxia's martial soul had an advantage and the former was somewhat injured, she still could not quickly shake off that kind of soul power pressure. However, she did not choose to sit back and wait for death. With a flick of her jade hand, the 5th soul ring on her body flickered, and the sacred sword engulfed in golden flames was grasped in her hand. Surprise attack? Tang Xiao, you really are asking for it. Suddenly, a loud shout resounded in the heavens and earth. Ling Yu coldly smiled as he looked at Tang Xiao flying toward Qianrenxia, and he understood the opponent's intention. Ling Yu's soul power could not recover in a short period, but his mental power could be said to remain at full status. And mental power was currently Ling Yu's strongest means. At such a moment, Ling Yu's tremendous advantage was revealed. Soul power exhausted? No problem. Mental power is still available. What? Mental power is also exhausted? No matter, the body can also be used as a weapon. The combination of Qi cultivation, body cultivation, and soul cultivation ultimately demonstrated its preliminary advantages. Furthermore, while consuming one type of power, Ling Yu could secretly recover the other 2 types of power, fully achieving theoretical power exchange output. After all, this guy Ling Yu possessed the devouring ancestral talisman and the grand unity technique. Ling Yu extended his right hand and gently grasped the void. Formless mental power instantly spread out, and everyone present felt as if they had fallen into a strange realm. As for Tang Xiao, who was directly targeted by Ling Yu, his figure instantly became rigid, as if an invisible giant hand was gripping him tightly, leaving him nowhere to escape. A transparent force faintly surrounded Tang Xiao's body. Even the surrounding space was twisted. As Ling Yu's voice fell, he suddenly clenched his palm. In the next moment, Tang Xiao's body exploded like a balloon into a cloud of blood mist, the deafening sound echoing in the square. With a single palm, he had crushed a super Douluo powerhouse. The power of mental force was evident. With mental power at the level of a heavenly talisman master, even a true demigod-level powerhouse would only meet the fate of being crushed in a single strike. Simple and brutal. This could be considered one of the more superficial applications of mental power. Brother. After Tang Xiao was crushed by Ling Yu's palm, Tang Yuehua rushed out from the crowd, then knelt weakly on the ground after running a few steps, looking at the already vanished figure of Tang Xiao and the blood mist that emitted a bloody aura. Crying loudly. Just moments ago, a living relative had turned to ashes in an instant, no matter how noble Tang Yuehua was. At this moment, she was like an ordinary girl, helplessly crying. Seeing this scene, Qian Rinxue, who had regained her ability to move, also sighed lightly, and the sacred sword in her hand gradually dissipated. With a swoosh, Ling Yu's thought flew to Qian Rinxue's side, accompanied by a slight sound of wind. "Are you okay?" Qian Rinxue smiled slightly, extending her graceful hand to gently tidy up Ling Yu's somewhat messy clothes, like a little wife, caring and charming. "Xiao Xue, are you worried about me?" Ling Yu was taken aback for a moment, then a hint of an inexplicable smile appeared on his lips, secretly delighted. The hard work paid off. This little angel had finally started to give him a little feedback. Conceited, who is worried about you? Qian Rinxue's delicate face turned red. She snorted lightly, and with her jade hand clenched into a fist, she struck Ling Yu's chest hard, then turned her head away in a bit of a fluster. What is wrong with me? Could it be that I really like this scumbag? With her cheeks flushed, Qian Rinxue placed her delicate hands on her heart. With a heartbeat had quickened significantly. If Ling Yu knew that Qian Rinxue secretly called him a scumbag, he would definitely feel a hint of disappointment in his heart, but would then regain his unwavering belief, resolutely walking down the path of the great benefactor, even if faced with a million obstacles. Xiao Ai, stupid little master. Bad little master. Seeing Qian Rinxue's childish demeanor, Ling Yu smiled and shook his head, but then his expression suddenly changed, and his sharp gaze swept toward the disciples of the Haotian sect ahead. When his gaze landed on Tang Yuehua, Ling Yu thought to himself that this girl indeed had some beauty, but he had no thoughts toward her, especially since he had killed her older brother. This was a blood feud, an irreconcilable enmity. When the people of the Haotian sect sensed Ling Yu's gaze, they instinctively took a step back. To them, Ling Yu seemed like a god of death, cold-blooded and ruthless, with strength so powerful that it brought despair. At this moment, Ling Yu was also contemplating that he had wiped out the top combat power of the Haotian sect, including the sect master Tang Xiao and 5 elders. In this situation, it seemed that whether the Haotian sect surrendered or not was no longer important. Unlike the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, Ling Yu could clearly see that the cohesion of the Haotian sect was not something the former could compare to. Therefore, supporting a puppet sect master to control a sect was not applicable here. It was no longer important. The Haotian sect posed little threat now. Xiao Xue, let's go. Ling Yu turned his head, lightly tapping the forehead of the still lost in thought Qian Rinxue, and smiled. Qian Rinxue gave a soft ah, then snorted lightly, her delicate face becoming even redder. Upon hearing Ling Yu say he wanted to leave, her willow brows furrowed slightly. These people, with her delicate hand flat against her neck, Qian Rinxue made a kill gesture, her gaze turning somewhat fierce. There's no need to kill them all. The Haotian sect is no longer a threat. Ling Yu frowned and spoke. Cutting the grass without removing the roots allows it to grow again in the spring. I think you are too merciful. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue communicated through her thoughts. In her view, since they were enemies, they should be completely eliminated. This was evident from when she was lurking in the Heaven Dou Empire and killed the son of the Snow Knight Emperor without blinking. From today onwards, there is blood enmity between the Haotian sect and the Spear Hall. Perhaps you and I are not afraid of the Haotian sect's retaliation in the dark. But what about others? Not everyone in the Spirit Hall has the talent and strength like you and me. Most of them are commoners. How can we ignore the potential open and covert threats from the Haotian sect? Seeing Ling Yu still hesitating, Qian Rinxue felt a bit anxious and continued to persuade him through thoughts. After listening to Qian Rinxue's words, Ling Yu felt that what she said made sense. Indeed, he was not afraid of retaliation from the Haotian sect, but those soul masters of levels 30 or 40 in the Spirit Hall were different. Blood feuds could lead the Haotian sect to do anything. However, after considering these matters, Ling Yu still had some concerns in his subconscious. Since you don't want to be the bad guy, then let me do it. Seeing Ling Yu still wavering, Qian Rinxue sighed inwardly and communicated through her thoughts. After speaking, Without waiting for Ling Yu's consent, Qian Rinxue took out a signal flare from her bosom, raised it, and fired it. Bang! The crisp sound of the explosion echoed through the sky, like fireworks bursting, instantly coloring the surrounding clouds in vibrant hues. Watching Qian Rinxue's actions, most of the members of Hao Yian's sect showed expressions of uncertainty, while a small number had already developed an ominous premonition in their hearts. Seeing this, Ling Yu let out a light sigh. At this moment, he finally understood Qian Rinxue's true intention in having the Snake Spear Douluo and to lead dozens of Soul Emperors to follow them secretly. Soon, within less than a minute, Snake Spear Douluo and dozens of Soul Emperor-level powerhouses arrived. Young Master, after Shilong and Xiao Ai arrived, they respectfully bowed to Qian Rinxue. From Hao Yian sect, annihilate them, leave no one behind. After nodding, Qian Rinxue issued a ruthless command. After receiving the order, Shilong and Xiao Ai exchanged glances, and a hint of bloodthirst appeared in their eyes as they looked at the members of Hao Yian's sect in front of them. They would not resist Qian Rinxue's command in the slightest. Moreover, it seemed they hadn't had a chance to flex their muscles for a long time. It appeared that a massacre was about to begin today. Ling Yu and Qian Rinxue soon left, not needing to look back. With 2 titled Douluos and dozens of elite Soul Emperors, there was no possibility of survival for Hao Yian's sect without their top combat power. After all, while the Hao Yian hammer was powerful, the gap between titled Douluos and Soul Douluos was still significant, especially after the sect master and elders of Hao Yian's sect had perished. There was no fighting spirit left among the Soul Masters. What awaited them was a merciless, one-sided slaughter. When Ling Yu and Qian Rinxue returned to the small village, they found that there were no longer any traces of people. Chapter 237. Zhu Zhuqing's engagement. The outcome was already apparent. All the people in this village had been cleansed. Walking along the village path, Ling Yu could even see bloodstains on the ground, and the air seemed to be filled with a bloody stench. It seemed that before receiving Qian Rinxue's signal, Snake Spear Douluo and had already made their move. The people in this village were all affiliated personnel left by Hao Yian's sect over the years, with direct descendants residing in the sect on the mountain. At this moment, Ling Yu turned back and, with his current eyesight, seemed to see a massive blood cloud faintly forming on a mountain peak. Such a brutal slaughter had concentrated intense killing intent and blood energy into a special kind of energy. This time, many people had indeed been killed. Although the only people Ling Yu had personally killed were Tang Xiao and the 5 elders of Hao Yian's sect. 6 people, which didn't sound like a lot. The people in this small village, as well as the many currently being killed within Hao Yian's sect. Ling Yu naturally could not absolve himself of responsibility. After all, he just hadn't acted himself. What are you thinking about? Seeing Ling Yu walking with a furrowed brow, Qian Rinxue asked with concern. It's nothing. Ling Yu snapped out his thoughts, revealing a smile as he gently shook his head. You don't need to feel burdened. When unifying the continent, killing is inevitable. Perhaps sensing Ling Yu's demeanor, Qian Rinxue said with a smile. In her heart, she believed that although Ling Yu was powerful, his mentality was still not mature enough, and he was not decisive enough when facing situations. Ling Yu secretly admired Qian Rinxue's intelligence for quickly seeing through his confusion. This time, he had learned a lot. Recently, the matters concerning the Tian Empire and the upper 3 sects had been resolved, and only the Star Luo Empire remained. As for the other kingdoms, principalities, and sect forces within the Tian Empire, there were minor issues. With even the major forces subdued, those smaller forces would naturally not resist. Following me, we've practically covered the entire Tian Empire. Let's take a day off today. The news of Hao Yian's sect's demise will likely spread across the continent soon. So let this matter ferment slowly. Ling Yu quickly retracted his thoughts and said to Qian Rinxue after some consideration. The remaining Star Luo Empire could be said to be in an isolated and unsupported situation. After all, it was not an exaggeration to say that aside from the Star Luo Empire, the rest of the territories on the continent had already fallen under the influence of the Spirit Hall. Ling Yu's intention to rest for a day was to create invisible pressure on the Star Luo Empire, keeping them in a state of mental tension. After all, as long as the royal family of the Star Luo Empire was not foolish, they would understand that the next target of the Spirit Hall would definitely be them. I'll follow your lead. Qian Rinxue nodded lightly. Hearing Ling Yu's words, there seemed to be a hint of fatigue between her brows. After taking down the Tian Empire, from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, and now to the Hao Yian sect, she and Ling Yu had hardly rested at all. Seeing that Qian Rinxue agreed, Ling Yu hurriedly made his way to Tian City with her. In less than half an hour, the two returned to the Tian Imperial Palace. During these days of traveling, Qian Rinxue had a brief exchange with her agents and learned about the various events that had happened in the Tiandou Empire. Before becoming the new emperor of the Tiandou Empire, Qian Rinxue had always regarded inheriting the throne as her primary goal. After truly becoming the new emperor, especially after discussions with Ling Yu, she realized that her desire for power was no longer as strong. The affairs of an emperor were numerous, and she even encountered some trivial matters that delayed her cultivation, leading Qian Rinxue to feel that her previous life might have been a waste of time. Fortunately, she had now clarified her future life goal, to pursue the ultimate path of cultivation and become the so-called divine being. Not long after that day, Snake speared Douluo and returned with dozens of soul emperors. Although they had been dealt with, it was still difficult to hide the bloody aura that lingered after the slaughter. They had perfectly fulfilled Qian Rinxue's command, leaving no one alive from the Haoyan sect. As for those direct disciples of Haoyan sect who had been overlooked due to being out for procurement and errands, Qian Rinxue had also taken this into account and planned to use the intelligence network of the Spirit Hall to find and eliminate them one by one, leaving no hidden dangers. This demonstrates that Qian Rinxue indeed handled matters neatly and efficiently. The next day, news of Haoyan sect's annihilation rapidly spread across the continent. In no time, many previously wavering forces, both large and small, announced their intention to join the Spirit Hall. There was no choice. They did not want to become the next Haoyan sect. Xiao Yu and their actions are really fast. In the 7 treasure glazed tile sect's discussion hall, Ning Fengji sat in the main seat, expressing his admiration upon hearing this freshly minted hot news from his subordinates. The two sitting in the lower seats, Chen Xian and Gu Rong, nodded slightly. If their 7 treasure glazed tile sect had not established a relationship with Ling Yu long ago, perhaps their outcome would not have been much better than that of Haoyan sect and Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. After resting in the Imperial City for 2 days, Ling Yu woke up from his cultivation and sought out Qian Rinxue. Xiao Shui, only the Star Luo Empire remains. Before we go there, I want to take you to a place. In the hall, Ling Yu sat on the sofa, looking at Qian Rinxue beside him, and smiled as he said, "What place is it?" Qian Rinxue looked at Ling Yu's mysterious expression and asked curiously, "You'll know when you go. Maybe you'll even meet Dong." Ling Yu said with a smile, but he was secretly looking forward to something. This time, when heading to the Star Luo Empire, Ling Yu also planned to conveniently annul the engagement between Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai. Although Zhu Zhuqing didn't say anything, Ling Yu understood that the little cat still had a small knot in her heart. The engagement was like a barrier preventing Ling Yu and Zhu Zhuqing from being together. It wasn't significant, but it was an obstacle that couldn't be ignored. Hearing Ling Yu's latter words, Qian Rinxue's eyes lit up. It had been a long time since she had seen her sister. "Then let's hurry and set off," she said excitedly, reaching out to grab one of Ling Yu's arms and shaking it eagerly. Okay, Ling Yu replied, nodding repeatedly with a smile. Thanks to his intervention, compared to the original story, there was no longer a blood relationship between Bai Dong and Qian Rinxue, and they had become good sisters. Ling Yu felt somewhat pleased with having these 2 good sisters on his side. After resting for 2 days, both Ling Yu and Qian Rinxue had restored their energy to peak condition and set off of the Eye of Ice and Fire. Of course, Qian Rinxue had never been there, so she followed Ling Yu all the way. This time, Ling Yu had also learned to be clever, based on his estimation. Bai Dong should be cultivating at the Eye of Ice and Fire. Before long, they arrived at the foot of the mountain where the Eye of Ice and Fire was located in front of the poison array. Before passing through the poison array, Ling Yu used his devouring power as usual to outline a devouring mark, allowing Qian Rinxue to refine it before letting her step into the poison array. Whether it was the poison array or the fire poison and cold poison within the Eye of Ice and Fire, the impact on a soulmaster's body was significant, and the devouring mark could easily solve this problem. The two jumped down from the edge of the mountain and landed easily inside the Eye of Ice and Fire. Indeed, Bai Dong was cultivating here. Not only Bai Dong, but also Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Wang Xiu'er, Yuxin Ran, and Hulaina were all here cultivating. Although Bai Dong was in cultivation, her perception was the keenest. She slowly opened her beautiful eyes, and upon seeing Ling Yu and Qian Rinxue, she immediately stood up from her spot, her face filled with surprise, and even her soul power fluctuations became somewhat unstable. "Xiao Yu, Xiao Shui, why are you here?" With a graceful step, Bai Dong ran over with a joyful expression, accompanied by a slight sound of wind. "Sister," Qian Rinxue exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Bai Dong, and she swiftly dashed out from beside Ling Yu. Yes, they were both rushing toward each other. In the next moment, Bai Dong and Qian Rinxue embraced each other. Ling Yu also didn't disturb the two. He simply smiled and walked over to sit down beside Xiao Wu and the other girls. Xiao Wu and the others were still quietly cultivating and had not been awakened. It had been a long time since Bai Dong and Qian Rinxue had seen each other, so they naturally had much to talk about. However, the former occasionally glanced at Ling Yu with a mix of shyness and a hint of resentment. This little rascal, now their family had all fallen into Ling Yu's grasp. Xiao Shui, how does Ling Yu treat you? Bai Dong gently brushed Qian Rinxue's golden hair and asked softly. Sister, don't misunderstand. Nothing has happened yet. Qian Rinxue's pretty face immediately turned red as she hurriedly explained. When did my little Xiao Shui start blushing? That's a rare sight, Bai Dong teased. Sister, don't make fun of me. Bai Dong and Qian Rinxue whispered their secrets to each other, and Ling Yu, not deliberately eavesdropping, had no idea what they were saying. He could only see Qian Rinxue's fair face gradually turning crimson, which left him somewhat puzzled. Meanwhile, as Bai Dong and Qian Rinxue conversed, Xiao Wu and the others felt something and gradually woke up. What followed was a warm reunion. Brother, is that golden-haired sister your new friend? Xiao Wu asked curiously while hugging one of Ling Yu's arms. On the other side, Wang Qiu'er, who was holding Ling Yu's other arm, also stared at his face with her pink-blue eyes. She hasn't agreed yet. Ling Yu shook his head and smiled, not denying it. This clever little rabbit was quite sharp. Then Big Brother has to work hard. Wang Qiu'er giggled, having long since been indifferent to Ling Yu finding another sister so quickly. Ling Yu, upon hearing this, gently kissed Wang Qiu'er's forehead. This little girl was really becoming more sensible. Zhu Zhuqing, I plan to go to the Star Luo Empire with Xiao Shui shortly. Come with us, and I'll help you annul your engagement. Looking at the girls surrounding him, Ling Yu enjoyed the warmth while not forgetting one of the purposes of his visit. Zhu Zhuqing was initially stunned when she heard this, and then gratitude showed on her face, her big, expressive eyes seeming to well up with tears. She hadn't expected Ling Yu to have been thinking about this matter all along. She had planned to quietly stay by Ling Yu's side. The engagement was just a piece of paper without much binding power. However, she still had a little knot in her heart. Ling Yu really understood her well. Brother, what is this engagement you're talking about? I don't understand. Wang Qiu'er shook Ling Yu's arm, asking curiously. You little curious cat, it's nothing. When we come back this time, I'll take you all to a better place to cultivate. We'll be together every day then. Ling Yu smiled and rubbed Wang Qiu'er's delicate nose. Really? Big Brother has to keep his word, Wang Qiu'er exclaimed excitedly, shaking Ling Yu's arm. After cultivating at the Eye of Ice and Fire for so long, she was feeling somewhat weary. The main thing was that the prospect of being able to be together every day was what she looked forward to the most. Chapter 238, Before the Imperial City. A palm to crush the mountain, of course it's true. Well, have I ever lied to you? Ling Yu quickly responded, as this little girl was almost shaking his arm off. Upon hearing Ling Yu's affirmative answer, Wang Qiu'er smiled brightly. The other girls also felt a light joy in their hearts. While chatting and laughing, Ling Yu's gaze inadvertently fell on the two-colored spring water of the Eye of Ice and Fire, where special steam was continuously rising upwards. The Eye of Ice and Fire was originally formed from the corpse of the Ice-Fire Dragon King, with an enormous amount of divine power, along with the surrounding environment evolving, which allowed it to rank among the 3 great treasure troves, nurturing natural springs and many celestial herbs. The 9 children of the dragon god all possessed strength comparable to peak-level first-tier gods, considered invincible under the God King, even in death. Their corpses still contained immense divine power and energy. Therefore, in a short time, even while nurturing the 7 people, including Bai Dong, there would be no signs of energy depletion. The formation of any natural environment is never by chance, for the Eye of Ice and Fire. Without the vast divine power from the Ice-Fire Dragon King's corpse as a foundation, it would undoubtedly be a fantasy to form such a natural environment. However, soon Ling Yu would take Xiao Wu and the others to another place to cultivate. After chatting with the other girls for a while, Ling Yu called Qian Rinxue and Zhu Zhuqing to his side. You look so busy every day like a big shot, Bibi Dong teased when she heard Ling Yu was about to leave shortly after arriving. Indeed, my dear Pope, who is as free as you are, Ling Yu replied, looking at Bibi Dong's fair cheeks, teasing her in return. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's face turned slightly red, and she shot Ling Yu a glare. She understood his implication, mocking her for neglecting the affairs of the Spirit Hall while focusing solely on her own cultivation. Seeing Bibi Dong at a disadvantage in front of Ling Yu, Qian Rinxue showed a look of interest. What kind of charm did this guy possess that could make so many extraordinary women fall for him? Even she herself. Be careful. Bibi Dong reminded with concern after hearing Ling Yu's purpose for this trip. After all, he would be facing an entire empire. She didn't express any intention to accompany him, as she had great confidence in Ling Yu's strength. This confidence was not blind faith, but a conclusion drawn from experiences. Rest assured, we'll be back soon. Ling Yu smiled slightly and gently stroked Bibi Dong's face. After taking one last look at the girls, Ling Yu held Qian Rinchue's hand with his left and Zhu Zhuqing's hand with his right, and the three of them flew out of the ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye. Inside the ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye, the girls watched as the three figures vanished, remaining silent for a long time. This journey would be quite far, nearly crossing more than half of the Douluo Continent. Tiandou City was vaguely located at the center of the Tiandou Empire, while Xingluo Imperial City would naturally not be situated at the borders of the Xingluo Empire. The distance between the two imperial cities was considerable. Thus, Ling Yu personally used his spiritual power to take Qian Rinxue and Zhu Zhuqing on the journey. Ling Yu flew faster and higher, the thin white clouds continuously brushing past the three of them. Zhu Zhuqing had never experienced such high-speed flight before and felt a sense of novelty, her lively, big eyes hesitant to look down as her heart raced. Even at Ling Yu's speed, it took nearly half an hour to reach the vicinity of their destination. He gradually slowed down, holding the hands of the two girls as if walking in the air. Taking advantage of this buffer time, Ling Yu secretly activated the devouring ancestral symbol and the great heaven unification technique to recover his consumed spiritual power. Both girls keenly sensed the extremely unusual flow of heavenly energy around them, their gazes instinctively focusing on Ling Yu. The environment of the Xingluo Empire was vastly different from that of the Tiandou Empire. If the Tiandou Empire was mostly plains and hills, then the Xingluo Empire was situated in a plateau area. Throughout the journey, Ling Yu maintained a consistent altitude, and gradually, as time passed, the two girls could even see some peaks piercing the clouds. The temperature around the high peaks dropped sharply, and one could see the white snow on the surface of the mountains. Of course, some peaks were taller than Ling Yu's flying altitude, and he chose to fly around those selectively. In less than a minute, Ling Yu had fully recovered the spiritual power consumed during high-speed flight. With his breath back to its peak, Ling Yu held the two girls and maintained a steady flight, while also slowly descending. In the distance, a majestic and imposing imperial city gradually became visible. Zhu Zhuqing, now possessing considerable strength, felt a surge of emotions upon seeing the scene ahead. It's been a long time since I've been back. Her watery eyes gazed ahead, her gaze slightly frozen as she murmured softly. Seeing the familiar yet strange scene in front of her stirred memories deep within Zhu Zhuqing's heart, flooding her mind like a tide. It had been several years since she left Xingluo Imperial City and the Zhu family. She originally thought that following Ling Yu, she would never return. There were too many unpleasant memories here. The Zhu family, a cold and unfeeling clan, made her feel a sense of repulsion. Fortunately, her childhood memories were not solely filled with cultivation and slaughter. Her mother and second sister had doted on her. But that was about it. In addition to using his spiritual power to travel and observe the surroundings, Ling Yu naturally did not overlook the situation of Qian Rinxue and Zhu Zhuqing. Slightly turning his head, noticing Zhu Zhuqing's dazed expression, Ling Yu felt a stir in his heart. Zhuqing, don't worry, I'm here for everything. Triggered by the scenery, Ling Yu could roughly guess what Zhu Zhuqing was thinking, and he smiled warmly, speaking softly. This time in the Xingluo Empire, aside from completing the final step of unifying the continent, Ling Yu also aimed to annul Zhu Zhuqing's engagement. He wanted to see who dared to bully Zhu Zhuqing. His woman could only be bullied by him. Zhu Zhuqing heard the gentle words beside her and immediately snapped out of her memories, tilting her head slightly before nodding and smiling gently. Finally, the city ahead gradually enlarged, and Ling Yu stopped in midair with the two girls a few hundred meters from the imperial city. The towering city walls, over 100 meters high, were all built of hard granite. On top of the walls, soldiers holding long spears could be seen guarding the city. What puzzled Ling Yu was that the city gates of Xingluo Imperial City were tightly closed. This was quite incomprehensible for a central hub city. Any city would have some degree of trade and commerce with other places. The closed gates clearly indicated something unusual. However, Ling Yu's confusion was quickly resolved. A soldier on the city wall seemed to spot Ling Yu and the two girls in the distance. He immediately took out a horn from his side and blew it. The long sound of the horn suddenly shattered the silence, and many soldiers surged out from the city walls, some holding long spears and others wielding bows and arrows, all gazing intently at Ling Yu and the two girls in the distance. At this moment, the tightly closed city gates slowly opened amidst the clamor. Following that, a large number of figures poured out from the city gates, all of them armored cavalry. Kill! The resounding battle cries, mixed with the neighing of warhorses, created an overwhelming pressure that rushed towards them amidst the swirling dust. Seeing this, Ling Yu understood. After the destruction of the Haotian sect, events rapidly escalated over the next 2 days, and the Xinghua Empire immediately entered a state of preparedness for war, prohibiting all civilians from entering or exiting the imperial city. The large number of cavalry that poured out arranged themselves into a square formation in front of the imperial city, and the number seemed to be in the thousands. For an empire, this number might seem small, but when considering the restriction of mid-level soul masters, it was certainly not insignificant. Indeed, these thousands of cavalry were all soul masters above level 30. In the center of the formation, the crowd suddenly parted to make way for a middle-aged man riding a warhorse and holding a bright silver spear. This was the commander of the Xinghua cavalry, Dai Tianlin, an 85th level soul Douluo expert. Meanwhile, on top of the city wall, dozens of powerful soul masters appeared, surrounding a middle-aged man in a dragon robe. Standing in the center of the wall, this spectacle left Ling Yu slightly stunned from afar. He never expected that even the Star Luo Emperor would personally make an appearance today. The Star Luo Emperor, named Dai Feng, is the father of Dai Mubai and Dai Wuji, the true ruler of the Star Luo Empire, and also a powerhouse at the Soul Douluo level. It is somewhat regrettable that the Star Luo Empire does not have a titled Douluo level worshipper. Just right. Saves me the trouble of looking for them one by one. Ling Yu quickly reacted and then shook his head with a smile. Xiao Xue, Zhu Zhuqing. You two wait for me here. I'll be back soon. Looking at the two beauties beside him, Ling Yu said gently. Surprisingly, Qian Xue and Zhu Zhuqing both nodded obediently in unison. They could tell that the situation ahead was unusual, but due to their confidence in Ling Yu, they were not worried, especially Qian Xue, who completely let go of Ling Yu to handle things. Quite a show. Ling Yu instantly flew to a spot about 100 meters from the imperial city and looked at Dai Feng with a light smile. Before coming, Ling Yu had learned from the intelligence controlled by Qian Xue about the emperor of the Star Luo Empire and other brief information. Upon seeing Ling Yu suddenly approach, everyone on the city wall, including Emperor Dai Feng, felt a sense of shock and prepared themselves. This Ling Yu has such a strange ability. In recent days, Ling Yu's name has become famous across the continent. This is not without reason. The things Ling Yu has done during this time are too astonishing. Dai Feng did not respond, only staring intently at Ling Yu's figure standing in the void, emitting a faint ripple of soul power. Dai Feng, not speaking is useless. I believe you understand the purpose of my visit today. Star Luo Empire, will it submit or be destroyed? As soon as the words fell, an immense pressure suddenly radiated from Ling Yu's body. In an instant, everyone present, including those on the city wall and in front of the city gate, felt a terrifying pressure, as if they were facing a deity transcending all beings. The neighing of warhorses echoed, and under that invisible, terrifying pressure, many low-level soul masters involuntarily let out pained cries, while high-level soul masters like Dai Feng struggled to endure. The rumors are true. Dai Feng felt the terrifying pressure and his heart sank. Despite the Star Luo Empire putting on such a grand display, as if preparing for a fight to the death. In reality, this was all part of Dai Feng's arrangement. As the ruler of a nation, he had to consider many things. From the news coming from the Tiando Empire, Ling Yu was like a god of death. It seemed no one could stop his advance. The emergence of such an exceptional figure from a spirit hall was practically a doomsday for those like him. He couldn't imagine the scene if Ling Yu came to the Star Luo Empire's imperial city and carried out a massacre. Ultimately, he couldn't bring himself to disregard the lives of himself and millions of citizens under his rule to confront Ling Yu, the demon god, all for the sake of so-called dignity and pride. He would absolutely not retreat unless there was a hope of victory. Thus, there was the current scene before the imperial city, putting on a show of being ready to fight to the death, at least to maintain appearances. In reality, Dai Feng was primarily worried about his own life, fearing that Ling Yu would make an example of him. Our Star Luo Empire has 1 million strong troops. We will never submit to the Spirit Hall's tyranny. While resisting the pressure, Dai Feng raised his head to look at Ling Yu ahead and spoke coldly. However, that manner seemed somewhat blusterous. Good, very good. Ling Yu let out a cold laugh. He didn't know what thoughts were running through Dai Feng's mind. If the other party were to simply submit, he would find it abnormal. While speaking, Ling Yu casually scanned his surroundings. The Star Luo Imperial City was situated in a basin among the mountains, and this basin probably showed signs of human expansion. Looking at a high mountain to the west of the imperial city, Ling Yu pondered for a moment and made up his mind. As the people on the city wall watched Ling Yu's actions, they all appeared tense, fearing that they would suffer Ling Yu's thunderous strike at any moment. With a whoosh, Ling Yu flew to the front of that high mountain. The entire peak stood over 1,000 meters tall, and this mountain, located on a plateau, was draped with a thin layer of white snow. Wind, thunder, palm. Ling Yu murmured softly in his heart, raising his right hand, and boundless spiritual power instantly connected with the heavens and earth. Suddenly, the entire world underwent astonishing changes. The azure sky was shrouded in darkness, and in that darkening sky, the flowing clouds rolled like waves. Vaguely, an extremely large, swirling cloud vortex began to form. The energies of heaven and earth surged wildly, transforming into magnificent rivers of energy that flowed rapidly around Ling Yu, a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Wind. Ling Yu snapped his fingers, and as if his words were law, a fierce wind suddenly arose, with tornadoes connecting heaven and earth rapidly condensing into form, standing silently around Ling Yu like subjects. The skies filled with tornadoes swept across the land, and in an instant, the area outside the imperial city was filled with flying sand and stones. Thunder. Another sound rang out. With a thunderous boom, lightning surged in the depths of the void, and an extremely thick silver thunderbolt crashed down, precisely striking one of the azure tornadoes. Strangely, the two different elemental powers did not repel each other. The lightning transformed into countless electric snakes that spread across the surface of the azure tornado. As the first bolt of lightning fell, a series of thunderous roars followed, as bolts of lightning akin to divine punishment continually struck down upon the myriad tornadoes in the sky. The brilliant lightning illuminated the entire dark world. Power of wind and thunder condense. After summoning the powers of wind and thunder, Ling Yu suddenly clenched his right hand. As he did so, everyone was horrified to see that the vast azure tornado in the sky was being squeezed into a ball by an invisible force in a giant hand. Over 100 feet in size and of silver and azure colors, appeared in the void. This silver azure giant hand, combining the elements of thunder, wind, and Ling Yu's powerful spiritual power at the level of a heaven symbol master, was immensely terrifying. Gathering the three powerful forces, the silver azure giant hand extended in the direction Ling Yu pointed, containing boundless energy, and the space emitted waves of sorrowful wails, as if the entire world was trembling silently beneath the giant hand. Ultimately, Ling Yu slammed the giant hand down onto the high mountain, and with a thunderous boom, the gigantic silver azure hand, carrying an overwhelming force, crashed down onto the mountain. When the silver azure giant hand struck the mountainside, it produced a deafening roar, and a wave of terrifying energy rippled through the heavens and earth. The nearly 1,000-meter-tall mountain collapsed with the tremors of the earth, causing an unprecedented earthquake to occur. On the city wall of the imperial city, Dai Feng and the others were already dumbfounded by such a shocking scene, all of them staring blankly at the scene of the mountain collapsing and the earth splitting. As for the thousands of cavalry in front of the imperial city, they had long retreated back into the city. Despite the great distance, they were still frightened by such a spectacle. Could this really be an attack achievable by human power? This so-called wind thunder palm was a rather formidable spiritual secret technique. Since Ling Yu's spiritual power broke through to the heaven symbol master level, it was the first time he had displayed it. The power of the celestial symbol master is indeed formidable, able to communicate with and draw upon the forces of heaven and earth. Chapter 239, Daily Life 0. 1. The power of heaven and earth is vast. Ling Yu only provoked a small portion of it. The 1,000-meter-high mountain collapsed in an instant, and the entire ground trembled violently, sending a visible cloud of massive dust swirling outwards like a sandstorm. Such a drastic change contained an incredibly powerful natural force. If there had been houses nearby, they would have been instantly reduced to dust. It is hard to imagine that human power could reach such a level comparable to a natural disaster. On the walls of the imperial city, some soldiers were so frightened by this apocalyptic scene that their legs trembled and they unconsciously dropped their weapons. Even the high-ranking soul masters, including Emperor Xingluo Dai Feng, did not appear much better. The mountain collapse and earthquake lasted a full minute, and when the dust settled, the crowd turned their dazed gazes towards the center of the quake, only to see a nearly 1,000-foot-wide circular pit surrounded by piles of rubble. Gasps of astonishment rose one after another. Such a single palm's power was indeed terrifying. A few hundred meters outside the imperial city, for splendid golden wings behind Qian Rinxue vibrated at a strange frequency. Her right hand was holding the temporarily grounded Zhu Zhuqing as the two women stood in midair. Qian Rinxue was fine. Having walked alongside Ling Yu through many places, she already had a clear understanding of his strength. Thus, she did not show much surprise at Ling Yu's ability to crush a mountain with a single palm. In contrast, Zhu Zhuqing was left speechless, shocked by Ling Yu's terrifying strength. She had always felt that Ling Yu was indeed very strong, but never expected him to be this powerful. Not far from the giant pit, Ling Yu quietly looked at the destruction he had caused, nodding in satisfaction. The previous Thunderpalm had consumed nearly 10% of his mental power. Then, with a thought, Ling Yu made a loud bang, and his figure instantly appeared several thousand meters away, reappearing in front of the imperial city in a ghostly manner with a few flashes. Upon seeing Ling Yu approach, Dai Feng and the others on the city wall instinctively took a step back. In the silence, the sound of swallowed saliva could be heard. Dai Feng, have you thought it through? The lives of the citizens in the imperial city are in your hands. Ling Yu stood with his hands behind his back, a faint smile on his face. This time, Ling Yu's voice spread throughout the entire imperial city through his powerful mental force. Upon hearing Ling Yu's voice, Dai Feng could only feel an endless chill. Within the imperial city, many walking citizens stopped in their tracks, turning to look towards the city gate, their faces filled with uncertainty. They might not have understood what had happened, but they had truly felt the recent earthquake and that godlike voice. Panic, the unknown, and fear spread among the crowd. Sigh, my Xingluo Empire is willing to submit. After several seconds, Dai Feng finally gave up resistance under a series of complex emotions. It was finally over. He had played his part too hard. This was Dai Feng's inner voice. From the beginning, he had intended to submit to the Spirit Hall. He just hadn't found a good opportunity. Just now, Ling Yu used the lives of the entire city's citizens as a threat, allowing him to shed all his burdens in one go. Hearing Dai Feng's response, the smile on Ling Yu's face grew richer. Unless necessary, he did not want to shed blood. The subsequent process was quite simple. Dai Feng personally invited Ling Yu, Qian Rinxue, and Zhu Zhuqing to hold a grand banquet in the imperial palace. During the banquet, Dai Feng had his subordinates issue a proclamation announcing that all citizens of the Xingluo Empire had submitted to the Spirit Hall. This proclamation naturally stirred up a huge uproar among the people of the Xingluo Empire. However, for the onlookers who felt little sense of existence or participation, it was just a change of masters. Life would go on as usual, perhaps under the rule of the Spirit Hall. It would even get better. At the banquet, Ling Yu proposed to dissolve Zhu Zhuqing's engagement, and Dai Feng readily agreed. In his heart, he felt no resentment. Instead, he was quite pleased. A good daughter like Zhu Zhuqing becoming the woman of a powerful figure like Ling Yu was certainly something to be happy about. Unfortunately, many of his other daughters did not have such good fortune. The Zhu family. When Ling Yu, Qian Rinxue, and Zhu Zhuqing arrived there, they received a warm welcome. Zhu Zhuqing's father, Zhu Tian, and mother, Dai Xinro, were both very happy. Zhu Tian was a soul Douluo powerhouse with the martial soul of a nether cat, and Dai Xinro was also a soul Douluo with the martial soul of a white tiger. The royal family of the Xingluo Empire, the Dai family, and the Zhu family had always adhered to the tradition of marriage due to the bond of martial soul fusion skills. Upon learning of Ling Yu and Zhu Zhuqing's relationship, Zhu Tian, using his authority as the family head, personally arranged their engagement. Thus, Ling Yu's two tasks in the Xingluo Empire were perfectly resolved. That night, in Zhu Zhuqing's room, in front of the dressing table, Zhu Zhuqing quietly looked at herself in the mirror, a faint smile gracing her delicate face. At that moment, her beautiful long black hair was casually draped behind her, looking exceptionally stunning. Qian Rinxue had been arranged to stay in the room next to Zhu Zhuqing. Ling Yu quietly approached Zhu Zhuqing from behind, admiring her graceful figure with a slight smile. Zhuqing, you look beautiful. Exhaling a puff of white breath, Ling Yu gently placed his hands on Zhu Zhuqing's fragrant shoulders and spoke. Upon hearing this, a blush immediately spread across Zhu Zhuqing's fair face. In the next moment, she stood up from her chair and turned to embrace Ling Yu. Ling Yu, thank you, Zhu Zhuqing said softly, her eyes seemingly glistening with tears. With Ling Yu's help, she was now not only free but also rightfully engaged to him. A sense of happiness enveloped her heart. Ling Yu merely smiled, gently patting Zhu Zhuqing's delicate back. feeling the genuine emotions and tenderness of this little cat. The next day, Ling Yu and Zhu Zhuqing strolled through the streets of the Xingluo Imperial City, with Qian Renxue walking on Ling Yu's other side. However, Ling Yu felt somewhat puzzled by the resentful look Qian Renxue was giving him. The trio's striking appearances also caused quite a stir among the crowd on the street. "Get out of the way, damn lowly peasants. Are you seeking death?" As the three walked slowly down the street, an extremely discordant voice suddenly rang out ahead. "It's Li Hu, the only son of the Li family. Let's get out of here. What bad luck, running into this bully." "Shu, keep your voice down. His father Li Gang is a Soul Emperor-level powerhouse. The Li family is not to be trifled with in the Imperial City." Hearing these voices from the crowd, Ling Yu, Qian Renxue, and Zhu Zhuqing frowned. They saw a young man dressed extravagantly, riding a tall horse, galloping down the street. He wielded a peculiar whip, recklessly swinging it at the unsuspecting citizens. Ahead, a little girl with delicate features was standing blindly in the middle of the street, holding a lollipop. Upon seeing this, Li Hu not only did not stop, but also wore a sickly, cruel smile on his face. As the little girl was about to be crushed under the hooves of the horse, people even closed their eyes. "Daughter," on the side of the street, a middle-aged woman with a panicked expression was looking for something. When she saw the little girl, before she could feel happy, she witnessed this thrilling scene. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing made her move. Her figure instantly disappeared from the spot, transforming into a shadow, and in an instant, she had carried the little girl away from under the horse. "Huh, damn it, what the hell?" The horse continued to run, and Li Hui, who was riding it, cursed softly. Just now, it seemed he had seen a shadow, and then that little brat had vanished. Looking around, Li Hui couldn't find any clues, shook his head, and rode off into the distance. In the middle of the street, black lights surged, and Zhu Zhuqing appeared with the little girl at the spot where the girl had originally stood. "Sister, you're so pretty." The little girl stared blankly, her big eyes looking at Zhu Zhuqing's cheek, her little mouth emitting a crisp and charming lowly voice. Zhu Zhuqing smiled softly and gently set the little girl down. At this moment, the middle-aged woman ran over, looking left and right. After seeing that the little girl was unharmed, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Miss, thank you for saving my daughter. You are truly beautiful and kind-hearted." The middle-aged woman held one of the little girl's small hands and gratefully said to Zhu Zhuqing, "It's what I should do. All right, next time remember to hold your daughter's hand tightly and not let her run around," Zhu Zhuqing said with a light smile. Shaking her head, "Yes, yes, yes," the middle-aged woman nodded repeatedly and then led the little girl away. Zhu Zhuqing's actions also won the applause of many passers-by. Not far away, Ling Yu and Qian Renxue exchanged glances, both revealing a smile. It seems some pests need to be dealt with. Zhu Zhuqing walked in front of Ling Yu and Qian Renxue, her voice containing a hint of coldness. Chapter 240. Meeting Qian Douluo. Hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words, Ling Yu and Qian Renxue merely nodded slightly. Since they had encountered this street bully oppressing the common people, they naturally couldn't ignore it and decided to take care of it easily. However, both understood that similar matters could not be dealt with endlessly, so they wouldn't naively act as cleaners, washing away the so-called evils of the world in the name of justice. With Zhu Zhuqing's current status in the Zhu family, a single order could perfectly resolve this matter. The Li family, where Li Gang belonged, was merely a second-rate family, and when faced with someone from the second family of the Xingluo Empire, the Zhu family, they could only greet them with smiles and promises to strictly discipline their descendants in the future. As a result, Li Hui was punished with 3 years of confinement. This minor incident was just a small episode that happened that day. After staying in the Zhu family for another 2 days, Ling Yu and Qian Renxue discussed and prepared to return to the Tiando Empire. In the Zhu family's reception hall, 2 figures sat at the main seat: Zhu Tian, the head of the Zhu family, and his wife, Dai Xinro. Sitting at the lower seats were Ling Yu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Qian Renxue in order. Originally, Zhu Tian wanted to invite Ling Yu to sit in the main seat, but Ling Yu declined. After all, Zhu Tian was Zhu Zhuqing's biological father and also his father-in-law, so Ling Yu still knew a bit about etiquette. Objectively speaking, Zhu Tian's approach of letting his daughters fight amongst themselves while appearing cold-blooded undeniably selected heirs with high personal qualities through this method. It was just that the onlookers felt it was unfair. "Zhuqing, come here," said Dai Xinro. Her appearance was 6 or 7 points similar to Zhu Zhuqing's, with a voluptuous figure. Perhaps due to excellent upkeep, she looked far from old. Dai Xinro showed a kind smile and waved to Zhu Zhuqing. After glancing at Ling Yu, Zhu Zhuqing gently nodded and walked over to Dai Xinro. "Aren't you planning to stay at home a few more days?" Dai Shinro gently brushed her delicate face with her hand and asked softly. No. Zhu Zhuqing replied after a moment of silence, shaking her head with a smile. In the Zhu family, apart from her mother and second sister, it seemed she had no other attachments. Upon hearing this, Dai Shinro slightly parted her lips and let out a soft sigh. At this moment, her gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing contained both pain and reluctance. Her little daughter's childhood had been too hard compared to other ordinary girls. Now that she had found her true love, she should be at ease. Xiao Yu, I entrust Zhuqing to you. You must treat her well, understand? Dai Shinro said, while holding Zhu Zhuqing's hand and looking at Ling Yu, giving her advice. At this moment, she was completely speaking to Ling Yu from a mother's perspective. She thought it was very normal for Ling Yu to have several girlfriends. In Douluo Continent, it was common for powerful soul masters to have multiple wives. Mother-in-law, I will... Ling Yu nodded with a smile. Even if Dai Shinro hadn't said so, he would still do it. After that, Dai Shinro turned to Zhu Tian and kicked him lightly with her leg. Zhu Tian was slightly stunned, but quickly understood when he saw Dai Shinro giving him a signal. Zhuqing, your father hasn't taken care of you much over the years. I hope you won't blame me. As the head of the family, I am also quite helpless. Zhu Tian, being quite astute, quickly expressed his apologies. I understand. Zhu Zhuqing replied lightly to her father's apology. Now she was no longer a child and naturally understood that her father had his difficulties. However, it was still somewhat difficult for her to completely let go in a short time. After staying in the reception hall for half an hour, Zhu Tian and Dai Shinro sent off Ling Yu and the others. In the Zhu family's garden, Ling Yu held Zhu Zhuqing and Qian Rinchue's hands and flew into the sky. On the ground, Dai Shinro gazed in the direction where the three had disappeared for a long time without saying a word, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. When Ling Yu and the others flew out of the Zhu family estate, many people in the imperial city looked up and gasped in surprise. In the sky, Ling Yu hurriedly traveled at full speed with his spiritual power, shielding Qian Rinchue and Zhu Zhuqing from the fierce wind. Since they had been there once, the return trip was much quicker. In less than half an hour, Ling Yu brought the two women back to the ice and fire in Xiao Ai. Here, the girls who had been apart for 3 days reunited with Ling Yu again. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong curiously pulled Zhu Zhuqing to ask this and that, chattering nonstop. Ling Yu shook his head and smiled, then sat down to recover his depleted spiritual power. In less than 5 minutes, Ling Yu restored his spiritual power to its peak state, showcasing the remarkable power of the Great Heaven Unification skill, which was a supreme auxiliary martial arts. Standing up and opening his eyes, Ling Yu looked at the surrounding girls, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Donger. Ling Yu walked to Bai Dong's side and took her jade hand. What's wrong? Bai Dong looked at Ling Yu tenderly, a smile on her pretty face. With her other hand, she held Qian Rinchue's hand. Let's go back to Wuyin City. Now that the two major empires and many large and small forces have all joined the Wuyin Hall, it's time to organize and sort things out. That requires you to return and oversee the situation. Ling Yu expressed his thoughts. All right, I'll listen to you. Bibi Dong nodded obediently. After being a hands-off leader for so many days, she really should return to participate in such important matters. The other girls cheered upon hearing the news. Although the Eye of Ice and Fire was beautiful, they were somewhat aesthetically fatigued. After saying that, Ling Yu didn't linger and summoned his Qinglong martial spirit. Fifth soul skill, Qinglin Wanhua. Green lights surged, accompanied by a clear dragon roar, as a giant green dragon perfectly merged with Ling Yu's fifth soul ring. The dragon's body exploded, transforming into a spherical green barrier, within which countless green dragon scales instantly reorganized and condensed into a shining green longsword, a faint pressure emanating from it. Big. Ling Yu snapped his fingers, and the green longsword instantly grew larger, reaching 10 meters in size. This fifth soul skill not only allowed him to transform his martial spirit into a weapon, but also to change its size at will. The massive green sword hovered in midair, faintly emitting low dragon roars. Come on, my Pope. Ling Yu performed a gentlemanly gesture, extending a hand to Bibi Dong. Seeing this unusual scene, Bibi Dong smiled lightly and placed her hand in Ling Yu's palm. Ling Yu led Bibi Dong to a position near the tip of the green giant sword, while his other hand held onto Qian Rinchue. Wow, brother is so amazing. Wang Xiaoer was shocked by Ling Yu's abilities, her big eyes blinking in admiration, eagerly jumping onto the green giant sword. Following her, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Yu Sinan, and Hulaina also stood on the giant sword with curiosity. 9 people stood on the giant sword without falling, thanks to Ling Yu's enhancement of spiritual power. Transforming the martial spirit into a sword and controlling it with spiritual power was indeed quite impressive. Hold on tight. Ling Yu turned back to remind them with a grin. And then the green giant sword shot out like a rocket. The green giant sword sliced through the air, leaving a long white line between the white flowing clouds in the sky. The girls were initially a bit unsteady, almost falling off the giant sword, but soon they were able to stand steadily on it. Among them, even the relatively weaker Yusinan had a soul power of level 57, making it easy for her to manage this. The speed of their travel was extremely fast, and when they reached the square in front of the Pope's palace, they almost caused a misunderstanding. However, upon seeing Ling Yu, Bibi Dong, and Qian Rinxue at the front of the giant sword, the soldiers of the Spirit Hall all knelt down. It turned out to be His Holiness the Pope. The soldiers felt relieved. After returning to the Pope's palace, Ling Yu planned to meet Qian Douluo, which was crucial for his upcoming plans. Chapter 241. The historic battle. Bibi Dong returned to Wuyin City and held a large meeting at the Pope's palace. The main topic of the meeting was how to integrate the various powers on the continent that had announced their allegiance. Following that, a series of targeted actions quietly unfolded. A few days later, with the silent waves calming down, the first unified empire on the Douluo Continent, the Wuyin Empire, was established. While Bibi Dong coordinated the continental forces, Ling Yu took Qian Rinxue to the Elder Hall. The Elder Hall was unguarded. It was an absolute fortress within the Spirit Hall. As they walked, Qian Rinxue tightly clasped her jade-like hands, feeling a bit anxious. Finally, she was going to meet her grandfather with this bad guy. The heavy doors of the hall slowly opened, sunlight streaming in and elongating the shadows of Ling Yu and Qian Rinxue on the floor. The two entered the hall, and at the far end, a figure in a gray robe stood quietly beneath the angel statue, hands clasped behind his back. Xiao Xue, you're back. At this moment, the gray-robed figure turned around. He appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, handsome with a faint smile on his face. Although he did not emit any aura, he seemed to subtly blend with the surrounding void. This gray-robed man was the true leader of the Elder Hall, Qian Rinxue's grandfather, the unparalleled title Dao Qian Dalu. Qian Douluo's gaze was calm as it focused on Qian Rinxue. With a single step, he appeared before her. Grandpa! A smile appeared on Qian Rinxue's delicate face. Looking like a little girl, it was clear that she was very happy. Greetings, great offering. Ling Yu cupped his hands and gave a slight bow. Although he was now an elder, he still had to show respect to this behind-the-scenes big shot. You must be Ling Yu. You've done well during this time. Qian Douluo turned his head towards Ling Yu, a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Although he was behind the scenes, he was aware of the recent events on the continent. Ling Yu had single-handedly suppressed the Blue Lightning Overlord sect and the Haotian sect, even the Star Luo Empire. Such achievements shocked even him. The Spirit Hall had produced an unparalleled genius. This is my duty, Ling Yu replied calmly with a faint smile. Xiao Xue, I've heard about your matters with him. Once you become a god, we will hold a wedding. Qian Douluo nodded slightly, glancing at the two with bright eyes. His greatest wish with the unification of the continent was to see Qian Rinxue ascend to godhood. As for Ling Yu, he had no doubt that the other could become a god. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue lowered her head, a blush gradually spreading across her delicate face. Ling Yu was also very pleased. After all, he had gained the recognition of Qian Rinxue's guardian. Grandpa, what do you mean by becoming a god? After a moment, Qian Rinxue raised her slightly flushed face and asked softly, Xiao Xue, you are the most outstanding genius of our angel clan. Following the will of the angel god, I plan to open the 9 trials of angels for you. Qian Douluo patiently explained. Upon hearing Qian Douluo's words, Qian Rinxue's beautiful eyes widened slightly. She was not unfamiliar with the legends of the angel god and the 9 trials of angels. Then, she nodded. She had confidence in herself. Meanwhile, Ling Yu's expression slightly changed. Qian Douluo's lifelong wish was to see Qian Rinxue become a god, which he knew. The inheritance of a divine position was an opportunity that ordinary people could not even dream of. To open the divine position inheritance, both talent and traces of the divine were indispensable. Without sufficient talent, the divine being would not even glance at you. However, to Ling Yu, a divine position was just that much. The divine position was an opportunity for soul masters, but it also imposed great limitations. A soul master who inherited a divine position would find it difficult to surpass the previous generation of divine beings in strength. In other words, inheriting a first-level divine position would mean that one's future strength could at most reach that of a first-level god. The divine position is the crystallization of the power of the rules of heaven and earth, and the level division is exceptionally strict. No matter how much one cultivates, the divine position of a first-level god cannot break through to the level of a god king. In the original text, Tang San was able to cultivate the sea god position to the rank of god king entirely due to the Xian Tian Gong and the protagonist's halo. Otherwise, why was Poseidon unable to elevate the sea god position further during such a long time after becoming the sea god? Therefore, Ling Yu was so reluctant for Qian Rinxue to inherit the divine position. He has the inheritance of the myriad realms, so naturally there are better choices. Once the divine position is merged, it will be very difficult to separate it without damage in the future. Great offering, I have a better choice for Xiao Xue's future cultivation. At this moment, Ling Yu said to Qian Douluo, "Do you know how powerful a deity is?" Qian Douluo frowned and looked at Ling Yu, asking in a deep voice. He only regarded the other party as a young genius, proud and arrogant, not taking his grand words to heart. A path better than inheriting the divine position? Qian Douluo secretly shook his head. Deities are just that, Ling Yu said lightly. In the next moment, Qian Douluo narrowed his eyes, and a tremendous pressure suddenly erupted from him, instantly descending upon Ling Yu. Crack, crack, crack. Ling Yu felt a weight under his feet, and cracks appeared on the ground beneath him. His expression tightened as he secretly urged the devouring ancestral talisman, and suddenly, black holes appeared all over his body, dissipating the pressure that surged in from all directions. The strength of the peerless Douluo was indeed powerful. It not only perfectly avoided Qian Rinxue, but focused on Ling Yu alone, turning the invisible pressure into a heavy hammer, causing the ground beneath Ling Yu's feet to be unable to withstand it. Qian Rinxue became a bit anxious. She never expected Ling Yu would confront her grandfather. Qian Douluo looked at the black holes that emerged on Ling Yu's body, feeling secretly shocked. He could clearly sense that most of the soul power pressure he released was mysteriously devoured. Great offering. If I can defeat you, can you listen to me? Ling Yu did not retreat, saying. He understood that to have a say, he still had to rely on strength. Are you sure? Qian Douluo asked in a deep voice. He actually had only a vague understanding of Ling Yu's true combat power. Ling Yu said nothing and just stared at Qian Douluo. All right. Qian Douluo laughed heartily. After so many years, apart from Tang Qian and that one from the sea, he hadn't encountered an opponent for a long time. After saying this, Qian Douluo withdrew his soul power pressure, then slowly turned around and waved his hand. Ling Yu. Qian Rinxue anxiously held Ling Yu's hand, looking at Qian Douluo's back. Wanted to say something more, but ultimately did not speak. Can Ling Yu really match grandfather? Although she knew Ling Yu was very strong in Qian Rinxue's heart, her grandfather was the strongest in the world. Ling Yu and Qian Rinxue walked out of the Elder Hall, while Qian Douluo looked at the angel statue ahead, not knowing what he was thinking. Not long after the establishment of the Spirit Hall Empire, a sensational piece of news spread. The grand offering of the Elder Hall would fight against Elder Ling Yu in the void. This news immediately stirred up a great uproar in the Spirit City. The grand offering had always been regarded as a spiritual pillar by the soul masters of the Spirit Hall, while the newly promoted Elder Ling Yu was also quite famous on the continent. The battle between the two would surely be recorded in the annals of the Spirit Hall. On that day, many elders of the Spirit Hall, as well as offerings that were usually not seen, gathered in the square in front of the Pope Hall. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong and several other women were positioned at the center of the crowd. The gazes of many titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall were focused on the high sky. 5,000 meters high, Ling Yu and Qian Douluo stood a kilometer apart, facing each other. The flowing clouds here were already very thin, yet the mist still lingered. Ling Yu instantly urged the great sun thunder body, his body turning into a white jade color, with silver thunderbolts coursing over him, a tremendous power erupting outward. His figure flashed out from the spot, and with a boom, the air beneath his feet exploded, and he hurled a punch at Qian Douluo. The void echoed, and the space twisted, making one dizzy. Qian Douluo's eyes moved. He could feel the terrifying power contained in Ling Yu's thunder punch. But his expression did not change at all. He suddenly thrust his palm forward, golden light crazily gathering in front of his palm. In an instant, a huge golden handprint shot towards Ling Yu. When the golden handprint struck Ling Yu, it produced a deafening sound, and a visible wave of energy spread out like a tidal wave. Boom, boom, boom. The next moment, Ling Yu was sent flying backward, covering over 100 meters. At the center of the collision, the white flowing clouds within a kilometer were all shattered into nothingness. The power of the peerless Douluo was evident. With just his thick soul power, he could unleash a terrifying offensive. Although Ling Yu had the great sun thunder body, his soul power was only at level 90. leaving a huge gap compared to Qian Douluo. Your physical quality is good, but unfortunately, your cultivation is not enough, Qian Douluo said lightly. However, he was extremely shocked inside. Ling Yu had taken his palm head-on with his body and appeared to be unharmed. Not enough soul power? Ling Yu grinned and swayed his body, secretly urging the devouring ancestral talisman and the great heaven unification technique. In an instant, the energy of heaven and earth within 1,000 zhang turned into a huge energy vortex, all being devoured by Ling Yu. With this influx of energy, Ling Yu's soul power fluctuations quickly advanced to the level of Super Douluo. With a boom, Ling Yu transformed into a streak of flowing light and shot out again. Qian Douluo's pupils constricted. This kid was actually able to forcibly refine the energy of heaven and earth. While shocked, Qian Douluo released his martial soul. The golden angel phantom appeared in the void, dazzling golden light piercing through the clouds, with beams of golden light shining down on the spirit city. In the square in front of the Pope Hall, a group of Titan Great Ape stared wide-eyed at the high sky. The golden light piercing through the clouds indicated that the grand offering had released his martial soul, which shocked them greatly, temporarily possessing Super Douluo-level soul power. Qian Douluo could no longer suppress Ling Yu with the advantage of soul power, and without releasing his soul skills, he was even less able to push Ling Yu back. In fact, with Ling Yu's level of mental power as a celestial symbol master, he could end the battle with a single strike. But Ling Yu still wanted to give Qian Douluo some face. His martial soul was also not weak. In the depths of the void, a series of deafening booms echoed. During the confrontation between Ling Yu and Qian Douluo, the flowing clouds within 1,000 zhang were all shattered into nothingness. After a full minute, the two had no idea how many times they had clashed, and with the final explosion, both retreated to a kilometer away. At this moment, both of them had left marks of handprints and fist prints on their bodies. Clearly, neither had used their soul skills. They were fighting with their physical bodies. Fifth soul skill, Angel's Feather. Qian Douluo gazed at Ling Yu, his expression serious. Through the recent battle, he no longer looked down on Ling Yu. The black soul ring flashed and disappeared, and the golden angel behind him suddenly burst forth with blinding golden light. 6 illusory golden wings began to tremble at a strange frequency, and as the space twisted, countless golden feathers shot towards Ling Yu like flying daggers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of sounds of slicing through the wind came, and Ling Yu's expression also tightened. This angel's feather, as a 10,000-year soul skill. Under the support of Qian Douluo's 99th level soul power, even if he possessed the Great Sun Thunder Body, would still incur some injuries if taken head-on. 4th soul skill, Azure Dragon Light Shield. Instantly releasing the Azure Dragon Martial Soul, accompanied by a loud dragon roar, Ling Yu unleashed his 4th soul skill. A blue light shield appeared out of thin air around Ling Yu, radiating a peculiar wave. Clang, clang, clang. Countless golden feathers struck against the azure light shield, producing a cacophony of clinks and clatters, reminiscent of rain beating on banana leaves, as echoes reverberated through the void. This collision lasted for over 10 seconds before the sky, full of golden feathers, finally vanished. Seeing the azure light shield surrounding Ling Yu, Qian Douluo's expression grew serious. He understood that without using his martial soul true form, it would be difficult to break through the opponent's defense soul skill. Since that was the case, he decided to settle the outcome with one strike. 7th soul skill, Martial Soul, True Form. 9th soul skill, Judgment of Light. As Qian Douluo's voice fell, his body instantly merged with the golden angel. The golden light shone brilliantly, and 2 soul rings, one black and one red, lit up. The golden angel raised her hands high, and then a massive golden sword, 100 meters in size, appeared between her hands. The golden giant sword emitted a dazzling golden light that pierced the skies, and a surging wave of energy exploded outward. At the same time, a gigantic golden cross appeared behind Ling Yu, subtly binding his movements. Ling Yu's expression changed slightly. Qian Douluo's 9th soul skill was a locking soul skill, and the golden cross seemed intent on binding him to it. The devouring power was unleashed, allowing Ling Yu to break free from the invisible restraints while also releasing his strongest soul skill. 5th soul skill, Azure Scale Transformation. As the 5th soul ring rose, a blue spear appeared in Ling Yu's right hand, and a low, deep dragon roar echoed from it. Spirit of the Azure Dragon, awaken. With a low shout, Ling Yu raised the Azure Dragon spear, and a thunderous dragon roar erupted. Then, within the spear, an illusory Azure Dragon spirit flew out. Roar. the Azure Dragon spirit flew out, instantly transforming into a massive Azure Dragon 100 meters long, coiling in the void behind Ling Yu, exuding boundless might. Meanwhile, the Golden Angel, devoid of any emotion, swung the golden giant sword capable of tearing the heavens down towards Ling Yu. At the same time, Ling Yu thrust the Azure Dragon's spear forward, and the 100-meter Azure Dragon charged at the golden sword. Boom! In the next moment, two powerful attacks collided, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that swept outward in an instant. The void shattered, creating an enormous rift in space. A horrifying suction force emanated from a rift. Chapter 242. Enjoying the void, the energy storm rampaged, forming a vortex of energy 1,000 feet in size. Ling Yu and Qian Douluo were instantly engulfed within it. The rift in the high space resembled the gaping maw of an ancient beast, swallowing everything, even the fragments of space. On the plaza, a group of Titan Great Ape level elders felt the tremendous battle between the two through the clouds, gasping in astonishment. Inside the energy vortex, both Ling Yu and Qian Douluo retreated, distancing themselves from the massive rift at the center. Even with their strength, they were unwilling to be sucked into the void. The energy vortex persisted for several minutes before gradually dissipating, and the rift at the center vanished as well. In the void, Qian Douluo looked at Ling Yu, who stood in the distance, and his mouth twitched. At this point, Qian Douluo had already exited his martial soul true form. He didn't expect that Ling Yu not only blocked his strongest strike, but also had considerable energy left. Releasing his martial soul, true form, and ninth soul skill had consumed a significant amount of his soul power. Sigh. With a soft sigh, Qian Douluo retracted his soul power aura. The deep sounds in the void had calmed, and the flowing clouds and sky returned to normal. On the plaza, the group of Titan Great Ape stared intently at the high sky, a hint of confusion appearing in their hearts. In the next moment, Ling Yu and Qian Douluo appeared in the low sky like flashes of light, causing subtle ripples in the void, still facing each other from a distance. It seems I'm getting old. Qian Douluo sighed lightly, and then vanished from his original spot. What did the grand offering mean by that? After pondering for a moment, most of the Titan Great Ape felt a shock in their hearts. Could it be that the grand offering was defeated? This thought was confirmed by the reality, and a sense of shock emerged in their hearts, lingering for a long time. Ling Yu, however, had few thoughts on this. He realized one issue through fighting a strong opponent like Qian Douluo. That is, the Great Unity technique could indeed maintain a balance between soul power consumption and recovery. However, under such repeated massive outputs and recoveries of soul power, his meridians would also bear significant pressure. Fortunately, his physical body was strong enough that he didn't need to worry about backlash from his skills. In this battle, Ling Yu awakened the spirit of his martial soul for the first time. With a spiritual martial soul, after transforming it into a weapon, the weapon he wielded naturally contained the spirit of the martial soul, akin to a tool spirit with terrifying power. Not long ago, Ling Yu had the girls like Xiao Wu and Wang Qiu nurture weapon embryos, which would also give birth to tool spirits when they truly grew into their destined divine weapons. When Qian Douluo returned to the Elder Hall, Qian Rinxue gazed at his departing figure, feeling a sense of heroes in their twilight. The next day, the Spirit Hall operated as usual, like a well-oiled machine. For the people living in the Spirit Hall, the tremendous noise that occurred above their heads yesterday only surprised them momentarily. In the Pope's Hall, Bibi Dong sat a bit tiredly in the Pope's chair, her beautiful eyes slightly closed, with her jade hands resting on her temples, gently massaging. Just then, with a swoosh, Ling Yu suddenly appeared behind Bibi Dong, placing his hands on her fragrant shoulders. Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes suddenly opened wide, and upon sensing the familiar aura behind her, a rare enchanting smile appeared on her face. Donger, you've worked hard these days. Ling Yu helped Bibi Dong remove her hands and personally massaged her temples. Little rascal, you seem to be quite relaxed. Bibi Dong seemed to have found an outlet for her emotions, pouting her red lips in complaint. Over the past few days, she had been dealing with representatives of various powers coming to the Pope's Hall for meetings, hardly getting any rest. Meanwhile, this guy Ling Yu had secretly taken Qian Rinxue to meet her parents, which made her a bit jealous. Donger, let's take a day off today. I'll accompany you to go out, just the two of us. Ling Yu said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes widened suddenly, her face lighting up. Are you serious? Bibi Dong asked excitedly. For such a long time, she hadn't had a proper date with Ling Yu. I'm not lying to you, just the two of us. Ling Yu said softly, stopping his massage. Then let me get ready. With excitement in her heart, Bibi Dong first called for Ling Yuan to temporarily take her place as Pope. Then she returned to her bedroom, took off her Pope robe, and put on a plain dress. When Bibi Dong walked out of the room, Ling Yu's gaze became a bit entranced. Her purple-red hair was casually tied behind her, and she wore a dress as white as snow, her flawless skin showcasing her proud figure and enchanting beauty. If Bibi Dong in her Pope robe was noble and untouchable, then at this moment, she was the epitome of natural beauty. When Bibi Dong noticed Ling Yu's gaze, her pretty face blushed slightly, and she felt a bit of joy in her heart. The two of them walked quietly on the streets of Wuyin City, not disturbing anyone as they observed the busy crowd around them, their hearts calming at that moment. Bibi Dong linked her arms with Ling Yu's, looking ahead with a gentle smile on her face. At that moment, she was no longer the high and mighty Pope of the Spirit Hall, but just a girl who leaned on someone like a little bird. Dong, there's a tea house here. Let's go in and take a break, Ling Yu suggested, slightly turning his head to admire Bibi Dong's delicate profile. Bibi Dong smiled and nodded softly. The two found a seat by the window, through the wooden frame of which they could see the hurrying passers-by outside. Their outstanding appearances also attracted quite a few admiring glances from within the tea house. There weren't many people inside, and occasionally they could hear faint conversations from the neighboring table. The warm sunlight poured through the window, bathing their cheeks, and at that moment, sipping a cup of fragrant tea brought an overwhelming sense of peace from the depths of their hearts. Donger, how do you feel? Are you relaxed? Ling Yu set down his tea and asked with a smile. I feel much better, Bibi Dong replied, gazing at the crowd outside with a somewhat distracted expression, gently nodding her head. As the saying goes, work and rest should be balanced. When you're tired, you should let yourself rest, clear your mind and body. Keeping your spirit in a tense state for a long time is not good for your health, Ling Yu said softly. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong turned her head to look at Ling Yu's face, resting her cheek on her hand, a light smile appearing on her face as she nodded lightly. What Ling Yu said was indeed quite reasonable. Just like now, sitting quietly in the tea house, savoring the fragrant tea, not thinking about anything, just enjoying this moment of blankness, Ling Yu said softly, seemingly feeling something. Bibi Dong carefully contemplated Ling Yu's words, feeling as if she had grasped something. It still felt vague. You're quite knowledgeable for someone so young, she said playfully, unable to fully understand. Donger, you should know my age well enough by now. Ling Yu replied with a mischievous smile. After a moment of surprise at Ling Yu's somewhat wicked smile, Bibi Dong understood his meaning, her cheeks flushing as she playfully glared at him. As they chatted and laughed, Ling Yu's thoughts drifted back to the world of his past life on Blue Star, where it seemed everyone was relentlessly chasing fame and fortune, and in that fast-paced life, taking a moment to enjoy the blankness and clear one's mind seemed extremely rare. In the pursuit of fame and fortune, many people forgot their original dreams. Did they truly want both fame and wealth? Or did they simply want to enjoy life? Regardless, financial freedom, spiritual freedom, and time freedom remained a life that many people longed for throughout their lives. As his mind returned to reality, Ling Yu shook his head and smiled softly. Now that he had crossed over, he just needed to live well in this new world. Let everything from the past go with the wind. The sunlight gradually changed from gold to a slightly dim orange red, signaling that it was already afternoon. After sitting for an entire afternoon, both Ling Yu and Bibi Dong felt greatly relaxed. Donger, let's head back, Ling Yu said softly. Bibi Dong nodded gently, linking her arm with Ling Yu's, and together they walked out of the tea house. Just a few steps out, Ling Yu had a sudden idea and communicated with Xiao Ai. Suddenly, a bicycle appeared on the ground, the rear wheel supported steadily by a stand. This novel object, a bicycle, was quite advanced in the context of the ancient civilization of Douluo Continent. What is this thing? Bibi Dong exclaimed in surprise, looking curiously at the suddenly appeared item. This is called a bicycle, Ling Yu explained. He gently pushed Bibi Dong's arms aside, stepped forward, placed his hands on the handlebars, lifted one leg over the triangular seat, and sat down, one foot lightly touching the ground while the other rested on the pedal, looking ahead. Donger, come sit here. Upon hearing Ling Yu's voice, Bibi Dong, feeling a mix of nervousness and curiosity, carefully sat sideways on the back seat of the bicycle. Hold on tight. Ling Yu grinned, skillfully sweeping the rear, will stand back with one leg and pedaling forward, gradually placing his other foot on the pedal as well. Thus, in this other world, Ling Yu rode the bicycle with Bibi Dong, cruising along the winding streets of Wuyin City. Bibi Dong gasped as the bicycle suddenly moved forward, instinctively wrapping her arms around Ling Yu and resting her head against his back. Ling Yu felt the warmth behind him and couldn't help but smile. Riding the bicycle, The setting sun elongated their shadows. The citizens of Wuyin City, seeing their figures, turned to look back, exclaiming in surprise. Bibi Dong smiled naturally as she watched the pedestrians and buildings pass by on either side. This so-called bicycle was truly amazing. Riding along the narrow path of Pope Mountain, Ling Yu rode the bicycle with Bibi Dong back to the Pope's palace. In the garden of the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong insisted on learning to ride the bicycle, and Ling Yu patiently taught her, creating a warm scene. While watching from aside, Ling Yu thought to himself that the novelty of the bicycle seemed to attract Bibi Dong greatly. Although Bibi Dong was immensely powerful, she still appeared somewhat clumsy while learning to ride, reminiscent of Ling Yu's own childhood experience. Because of this, Bibi Dong was often teased by Ling Yu. After some playful banter, Xiao Wu, Wang Xiu'er, and the other girls came over, and after a brief understanding of the bicycle, they all clamored to learn how to ride, to which Ling Yu happily agreed one by one. Chapter 243. Stepping into the far north, a mundane day quickly passed, and Bibi Dong and the other girls soon returned to their senses from the novelty of the bicycle, as cultivation remained the eternal theme. In the garden, Ling Yu called the girls to his side. "Xiu'er, as I promised you before, today we will set off for a place to the north." Ling Yu looked at Wang Xiu'er's small face and affectionately rubbed her head. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiu'er immediately cheered and jumped into Ling Yu's arms. The other girls were also curious about the place to the north that Ling Yu mentioned. This time, Ling Yu did not plan to take Bibi Dong with him, as her soul power had already reached level 98, and ordinary experiences would no longer be of much use to her. Naturally, this sparked a bit of jealousy from Bibi Dong. "Xiao Xue and Nana have been taken away by you. Are you going out to play with your little girlfriends, while leaving me all alone here?" Bibi Dong looked at Ling Yu with her beautiful eyes, seemingly on the verge of tears. "Donger, I'm going with Xiao Wu and the others for cultivation, not for fun." Ling Yu quickly embraced Bibi Dong, comforting her. Resting her chin on Ling Yu's shoulder, no one noticed Bibi Dong's lips curve into a slight smile. It seemed this Pope was just putting on an act. "Xiao Ai, Oscar owes you a little golden man." "Brother, where are we going?" On the giant's sword, Wang Xiu'er stood behind Ling Yu, gently poking his back, the airflow making her dress flutter. "The extreme north." Ling Yu smiled, his clear voice reaching the ears of the girls. Upon hearing these four words, Qian Renxue and Hu Liina both frowned slightly. It seemed they had seen this name in the records of the Spirit Hall. The extreme north is a desolate place, and the records about this vast area are quite scarce. Many ice-type spirit masters hunt soul beasts only on the outskirts, while the true core of the extreme north is almost untouched. As they traveled north, the girls felt the surrounding air grow much colder, and the scenery around them began to change slightly. To accommodate the girls' adaptation to the airflow and temperature, Ling Yu maintained a moderate flying speed. After 2 full hours, they finally arrived near their destination. Wow! Seeing the endless expanse of white snow ahead, Wang Xiu'er couldn't help but show a hint of shock on her face. "Let's go down." With a wave of his hand, the blue sword slowly descended, finally stopping just a few inches above the ground. After all the girls jumped off the giant sword, Ling Yu was the last to lightly leap down, landing steadily on the ground. He waved his right hand, and the blue giant sword slowly dissipated. Here, there was hardly any vegetation, only pure white. The cold air gently blew over the girls, bringing a chill. Accustomed to normal temperatures, they immediately felt very uncomfortable. However, among the girls, even the one with the lowest soul power, Yuxinran, had a soul power of level 57, so she wouldn't experience any physical weakness. Among the girls, the more playful Xiao Wu and Wang Qiu'er excitedly stomped their feet on the ground, splashing up fine snow. Ling Yu attracted the girls' attention and then led them into this snowy world. Not far in, a sign caught everyone's attention. "Extreme North, Human Forbidden Zone. Soul beasts are active. Danger, danger, danger." After seeing the content on the sign, the girls were all shocked. This beautiful region turned out to be a gathering place for soul beasts. "We will stay here for a long time from now on," Ling Yu said with a faint smile. Saying this, he walked ahead into the area, with the girls following behind. They didn't know how long they had walked, but the surrounding air became increasingly cold, and when they suddenly looked back, all they could see was white. Achoo! At this moment, Yuxinran stopped, covering her red lips as she sneezed. Ling Yu and the girls also stopped. Seeing the gazes of Ling Yu and the girls, Yuxinran's pretty face turned slightly red, and she awkwardly shifted her gaze to the ground beside her. She was a support-type spirit master, and both her physical fitness and soul power were the weakest among them. After all, while the Wind Extreme technique could refine energy, its effect on body refinement was minimal. Besides this factor, They could only rely on the physical fitness granted by their martial spirits. As for Ling Yu, even in the core area of the extreme north, he posed no threat whatsoever. Let's set up a tent here. Ling Yu glanced at Yushinran and decided not to delve deeper inside. The girls still needed a period to adapt to the low temperature. Saying this, Ling Yu took out a large tent from the system space, opened it, and secured it in place with stakes at the four corners, completing the task. Finally, he laid down several thick blankets inside. Once they saw Ling Yu set up the tent, the girls could no longer contain themselves and rushed inside. So comfortable. Xiao Wu and Wang Qiu'er lay on the blankets like lazy cats. Only after experiencing the low temperature outside could they understand how comfortable the warmth was at that moment. With 8 people sharing one tent, the enclosed environment combined with the natural body heat immediately made it extremely warm inside. The shelter was built, and next came the issue of water and food. The water problem was easily solved. They could use their soul power to melt the white snow on the ground for drinking water. As for food, at the girls' eager requests, Ling Yu agreed to hunt a snow wolf for them every day. Snow wolf meat is a popular food in the northern regions of Douluo Continent. Most of it is just animal meat, while only a few soul beasts, the snow wolves, would appear on the tables of the wealthy and noble. Chapter 244, Battle against the Ice and Snow Emperors. While Ling Yu and the girls were settling down in the tent, a stir occurred in the core area of the extreme north. Ice Emperor, I sensed a very powerful aura appearing in the extreme north. Oh! Inside the tent, Ling Yu looked at the girls who were either lying or sitting, his eyes filled with a smile. Unconsciously, Ling Yu suddenly turned his head, gazing in a certain direction as if he were penetrating through space. What's wrong? Qianren walked over to Ling Yu's side and asked. Xiao, I need to go out for a while. There are some unusual things deep in the extreme north. Ling Yu's expression turned serious as he spoke. Ice and snow emperors. Who is the thing? Qianren was surprised upon hearing this. Something that could make Ling Yu take seriously was definitely not an ordinary matter. Xiao, while I'm away, you will have to protect Xiao Wu and the others' safety. I've sensed that there are no powerful soul beasts nearby. Ling Yu gently rubbed Qianren cheek and spoke softly. Okay. Qianren nodded slightly. With that, Ling Yu's figure vanished from his spot in the next moment. The purpose of Ling Yu's journey to the depths of the extreme north was naturally to rescue the ice and snow emperors. As for the girls, Qianren possessed strength comparable to a tidal Douluo, and ordinary ice-type soul beasts posed no threat to her. As for snowstorms, they were merely minor issues. In the white world, Ling Yu stepped through the void, each flicker of his figure appearing thousands of meters away. Before long, Ling Yu's figure suddenly stopped, and the void beneath his feet produced subtle ripples. Ahead, a towering ice and snow castle, entirely white, stood majestically. A terrifying chill surged forth. This was the true core of the extreme north, where the temperature dropped to an extremely terrifying level. Any ordinary soul master arriving here would likely have their soul power solidify, quickly turning into an ice sculpture and dying. Suddenly, a white figure slowly appeared in front of me like a phantom. The appearance was humanoid, with long, pure white hair cascading down to the ground, and sky-blue eyes that were ethereal and transparent, as if they could see through everything in the world. The slender, delicate body was flawless, and although the white long dress had no decorations, it made her appear so noble and stunning. Meticulously poised, she resembled a cold plum blossom in winter, unique and proud against the snow. Dressed in white, her beauty surpassed snow, her body nearly transparent, with a pair of pure white little feet standing in the air, like a spirit of heaven and earth. Human, what brings you here? The woman spoke, her red lips parting, and her melodious voice echoed through the void, long and ethereal. Upon seeing her appearance, even Ling Yu couldn't help but be stunned. He had long heard of the Snow Empress being a spirit born of heaven and earth, and now that he saw her, she truly was extraordinary. Noticing that Ling Yu did not respond, the Snow Empress quietly gazed at him with her beautiful eyes. Ling Yu stepped forward, and his figure vanished from the spot, one of his right hands reaching out towards the Snow Empress in a grasping motion. Presumptuous. At that moment, a green light suddenly appeared in this white world, accompanied by a lowly voice, as a small hand appeared in front of Ling Yu like a ghost and suddenly struck out. Clang! With a deafening sound of metal clashing, Ling Yu's figure was instantly pushed back over 100 meters, the jade-colored glow of the great sun thunder body flickering and disappearing. After stopping, Ling Yu looked ahead and saw a petite figure standing beside the Snow Empress, dressed in a green long dress, with a fair face like snow, and 4 green magical patterns on either side of her cheeks. Her long green hair was tied into two ponytails that fell past her calves. Like the Snow Empress, she stood barefoot in the air, with her willow-like brows raised and her small mouth pouting, angrily staring at Ling Yu. A loli with twin ponytails? The Ice Empress? Ling Yu's mouth twitched. You despicable human. What were you trying to do to the Snow Empress just now? The Ice Empress placed her hands on her hips, questioning him. As she spoke, a trace of unnoticeable seriousness flashed across her small face. The human's body was a bit too tough, and taking her palm head-on actually numbed her hand. Little girl, I just wanted to make a friend with your sister. No malice intended. Ling Yu laughed heartily, his tone resembling that of a bad uncle trying to lure a little girl. Pa, you're the little one. I'm almost 400,000 years old this year. The Ice Empress stomped her foot and scolded. However, her words seemed so out of place beneath her little lowly appearance. Therefore, instead of stopping his laughter, Ling Yu laughed even louder. Despicable. I will kill you. The Ice Empress's small face flushed red, and with a gentle stomp of her little feet, her delicate body charged forward. Ice Empress's claw. The Ice Empress appeared in front of Ling Yu in a flash, her index finger radiating a hint of green light, pointing towards Ling Yu's chest. The space twisted in a dizzying manner under that point. Ling Yu merely smiled faintly, activating the Great Sun Thunder body instantly. Silver lightning snakes splashing everywhere, and a terrifying power surged forth. With a crisp sound, the surrounding space solidified like a mirror, then produced fine spiderweb-like cracks. But this time, it was the Ice Empress who was sent flying. Her petite body repeatedly retreated in the void until she was 100 meters away. The Snow Empress, who had been observing Ling Yu, also slightly changed her expression. Even she did not dare to take on the Ice Empress's claw head-on. After stabilizing her body, the Ice Empress felt a shock in her heart, and her expression gradually became serious. Although she had an impulsive personality, she understood that the human before her seemed different from other weak humans. Some skill, huh? She muttered to herself, and her jade hands began to form seals. Soon, a layer of crystal-like ice formed on her body, and at the same time, a giant green scorpion shadow appeared behind her, exuding a tremendous pressure. The ice armor that grew on the Ice Empress was called Ice Emperor's Guardian, a powerful defensive skill. Ice Emperor's Fury. With a delicate shout, the Ice Empress's hands froze in their sealing motion before suddenly pushing forward. The giant scorpion shadow behind her combined its sharp pincers into one and suddenly slashed forward, producing a loud sound as a giant white crescent tore through the void towards Ling Yu. Crack, crack, crack. In the blink of an eye, Ling Yu was completely encased in ice, and even the surrounding space produced net-like cracks. The terrifying freezing power spread through the space cracks, solidifying the area within a kilometer. Now you know my power. The Ice Empress raised her chin slightly, feeling a bit proud as she clapped her small hands, seemingly pleased with her creation. However, her smile did not last long before her expression changed. She saw cracks appearing on the ice sculpture that was Ling Yu, accompanied by a series of cracking sounds. In the void, a humanoid ice sculpture hung there quietly, with ice crystals forming a net-like ice lock along the web space cracks, looking quite magnificent. Crack, crack, crack. In the next moment, cracks suddenly appeared on the surface of the humanoid ice sculpture, and the entire ice sculpture exploded with a roar, sending countless ice shards flying in all directions. The sealed space regained its activity, and the space cracks flashed away. Ling Yu smiled, surrounded by endless electric snakes, his jade light radiant. Little girl, you went a bit too hard, didn't you? Ling Yu smiled at the shocked Ice Empress in the distance, speaking softly. This is impossible. The Ice Empress's petite body trembled as she exclaimed. Her strongest attack was enough to kill a titled Douluo among humans, yet that human appeared completely unscathed. Ice Empress, this human is very strong. You're not his opponent. The Snow Empress floated to the Ice Empress's side, her voice beautiful and ethereal, like an angel's. She looked at Ling Yu, her expression extremely serious. She had never been able to see through that human. Upon hearing this, the Ice Empress tightly clasped her two delicate hands together, revealing an unwilling expression. A gentle breeze blew, and some snowflakes began to dance in the void. The energy of heaven and earth here, under the terrifying low temperature, carried a hint of ice attribute. At this moment, Ling Yu took a step forward, which made the bodies of both the Ice and Snow Empresses tremble. This was the effect Ling Yu wanted. Without making a move, every action of his placed immense pressure on the two Empresses. The Snow Empress sighed softly, stepping forward to stand in front of the Ice Empress. She was the strongest soul beast of the extreme north, and she could not stay behind in the face of a human intruder. However, what puzzled the Snow Empress was that she did not sense any killing intent from that human. It was known that beings like her and the Ice Empress, who had existed for hundreds of thousands of years, had a significant allure to humans. At this moment, an extremely powerful aura suddenly surged from the Snow Empress, causing the surrounding void to echo with resonance. Feeling the overwhelming momentum erupting from the Snow Empress, Ling Yu's expression became more serious. The Ice Empress had a cultivation level close to 400,000 years, her strength comparable to a 98th level titled Douluo. The Snow Empress, with her nearly 700,000 years of cultivation, had true strength not weaker than that of a peerless Douluo. The realm of peerless Douluo can be specifically divided into 4 smaller realms: ordinary peerless Douluo, quasi-demigod, demigod, and quasi-god. The gap in strength between each minor realm is immense. As for the quasi-deity, it can actually be seen as a true deity, just without a divine position. Once a quasi-deity merges with a divine position, even the lowest level of divine position can overpower a multitude of priests and hunters. Emperor Cold Sky, Snow Dance Shining Sunday. The Snow Empress whispered lightly, and subtle changes occurred in the surrounding void. Within a few thousand meters, the temperature dropped sharply again. The surroundings still appeared white with no significant change. However, from Ling Yu's limbs and head, white ice crystals began to spread without warning, attempting to freeze him completely, but they were quickly suppressed. Thus, a strange scene of freezing and unfreezing continuously played out on Ling Yu. Buzz! Ling Yu's expression tightened as he released an invisible wave of mental energy, finally suppressing the freezing power that clung like a boneworm. Snow Dance Shining Sun, one of the 3 ultimate abilities of the Snow Empress, is her innate domain. It should be noted that Ling Yu now possesses level 93 soul power, combined with a strong physique, allowing him to barely suppress the freezing power. It was only when Ling Yu invoked mental power at the level of a heavenly talisman master that he completely suppressed the freezing power within the domain. The strength of the Snow Empress is evident. If it were an ordinary title Douluo, the mere release of her domain would likely result in the opponent's demise. Emperor's Palm Great Cold No Snow. Seeing that Ling Yu had completely offset the freezing power in the domain, the Snow Empress's delicate face showed surprise. Without hesitation, she unleashed her second move. However, this time, the Snow Empress flew towards Ling Yu. Clang! Accompanied by a fierce sound of metal clashing, the Snow Empress's delicate white hand struck Ling Yu. Similar to the Ice Emperor's fury, this time, an invisible freezing power was unleashed, freezing both Ling Yu and the surrounding void together. But its power was stronger than the Ice Emperor's fury. Great Cold No Snow is very powerful. Each move among the Snow Empress's 3 ultimate abilities increases in power sequentially. However, this second move has a flaw. The Snow Empress cannot launch long-range attacks, and can only exert its effect upon close contact with a target. Whoosh! Seeing Ling Yu frozen, the Snow Empress's delicate body floated back 100 zhang. Yet her movements showed no sign of stopping. Emperor's Sword Ice Extreme unmatched. The Snow Empress lightly parted her red lips, and her fair right hand gently beckoned into the void, summoning a peculiar long sword about 3 feet long into her hand. The long sword was deep blue all over, appearing to be made of condensed ice crystals, radiating a faint icy blue sheen. With a slicing sound, the Snow Empress slashed at the frozen Ling Yu, and a giant sword shadow tore through space, crashing into Ling Yu. The void behind Ling Yu was also sliced open like thin paper, creating a massive gash, with wisps of void air escaping. Ling Yu's frozen form was also split in 2. Ice Extreme Unmatched is the most powerful sword technique among the Snow Empress's 3 ultimate abilities. Although the Emperor's sword appeared small in the Snow Empress's hands, it contained a substantial amount of pure ice elemental power. As an ice elemental spirit of heaven and earth, the Snow Empress's control over ice elements is akin to an extension of her limbs. It seemed that under that one sword, both Ling Yu and the ice sculpture were cleaved in half. The human should be dead now, right? The Ice Emperor snorted softly, a beautiful smile appearing on her small face. However, when she looked at the Snow Empress beside her, she did not see any sign of relief on the other's face. Ladies, after you've been beating me for so long, isn't it my turn now? At this moment, a light laugh echoed through the heavens and earth. Not good. Ice Emperor, run. Upon hearing this voice, the Snow Empress's serious expression instantly turned to one of alarm. just as she prepared to pull the Ice Emperor to flee. Her delicate body suddenly froze. The Ice Emperor beside her did the same. Scatter. Ling Yu softly spoke, and the ice crystal surrounding him instantly exploded, scattering ice shards everywhere. The surrounding void also regained its vitality. However, not long after the void had just regained its vitality, it was instantly sealed by another kind of invisible powerful force, releasing a massive domain. Within its range, the air stopped flowing, and the swirling snow abruptly froze in midair, everything falling into stillness. After Ling Yu broke through to the level of a heavenly talisman master, the power of his mental domain underwent a qualitative improvement. Ling Yu smiled as he looked at the frozen ice and snow empresses, slowly walking towards them. In the void, only the faint sound of Ling Yu's delicate footsteps echoed. When he reached the ice and snow empresses, Ling Yu took a close look at the two women. Suddenly, Ling Yu was taken aback. The snow empress possessed a pure beauty, while the ice emperor was cute with a hint of pride. The two distinct styles of beauty made Ling Yu's heart stir. At that moment, a strange curve suddenly appeared at the corner of Ling Yu's mouth as he reached out his hands and gently pinched both women's cheeks. The smooth and delicate sensation transmitting from his fingertips. Although the Ice Emperor and the Snow Empress had their movements sealed, their thoughts were still active. And immediately both women showed a hint of anger in their eyes, while at the same time, both their faces displayed a faint blush. Ling Yu smiled awkwardly, focused his thoughts, and retracted his mental power into his body, allowing both women to regain their movements. "Ah, you dare touch my face, I'll fight you." The Ice Emperor exclaimed as she regained her mobility, her face flushed with embarrassment, swinging her fist fiercely towards Ling Yu's chest. However, Ling Yu was quick to react, mischievously smiling as he caught the Ice Emperor's delicate fist and pulled her into his embrace. "I touched it. What are you going to do about it?" Ling Yu now acted like a rogue, holding the Ice Emperor's petite body, looking down at her with a smile. "You bad guy, let go of me." The Ice Emperor, suddenly embraced by Ling Yu, turned even redder and struggled, but it was futile. Seeing her struggles were in vain, the Ice Emperor bit down on Ling Yu's chest. However, instead of injuring him, she winced as her teeth hurt from the impact. Woo-woo. Immediately, the Ice Emperor began to whimper in Ling Yu's embrace. Seeing this, Ling Yu had no choice but to let go of the Ice Emperor. Then, the Ice Emperor quickly moved, hiding behind the Snow Empress, only revealing her little head, glaring fiercely at Ling Yu. "Are you not going to kill us?" the Snow Empress asked, her expression somewhat unnatural. Having never interacted with humans before, she simply inquired. "I don't think I ever said I wanted to kill you. It was you who tried to kill me upon our first meeting." Ling Yu helplessly shrugged. "Bad guy." The Ice Emperor snorted coldly, and when Ling Yu looked over, she quickly shrank her head back, appearing somewhat fearful, which made her quite cute. Upon hearing this, the Snow Empress smiled apologetically. She did not know when it started, but humans and spirit beasts had been at odds. In her impression, humans were ruthless butchers who slaughtered spirit beasts at will, and she held a significant hostility towards humans, subconsciously believing they all deserved to die. "Ladies, would you be willing to be my wives?" Ling Yu's gaze towards the two women flashed with eagerness. His purpose for coming to the extreme north was not only to train with the women, but also for the Ice and Snow Empresses. The love between spirit beasts is very simple, even not worthy of being called love. It is merely the most primitive bloodline union and reproduction. Powerful spirit beasts can naturally have many mates. Therefore, after displaying his strength, Ling Yu directly expressed his intentions. "Big pervert, bad guy you wish." Upon hearing Ling Yu's words, Snow Empress did not respond, and Ice Empress immediately exclaimed angrily. She angrily poked her head out from behind Snow Empress, only to retract it right away. This detestable human not only teased her and Snow Empress, but also wanted everything from them. Meanwhile, Snow Empress, upon hearing this, quietly lowered her head, a hint of crimson appearing on her snow-white face. In terms of strength, Ling Yu had indeed conquered her. After that, Ling Yu spoke about the pros and cons of the heavenly tribulation and the temptation of the transformation pill, persuading Ice Empress with soft persuasion. As for Snow Empress, she had fallen for him from the very beginning. As a spirit of heaven and earth, Snow Empress was untainted by the slightest worldly desires and had no schemes whatsoever. After making the two women consume and refine the transformation pills, Ling Yu took them back to the camp. Inside the tent, when the other women saw Ling Yu return with two stunning beauties, they were unfazed. Chapter 246. 5 years have passed. When Ice Empress and Snow Empress saw that Ling Yu had so many women, they were both somewhat shocked. However, After a short interaction, the two women quickly blended in with the others and learned about Ling Yu's character. Afterwards, Ling Yu began to consider the cultivation issues of the women. Through the medicinal power of the transformation pills, the soul powers of Snow Empress and Ice Empress reached levels 99 and 98 respectively, while among the other women, only Qianruxue had broken through level 71, and the others had not yet reached the Soul Emperor stage. Therefore, if the women were to cultivate in a step-by-step manner, the efficiency would likely be very low. Ling Yu thought of having Xiao Ai create a method similar to the divine examination to allow the women to cultivate quickly. Xiao Ai's level was incomparably higher than that of the gods in the Douluo Continent, and since she could create the divine examination, it was reasonable to assume she could do this as well. After thinking of this, Ling Yu immediately communicated with Xiao Ai in his mind, and she gladly agreed. After their discussion, they chose a training artifact called the Void Gate. The main function of the Void Gate is that after a cultivator steps into it, they will enter a mental dominion called the Void Illusion. The Void Illusion will generate a mirror image of the cultivator, and only by defeating this mirror image can they enter the next layer of the Void Illusion. The wonder of the Void Illusion lies in its ability to create mirror images that are almost identical to the cultivator's aura. For soul masters, the mirror image in the Void Illusion will have the same appearance, martial soul, soul rings, and soul power as the original. The only difference is that the strength of mirror images varies significantly across different levels. The Void Illusion has a total of 21 layers, with each layer's mirror image being stronger than the previous one. Every 3 layers conquered results in a qualitative leap in the strength of the mirror image. The differentiation in the strength of mirror images is based on their understanding of the laws of heaven and earth, which is precisely what soul masters in the Douluo Continent lack. In the Void Illusion, cultivators can freely choose mirror images corresponding to any of the laws of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, time, or space. Generally, starting from the first layer, the cultivator should choose a mirror image that embodies a specific law they wish to challenge. For example, if one chooses the gold element, all subsequent mirror images should also be of the gold element. After all, geniuses who can master all 10 laws are extremely rare across the myriad realms. In the Void Illusion, since it is mentally dominated, even if the cultivator is defeated by their mirror image, nothing will happen in reality. Based on this, every time a cultivator conquers a layer of the Void Illusion, they actually gain an opportunity for the laws to be infused into their body. Ling Yu had Xiao Ai change this into a soul power reward, making it more grounded. After understanding the function of the Void Illusion, Ling Yu instructed Xiao Ai to manifest the Void Gate. Of course, before that, Ling Yu also passed on the Wind Extreme series, the Pseudo-God Palace technique, and the artifact Embryo Trio to Qianruxue, Hulaina, Ice Empress, and Snow Empress. Practical combat, understanding of laws, and soul power rewards were the 3 core aspects of Ling Yu's plan. Through comprehensive improvement in these 3 areas, the strength of the women would see a significant leap. Void Gate appear. With a wave of a sleeve, a square portal several meters in size appeared beside the tent, accompanied by fluctuation in space. The surface of the portal resembled crystal, emitting a faint glow. After understanding the function of the Void Gate, the women were amazed by Ling Yu's incredible methods. Such a wondrous object could appear so suddenly. Who wants to go first? Ling Yu smiled at the women in front of the Void Gate. Wang Xiao curiously walked up to the Void Gate, looking around, and finally reached out to poke the mirror surface of the Void Gate. To her surprise, her fingers seemed to sink into a strange space. "Brother, I'll go in first," Wang Xiao said softly, and then eagerly stepped into the Void Gate. Whoosh! It felt as if she had entered another world, with everything around her changing. Wang Xiao looked around and could only see the endless starry sky. The deep blue background was dotted with silver starlight, which was extraordinarily beautiful. What astonished Wang Qiao even more was that she was not standing on solid ground. Yet she did not fall. "Please choose a law." At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed throughout this space. Immediately, 10 rays of colorful light appeared in the distance. Each ray of light represented a different law. "I choose the gold element," Wang Qiao said after a pause. This was a suggestion from Ling Yu. Ling Yu believed that martial arts only played a supporting role, providing soul masters with an additional means beyond their martial soul. However, the potential of a soul master still had infinite possibilities for exploration. The golden dragon is powerful, and if combined with the indestructibility of the gold element, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Among the lower-level laws, The destructive power of the gold law ranks among the top. As for the higher-level laws of time and space, while their power is indeed terrifying, the difficulty of comprehension increases exponentially. As soon as Wang Qiuer's voice fell, only one gold light remained among the 10 colorful lights, and then that gold light transformed into an identical Wang Qiuer. The two Wang Qiuer faced each other from afar in the vast void illusion. Upon seeing her mirror image, Wang Qiuer's delicate face slightly tightened. This void illusion indeed had some tricks up its sleeve. With a swoosh, Wang Qiuer extended her jade hand, and the artifact embryo was drawn into a golden spear, which appeared in her hand. However, in the next moment, the mirror image Wang Qiuer also produced an identical golden spear. Even the artifact embryo can be simulated. Wang Qiuer was increasingly astonished. The void illusion had a realism close to 100, and the mirror image possessed an additional understanding of the law. With a bang, Wang Qiuer's figure burst forward from her original position, thrusting her golden spear at the mirror image with a simple jab. The mirror image Wang Qiuer also thrust her spear forward. A sound of metal clashing echoed, but this time, Wang Qiuer could no longer crush her opponent as before. With a muffled groan, her body was sent flying back. After stopping, Wang Qiuer looked at the mirror image in shock, a trace of crimson blood appearing at the corner of her mouth. Just one spear strike caused her internal injuries. While she was astonished, she carefully recalled the previous strike. She could feel that the opponent's strength was the same as hers, but within that same strength, it seemed to be mixed with another powerful force that instantly shattered all her defenses. Surely, that must be the so-called law power? Under the same conditions, those who comprehend the laws possess a vastly different strength. Wang Qiuer's eyes brightened, and a faint battle intent began to emanate from her. When Wang Qiuer understood the reason behind it, the mirror gun roared as the fierce offensive surged like an unending gale. What made Wang Qiuer somewhat frustrated was that the strength of the mirror was the same as hers. Yet the golden principles in the opponent's marksmanship forced her into perilous situations with every move. Finally, within 10 rounds, Wang Qiuer was shot to pieces by the mirror and exited the void illusion. Outside, with a buzzing sound, the void gate trembled, and a golden light was spat out, transforming into a figure, which was Wang Qiuer. At that moment, she appeared to be heavily drained. The other girls surrounded Wang Qiuer, asking her various questions, and she generously shared her understanding of the void illusion and the mirror. From then on, including Ling Yu, everyone tirelessly joined the special training at the Void Gate. Time passed, and 5 years went by. Chapter 247, Level 70, True Body and Dragon Soul. In the boundless snowy field, 10 figures sat quietly in meditation, emanating a faint glow. Upon closer inspection, the cold air from the surrounding environment could not penetrate the protective shield around the 10 people. The space around them slightly twisted, indicating that their cultivation had reached a very high level. Beside the 10, a crystal door pulsated with a mysterious aura. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed, and Ling Yu and the girls had made tremendous progress in their cultivation. All the girls' soul power had reached level 99, and their understanding of the principles was profound. Among them, Snow Empress, Ice Empress, Qianren Shui, and Wang Qiuer had passed through 6 layers of the void illusion, while the other girls had passed through 5 layers. Currently, only Ling Yu had passed the 7th layer of the void illusion. Moreover, Ling Yu's soul power had officially broken through the level 70 bottleneck. However, although Ling Yu's understanding of the principles was deeper, he and the girls were at the same level regarding the principles. The first 9 layers of the void illusion represented the entry level of understanding the principles. The 10th to 15th layers represented minor mastery. The 16th to 20th layers represented major mastery, and passing the 21st layer indicated a complete understanding of a specific principle. Although the 10 were currently only at the entry level of understanding the principles, the improvement in strength was undoubtedly significant. Within 5 years, under Ling Yu's suggestion, and combining the girls' own martial souls, they each chose a different system of principles. Wang Qiuer, with her golden dragon martial soul, found the golden principle to be invincible. The combination greatly enhanced her power and attack strength. Xiao Wu, with her soft-bone rabbit martial soul, chose the wood principle for its incredible recovery abilities. Although her attack power did not increase much, as long as she did not sustain fatal injuries, her wounds could heal quickly. Ningrongrong, with her 7 treasure glazed tile martial soul, chose the earth principle for its solid defense. Since she was a support-type soulmaster, Ling Yu suggested she choose the earth principle. The same applied to Yu Xinran, another support-type soulmaster, and control-type soulmaster, Hulayina. Zhu Zhuqing, with her nethercat martial soul, chose the wind principle for its lightness. Being an agile attack-type soul master, her speed was already fast, and with the practice of wind techniques and understanding of the wind principle, she could maximize her speed advantage. Qianren Shui, with her six-winged angel martial soul, chose the light principle to suppress evil spirits. Her martial soul naturally possessed attributes of light, holiness, and fire, making it easy for her to understand both the light principle and the fire principle. The Ice Empress and the Ice Emperor, both with ice attributes, chose the water principle for its softness to overcome hardness. After taking the transformation pill, the two used their own soul beasts as martial souls, with the Ice Empress's martial soul being the Ice Fairy and the Ice Emperor's martial soul being the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion. Ice attributes are inherently included in the water principle, allowing the Ice Empress and Ice Emperor to comprehend higher-level principles. As for Ling Yu, he chose the space principle, having long had ideas about the power of space. Before formally mastering the power of space, he decided to warm up a bit. Ling Yu sat at the edge, his body glowing with a brilliant blue light, and faint dragon roars echoed from within him. In the space of his dantian, 6 equally sized blue soul cores spun at the center, forming a circle. Within the soul cores, the originally solid liquid coexisting blue soul power had completely transformed into blue crystals. The soul power within each soul core was entirely solidified. After breaking through level 70, Ling Yu's soul power underwent another qualitative change. In terms of total soul power, it could be compared to that of an ordinary divine-level powerhouse, while in terms of quality, it could stand shoulder to shoulder with divine power. Divine power is more refined than soul power, completely overwhelming the latter in attributes. This is one of the reasons why divine-level powerhouses are so formidable. Divine power and soul power are like steel needles and cotton. Therefore, at present, Ling Yu's soul power could be referred to as pseudo-divine power. In terms of mental power, Ling Yu had also reached the level of a 4-seal celestial talisman master. Due to being in different planes, Ling Yu did not face the issues of wind and thunder tribulations. After breaking through level 70, he could fully unleash the power of the Great Sun Thunder Body. However, this also meant that the potential of the Great Sun Thunder Body, a body-refining martial art, was nearly exhausted. Thus, it was time for Ling Yu to switch to a more powerful body-refining martial art to enhance his physical body. However, he planned to absorb the soul rings before starting his training. Opening his eyes and seeing the girls engrossed in their cultivation, Ling Yu smiled slightly. Communicating with Xiao Ai, he took out a divine-given soul ring with his right hand and gently crushed it. With a buzzing sound, the power of the divine-given soul ring transformed into a golden light shield, enveloping Ling Yu within. Inside the golden light shield, streams of energy gathered around Ling Yu, gradually forming a colorless energy ring. The colors of the rings changed rapidly from colorless to white, yellow, purple, black, and finally to crimson. As the soul ring was absorbed, the pressure radiating from Ling Yu became even more formidable, causing the girls to open their eyes. Crack, crack! A strange golden pattern appeared on the surface of the crimson light ring, indicating that this soul ring, which had reached the 100,000-year limit, was still evolving. The number of golden patterns on the crimson ring increased, to the point where the golden light even suppressed the red light. After an unknown amount of time, when the crimson light ring completely turned golden, an overwhelming and sacred pressure was released, causing even the girls, who had reached the level of a peerless Douluo, to feel a faint sense of oppression. Bang! Finally, the golden light shield shattered, and the golden soul ring swirling around Ling Yu fully solidified. The dazzling golden light spread out, filling this snowy world. The golden soul ring indicated that the age of the soul ring had surpassed 100,000 years, qualifying it as a divine-level soul ring. Just then, the color of the heavens and earth changed. Roar! Accompanied by a thunderous dragon roar, the flowing clouds rolled wildly, and the darkened sky descended. In the depths of the void, a massive blue dragon surged and flew, its size reaching thousands of feet, blocking out the sun and casting a terrifying pressure across the world. In front of the 1,000-foot-long blue dragon, even the hearts of the girls felt a genuine sense of awe. This big bad guy is getting stronger and stronger. The Ice Emperor, her face slightly pale, stood not far away, looking at Ling Yu, who was seated on the ground, her small hand clenched. Remembering the moments when Ling Yu bullied her, a blush spread across the Ice Emperor's cheeks. This big bad guy could even take advantage of her. He truly was a beast. In the Stardo Great Forest, within the Silver Palace. A silver figure lay quietly on a crystal-paved bed, and suddenly, the silver figure opened its beautiful eyes and slowly sat up. Well, a hint of innocence and slight confusion appeared on the stunning face. And then she revealed a light smile, her eyes looking towards a vacant direction, her gaze piercing through space. Little guy, it seems I haven't felt your presence for a long time. Next to the void gate, Ling Yu slowly retracted his power, the overwhelming aura converging into his body, and the golden soul ring and the 1,000-foot green dragon also vanished. Opening his eyes, he smiled at the colorful gazes of the women looking at him. He had broken through to the soul saint level, and in his mind, he was already aware of the information regarding the 7th soul skill. The 7th soul skill, True Body of the Azure Dragon, provides a 200 boost to all attributes, accompanied by the Azure Dragon domain, which suppresses most soul beasts, with the suppression effect depending on Ling Yu's and the target's strength. Besides this conventional effect, Ling Yu's 7th soul skill also has an additional ability, Dragon Soul Summon. Chapter 248, Space Ancestral Talisman and Azure Sky Transformation Technique. Ling Yu's martial soul originates from the Azure Dragon in the Wudong Qiankuan world. In the world of Wudong Qiankuan, the Azure Dragon is considered a high-level dragon race according to its rank. However, above the Azure Dragon, there is a legendary peak dragon race, the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Soul Summon of Ling Yu's 7th soul skill allows him to summon a trace of the Dragon Soul of the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor. According to Ling Yu's estimation, even a trace of the Dragon Soul from the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor could exert absolute suppression on all soul beasts on Douluo Continent, including the Dragon God. Not to mention, the Dragon Soul Summon itself possesses terrifying power. After breaking through level 70, Ling Yu did not rush to proceed with the next step of cultivation, but instead focused on comprehending and stabilizing his rapidly increasing cultivation. While power is undoubtedly important, mastering one's own power perfectly is even more crucial. In the snow, Ling Yu sat quietly, his body seemingly coated in a layer of azure light, shining brightly as waves of power fluctuations emanated from him, and a deep dragon's roar echoed from within, causing the surrounding space to distort. All along, Ling Yu had not actively cultivated his bloodline power, but after breaking through level 70, it seemed that his bloodline power erupted. At this moment, the women felt that Ling Yu resembled a humanoid giant dragon. Among them, Xiao Wu, Wang Qiu'er, Ice Emperor, and Snow Emperor felt it particularly strongly. Their true forms are soul beasts, allowing them to sense a faint bloodline suppression from Ling Yu. Perhaps feeling a bit tired from cultivation, the Ice Emperor pouted her lips, glanced at Ling Yu, and let out a soft huff, followed by a slight lift of her mouth. This feels really good. Using the snow as a bed, the Ice Emperor lazily rested her head on the beautiful leg of the Snow Emperor. The Snow Emperor smiled slightly at this, extending a pure white hand to gently comb the Ice Emperor's dark green hair. In the extreme north, over hundreds of thousands of years, the Ice Emperor has been her closest sister. However, the pure and innocent Snow Emperor does not realize that the Ice Emperor has unusual feelings for her. Such thoughts naturally did not escape Ling Yu's insight. While bullying the Ice Emperor, he did not forget to correct her thoughts, aiming to set things right. After an unknown period, Ling Yu's aura completely retracted. After careful comprehension, he was now able to control the surging soul power very well. His mind sank back into his Dantian, where 7 Azure soul cores maintained their balance. Ling Yu suddenly discovered that at the center of each soul core, there appeared a purple diamond crystal that was distinctly different from the surrounding azure color. Is the density greater? Ling Yu speculated in his heart. At level 70, all the soul power in his soul cores had solidified and compressed to an extreme. Now, after absorbing the soul rings and breaking through, it seemed that the soul power had further compressed. Although he did not fully understand the principle behind it, Ling Yu was confident that this was a benign and harmless change. Now, it was time to take the next step. Xiao Ai, give me the Space Ancestral Talisman. Ling Yu communicated with Xiao Ai. Okay. In the next moment, a sweet voice from Xiao Ai echoed in Ling Yu's mind. Then, with a hum, a silver rune the size of a human head appeared before Ling Yu. The silver rune shimmered with brilliant silver light, and waves of spatial fluctuations swept out. Even more astonishing was that after the silver rune appeared, it seemed to oscillate continuously at a peculiar frequency, with the silver light flickering in and out. The Space Ancestral Talisman, undoubtedly a spatial spiritual object, had a remarkably wonderful feeling of almost merging with the surrounding space. Looking at the Space Ancestral Talisman before him, Even Ling Yu's eyes showed a hint of uncontainable excitement. Although he had just begun to grasp the laws of space, nothing compared to directly refining a spatial spiritual object. Moreover, the space ancestral talisman was crucial for Ling Yu's future cultivation. Logically speaking, Ling Yu now possessed the strength of a god-level powerhouse in both soul power and mental power, combined with various means and external aids. Even when facing the Silver Dragon King, he had considerable confidence. While he could not claim to defeat the Silver Dragon King directly, at the very least, he could retreat unscathed. However, the Silver Dragon King controlled the power of spatial elements, giving him a natural advantage in using various spatial abilities, making it easy to attack or evade. Ling Yu was about to go to the Stardo Forest to meet the Silver Dragon King, and before that, he needed to master a spatial power that could match or even surpass the opponent's. Otherwise, he would lose a significant advantage in battle. He sought absolute strength to conquer the Silver Dragon King, and of course, to save her along the way. The women also noticed the silver rune floating before Ling Yu, and waves of ripples flickered in their beautiful eyes. Without any hesitation, Ling Yu quickly formed hand seals, and the space ancestral talisman suddenly trembled, transforming into a small silver light amidst the buzzing sound, and darted into Ling Yu's brow. Boom! After the space ancestral talisman entered Ling Yu's Niwen Palace, the entire Niwen Palace shook violently, and the devouring ancestral talisman at the center seemed to sense a threat, immediately radiating black light. The two ancestral talismans drew closer, neither yielding, with the devouring power and spatial power presenting a stance of mutual resistance, turning Ling Yu's Niwen Palace into a battlefield, producing rumbling sounds like thunder. The Niwen Palace is the concentration of Ling Yu's spirit, and even his soul, and such a battle naturally posed a risk of bursting the Niwen Palace. After all, for cultivators, whether it is the Dantian or Niwen Palace, or the meridians and organs, the internal elements are relatively fragile. However, just as the devouring ancestral talisman and space ancestral talisman were about to clash, a peculiar chaotic light array suddenly appeared beneath them. In an instant, the devouring ancestral talisman and the space ancestral talisman seemed to encounter something terrifying, quieting down like deflated balloons, floating above the chaotic light array and faintly maintaining balance. Clearly, Xiao Ai had intervened. Ling Yu felt a surge of joy in his heart. Although he did not have the ancestral stone to balance the ancestral talismans, he had the more powerful Xiao Ai. As Ling Yu began to refine the space ancestral talisman, the Niwen Palace expanded once again, and the space that had formed a small world began to spread into the surrounding darkness. Ling Yu's mental power also exhibited explosive growth, with the surging mental power filling the Niwen Palace with heavenly energy, and the entire space gradually quieted down. Outside, the women seemed to sense something as they looked at Ling Yu, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground at the edge. A silver light flickered at his brow, and they strangely discovered that Ling Yu seemed to merge with the surrounding void, looking quite unreal. They were all peerless Douluo, familiar with the fluctuations emanating from Ling Yu. It was the fluctuation of space. Chapter 249. The Two Sides of Space, Refining the Body in the Void after refining the Space Ancestor Talisman. Ling Yu's mental strength broke through 2 levels, reaching the rank of a 6-seal Celestial Talisman Master. Ling Yu smacked his lips. This method of enhancing cultivation through heavenly materials and earthly treasures was indeed much more comfortable than arduous training. However, relying too much on external objects was not necessarily a good thing. What one comprehended personally was the most suitable for oneself. That said, it seemed he had been relying on Xiao Ai all along. Ling Yu smiled and shook his head, bringing his thoughts back from reverie, and began to try to experience the spatial power of the Space Ancestor Talisman. He was already quite familiar with the devouring power of the Devouring Ancestor Talisman, but he was still unaccustomed to the equally profound spatial power. With a thought, the Space Ancestor Talisman within his Niwen Palace began to hum and vibrate, shimmering with silver light, and a stream of formless spatial power was released, flowing through Ling Yu's meridians. Unlike soul power, when the spatial power flowed through his meridians, Ling Yu's body appeared ethereal in the eyes of the women. At that moment, Ling Yu seemed to be like the initial state of the Space Ancestor Talisman, flickering in and out of visibility. Ling Yu's figure continuously shifted between disappearing and appearing, and at one moment, he unexpectedly vanished without a trace. What happened? The women were all taken aback, their beautiful eyes looking towards the spot where Ling Yu had been sitting, which was now empty. However, Their confusion did not last long, as a figure appeared like a ghost behind Qian Renxue, wrapping her in a tight embrace. It was the vanished Ling Yu. Whoa! Qian Renxue instinctively tried to break free, but upon sensing the familiar aura behind her, her tense body relaxed immediately. How did you do that? Qian Renxue asked curiously, her cheeks slightly flushed. As she spoke, she leaned her head on Ling Yu's shoulder. She was also a peerless Douluo and had a keen sensitivity to space. However, just now when Ling Yu vanished, she did not feel the slightest spatial fluctuation. Thinking deeply, even teleportation inevitably leaves some spatial fluctuations. It's a newly learned ability. Ling Yu knelt behind Qian Renxue, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, feeling somewhat excited inside. Any spatial ability user finds it difficult to eliminate spatial fluctuations when traversing space. However, the Space Ancestor Talisman can weaken these fluctuations to a nearly negligible degree. Just imagine disappearing before an enemy without any warning during battle, and then reappearing behind them without any forewarning to launch a fatal strike. This would significantly increase the chances of killing enemies stronger than oneself. Of course, if the enemy's cultivation is too strong, and they can't even conceal their form in the void, this combat method would become ineffective. Hearing this, Qian Renxue nodded lightly, pleased that Ling Yu had grown stronger. The other women looked at Ling Yu with expressions of astonishment. After spending most of the day, Ling Yu became increasingly adept at the abilities of the Space Ancestor Talisman. The next day, Ling Yu and the women continued their cultivation as usual. Silver light flickered at Ling Yu's brow as his immense mental strength radiated through the Space Ancestor Talisman, spreading to great distances. In Ling Yu's perception, the spatial structure of the entire plane appeared three-dimensional in his mind. Ling Yu felt a surreal sensation, as if the surrounding space was greeting him warmly. In his perception, space was not monolithic. It was like a mirror, with one side calm and the other tumultuous. Xiao Ai, what's going on? Ling Yu asked curiously in his mind. He felt as if he had grasped something, but it was still vague. Master, your feeling is because space has classifications, Xiao Ai replied with a giggle. Space has classifications? Yes. Space can be divided into real space and void space. The space we are in is real space. Real space encompasses all things, allowing all beings to survive within it. But void space is much more dangerous. The spatial coordinates inside are extremely chaotic, and the terrifying void currents can easily tear apart cultivators. Real space and void space? Ling Yu was taken aback. After listening to Xiao Ai's explanation, he seemed to understand something. Indeed, in his past battles, tearing apart space was common, but the exposed void openings posed a profound threat even to him. If pulled into the void, it was uncertain whether one's body could withstand the force of spatial tearing, and simply returning to the original space would be a difficult task. Once sucked into the void, one could easily get lost in the boundless void. This is known as being exiled to the void. However, as long as one's cultivation was high enough and one's body strong enough, one could naturally traverse the void. Real space is the gateway to the void. Real space and void space coexist as one. But how did Ling Yu disappear from real space without any warning? In fact, Ling Yu remained in real space. He simply temporarily opened a small alternate space and hid within it. If this alternate space were seen as a small ball, then the entire plane's real space could be viewed as a larger ball, and the two were in a tangent relationship. The tangent point is Ling Yu's spatial coordinates, which are constantly changing. In a similar way, the spaces artificially opened by powerful cultivators are always based on the spatial framework of the plane. And the two are also in a tangent relationship, with these spatial coordinates being static and unchanging. Only spatial ability users can perceive spatial coordinates. This is why placing a Grandome Master in front of a space opened by a Dou Saint will not result in any awareness on the part of the former. With this understanding, while maintaining off of the unknown, Ling Yu continued with his next step of cultivation. He needed to switch to a new body-refining martial art. Heavenly Martial Arts, the Azure Sky Transformation Dragon Technique. A rather formidable body-refining martial art. When cultivated to perfection, the body could almost rival that of a true dragon. The Azure Sky Transformation Dragon Technique is divided into 5 levels. The first level is Azure Dragon Skin. The second level is Azure Dragon Scales. The third level is Full Body Dragon Transformation, growing Azure Dragon Wings. The fourth level is Azure Dragon Change, cultivating Azure Dragon Light patterns. The fifth level is Dragon Bone Transformation. To truly achieve great success in the Azure Sky Transformation Dragon Technique, one needs to undergo a bone exchange. The so-called bone exchange involves finding a complete dragon bone to integrate into one's own skeleton, elevating one's body to a higher level. Although the Azure Sky Transformation Dragon technique can seize the world's creation, it is still quite difficult to temper human bones to a level comparable to dragon bones. Hence, a bone exchange is necessary to withstand the terrifying power of the Azure Dragon light patterns. With ease, Ling Yu accepted the cultivation method of the Azure Sky Transformation Dragon technique from Xiao Ai and began to have her prepare the Heavenly Dragon Qi. Heavenly Dragon Qi is the energy source for cultivating the Azure Sky Transformation Dragon technique. As a heavenly martial art, without Heavenly Dragon Qi as guidance, one could scarcely hope to even enter the door, let alone achieve great success, relying solely on ordinary heavenly and earthly energy. After entering the basics of the Azure Dragon Transformation technique, it is necessary to continuously absorb the energy from the Heavenly Dragon Qi to refine flesh and blood and temper bones. Otherwise, merely absorbing the energy of heaven and earth will result in an extremely long cultivation period. Even relying on the Heavenly Dragon Qi, one can only cultivate the Azure Dragon Transformation technique to the quasi-great completion level. If one wishes to achieve true greatness, a change of bones is unavoidable. With a hum, a small azure light suddenly appeared before Ling Yu, transforming into a glowing sphere suspended in midair. Within the light sphere, there seemed to be a miniature azure dragon, clawing and dancing excitedly. The azure light sphere released a majestic aura, instantly turning the surrounding space into nothingness, revealing a circle of black void. Even the air currents in the void were suppressed by this aura. At the moment the azure light sphere appeared, Xiao Wu, Wang Xiu'er, Ice Emperor, and Snow Emperor nearby were all startled, their pretty faces paling as they gazed at the azure light sphere. From that sphere, they felt a pressure from the bloodline. The other women also looked at Ling Yu with astonished expressions. The azure little dragon was, of course, the Heavenly Dragon Qi that Ling Yu needed. Without lingering, Ling Yu quickly formed hand seals, and the azure little dragon seemed to be drawn, slowly flying to the position of Ling Yu's dantian, ignoring the barrier of space. The little dragon dashed into Ling Yu's dantian, and just as it was about to cause a ruckus, an invisible force suddenly descended, immediately calming the azure little dragon down. However, its proud nature made it stay at the highest position, pressing down on the 7 soul cores, which amused Ling Yu. With Xiao Ai's help, he managed to withstand the backlash of the Heavenly Dragon Qi without injury, letting out a gentle sigh. Just as Ling Yu was about to activate the Azure Dragon Transformation technique for cultivation, he suddenly stopped. The Douluo Continent lacks a body refining environment. Perhaps I can try that method, Ling Yu pondered to himself. Since there exists a terrifying force of space tearing in the void, could he use the void to cultivate body refining martial arts? As this thought crossed his mind, a look of eagerness gradually appeared on Ling Yu's face. Body refining in the void might indeed be feasible. Slowly standing up, Ling Yu waved his hand forward gently, his palm shimmering with silver light. And the space in front of him tore open a gap several meters wide like paper. A gust of cold wind blew out from the void, and Ling Yu's great sun thunder body was activated in an instant, radiating a jade-colored brilliance. With a whoosh, the next moment, Ling Yu charged into the void, and the space crack vanished. The women looked at Ling Yu's disappearing figure, their eyes filled with concern. Actively entering the void was extremely dangerous. In the void, clang, clang, clang. As soon as Ling Yu stepped into the void, the surrounding void power transformed into countless blades, slicing toward him like maggots on bones. The jade-colored brilliance of the great sun thunder body grew even more dazzling, producing fierce sounds of metal clashing. This Ling Yu inhaled sharply. Not long after, his body was covered with blood streaks. The pain of being cut felt as if countless blades had truly pierced his skin. Looking around, it was a dark expanse. The boundless void had no end, and endless cold winds swept in. Even his vision was torn into fragments by the power of the void. Not daring to be careless, Ling Yu quickly sat down cross-legged and activated the Azure Dragon Transformation technique for cultivation. Clearly, even the fully developed Great Sun Thunder Body could not endure in the void for too long. In the void, the endless void power eroded Ling Yu's body. And amidst this perilous situation, dragon roars echoed from within him, and strands of azure light began to emerge on his body surface. Indeed, under the stimulation of the external environment, even without actively cultivating the Heavenly Dragon Qi, it would still split off its energy to help the host resist external threats. Summary: Ling Yu traverses the Douluo Continent, awakens the Azure Dragon Martial Soul, and binds to the heart system. The heart system understands the host's innermost thoughts. How about calling you Xiao Ai from now on? Okay, master. The Soul Ring cultivation system has too many limitations. It is better to cultivate martial arts, comprehend the world, become a Cang Qian Douluo, suppress Douluo, rule the divine realm, break through the sky, and move the universe.